Crossing over to inherit a man-made ancient town scenic area, thinking you've reached the pinnacle of life? Wrong. I only earn $200 a day, living in utter poverty. Until I activated an overpowered system that could hire employees from the river of history. The subordinates of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter from the Qin Dynasty, and the peerless songstress of the northern Song Dynasty, their monthly wages were shockingly only 280 yuan. My conscience as a boss is aching from the system's restrictions. I want to give out more, but they're absolutely ecstatic over this huge sum of money. My name is Su Qi. I've been transported to this parallel world for 3 months, inheriting a completely man-made ancient town scenic area. I originally planned to develop it into a 5-rated attraction, but due to the lack of tourists and merchants, I had to lay off all employees, leaving me with only 500 yuan in startup funds. Just when I couldn't sell the scenic area and was at a loss, the super worker system arrived. It can randomly summon employees from history to work, and the system pays their wages, solving my urgent needs. My first batch of employees consisted of 3 individuals, 2 from the Qin Dynasty, former veterans of the god of war Bai Qi's forces Li Shishi and Li Qing. The other is a stunning ticket collector from the Ming Dynasty, and Li Shishi, the peerless songstress of the northern Song Dynasty. Every payday, I can't help but shake my head. The system stipulated that their base salary was 280 yuan, which worked out to just 10 yuan a day. As a modern person, I know very well how low the salary is, but when I think about having a peerless songstress like Li Shishi working for me, I can't help but chuckle to myself. At the city gate ticket office, the graceful Li Shishi sees me approaching, her eyes light up, and she quickly stands up, calling out shyly, "President Su." I hand over the system-printed payslip. "This is your payslip for the month, take a look." "Salary?" Li Shishi was stunned at first, then her eyes lit up. The system had already explained modern common knowledge to her, and she was filled with anticipation for the upcoming 280 yuan. She took the paycheck, her fair and delicate hands handling it with care. My heart burned with anxiety, afraid she might object to the meager salary. But the system also has its humane side. The text on the pay stub appears to her as if it were written in Song Dynasty script. "You worked 28 days this month, earning 10 yuan per day, totaling 280 yuan. If there are no objections, I'll give you your pay now," I said quietly. Li Shishi smiled directly and said, "President Su, then I'll accept it." I breathed a sigh of relief and handed her 2 red bills along with 80 yuan in change. She carefully put it away but seemed a bit hesitant, whispering softly, "President Su, this salary isn't the currency from my time, and I don't know where I can spend it." Hearing that she wasn't dissatisfied with the amount, I completely relaxed and explained, "Don't worry about that. You'll have 2 days off each month, and tomorrow I'll give you a day off. The scenic area supermarket in the ancient city is where you can go shopping." It turns out that the ancients summoned here cannot leave the ancient city, so the supermarket has become their only shopping destination. The prices of the supplies inside must be fair, as required by the system. Li Shishi said excitedly, "Then this humble girl thanks you in advance, young master." She looked toward the distant scenic area supermarket, full of anticipation. I had 2 other employees to pay, so I said to her, "There's nothing else to do, you can head back first. I still need to pay Li Shishi and Li Qing their wages." In the next moment, Li Shishi's body turned into scattered specks of white light and vanished. Every time I see this, I find it astonishing. I walked toward the city gate, where Li Shishi and Li Qing, 2 veterans of the Qin Dynasty, stood solemnly like statues, clad in armor and holding halberds. "Li Shishi, Li Qing, today is payday for you too, President Su." They spoke in unison, their eyes shining brightly, thoroughly satisfied with a job that only required standing guard and came with a gourmet lunch every day. I handed them the pay stub, which they respectfully accepted. After glancing at it, they tucked it into their pockets without commenting on the figures. I took the initiative to say, "I know your salary can't be spent, so you can go to the supermarket to buy whatever you want during your time off tomorrow morning. Obey President Su's orders." The 2 replied in unison. I couldn't help but wave my hand, "Then you 2 go back first. By the way, you can also ask your general if there's anything needed to purchase, and I'll prepare it in advance for you." Understood. With these final words, the 2 also vanished into beams of white light. Early the next morning, I arrived at the scenic area, and sure enough, Li Shishi and the other 2 were already waiting there. Li Shishi stood several meters apart from Li Shishi and Li Qing, as class distinctions remained despite my emphasis that everyone was a colleague. "General Manager Su." The 3 greeted me promptly when they saw me. "Do you all know what you need to buy now? You can tell me first, and I'll go out to get the supplies for you." The 3 of them exchanged glances before Li Shishi spoke first. "My father mentioned that we don't know the purpose of these future supplies, so we'll leave the selection to General Su." Li Shishi and Li Qing quickly added, "Our general shares the same sentiment. We hope General Su can assist us in making the choices." My eyebrow twitched slightly before I finally nodded, "Understood. You 3 can head to the supermarket and wait there first." Chapter 4, Taking Li Shishi on a Big Shopping Spree. Su Qi led Li Shishi and the other 2 to the supermarket. As soon as they arrived, he noticed Li Shishi's gaze kept drifting toward the shelves stocked with snacks and drinks. Considering Li Shishi was only 16 years old, It was only because her family was wealthy that she hadn't been married off yet. Otherwise, in ancient times, she might have already had children. But to Su Qi, she was still just a child. Therefore, he picked up a bottle of Sprite. "Want a sip?" he said, handing it to Li Shishi beside him. Li Shishi was startled at first, then waved her hands repeatedly. "No, no way." Seeing her reaction, Su Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he leaned in and forced the Sprite into Li Shishi's small hands. "Just drink it when I tell you to. It's not like it's expensive or anything." Li Shishi hesitated before speaking. "So this is mine now, right?" Hearing this, Su Qi finally understood her hesitation. Then he laughed and said, "It's just a bottle of Sprite, nothing too expensive. As the boss, I can afford to treat you." Saying this, he picked up 2 more bottles of Sprite and handed them to Li Zhuo and Lu Qin, who were watching nearby. After a moment's thought, Su Qi picked up another bottle and held it in his hand, addressing the 3 of them. "Just twist off the cap and you can drink it." With that, he unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. The 3 across from him watched with some curiosity. They mimicked Su Qi's actions, unscrewing the caps. Then they took small sips. The refreshingly sweet taste instantly lit up their eyes. The carbon dioxide bubbles filled their mouths. Li Shishi took a big gulp. The next moment, she was choked and coughed twice. "Slow down. This stuff has gas in it. You can't just gulp it down like water." Hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi began sipping it in small sips. "This is truly divine brew, it's absolutely delicious." After finishing her drink, Li Shishi exclaimed excitedly. Li Zhuo and Lu Qin beside her were equally thrilled. During their routine guard duty, they'd often seen tourists carrying similar bottles, but back then, they had no idea these drinks could be so delicious. Delicious, right? If you like it, you can each buy a few bottles to take home. It's not expensive anyway, just 3 yuan a bottle. Su Qi said casually. The 3 across from him nodded, then cradled their drinks, sipping them sip by sip. Su Qi glanced at the shelves. Right now, the shelves only held drinks and snacks. He scratched his head and said, "While these items are within your budget, they do represent a month's salary. Spending it all on snacks and drinks feels a bit wasteful. Since you're all willing to let me pick things out for you, I'll go out and get some other items for you. Just wait here." After saying this, Su Qi left the supermarket, leaving the 3 of them behind. He wasn't worried they'd sneak food or drinks. Over the past month, Su Qi had observed their behavior closely. Apart from Li Shishi occasionally slacking off and dozing off, the other 2 were incredibly dedicated to their watch duties. Even when Li Shishi did take a break, it was merely a brief slack-off, never anything out of line. So he still trusted the 3 of them. Driving his small truck, Su Qi chugged along until he reached the town outside. He then entered a large shopping mall. Here, he found all kinds of hardware, grains, spices, and even clothing. Mr. Su Qi made his way to the kitchenware section. He immediately selected 4 kitchen knives. Holding the stainless steel knife in his hand, Su Qi casually swung it around. For ancient times, this must have been considered a divine weapon, right? Before coming, Li Zhuo and Lu Qin had mentioned that their general still wanted some armor and weapons. But Su Qi couldn't buy those things. It wasn't that he couldn't buy them, it was just that such items weren't common in this era. If he really wanted to buy them, he'd have to find someone online who specialized in custom orders. The price would likely be astronomical. At the very least, their monthly salary of 280 yuan wouldn't even come close to covering it. Perhaps Li Zhuo and Lu Qin could pool their salaries to buy a replica Longquan sword. But that thing might not even be sharpened properly, it wouldn't be as good as 2 kitchen knives. After making the purchase, Su Qi headed to the Liangpin department store section. His target was none other than salt, refined salt to be precise. What was scarce in ancient times? Any sane person knew it was salt. Remember, salt smuggling was a capital offense in ancient times. A capital offense punishable by decapitation. Because salt gave people strength, and in ancient times, that was incredibly precious. Yet in modern times, salt is remarkably cheap. A bag for just 1 yuan. For Li Zhuo and Lu Qin, earning 280 yuan each, this was an incredibly cost-effective purchase. Su Qi bought 2 whole cartloads outright. He also picked up some cheaper spices like Sichuan peppercorns and star anise. After all, these items were considered precious commodities in ancient times. After finishing these purchases, Su Qi headed over to the clothing section. He bought Li Shishi a new outfit and some small accessories. Soon after, they stepped outside. But he wasn't done yet. Su Qi's gaze drifted toward a second-hand shop in the distance. Since the other party was from ancient times, then the most crucial, or rather, the most precious thing for the ancient world was undoubtedly technology that simply didn't exist back then, with no substitutes available. So Su Qi drove straight to the second-hand shop. He planned to give the ancient people a little technological shock. Of course, with their meager 280 yuan wages, they couldn't afford anything high-tech. They couldn't even afford a smartphone. But even if he somehow managed to bring them a smartphone, without internet access, they'd be pretty much useless. It would be better to just buy them a flashlight to take back Shaking his head, Suchi said no more and pushed open the small door of the second-hand market. The shopkeeper across the way beamed at Suchi's entrance. Feel free to browse around, I've got just about everything here. Suchi nodded without comment. After browsing around, he bought 4 flashlights and then his eyes fell upon a somewhat retro-looking item. It was something ordinary people would rarely need. But as he looked at those 2 gadgets, Suchi's eyes lit up slightly. While this item is largely useless in modern society, it proves invaluable in certain remote areas. Take places without cell towers or signal coverage, it's practically a necessity. Indeed, right before Suchi stood 2 ultra-long-lasting walkie-talkies. Chapter 5, General Bai Qi, these walkie-talkies are deadly weapons. How much are these? Suchi picked up the walkie-talkie and addressed the shop owner. The shopkeeper glanced at them casually and replied immediately. These are old models we're phasing out. If you want them, I'll give you a flat rate $50 for the pair. The price wasn't steep, so Suchi didn't hesitate. He nodded and agreed. He promptly tucked the 2 walkie-talkies away. He then searched the entire store for a moment. He spent another 20 yuan on an MP3 player. That finally used up all his money, and he left the shop. By the time Suchi drove back to the ancient city, Li Shishi and the others had already been waiting expectantly. They rushed out to help Suchi unload the goods. They carried everything into the supermarket. The 3 stood before Suchi like excited schoolchildren, gazing curiously at the items in the supermarket. Seeing their eager expressions, Suchi didn't waste words. He simply stated, "These are the supplies I bought for you. But you've spent all your money. You don't mind, do you?" Suchi asked with a hint of curiosity. After all, they had only asked him to buy some things, yet he had bought everything for them in one go. That certainly felt a bit awkward. However, Li Shishi and the other 2 shook their heads repeatedly. Of course it's fine. After all, only Mr. Su could help us spend our money anyway. Keeping it in our hands would just be useless. After hearing their words, Suchi smiled and nodded. At that moment, Li Shishi pointed curiously at the 2 walkie-talkies on the table and asked, "Mr. Su, what are these things? They look a bit strange." Hearing her question, Suchi picked up the walkie-talkie. Then he addressed the 3 people across from him. "These are called walkie-talkies. They're somewhat outdated, but they'll be quite useful for you in the ancient world." His gaze shifted to Li Zhuo and Lu Qing beside him. On the battlefield, a walkie-talkie is a major game-changer. Deadly weapon? Lu Qing froze for a moment. Scratching his head, he asked, "Mr. Su, are you suggesting this is actually a weapon? But it's not sharpened, could it be a hidden weapon?" Li Zhuo beside him was equally curious. "Yeah, how could this be used as a weapon? Is it meant to be used like a blunt instrument to strike someone?" Li Shishi remained silent, but her eyes betrayed equal curiosity. Seeing the puzzled expressions on all 3 faces, Suchi couldn't help but laugh. Then he continued. "Not at all. What do you think is the most crucial thing on this battlefield?" Li Zhuo and Lu Qing exchanged a glance before answering in unison. "Manpower and weaponry. As long as we have enough men and superior arms, victory is ours." Hearing their words, Suchi couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. But he understood they were just 2 soldiers, not generals. They simply couldn't think more deeply. Therefore, Suchi didn't let them continue speculating. Instead, he spoke directly. "On the battlefield, the most crucial element is the transmission of information. You must have had dispatch riders in ancient times too. I wonder how long it would take your dispatch riders to deliver a message." Li Zhuo quickly interjected. "I served as a messenger myself. Within 10 li, it would take about an hour. Beyond 10 li, it would take longer depending on enemy numbers and terrain." Suchi nodded, then picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke. "With this device, transmitting information or issuing military orders won't take nearly as long. You'll be able to deliver notifications instantly. However, due to the lack of adequate infrastructure in ancient times, these 2 walkie-talkies have a range of about 20 li. Beyond that, the signal likely won't carry." After hearing Suchi's explanation, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment. 20 li might not sound particularly far. But consider that in ancient times, a small-scale battle typically unfolded within a 20 li radius. Not too far. Normally, dispatching a messenger over 20 li would take at least 2 hours. But if it could be delivered instantly, it could undoubtedly alter the course of battle, catching the enemy completely off guard. Suchi didn't elaborate further, merely explaining the walkie-talkie's operation to them. Then he pointed to the salt and seasonings in the vehicle and spoke up. "These are refined salt and seasonings all for cooking. Using them back in the old days would have made meals incredibly tasty. Then there's this kitchen knife. Due to certain restrictions, I couldn't get proper weapons, but this knife is as tough as nails, made of stainless steel and incredibly sharp. This is a flashlight, just slide it open to shine. And this lighter, press it to get a flame." Suchi quickly explained to the 2 people across from him. As Suchi demonstrated and explained, the expressions on their faces grew increasingly bright. These were things they'd never even seen in ancient times. Yet here, before Suchi, they seemed utterly commonplace. After finishing his explanation, Su Qi spoke directly. You're both off duty today. If you have nothing else to do, you can explore this ancient city. Upon hearing his words, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing immediately responded. General Su, we want to take these items back to the general. These items are truly exquisite. We can't wait to present them to the general. The two of them exclaimed excitedly. Su Qi nodded in agreement. Since it's your own vacation time, you can arrange it yourselves. Soon, the two of them carried all the items back to the Qin kingdom of the Warring States period in one go. At that moment, Li Shishi timidly looked at Su Qi. Mr. Su, may I ask what my salary was used for? Seeing her timid expression, Su Qi didn't hesitate, pulling out the items he'd bought for Li Shishi as well. Apart from the salt and seasonings he had kept, there were also those exquisite garments and accessories. I picked these out for you at the mall. They're not too expensive, but in your time, they should be considered quite nice. As Su Qi presented them, Li Shishi across from him beamed with excitement. Finally, Su Qi handed the MP3 player to Li Shishi. He showed her how to play it. Of course, it also contained some songs Su Qi had saved. Hearing the MP3 actually play sound, Li Shishi's cheeks flushed slightly and her large eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm truly grateful to you, Mr. Su. I'm absolutely delighted with these. Chapter 6, General Bai Qi, try this cleaver. Li Shishi across from him looked satisfied. Su Qi also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Li Shishi and the others had all told him to handle the purchasing entirely on his own. If they ended up dissatisfied with his choices, he would have blamed himself. As long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters. Oh, and you've had the day off today, but remember you still have to work tomorrow. Mr. Su, rest assured this humble servant will never forget to come to work. May I take it back now to show father and mother? Li Shishi asked Su Qi cautiously. Her beautiful eyes fluttered slightly at that moment. A hint of worry flickered in her gaze. She looked so pitifully vulnerable. Su Qi chuckled softly. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Su. Li Shishi exclaimed excitedly. She then immediately carried the large pile of supplies back to her own era. Watching Li Shishi dissolve into specks of white light along with the large batch of supplies, Su Qi scratched his head. Wouldn't it be better to use this ability elsewhere? Too bad it only works on summoning ancient people. Su Qi shook his head and returned to his room. He needed to figure out how to develop the entire scenic area. After all, the meager daily ticket revenue from just a handful of visitors simply wasn't enough. Qin Dynasty, Bianjing. Li Shishi had just returned. Her gaze immediately fell upon a man and a woman across the way. They were her parents. What is this? Li's father stepped forward and picked up the MP3 player. Is this the item purchased by Mr. Su? It looks quite exquisite. I wonder what it's for. He asked curiously. Without hesitation, Li Shishi placed the earbuds directly into her father's ears. Then she began playing music. Hearing the beautiful sound, Mr. Li's eyes lit up slightly, his face filled with astonishment. This thing can actually play music? And so clearly at that? It's truly a divine creation. He exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li's gaze fell upon the fine salt. What is this? It's salt, along with some seasonings. Mr. Su mentioned that sprinkling this salt and seasoning while cooking makes the food incredibly delicious. Back there, I ate these very ingredients every day at noon, cooked into delicious meals. Li Shishi spoke, a hint of longing flickering in her eyes. After all, the food she ate in the ancient city was worlds apart from what she ate here. Perhaps the ingredients here were slightly better. But the flavor? It was truly beyond words. Especially after eating in the ancient city, she would return each day eagerly awaiting the next noon to enjoy another delicious meal there. Then I'll have someone prepare some now. Let's see if it's truly that delicious. Mrs. Li spoke up, summoning a servant to fetch some seasonings for cooking. Moments later, a bowl of stir-fried greens with pork was placed before the three of them. The aroma was indeed enticing. Mr. Li took a whiff, his gaze momentarily startled. He picked up his chopsticks, plucked a piece of meat, and placed it in his mouth. He took a small bite, his face lighting up with excitement. This dish is even more delicious than what I ate in the imperial palace. Li's mother, standing nearby, quickly took a bite as well, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. It was indeed quite delicious. Li Shishi followed suit and took a bite. She nodded repeatedly. It really is much better than what we usually eat. That said, in her heart, the delicacies she'd eaten at noon in the ancient city still tasted more delicious. Father Li had devoured most of the dish. Only then did he tidy his appearance and look at Li Shishi across from him. Mr. Su is our benefactor. When you start working there, you must obey his every word and never slack off. Hearing her father's words of wisdom, Li Shishi nodded repeatedly. Yet her lips involuntarily turned down. She thought to herself, if I slack off right under Mr. Su's nose and he doesn't care, how could you possibly stop me? Though she thought this inwardly, outwardly she maintained an appearance of complete compliance. Capital of the Warring States. General. General! We've returned with supplies. Li Shishi exclaimed excitedly. Lu Qing beside him was also beaming with excitement. As their voices faded, as they fully returned to this place, they immediately spotted Bai Qi across the way, his face dark with frustration. I heard you. Bai Qi snorted coldly before speaking. You two are my veteran soldiers. Why all the fuss? Tell me, what kind of supplies did General Su procure for you this time? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the supplies beneath Li Shishi and Lu Qing. A single glance left him utterly perplexed. He couldn't make heads or tails of any of it. Li Shishi quickly picked up a stainless steel kitchen knife. This is the divine weapon General Su prepared for us. Though their era no longer requires warfare, so proper weapons aren't available, but this is still incredibly sharp. Isn't this just a kitchen knife? Bai Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Su Zhong was pulling your leg? What kind of divine weapon could a kitchen knife possibly be? Isn't it just for chopping vegetables and meat on a daily basis? He was utterly astonished. His face was filled with disbelief. Though he knew Li Shishi and Lu Qing traveled daily to their future era, and that era no longer waged war. But bringing 2 kitchen knives? That was beyond ridiculous. This made him frown involuntarily. However, the general beside him stepped forward. General, allow me to test them. These kitchen knives are exquisitely crafted. Though merely kitchen tools, they may prove exceptionally sharp. Listening to his subordinate's words, Bai Qi nodded. Then give it a try. The general walked over, took the kitchen knife from Li Shuo's hand. He then moved to the side. He drew his own sword and brought it down with a fierce chop. A loud clang echoed as sparks flew everywhere. As the crowd looked on, they saw his sword had been cleanly severed in 13 places. Everyone was startled. This is indeed a divine weapon. Bai Qi couldn't help but exclaim, walking straight over to pick up the kitchen knife. He casually swung it a couple of times, then shook his head. It was certainly sharp enough, but a kitchen knife really wasn't suited for use as a weapon. Perhaps with some modifications, it might work. He shook his head again, saying nothing more, and instead turned his gaze toward Li Shishi and Lu Qing. Anything else? Lu Qing immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said with a smile. General, this is the divine artifact procured for us by General Manager Su. It's the real deal. A divine artifact? Could this be another weapon? But it just looks like 2 bricks. Could it possibly conceal hidden weapons? Chapter 7, The Nation's Most Precious Treasure, Refined Salt. Bai Qi, protect Mr. Su. Facing Bai Qi's inquiry, Li Shishi and Lu Qing shook their heads repeatedly before quickly explaining the walkie-talkie's functions. After listening, Bai Qi was quite astonished. Yet a hint of disbelief lingered in his eyes. This contraption could transmit instant conversations over 20 li? Could this thing be real? Wasn't this akin to sorcery? The generals standing nearby also shook their heads repeatedly. Perhaps they could grasp the concept of that legendary cleaver, but the walkie-talkie truly exceeded their comprehension. Li Shishi and Lu Qing exchanged glances, then without hesitation, Li Shishi clasped his hands in a bow and spoke. General, allow me to demonstrate. Bai Qi nodded. Very well, proceed with your demonstration. Li Shishi swiftly activated his walkie-talkie and dashed outside. After sprinting over 1,000 meters, he vanished completely from Bai Qi and the other's sight. Lu Qing, holding the other walkie-talkie, stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. Just as everyone began to feel puzzled, Li Shi's voice suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkie. General, this is Li Shishi. Can you hear me? The instant his voice crackled through the static, Bai Qi's men's eyes darted around, scanning their surroundings. Bai Qi himself looked toward the doorway, trying to determine if Li Shishi was there. But he saw no sign of him. Only then did his gaze fall upon the walkie-talkie. This was actually the voice coming from the walkie-talkie. This thing could actually bridge distances for direct communication. If used in combat at a military camp 20 miles away, orders could be issued instantly. Wouldn't that be a true marvel? He exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. His eyes flashed with intense excitement. As for that kitchen knife, it was merely sharp enough. That would be one thing after all, even the dullest blade can kill. But this walkie-talkie? For warfare, it was nothing short of a true marvel. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He quickly snatched the walkie-talkie and exchanged a few words with Li Shishi. After testing it a few times, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shishi, you go back first. This walkie-talkie is truly a marvel. We must keep it safe. Moments later, Li Shishi returned. Meanwhile, Lu Qing picked up another bag nearby. He tore it open directly. General, what do you think this is? Bai Qi's gaze flickered slightly as he walked over to examine the snow-white object. This substance is so pure white, I truly cannot guess its nature. General, you should try it. Lu Qing sprinkled some salt and placed it in Bai Qi's hand. Without hesitation, Bai Qi placed it gently in his mouth. After just this tiny taste, his eyes twitched slightly, then widened in utter shock. This was pure salt. That salt could actually be shaped like this? It was utterly unbelievable. He exclaimed, his face frozen in shock. Clearly, it never occurred to him that the coarse-grained salt he was accustomed to eating could be refined into such a delicate form. Moreover, after tasting it, he detected no other flavors. Nothing but salt. After all, salt provides strength. Soldiers could go 3 days without food, but they absolutely could not go 3 days without salt. Several nearby commanders immediately gathered around to try it themselves. They were all extremely excited. General, this truly is salt. Such refined salt even the royal palace wouldn't have this. This stuff is incredibly precious. Bai Qi nodded, then sighed. It is indeed precious enough, but this quantity is hardly substantial, barely sufficient. If there were ample reserves, it could be called a vital national asset. No sooner had he spoken these words than his eyes suddenly lit up. It occurred to him that this was merely the supplies Li Zhuan and Lu Qing had purchased with their month's wages. If they had worked for 2 months, or even a year, or 10 years, the cost would be astronomical. Realizing this, his gaze lingered thoughtfully for a moment. Then he turned his gaze directly to Li Zhuan and Lu Qing across from him. From now on, if any of you two get into a fight, you won't have to go out and kill enemies. Just get a cushy job in the rear. Your main job from now on is to show up for work. After hearing his words, Li Zhuan and Lu Qing were taken aback at first, then spoke with renewed vigor. Yes, sir. Understood. The two were utterly thrilled. After all, in this era, being a soldier wasn't exactly a desirable job. Because every war claimed countless lives. Some enlisted to serve their country. But others simply did it to support their families. Li Zhuan and Lu Qing initially enlisted solely to support their families. Since they couldn't fight on the battlefield, they couldn't earn military honors. Nor earn promotions. But they both understood their own worth, which was far greater than that petty promotion. Moreover, as long as they remained in the rear, they had absolutely no need to fear for their lives. Li Zhuan then introduced the remaining supplies to Bai Qi. This is 5 spice powder, used for cooking. Sprinkle a little each time you cook, and the flavor becomes incredibly delicious. And this is a flashlight. Just slide this switch, and it lights up instantly. Li Zhuan demonstrated by sliding the switch open and handed the flashlight to Bai Qi across from him. Bai Qi took a step back. This thing is so hot, won't it burn your hands? Li Zhuan just smiled and shook his head. General, it's not like that. As General Su mentioned, light and fire are two entirely different things. This flashlight only emits light, not fire, so it won't burn your hands. Li Zhuan said, then promptly poked his finger into the flashlight's opening. Sure enough, there was no pain whatsoever. Bai Qi took it in turn, nodding repeatedly. This device is truly remarkable. It provides light at night without needing to be lit. Even storms cannot extinguish this light. It is a divine artifact. He declared with fervor. This is a beverage Mr. Su specifically asked us to bring it for the general to try. Lu Qing handed over a bottle of Sprite. Bai Qi took it, unscrewed the cap as Lu Qing instructed, and took a big gulp. Immediately, his eyes lit up. This taste is truly exquisite, not only exceptionally sweet, but also fizzy. He spoke slowly, taking 2 more sips. The general standing nearby watched the scene unfold, each of them swallowing hard. Bai Qi glanced at them, then passed the drink in his hand over. Share this drink among yourselves. As for the rest, leave it untouched. These supplies aren't plentiful, but they're extremely precious. If we took these items outside, we could certainly trade them for a large quantity of horses and provisions. We soldiers have no need for such luxuries. His gaze then settled on Li Zhuan and Lu Qing. General Su has been exceptionally kind to us. From now on, you two must follow his lead, obey his commands, and protect his safety. If General Su ever needs anything from us, just tell me. I'll do everything in my power to get it for him. Chapter 8, Methods for Promoting the Ancient City. The Ancient City. At that moment, Su Qi yawned. Glancing at his meager earnings. His gaze flickered slightly. Today, because he had given Li Zhuan and the others the day off, the ancient city remained closed for business. This didn't affect the ancient city's performance at all. Not a single visitor had come to tour the site. Not a single ticket had been sold. Staring at the dismal sales figures on his phone, Su Qi sighed in utter exasperation. When would this ever end? Such a large ancient city with only 3 employees, who would believe that? He couldn't help but voice his frustration, then shook his head repeatedly. Su Qi understood that to summon more ancient figures, he had to increase daily sales. Only after the revenue increased would the system be able to summon ancient figures again. Otherwise, he'd be stuck with just 3 employees for the rest of his life, Li Shishi, Li Zhuan, and Lu Qing. The problem was, he had no money left at all. Even though this month had brought in some income. But it all added up to just 10,000 yuan. That 10,000 yuan was enough for his own expenses. But if he wanted to renovate the ancient city, that was absolutely impossible. A renovation of such a large ancient city would easily start at 100,000 yuan, or even hundreds of thousands. It could even run into the millions. This original owner really should have left me something, just a little something. With that, I could have renovated the ancient city and perhaps even attracted some visitors. But now, he couldn't attract a single person. Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I'll have to rely on my own ingenuity. There must be ways to renovate the ancient city and boost its reputation without spending a dime. As he spoke, Su Qi immediately opened his phone and began searching online for ways to renovate the ancient city and boost its reputation without spending a dime. He kept scrolling until evening. Yet as the dusky sunset faded, Su Qi helplessly placed his phone on the table. He had indeed found several methods. But those methods were nothing more than scams. Put simply, they involved using all sorts of false claims to lure tourists in, capitalizing on their "since we're already here" mentality to make a quick buck. But Su Qi understood that if he actually went through with it, the entire ancient town would soon collapse for real. Forget it. I'll think about it tomorrow. Watching the sky outside turn completely dark, Su Qi sighed, tossed his phone aside, grabbed a bite to eat, and lay down on the bed, drifting off to sleep. The next day arrived quickly. Early the next morning, Su Qi stretched lazily, changed into fresh clothes, and headed to the city gate. Then he saw twinkling starlight. The next moment, Li Shishi and the other two appeared right before him. This humble servant greets Mr. Su. Greetings, Mr. Su. We pay our respects to Mr. Su. Li Shishi, Li Zhua, and Lu Qing hurriedly declared. Observing their expressions, Su Qi cleared his throat before speaking. How do you like the supplies I brought for you? Satisfied? Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi spoke first. My parents are very pleased. They both asked me to thank you, Mr. Su. As she spoke, she pulled 2 gold ingots, each about the size of a palm, from her pocket. These are from my parents for you, Mr. Su. As he looked at the 2 large pieces of gold being handed to him, Su Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this a bribe? This stuff must be worth tens of thousands of yuan. Su Qi took a deep breath but still shook his head and said, You're here to work for me. You're working for me, so it's only right that I pay you. How could I possibly take money from you? Take it back. Take it back. Su Qi cleared his throat twice, insisting firmly. Only then did Li Shishi reluctantly take back the gold ingot. Then she murmured softly. This isn't worth much money. But her voice didn't reach Su Qi's ears. At that moment, Li Zhua and Lu Qing spoke up from the side. Reporting to Mr. Su, General Bai also asked us to convey his gratitude. He has relieved us of our combat duties and ordered us to focus solely on protecting you. Should any enemies appear, we will shield you with our very bodies. Kill for you, Su. As they spoke in rapid succession, a faint aura of lethal intent began to emanate from their bodies. Su Qi merely glanced at them, his lips twitching slightly. He couldn't help but think to himself. Truly, 2 veterans who've seen battle. But he shook his head and spoke up. Just focus on your jobs. As for killing for me, forget it. After all, this is a society governed by law. Where would you even find people to kill? If you really did kill someone, I wouldn't be able to keep this old city running. Su Qi sighed helplessly. After all, Li Zhua and Lu Qing across the way were ancient people. And every day, aside from work, they had to return to the ancient times. Under these circumstances, if they were to kill someone, the blame would inevitably fall on me. The thought of having to take the fall for their crimes. Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. Just then, he suddenly spoke up. Do any of you 3 possess any special abilities? Our scenic area really doesn't get many visitors. We didn't sell a single ticket yesterday. If you guys have any special skills, maybe you could put on a gimmick to draw some people in. That's what Su Qi saw online yesterday. Given the current state of the scenic area's infrastructure, and since attracting investors isn't feasible in the short term, then we'll have to find other ways to draw visitors. Li Shishi pondered for a moment before speaking up. I'm skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I wonder if these skills can be put to use. Su Qi pondered for a moment, then looked Li Shishi up and down. Then his eyes lit up slightly. You know what? Honestly, with your stunning attire, if you were to set up a live stream at the ancient city gate, you might just draw quite a crowd. Li Shishi smiled happily upon hearing that her talents might be useful to Su Qi. Of course, she still didn't quite grasp what this live streaming business was all about. Although the system had provided them with some basic knowledge when it brought them here, stuffing it into their minds, it only covered the purpose of their mission. Things like mobile live streaming, naturally, weren't directly implanted into their minds. Li Zhua and Lu Qing exchanged a glance beside her. Then, with a touch of embarrassment, they spoke up. We're both soldiers. All we know is fighting and killing. As for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, we really don't know any of that. A hint of helplessness flickered in their eyes. In that moment, they suddenly realized just how useless they were. Chapter 9, the Northern Song Dynasty's most beautiful courtesan, Li Shishi, plays as an NPC. Li Zhua and Lu Qing across from them exchanged glances filled with resignation. At that moment, Su Qi shook his head repeatedly. Not exactly. Fighting and killing, I certainly don't need that here. But your primary job is to open the doors and serve as NPCs. No need to feel so guilty. A pang of pain welled up in Su Qi's heart. After all, each of the 3 across from him earned only 10 yuan a day. That's only 280 yuan a month. He was already grateful they were willing to stay here at all. Yet he was demanding these three ancient souls possess special abilities. He couldn't help but wonder, was he turning into a Zhou Baiopi himself? Even though Su Qi had said this, Li Zhua and Lu Qing across from him still kept their brows furrowed. The armor they wore seemed to dim in the light at that moment. Clearly, their moods were far from cheerful. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't intended to wound the feelings of these two ancient figures with just a few words. Shaking his head, Su Qi said no more, instead turning his gaze to Li Shishi beside him. Yingchun, since you're skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I'll go buy you a zither. We'll record a video first, then try streaming it live. Su Qi said cheerfully. Li Shishi quickly listed all the musical instruments she knew. After listening for a moment, Su Qi understood only two words. Guqin. Therefore, he instructed the three of them to proceed with their regular work. Then he drove himself to the town outside. He didn't know where to find a guqin. Maybe he could just buy any other kind of zither, they should all play the same, right? Su Qi scratched his head in thought. In the end, he shook his head. He scoured nearly the entire town. Finally, he found a guqin at a second-hand market. Then Su Qi hurried back to the ancient city with the zither in tow. As soon as he arrived, he spotted Li Shishi in the distance. At that moment, Li Shishi was sitting at the ticket booth, wearing a blue dress and looking bored out of her mind. After all, with no one coming by, she was just sitting there idly. Spotting Su Qi approaching, Li Shishi finally trotted out of the ticket booth and glanced at the object behind him. Mr. Su, is this the qin you bought? Su Qi nodded and placed the ancient zither before Li Shishi. Scratching his head, he spoke. Take a look. See if this instrument is playable? That ancient zither from the Qin Dynasty you mentioned, I've searched everywhere and simply can't find one. If you absolutely must have one, you'll have to order it online. But the price would be astronomical. Su Qi murmured softly. Li Shishi across from him didn't say much either, simply sitting down before the ancient zither. Her delicate white hands rested on the strings, and in the next moment, she began to play. A crystalline melody flowed forth. Su Qi couldn't help but close his eyes as he listened. After the melody of high mountains and flowing water concluded, a faint smile touched Su Qi's eyes. He began clapping immediately. Not bad at all. Her playing is truly impressive. He exclaimed excitedly. Seeing Su Qi praise her so effusively, Li Shishi's face flushed a deep crimson. Her delicate hands trembled slightly. She murmured softly. Mr. Su, did I play well? Would you like me to show you my painting and chess skills too? After hearing her words, Su Qi shook his head repeatedly. No need. We're just conducting an experiment, and painting and chess don't have the same impact as music. Wait a moment. I recall there's a video set up in the office. I'll fetch it and record a clip for you. Su Qi said cheerfully, then directly called Li Zhua and Lu Jing to come with him to the office. He promptly carried the filming equipment to the entrance of the ancient city. Su Qi had originally planned to film indoors. But after a moment's thought, he realized this video wasn't just for Li Shishi. The primary purpose was to promote the scenic area. Under these circumstances, filming indoors would certainly be less effective than capturing the scenic area's exterior. After setting up the camera, Su Qi gave Li Shishi a thumbs-up gesture from afar. Alright, start playing now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shishi launched into another rendition of high mountains and flowing water. At that very moment, Su Qi's gaze fell upon Li Zhua and Lu Qing standing nearby, looking somewhat uneasy. The two of them stared blankly at Li Shishi playing the zither in the distance. How beautiful. A scene that could only exist in heaven. They truly knew nothing. The thought that they were both less useful than a single woman filled them with overwhelming shame. However, Su Qi's gaze fell upon the armor they wore and their entire attire. He suddenly spoke up. Li Zhua, Lu Qing, you two look quite imposing like this, full of heroic vigor. Why don't you two stand behind Yingchun? You don't need to do anything else, just hold your weapons and stand there. That alone will project an imposing presence. Hearing Su Qi's words, Li Zhua and Lu Qing nodded repeatedly. They then donned their armor, gripped their weapons, and positioned themselves behind Li Shishi. Li Shishi seemed a bit uneasy, but they had been together for over a month. So she quickly adjusted. Under Su Qi's direction, he began playing high mountains and flowing water once more. Half an hour later, Su Qi finished filming the video. Watching the classical beauty in the footage, her noble, elegant demeanor as she played the piano, flanked by two battle-hardened veterans radiating formidable presence. Su Qi couldn't help but marvel at his own filming skills. He then turned to the three people across from him and spoke. You three should practice here a bit more, especially you, Yingchun. High mountains and flowing water is a beautiful piece, but it feels a bit outdated for us now. Here, take my phone and learn some of the popular ancient-style songs that are trending lately. See if you can play them? Su Qi handed his phone to Li Shishi across from him. He then pulled up several ancient-style songs for her to listen to and learn from. He then headed to the office to begin editing. Moments later, after finishing the video, Su Qi uploaded it directly to Douyin. Then Suchi watched with eager anticipation. He hoped this time would bring more views, more exposure, if only it could attract a few more people. At that moment, Suchi's gaze drifted through the window to Li Shishi, Li Shua, and Lu Qing outside. It suddenly occurred to him. What if he could turn Li Shishi into a super popular ancient beauty influencer? Couldn't that directly promote the scenic area? Wouldn't that bring a steady stream of visitors? The thought lit a spark in Suchi's eyes. He immediately began searching online for live streaming procedures and talking points. His ambition was sky high now. Chapter 10, the video goes viral, attracting the first wave of customers. Soon, Suchi uploaded the edited video. The caption read, "The peerless masterpiece of Li Shishi, the ancient zither beauty and the last songstress of the northern Song dynasty." After all, he'd never done this before, so he just grabbed a catchy tagline. Stretching lazily, Suchi stepped back outside. He glanced at the sky, where the sun was already high in the sky. He wondered how the video would be received. Anticipating Suchi's arrival, he made his way to the city gate. He couldn't help but turn his head toward the distant highway. Yet not a single vehicle was in sight on that vast road. This left Suchi feeling somewhat helpless. He understood that this ancient city was essentially just a single-walled town, with no shops inside and no activities whatsoever. Under these circumstances, every customer who came was essentially a one-time visitor. He hadn't seen a single repeat customer yet. With the weather being so bad these past 2 days, it was only natural that no customers had come. He hoped the video would make a difference. Suchi sighed and spoke. In the distance, Li Shishi cautiously glanced toward Suchi. When she was filming the video earlier, Suchi had seemed quite pleased. But now that she'd come out, she saw Suchi looking rather melancholy. She felt a bit helpless. She wanted to comfort Suchi, but remembering she was just an ancient person who knew nothing about modern things. In the end, she kept her mouth shut. The only thing she could do now was play the zither. Thus, Li Shishi began practicing her zither right there. Melodious notes flowed continuously. Suchi listened, and his mood lifted considerably. He walked straight to the scenic area supermarket next door. He picked up some snacks and drinks before heading out. Suchi couldn't afford to raise Li Shishi and the others' wages. This wasn't just because he didn't earn much himself, but also because the system had completely restricted him. It simply didn't give him the chance to raise their pay. So the only way he could show his appreciation was by getting them some food. When Suchi brought over the large bags of potato chips and several bottles of drinks. Sure enough, Li Shishi's eyes lit up at once. She spoke up, a bit coyly. "Mr. Su, are these all for me to eat?" Her large eyes blinked rapidly, radiating delight. Suchi nodded. "After all, I can't let you play for nothing. Help yourselves to these snacks," Suchi said with a smile. But he knew that even if they ate their fill, they wouldn't consume much. After handing Li Shishi 2 bottles of Sprite and 5 bags of potato chips, Suchi then took the remaining snacks over to Li Shua and Lu Qing. Amidst their expressions of gratitude, he distributed the treats. Their eyes glistened with moisture as they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Suchi, their eyes brimming with loyalty. Only then did they begin to eat, taking small bites. Even though they'd been here for over a month now, they had now encountered some of the foods and potato chips available. But in this ancient world, they were desperate for any sustenance. Though they weren't starving, they certainly couldn't afford such fine fare, nor could they ever truly fill their stomachs. Therefore, whenever Suchi gave them lunch or snacks, they ate in tiny bites. They made every effort to feel full. He found a recliner and sat down. Suchi swayed leisurely back and forth. Then he picked up his phone and glanced at the video he'd posted. Wow, the likes had already surpassed 10,000, and the views were well over 100,000. This was starting to go viral. Suchi felt a surge of excitement. In the comments section, many people were genuinely curious. How did this new scenic spot appear here? I've never seen it before. I have no idea either. I'm a local, and I genuinely didn't know there was a scenic spot here. Plus, that girl is absolutely stunning. A Guqin beauty. There are countless beauties online, but I've never seen one this pure and lovely. So where is this scenic spot? Is it fun inside? How much is the admission? Seeing someone ask the question, Suchi quickly typed a reply. Our admission is super affordable, just 50 yuan per person. We just opened, so everyone's welcome to come explore. After Suchi typed his reply, a few more comments appeared moments later. 50 is indeed cheap, and the scenery looks nice. But if we go, will we get to see beautiful women playing the piano? Exactly. The beautiful girl is the main attraction. If she's performing when we visit, that would be perfect. Seeing their comments, Suchi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Li Shishi in the distance. Li Shishi was currently sipping a drink and munching on potato chips. Her cheeks were puffed out, making her look utterly adorable. Noticing Suchi's gaze, Li Shishi waved her little hand with a beaming smile. Just a piano performance Chun should be able to handle that. Suchi thought to himself as he quickly typed. Of course. We have beautiful women playing the zither here every day. Any visitors who want to come are welcome. If that's the case, we definitely have to come check it out. We happen to be in this city and should arrive by evening. Owner, remember to wait for us, don't close early. After reading the last few comments, Suchi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shut off his phone and walked straight up to Li Shishi without hesitation. He cleared his throat slightly. Li Shishi immediately stood up, clutching chips and drinks in her hands, looking flustered. Mr. Su. Suchi nodded, then continued. I'll have you perform a piano piece for the tourists shortly. Is that okay? Although he was already certain there was no issue, Suchi still asked out of curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi hesitated. After all, in ancient times, she wasn't someone who could freely perform for others. The core skills she had mastered, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, were meant to be performed for her husband in the future. For someone of her status and standing to perform for outsiders' amusement was utterly unthinkable. Yet, seeing the hint of anticipation in Suchi's eyes, Li Shishi finally nodded. Alright, Mr. Su, I'll do my best. Hearing Li Shishi's agreement, Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. Don't assume courtesans can be humiliated at will. In ancient times, this profession also valued looks and talent, only then could one move them to play and sing. Moreover, Suchi understood their plight. In the turbulent chaos of ancient times, a delicate woman transported to the modern era, exposed to civilization and morality, would be pressured beyond what befitted his character as a gentleman. Respecting others was his foremost principle, whether dealing with people of the past or present. He stepped forward and patted Li Shishi's soft shoulder. We should welcome a wave of tourists this evening. Whether we can keep them here depends entirely on you. After hearing Suchi's words, Li Shishi nodded repeatedly. She clenched her small fist. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I'll do my utmost to keep them here. Suchi smiled and nodded, then approached Li Zhuo and Lu Qing. After a brief exchange, he instructed them to cooperate with Li Shishi's performance shortly. As soldiers specifically instructed by Bai Qi to obey Suchi's commands, the two men raised no objections. Instead, they vowed to execute it flawlessly. Chapter 11, Li Shishi's performance. College students stunned. The dusky sunset dyed the entire sky a brilliant yellow. Just as Suchi thought those tourists might stand him up. The distant roar of a car engine echoed through the air. A SUV pulled up. 5 people emerged from the SUV. 3 men and 2 women. They all looked like college students. After arriving, they grinned as they surveyed their surroundings, then approached Suchi. Hello, is this the ancient city scenic area featured in that promotional video? The tall, beautiful woman at the front spoke up. Suchi smiled and nodded. That's correct. This is the ancient city scenic area featured in our video. If you'd like to tour it, you can purchase tickets first. He gestured toward Li Shishi's direction. The college students glanced over and, without hesitation, hurried over. Seeing people approaching, Li Shishi quickly set aside the snacks and drinks in her hands. Then she stood up, her hands crossed in front of her, looking a bit nervous. This was the first time he'd seen so many people come together at once. As they approached, Li Shishi was about to greet them. However, the college students spotted the ticket purchase notice posted above the ticket booth. Without hesitation, they scanned the QR code to purchase and pay for their tickets. The entire process unfolded so swiftly that Li Shishi didn't even get a word in. After the students finished their purchase, a male student suddenly turned his gaze toward Li Shishi. He stepped closer, scrutinizing her from head to toe. This caused Li Shishi's pretty face to flush slightly. Moments later, the students suddenly realized. Look! Isn't this the ancient costumed beauty playing the guqin in that video? Hearing his words, the other students looked up as well. They all gasped in unison. It really is her. She's even more beautiful in person than in the video. I've heard the piece you played, High Mountains and Flowing Water, but it sounds slightly different from what I've heard before. Did you arrange it yourself? Could you play another one? I want to hear it right now. They exclaimed excitedly. Yet, faced with their questions, Li Shishi was utterly at a loss for words. Her hands fidgeted nervously, her cheeks flushed slightly, making her appear exceptionally flustered. Seeing this, Suchi sighed helplessly. He knew that as a ticket seller, Li Shishi still needed more experience. But she was originally just the young lady of a prominent family in ancient times. Such a young lady would certainly not have had much social interaction in her daily life. So this reaction was quite understandable. Suchi quickly stepped forward and addressed the group of college students. Everyone, please keep the noise down. This is our staff member, who can certainly play the guqin for you. But it's not quite time for the performance yet. Why don't you all take a stroll around the scenic area first? In about an hour, we'll have the guqin performance and other programs ready. After hearing Suchi's words, the tall college student leaned in, smiling brightly at Suchi. I'm counting on you, though you absolutely must play the qin later. No backing out. Suchi smiled faintly. Rest assured, even though our scenic area just opened, we'd never deceive you about something like this. The students nodded and entered the scenic area. As they passed through the city gate, they immediately spotted Li Zhuo and Lu Qing. One male student couldn't resist approaching and tapped Lu Qing's armor. His eyes lit up slightly. The armor had a wonderfully rustic texture and felt incredibly sturdy, just like real ancient armor. Looks like the owner really splurged on this cosplay setup, he exclaimed with excitement. I forged a set of armor myself. It looks pretty flashy, but the quality is nowhere near yours. Bro, your work uniforms are seriously top-notch. He addressed Lu Qing. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked as if he couldn't resist trying on Lu Qing's armor. Meanwhile, Lu Qing stared straight ahead. He was clearly ignoring him. Seeing this, the male student felt a bit awkward. He scratched his head and entered the ancient city. Less than half an hour later, the 5 college students emerged. Their expressions were all rather grim. At that moment, Suchi approached them and said with a smile, "Why come out so quickly? Aren't you going to look around some more?" The female student immediately rolled her eyes and retorted, "Hey, boss, this is totally rip-off territory. This scenic area isn't even properly set up. Besides 2 vending machines, there isn't a single shop inside. It's practically a ghost town." Exactly. We thought it would be lively inside, but it's way too empty. The group of college students chattered on. Faced with this situation, Suchi remained completely unfazed. The reason was simple. Almost every group of customers who came in reacted the same way. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, his assets were too meager. He simply couldn't afford to renovate the ancient city. The entire ancient city itself sees very little foot traffic. It simply cannot attract merchants to come here voluntarily. That's how we ended up in this situation. But Suchi continued. That's because our ancient town has just opened. Once the facilities are fully prepared, I believe everything everyone needs will be available. After hearing Suchi's words, the college students exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Seeing that his words had convinced them, Suchi couldn't help but think to himself, these days, college students are so easy to fool. Just then, Suchi noticed Li Shishi in the distance was ready. He spoke up immediately. The program is all set. Would you like to go take a look? Hearing this, the students' eyes lit up. Of course we want to see it. If there's no show, we'd have wasted our money on tickets. They hurried over to the distant area. By then, Li Shishi had already carried the ancient zither onto a small performance stage. Seeing only 5 people below, Li Shishi's cheeks flushed slightly. But when she spotted Suchi clenching his fist in the distance, clearly cheering her on, she felt a surge of confidence. She took a deep breath, and her delicate fingers gently caressed the strings of the guqin. The next moment, the elegant melody of the qin began to flow. Once again, it was the melody of high mountains and flowing water. As the music gradually faded away, the college students below applauded enthusiastically. That was absolutely brilliant, even better than the videos. This level of skill is absolutely impossible to achieve without at least 10 years of practice. Young lady, you don't look that old, but I never imagined you'd been practicing the piano since childhood. Hearing their praise, Li Shishi responded with a gentle smile. As for her piano practice, she had indeed started young. This level of skill was only natural. Chapter 12, the bashful Li Shishi blushes for the first time. One more song. One more song. Exactly. One song isn't enough, play a few more. Several college students shouted enthusiastically. At Suchi's subtle glance, Li Shishi began playing again. The students below no longer just listened, instead, they pulled out their phones and started recording. Faced with this situation, Suchi made no attempt to stop them. He understood that for many people today, visiting tourist attractions was all about taking photos. Although his attraction appeared to be an ancient city, it was entirely man-made. There weren't many places suitable for photos. The live music performances were already one of the few remaining attractions. There was absolutely no way he could stop them from taking pictures. Not to mention that their photos and videos could serve as small-scale promotion. This is a crucial opportunity for him to attract repeat customers. Soon, several pieces of music were played. Li Shishi was already feeling a bit tired. Only then did Suchi step forward and speak. That concludes today's performance. If you'd like to see more, please come back next time, he said with a smile. However, the college students exchanged glances, looking rather displeased. Boss, you've only played a few songs, it's barely been half an hour. Isn't there anything else? Exactly. This is way too short. Could we have more acts? These days, shows start at several hours, half an hour is just too short. Responding to their calls, Suchi's gaze fell upon Li Shishi. Li Shishi understood immediately. She lifted her head, ready to play a few more pieces. But Suchi seized her wrist. He saw the exhaustion in her, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. Her beautiful hands were also slightly flushed. He felt a pang of pity for her. After all, Li Shishi was only 16. Whether she was the Li Shishi from unofficial histories, fanfiction, or even the official historical records, at this age, she was nothing more than a child in Suchi's eyes. How could he bear to let her continue playing? Li Shishi's cheeks flushed, yet she made no move to pull away. Her bashful face turned downward, her lashes quivering slightly. Su Qi paid no attention to these details. His mind was elsewhere. But if there really was no program, the gentleman he'd worked so hard to cultivate would be lost. As Su Qi pondered this, his gaze fell upon Li Jue and Lu Qing in the distance. Suddenly, Su Qi's eyes lit up. The program doesn't have to be just beautiful women playing the piano, it could be martial arts combat. Su Qi spoke up immediately. Everyone, rest assured there will definitely be a show. Next up, I'll bring you the next act. As he spoke, Su Qi swiftly approached Li Jue and Lu Qing. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. The two greeted him respectfully. Su Qi nodded and spoke directly. You two know how to fight, right? Go put on a show. We're short on staff and entertainment here, so it's up to you two to liven things up. After hearing his words, Li Jue hesitated before speaking. But is our fighting really any good? Won't it look bad? He couldn't help but voice his concern. Su Qi just laughed and said, Don't worry, I believe in both of you. With that, Su Qi patted both of them on the shoulder. Then he led them straight to the stage. By now, the university students were growing restless from waiting. Seeing the two gatekeeper NPCs take the stage, all five of them exchanged knowing smiles. Boss, what kind of show is this? Are they going to make those two perform with broadswords? The tall beauty spoke up. Su Qi simply shook his head with a smile, then cleared his throat twice before speaking. What we're about to show you is the art of battlefield combat. Real combat. After hearing his words, the audience was taken aback. They had expected a martial arts display with a broadsword, but instead, it was going to be real combat. At that moment, the young man who had previously touched Lu Qing's armor stepped forward and spoke up. Boss, you can't just casually say real combat like that. I've studied this stuff. If you're faking it, I'll expose you. The male student raised his hand and spoke up. Though he said this, his tone held little hostility. Su Qi couldn't help but laugh. If he had hired employees from elsewhere, then it might very well be just for show. Or rather, 100% would be all show, incapable of real combat. But his two employees weren't hired from elsewhere to be all show. Li Jue and Lu Qing were veterans under Qin's legendary general Bai Qi, each with multiple kills to their names. Their fighting style might not be flashy, but its effectiveness is undeniably top-notch. Rest assured, when we say real combat, we mean real combat. After speaking, Su Qi's gaze shifted to Li Jue and Lu Qing standing nearby. Next up, it's your turn to show what you've got. The two men bowed slightly, clasping their fists in salute. The next moment, they gripped their spears tightly and faced each other. With a low shout, they charged toward each other in an instant. The sound of steel clashing echoed. The clash of metal weapons and the sparks flying off their armor startled the 5 college students watching below. A single glance was enough to make them feel the surging momentum. In that instant, they understood, the two on the field weren't performing. This was a real fight. One male student instinctively swallowed hard. His eyes burned with intense heat. He clenched his fists and murmured to himself. This is real combat. This is real fighting. This is just too intense. He was utterly captivated. He quickly pulled out his phone and began filming. The remaining 4 college students didn't hesitate either. At this moment, their reactions were even more explosive than when Li Shishi had played the piano earlier. This was real combat, a man's ultimate attention grabber. It instantly ignited their adrenaline, a battle between real men, a clash on the actual battlefield. Seeing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but smile. Li Jue and Lu Qing were evenly matched in skill. On the battlefield, what mattered most wasn't flashy abilities or superior martial prowess. What they needed was sustained stamina over time, and combat techniques that were just effective enough. Moreover, before they entered the fray, Su Qi had specifically instructed them, though they must fight realistically and fiercely, they absolutely must not injure each other. Thus, though they roared and clashed with explosive intensity, they remained unharmed. Half an hour later, at Su Qi's subtle signal, the match concluded with Lu Qing declared the victor. The students below immediately began applauding. Good. Absolutely fantastic. The first time I've seen such a real fight. Chapter 13, Li Shishi receives a treat, Lay's potato chips. How about it? Our show's pretty good, right? Didn't disappoint you, did it? Arrange for Li Jue and Lu Qing to rest. Su Qi approached the group of college students with a cheerful smile. After hearing his words, the students nodded repeatedly. It's really quite good, boss. But your scenic area feels too open. If you added some shops and more attractions, it would be even better. Exactly. And the entertainment options are a bit sparse, just a musician and a martial arts show at most. It would be even better if there were a few more. After hearing their suggestions, Su Qi smiled and nodded. He painted a rosy picture without batting an eye. Don't worry, folks. The scenic area is just getting started. Once it's fully developed in a few months, there will definitely be more shows, more shops, and more NPCs. We look forward to welcoming you back soon. The college students nodded with smiles. Rest assured, once we get back and post these videos, they'll definitely attract more visitors for the owner. We'll definitely come back next time we get the chance. They chatted cheerfully as they approached the city gate. It was the tall female student who suddenly ran up to Li Shishi with a smile. Seeing the tall, stunningly beautiful woman before her, Li Shishi lifted her head, her beautiful eyes holding a hint of confusion. Just then, the college student reached out and pinched Li Shishi's cheek. She then pulled a bag of Lay's chips from her pocket and placed it before Li Shishi. Little sister, your piano playing was truly wonderful. If you come again next time, I want to hear you play again. Li Shishi, who had been offered the snack, was a bit bewildered. Clearly, this was her first time encountering such a situation. Before she could process it, the college girl had already walked away with a cheerful smile. After watching them drive away, Suchi finally let out a sigh of relief. Today's earnings, 250 yuan. Though the amount wasn't impressive, it was solid ticket money. He called Li Shishi, Li Zhuo, and Lu Qing together. Suchi looked at them and said with a smile, "Everyone did a great job today. Tomorrow at noon, I'll treat you all to a special meal. Let me know what you'd like to eat." Li Shishi and the others also broke into smiles. They all wanted to help Suchi. Now that Suchi was happy, they naturally felt happy too. Li Shishi raised her little hand. "I'd like braised pork belly." Her voice wasn't particularly loud, even a bit soft. She still seemed a bit awkward and nervous. Suchi just smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, there'll be plenty of braised pork." Li Zhuo and Lu Qing beside them also mentioned their favorite dishes. Roast duck and sour cabbage fish, respectively. Suchi agreed to each request. After all, he wouldn't be cooking them himself, he could just buy them from a restaurant in town. Soon, the end of the workday arrived. The three figures slowly faded away, dissolving into specks of white light. Qin Dynasty, Bianjing. Li Shishi returned to her room, smiling as she looked at the snacks brought to her. Across from her sat a man and a woman. They were none other than her father and mother. "Shirer, how was your shift today?" her father inquired. His gaze drifted involuntarily to the Lay's potato chips in Li Shishi's hand. It was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Li Shishi quickly recounted everything that had happened today. After finishing, she felt a pang of regret. At home, her father had always forbidden her from appearing in public. After all, she was a woman. And this time, she had performed playing the zither directly in front of other outsiders. Undoubtedly, this was somewhat inappropriate. Moments later, however, her father smiled and spoke up. "You did well. Helping Mr. Su allows you to maximize your value. Keep up the good work." He smiled and ruffled Li Shishi's hair. Beside him, her mother also smiled and praised her daughter. With both parents' encouragement, Li Shishi's face lit up with a happy smile. Then she shared the Lay's potato chips with both of them. Qin State. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing had just returned when they spotted Bai Qi across the way. A smile involuntarily flickered in Bai Qi's eyes. Most of the supplies Li Zhuo and Lu Qing had brought back earlier had been sold off. In exchange, he had acquired a large quantity of provisions and military supplies. These supplies were sufficient to sustain the entire army for 2 months. This had effectively relieved one of his pressing concerns. Moreover, he had sent the beverages and cooking spices to the royal palace. The king even sent him a commendation. This filled him with immense joy. Beyond that was the walkie-talkie. He had initially estimated its range at just 20 li. The actual operational range, however, reached a staggering 50 li. Consider that the scope of a battle rarely exceeds this range. The walkie-talkie's significantly enhanced range here thrilled him even more. Upon seeing Li Zhuo and Lu Qing return, he immediately addressed them. "How did you two perform today? When's the next payday?" Hearing his words, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing exchanged a glance. They then recounted everything that had happened today to Bai Qi across from them. After listening, Bai Qi gave a slight nod. "You did well. Next time if Mr. Su needs you to fight, you must make it look even more real. As for your armor, from now on, you must wear the finest set available. Never bring disgrace upon Mr. Su." Both men nodded repeatedly. At that moment, Li Zhuo spoke up again. "Our pay won't come until the 1st of next month, roughly 26 days from now." After hearing this, Bai Qi paused for a moment. Then he sighed. "It's still too little. The pay schedule shouldn't change. But with only the two of you earning wages, the supplies we've purchased are indeed insufficient. If another 100 people came to work and earned more wages, that would be ideal." He couldn't help but speak up. His gaze then shifted to Li Zhuo and Lu Qing across from him. "I wonder if Mr. Su might need some additional help. When you two have the chance, you could ask him. If he does need more people, we could send some more over. As for the wages, even half of what you two are getting would be fine." Bai Qi said this because sending more people meant more wages. Even if it was only half, as long as the numbers were large enough, it would still be an astronomical sum for him. After all, these people were all at his level, and ultimately, all the money and supplies would flow back to him. What he didn't know was that Su Qi simply couldn't recruit more people. If he could, Su Qi would have hired hundreds to fill the entire ancient city. Chapter 14. Sorry, lunch not included at this attraction. Early the next morning, accompanied by 3 flashes of white light, Li Shishi and the others arrived at the scenic area. The 3 of them moved with practiced ease to their respective posts. Then they began their shifts. Another half-hour passed before Su Qi finally emerged from his residence. Yawning, he glanced toward Li Shishi and the others in the distance. He waved casually. Su Qi paid them no mind. Instead, he went to wash up alone. Another half-hour passed. When Su Qi finished washing up and returned, he suddenly noticed 2 people gathered around Li Shishi. One was a young girl, the other a woman. They looked like a mother and her daughter. Guests arriving this early today? Su Qi felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected any customers this early, especially without actively soliciting them. He hurried over. Only then did he notice the tall girl. She didn't look old, no more than 25, and there was no way she could have given birth to another girl. So were they sisters? Su Qi shook his head, saying nothing more. As he approached them, the 2 had already purchased their tickets. They turned and walked into the scenic area. As they passed by Li Zhuo and Lu Qing, the cute younger sister curiously touched the armor on Li Zhuo's body. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Sis, this armor looks so authentic. It's almost like the pieces we have at home, but the quality is even better. The taller woman glanced over and immediately replied. Those are homemade replicas. Ours are genuine antiques, they're bound to be different, she said cheerfully, leading her sister into the scenic area. After watching the 2 enter, Li Zhuo finally spoke up. But ours are all authentic, how can they be replicas? He scratched his head, clearly at a loss for words. Lu Qing patted him on the shoulder. They don't know we're from ancient times. It's only natural they'd think our clothes are replicas. Ignoring their conversation, Su Qi found a spot and lay down. Then he watched the video he'd posted. The view count had already hit 1 million. It had practically gone viral. The number of likes was also quite substantial, making Su Qi's eyes sparkle with excitement. With this many views, there should be a lot of people watching this time, right? He immediately started scrolling through the comments. Sure enough, many were asking where exactly this scenic spot was. But even more people were asking about Li Shishi. Su Qi glanced at the comments, almost all from guys. He couldn't help but sigh. These days, a beautiful woman is simply more captivating than any scenic spot. He shook his head and said nothing more. He casually replied to a few inquiries about location, operating hours, or comments on facilities. Then he stretched out leisurely in his chair. Before long, it was noon. Su Qi dialed the food delivery number directly. Before long, a delivery person approached carrying a large bag. Su Qi hurried over and took the lunch from his hands. He then called over Li Shishi and the other 2 to gather around. This is the feast I prepared for everyone today. Make sure to eat your fill, Su Qi said with a smile. He proceeded to open each dish they had selected. 4 dishes and 1 soup, all in generous portions. With 4 servings of rice, it was more than enough for all 4 of them. What a wonderful aroma. Li Shishi's eyes lit up as she sniffed the air, her gaze flickering slightly. At that moment, she couldn't help but swallow hard, clearly eager to dig in. Though Li Zhuo and Lu Qing beside her appeared somewhat more composed, their eyes still drifted involuntarily toward the glistening braised pork. Their eyes sparkled brightly. If Su Qi hadn't held them back, they would have pounced on it already. Su Qi chuckled heartily. No need to be shy, just dig in. I ordered this lunch for everyone. With that, he handed out chopsticks. Li Shishi was the first to add a piece of braised pork to her plate. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, she suddenly noticed Su Qi. She leaned forward and placed the braised pork directly into Su Qi's bowl. Mr. Su, you eat. Seeing her expression, Su Qi couldn't help but speak up. Huh, you've grown up. Li Shishi didn't understand the implication, thinking Su Qi was complimenting her, and she smiled too. Su Qi took a bite, then gestured to the 3 of them. Hurry up and eat. You've got work to get back to. Right, we can't delay work. We have tourists coming today. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing chimed in. Without hesitation, they began eating heartily. Just then, the pair of sisters from the distant city gate emerged once more. They looked somewhat helpless. Boss, why isn't there a single shop inside here? The infrastructure isn't complete, and there aren't any NPCs either. We can't do anything but wander around aimlessly inside. The elder sister spoke with a hint of resignation, stepping closer. After hearing her words, Su Qi offered an apologetic smile and replied. It can't be helped. This attraction just opened. Besides us, everyone else is still in training. It'll be better in a while. You don't hit a smiling face. After hearing Su Qi's explanation, the 2 exchanged a brief glance but said nothing more. Just then, the younger sister clutched her stomach and couldn't help but say, Sis, I'm hungry. Hearing her words, the beautiful older sister's gaze immediately shifted to the work meals Su Qi and the others were eating. I didn't even notice, do you sell meals here? Can I buy one of your work lunches? Upon hearing her question, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing immediately sped up their eating. Clearly, they didn't want these two beauties, one tall, one petite, to snatch their lunch. As for Li Shishi, she actually slowed down her pace. And she didn't order any extra dishes. Evidently, she felt that if she could get these dishes sold for an extra portion, it would be like earning an extra portion of money for Su Qi. After observing the reactions of the three, Su Qi sighed helplessly. Then, he addressed the two beauties, one tall and one petite. Sorry, this is our staff meal and not available for sale to the public. If you'd like something to eat, you can head to our scenic area supermarket. They have bread and instant noodles. Oh, and hot water is still provided free of charge here. Su Qi flashed a professional smile. The older sister rolled her eyes helplessly and led her younger sister into the scenic area supermarket. Inside, it was all self-service shopping. No one was around, but that didn't matter. Soon, they prepared 2 buckets of braised beef noodles and ate them there. Chapter 15, An Extra Way to Make Money. Seeing this scene, Su Qi sighed helplessly. Both bowls of braised beef noodles were sourced by him personally. Even in this tourist area, he hadn't overcharged like a crook. He'd only added 1 yuan to the cost. In other words, after the two across from him bought their bowls and he covered his costs, he made a maximum of 2 yuan. If he could open a restaurant here, the profits wouldn't stop at just 2 yuan. He could easily make 10 times that. Su Qi muttered with a hint of resignation. He knew full well that his current staff was severely understaffed. So, under these circumstances, there was simply no way to open a restaurant or eatery in the short term. There was simply no way he could earn that kind of money right now. Hey, boss, you guys still open today? I'm back. A man's voice rang out. Su Qi looked over and suddenly realized it was one of the 5 college students from yesterday. After pulling up in his car, the man got out and walked over with a smile. Seeing him approach, Su Qi also broke into a smile. What brings you back today? You must be quite enamored with our scenic area, Su Qi said cheerfully. However, upon hearing his words, the male college student froze for a moment. Then he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Boss, doesn't that remark make you feel guilty? What's so enchanting about our scenic area anyway? Hearing this, Su Qi couldn't help but scratch his head. After all, his ancient town really didn't have much to offer. Then why did you come back? Su Qi looked at him with genuine curiosity. The male student's gaze, however, had shifted to Li Shishi and the other two. The scene made Su Qi gasping shock. No way, is this some kind of love story spanning 1,000 years? The problem was Li Shishi was only 16. While that might be considered an adult age in ancient times, old enough to bear children in the modern era, it was absolutely criminal. He thought to himself, about to say something. At that moment, the male student bypassed Li Shishi entirely and approached Li Zhuo and Lu Qing instead. Seeing this, Su Qi sucked in another sharp breath. No way, are college students these days really that bold? They were both adults, but somehow, this made Su Qi feel a bit queasy. Su Qi instinctively felt a twinge of nausea. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing were also taken aback. They were here as gatekeepers, after all. Su Qi had told them they were playing the role of NPCs. Their purpose was to let visitors experience the feel of an ancient city. They understood their roles and positions well enough. But the question was, why had this college student specifically come over to look at them? While same-sex relationships existed in ancient times, they were almost exclusively the preserve of the wealthy and powerful. So the two of them were genuinely baffled, not even remotely suspecting anything inappropriate. The male student reached out with both hands and touched Li Zhuo's chest. A peculiar gleam shimmered in his eyes. This scene was too much for Su Qi to bear. He quickly stepped forward and spoke up. Hey, buddy, this is just a scenic area. Don't read too much into it, okay? Seeing Su Qi's expression, the male student instantly understood what Su Qi was thinking. He opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. Hey, boss, what are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. Then what are you doing? Su Qi stared at his hands, speechless. The male student grinned mischievously. Boss, wanna add another money-making scheme? After all, besides the entrance fee, there's nothing else inside that charges money. Your profits aren't exactly huge, are they? What exactly are you trying to do? Su Qi's face was now filled with wariness. Li Shishi, who had already finished her meal, couldn't help but take 2 steps back, hiding behind Su Qi. As a young lady from ancient times, she had far more knowledge and experience than most. Even she was about to jump to the wrong conclusion. The male college student spoke up directly. I mean, can these suits of armor be sold or rented? I've never seen such authentic-looking armor before. Where did you order it? Could you tell me where to place an order? I want to get a set too. His eyes sparkled as he spoke. At that moment, Su Qi realized it wasn't Li Zhuo and Lu Qing he was interested in. He was after their armor. Su Qi didn't agree immediately. Instead, he turned to Li Zhuo. Could you temporarily remove your armor and let him try it on? Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Zhuo immediately stood up straight and declared. We'll follow Su's lead. Seeing the young man's expression, the male college student was also a bit dumbfounded. To him, still fresh out of school and untouched by the harsh realities of the working world, this scene seemed a bit much. It's just a job, is this really necessary? Su Qi nodded in agreement. Fine then. But this armor is quite valuable. If you want to wear it once, no, for 1 hour it'll cost you 100. And while you're wearing it, you'll have to stand at the city gate as my NPC employee. After hearing Su Qi's words, the male college student across from him froze for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm not short on cash. 100 it is. But can I take pictures? Su Qi immediately smiled. Of course, taking photos is absolutely no problem. Following Su Qi's gesture, Li Zhuo led the student into a room. Moments later, Li Zhuo changed into a simple outfit. The male student, now clad in the armor, emerged. He was now extremely excited. His eyes sparkled as he kept snapping selfies. But after just 10 minutes, he found himself panting heavily. Panting heavily, he looked at Li Zhuo and said, "Bro, you've got some serious stamina. I thought this armor was just about the material and looks, but man, it's heavy as hell when you put it on. How do you manage to wear it all day long?" Hearing his words, Li Zhuo gave a cold snort. But then he remembered what Su Qi had said. As an employee, he should still respond to these people's questions. Therefore, he took a deep breath and replied, "To wear this armor properly requires at least 3 years of training. Otherwise, you won't be able to move freely on the battlefield." Hearing his words, the male college students nearby were all taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to bring up the battlefield. But in an instant, he understood. Bro, you're really getting into character here. What a high level of professionalism. Hey, snap a picture for me. Saying this, he handed his phone to Li Zhuo. Then he instructed Li Zhuo on how to take the photo. The two of them tiptoed around taking pictures. Chapter 16, A Small Fire at the Scenic Spot. Revenue, 800. 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Wave after wave of customers arrived. Most arrived in small groups. After buying tickets, each person went their own way into the scenic area. As for whether they were taking photos or doing something else, Su Qi didn't care. After all, he couldn't possibly keep track of them all. So he simply let them be. As for Su Qi, he found a shady spot and lay down quietly. He scrolled through comments, replying to their messages. He calculated today's sales figures. 12 people, that's a solid 600 yuan. Plus the male college student who rented it for 2 hours, total revenue was 800 yuan. Today was far more significant than before. Seems like making videos really works. Su Qi exclaimed excitedly. This was the first time in a month that his daily revenue had reached such a high figure. He couldn't help but feel thrilled. He even considered treating Li Shishi and Li Zhuo to an extra meal tomorrow, allowing these ancient people to savor the delights of modern cuisine. Just as Su Qi was feeling rather pleased with himself, a SUV pulled up at the distant entrance. 4 people stepped out. They appeared to be around 30 years old. Clearly, they were seasoned travelers. "See, I told you there was an ancient city attraction here. I didn't lie to you, did I?" The man in the front spoke up with a smile. The other man and 2 women beside him nodded in agreement. Who would have thought there's actually an ancient town here? Look, there's a ticket booth over there. Let's go buy our tickets first. They said, bought tickets, and headed to the city gate. Just as they were about to enter, the group suddenly backed away, staring at Li Zhuo and Lu Qing, the 2 ancient men. By now, Li Zhuo had put his armor back on, while the male college student had long since found a spot to lie down. After wearing it for just 2 hours, he was already exhausted beyond endurance. "This armor of yours is quite something." A tall-looking man frowned as he spoke. He reached out and ran his fingers over the armor on Li Zhuo's body. "These marks don't look like they were made intentionally. They look like they came from regular use. I'd say this armor's seen at least 5 years of battle. Remarkable." He spoke, his eyes widening in astonishment. At this moment, Li Zhuo couldn't quite follow what he was saying, but the thought that his armor could still fetch a price made him perk up. He immediately began pitching his wares. "This armor rents for 100 yuan an hour, sir. Care to rent it for an hour?" As soon as he finished speaking, a woman beside him tapped the man on the shoulder and said, "What are you thinking? Your occupational habit is kicking in, isn't it? $100 an hour for armor? How could it be real? Probably just the armor maker trying to make it look more authentic. Come on, let's explore this ancient city first. Who knows, maybe there's a surprise waiting inside." Hearing his companion's words, the man smiled and shook his head. Indeed, $100 an hour? How could that be real? With that, they stepped into the ancient city. Li Zhuo wore a puzzled expression. Su Qi, watching from afar, pondered the scene. He then walked straight over to Li Zhuo and Lu Qing. "Mr. Su." The two immediately addressed him with utmost respect. Su Qi nodded and spoke directly. "Could you bring an extra set of armor? It's quite a hassle for you to keep swapping them out like this. If we could just display them outside for rental, I think that would work better." After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shua and Lu Qing exchanged a glance. Then both shook their heads helplessly. We can only bring the armor we're wearing each time, we can't carry any extra gear. Sorry, Mr. Su, we just can't bring an extra set. Both men lowered their heads in embarrassment as they spoke. Su Qi had clearly gone out of his way to help them, providing so many amazing things. Yet they couldn't even manage to bring an extra set of armor. This made them feel deeply ashamed. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi immediately smiled and said, "It's fine. I was just asking. If you can't bring it, you can't bring it." Su Qi sighed helplessly as he spoke. Truthfully, he'd had this idea from the very beginning. He'd wanted Li Shua, Lu Qing, and Li Shishi to bring him some antiques from ancient times. But it turned out they couldn't bring them over at all. Later, he also realized that if he really tried to sell the antiques they brought back, they'd fetch next to nothing. After all, it takes centuries, even millennia of time's relentless erosion for an object to truly become an antique. Otherwise, the items Su Qi had obtained might be genuine in material and craftsmanship, but they simply didn't have the required historical weight. If someone with ulterior motives tracked him down, he'd have no way to explain it. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Su Qi chuckled to himself. His gaze drifted toward the distance once more. 2 more groups of customers arrived. All told, 22 customers had come today. That was already a pretty good haul. Soon, evening had arrived. The dusky sky was bathed in the glow of the setting sun. A hint of weariness crept in. Yet the breathtaking scene, casting its glow over the entire ancient city, truly offered a splendid view. Capturing this view might just make for a great promotional video. Su Qi chuckled to himself as he walked over, picked up his phone, and prepared to snap a photo. Just then, a sharp click echoed. Su Qi's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't even pressed the shutter yet. Could this phone have an auto-shoot feature? As Su Qi pondered this, several more clicks echoed from nearby. Only then did he realize it wasn't him taking the photos, it was someone else. He turned his head and immediately saw a stylishly dressed woman. She was in her early 20s, holding a professional video camera and filming continuously. Noticing Su Qi looking her way, the woman extended her left hand and addressed him. "Hello, I'm a professional photographer. I heard this ancient city was quite nice, so I came specifically to take a look." Su Qi smiled and nodded, then asked, "May I see the photos you've taken?" The woman paused for a moment before quickly replying, "Of course." After taking the camera, Su Qi glanced through it and couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Professionals are professionals. They're much better than mine. May I ask for a few photos to use in a promotional video? Or better yet, I'll just hire you to shoot a whole promotional video for me. Just shoot some random stuff, I'll edit and upload the video myself. Chapter 17, A New Employee is Coming. After hearing Su Qi's words, the woman chuckled softly. Then she spoke up directly. "Well, I'll have to charge you for that." Hearing this, Su Qi felt a headache coming on. These days, the mere mention of fees gave Su Qi a headache. Because at this very moment, he really didn't have much money on him. Seeing Su Qi's awkward expression, the woman finally spoke up. "I haven't bought a ticket yet. How about you just give me the ticket and waive the fee? Waive my admission and I'll shoot you a set of photos." Hearing this, Su Qi immediately smiled. "No problem at all. Feel free to wander around, you could even stay for a whole month straight." "How could I possibly stay that long?" The female photographer chuckled, then motioned for Su Qi to come over and helped him set up the lighting. The two began shooting scenes throughout the ancient city. The female photographer was highly professional. They not only took photos but also shot some videos. After a short while, however, the photographer sighed with resignation. "This ancient town isn't finished yet. There aren't any distinctive features inside. Photos taken here won't generate much buzz." Hearing this, Su Qi immediately repeated his earlier pitch. The photographer nodded. "It's just getting started, so this is all we can do for now." "Oh, I saw a ticket seller dressed in period costume earlier, and 2 guards in armor. Could we include them in the shot? If we get them in the frame, it might elevate the effect." Su Qi immediately smiled. "Of course. I'll go get them for you." Soon, Su Qi brought Li Shishi and the other 2 over, leaving everything to the photographer across the way. He instructed them to cooperate fully and help the photographer create a series of special effects shots. Watching them get to work, Su Qi smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the sisters who had first appeared came out again. They both stretched lazily. "Boss, we've pretty much seen everything. Didn't you say there'd be a show here? Why haven't we seen anything?" the taller sister said with a hint of exasperation. Seeing the 2 of them, Su Qi froze for a moment. He hadn't expected these 2 to still be here after spending the entire day browsing. He hurried over and addressed them. "There is a show, but it won't start for a while." "What kind of show? Is it that historical drama beauty playing the zither I saw online?" the little girl said excitedly. Su Qi smiled and nodded. "That's right. We only have 2 shows here now. One is the beauty playing the zither, and the other is live combat. At this point, Su Qi paused before adding. Since we only have a few people here now, once everyone finishes training and comes back, the shows will be much more polished. Alright, we'll wait a little longer then. The tall sister said, leading her younger sister to find a place to sit. After sitting for a while, they grew restless and wandered into the scenic area's convenience store. They bought some snacks and began munching while they waited. Soon, 2 more tourists emerged from the scenic area. They asked the same question. Su Qi gave them the same answer and told them to wait there as well. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qi walked straight into the office, grabbed a large sign, wrote down the performance times and program details. He then posted it directly on the notice board by the gate. This time, whenever anyone asked him, he simply pointed them in that direction. 1 hour later. All 22 people who had entered earlier gathered here. Su Qi was somewhat surprised he hadn't expected a single one of them to leave. It seemed the program's appeal needed to be taken up a notch. Su Qi exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, the female photographer arrived with Li Shishi and the other 2. They all looked somewhat exhausted. Su Qi stepped forward to greet them and asked, "How did the shoot go?" The female photographer replied with a smile. The 3 of them were incredibly cooperative and photogenic. This shoot turned out exceptionally well. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he addressed Li Shishi and the others. "Shishi, you 3 get ready. We'll have you perform a little something shortly." Hearing Su Qi's request, the 3 nodded without hesitation and immediately went to prepare. The female photographer shot him a surprised look. She transferred the data to Su Qi's phone while she asked curiously, "I didn't expect you guys to have a performance here. I definitely have to watch it." "You're more than welcome," Su Qi replied with a smile. Soon, Li Shishi walked onto the stage carrying her guqin. Seeing the more than 20 people below, she took a deep breath. Clearly, she hadn't expected so many people to be here. After all, only a handful of people had watched her perform yesterday. This made her feel a bit socially anxious. But recalling her father's words, she rallied her spirits. When she spotted Su Qi in the distance, fist raised in encouragement, she immediately broke into a gentle smile. Her delicate fingers touched the strings. Soon, the melody of high mountains and flowing water filled the air. At first, the crowd listened with mild amusement, but gradually, they became utterly captivated. Li Shishi's skill on the qin was truly remarkable. People quickly pulled out their phones to record, while others applauded. Even the female photographer beside them gasped in astonishment. She promptly raised her camera and captured several close-ups of Li Shishi. The performance concluded swiftly. Li Zhuan and Lu Cheng, clad in armor and wielding weapons, strode onto the stage. The next moment, they let out a low shout. They collided head-on. The clash of weapons and the grinding of armor produced a metallic clang. This completely ignited the crowd's excitement. They cheered incessantly. Overwhelmed with excitement. Seeing this, Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Now, as he looked at his earnings for the day, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. At this rate, he'd soon be able to summon the next ancient figure. He just didn't know who the next ancient figure would be. Hopefully they'll have some unique skills. Otherwise, my scenic area really wouldn't be able to add any new features. Su Qi chuckled to himself. He stood quietly beside them, admiring the distant performance. Below, people kept filming videos and cheering. Everyone seemed genuinely delighted. This harmonious scene unfolded gradually. 2 hours later, the performance concluded. Su Qi personally escorted everyone to their vehicles one by one, waving them off as they departed. In the distance, Li Shishi and the other 2 also broke into smiles. Seeing the increased revenue at the ancient city's scenic area, they were genuinely delighted. What surprised Su Qi even more was that today's revenue was already sufficient for him to summon another ancient figure. Chapter 18, New Employee Li Shimin. Mr. Su, we're off for the day. Mr. Su, goodbye. Mr. Su, see you tomorrow. Li Shishi and the other 2 said in unison. Immediately, their figures began to fade into transparency. The next moment, they vanished completely before Su Qi. Su Qi smiled, then without hesitation, quickly returned to his hotel. As soon as he got back, he flopped down onto the bed. Now he could summon new ancient figures. Su Qi exclaimed excitedly. He just didn't know who he'd summon this time. Hopefully a famous historical figure. Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly before he activated the system. Summoning conditions met. Proceed with random summoning? Hearing the system prompt, Su Qi clicked yes without hesitation. Random summoning in progress. Summoning in progress. Summon successful. To add new employees, please check yourself. Is that all for the summoning? Su Qi was taken aback. This had been even easier than before. Without hesitation, he opened his employee handbook. Employee, Li Shishi. Era, Song Dynasty. Employee, Li Zhuan. Era, Qin Dynasty. Employee, Lu Qing. Era, Qin Dynasty. Employee, Li Shimin. Era, Tang Dynasty. Employee, Zheng He. Era, Tang Dynasty. Current staff, 24. After reading the system's employee handbook, Su Qi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. There were suddenly 21 more people. This was something Su Qi had never imagined. He had only summoned 3 people initially. Now he'd summoned 21 people outright. Su Qi's team had gone from a musket to a cannon overnight. Wait a minute, they all seem to be from the Tang Dynasty. And that's Li Shishi? Could it be that I've summoned Emperor Li, heir of the Tang Dynasty? Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. The 3 he summoned earlier were all obscure figures in history. But this time, he'd summoned an emperor outright. This was undoubtedly beyond his imagination. After shutting down the system, Su Qi gazed at the bright stars outside with a touch of longing. Given the current situation, these 21 individuals could serve not only as NPCs but also as security personnel. The only question was whether Li Shishi, as the emperor, would be willing. Ah, never mind that. I'll see them all tomorrow morning anyway. Su Qi murmured excitedly. Then he flopped onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Tang Dynasty. Li Shishi jolted awake. At that moment, he was in Chang'an, the capital of the Tang Dynasty. A long sword was clutched in his hand. Scanning his surroundings, he saw no sign of the assassin and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He rubbed his temples. Father wants to kill me, and the crown prince wants to kill me too. It seems I can no longer stay in Chang'an. He sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a series of mechanical sounds echoed in his mind. Employee, ancient city, I'm off to work for someone else. As the data flooded into his mind. In that instant, he suddenly grasped the ordeal awaiting him. It made him gasp in shock. Could it be a god? To actually travel to the future even if it meant working for someone else was utterly absurd. He uttered in astonishment. Then he quickly shook his head. At that moment, the images of 20 other people suddenly appeared in his mind. Are these the people who'll be working alongside me? Li Shishi spoke aloud, stepping directly outside. He immediately ordered his men to summon all 20 individuals. He discovered that all 20 were under his command. They now served as his bodyguards. Once the 20 men entered, Zheng, who was at the front, immediately knelt on the ground. Your Highness! You summoned us! Li Shishi gave a slight nod to Zheng before him. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. You should all have heard that voice in your minds as well, right? Hearing his words, the others exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Zheng spoke up. Your Highness, could this be a hoax? Or perhaps some mountain hermit is playing tricks on us? Were your subordinates us taking odd jobs is one thing, but how could your Highness, the second prince, work for others? As his words fell, the others nodded in agreement. Clearly, in their eyes, they were merely Li Heir's subordinates. Therefore, working for others was no big deal. But for Li Shishi? Absolutely not. He was the second prince, and according to their current plans, Li Shishi had the potential to become the new emperor. The emperor was the most powerful and influential figure in the world. Who would dare send the emperor out to work? Thus, they all refused and even tried to dissuade him. Yet after hearing their words, Li Shishi now gazed at them indifferently. Then he spoke directly. As you say, I am merely the second prince now. My position may seem exalted, but you know full well that I could be killed at any moment. There's no need to rush to deny this. This journey into the future might just be our chance. Zheng and the others exchanged puzzled looks. They had no idea why Li Shishi would say such a thing. Li Shishi merely offered a faint smile. He didn't expect his soldiers to understand. After all, they were merely soldiers. As someone harboring ambitions to become emperor, he undoubtedly harbored far more complex thoughts. He understood that, given the current situation, it wouldn't be long before he too would have to flee Chang'an. Otherwise, the reigning emperor and crown prince would surely seek to eliminate him. He drew a deep breath. He hesitated no longer, merely gazing silently at the 20 men before him before speaking. This matter is closed. Starting today, all 20 of you will reside within my courtyard. Without orders, you are not to leave. Tomorrow, we will go together to see the place where we will work. Once we arrive, you must obey orders and under no circumstances act on your own initiative. After hearing his words, Zheng and the others across from him nodded repeatedly. Since Li Heir demanded they obey the voice in their minds, they would never entertain any other thoughts. After all, to them, Li Heir was their god. He ordered everyone to stay in other rooms. Li Shishi turned his gaze toward the starry sky outside. He wondered whether this turn of events was a blessing or a curse. Having traveled to the future, he reasoned, he should be able to learn about the affairs of the Tang Dynasty from the historical records of that era. Indeed, this was precisely what Li Shishi pondered. Every dynasty has its historical records. And this time, he was going to the future to see the historical records of his own Tang Dynasty. Chapter 19, Li Shishi has come to work. A ray of morning sunlight streamed into Su Qi's room. Su Qi slowly stretched his arms. After standing up, his gaze drifted toward the window. He headed straight into the bathroom to wash up. He changed into his clothes and headed outside. This time, Li Shimen and the others should have arrived. 21 people in total. This was a huge score. Su Qi muttered to himself as he hurried toward the ancient city. At that very moment, at the ancient city gate, amidst a flash of white light, 21 figures materialized at the ancient city's entrance. Li Shimen's gaze instinctively swept around the surroundings. Then he turned to look at the ancient city behind him. It looks almost identical to our era. Zheng, he spoke up beside him. Li Shimen nodded. Indeed, there wasn't much difference, only the materials of the city walls seemed distinct. It appeared that certain aspects of this future era hadn't changed significantly. He spoke slowly. Leading the group, he was about to enter the ancient city. He wanted to see what differences this ancient city of the future held. However, they had barely taken a few steps. Suddenly, several scattered points of white light flickered in the distance. The next moment, Li Shishi, Li Shua, and Lu Qing appeared one after another. As the three of them materialized, their gazes fell upon Li Shimen and the others in the distance. At that moment, they all froze in surprise. After all, they had no idea new recruits would be arriving today. At that moment, Zheng He swiftly drew his long sword alongside several guards, glaring menacingly at the trio in the distance. They had no idea how these strangers had arrived. But now, seeing those distant specks of starlight, a flicker of alarm crossed their faces. After all, people appearing out of nowhere inevitably startled them. If they were assassins, it would be impossible to guard against them. Who are you? Li Shua and Lu Qing were also feeling a bit tense. Seeing so many people, he had assumed they were early arriving tourists. But now, the other party had actually drawn their blades. Moreover, the clothes they wore looked quite different from those of ordinary tourists. This undoubtedly made him extremely wary. As for Li Shishi, she hid behind the two men. She cautiously watched Li Shimen and the others in the distance. Li Shimen immediately raised his hand to halt everyone. Hold on. Only then did his gaze sweep up and down Li Shua and Lu Qing. Noticing the armor they wore and the weapons they held, this inevitably brought to mind the soldiers of historical times. He then bowed slightly. You two must be the veterans. We're new employees here. Could you tell us where Mr. Su is? The moment they heard his words, Li Shua and Lu Qing finally understood. Li Shua cleared his throat and spoke directly. We are indeed employees here. So by that logic, you two are employees too. I never imagined Mr. Su would bring in new staff. As for Mr. Su, he'll likely come to inspect our work in a little while. I see. I wonder which dynasty you gentlemen hail from? Li Shimen asked curiously. Li Shua spoke directly. Lu Qing and I served under General Bai Qi of the Qin state. I come from the Qin Dynasty. Li Shishi, standing nearby, also spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Li Shimen's eyes lit up. So you are descendants from the Warring States period. No wonder you carry such formidable presence. I was rude, he said with a smile. His gaze then fell upon Li Shishi. The Qin Dynasty, he had never heard of it. Therefore, in his estimation, this likely originated from the Tang Dynasty that would follow his own. Thus, he too smiled as he spoke. This woman was also exceptionally beautiful. Had she lived in my dynasty, she would surely have been an imperial consort. After hearing his words, Li Shishi felt a surge of happiness and whispered softly. Then which dynasty are you from? Li Shimen replied with a smile. I am Li Shimen, a man of the Tang Dynasty. Li Shua and Lu Qing showed no reaction. To them, Li Shimen and his companions were complete strangers. However, upon hearing his voice, Li Shishi immediately exclaimed in astonishment. It's Emperor Li Shimen of the Tang Dynasty. Upon hearing his words, Zheng He and the others were taken aback. After all, Li Shimen hadn't ascended the throne yet. Yet Li Shimen's eyes lit up. He hurried forward a few steps. Then he spoke up. According to what you said, I will become emperor in the future. Could you elaborate further? His face was aglow with excitement. After all, becoming emperor was now his sole ambition. But for now, he remained imprisoned within Chang'an. By his own estimation, the odds of success weren't high. But now it seemed his future success was practically guaranteed. Li Shishi nodded. She then recounted to Li Shimen what she knew from historical texts about the Tang Dynasty. After listening to her, Li Shimen pondered slowly. The Xuanwu Gate incident, so this was the turning point that would make me emperor? I never imagined that in the future I would actually drive my father to his death and kill my eldest brother. As he spoke, he shook his head with a sigh. Throughout history, emperors have always chosen their legitimate heir over the capable one. But only Li Shimen understood. That was when their talents were roughly equal. If the gap in ability was too great, then no one but the legitimate heir would ever consent. Take him, for instance. He could sense that his eldest brother was not suited to be emperor. If the other party were to actually ascend the throne, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Moreover, now that he was certain he could become emperor himself, he could naturally carry out certain plans upon his return. Afterward, Li Shimen discussed other matters with Li Zhua and Lu Qing. Topics like salaries and local customs were discussed. Li Zhua and Lu Qing harbored no ulterior motives. To them, the man before them was an emperor, albeit a future one. But an emperor nonetheless. Thus, the two men essentially shared everything they knew with Li Shimen. After all, even if they didn't, Su Qi would come and tell Li Shimen everything anyway. Half an hour later. Having heard all the information, Li Shimen was somewhat astonished. So that's how it was. In this era, such marvels still existed? A person's monthly wages could actually buy a marvel like a walkie-talkie. And all sorts of other supplies were so cheap. Lighters that produced sparks with a single press, phones enabling video calls across thousands of miles, and flashlights that emitted light without producing flames. This future era was simply too wonderful. He exclaimed excitedly, his eyes glinting at that moment. He knew his choice this time had been the right one. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. Oh, you're all here. Chapter 20, Mealtime becomes a problem. Su Qi watched as the group in the distance approached with smiles on their faces. His gaze now swept up and down Li Shimen before him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. I presume you are Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen. But how can you be so young? This struck Su Qi as astonishing. The Li Shimen before him appeared to be only around 25 years old. This was vastly different from the figure he remembered from history textbooks. Li Shimen bowed deeply, clasped his hands, and addressed him formally. I am Li Shimen, currently the second prince of the Tang Dynasty. Greetings, Mr. Su. Zheng He and the others nearby promptly chimed in. Greetings, Mr. Su. Upon hearing their words, Su Qi instantly realized that Li Shimen had not yet ascended the throne at this point in time. This realization surprised him somewhat. Yet he also breathed a sigh of relief. For if an emperor were truly to work for him, it might have given him a small thrill. He genuinely doubted whether the other party would overthrow him. After all, this was an emperor we're talking about. He likely lacked nothing. Under such circumstances, Su Qi couldn't believe an emperor working for him wouldn't harbor any resentment deep down. But if Li Shimen hadn't yet ascended the throne, he was merely the second prince. Though even the second prince was worlds apart from ordinary people. But he was undoubtedly far above the common folk. Su Qi nodded, then spoke directly. Since we're all here, we're colleagues. Though our statuses vary, it's best to address each other as such. His reason for saying this was naturally for Li Shishi, Li Zhua, and Lu Qing. Their status naturally couldn't compare to Li Shimen's. Moreover, Li Shimen's side numbered 21 people. He genuinely feared the three might be marginalized by Li Shimen's group. Li Shimen quickly interjected with a smile. Rest assured, Mr. Su. Li Zhua and Lu Qing are my ancestors, and Miss Li is my junior. We're all colleagues here now, and there will absolutely be no ulterior motives. After hearing this, Su Qi nodded in agreement. That's the best outcome. You 20-odd people will serve as security guards. Beyond that, you can also act as NPCs. Your outfits are decent enough, just patrol the city with swords slung over your shoulders. Su Qi said with a smile. The customers who came earlier were all complaining that there were only 3 NPCs here. Once they entered the ancient city, there was absolutely no one inside. They had to explore on their own. Plus, this artificial ancient city was fundamentally different from the real thing. People mostly just snapped a few photos. Now, with so many staff and NPCs added, it was naturally the best outcome. Li Shimen nodded. Understood. Zheng He and the others spoke in unison at the same time. Aye. Su Qi gave a slight nod without further comment. Instead, he let them patrol on their own. As for himself, he found a spot to sit down and watch the likes and comments on the video. By now, the video had been live for 2 days. The initial surge of traffic had subsided. Each day only saw an increase of 10 to 20,000 views. Likes and comments only increased by a handful each day. Su Qi pondered whether he should shoot a few more videos. Then, his gaze fell upon Li Shimen and the others patrolling in the distance. Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. If he could film them all, wouldn't that be perfect for promoting that our ancient city staff is now fully assembled? Wouldn't that entice some of the customers who visited earlier to come back again? Realizing this, Su Qi wasted no time, immediately gathering everyone together. He explained the plan to them. Then he picked up his phone and began filming. The main focus of this shoot was still Li Shishi playing the piano. After all, in this era, beautiful women always drew more attention than men. But this time, behind Li Shishi, besides the 2 armored figures Li Zhua and Lu Qing, there stood Li Shimen, the future emperor, with his extraordinary presence accompanied by 20 guards clad in dazzling armor and wielding long swords. The sheer presence was entirely different. After completing the first take, Su Qi exhaled slowly. After a moment's hesitation, he filmed another take of Li Zhua and Lu Qing sparring. Then, he had the 20 guards behind Li Shimen perform a martial arts sequence. Only then, satisfied, did he return to his room with the 3 videos to begin editing. Although Li Shimen didn't quite understand at first, after questioning Li Shishi and the others, he grasped what Su Qi was up to. This also piqued his curiosity considerably. The morning passed quickly. Since the weather wasn't particularly good today, only a couple with a child came by. They didn't have much on their minds. Unlike the young people, they simply took their child on a tour of the entire ancient city. Then they left without lingering. They didn't even interact much with Li Zhua, Lu Qing, or Li Shimen. Faced with this situation, Su Qi didn't say much. After all, everyone was here as tourists. They were here to explore. Under these circumstances, everyone's happiness was paramount. After posting 3 videos, Su Qi stepped outside. By then, it was already noon. Su Qi rubbed his stomach. It was lunchtime again. He spoke up, having placed an order for takeout. Seeing the 1,250 yuan he'd spent, Su Qi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Li Shimen and the others earned the same wages as Li Zhua and Lu Qing. 10 yuan a day. Plus 2 days off per month. So each month came to 280 yuan. But when it came to meals, Su Qi had no intention of shortchanging them. When it was just Li Shishi and the other two, Su Qi allocated 50 yuan per person daily for meals. Though he himself spent 200 yuan daily, which was already quite generous. But this time, with Li Shimen joining them, there were now 21 people. The daily food budget shot up to 1,250 yuan. That was a huge difference. This won't do. At this rate, I'll go out of business before long. Su Qi sighed helplessly. You see, although he secured all the entrance tickets for the entire scenic area himself, and he didn't even pay Li Shimen and the others' salaries himself, the problem was that daily revenue barely reached 1,200 yuan. At this rate, he really would go out of business. Looks like he'd have to buy some rice and flour tomorrow and start cooking his own meals. As he spoke, Su Qi's gaze drifted toward Li Shimen and the others in the distance. He just didn't know if any of them knew how to cook. Soon, the delivery guy arrived. The delivery guy arrived carrying a large box, helping Su Qi move it inside. Wiping sweat from his brow, the delivery guy grinned and said, "Mr. Su, how come you ordered so much today? Are you hiring new staff or something?" Su Qi replied with a smile. "Yes, we're officially opening today, so naturally we need enough staff." Chapter 21, Asking Li Shimen for WeChat. After seeing the delivery guy off, Su Qi moved the items onto the table. Then he called Li Shimen and the others over. He then invited everyone to eat. Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and Li Shishi found their seats. They only began eating after Su Qi had started. Li Shimen, however, was somewhat surprised. Su Qi had ordered boxed meals. He stared at the rather elaborate boxed meal, thoroughly astonished. Upon opening it, an enticing aroma wafted out. It was incredibly delicious, and we're just employees yet each of us got so much meat. The benefits for workers are too good. He couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling with delight. Zheng and the others were equally astonished. Though they served under Li Shimen and served as his bodyguards. The problem was, Li Shimen was currently only the second prince, still facing widespread suppression. At best, they could afford meat once a month. Yet judging by the current situation, working here meant they could have meat every single day at noon. This left him utterly astonished and overjoyed. Watching everyone devour their meals so swiftly, Su Qi nodded with a smile, then turned to Li Shimen and asked, "I wonder if any of your men know how to cook? With so many people eating, we can just cook for ourselves from now on. No need to order out." Li Shimen froze upon hearing Su Qi's words. He turned to look at his 20 guards. Zheng and the others also looked somewhat stunned. Then, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Clearly, they were all guards skilled in martial arts. But cooking was absolutely not their forte. Seeing the hint of disappointment in Su Qi's eyes, Li Shimen quickly interjected. "None of my men know how to cook at the moment, but they can learn. Zheng, select 2 men to study cooking. They must master this skill within a week." Hearing his words, Zheng immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "Yes, sir." Seeing their expressions, Su Qi opened his mouth but said nothing more. After all, if they could learn to cook, it would solve one of his immediate problems. After all, whether it was Li Shishi, Li Zhua, or Lu Qing, the 3 of them had to juggle their regular duties with playing musical instruments and performing martial arts demonstrations. So, with Li Shimen bringing so many people, it was beneficial for them to master some skills. Not to mention, if their cooking actually met the mark, Su Qi could even open a small restaurant in the ancient city. Then he could earn a little extra from the constant stream of tourists. Realizing this, Su Qi quickly finished his boxed meal. He grabbed a tablet, searched for some cooking tutorials. He placed it directly in front of Li Shimen and the others, then spoke up. "Since we're cooking, let's do it the modern way. Learn about contemporary kitchen appliances, things like rice cookers. Our hotel happens to have a full set of kitchen equipment. Send 2 people to learn how to use it." Li Shimen stared at the glowing tablet before him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He nodded in agreement. He personally selected 2 guards to begin learning how to use the electric rice cooker and other kitchen appliances featured in the tablet. Besides those 2 watching, Li Shimen himself was secretly watching along. In all his years, he had never seen anything that could record images. So he was quite excited and amazed. Su Qi didn't say much about it. After all, he didn't really count as a customer here. So if Li Shimen wanted to slack off, let him slack off. Soon, it was 5:50 p.m. Due to the videos from earlier that morning, many tourists began inquiring. Su Qi answered each one individually. Soon, wave after wave of tourists arrived. Leading the way was a group of college students. The 6 of them were probably from the same dorm. The 6 girls were quite excited, especially after seeing Li Shishi. They all crowded around, hoping Li Shishi would play the zither for them. Su Qi quickly interjected. It's not time for the piano performance yet. You can all explore for now. When it's time for the show, I'll teach you then. Just make sure to call us when it's time. The college girl at the front said cheerfully. Then she led her roommate off to explore. The remaining tourists also entered the city to explore. This time, no one emerged quickly. After all, Li Shimen was roaming the entire ancient city with his guards. Su Qi also taught them some basic security knowledge. Li Shimen and his men were busy preventing tourists from engaging in uncivilized behavior. For instance, they stopped tourists from littering. They also provided directions. For instance, they pointed out where the restrooms were and where to find rest areas, among other things. At that moment, the female college student approached Li Shimen. She reached out to touch Li Shimen's clothes. She remarked with a hint of surprise. Your period costume looks so exquisite. Where exactly did you get it made? Could you tell me the shop's name? I'd like to order one for myself too, the girl said with a smile. Song He and the others were startled by this scene. After all, Li Shimen was the second prince. Under these circumstances, commoners had absolutely no right to touch him. Not just commoners, no one had the right to touch him casually. Yet now, this female tourist was casually stroking Li Shimen's robe. This undoubtedly left them stunned. Zheng He and the others hurried over, intending to shoo her away. But at that moment, Li Shimen directly raised his hand to stop him. Then, he smiled and said, "These are custom made by us. They're not available for sale anywhere yet." After hearing this, the female student pouted, looking distinctly displeased. Her gaze then swept up and down Li Shimen standing before her. Li Shimen, 25 years old, possessed a unique aura and was exceptionally handsome. The girl walked straight up to him, hooked her arm through his. Then she called out to her roommate. Ying, come help me take some pictures with this hottie. Who knew the NPCs here were all so handsome? Li Shimen paused for a moment but didn't object. Instead, he cooperated and posed for photos with them. After snapping a few quick shots, the girls giggled as they flipped through the photos. Just as Li Shimen thought the matter was settled and prepared to patrol elsewhere, the female student approached him again, smiling brightly. Is there something you need? Li Shimen asked curiously. The college girl smiled and spoke directly. Could I get your WeChat? Let's be friends. Chapter 22, Li Shimen sells his looks online. WeChat? Li Shimen asked in surprise. He had no idea what it was. So when the other person asked, he was a bit confused too. The female college student froze in place. Then her face flushed with anger. If you won't give it, then don't. But pretending you don't know? Oomph. She snorted coldly and left with her roommate. At that moment, a guard approached. Your Highness, this man is utterly insolent. Shall we apprehend him and make him accompany your Highness in death? Hearing his subordinate's words, Li Shimen turned to glance at him. His gaze turned icy cold. The guard was taken aback, clearly not expecting the situation to turn out this way. He opened his mouth, about to speak. Li Shimen suddenly spoke. Slap him. Hearing this command, the guard remained somewhat bewildered, yet he began to slap his own face, one blow after another. After a moment of this, his face began to swell. Only then did Li Shimen speak. Enough. The guard breathed a sigh of relief, then stood silently with his head bowed to the side. He dared not utter another word. Li Shimen's gaze swept over the 20 guards behind him. Finally, his gaze settled upon Zheng He, the leader of the guards. Zheng He, do you know why I had him strike his own cheek? Hearing this, Zheng He froze in surprise. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated this. But his eyes flickered briefly before he dropped to one knee. Only to heed your Highness's teachings. The other guards all knelt as well, awaiting Li Shimen's reprimand. Li Shimen gave a cold snort. This is the future era, not my Qin Dynasty. Having arrived here, we must shed our former identities, especially when interacting with these people of the future. Here, I am not an emperor, nor are you guards, we are merely security personnel. What authority does a security guard have to arrest tourists? What right do you have to demand apologies from them? In this era, we must focus on our jobs. All past grievances, forget them. If I hear such nonsense again, I'll personally go to Mr. Su and have him replaced. As Li Shimen spoke these words, a palpable aura of authority emanated from him. He seemed as though the emperor himself were present. Everyone present understood that in the true course of history, Li Shimen would become the new emperor. Therefore, they all nodded in agreement. "We obey your highness's command." Truthfully, the guard who had spoken first was filled with resignation. But he also understood that this had effectively saved his life. "Rise, all of you. Continue your patrol." Li Shimen spoke quietly. Immediately, everyone rose and resumed their patrol. Time ticked by second. Soon, evening arrived. At this moment, Li Shishi, following Su Qi's gesture, took the money and stepped onto the stage to begin her performance. A large crowd of tourists gathered below the stage. They listened quietly, their eyes softening with smiles. Many tourists snapped photos, and some even began to applaud. When Li Shishi finished her performance, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing also took the stage. They immediately began their sparring match. Their fight was just as intense as before, sparks flying everywhere. Killing intent erupted. No matter how one looked at it, they displayed a terrifying aura. At that moment, they seemed to be right in the middle of a battlefield. The surrounding tourists watched with intense excitement. Where else could they witness such genuine combat? The boxing matches they usually saw on the ring were nothing compared to this. Li Shimen watched the two figures on stage in silence. At first, he had no particular thoughts. But now, seeing the performers on stage, and then at Su Qi in the distance, beaming with a smile. In that moment, he suddenly realized that he and his men still fell short. His gaze fell upon Zheng He as he spoke directly. "Zheng He, once we return, find some martial arts routines to perform. You must master them within a month. Working here, we can't afford to be outshone by others." He spoke calmly. After hearing his words, Zheng He and the others nodded repeatedly. They wouldn't dare bring shame upon their prince, the future emperor. "Boss, you don't have many people here." Patrols were everywhere, but basic facilities seemed lacking, and there were hardly any shops. "There's clearly a hotel over there, but it only offers lodging, you can't even cook a meal." The female student approached Su Qi with a hint of resignation. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward Li Shimen in the distance. He casually pulled out his phone and snapped a few photos. Su Qi said with a smile, "Most of our staff are still in training. To ensure the best experience for everyone, they won't be here until they've completed their training. As for the facilities here, we'll gradually improve them later, after all, we've just opened." After hearing this, the female student nodded and said no more. Time ticked by second. Soon, the entire performance concluded. At that moment, Su Qi approached Li Er. "Why don't you take your guards up there to perform too? There are only 2 acts so far, it really feels a bit sparse." Upon hearing his words, Li Shimen paused for a moment. Then he turned to Zheng He. "Zheng He, take your men up there and conduct a drill. Just follow the usual routine." Upon hearing this, Zheng He acknowledged the order. He immediately led his men up the slope and conducted a series of drills. Su Qi watched for only a moment before sighing. Their drills were indeed impressive. With sufficient numbers, they displayed considerable momentum. But compared to one-on-one life or death combat, still fell short by a considerable margin. Though many were cheering there, but the majority were female spectators. After all, the aura they exuded was quite impressive. And whether by design or coincidence, all 20 guards were quite handsome. Combined with their uniforms and equipment, they truly drew a crowd of appearance-obsessed admirers. At that moment, Su Qi glanced at Li Shimen beside him, and noticed several college students' gazes lingering on Li Shimen. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I wonder if ancient and modern people could date. If I really started dating Li Shimen, wouldn't I become an imperial consort in the future?" Su Qi smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. However, at that moment, Li Shimen leaned closer and whispered softly, "Mr. Su, several tourists just asked me about Wei Cha. I'm not sure what that refers to." Hearing this, Su Qi was taken aback. He hadn't expected girls these days to be so open-minded. He hastily explained the situation. After listening, Li Shimen finally nodded. Then he said no more. Chapter 23, You Want to Usurp the Throne. Su Qi didn't say much either. Because Su Qi wouldn't be providing them with phones anytime soon. The main reason was that phones were too expensive. Even a used phone would cost several hundred yuan. That was equivalent to Li Shimen's entire monthly salary. And it was highly likely that wouldn't even be enough. Although the entire scenic area here has Wi-Fi coverage, it would still take considerable time to provide them with phones. Moreover, Su Qi understood that equipping Li Shimen and his crew with phones would be utterly useless. He hadn't tested it. He could sense the system would likely prevent them from having much contact with tourists outside the ancient city. After all, the system had only recruited laborers, not the kind who alter the modern world from within the ancient era. The day passed quickly. After seeing off all the tourists, looking at today's close-up photos, Su Qi couldn't help but smile. A total of 24 visitors came today. Su Qi made a whopping 1,200 yuan. But thinking about the cost of lunch, Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I'll have to get the cafeteria up and running soon. Otherwise, just feeding everyone will bankrupt me. Shaking his head, Suchi said no more. At that moment, Li Shishi and the others all gathered around Suchi. Mr. Su, we're off duty now. Upon hearing his words, Suchi gave a slight nod. Everyone, go home and get some rest. Back to work as usual tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Su. The group said in unison. The next instant, their bodies dissolved into scattered points of white light, vanishing completely. Suchi stretched lazily, then stepped into the room to organize today's footage. He edited it and uploaded the short video. Tang Dynasty. Amidst a moment of disorientation, Li Shishi suddenly saw the surroundings before him revert to the ancient, rustic house. Had he returned? Li Shishi froze in surprise, not expecting it to happen so quickly. His gaze swept around the room. Sure enough, Zheng and the others had all returned as well. What happened today stays here. Keep it buried deep inside you. Li Shishi gave a cold snort. Zheng and the others nodded repeatedly. Understood. After a moment's thought, Li Shishi continued. Bring your families here. Choose any of the surrounding houses for yourselves. Without my permission, you are not to leave this place without authorization. After hearing Li Shixi's words, Zheng and the others nodded repeatedly, showing no dissent whatsoever. Had they previously served merely the second prince? Then even if the second prince issued such an order, while they would likely obey, there was also a chance they might flee. After all, everyone knew the second prince was a dangerous figure. Both the crown prince and the current emperor were eager to eliminate him. Their very occupation was one where death could come at any moment. If they couldn't even leave the courtyard freely, how could they possibly be willing? But now they all know Li Heir will eventually become emperor. Therefore, as long as they endure until Li Shishi ascends the throne, their status would naturally rise with the tide. After dismissing the crowd, Li Shishi sat down in his chair. He did not rush to sleep, but instead pondered the history he had learned in later generations. The Xuanwu Gate incident. Would I force my father to abdicate and then kill the crown prince? It truly was the only course of action available to me. He sighed helplessly. Li Shishi truly did not wish to bear a blood feud with his own brother. But he understood perfectly well that the current crown prince simply lacked the ability to become emperor. Even if he were to ascend the throne, the entire Tang dynasty would be plunged into misery. And he must change that. He drew a deep breath, his gaze flickering slightly at that moment. I need only wait for the Xuanwu Gate incident. Li Shishi murmured with a smile. Now he finally had something to look forward to. No longer would he live each day in constant fear, utterly uncertain of his future. Just as he was about to rest, at that very moment, a guard suddenly arrived outside and announced, "Report! His Majesty summons the second prince." The moment he heard the words, Li Heir abruptly sprang to his feet. His relationship with the emperor was far from amicable. Though the emperor might not necessarily seek his death, he was fully aware of the assassination attempts sent by the crown prince. And the emperor had known about them all along without showing any reaction. To Li Heir, this signaled that the emperor had clearly abandoned him. His instinct was to flee. Yet, upon envisioning the future scenario, he paused. Finally, he nodded and spoke. I'll go immediately. The imperial palace. Upon entering, Li Shishi immediately knelt on the ground. Father, you summoned me. His voice remained composed. He instinctively scanned the surroundings, searching for any hidden figures. Finding no one present, he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Li Yuan looked up at Li Shishi. He spoke directly. Do you know why I summoned you here today? Hearing this, Li Shixi's body twitched slightly. He answered immediately. I do not know, father. Li Yuan motioned for Li Shishi to come and sit beside him. Then he spoke directly. I know you are dissatisfied with my decision to name your eldest brother as crown prince. But from ancient times to the present, the rule has been to appoint the legitimate heir, not the most capable. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Li Shishi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew this was indeed the age-old custom. Had he ascended the throne, he likely would have done the same. The problem was, the gap in talent between his brother and himself was simply too vast. So vast that he could no longer bear to endure it. Just then, Li Yuan spoke again. I know the crown prince has been wary of you lately, but he is still the crown prince, your own brother. Therefore, from this day forward, you shall reside in my palace. You needn't concern yourself with matters outside these walls. Upon hearing these words, Li Shishi instantly understood that Li Yuan intended to place him under house arrest. Had this been earlier, he would certainly have sought a way to escape. But he knew that the moment he ascended the throne was approaching. There were still 4 years to go. Therefore, he felt no urgency in the present moment. He merely raised his head slowly and gazed at Li Yuan across from him. Father, if it truly is I who ascends the throne in the future, what would you think then? Hearing these words, Li Yuan immediately frowned. I haven't named you crown prince. How could you possibly ascend the throne? Your brother may be less gifted than you, but he's not that foolish. As he spoke, a sudden thought struck him. He lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Li Shimen. Could it be you intend to usurp the throne? Chapter 24, All Good Employees. The moment those words fell, Li Yuan's body trembled slightly. If it were anyone else, he would naturally just blacklist them. Even 1,000 cuts might be possible. But sitting across from him now was his own child. Even if he harbored reservations, he could not act so. Li Shimen pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. Father, I am leaving today. I know what will happen in the future. What did you say? Li Yuan's face was filled with astonishment. He never imagined his most talented son would utter such preposterous words. How could that be? I know you were displeased that I did not name you crown prince and that I kept you within my palace all these years. But there's no need to speak such absurd nonsense. I'm tired. You may leave now. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling Li Shimen to leave. Yet Li Shimen's gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. He had already considered it. The reason his father chose to name a crown prince instead of him was entirely because he was imprisoned by ancient thinking. Moreover, he did not wish to see his two sons turn against each other. That was why he had acted thus. Then, what if he were to reveal the outcome? Father, I did indeed travel to the future, a future 1,400 years hence, where I learned our history. Immediately, Li Shimen recounted everything he had experienced that day to Li Yuan across from him. At first, Li Yuan dismissed it as nonsense. But as he listened, his brow furrowed slightly. Li Shimen's account was coherent and detailed, painting a picture of the future that was entirely unfamiliar to him. This made him wonder if what Li Shimen was saying was actually true. After a moment's thought, Li Yuan finally spoke. You mean you traveled through time with 20 guards to work for others in the future? And through this, you've learned about the history of our era? Li Shimen nodded. Father, I never lie, you should know that. According to history, I forged the Tang Dynasty's most magnificent era, known as the Jingwan reign of good governance. I was hailed as the Heavenly Khan, with all nations paying homage. All this information came from Li Shishi's account. Thus, when he spoke these words, his resolve was at times utterly unwavering. His eyes blazed with an aura he had never possessed before. In that moment, he seemed to embody the very essence of the Heavenly Khan, the peerlessly mighty Emperor Taizong of Tang. Li Yuan frowned in deep thought. After a moment, he suddenly sighed. Then, looking at Li Shimen across from him, he spoke. If the future truly unfolds this way, then perhaps I have indeed made a mistake. But I cannot simply trust this lightly. Here's what we'll do. You mentioned that you'll receive your salary in a month and can purchase some supplies then? Then let's set a month as the deadline. After 1 month, if you can bring those supplies from the future, then I will believe you. If not, you shall remain confined within these palace walls for the rest of your life. Li Yuan spoke these words. Li Shimen nodded. He understood that Li Yuan, as the founding emperor, was certainly no fool, though he seldom spoke of it. What he had just said was indeed beyond the other's imagination. Frankly, if anyone else had told him this, Li Shimen wouldn't have believed it without first-hand experience. Therefore, he nodded and spoke. Your son understands. In 30 days, I shall obtain supplies sufficient to alter the entire era. He declared with unwavering conviction. Li Yuan nodded. By the way, bring all 20 of your guards into the palace. Bring their families in as well. This matter must not be leaked under any circumstances. Li Shimen nodded. Originally, he had intended to keep all those guards by his side. But now that they could be brought into the palace, it naturally provided an extra layer of security. Afterward, the two conversed for a while longer. The focus was primarily on their perspectives regarding the future development of the Tang Dynasty. As the conversation stretched through the night, Li Yuan took a deep breath. At the outset, his apprehension toward Li Shimen had been limited to military prowess. But now, the other's insights made it utterly clear to him. Li Shimen was more suited to be emperor than he was. In that moment, he even contemplated if Li Shimen's words were true. Should he abdicate now rather than wait 4 more years? But all this would depend on what happened a month from now. It was nearing the early hours of the morning. Only then did Li Shimen address Li Yuan. Father, your son must go to work now. Li Yuan nodded. Go then. After your shift, come find me again. If you can uncover more historical records there, it will help us better identify loyal ministers and eliminate the treacherous ones. Dawn broke. Su Qi stretched lazily. He then stepped outside. Gazing at the sun rising in the sky, he knew a new day had begun. Su Qi walked cheerfully to the city gate. Previously, he rarely arrived earlier than Li Shishi and the others. But this time, Su Qi had indeed arrived a bit earlier than Li Shishi and the others. Su Qi gazed curiously toward the city gate. As time passed, scattered points of white light began to gather. The next moment, Li Shimen and the others all appeared there. Seeing the sudden arrival of 24 figures, Su Qi took a deep breath. No matter how many times he witnessed such a scene of people vanishing and reappearing, it never failed to astonish him. Mr. Su. Li Shishi was the first to approach, greeting Su Qi. Su Qi reached out and ruffled her hair. Then he looked at Li Zhua, Lu Qin, Li Shimen, and the others. Now that everyone's here, let's get to work. Oh, and those two who were studying the rice cooker and kitchenware yesterday, come out here. I'll prepare some more recipes for you. Calculate how much ingredients we need for today's meals, and I'll go get them. Upon hearing his words, Li Shimen immediately selected two people to step forward. Then they followed Su Qi over to the side. Su Qi pulled out his tablet and had them pick a few dishes to cook. He then compiled a shopping list. After that, Su Qi drove straight out of there. He bought 2 full bags of flour, 3 baskets of potatoes, 20 pounds of beef, and some other ingredients. Only then did he return to the scenic area. By then, it was already noon. As soon as he returned, Su Qi noticed several tourists who had bought tickets and entered the park. Li Shimen was directing his guards as they cleaned the entire scenic area. Seeing this scene, Su Qi paused for a moment. Then, a smile spread across his face. True to Li Shimen's character, he knew how to keep himself busy. Chapter 25, Openly Double Standards. Though few visitors came to the scenic area, leaving little dust, but the surrounding dust still left traces of clutter and fallen leaves scattered about. Su Qi always cleaned it himself. Of course, over the past month or so, he'd only swept it once. But now, someone had actually volunteered to take on the task, which undoubtedly made him a bit happy. He walked straight over and handed Li Shimen a bottle of drink. You've been working hard. Here, have a drink. Everyone else can grab a drink from the scenic area supermarket. Su Qi said with a smile. Li Shimen, flattered by the gesture, accepted it. He gently opened it and took a sip. The next moment, his eyes lit up slightly. This drink is incredibly delicious. This is even more delicious than the finest wine I've ever tasted, he remarked with surprise. Su Qi smiled and replied. Don't worry, once you get paid, you'll be able to buy plenty of these drinks. Then you can drink your fill. Li Shimen also smiled, saying nothing more. He was not one to indulge his appetite. Therefore, for Li Shimen, even if he really did get paid, he wouldn't spend his entire salary on these foods. Instead, he would buy things like walkie-talkies. As a skilled military commander, Li Shimen fully understood. A walkie-talkie, a device capable of clear communication across dozens of miles. On a battlefield, they were undoubtedly game-changing. They could even completely alter the course of an entire battle. By the way, how's your preparation for today's show? If possible, it should definitely be better than yesterday's. I filmed all of you and posted the videos online. But it's obvious compared to Shishi and Li Zhua's videos, yours got way fewer likes. Sure, you guys are all quite handsome, but looks alone won't put food on the table. Su Qi said earnestly. Even though Li Shimen and the others in front of him were just security guards. The entire scenic area was still in its infancy. If Li Shimen and the others didn't possess any unique talents, then it really would be a bit of a loss. Even though their daily wage was only 10 yuan. Su Qi thought to himself, but outwardly asked with genuine curiosity. If they didn't have any, then they didn't. But if they did, they'd be raking it in big time. Li Shimen immediately replied with a smile. Mr. Su, I've already had everyone learn specialized martial arts for performances. Beyond that, I've also had them study other skills. Within a month at most, everyone will be ready to perform. The show will definitely be spectacular. Seeing how attentive the other party was, even though he had only asked today, the other party had already made preparations. This left Su Qi both surprised and delighted. He smiled and patted Li Shimen on the shoulder. Nice work. Once my team grows larger, I won't be able to manage everything alone. You'll have to step up and handle things for me then. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke, casually making a promise. After hearing this, Li Shimen also smiled. Though Li Shimen understood that what he needed most right now were those special supplies and knowledge of history. But if he could become the second in command here, second only to Su Qi, that would be quite delightful. Su Qi said no more and walked outside. At that moment, he spotted several university students approaching with cheerful smiles. These were none other than the female students from yesterday. As they entered, their eyes all turned toward Su Qi. Then they all looked over. Boss, did those handsome guys from yesterday come to work? The girl in the front asked cheerfully. After hearing her words, Su Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had already confirmed yesterday that it was this very girl who had asked for Li Shimen and the others' WeChat contacts. He never imagined she'd show up again today. But the thought that Li Shimen and the others could actually leverage their looks to attract repeat customers. This couldn't help but make Su Qi's eyes light up. He immediately replied with a cheerful smile. Of course. They're all regulars here, they come almost every day. Well then, boss, we'll go explore the scenic area now. The female college student's eyes lit up as she chattered cheerfully, leading her companion straight into the scenic area. Whether she was genuinely sightseeing or searching for someone, both parties understood the truth. But Su Qi certainly wouldn't call her out on it. Having Li Shimen show off his looks shouldn't hurt anyone. After all, he wasn't losing anything, Su Qi chuckled to himself. Just then, several figures approached Li Shishi. Su Qi immediately stiffened his expression and stepped closer. Those who bought tickets may enter now. If you wish to see Shishi's performance, you'll have to wait until tonight. With that, Su Qi ushered the figures out. They sheepishly entered the scenic area. Watching the retreating figures, Su Qi realized these individuals would most likely wait until evening to see the zither performance. Li Shishi breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. Then she looked at Su Qi with a hint of hurt. Mr. Su, so many people are coming over now, wanting to take pictures with me. Plus, so many older ladies are patting my head. I've never seen this many people before. Hearing his words, Su Qi smiled and gently ruffled his hair. Then he finally spoke up. Everyone did this because they care about you. But if you feel uncomfortable, I'll have Li send a few men over to stand guard here. I'll make sure they won't bother you. That's right, Su Qi was a hypocrite. Li Shishi could flaunt his looks. But Li Shishi absolutely couldn't. Li Shishi pondered for a moment, then shook her head. It's fine. If it can bring more visitors to the scenic area, then it's all worth it. Seeing how obedient she was, Su Qi directly pulled out several bags of snacks and bottles of drinks from the supermarket, placing them before Li Shishi. Thank you, Mr. Su. Li Shishi's eyes lit up, her face sparkling with delight. Seeing her reaction, Su Qi couldn't help but smile and shake his head. After over a month of getting to know her, he had come to fully understand that Li Shishi was, at her core, a little foodie. Give her drinks and snacks, and she could forget everything else. Su Qi walked slowly to the city gate. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing stood there, their eyes burning with intensity. They were wholeheartedly playing their roles as bodyguards. You two are doing great. Later, find some time to grab some snacks and drinks from the supermarket, Su Qi said with a smile. Finally, he personally attended to several customers, helping them resolve some questions. Chapter 26, Going all out on the path of good looks. Lying back in his little chair, Su Qi sat with his legs crossed, rocking back and forth slowly. Business at this scenic spot was clearly about to pick up. He remarked with a hint of excitement. Li Shishi was different from the others. Unlike Li Zhuo, Lu Qing, or even Li Shishi, they typically focused solely on their own responsibilities. They weren't incapable of handling other matters, but they essentially required Su Qi's personal guidance. Yet Li Shishi was entirely different at this moment. He was constantly finding work for himself. At this moment, within Su Qi's line of sight, Li Shishi could be seen directing his guards to constantly perform other tasks. Tasks like cleaning, moving heavy objects, or voluntarily serving as tour guides for the visitors. Though the ancient city's scenic area didn't have much to offer, Li Shishi's service was nothing short of impeccable. Especially for those young women who were a bit starstruck. They practically hovered around Li Shishi's side. Whatever Li Shishi said, they believed. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. If they knew their tour guide was Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shishi himself, who knows how they'd react. Though he pondered this, Su Qi said nothing more. He certainly wouldn't reveal Li Shishi's true identity. To outsiders, all the historical figures within the scenic area appeared to be NPCs. Under no circumstances could Su Qi possibly reveal that he possessed the ability to summon ancient figures, regardless of whether others would believe him. If they didn't, he could just treat it as a publicity stunt. That wouldn't be a big deal. But if they did believe it, then things would get really complicated. Mr. Su, today's visitors are far more numerous than yesterday's. Li Shishi approached with a smile, reporting the news. Su Qi nodded slightly. In just the morning, there were already 18 visitors. Consider that the previous day had only seen a dozen or so. At 50 yuan per person, that's 900 yuan in revenue. And there were no extra expenses. Su Qi couldn't help but beam with delight. This is indeed excellent, all thanks to your efforts, Su Qi said with a cheerful smile. Li Shishi was flattered and quickly responded with a smile. This is the scenic area's achievement, everyone's achievement, it's all thanks to Mr. Su's excellent leadership. Hearing this flattery, Su Qi felt thoroughly gratified. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing might say similar things too. But they were just foot soldiers after all. On ancient battlefields, they might have been formidable warriors. But when it came to flattery, they were truly inept. Sometimes it even felt forced. As for Li Shishi, in Su Qi's eyes, she was just a child, a good luck charm. He would never demand more from her. But Li Shishi was a different story. Not only was he a formidable military commander, but he was also quite adept at forming factions and pursuing personal interests. Just those few words made Su Qi feel remarkably relieved. So, what's the situation over there now? Historically speaking, shouldn't you be fleeing outside the capital of Chang'an by now? Su Qi suddenly asked out of curiosity. He rarely inquired about the circumstances of historical figures. But the main reason was that Li Shishi, Li Zhuo, and Lu Qing were obscure figures in history. This meant Su Qi couldn't really learn anything by asking. After all, he simply didn't know. But the Li Shishi before him was different. He was none other than the renowned Emperor Taizong of Tang. His achievements in ancient times were truly monumental. Indeed, the Tang dynasty stands as the pinnacle dynasty in all of ancient Chinese history, without equal. Li Shishi smiled and said directly, "I've already reported the scenic area matter to father. He's now about 80% convinced. Within a month at most, once I convert the wages into supplies and bring them back, father will be fully convinced. He also knows what direction future history will take. So this time, I shouldn't have to flee." Li Shishi spoke with evident satisfaction. For Li Shishi, the most frustrating and painful reality was that he was not the eldest legitimate son. Beyond that, his father had no intention of naming him crown prince. Nor did he intend to pass the throne to him. But now, with this new identity as the scenic area's representative, the situation was entirely different. He could now bring back information about future historical events. He could even bring back modern technological products. Such things would be highly coveted in ancient times, even unique treasures. Provided Li Yuan wasn't foolish. Then his ascension to the throne would be a foregone conclusion. After hearing Li Shishi's words, Su Qi nodded with a smile. "That's good. When you get paid, I'll get you some high-tech gadgets. Your individual pay might not be much, but there are 21 of you over there. Getting some high-tech gadgets is still possible. It'll definitely convince your father completely." Su Qi casually made a promise. Of course, it wasn't entirely pie in the sky after all. Li Shishi and the others' combined salary totaled 5,880. That's already equivalent to a normal adult's salary. Purchasing some basic tech-related supplies would be quite straightforward. Li Shishi immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "Then I'll express my gratitude to Mr. Su in advance." Su Qi gave a slight nod before continuing. "Go handle your duties. You still need to pay close attention to the scenic area. Right now, aside from you, the rest of the staff here are just employees. Only you possess the ability to coordinate the whole operation. If promotions become available in the future, you'll be the first one I promote," Su Qi said with a cheerful smile. Another promise dangled before him. Li Shishi clasped his hands together, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Rest assured, I, Li Shishi, will treat this scenic area as my own home and give it my all. Alright, get back to work. Oh, and if you want anything from the supermarket, just help yourselves." Su Qi offered a small perk as he spoke. Li Shishi nodded gratefully, then led Zheng He and the others to their work. Seeing this, Su Qi couldn't help but smile. This scenic area is finally turning around. Maybe one day, I'll be raking in 10 grand a day here too. As he spoke, Su Qi couldn't help but glance at his system interface. He just didn't know when the next recruitment would be. If he could directly hire some ancient imperial chefs and physicians, then add a few waiters to open the inn, that would be absolutely fantastic. Su Qi daydreamed as he sat back down at his seat. At that moment, he still held the black camera in his hand. It kept filming the highlights of Li Shishi, Li Zhuo, Lu Qin, and Li Shishi. Su Qi planned to compile these into a montage and release it all at once. He was confident that with Li Er and Li Shishi's looks, it would definitely attract a huge crowd. That would mean another hefty sum in the bank. Chapter 27, Exploring the Fall of the Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan paced back and forth in his chambers. Every so often, he would lift his head to glance toward the empty, vast hall. Yet there was nothing there, utterly empty. This left Li Yuan feeling somewhat helpless. Beside him stood another figure. "Chang Yaojin. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Could it be some urgent matter? Perhaps you could share it with this humble servant, so I might ease your burden." Chang Yaojin spoke up. Earlier that afternoon, Li Yuan had summoned him. He was told to wait here. He said there was something important for him to see. Then nothing more. It wasn't until late afternoon. Li Yuan paced back and forth, looking quite anxious. This made him wonder if Li Yuan might be ill. Just then, Li Yuan glanced at him and said directly, "Just wait. If you see anything shortly, don't be surprised." Hearing Li Yuan's words, Chang Yaojin sighed, but waited respectfully nonetheless. At that very moment, the sky had grown completely dark. Ancient city scenic area. "Mr. Su, we'll be signing off for the day." Li Shishi respectfully addressed Su Qi. Su Qi waved his hand and spoke. "Everyone, go home and get some rest. Come back to work as usual tomorrow." Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi and the others promptly waved their hands, their faces beaming with smiles. Especially Li Shishi, who was still clutching a large bag of snacks. "Goodbye, Mr. Su." A faint white glow flickered. Li Shishi and the others vanished completely before Su Qi's eyes. The once bustling ancient city scenic area was now left with only Su Qi standing alone. This left Su Qi rubbing his shoulders in slight frustration. Should he recruit some modern people? Every night after they clocked out, he was left completely alone. If anything happened, it would be tough to handle. Su Qi pondered slowly. In the end, he shook his head. He knew that given his current situation, he couldn't hire modern employees. They might be terrified by the sights here, or they might spread the word. But the bigger issue was this: modern workers demand 280 a month and there was no way he could afford that. At least 100 a day, that's 3,000 a month in expenses. With that money, Su Qi could hire 10 ancient workers. Understanding this, Su Qi smiled and shook his head. He took the footage he'd shot and began editing it. Half an hour later, he finished editing and immediately uploaded the video. Hopefully, it'll spark some buzz tomorrow. If more people come then, who knows? Maybe my scenic area will finally take off. Ideally, it would attract some shops to open franchises nearby. Then my scenic area would have everything it needs. Su Qi chuckled to himself, drifting off to sleep with hopeful anticipation. Tang Dynasty. Your Majesty, there's movement over there. Chang Yaojin suddenly roared in alarm. He immediately positioned himself in front of Li Yuan. His hand gripped the great sword at his waist, ready to draw and meet the enemy. For right before him, a faint white light was flickering. In modern times, people might merely feel surprised and curious. But in ancient times, this was unmistakably the work of a demonic entity. It's nothing, Shimen has returned. Hearing these words, Chang Yaojin's eyes widened in astonishment. The second prince? Just as he was puzzled, the distant white light had completely coalesced. Li Shimen and his companions reappeared. Staring at the sudden appearance of Li Shimen and his 21 companions, Chang Yaojin was utterly dumbfounded. How did they manage this? Has the second prince ascended to immortality? He said, his face full of astonishment. By then, Li Yuan had already walked past him. Are you off duty now? Li Shimen nodded repeatedly. Father, your son is off duty. Li Yuan smiled. If he had only believed yesterday's events 7 or 8 parts out of 10, now he believed them 100%. As emperor, he knew many things in this world. Things like cultivating immortality? Pure nonsense, a bunch of charlatans. But this life-changing miracle before him? Absolutely real. Very well, now that you're back. Anything special happen at the scenic area today? Why not tell your father about it? As he spoke, Li Yuan's gaze shifted to Chang Yaojin beside him. Chang, my loyal minister, I sought you out specifically. You will keep this matter confidential. Right? This final remark was directed specifically at Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin, however, still didn't understand what was happening and could only nod in agreement repeatedly. He then stood beside Li Yuan. Li Shimen wasted no time, recounting everything that had transpired at the scenic area. After hearing it all, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This Mr. Su seemed quite handsome, but he didn't appear very skilled at management. Such a vast ancient city attraction, yet daily foot traffic barely reached a few dozen people. He slowly shook his head. To Li Yuan, a tourist site like that should normally draw thousands, even tens of thousands of visitors daily. With only a handful of visitors, it did seem rather shabby. Li Shimen gave an awkward chuckle. He understood that those who had never seen the ancient city in its current state would naturally be unaware of why its visitor numbers were so poor. Though Li Shimen was a man of the past, he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about future tourist attractions. He could still make some educated guesses about their nature. He could see that the ancient city was merely a facade. Externally, it truly resembled a small ancient city. Yet inside, it lacked a great deal of equipment and facilities. Had he been the one to build it, he would never have constructed it that way. This was a fundamental issue with the ancient city attractions infrastructure. Any renovation would take far more than a short time to accomplish. Besides us, however, the attraction also housed individuals from other dynasties. 2 were from the Warring States period, subordinates of Bai Qi, the Qin Dynasty's god of war. Another was a woman, the descendant of an official from the Song Dynasty, which followed the Tang. After the Tang Dynasty, you say? Li Yuan frowned deeply. Every emperor harbors a dream. That their dynasty would endure for 10,000 years, immortal and eternal. Take Qin Huang, for instance. The very reason he chose that name was to ensure the Qin Dynasty would endure for 10,000 years. Li Yuan naturally harbored this aspiration. But now, hearing directly from his own son that after the Tang Dynasty, there would be a Song Dynasty, he understood that the Tang Dynasty would inevitably fall in the future. Seeing the look of utter defeat on his face, Li Shimen spoke directly. Rest assured, father. In the past, we might not have been able to change things. But now that I have joined the imperial court and gained knowledge of historical events, I will ensure the Tang Dynasty shines even brighter. Chapter 28, It's trending, truly trending. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. At this moment, Li Shimen continued. Even following the original historical timeline, the Tang Dynasty spanned nearly 300 years under over 20 emperors. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan nodded again. He understood. This meant that he and Li Shimen would not live to see the Tang Dynasty's demise. Moreover, as Li Shimen had previously stated, the Jingguan era of good governance he had forged would see tributes from all nations, marking the zenith of the nation's power. Chang Yaojin listened beside them, utterly bewildered. At first, he had tried to listen intently. But now he was even hearing His Majesty and the second prince discussing the Tang Dynasty's downfall. This was an act of grave disrespect. Were it not for the unique status of the two before him? Even if it were his own son speaking, he would have delivered a hefty slap. Seeing Cheng Yaojin's utterly bewildered expression, even tinged with a hint of panic in his eyes, Li Shimin proceeded to recount the entire incident at the scenic area to Cheng Yaojin. After hearing it all, Cheng Yaojin took a deep breath. To be honest, he found it hard to believe. But the problem was, the one speaking these words was the second prince, and his majesty was listening right beside him. Add to that the scene of Li Shimin and his companions returning to this world accompanied by a white light. This left Cheng Yaojin no choice but to believe. He immediately knelt down and declared in a loud voice, "Your Majesty! The second prince's extraordinary encounter signifies that our great Tang dynasty possesses the heavenly mandate of heaven. It shall endure for 10,000 years and remain immortal throughout the ages." It was said that this flattery he offered. At that moment, Li Yuan smiled and nodded. Speaking of which, if this Su guy can actually summon ancient figures to work for him, could he possibly summon me too? Initially, Li Yuan had intended to rule as emperor here. But after hearing Li Shimin's reports these past 2 days, his eyes began to sparkle. For those beverages and delicacies, each one was something he had never experienced. And then there were all those high-tech devices capable of capturing images. These were things he had never even heard of. He was filled with curiosity and eager to try them. Li Shimin paused briefly, then clasped his hands together. "Father, it is entirely possible. Since the scenic area already has people from the Qin Dynasty of the Warring States period, our Tang Dynasty, and the Song Dynasty. Then, Father, it is possible for you to go as well. However, once you arrive, you would need to take up a position. If such an opportunity truly arises, I implore you to consider it carefully." Li Shimin spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Cheng Yaojin chimed in beside him. "Your Majesty, as the dragon's body, how could you possibly take a position beneath others? Not even the gods could command you." His words were spoken with genuine concern. Yet both men present knew his words were utter nonsense. After all, Li Shimin was destined to become emperor. And yet here he was, working for others. The reason Li Shimin advised Li Yuan was simple. Currently within Su Qi's scenic area, he was second only to Su Qi himself, standing above tens of thousands. His future promotion was practically a done deal. But if Li Yuan were to take over, the situation would be entirely different. This is his father, though in the future he might well force him into the role of a figurehead. But things were different now. If the old man truly went, would he be ordering his father to work or obeying him? Li Yuan nodded. "I know. If such an opportunity truly arises, I must deliberate carefully." His gaze then turned to Li Shimin. "Next time I return, I must find a way to bring back all the historical records of our dynasty. At that time, we must uncover certain critical matters and root out treacherous ministers, eliminating them before they gain power. And we must also promote the loyal. Minister Chang, prepare thoroughly, this matter will fall to you in the future." Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Cheng Yaojin immediately knelt. "Your servant obeys." The ancient city. Early the next morning, Su Qi stretched lazily and sat up in bed. He immediately grabbed his phone and checked the likes and views on his short video. Then his eyes lit up slightly. 1 million views, 70,000 likes. It had gone viral, completely viral. His face lit up with excitement. Most of the comments at this moment were praising the looks of Li Er and Li Shishi. Of course, many were also eagerly anticipating the guard's performance. But in comparison, Li Er and Li Shishi still drew more attention. These days, nothing draws attention like a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke. He absorbed the comments for a moment, then stepped outside with his phone. He was still pondering. Should he go live himself? If he went live right now, wouldn't Li Er and Li Shishi's performance draw massive traffic? He could even cultivate Li Er and Li Shishi into internet celebrities. If they ever went viral, that would mean millions of followers. Wouldn't visitors then flock to the scenic area in endless streams? At the thought of this scenario, Su Qi couldn't help but let his eyes light up slightly. But then he shook his head. He understood that under the current circumstances, it simply wasn't achievable in the short term. If he truly wanted to achieve it, it would require long-term operation. The bigger problem was that Su Qi hadn't known any of this before, and he couldn't just hire someone else to manage Li Shimin and Li Shishi's operations. If he truly wanted to pursue it, he'd have to learn everything from scratch himself. The mere thought of this situation made Su Qi instinctively rub his temples. It was nothing short of a headache. A flash of white light flickered. Li Er and the others all arrived here. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Li Er waved his left hand, his face beaming with joy. Li Shishi also approached with a smile, gently wrapping her arm around Su Qi's. "Mr. Su, we're here for work," Li Shishi said cheerfully. Su Qi reached out and ruffled her little head. Then, looking at everyone present, he announced, "Yesterday I filmed a video for everyone, and today's likes and views have been quite substantial. We even have quite a few online bookings. Today's foot traffic should be much higher than yesterday's. Everyone, please work diligently today. Do not let any mistakes slip through. This is a huge opportunity for our scenic area to grow. We absolutely cannot miss it. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimin and the others immediately clenched their fists and raised them toward the sky. Rest assured, Mr. Su. We will work diligently and serve our visitors well. There will be absolutely no issues with today's operations. Su Qi nodded slightly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He then selected 2 of Li Shimin's guards who were learning to cook and sent them to the restaurant to prepare. The rest began their duties. Chapter 29, Li Shimin's online history class. This scenic area is so much better than before. Last time I came, there were only 3 NPCs, but now there are so many more. And the leader is so handsome. I'm definitely going to find him for a photo. I'm definitely going back too. This time I booked a professional photographer. I'll get a stunning photo shoot for sure. Manager, is your scenic area open now? If it is, we'll head over immediately. I was just thinking of taking my class on a field trip. This ancient city attraction looks perfect. Su Qi grinned foolishly as he scrolled through the comments. Looks like the turnout this time is way bigger than before. Su Qi spoke as his gaze settled on the last comment. An entire class of students meant at least 30 or 40 people. Even if elementary school kids got half-price tickets, that was still equivalent to a tour group of 20 people. That's a solid 1,000 yuan in revenue. Awesome. Su Qi exclaimed happily. He then replied to each inquiry comment. With a smile, he stretched out on a lounge chair, waiting for the tourists to arrive. Like clockwork, wave after wave of tourists arrived outside the scenic area. Upon arriving at the scenic area, they first purchased tickets. But they didn't head straight into the scenic area to take photos. Instead, they dragged Li Shishi over for a flurry of group photos. Then they dashed to the city gate entrance, bringing Li Zhuo and Lu Qing along for another round of group photos. Only then did they enter the scenic area to find Li Shimin and the others for photos. Seeing this scene, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. Is this even a scenic area, or just a photo booth for them? And why are you taking pictures of people instead of the scenery? Su Qi was utterly speechless. But he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Currently, the entire ancient city's scenic area's reputation couldn't even match that of Li Shimin and his group. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that crowds of tourists flocked to Li Shimin and snapped photos. After all, Su Qi had used Li Shimin and Li Shishi's legendary beauty to draw the crowds. The morning passed quickly. 50 tourists in total had Su Qi grinning from ear to ear. He even specially procured 10 pounds of beef, placing it in the restaurant for the 2 guards to prepare. It was his way of rewarding Li Shimin and the others. Because it looked like today's daily visitor count might very well hit 100. This was the first time they'd ever hit that mark, so Su Qi was naturally thrilled. By noon, several guards were left behind to watch over the scenic area. Li Shimin and the others all made their way to the dining hall. Before them lay the delicacies prepared by the 2 guards. 2 large bowls of rice, along with potato stew with beef, braised pork, and various other dishes. Their eyes lit up at the sight. Su Qi cleared his throat and spoke up immediately. Let's dig in. As he finished speaking, everyone reached for their chopsticks to pick up food. Su Qi also added a piece of braised pork to his bowl. Looking at the braised pork, which had a decent color, he took a bite. Suddenly, Su Qi's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. I thought you'd only been learning for a few days and the food wouldn't be up to par, but this actually tastes pretty good. Su Qi said with a delighted expression. The 2 guards blushed slightly at the praise. They quickly replied. It's all thanks to the video tutorials and Mr. Su's excellent arrangements. We just followed the steps shown in the videos. Su Qi nodded with a smile, then had Li Zhuo and Lu Qing bring over 2 boxes of drinks and set them aside. Everyone ate their meal while sipping drinks, enjoying a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Just as they were halfway through their meal, a tour bus suddenly pulled up outside the scenic area. Su Qi looked over curiously. Then he saw a woman in her 20s step off the bus. Her attire was somewhat plain, yet it couldn't obscure her striking beauty. She stepped down first, then motioned for the students inside to disembark one by one. Su Qi glanced over and realized they were all elementary school students. There were at least 40 of them. Su Qi quickly wiped his hands and finished his meal in a hurry. Then he dashed over to the ticket booth. He stepped into the role of a ticket seller. Hello, is this the ancient city scenic area advertised online? The female teacher approached Su Qi and asked curiously. Su Qi nodded in response. Yes, this is our scenic area. But didn't they say the ticket seller was a pretty lady? Why haven't we seen her? A primary school student asked curiously. Su Qi replied with a smile. Everyone's having lunch right now. After they finish eating, the pretty lady will be back. The female teacher didn't hesitate and quickly bought tickets for everyone. Then she led the students into the scenic area. No sooner had they entered, Li Shimin rushed out in a flurry with his guards. Clearly, they too had eaten in a hurry. Seeing Su Qi rush out so urgently, Li Shimin knew a major customer had arrived. He certainly wasn't going to sit idly by. Mr. Su, we'll go attend to those young ones. Go ahead, go ahead. Be gentle with them. Su Qi waved his hand dismissively. Li Shimen and the others hurried to greet the students, guiding them to begin their tour. Big brother, who are you dressed up as? A little girl approached Li Shimen, grabbed his hand, and asked curiously. Look at this adorable porcelain doll, Li Shimen chuckled, ruffling her hair before explaining. We're playing the palace guards, and I'm portraying Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen. As he spoke, Li Shimen lifted his head. His face radiated excitement. He was essentially playing himself. The little girl asked next. Big brother, could you tell us some history? What interesting stories are there about Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty? Upon hearing the little girl's words, Li Shimen paused to think for a moment. He immediately decided to share all the embarrassing stories about his older brother. And of course, his father's. As for his own exploits, he chose to highlight his own heroic deeds on the battlefield. The surrounding guards listened and wiped away cold sweat. They all knew Li Shimen would one day become emperor. But the problem was, Li Shimen was not the emperor at present. So he was already speaking ill of the current emperor and crown prince right now. They all instinctively pretended not to hear. The female teacher beside him followed along, thinking Li Shimen was merely making up stories to entertain the children. Yet as he listened, he froze in surprise. For he realized that what Li Shimen was saying was largely true. Some details were even unknown to her. Chapter 30, Earnings surpassed 10,000 daily. A dozen days passed quickly. During this period, Li Shimen and the others reported to work on time every day. They hadn't even taken a single day off. Keep in mind they were entitled to 2 days off each month. One day was fixed for exchanging supplies. The other day was entirely at their discretion. Of course, given their numbers, they couldn't take leave on the same day. They must take turns. At least 10 must remain to ensure the scenic area's operations run smoothly. Yet even so, at Li Shimen's insistence, their vacation was abruptly cancelled. Though they received no pay for that day, none of the guards voiced any complaints. Su Qi watched them and scratched his head, feeling a bit like a tightwad. In the end, he simply let them help themselves to snacks, drinks, instant noodles, and other items within the scenic area. Not a single penny needed to be spent. At this, Li Shimen and the others' eyes lit up. Their faces lit up with excitement. Li Shimen was a man destined for great deeds. His guards were also men destined to achieve great things alongside him. Therefore, their wages could never be exchanged for such delicacies. They would only exchange them for things useful to the times. So if Su Qi hadn't been giving them snacks and drinks on a regular basis, they wouldn't buy a single item even if they received their wages. But this moment was entirely different. Su Qi had already allowed them to eat and drink freely. For them right now, it was incredibly exhilarating. Also present were Li Shishi, Li Zhua, and Lu Qing. However, even though Su Qi had lifted the restrictions and allowed them to eat heartily, they remained rather restrained. Only the young Li Shishi would often dash into the supermarket to grab drinks and snacks. But she never took much. At most, she'd spend around 10 yuan a day. Although it was already equivalent to Li Shishi's own daily wages. But Su Qi didn't say much about it. Because if calculated based on current rates, Li Shishi's daily wages would easily amount to 100 or 200 yuan. Now that the other party was only taking 10 yuan. So it wouldn't hurt to give them an extra 10 yuan for snacks. After all, foot traffic had already picked up. Daily sales have already hit 10,000. That's right. Daily sales have now hit 10,000 yuan. Because daily foot traffic has reached a staggering 200 people. To be honest, for a scenic spot, that's still not too many. But at this moment, Su Qi was beaming with excitement. After all, he barely had to spend any money on maintaining the attraction. That meant every single yuan of that 10,000 went straight into his own pocket. At most, he'd spend a little on meals. But ever since he started cooking for everyone himself, even with meat on the table every day, feeding all 24 people including himself didn't cost much. 10,000 yuan a month was more than enough. With this calculation, Su Qi's net monthly income was 290,000 yuan. At the thought of this staggering figure, Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. Running a scenic area really was profitable. Even at just 50 yuan per ticket, monthly income could reach hundreds of thousands. Su Qi sometimes let his imagination run wild. He never imagined he'd be earning 1,000,000 yuan a year so quickly. This made him feel even more grateful toward Li Shishi and the others. Even towards Li Shimen and the others. Su Qi would often buy some liquor and share a cup with them. Of course, this always happened during lunchtime. The system allocated 1 hour daily for these ancient figures to eat lunch. If they exceeded this time, their wages would be docked. But Li Shimen and his crew were incredibly dedicated. Even after working through this period, they'd never had any wages deducted. Mr. Su, it's time to clock out. Li Shimen approached Su Qi with a cheerful smile. By now, his attire had taken on a rather splendid appearance. Upon closer inspection, he looked no different from those princes. It must be noted that Li Shimin had not yet been granted the title of prince, as his elder brother, the crown prince, had not yet ascended the throne. The reason for this was that Li Shimin publicly claimed he was impersonating Li Shimin. Therefore, to enhance his demeanor, he naturally donned a splendid outfit. Su Qi knew full well that if Li Shimin had already ascended the throne, his father, Li Yuan, might harbor resentment. Li Shimin would likely have been parading about in imperial robes already. Li Shishi and the others gathered nearby. Li Shishi, in particular, offered a gentle smile. Her gaze kept drifting towards Su Qi. Her eyes shone with a gentle light. Seeing her expression, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. Lately, Li Shishi's feelings for him had been surging like a raging torrent. Su Qi could even sense the lingering affection in her gaze whenever she looked at him. Su Qi understood this well. For someone like Li Shishi, even as a young lady from a prominent family, she rarely had opportunities to go out in public. Under such circumstances, Li Shishi had very few opportunities to meet eligible young men in her daily life. Even after arriving at the scenic area, the only men she had prolonged contact with were Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and Li Shimin. Li Zhua and Lu Qing were soldiers themselves, and their appearances could only be described as ordinary. Li Shimin was quite handsome. But he was the emperor. Beyond respect, Li Shishi felt nothing but respect for Li Shimin. Therefore, his gaze fell upon Su Qi. Every time he felt Li Shishi's gaze, Su Qi's body would twitch slightly. To Su Qi, Li Shishi was nothing more than a child. She was only 18 years old. No matter what, Su Qi could never have anything with her. At least not anytime soon. Therefore, he cleared his throat slightly and addressed the group. Well, today happens to be the first of the month. And yes, it's also payday for you all. I've already brought your pay stubs today. Everyone, take a look. Su Qi said. Then he handed out the pay slips to everyone. Li Shishi, Li Zhua, and Lu Qing's wages remained unchanged. Still 280 yuan. As for their performance bonuses, not a single penny had increased. This puzzled Su Qi. Considering his own monthly income had now reached 300,000 yuan, the fact that they showed no performance at all was something Su Qi found hard to comprehend. However, since this was how the system was configured, Su Qi didn't dwell on it. He understood the system wouldn't take his input into account on this matter. Remember, when Li Shishi and the others first received their salaries, Su Qi had actually raised the issue with the system. He had hoped the system would slightly increase their pay, fearing the team might walk out once they learned ordinary people's wages. But clearly, the system hadn't agreed. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief, as Li Shishi and the others clearly showed no inclination to strike. Chapter 31, Payday Again. Li Shimin and the others. They had only worked a full 15 days since arriving here. Therefore, each person only received 150 yuan. Even so, with all 21 of them, the total reached a staggering 3,150 yuan. This was already comparable to the monthly salary of an average person in modern society. Li Shimin stared at the pay slip in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly. He had worked, albeit only 15 days, and the 150 yuan on the slip didn't seem like much. But he understood this was just for this month. Next month he would receive 280 yuan. Add to that the wages of everyone under his command, all of it would flow into his hands. That would be a staggering sum. Thank you, General Su. Li Shimin was the first to clasp his fists and speak. His eyes now sparkled with excitement. Clearly, he was thoroughly satisfied with distributing these wages. Although he hadn't received any wages during this period, he had inquired about certain matters with Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and Li Shishi. He had learned that it was indeed possible to exchange certain current supplies here and bring them back. The mere thought of walkie-talkies, MP3 players, and all those other gadgets filled his face with excitement. Li Shimin knew perfectly well that if he brought all these things back, then, by that time, the entire Tang Dynasty would surely ascend to a higher level. By the time he ascended the throne, he would not merely become the heavenly Khan, but the true sovereign. Li Shimin even researched the history following the Tang Dynasty. Upon learning how utterly incompetent the Qing Dynasty turned out to be, he conceived a different plan. If possible, he even contemplated conquering the entire world outright. But he understood this would be exceedingly difficult. After all, through his subtle inquiries, he had come to realize that even in the modern world, no single nation could conquer the entire globe. It was merely that the Central Plains had achieved unification. At this point, the system had already distributed all the money to Li Shimin and the others. Alright, everyone, head back for now. Get some rest. Tomorrow is your day off. If you have anything you wish to exchange, come back and tell me. I'll go buy them for you all. Su Qi said with a smile. Mr. Su, goodbye. Mr. Su, see you tomorrow. The others echoed in unison. Then their figures all transformed into white light and slowly faded away. At that moment, Su Qi smiled as he opened his bank account balance. Seeing the string of numbers displayed, Su Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now I'm rich too, I can finally treat myself to some luxury items that only the wealthy can afford. Su Qi chuckled to himself as he returned to his room. While editing and uploading videos, he pondered what to buy to treat himself. Qin Dynasty. In Li Shishi's boudoir. She returned looking refreshed and invigorated. Before her now stood two figures. None other than her father and mother. Both pairs of eyes were fixed on Li Shishi. Shishi, did you get paid today? Gu Qingji spoke up. His eyes held a hint of curiosity. Bai Qi beside him also wore an expectant look. They had all enjoyed the supplies Li Shishi brought back last time. By now, they couldn't stomach a meal without adding some spices. Moreover, those glass cups had been presented to His Majesty. The Emperor was greatly delighted. He bestowed numerous rewards upon their household. Gu Qingji even sensed his official rank might be elevated. So now he was filled with considerable anticipation. Li Shishi smiled and nodded. Then she handed over the money in her hand. This was this month's wages. Running his fingers over the exquisitely crafted coins, Gu Qingji nodded repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. Wait until tomorrow to exchange some of this for supplies. This time, our family is going to strike it rich. Bai Qi gently stroked Li Shishi's little head at that moment. Shishi, don't overwork yourself at your job over there. Hearing her words, Li Shishi immediately replied with a smile. Mother, don't worry. Mr. Su treats us so well. Now at the supermarket, I can snack on treats and drinks whenever I want. Plus, the tourists always give me snacks too. I get to eat my fill every single day. She chattered cheerfully, her face beaming with happiness. Seeing her daughter so happy, Bai Qi also let a faint smile touch her lips at that moment. Qin State. As Li Zhuo and Lu Qing returned. Across from them, a group of generals gathered around the central figure, none other than Bai Qi. At the very center stood none other than Bai Qi. Seeing the two return, Bai Qi visibly relaxed and spoke directly. You two got paid, right? Bai Qi spoke with a hint of anticipation. After all, the last time they brought back pay, he had sold off those supplies. He had acquired a substantial amount of grain and armor. Plus a substantial sum for military expenses. Their legion, which had initially struggled with military funding, now saw its situation greatly alleviated. If they could pull off a few more such deals, they could completely resolve all funding issues and even turn a substantial profit. This couldn't help but fill Bai Qi with anticipation and excitement. Reporting to the general, our wages have been distributed. We can exchange for supplies again tomorrow. Li Zhuo hurriedly interjected. Bai Qi nodded repeatedly. Very good, very good. By the way, the walkie-talkie's battery seems low. When you exchange supplies tomorrow, ask Mr. Su how to resolve this. As for the other supplies, just follow Mr. Su's lead. Let him handle the purchasing for you. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing immediately knelt on one knee. We obey the general's orders. Seeing their demeanor, Bai Qi couldn't help but let a faint smile play across his lips. He understood. As long as the two continued their work over there, they would receive a steady supply of provisions each month. Though these supplies might not seem like much in their era, they were incredibly precious. Casual exchanges could yield large quantities of supplies. Bai Qi could even sense that even if Qin abandoned them later, he would still have the means to support this large group of subordinates on his own. But he harbors no such thoughts. For he was a general of Qin. Therefore, he would forever remain a man of Qin. At that moment, Bai Qi suddenly noticed the two men's expressions were not particularly good. This puzzled him, prompting him to speak directly. What's with the expressions? Did you two get General Su into trouble? As he spoke, a flicker of anger shone in his eyes. His eyes were filled with intense murderous intent. Chapter 32, Li Yuan's Expectations. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing's bodies twitched slightly. As subordinates of the god of war, Bai Qi, they were well aware of the atrocities he had committed. Therefore, when Bai Qi radiated that murderous intent, both men believed their end had come. Lu Qing hurriedly spoke up. Please rest assured, General. We have not caused any trouble, nor have we caused any concern for Mr. Su. Hearing these words, the killing intent radiating from Bai Qi slowly subsided. Then he looked at them both with curiosity. So what's going on with you two? Li Zhuo quickly spoke up. Because besides us, there's also a large group of people from the future Tang Dynasty. Their leader is even the future emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Including this emperor, there are 21 people in total. Their monthly salary is a huge sum, over 5,000, and they get 10 times more supplies than we do. We feel utterly useless. Even though we arrived over a month before them, we still can't compare. Both of them sighed helplessly as they spoke. Clearly, they were genuinely worried. Upon hearing their words, Bai Qi immediately chuckled. Don't worry about it. This was Mr. Su's decision. We only recruited 2 people here, so you'll only receive 2 salaries. As for the Tang Dynasty Emperor, they sent 21 people, so they get 21 salaries. This has nothing to do with you. It's not that you aren't working hard, it's just that we've had some bad luck. Moreover, even if the total quantity of supplies exchanged for your 2 salaries isn't particularly large, but it's still quite substantial. It's enough to transform our legion's current state. Before long, within a year at most, the entire legion will be renewed. Starting today, you two will be promoted to 100 guard captains. Your monthly pay will double. Stay here and serve General Su diligently. This is your fortune, and it's the fortune of my god of war legion. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Li Shuat and Lu Qing exchanged glances. Then, at that very moment, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, they began fantasizing. As long as they remained within the scenic area, their positions under Bai Qi would steadily rise. And without any danger, no need to fight on the battlefield. For them, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. Tang Dynasty. Within the imperial palace, Li Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He paced back and forth incessantly. Beside him, Chang Yaojin kept his head bowed, waiting silently. During this period, Chang Yaojin had also been confined beside Li Yuan. Of course, Chang Yaojin himself was quite content. After all, being able to accompany the emperor was the aspiration of countless officials. The other officials had always envied him, though they remained unaware of the predicament he now faced. Your Majesty, the second prince should be finishing work soon and will return shortly. There's no need to be so anxious. Upon hearing Chang Yaojin's words, Li Yuan glanced at him and gave a faint nod. He understood this matter too. There was no point in rushing. Yet he found himself genuinely anticipating it and also growing impatient. After all, according to the schedule, Li Shimen would be distributing wages today. The wages for all 21 of them would amount to a substantial sum. With that, they would naturally be able to exchange for a large quantity of supplies. The thought of all those marvelous products from the future, along with some delicious foods, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Just then, a flash of white light flickered in the distance. The next moment, Li Shimen and his men all appeared here. Li Yuan hurried over. "Son, rise quickly. Is today payday?" he asked curiously. At that moment, Li Shimen handed over the banknotes he was holding. After Li Yuan took it, he kept turning it over in his hands. His eyes glinted faintly at that moment. The material is truly superb. I wonder how this pay compares to the currency of our Tang Dynasty. He looked at Li Shimen with curiosity. Li Shimen paused briefly before speaking. It should be equivalent to the wages of an ordinary commoner, not particularly substantial. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was taken aback. He had assumed his son, as the second prince, would one day become emperor. Under such circumstances, going to work as a laborer, surely he'd be paid handsomely? Yet it turned out to be merely on par with an ordinary commoner. Noticing his father's displeased expression, Li Shimen quickly spoke up. The primary purpose of this salary is to exchange for supplies from the future. Those are the things we truly need. Compared to the value of money today, it's simply incomparable. After hearing these words, Li Yuan nodded slightly. Then his gaze shifted to Zheng He and the others standing behind Li Shimen. "Zheng He, you've worked hard these past months. From now on, each of you shall receive a monthly reward of 100 taels of gold." Upon hearing his words, Zheng He and the others were momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with excitement as they all knelt and kowtowed. "We thank the emperor for his bounty." Li Yuan waved his hand, dismissing Zheng He and the others. Meanwhile, Li Shimen's eyes flickered slightly, but he remained silent. For he knew Zheng He and the others' salaries would inevitably flow to him. Only this way could he maximize the benefits. For them, simply getting to go to work each day, snacking, and drinking beverages was already quite good. Not to mention the midday meals, meat served at every meal, and always enough to fill their bellies. In truth, within the Tang Dynasty, the prospect of securing 100 taels of gold would undoubtedly be their greatest aspiration. Only someone like Li Shimen, who had truly seen through the nature of money, would understand that money is ultimately useless. Only truly useful goods hold real value. "Son, you'll be returning with supplies tomorrow, right? Let's discuss what supplies we should bring back this time." Li Yuan spoke up, pulling Li Shimen to sit beside him. Chang Yaojin also approached, though he remained standing, his face brimming with anticipation. He too wanted to know what supplies could be exchanged from the future. Li Shimen proceeded to list everything he knew about them. Walkie-talkies, power generators, MP3 players, seasonings, various grains, and salt. "These items are all indispensable," Li Shimen stated. "And with our current substantial wages, we should be able to trade for all of them," Li Shimen stated. "Beyond that, I'd like to follow General Su's advice and have him make recommendations. As far as I know, when last month's wages were distributed, those 3 individuals from the other 2 dynasties all instructed General Su to make purchases at his discretion." Chapter 33, The Truly Valuable Things. The next morning, Su Qi stretched lazily and slowly rose to his feet. He glanced at the view counts and likes on the videos he'd posted. His short video account had gained some traction. Each video garnered over 100,000 views, with some even reaching millions. Likes ranged from 10,000 to 100,000. Even his follower count had reached 100,000. "Now I'm neither here nor there, but I guess you could call me an internet celebrity," Su Qi said with a smile. He could even see some businesses requesting ads in the back end. But Su Qi absolutely refused to take their ads. Stretching lazily, Su Qi stepped outside. By then, Li Shishi and the others had already arrived. Though they no longer had to work. Today was their day off. They had gathered together anyway. Under Li Shishi's direction, the guards were conducting a thorough cleanup. Others were independently repairing equipment accidentally damaged by tourists. Seeing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but marvel. Li Shishi really knows how to get things done. He chuckled as he made his way directly to the group. Li Shishi immediately spoke up. "Mr. Su, you're here." Su Qi gave a slight nod. Then he looked at the 4 people present. Besides Li Shishi, Li Shishi, Li Zhuo, and Lu Chang, the wages of all the other guards were covered by Li Shishi. Therefore, they did not approach. "Have you decided what you want to buy this time?" Su Qi spoke directly. However, after hearing his words, Li Zhuo and Lu Chang across from him spoke up first. "This time, we'd still like to ask Mr. Su to help us make the selections." Hearing this, Su Qi nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Li Shishi also spoke up. "I also hope Mr. Su could help this humble lady make a selection." Su Qi nodded slightly again. Since the 3 were the same as before, he didn't elaborate further, instead turning his gaze toward Li Shishi. "And you?" Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi spoke directly. "I hope to acquire walkie-talkies, power generators, and refined salt. Beyond that, I'd also appreciate some guidance from Mr. Su." Su Qi pondered briefly before stating directly. "Then I'll give Li Zhuo and Lu Chang each a set of solar panels so you can charge your walkie-talkies. Beyond that, just buy all the refined salt, seasonings, and other items we had before again. After all, you'll be able to exchange for plenty of supplies when you return, right?" "Thank you, Mr. Su." Li Zhuo and Lu Chang hurriedly replied. Su Qi waved his hand dismissively before turning his attention to Li Shishi. "Shishi, what about you? Would you like me to buy you some jewelry or something?" Hearing this, Li Shishi's face flushed slightly. It seemed she too wanted to get some supplies like Li Zhuo and the others. But clearly, as a young woman in her tender 20s, she still hoped to indulge her love for beauty. Su Qi chuckled. "Then I'll decide on my own. I'll buy you a set of modern clothes, get you some jewelry with the rest, and keep the rest of it the same as last month." Li Shishi nodded repeatedly. After confirming the purchases for the 3 of them, Su Qi's gaze finally turned to Li Er. "You have a higher salary, so you can afford more. Is there anything specific you need? If so, I can buy it for you separately. For instance, would you like a new phone?" Su Qi asked directly. A used phone only costs a few hundred yuan. For Li Zhuo, Lu Chang, and Li Shishi, it was clearly not ideal. But for Li Shishi, it was still within his means. After hearing these words, Li Shishi clearly felt a flicker of interest. Yet in the end, he shook his head. "I'd still prefer Mr. Su to buy me something more practical. We can discuss the phone later, it won't be usable once we return anyway." After listening, Su Qi nodded slightly. He had only mentioned it casually, for Li Shishi was a man of great wisdom. His choice was perfectly reasonable. "Oh, and you should have suitable growing conditions there too. How about I get you some seeds?" Su Qi suddenly remembered something and spoke up with a smile. "Seeds?" Li Shishi's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke. "Could it be that seeds from this era are different from ours?" His eyes betrayed his confusion. In his view, seeds were all the same, there was absolutely no need to waste resources on this. However, Su Qi burst into laughter at that very moment. "Of course they're different. Don't underestimate how little people in our era care about food. But if you go back a few decades, we were also facing severe food shortages. If it weren't for the hybrid rice developed by the brilliant Professor Yuan, along with other wise professors and scholars who pioneered new crops, we might still be worrying about food today." Li Shishi listened in stunned silence. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated such a revelation. Su Qi continued. "Take wheat, for instance. Nowadays, a yield of 1,000 jin per mu is quite common. Then there's sweet potatoes, achieving several thousand jin per mu is entirely feasible. And potatoes? That stuff is incredibly filling. For you, the results would be quite impressive," he stated directly. Upon hearing yields of 1,000 caddies per mu and even several thousand caddies per mu, Li Shishi's eyes widened in astonishment. In his era, crops yielding 100 caddies per mu were already considered quite good. Yields of 500 caddies were reserved for the finest, most superior crops. Yet here, Su Qi casually achieved yields of 1,000 caddies per mu, and even crops capable of producing several thousand caddies. This news undoubtedly filled his face with excitement. "Mr. Su, I'll take this one, I need the seeds. Make sure to get plenty of seeds." Hearing his words, Su Qi couldn't help but smile. Then his gaze turned to Li Shishi, Li Zhuo, and Lu Chang. "What about you? Would you like some wheat, potato, and sweet potato seeds too?" The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Clearly, they too had been stunned by the claims of yields reaching 1,000 caddies per mu or even several thousand caddies per mu. Such yields were utterly beyond their imagination. Su Qi nodded without hesitation and drove straight to town to purchase supplies for them. Of course, with Li Shimen now in the group, the amount of supplies needed was significantly greater. Some of the soup was prepared in advance and then delivered by others. It took them all the way until noon to get everything over. Chapter 34, Mission accomplished. Here are all the supplies you requested. Just take them back directly. Su Qi spoke up. After hearing his words, Li Shimen now examined the supplies before him with curiosity. This was the first time he had ever received such supplies. His eyes flickered slightly. He hurriedly moved closer. He examined them from left to right. He examined every single one of these novel items. Indeed, each and every one of these items was incredibly precious. Li Shimen remarked with a smile. Finally, his gaze settled on the seeds. Besides the seeds Su Qi had promised earlier, he had also procured some seeds for Li Shimen and his companion, seeds that would never exist in their own dynasty. After all, once Li Shimen and his men brought these items back, history itself would inevitably undergo drastic alterations. In Su Qi's view, since it was going to be altered anyway, it might as well be altered more thoroughly. Is this the sweet potato that yields 3,000 jin per mu? Li Shishi, standing nearby, leaned in closer. Her eyes brimmed with intense curiosity. Even Li Zhua and Lu Qing beside them joined the crowd. Their eyes filled with astonishment. They stared at the tiny sweet potato. They all knew this thing could grow larger. Su Qi had just given them some operating manuals. They fully understood now. Once planted, it wouldn't take long before a whole crop would grow. At that moment, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Especially Li Zhua and Lu Qing. As the dynasty progressed, all grain crops gradually increased in yield. Though the increase wasn't substantial, it was indeed increasing. Therefore, whether it was Li Shimen from the Tang dynasty or Li Shishi from the Song dynasty, they enjoyed relative abundance of grain. Not to mention that Li Shimen himself was of noble birth, currently the second prince, and destined to become emperor. Under these circumstances, he deeply understood the preciousness of these food supplies. But he himself had never gone hungry. As for Li Shishi, her father was a high-ranking official from birth. Every delicacy imaginable was readily available to her. She certainly would never lack for something as basic as grain. But for her, she understood all too well just how precious food truly was. In contrast, Li Zhua and Lu Qing, both of them were ordinary citizens of Qin when they first joined the army. When they first joined the army, it was purely because they were starving, with no food to be found. So they had no choice but to join the army to scrape by. You must understand that many others joined the army at the same time as them. Yet in the end, only the two of them remained. And now, this thing could yield 3,000 jin per mu. This meant that planting just one mu, it could feed many people. Whether it was themselves, their wives and children, the elderly and young, or their fellow villagers. They would never have to fear hunger again. Mr. Su, I offer my deepest gratitude. Li Zhua immediately knelt down. His eyes brimmed with excitement. Tears of emotion welled up in his eyes. Lu Qing beside him was no different. Observing their state, Su Qi shook his head gently. He quickly helped them to their feet. Then he smiled and said, "You're here because you're my employees, and there's no need for such formalities between employees and their boss. Besides, every penny of your wages was earned through your own hard work. Exchanging them for something else is perfectly normal. There's absolutely no need for this." After hearing his words, Li Zhua and Lu Qing, though still visibly moved, cautiously stood up. Having spent these past 2 months with Su Qi, they had come to fully understand. Su Qi himself was quite averse to the hierarchical distinctions prevalent in their ancient world. "Mr. Su, it was our fault for losing our composure this time." After hearing his words, Su Qi smiled and nodded in agreement. "It's fine. Hurry and take these items back. I believe they can change your situation." Li Zhua and Lu Qing nodded repeatedly. Then they carried all the supplies back to Qin. At that moment, Li Shimen approached. He bowed 3 times to Su Qi. "Mr. Su, these items are of the utmost value. No matter what happens in the future, I will always remain your employee." Su Qi smiled and patted Li Shimen on the shoulder. Without further words, he simply motioned for Li Shimen to take the items back first. Li Shimen summoned 5 guards, including Song Yi. He instructed them to accompany him in transporting these items back. As for the remaining 15 guards, they were to stay behind and continue their duties. Though they received no wages, it did alleviate Su Qi's immediate predicament. Otherwise, today might have truly meant having to close down operations for the time being. "Mr. Su, I've returned." Li Shishi flashed a smile. Su Qi waved to her. Soon after, Li Shishi departed with all the supplies. After watching everyone depart, Su Qi stretched lazily. This batch of supplies should be enough for them to process. Su Qi said cheerfully. Then he took on the role of ticket seller, taking over Li Shishi's position. Qin Dynasty. Li Shishi had just returned when she spotted Gu Qingji and Bai Qi across the way. The two of them smiled, having learned yesterday that Li Shishi would bring supplies back today. So they were quite eager today. Shishi, I wonder what kind of supplies you brought back this time. Are they the same as last time? Gu Qingji asked directly. As he spoke, his gaze had already fallen upon the spot before Li Shishi. There were 2 large bundles of supplies. Li Shishi immediately smiled and replied, Father, this time, Mr. Su has brought us some real treasures. Oh? What kind of treasure? Bai Qi chimed in at that moment. Li Shishi didn't hesitate. She quickly brought out the items. Besides the supplies from last time, she also placed 4 large bundles of items neatly on the table before her. These were seeds. Seeds? Gu Qingji was taken aback. Why bring these seeds this time? Could it be that our Song dynasty was actually short on seeds? He was thoroughly puzzled, having no idea what was going on. However, Li Shishi smiled cheerfully and said, Father, this is called sweet potato. It can yield 3,000 jin per mu. As her words fell, Gu Qingji and Bai Qi sucked in a sharp breath. Especially Gu Qingji. Others might not know, but he knew perfectly well. 3,000 jin per mu. What did that mean? It means that just planting 1 mu of this crop would yield 4 times their current output. If every farmer in the country cultivated this crop, no one would ever starve again. Moreover, it would generate vast quantities of resources that could be exchanged for other goods. Good. 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 Gu Qingji blurted out 3 goods in quick succession. His eyes sparkled with unending delight. I'll present this to His Majesty without delay. Shishi, you've done us a tremendous service this time. Chapter 35, appointed as 1,000 household commander. Reporting to the general. We're back. Li Zhua and Lu Qing spoke in unison. They immediately stood before Bai Qi. Seeing the two suddenly appear before him, Bai Qi and the others had long since grown accustomed to it. After all, every day when Li Zhua and Lu Qing finished work, they would be waiting here. Especially Bai Qi. He hadn't missed a single day. Is this the supplies you brought? Quickly, commanders, distribute these supplies immediately. Sell everything through the established channels. This time we need to exchange them for a large batch of provisions and military supplies. Bai Qi hurriedly interjected. However, when his gaze swept over the pile, he noticed several unusual items. He said nothing further, merely lifting his head to look at Li Zhua and Lu Qing, awaiting their explanation. Li Zhua stepped forward first, clasping his hands together as he spoke. General, this is a solar panel generator. It converts sunlight into electricity to charge walkie-talkies. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qi's eyes flickered slightly. His eyes brimmed with delight. Excellent. Our walkie-talkies have been dead for 3 days now. Now it can finally be charged. Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past month they had fought one minor battle. Not many. But it was precisely by leveraging the walkie-talkie's ability to swiftly relay orders. They caught the enemy completely off guard. At a cost of less than 10% of their own forces, they annihilated the enemy unit. Even by the standards of the legendary General Bai Qi. This was still a remarkably successful, even outstanding, battle. These past few days, with the walkie-talkie dead, Bai Qi had been deeply concerned. Now he could finally recharge them. What about the others? Bai Qi continued to ask. His gaze, however, fell upon those objects resembling seeds. What are these? Could they be seeds? Could the seeds from later generations be different from ours? Lu Qing hurriedly interjected. That's correct, General. According to Mr. Su, this is a sweet potato, capable of yielding 3,000 jin per mu. The moment his words fell, Bai Qi across from him sucked in a sharp breath. The surrounding generals were also left speechless. A yield of 3,000 jin per mu, this was no laughing matter. A general rose from the sidelines and spoke directly. After hearing his words, Lu Qing lifted his head. This is absolutely no joke, it was personally guaranteed by General Su. And these crops, all of them, are entirely new to our era. If we can cultivate them now, they can gradually be introduced and adopted. He proceeded to list a series of crops, including chili peppers, tomatoes, watermelons, and more. After hearing his explanation, Bai Qi pondered deeply. After a moment, he slowly nodded. You two have rendered great service this time. I hereby grant you the rank of 1,000 household commander. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Li Zhua and Lu Qing immediately knelt. Their eyes shone brightly. To keep earning merits on the battlefield and eventually become 1,000 house commander. To do so, they would need to slay at least 100 enemies. Given their abilities, this would likely take them until they were 30 or 40. But now, after merely 2 months of labor within Su Qi's ancient city, they had been promoted directly to the rank of 1,000 house commander. For both of them, this was an immense honor. You two should explain the primary functions of these items to the others, then distribute them gradually. Bai Qi spoke up. After watching the others leave, he reached out and picked up the sample watermelon brought by Li Zhuo and Lu Qing. He casually sliced off a piece and popped it into his mouth. The next moment, his eyes lit up. This fruit is exceptionally sweet and incredibly juicy. Excellent, excellent. Tang Dynasty. My son has returned. Li Yuan leapt to his feet. Completely disregarding his imperial dignity, he jogged over to Li Shimon's side. This was their first exchange of supplies. For Li Yuan, it was also a novel experience. He was naturally filled with excitement. What on earth is this? Li Yuan grabbed the walkie-talkie and asked directly. Li Shimon casually explained to him. This is a walkie-talkie, allowing conversation over dozens of miles. This is a flashlight that emits light without producing fire. These are high-yield crop and grain seeds, likely sweet potatoes capable of producing 3,000 jin per mu. At first, Li Yuan listened with a face full of excitement. Each of these items surpassed his wildest imagination. A single glance was enough to make his eyes light up. He fully understood that each of these items was a treasure to them. Yet, upon hearing about the final seed, his body froze in place. 3,000 jin per mu. Cheng Yaojin, standing nearby, leapt over in excitement. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to a general. He looked every bit the country bumpkin. Is that really true, second prince? You can't be pulling our leg. Li Shimon shot Cheng Yaojin a dismissive glance and snorted coldly. When have I, Li Shimon, ever deceived anyone? Besides, this was personally promised by General Su. This yield of 3,000 caddies per mu is merely a conservative estimate after all. Our current cultivation conditions can't compare to what's possible in the future. In the future, doubling that yield is entirely possible. Excellent. With these resources, how could the Tang Dynasty not flourish? Li Yuan declared, his face aglow with excitement. As the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he had many matters to reform and resolve. Yet he had no means to do so. After all, grain was scarce, it could only be cultivated. Yet such efforts yield little in the short term. If there weren't enough people, he could offer incentives to encourage them to have children faster. But food simply couldn't be grown any faster. After all, the yield per mu was only a few hundred jin. But if we switch to sweet potatoes yielding 3,000 pounds per mu, that would mean a direct increase of several times over. Even if they were only cultivated for a single year, their treasury would rapidly fill up. Chang Yiqing, go recruit a group of skilled farmers. Find a secure location and have them plant all the seeds. Ensure absolutely no mishaps occur. We must secure a substantial harvest by the first quarter. Especially sweet potatoes, I can hardly wait to taste them. Chang Yaojin immediately responded. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Cheng Yaojin went to attend to his duties. Meanwhile, Li Shimon approached Li Yuan's side. He proceeded to explain the other items in detail. Each explanation left Li Yuan profoundly astonished and exhilarated. The ancient city scenic area. Revenue had doubled once more, meaning he could summon new ancient figures again. I wonder who will summon this time. Chapter 36, New Employee. Lu Bang. Su Qi listened to the system's prompt. His eyes flickered slightly at that moment. He hadn't expected to be able to summon a new historical figure so soon. But considering his current income over 10,000 a day, it seemed perfectly normal. Su Qi was itching to get started. Last time he'd summoned Li Shimon directly, would he be able to summon an emperor again this time? It didn't have to be an emperor, any famous historical figure would do. Su Qi chuckled. At first, he didn't care much about summoning. After all, they were all employees. As long as they were obedient. Therefore, when Li Shishi, Li Zhuo, and Lu Qing arrived, Su Qi was genuinely thrilled. He welcomed them wholeheartedly. But now, the situation was completely different. Remember, last time he summoned Li Shimon, a historical figure of such renown. This time, he naturally harbored some expectations. Begin summoning. Su Qi selected confirm directly. Following his choice, the system's voice sounded continuously. Summoning personnel from the torrent of history. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Upon hearing the final successful summoning, Su Qi hurriedly opened his employee roster. He flipped straight to the last page. There he saw a name that left him utterly astonished. Employee, Lu Bang. Era, Han Dynasty. It was Lu Bang. Su Qi's face was frozen in utter shock. He never could have imagined this. At this moment, he had actually summoned Lu Bang himself. This was the notorious rogue of history. A notoriously infamous one at that. Lu Bang? Another emperor has actually arrived? What could this emperor possibly be here for? I wonder what position the system has assigned him. Su Qi said curiously. Every time the system summons people, only upon meeting Su Qi did they learn their assigned positions. For instance, when Li Shishi first arrived, Su Qi had assumed she was some child. Only after meeting her did he realize Li Shishi was the ticket seller he had summoned. Of course, she now moonlights as a performer. Su Qi currently had no idea what Lu Bang's profession was. Truth be told, he wasn't exactly short-staffed here. If he were truly short-staffed, it would be for those specialized interactive NPCs within the scenic area. Could Lu Bang actually be one of those interactive NPCs? But what role does he play? An emperor? Su Qi was utterly baffled. Unable to come up with any answers, he simply lay down on the bed. He fell into a deep sleep. He was waiting for tomorrow's work. After all, Lu Bang would definitely come tomorrow. Han Dynasty. Lu Bang, now seated upon the imperial throne, opened his eyes. His gaze carried an innate authority, commanding respect without a hint of anger. Future, scenic area, NPC? Who knew such things existed in this world? And they actually summoned me. He spoke with a smile. At first, he was utterly astonished, but then it dawned on him. This couldn't possibly be fake. After all, it appeared directly within his mind, imparting such vast knowledge. Every bit of that knowledge was invaluable. Without hesitation, he stood up. He then summoned his men to bring him the set of clothes he had once worn. Though he now held the title of emperor, he had never discarded the very outfit he wore during his humble beginnings as a minor official. After the eunuch beside him brought the items over, Lu Bang immediately put them on. He waited quietly for the summons the next day. Ancient city. Amidst a flash of white light, Lu Bang saw everything before him transform completely. When he opened his eyes again, everything before him was utterly different from what he had just witnessed. Is this the future? Lu Bang muttered to himself, glancing back at the ancient city behind him. This ancient city actually looked quite authentic. Lu Bang chuckled to himself. But he knew this ancient city was entirely fake. Curious, he stepped closer and touched the city wall. What material is this? Why is it so hard? Lu Bang was now filled with confusion. Just then, several flashes of white light appeared in the distance. Leading the way was none other than Li Shishi, accompanied by his 20 guards. Immediately after their arrival, Li Shishi spotted Lu Bang in the distance. Noticing the ancient attire on Lu Bang's body, Li Shishi instantly realized this was likely his new colleague. He took a deep breath and walked straight up to him. Then he said with a smile, "I suppose you must be the new colleague." Upon hearing his words, Lu Bang turned to glance at Li Shishi. At just that glance, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He sensed an aura emanating from Li Shishi. This aura was formidable. It was on par with his own. "I am indeed a new employee. May I ask who you are?" Lu Bang asked curiously. Li Shishi lifted his head abruptly and spoke with a smile. "I am Li Shishi of the Tang Dynasty." After uttering these words, he waited for Lu Bang to kneel in astonishment. But after a moment, Li Shishi glanced over, only to find Lu Bang merely scratching his ear. He looked as though he had never heard the name before. Witnessing this, Li Shishi realized Lu Bang was most likely one of his ancestors, and thus had never heard of him. Therefore, he explained once more. "I am the second emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Emperor Taizong." "Oh." Lu Bang uttered a faint "oh." "How dare you show disrespect to the second prince?" He saw Li Shishi at a loss. He sprang forward, drawing the long sword at his waist. With a sharp swish, a cold gleam flashed. The guards behind him did the same. All drew their blades, glaring fiercely at Lu Bang. They all understood that Li Shishi would one day become emperor. So now, they had to curry favor with him. This scene was witnessed directly by Li Shishi, Li Zhuo, and Lu Qing, who had just appeared. The three of them watched the scene unfold, their faces frozen in shock. They never imagined that after everything seemed fine yesterday, coming to work today would lead to drawn swords. Peering through the crowd, they spotted Lu Bang in the distance. Only then did they realize a newcomer had arrived. And judging by the situation, this newcomer had likely clashed with Li Shishi. Otherwise, Li Shishi's 20 guards wouldn't have drawn their swords simultaneously. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing desperately wanted to intervene, but they were powerless to do so. For each guard in the distance possessed martial prowess no weaker than their own. Moreover, given their status, there was simply no way they could intervene. Li Shishi faced the same predicament. Just then, Li Shishi cleared his throat twice. "Songhe, sheath your sword." Chapter 37, Lu Bang? A rogue. Upon hearing his master's command, Songhe promptly sheathed his blade and returned to stand behind Li Shishi. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Bang in the distance. Clearly, if Lu Bang dared utter another word out of line, he would charge forward and strike without hesitation. At that moment, Li Shishi bowed his fist toward Lu Bang. Then he said apologetically, "My colleague, I'm truly sorry my subordinates seem to have overreacted. I wonder from which dynasty you hail, and what your name may be." Seeing Li Shishi's expression, Lu Bang let out a soft snort before speaking. "I am Lu Bang, of the Han Dynasty." As his words fell, Li Shishi sucked in a sharp breath. In that moment, he finally understood why the other man showed no surprise at his name or identity. It turned out the man was the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. By comparison, he, the second emperor of the Tang Dynasty, truly paled in comparison. He bowed once more before speaking. So that's it, a later ruler paying respects to the High Emperor. At that moment, Zheng He's mouth twitched slightly. He never imagined that just anyone who happened to appear would turn out to be the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. The thought of his own recent behavior filled him with regret. The surrounding guards were equally astonished. Meanwhile, Li Jua and Lu Qing looked utterly perplexed. Clearly, they had no idea who this so-called Han Emperor was. Lu Bang's gaze now fell upon Li Jua, Lu Qing, and Li Shishi, the three of them. With just a glance, he could tell these three were different. So he asked, "Who are you three?" Before Li Jua, Lu Qing, and Li Shishi could answer, Li Shimin immediately explained on their behalf. They are esteemed predecessors of this scenic area. Miss Li Shishi hails from the Song Dynasty, while the other two, Li Jua and Lu Qing, were soldiers under General Bai Qi of the Qin Dynasty. Upon hearing this, at that moment, Lu Bang's mouth twitched slightly. His reaction stemmed not from Li Shishi. Rather, it was because of Li Jua and Lu Qing. After all, his Han Dynasty had been established precisely by overthrowing the Qin Dynasty. But then he quickly regained his composure. The two men across from him were either from the Qin state or under Bai Qi's command. If so, they weren't directly related to him. Thus, he nodded cheerfully and said no more. "You're all here." In the distance, Su Qi walked over with a smile. "Mr. Su." "Greetings, Mr. Su." Everyone hurriedly greeted him. Su Qi nodded and waved his hand. "Everyone, get back to work." After dismissing the group, Su Qi approached Lu Bang. Seeing Su Qi before him, Lu Bang raised both hands in a respectful salute. "Mr. Su." Su Qi gave a slight nod. "I imagine the High Emperor must have understood some of the matters here as well." "Understood," Lu Bang hastily replied. He understood that his very presence here was entirely due to the man before him, Su Qi. Though his status appeared more noble than Su Qi's. But at this very moment, things were entirely different here. Therefore, he showed no airs whatsoever. Su Qi smiled and nodded. Then he took a thick stack of documents from his hand and handed them to Lu Bang across from him. "These are the materials I've compiled. You can take a look first. These are all historical records from your era. It might help you resolve some issues." After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang accepted the documents at that moment. After glancing through it, his eyes lit up slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Who was Lu Bang? He was none other than the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. With just a glance, he recognized the invaluable nature of these documents. They documented treacherous ministers, as well as loyal officials he had wrongfully executed. Now that he was aware of them, he could certainly make good use of these individuals in the future. "By the way, what is your current position?" Su Qi suddenly asked. After hearing his words, Lu Bang immediately retorted. "Thug." "What?" Su Qi froze for a moment. He stared at Lu Bang in front of him, his face filled with astonishment. "What do you mean, a rogue? Did you come here to be a rogue?" Lu Bang cleared his throat twice before speaking. "I'm an NPC at the scenic area, the kind who interacts with tourists. Only I'm playing the role of a rogue." He confirmed that Lu Bang wasn't pulling his leg. Su Qi burst out laughing right then and there. And it was an unrestrained, hearty laugh. "Lu Bang, a rogue, it really suits you." Lu Bang gave a faint, melancholy smile. But he said no more. After all, the person before him was Su Qi. If it had been anyone else, he might not have been able to hold back. But Su Qi was different. Moments later, Su Qi finished laughing. Then he continued speaking. "Alright, then go handle your own business. We pay on the first of every month. We gather for lunch and provide a meal. If you get thirsty or hungry at other times, just head to the scenic area supermarket for drinks and snacks." With that, Su Qi dismissed Lu Bang. Lu Bang nodded with a smile and entered the scenic area. As he walked, he pondered how a rogue should conduct himself. After all, he was now the emperor. An emperor playing the role of a rogue seemed odd no matter how you looked at it. But then he recalled that he had indeed started out as a rogue. Lu Bang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Then he turned to look at Su Qi behind him and asked, "Mr. Su, might I ask how does one go about being a rogue?" After hearing his words, Su Qi immediately laughed again. Then, after looking at him, he said, "Just rein it in a bit." After assigning tasks to everyone, Su Qi found himself a spot and lay down, watching the sun in the sky. And the comments, likes, and views on short videos. Su Qi's eyes sparkled brightly. He understood that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before his daily foot traffic reached thousands. Then his daily income would be quite substantial. Soon, several tourists arrived one after another. They bought tickets from Li Shishi. Then they immediately took photos with Li Shishi. Of course, they also left some snacks behind. They then proceeded to the city gate with their tickets. They then had Li Jua and Lu Qing perform a symbolic inspection. They promptly took photos with Li Jua and Lu Qing again. After snapping the photos, they scampered into the scenic area. They completely ignored the scenic views. Instead, they sought out Li Shishi and the others, snapping more photos. Seeing this scene, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. He understood why these people were so familiar. Was entirely because they'd watched a short video guide. Only, those guides had nothing to do with the scenic area itself. It was all about Li Shishi and his crew. Chapter 38, Lu Bang's Path of the Rogue. Lu Bang wandered aimlessly through the scenic area. Because the role he was playing was that of a rogue. And thugs naturally didn't need fixed positions. Lu Bang occasionally crossed paths with Li Shishi and the others. Both sides smiled, appearing quite harmonious. Just then, two female college students who had just finished taking photos with Li Shishi suddenly spotted the old man in the distance. Both froze for a moment before hurrying over. "Who are you portraying?" one of the more curvaceous students inquired. Upon hearing her words, Lu Bang lifted his head and smiled warmly at her. "I am a rogue." "A rogue?" The female students were all taken aback. Who would have thought that in a perfectly good scenic area, where there were clearly still many missing characters and merchants, they'd actually hired someone to play a rogue? Is this idle money with nowhere to go? Or was it the owner's peculiar sense of humor? Seeing both of them staring blankly, Lu Bang scratched his head. To be honest, even in his rogue days, there were certain things he wouldn't stoop to. But considering his position's demands, he sighed. He extended his sinful claws. "Hey, ladies, fancy keeping your old man company for a bit of fun?" Hearing his words, both women across from him looked taken aback. Just as Lu Bang wondered if this might alienate the two modern girls before him, the two girls before him suddenly broke into smiles. "Uncle, your performance is truly spot on." One girl chuckled as she said this, then ran over and hooked her arm through Lu Bang's. Then she directed the other girl. "Snap a pic for me, this old guy is hilarious." It was the transition between summer and autumn. The temperature wasn't too high, but it wasn't too low either. The college girl was dressed rather lightly. She embraced Lu Bang like that, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined modern women could be so open-minded. They barely knew each other, yet after just a few words, she had wrapped her arms around his. Lu Bang stood there dumbfounded as the two girls finished taking their photos. Then the two girls smiled cheerfully, bid Lu Bang farewell, and walked away. Witnessing this scene, Lu Bang pondered his path as a rogue. Su Qi sat in his office watching the surveillance feed. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It seemed that compared to modern-day rogues, these ancient ones were still a notch below. He didn't dwell on it. He found it perfectly normal. After all, certain things were already quite open in modern society. But in ancient times, if one dared to do certain things, one would be facing execution. Soon, Su Qi turned his attention back to the surveillance feed before him. After a moment, he suddenly realized that Lu Bang had become quite adept at playing the role of a rogue. Not only had he developed his own set of pickup lines, but he could also mingle effortlessly with the girls. Even under Su Qi's watchful eye, Lu Bang brazenly groped them. The girls all seemed perfectly happy, clearly not feeling offended. Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. "That's Lu Bang for you." He stopped paying attention to Lu Bang. Instead, he turned his attention to the information on the short video. The short video had already racked up over 200,000 likes. A flood of comments poured in. Many people expressed their desire to visit this place. However, the peak tourist season was still some time away, so they were all waiting. Seeing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. Judging by this trend, wouldn't the tourist numbers double by the peak season? The thought of such a scene filled Su Qi with excitement. The morning passed quickly. Lunchtime arrived. Su Qi, Lu Bang, and the others were all seated in the restaurant. Lu Bang gazed at the food before him. His eyes glowed slightly. This is actually better than what I ate back in ancient times." This made Lu Bang sigh in admiration. After all, he was the High Emperor, the founder of the Han Dynasty. By any measure, his era placed him above all others. Everything he ate, used, and drank was the finest of his time. Yet now, he found everything he had received to be utterly insignificant. This left him sighing helplessly. Modern society had advanced far too rapidly. When he recalled the descriptions of the future in the history books he had read, he couldn't help but marvel. Su Qi chuckled softly, saying nothing more. Instead, Li Shishi, who was beside him, spoke up. "Your Majesty, is the food to your liking? If not, please let Xiao Lu and Xiao Zheng know what you'd prefer. With Mr. Su's approval, they can prepare some of your favorite dishes." He spoke while smiling at Su Qi. Though spoken to Lu Bang. But it was really meant for Su Qi. Or rather, it was a way of seeking Su Qi's approval. Thus, after meeting Li Shimon's gaze, Su Qi gave a slight nod. "That's right. If you ever want anything specific for lunch, just let the two staff members in charge of cooking know. They can pass it on to me, and I'll go buy the ingredients." When it came to meals, Su Qi was never strict. After all, everyone present, whether an ordinary guard or the emperor himself, was a mere 10 yuan per day. This wage was shockingly low. Given these circumstances, Su Qi was more than willing to let them enjoy their meals to some degree. Lu Bang hastily clasped his fists in a bow towards Su Qi. Thank you, Mr. Su. However, I'm quite satisfied with the meals I'm already receiving and don't have any special requests for now. The others chimed in one after another. Su Qi nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Truthfully, the dishes those two guards had learned to cook were just simple home-style meals. They were cooked in large communal pots. The flavor was merely passable. But to everyone present, they had never tasted anything like this before. Thus, they all found it incredibly delicious. Su Qi even thought that if he simply cooked the food and sprinkled some seasoning on it, they'd still devour it. Soon, everyone finished their meal, and Su Qi arranged for them to return to their posts. He himself filmed some footage specifically for editing later. The day passed quickly. Li Shishi and the others all approached Su Qi. They bowed slightly, clasping their fists. Mr. Su, we're off duty now. Mr. Su, goodbye. Li Shishi waved cheerfully at Su Qi. Su Qi waved back at the group. Everyone, go home and get some rest. The next moment, a white light began to glow around each of them. Almost simultaneously, they were all transported back. Chapter 39, Summon Han Xian and Xiao He. Lu Bang opened his eyes. Surveying the familiar palace grounds, he slowly exhaled in relief. Yet his gaze gradually regained its commanding presence. The future, the scenic area, it truly surpassed my wildest expectations. He couldn't help but mutter, then shook his head. Then the eunuch arrived immediately. Your Majesty, what are your commands? Facing the eunuch before him, Lu Bang spoke directly. Go fetch Xiao He and Han Xian for me. As the eunuch departed, Lu Bang slowly sat down upon his imperial throne. Having reviewed the events of history, his greatest concern remained the events unfolding within his own court. The thought that he had executed so many high-ranking ministers did not trouble him. He understood he had no choice but to act thus. Yet when he contemplated the consequences of their deaths, Lu Bang felt a sense of helplessness. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to alter the course of history. 2 hours later, two figures hurriedly arrived at the imperial palace. Upon entering, they immediately knelt and bowed. We pay our respects to your Majesty. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Looking at Xiao He and Han Xian before him, Lu Bang nodded, motioning for them to rise. Sit. Lu Bang pointed to two chairs that had already been brought over from a distance. Han Xian and Xiao He exchanged glances, neither understanding what Lu Bang intended. Nevertheless, they sat down on the chairs. At that moment, Han Xian asked directly and bluntly. May I ask what urgent matter has brought us here, your Majesty? Xiao He remained silent, yet he too looked at Lu Bang with some curiosity. After hearing their words, Lu Bang paused to think. After a moment, he sighed and made a significant decision. I have something to tell you both. Yesterday, I journeyed to a scenic area in the future. I worked there and witnessed certain events of the future. Upon hearing his words, Han Xian and Xiao He exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. They even wondered if Lu Bang had lost his mind. How could he utter such madman's ravings? Lu Bang continued. I know you don't believe me. That's why I called you here today so you can stay until tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I'll return to work. By then, I'll have vanished completely. You'll see. Seeing Lu Bang so utterly certain, Han Xian rose to his feet and spoke. Your Majesty, a nation cannot exist a single day without its ruler. If you must go to that so-called scenic area for work every day, what will become of the entire Han Empire? Xiao He, standing nearby, also spoke up. Indeed, Your Majesty. If you are absent all day, would not the Han Empire descend into chaos? Lu Bang nodded slightly. He understood well that if the emperor were frequently absent during the day, that would indeed be problematic. After pondering for a moment, he turned his gaze toward Xiao He in the distance. Therefore, I shall need your assistance moving forward. Inger is no longer a child, it's time he learned the affairs of state. Xiao He, starting today, you will accompany Inger at all times, teaching him the ways of governance. Record all matters that occurred during the day, so I may review them upon my return. Upon hearing his words, Xiao He immediately knelt on the ground. I shall not fail in my imperial duty. Lu Bang nodded, saying nothing more, his gaze shifting to Han Xian. Han Xian, do you know why I summoned you? Han Xian froze. While he excelled in warfare, he knew nothing of human relations or social etiquette. Therefore, he shook his head directly. Your servant does not know. Lu Bang stared intently at Han Xian. If I were to kill you in the future, how would you feel about that? Xiao He, listening nearby, felt his lips twitch slightly. He never imagined Lu Bang would actually bring up such a matter. Truth be told, he had his own thoughts about eliminating Han Xian. But he felt it wasn't necessary just yet. At the very least, more time was needed. He needed to see whether Han Xian himself could detect something was amiss. If Han Xian could change, then killing him would be unnecessary. But if Han Xian remained unchanged, then for the sake of the nation's stability, it would indeed be necessary to eliminate him. What puzzled Xiao He, however, he had never once mentioned this to Lu Bang. Why would Lu Bang suddenly bring this up? Han Xian frowned slightly. He lifted his head and looked directly at Lu Bang. When the sovereign commands death, the subject must obey. He stared back at Han Xian's unwavering gaze, utterly resolute. At that moment, Lu Bang sighed. It seems I've made a mistake about the future after all. Lu Bang understood that Han Xian was his foremost general. In the art of commanding battles, he was virtually unmatched on our side. His decisive role in defeating Xiang Yu had earned him immense credit. Such a crucial minister should not die. Especially after seeing the future. He knew Han Xian truly should not have died. He should have realized it back then. Han Xian was willing to come alone at such a delicate juncture in their relationship. That meant the other side had already guessed his fate. Yet he still came. That meant Han Xian himself had no intention of rebelling. Han Xian, from this day forward, you shall reside in the imperial palace with your wife, children, and family. Xiao He, you too accompany the crown prince to reside here. As for the army, I shall appoint others to command it. Should the need arise for action, we shall consider other arrangements. In the end, Lu Bang could never truly trust Han Xian. Or perhaps his very nature made it impossible for him to simply let Han Xian depart unchallenged. Thus, this was the only course he could take. Across from him, Han Xian had clearly anticipated this, so he simply nodded in agreement without any sign of resistance. At that moment, Xiao He suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, if the future is truly visible, does it only show the history concerning us? Is there nothing else? Upon hearing these words, Lu Bang merely smiled and shook his head. Though he had spent the entire day playing the rogue. And he'd been quite adept at it. After all, he had once been one of them. Yet when he was with Li Shishi and the others, he did ask about the benefits of the scenic area. He spoke slowly. In the future, there are certain special things that our era lacks and will never possess. For instance, communication devices capable of transmitting voices across dozens of miles, machinery that converts sunlight into specialized energy, and mystical artifacts that emit light without fire. Beyond that, there are special resources like sweet potatoes yielding over 3,000 gene per mu. Once the 30 days pass and I receive my salary, I can bring all these things back. For our great Han Dynasty, this brings nothing but benefits. Lu Bang declared with fervor. Upon hearing his words, the two men across from him were utterly astonished. Chapter 40, Lu Bang stunned. A yield of over 3,000 caddies per mu, the ability to communicate freely across dozens of miles, a special device that emits light without fire, and an exceptionally convenient way to store fire seeds. Could all these things possibly be real? Xiao He exclaimed in astonishment. Had anyone else told him such things, he would have dismissed them outright. But the problem was, the one telling him this now was none other than their emperor, Lu Bang. Could Lu Bang possibly be lying? Absolutely. He had deceived many people. Even Xiang Yu had been deceived by him. Under these circumstances, Lu Bang's words were actually not spoken in good faith. But this was only true before Lu Bang became emperor. Or if there were some special interests involved. But clearly, Lu Bang didn't need to deceive them to gain any advantage. Instead, what Lu Bang said that the supplies would be available in 30 days. Or that they would vanish by the time work resumed the next day. Both points could be easily verified. In summary, Xiao He understood that the probability of Lu Bang speaking truthfully was quite high. Which meant that Lu Bang's claims about all those miraculous things were likely true as well. The mere thought of such possibilities sent a chill down his spine. If those things could be brought to this era, they would be enough to change the entire age. In that future, will the emperor be the only one? Han Xian spoke up at this moment. It must be said, Han Xian was a bit thick-skinned. He had just been stripped of his title as King of Chu. Now he held a title in name only, yet he didn't care in the slightest. He understood that when the nation faced peril, when war broke out, he would still be called upon. Lu Bang glanced at Han Xian and spoke directly. Besides myself, there is also a second prince from the future Tang Dynasty, accompanied by 20 guards. According to history, that prince will become emperor. There are also 2 soldiers from the Qin Dynasty who served under Bai Qi, and a daughter of an official from the future Song Dynasty. They were my colleagues back there. People from the Qin Dynasty? Even from future dynasties? This scenic area seems far more remarkable than we imagined. Xiao He remarked from the side. At that moment, Lu Bang nodded. Indeed. Alright, you two go prepare. After tomorrow's morning court session, I'll find a place to wait for work. You two will document all the events during the day and report everything to me, leave nothing out. Aye, sir. Lu Bang and Xiao He exchanged glances before withdrawing immediately. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Bang immediately summoned the eunuch waiting outside and commanded. Have someone follow them. If they try to escape, bring them back by force. Only after arranging this final matter did Lu Bang breathe a sigh of relief. He understood. With the scenic area now established, his dynasty would undoubtedly be vastly different from before. At the very least, he would personally ensure Han Xian who should have died was spared. Moreover, with modern technology and medicine at their disposal, even though their wages were low, he could treat their chronic ailments. If only he could bring more people to work with him, then the wages wouldn't be so meager. At this thought, Lu Bang couldn't help but envy Li Shishi. Besides himself, the other had brought along 20 bodyguards. That meant 21 people drawing salaries. The salaries of those 20 guards certainly weren't spent on themselves, they were all given to Li Shishi. In other words, Li Shishi alone received wages 21 times greater than theirs in a single month. The thought of this situation made Lu Bang's heart ache. But the thought that he alone in the entire Han Dynasty could overcome it brought him relief. After all, things like seeds didn't require excessive consumption, just enough to get by. Other equipment could be acquired gradually. As long as he didn't die, he could keep working there indefinitely. Sooner or later, he would acquire some truly valuable items. The next morning, Lu Bang and the others were teleported over as scheduled. They exchanged glances and exchanged greetings one by one. Though only a day had passed, Lu Bang had already charmed his way into the group with his presence and diplomatic skills. However, his relationship with Li Shishi remained merely a polite facade. After all, both were sovereign rulers. Though Li Shishi was not yet quite worthy of the title, their inner thoughts differed from those of ordinary people. For instance, both Li Shishi and Lu Bang harbored ambitions to vie for the position of the foremost figure beneath Su Qi within this realm. Yet Lu Bang understood his position here was still weak, and must submit for the time being. Li Shishi, however, remained intensely wary of Lu Bang. He knew that a founding emperor like Lu Bang was superior to him in many respects. Therefore, he must cling to Su Qi, clinging to Su Qi's coattails. Only then could he maintain his current position. Su Qi stepped before the assembled crowd. He couldn't help but smile and nod. As for what these people were thinking, Su Qi knew none of it. And even if he did, he wouldn't care much, because he had already asked the system yesterday. These ancient individuals summoned here, even if they died in the modern era due to some special circumstances, there was absolutely no issue. They would still be transported back intact after work. And when they returned the next day, they're as good as new. But Su Qi would never reveal this to them. At least not until something went wrong. He wanted to avoid these people getting cocky and trying to pull off something else. Today being the weekend, the customer flow was more than double the usual weekday volume. Everyone must stay at their posts and avoid any mistakes. His gaze settled on Lu Bang as he spoke. Lu Bang, your role is that of a thug, different from the others. You don't need to project such high-class demeanor, it can be a bit more rough around the edges. Otherwise, it just won't feel authentic. After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang froze for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he slightly lowered his body. He arched his back. A hint of lecherous intent flickered across his face. Witnessing this, Su Qi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Truly the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty, the transformation in demeanor was simply awesome. Lu Bang chuckled heartily. Soon, everyone took their posts and began their duties. Su Qi sat down beside Li Shishi. Li Shishi looked at Su Qi with some surprise. Mr. Su, are you going to work with me? After hearing her words, Su Qi offered a faint smile. Just wait and see. I've invited some people over today. They'll shoot some special promotional videos for our scenic area, which will significantly boost visitor traffic. Chapter 41, Surge in Visitor Traffic. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She didn't quite grasp the meaning behind his words. Still, she said nothing more, her eyes instead carrying a hint of emotion. Her gaze drifted towards Su Qi. She then took a bag of snacks, opened it, and placed a potato chip by Su Qi's lips. Mr. Su, have some. Watching Li Shishi's actions, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. Only then did he realize that Li Shishi still harbored some special feelings toward him. Because everyone he'd arranged to meet this time was free. Overwhelmed by excitement, Su Qi had let his guard down. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qi sighed and accepted the potato chips Li Shishi offered. Li Shishi's eyes glowed slightly, her face flushing bright red. She sat down at her workstation, occasionally rubbing her legs together. She looked like someone who needed to be cherished. Su Qi took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the entrance. He forced himself not to look that way. Time ticked by, second by second. An hour later, a black SUV appeared outside the scenic area. Soon after, a familiar figure stepped out from the distance. Upon seeing the other person, Su Qi immediately left the area. He then stepped forward to greet them. Welcome, everyone, Su Qi said cheerfully. The person descending the stairs was none other than the photographer from before. Last time, he had filmed a video for Su Qi in exchange for free admission. The quality and filming techniques were far superior to anything Su Qi had ever done himself. To this day, that video still holds the highest number of likes among all the videos he's posted. Therefore, after gaining a larger following, Su Qi had repeatedly invited the photographer before him. But being a professional, he was often away on assignments. Now that he finally had time, he brought his colleague along for a trip here. They also came on complimentary tickets, taking the opportunity to shoot a promotional video for Su Qi. Mr. Su himself came to welcome us. The photographer in front of him said cheerfully. He then led his companion over to Su Qi. His gaze then drifted toward Li Shishi in the distance, and he smiled as he waved a greeting. He then greeted Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and the others. The photographer had previously taken several sets of portraits for Li Shishi, Li Zhua, and Lu Qing, so they were fairly familiar with each other. Mr. Su, business at your scenic spot has really picked up compared to before, hasn't it? The photographer remarked. In just a moment, he saw several groups of tourists already entering the scenic area. Su Qi smiled and nodded. It's all thanks to that video you shot last time. Especially since it really highlighted the personalities of a few of my staff members. Now lots of people come just to take pictures with them, some even ask for autographs. Su Qi said with a hint of resignation. And the so-called autographs? Only 2 people can actually sign them. Li Shishi and Li Shimen. Li Zhua and Lu Qing, for instance, couldn't even write a single character. As for Li Shimen, his signature was simply the 3 characters Li Shimen. At first, those asked to sign were somewhat taken aback. But upon realizing that Li Shimen was portraying none other than himself, they couldn't help but laugh. Some even exaggeratedly claimed they'd obtained the emperor's signature. If they knew they'd actually gotten Li Shimen's real signature, it would likely have left them speechless. Rest assured, we'll definitely get you a better set this time. These are my teammates, we're all working together. The photographer encouraged the crew behind him. At that moment, Su Qi nodded in agreement without saying much. He invited them into the scenic area. Then Su Qi didn't follow them in. He understood that professional matters like this must be left to the experts. Otherwise, he knew nothing about such matters. If he were to interfere with the photographer and the others, it might only make things worse. Besides, Su Qi was quite content with his leisurely pace. Just then, he spotted another group of guests he had arranged for arriving in the distance. It was none other than the elementary school teacher from last time. She had brought her students from the school again. But this time, it wasn't just one busload. There were 3 entire buses. Mr. Su, this time I brought students from 3 classes at our school. You'd better give us a special discount. The female teacher greeted Su Qi. Su Qi smiled and replied. Don't worry, that's a given. This time, I'll waive all the teachers' admission fees. You just focus on having fun with the kids. After hearing Su Qi's words, the female teacher also broke into a smile. After all, 3 buses had arrived this time. Each vehicle carried 40 students plus 4 teachers. That meant Su Qi had waived admission for a total of 12 teachers. That added up to a considerable sum. Thank you very much, Mr. Su. I'll take the children to start exploring now. The female teacher spoke up, then purchased tickets for all the students and led them into the scenic area. But this left Li Zhua and Lu Qing in a tough spot. Normally, they only needed to stamp tickets for 100 or so people each day. But this time, over 100 elementary school students showed up all at once. The students chattered excitedly, clearly thrilled. Not wanting to embarrass Su Qi, the 2 stamped tickets faster and faster. Seeing this scene, Su Qi smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. He planned to add an extra dish for lunch. He wanted everyone to have a proper meal. After all, today's foot traffic was significantly higher than before. Su Qi roughly estimated it might even surpass 400 people. Just then, a figure approached from the distance. Su Qi glanced casually and recognized none other than Lu Bang. After approaching, Lu Bang looked at Su Qi with a hint of resignation in his eyes. Mr. Su, what exactly can or can't this rogue do? My acting is decent enough, and everyone seems to like it, but there are some things I just can't bring myself to do. They'd inevitably anger the tourists. Plus, when I chat with the female tourists and take photos with them, I always feel like the male tourists are giving me dirty looks. Lu Bang said with a hint of resignation. Back in his era, anyone who dared look at him like that would have gotten a slap across the face. Or rather, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. His guards would have dragged the offender straight to the dungeon for a thorough beating. But here in this scenic area, he was all alone. He feared those male tourists might pin him to the ground and beat him up. Seeing the other's expression, Su Qi finally realized that playing the role of a thug wasn't going to be easy. He spoke up immediately. I'll get you a few brochures. Just follow the instructions and don't overdo it. Chapter 42, can I take it back? That's fantastic. Lu Bang said cheerfully. Moments later, he crouched by the city wall with Su Qi's manual in hand. He was engrossed in reading them over there. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Not bad, not bad. So that's how it can be done. After reading for a while, Lu Bang stood up abruptly and strode into the scenic area with great vigor and confidence. Li Zhua and Lu Qing, witnessing the future emperor in such a state, were somewhat taken aback. The 2 whispered to each other. Why does this emperor play the rogue so effortlessly? Could it be that he was a rogue in a previous life? At that moment, Su Qi had already approached them. The 2 men immediately stood at attention. Mr. Su, Su Qi gave a slight nod, then addressed them directly. You guessed right, this Lu Bang really was a rogue back in the day. To rise from a rogue to founding emperor speaks to his considerable prestige. And now that he's become emperor, he still embraces his rogue nature. That kind of audacity, I doubt either of you possess it. Su Qi wasn't speaking without basis. For most people in this world, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. So if they ascended the throne and tried to do what they once did, they wouldn't stand a chance. A man like Lu Bang truly possessed immense audacity, or perhaps a knack for shifting directions, or, quite simply, a thick skin. Yet it was precisely this thick-skinned audacity that enabled him to build the Han Dynasty's monumental achievements. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Zhua and Lu Qing exchanged a glance. Simultaneously, they clasped their fists and knelt on one knee. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Su. Seeing their solemn demeanor, Su Qi hastily motioned for them to rise. Then, adopting a deliberately sullen tone, he said, I've said before, once you're here, you're my employees. This isn't like your ancient ways, don't just kneel down casually. After dispensing this lesson, the two men followed behind him. Su Qi began surveying the entire scenic area. To be honest, aside from the initial arrival, Su Qi had already taken a full tour. During the time that followed, he never truly enjoyed exploring the scenic area. Of course, the main reason was that the scenic area was poorly developed. The infrastructure was present, but the number of merchant shops, NPCs, and such was insufficient. That's during the day. Come nightfall, if two zombies suddenly jumped out from a street corner, Su Qi wouldn't even bat an eye. After all, it was far too desolate. After walking a few steps, Su Qi came to a halt. In the distance, several striking figures stood there. Before them stood an old man. None other than Lu Bang. Whatever Lu Bang had said, the girls across from him were all beaming with smiles. They appeared quite delighted. Then, to Su Qi's astonished gaze, one of the girls pretended to be caught by Lu Bang. With her hands behind her back, she walked over and let Lu Bang grab her. Immediately, the other two girls gave her a series of sharp slaps. Then, Lu Bang pulled an apple out from under her, along with several pieces of chocolate. Though clearly robbed, the girl still beamed with delight, looking utterly pleased. Then the other two girls took turns doing the same thing. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Bang had accumulated quite a few items. The girls waved cheerfully at Lu Bang before leaving. Holding all the items, Lu Bang's eyes lit up slightly. Su Qi hurried over. What's going on here? Lu Bang looked up at Su Qi. Lu Bang lifted his head and looked at Su Qi across from him. Then he smiled and spoke. Mr. Su, after reading the manual you gave me, it was like a light bulb went off. So this is how rogues operate these days. From now on, I won't be engaging in those flirtatious antics anymore, I'll be robbing people. Robbery? Su Qi looked utterly dumbfounded. Robbery is a serious crime. Even in modern times, it's no small offense. Yet the scene just now made Su Qi feel no sense of sin between the two parties. Instead, he felt a strange sense of joy. In that moment, Su Qi suddenly understood something. You mean you're playing the role of a thug, robbing tourists, and the tourists are actually happy about it, right? Lu Bang nodded repeatedly. Mr. Su, that's exactly it. Should we turn in these supplies, or put them in the scenic area supermarket to sell? I assume the goods in the supermarket also need to be sourced from elsewhere, right? Su Qi thought for a moment and shook his head decisively. Forget it, forget it. No matter what, we can't do that. If tourists find out you've looted supplies and then put them up for sale in the scenic area supermarket, our scenic area would be trending online in no time. Lu Bang looked puzzled, not knowing what online backlash meant. But seeing the look in Su Qi's eyes, he knew Su Qi wasn't too keen on the idea. So he timidly withdrew his hands. Then he said with a hint of resignation. So what about these supplies? Should we distribute them to everyone? He spoke slowly. Su Qi nodded. These are the things you requested. As long as they don't infringe on the tourists, they're yours. You can share them if you wish. All mine? Lu Bang paused in surprise. He stared at the fruits and snacks in his hands, lost in thought. Moments later, he lifted his head and looked at Su Qi, his eyes sparkling with delight. Mr. Su, may I take these items back to my time? You know, I haven't received my salary yet, so if I could take them back, I'd be truly grateful. Lu Bang spoke with a hint of anticipation. This question stumped Su Qi. He didn't know either. Without hesitation, Su Qi turned to the system for answers. Moments later, he received an affirmative response. A smile spread across Su Qi's lips. Alright, since you snatched it from a rogue NPC, it's yours. Taking it back is perfectly justified. At this point, Su Qi solemnly reminded him once more. Remember, you're here to play the role of a rogue, not to actually be one. Under no circumstances should you provoke those tourists. If everyone can get along harmoniously and enjoy themselves, that's the best outcome. If you actually resort to robbery, the scenic area might get shut down. Su Qi's expression was utterly serious. After hearing his words, Lu Bang across from him nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I've got it covered. Saying that, he cheerfully grabbed a bag and began packing his supplies. He had absolutely no intention of sharing. Seeing this, Su Qi understood. If he couldn't bring it all back, Lu Bang couldn't possibly consume it all alone, so he could naturally share it with Li Shishi and the others. But if he could bring it back to ancient times, then the situation would be entirely different. Therefore, Lu Bang taking it back was the most correct and natural choice. Chapter 43, The First Group Photo. Yet this scene was witnessed from afar by Li Shishi. Upon witnessing this, Li Shishi froze in place. He hurried over. He asked curiously, "Can we take these supplies back with us?" Hearing his words, Lu Bang beside him lifted his head, his expression brimming with pride. "Of course. I'm a rogue. What a rogue steals is naturally his own." Li Shishi was immediately stunned. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone take pride in being a rogue. But his gaze quickly shifted to Su Qi. A hint of expectation flickered in his eyes as he asked, "Mr. Su, if we could also get our hands on these supplies, could we take them back too?" He said cheerfully. Yet after hearing his words, Su Qi slowly shook his head. He had already consulted the system. "No. Why not?" Zheng he couldn't help but interject from the side. Lu Bang could loot items to bring back. This fact filled him with intense envy. After all, their monthly salary was only 280 yuan. The items Lu Bang had in his hands were probably worth over 100 yuan. In other words, that's 10 days worth of their wages. Earning 10 days' wages in a single day. Though it came in the form of goods, it undoubtedly made them intensely envious. After all, apart from their daily wage of 10 yuan, they had no other source of income. Su Qi glanced at him and continued. "Because he's a thug and your security. Thugs can break some rules, but security guards can't. Otherwise, the first thing tourists would face upon arrival would be your exploitation. Would they ever come back?" Su Qi sighed as he spoke. To be honest, Su Qi felt somewhat helpless. After all, the system's restrictions were in place. If not for the system's constraints, given the recent foot traffic, Su Qi would have had to raise the price by at least 10 yuan. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Even the current privilege of taking back items that were about to be delivered. Only Lu Bang, the NPC playing the role of a rogue, can do it. Even Li Shishi couldn't do it. Because Li Shishi's role is that of a ticket seller. So even if tourists voluntarily feed her food, Li Shishi can only eat it herself. She simply couldn't take it back. Li Shishi and the others left the place with disappointed expressions. They went back to their own business. Meanwhile, Lu Bang cheerfully went off to rob other tourists. But Lu Bang only targeted girls. Specifically those in their 20s. Through his experiments, he discovered that these so-called college girls were more willing to cooperate with him. Others were less willing to cooperate. As for children, though they might be willing, he was the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty, he wouldn't stoop to robbing children. The morning passed quickly. Noon arrived. Lunch was ready. Lu Bang and the others all gathered in the dining hall to eat. Yet others remained behind. They were none other than the photographers from earlier. One of the photographers approached Su Qi with a smile. Then he spoke directly. "Mr. Su, we've finished filming the footage. I'll send it over shortly, you can edit it yourself." "Thank you all very much." Su Qi returned the smile. However, the photographer didn't leave. Instead, his gaze shifted toward Lu Bang and the others. Seeing this, Su Qi instantly understood. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? If you don't mind, please join us for dinner." "Of course not." The photographer spoke up first, then led his companions straight to the table. They ate heartily, taking large bites. Seeing this, Su Qi smiled and shook his head. He then called out to Li Zhua to bring over 2 cases of drinks, distributing them among the group. The food wasn't particularly tasty. Just ordinary home-cooked dishes. But the photographers had been working all morning, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Naturally, they didn't mind. Instead, they ate with great relish. But with the photographers joining them, Li Shishi and the others started eating faster. Clearly, they feared the photographers might snatch their food away. Only Li Shishi moved closer to Su Qi. She kept serving him food. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. He understood perfectly. Given the current situation, nothing was as straightforward as he'd imagined. But he really couldn't openly refuse Li Shishi. After all, she was his employee, his very first employee, whom he had personally recruited. The thought of hurting Li Shishi's feelings like this truly tugged at Su Qi's heartstrings. He could only treat Li Shishi as if she were his own younger sister. Lunchtime passed quickly. The photographer and the others stretched lazily, waved goodbye to Su Qi, and left. They had originally come for a day trip. Helping Su Qi in the morning was already more than they expected. They couldn't possibly stay at the scenic area all afternoon. Su Qi personally saw them off. Just then, the photographer turned back and snapped a photo of Su Qi and Li Shishi standing beside him. "I felt this moment had real artistic appeal, so I snapped it for you. I'll send it to you once it's developed." The photographer waved cheerfully and drove off. Li Shishi, meanwhile, wore a radiant smile. Having been at the scenic area for over 2 months, he naturally understood some basics. He fully understood the photography session that had just taken place. But he didn't own a camera, let alone a phone, so he'd never had the chance to take a photo with Su Qi. He never imagined the photographer would help him fulfill this dream. Get back to work properly, Su Qi said, ruffling Li Shishi's hair. Then she left. At that moment, Li Shishi also broke into a cheerful smile. Her face was radiant with joy. Su Qi shot a helpless glance in Li Shishi's direction. He sighed. What a sin! Though to Su Qi, this was nothing short of a sin. However, to Li Shimen, Li Shua, Lu Qing, Li Shishi, or even Lu Bang, it was perfectly normal. After all, in their era, girls were married off at 15 or 16. Children from poorer families were married off even earlier. Thus, in their eyes, Li Shishi was already of marriageable age. But Su Qi was absolutely out of the question. Finding a chair to sit down, Su Qi tallied the morning's accounts. He suddenly realized that in just this short morning, 150 tourists had come. A full 7,500. Though not a huge number, and still far too small for the entire scenic area. But Su Qi understood that as long as he didn't spend a single penny of this money, then every penny would be pure profit. Chapter 44, Lu Bang's Joy. The day passed quickly. That evening, Lu Bang carried 2 large bags filled entirely with snacks and fruit. He could even spot 2 lighters. Su Qi had no idea where he'd gotten those 2 lighters. Mr. Su, I'll be heading home now. I'll definitely come in early tomorrow, Lu Bang said cheerfully. He didn't even have time to wave goodbye to Su Qi before vanishing right before his eyes. Beside him, Li Shua, Lu Qing, Li Shishi, and Li Shimen all watched with envy. Mr. Su, is there any way we could get some too? That little bit of stuff is almost worth half a month's salary for us, right? Li Shimen said helplessly. However, Su Qi looked at him and smiled as he spoke. Think big, those 2 pouches probably equal a month's salary for you lot. Upon hearing this, Li Shimen's face sank even further. Beside him, Zheng and the others followed behind Li Shimen, heads bowed, saying nothing more. They knew full well that neither their salaries nor the items they took home truly belonged to them. The only things truly theirs were the drinks, lunch, and snacks they could consume here. Thus, these guards weren't particularly distressed. On the contrary, Li Shimen knew that if he sent all these guards behind him to procure such supplies, there would be far too many of them. Li Shua and Lu Qing observed the situation without comment. They were relatively content. Besides, the items they were returning were meant for Bai Qi anyway. Thus, aside from a touch of sadness and envy, they felt nothing more. Li Shishi, however, was a different story. She grinned as she approached Su Qi. Then she extended her delicate hands, clasping Su Qi's. She gently swayed them back and forth. Mr. Su, look, I can get some snacks too. Why don't I take those things back with me? Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. However, after hearing her words, Su Qi reached out and ruffled her little head. Finally, he said with a hint of resignation. No, you can't. Your position is a ticket seller, and ticket sellers aren't allowed to take these things home. But you can eat whatever's available during regular hours. If there's not enough, you can share with Li Shua, Lu Qing, and Li Shimen. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi pouted, clearly displeased. Still, she said nothing more, merely nodded with a smile before returning to her original spot. Well then, Mr. Su, we're off for the day. Li Shishi and the others waved their hands. In the next moment, their bodies slowly dissipated, vanishing completely before Su Qi. Meanwhile, Su Qi glanced at today's earnings, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 302 visitors. This sum was enough for him to indulge in a little extravagance. But compared to improving the entire scenic area, it was still a drop in the bucket. With that thought, Su Qi turned his attention back to the videos stored on his phone. If he edited these exquisite clips into a video, it should attract another wave of traffic. Doubling the visitor numbers wouldn't be impossible. With that thought, Su Qi cheerfully set to work editing the videos. Han Dynasty. Amidst a flash of white light, Lu Bang returned to the imperial palace of the Han Dynasty. Before him now, 2 figures stood, their faces frozen in astonishment. They were none other than Han Xin and Xiao He. Both stared in bewilderment at the object in Lu Bang's embrace. Your Majesty, what is this? Why are you bringing these things back after work? Xiao He hurriedly asked. Lu Bang immediately broke into a smile. These are the goods your emperor yours truly plundered while posing as a rogue. I never imagined that playing the rogue, though not the most honorable role, would actually let me seize travelers' belongings and even bring them back. Of course, it's all consensual basically, it's just for fun. Lu Bang chuckled as he spoke. Then he pulled out 2 loaves of bread and tossed them to the 2 men across from him. Xiao He caught them, examining the exquisite packaging. His face was filled with astonishment. Is this the food of the future? It certainly looks exquisite, he remarked in astonishment. Han Xin beside him nodded repeatedly. Indeed, even through the bag, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted out. Open it up and eat, the flavor is exceptional. Lu Bang called out from a distance. At the same time, he grabbed a sausage himself, already unwrapped and taking a bite. Han Xian and Xiao He didn't hesitate either, quickly tearing open the packaging. A sweet, savory aroma instantly filled the air. Both men's eyes lit up. They promptly took a bite. Sure enough, a delicate, refreshing fragrance filled their mouths. Their eyes sparkled at that moment. Truly, it was delicious. Lu Bang smiled and nodded, keeping one of the bags for himself. He then handed the other bag to the two men across from him. You two, help yourselves. Take what's left home for your children, but never reveal where it came from. For Xiao He and Han Xian's children had all been brought to the imperial palace. Moreover, having learned of their abilities through historical records, Lu Bang intended to place them in positions of great responsibility. Naturally, he cared little for such trifling matters. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Xian, thank you, Your Majesty. Both men spoke with evident delight. Then they departed. Meanwhile, Lu Bang took the remaining bundle and made his way to his harem. He practically raced to Empress Lu's quarters. He pushed open the door and entered. Empress Lu was somewhat surprised to see Lu Bang so soon. Your Majesty, why have you come? Lu Bang said nothing, simply walking over to gently embrace Empress Lu before leading her to the bed. He then produced a large bag of snacks. These are all delicious treats I brought just for you. Try some. Could these possibly be better than the palace cuisine? Empress Lu was somewhat puzzled. As Lu Bang's first wife, she was now quite advanced in years. She hadn't expected Lu Bang to come find her at this time, let alone bring these things. Curious, she picked up a sausage, gently tore it open, and placed it in her mouth. The next moment, her eyes lit up. This thing was incredibly delicious. Where on earth did it come from? Lu Bang grinned broadly at Empress Lu. Then he recounted everything about his trip to the scenic area. Ha! That future emperor of the Tang Dynasty, relying on his large crew to get paid more, but so what? I earn in a single day what they make in a month. That means I'm worth 30 of them all by myself. Though I can't trade them for other supplies, these goods are already quite delicious. Chapter 45, Preparing to Become an Employee. Song Dynasty. After Li Shishi returned, she stared at her empty hands. Her eyes were filled with helplessness. Though she could buy snacks each month to bring home for her parents, allowing them to savor the delicacies from the future. But whenever she thought of how much Lu Bang could bring home every single day, she felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. But then she remembered Lu Bang was the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. A figure of such stature could actually lower himself to play the role of a rogue, to entertain those tourists. Couldn't help but sigh. She understood this was something she could never, ever do. Qin State. You say the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty could bring back enough food to cover your monthly wages every single day? Bai Qi stared at Li Zhuo and Lu Qing before him, his face filled with astonishment. At first, they hadn't quite believed it. But at this very moment, he had no choice but to believe. For he understood that the two men before him had absolutely no reason to deceive them. After all, he couldn't travel to the future. Deceiving him served no purpose whatsoever. Li Zhuo quickly spoke up. Indeed, General. Lu Bang himself is just one man, earning wages comparable to ours. Yet he manages to bring back so much food every day. We too are truly useless, unable to provide more supplies for the general. Lu Qing also hung his head, his expression clearly displeased. After hearing their words, Bai Qi's gaze flickered slightly before he spoke directly. It's all right. Don't belittle yourselves. The supplies you two have brought back are sufficient. As for the emperors of Tang or Han, their circumstances are entirely different from ours. Even if they could bring back more supplies than us, it wouldn't matter. Moreover, they are founding emperors or even future emperors. If you were to bow and scrape for such people in a workplace setting, would you truly be willing? After hearing his words, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing across from him paused in slight bewilderment. Su Qi had expressed similar sentiments. At the time, they had considered that if they were truly in that position, they would likely fall short of Lu Bang's caliber. Exchanging a glance, they both shook their heads. It was beyond their reach. Bai Qi chuckled. Exactly. That's why Lu Bang could bring back so many supplies. It was a testament to his own capabilities. After all, he was the founding emperor of an entire dynasty, a man of entirely different caliber. As he spoke, Bai Qi suddenly remembered something. He sprang to his feet abruptly. When you two return in the future, bring me some historical accounts as well. I must know whether our Qin state can unify the 6 states, and whether the great king can usher in an era that lasts for 10,000 generations. Aye, Your Majesty. Tang Dynasty. Within the imperial palace, Li Yuan gazed at Li Shishi across from him. He spoke with a hint of surprise. He can bring it back every single day? Is this for real? A founding emperor actually playing the role of a rogue. Historically, Lu Bang might have started as a rogue, but how could he possibly pull off playing the rogue now as an emperor? Li Yuan frowned, his words trailing off as he pondered deeply. At this moment, he was genuinely baffled. However, after hearing his words, Li Shishi across from him spoke directly. Emperor Liu Bang switched effortlessly between the demeanor of an emperor and that of a rogue. According to historical records, his ability to ascend the throne was profoundly linked to his own capabilities. After all, Liu Bang was a villain in the annals of history. After hearing his words, the few present exchanged glances. All nodded in agreement. They all knew Liu Bang was the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. But they also knew the deeds Liu Bang had committed throughout history. Enough, enough. We've got at least 20 people on our side, and our monthly pay is already pretty decent. No need to worry about them. Li Yuan spoke up. Though he spoke thus, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. After all, getting paid once a month to buy supplies versus being able to bring something home every day. The latter is definitely better. And that was entirely extra income beyond the salary. Who wouldn't envy that? At that moment, Li Shishi suddenly spoke up. Father, the scenic area is severely understaffed. What do you mean? Li Yuan looked at Li Shishi with some surprise. The scenic area is just getting started, and the people recruited so far aren't quite enough. In other words, General Su will inevitably recruit more people from the historical currents sooner or later. Moreover, judging by the people he's recruited aside from the first three who were somewhat unknown, whether it's me, the guards, or even Liu Bang, all possess distinct characteristics. Take Liu Bang, for instance. He was a rogue by nature, so he could continue being a rogue there. And I could bring these guards along to serve as security. In other words, if Father possesses certain distinctive qualities that align with the scenic area's recruitment criteria, perhaps next time, Mr. Su might recruit Father as well. Upon hearing his words, Li Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. Beside him, Chang Yaojin's gaze flickered. He quickly interjected. Your Royal Highness, so if our emperor possesses certain unique qualities, he too might become an employee there. Even I could be considered. Li Shishi nodded. Indeed, that is correct. With that, he knelt on one knee and spoke. Father, I propose we gather renowned figures within the imperial court and train them in skills related to the scenic area. This will greatly increase their chances of being summoned. Our Tang dynasty will flourish and prosper. After hearing his words, Li Yuan pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded. He then declared directly. Very well. Let it be done. Since that Liu Bang of his can be a rogue, why can't I, Li Yuan, be one too? Minister Chang, contact the other ministers and tell them it is my command, they must practice more special abilities. Should anyone be summoned by that Su fellow, they must report to the imperial palace immediately. As you command. Chang Yaojin nodded repeatedly before departing to carry out the order. Li Shishi, witnessing this scene, let a smile touch his lips. Would Li Yuan truly pass the throne to him? It certainly seemed that way. But the truth remained unknown to all. But if Li Yuan were to transfer all his current confidants to the scenic area, then those confidants would gradually become his confidants. Chapter 46, The Ultimate Con Artist. Early the next morning, Liu Bang arrived at the scenic area feeling refreshed and invigorated. He had been in high spirits all evening after returning home. After spending half the night with Empress Liu, she excused him by claiming to feel unwell. Naturally, Liu Bang didn't return to his own palace. Instead, he grabbed several packs of milk and a few sausages and sought out other concubines. He had quite a good time. He felt remarkably refreshed. If I could bring back snacks like this every day, wouldn't the concubines love me even more? Liu Bang exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Li Shishi and the others all arrived. Upon seeing Liu Bang, they greeted him with smiles. Then everyone returned to their respective posts. At that moment, Su Qi sauntered over from a distance. He held 2 fried dough sticks in one hand and clutched a cup of soy milk in the other. He drank with great relish. Everyone's gaze turned toward him. Their expressions were filled with confusion. Though they ate lunch here every day, Su Qi was too stingy to ever treat them to soy milk and fried dough sticks. So they had never seen it before. Mr. Su, what is this? It smells so good. Li Shishi grinned as she sidled up to Su Qi. She extended her delicate hands and gently tugged at Su Qi's sleeve. Seeing her expression, Su Qi chuckled softly and handed the fried dough sticks and soy milk directly to Li Shishi in front of him. This is the breakfast I bought. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, have some. Li Shishi accepted them with a beaming smile, taking small bites. Watching from afar, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. Living in ancient times, what they craved most was greasy food. Thus, the scent of these fried dough sticks. Every fiber of their being yearned for it. But they both understood. No matter what, they couldn't cause trouble for Su Qi. So they simply stood guard with even greater resolve. Su Qi walked while watching the video on his phone. He noticed that the video he'd posted yesterday had already racked up 1 million views. Oh boy, this is really going to blow up. No wonder they're professionals, this footage is top-notch. Su Qi chuckled to himself. Though he knew his own filming skills still left something to be desired. But with that professional filming equipment, the image quality and clarity had improved dramatically. Especially the shots of Li Shishi taken by those photographers. Her slender waist, clear and captivating face, rosy cheeks, and those lovely lips. Each detail was vividly captured in the footage. Beyond that, there was Li Shishi. His dashing presence, commanding aura, and the unique charisma of an emperor. Each one draws swarms of adoring fans to hit the like button. In fact, many fangirls have already organized trips to come see Li Shishi in person. Who would have thought that in the end, it was Li Shishi and Li Shishi's looks that stole the show? Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. He understood all too well in this day and age, popularity was all that mattered. Who cared what exactly was trending? Soon, Su Qi found Li Shishi and got straight to the point. A group of people should be coming to find you today. Be extra careful not to reveal your identity. If they ask for photos, try to cooperate as much as possible. Hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi smiled and nodded. Understood, Mr. Su. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Su Qi with curiosity. But why would they seek me out? Could it be that someone has heard of my fame? Are they my descendants from future generations? Hearing this, Su Qi smiled too. Of course not. If you ask why, it's simply because you're handsome. You wouldn't believe how people nowadays crave beauty and handsomeness. Take actors from your ancient times, those who weren't particularly high-ranking, their status in our era is incredibly elevated. Li Shishi nodded in puzzlement, saying nothing more. He continued leading Zheng He and the others to sweep through the entire street. Exactly. Though Li Shishi and his men were security personnel, they occasionally assisted with street cleaning. After all, he had a large team under his command. Though this wasn't strictly within his job description. But since they were willing to do it, Su Qi was happy to have the break. After all, if no one else did it, he'd end up having to do it himself or hire someone. Given Su Qi's current desperation for money, hiring someone was absolutely out of the question. That would leave only the option of doing it himself. Now that someone was sharing the burden, he was naturally delighted. Su Qi continued his inspection of the entire scenic area. However, after walking a few steps, he abruptly halted. In the distance, Lu Bang was smiling warmly as he greeted several female college students. Just as Su Qi thought yesterday's incident might repeat itself. After chatting with Lu Bang, the female students were not detained. Instead, they ran straight into the scenic area to buy some things. Then they scampered back out and handed their purchases to Lu Bang. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi suddenly understood. Lu Bang was actually tricking tourists into buying things for him. Could a rogue operate like this? Su Qi wore a puzzled expression, then shook his head without saying more. But curiosity still drew him to follow Lu Bang. After collecting all those items, Lu Bang approached a man nearby. After chatting for a while, he watched as the man pulled out a phone and tried to shove it into Lu Bang's arms. Watching this, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Lu Bang to be such a master manipulator. He hurried over and spoke up. What's going on? Hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang's body stiffened instantly. He hurriedly shoved the phone into the man's hands. Then he urged the man to leave quickly. Only then did he turn around, smiling warmly at Su Qi. No problem, Mr. Su. I was just playing the role of a rogue, right? I was just about to ask him for something. Su Qi observed Lu Bang's guarded expression and instantly realized the other man must have been up to something else. Sighing, Su Qi said. Lu Bang, don't take this personally, but what you're doing is against the rules. Even though you're playing the role of a rogue, you can't just take everything. Didn't you read the handbook I gave you? You're not supposed to take any valuables. Lu Bang scratched his head and replied. Does that phone count as a valuable item? Of course it is. Su Qi rolled his eyes. Go back and study that manual again. If you keep this up, I'll have to dock your pay. Deduct my pay? Lu Bang froze. He clearly hadn't imagined he could ever face a pay cut. This made him suck in a sharp breath. After all, up until now, he hadn't received a single penny in wages. If they started deducting wages now, he'd be in serious trouble. Chapter 47, Pay not yet paid, yet pay is deducted. Mr. Su, you can't possibly dock my pay. I know I was wrong. Rest assured, this will never happen again. Lu Bang raised his hand, as if swearing an oath to the heavens. Su Qi sighed and continued. Whether your pay gets deducted depends on your performance. Never mind. Take care. With that, Su Qi turned and walked away. Lu Bang watched Su Qi's retreating figure. His lips twitched slightly before he opened his coat. Inside were 2 cell phones, 10 lighters, a pile of snacks, and surprisingly a car key. Who would have thought he could even trick someone into giving him car keys? Someone must have gifted him the entire car. Could none of this be taken? Lu Bang took a deep breath. Finally, with a determined look, he began searching the crowd for the people whose phones and car keys he had swindled. He proceeded to return each item one by one. At this moment, Su Qi remained completely unaware of the situation. The morning hours were quickly drawing to a close. Just then, 20 tourists arrived at the entrance. All young women, they approached with beaming smiles. They carried banners in their hands. The banners boldly displayed slogans like "Welcome Brotherly Shimen," "I love Brotherly Shimen is the hottest," and various other phrases. Seeing this scene, Suchi's lips twitched slightly. He watched as the girls bought their tickets, and a few even reached out to pinch Li Shishi's little cheeks. Then they all gathered around Suchi. "Manager, where is Brotherly Shimen? We're all here to find Brotherly Shimen. Is he in the city?" After hearing their words, Suchi opened his mouth, sighed, and pointed inside. "Yes, Li Shimen is inside. Go in and find them." "Great. We're finally going to meet Brotherly Shimen. I'm so excited I'll be the first to take a photo with Brotherly Shimen." They chattered cheerfully, then dashed straight into the ancient city. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing, the gatekeepers, busily stamped their tickets. Seeing the note on the banner, the two exchanged glances, each spotting a hint of awkwardness on the other's face. They knew they did possess some of the aura of ancient veterans. But that aura only drew people interested in ancient weaponry. They couldn't attract a single girl like these. At that moment, Li Shimen was patrolling the area. Yet when he spotted a large group of girls approaching, he instinctively wanted his guards to guide the tourists to the proper attractions. But just then, he was startled to see the girl at the very front of the group let out a shriek the moment she spotted him. The shriek startled Li Shimen. What was going on? Was someone attacking them? No, this was an ancient city, right? How could there be assassins here? Li Shimen's mind was filled with confusion. Then he watched as the girls excitedly ran up beside him. They immediately surrounded him. "Brotherly Shimen, I adore you. Please sign for me." One girl held out her fair, delicate arm, picked up a black pen, and pressed it into Li Shimen's hand. "I want to take a photo. I want to take a photo." Another girl was already snapping away with her phone. In the blink of an eye, Zheng and the others were all pushed aside. "Protect the second prince." Zheng looked utterly bewildered at first, but once he snapped out of it, he let out a loud shout. Then he and the guards pushed their way back inside. Fortunately, they were all men trained in martial arts, far stronger than those young girls. They quickly pulled Li Shimen out from the crowd. Then they took him and ran. They all knew that tourists were treated like royalty within the scenic area. Under no circumstances could they attack the tourists. So escape was their only option. Suchi quickly spotted the scene on the surveillance feed. His lips twitched slightly. No way, people are going crazy chasing celebrities these days. The problem is, Li Shimen isn't even a celebrity. Suchi sighed. He understood that in this era, even someone exceptionally handsome couldn't possibly generate such a reaction. The main reason was that Li Shimen's identity here acted as a kind of celebrity hotspot. Plus, Li Shimen was genuinely handsome, so those girls were completely losing their minds. He hurried over. Then he addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please keep it down. Li Shimen is an important NPC we've invited. If you keep this up, he might just quit. Then you'll never see him again." After hearing Suchi's words, the girls finally slowed down. They all gazed longingly at Li Shimen in the distance. Li Shimen, at that moment, finally let out a slow sigh of relief. After observing the scene from afar, he approached Suchi. "Mr. Su, what should we do now?" Suchi pondered briefly before speaking directly. "You should go over there and spend some quality time with them. Just keep them quiet. For autographs and photos, have them line up." Li Shimen nodded, then led Zheng and the others over. At that moment, the girls spotted Li Shimen approaching and were all incredibly excited. Thanks to Suchi's earlier words, they didn't crowd him as they had before. Instead, they obediently lined up for photos and autographs. What on earth is going on day after day? My scenic spot hasn't even become popular yet, and Li Shimen has already stolen the spotlight. Suchi sighed. This was something he never could have imagined. But now the situation had unfolded this way. So he could only sigh helplessly and turn to leave. Lunchtime had arrived. Suchi led the group to eat. Yet at this moment, he noticed Li Shimen and the others were missing. He looked directly at Lu Bang and asked, "Why aren't Li Shimen and the others coming to eat?" Hearing Suchi's question, Lu Bang finally spoke up. "I saw him earlier. He seemed surrounded by girls. Being young is great, so many girls like him. If I were 20 or 30 years younger, I bet I'd have just as many young girls chasing after me too, right?" Hearing his words, Suchi rolled his eyes. Li Shimen was handsome, but Lu Bang was nothing but a rogue even in his youth. Honestly, Lu Bang's age is what makes him convincing as a rogue now. If he tried pulling that act in his youth, the system might just flag him for harassing tourists. Just then, Suchi pulled out a form and tossed it directly at Lu Bang across from him. Due to the previous incident, he'd been docked 2 months' wages. Chapter 48, The Tang Dynasty Boy Band. 2 months' pay. Lu Bang shot to his feet. He stared at the penalty notice Suchi had handed him. His lips twitched slightly. It clearly stated why he was being fined, what offense he had committed, and the exact amount deducted. Not a single word on that paper could be denied. He wore a look of resignation before turning to Suchi and speaking. "Mr. Su, couldn't you show some leniency? I genuinely didn't know those items were off limits." Since this is my first offense, could you please spare me? His face was etched with desperate pleading. However, after hearing his plea, Su Qi shook his head sternly. Truth be told, for Su Qi, this matter was actually inconsequential. The reason was simple. Lu Bang had indeed asked certain people for things before, but most of them were willing to give it. In their eyes, Lu Bang was merely a clown at the assembly. Later, he reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered that Lu Bang had even demanded a car. The man who provided the vehicle was also a big shot. He didn't care about the money at all. Naturally, this made Su Qi suspect that Lu Bang might be a con artist. This con artist's methods were too sophisticated. He could even swindle a tourist's car. But later on, Lu Bang returned everything. This fact brought Su Qi some comfort. Watching Lu Bang's face contorted in desperate pleading, seemingly about to kneel before him, Su Qi sighed at that moment before continuing. Technically, you really should be punished for this. But considering it's your first offense and you returned all the stolen goods later. Therefore, this time you will be fined 1 month's salary. Next time, you must be careful. Never do anything like this again. After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang finally exhaled in relief, though his expression remained grim. He had only been on the job for a few days, yet before receiving a single penny, his entire month's salary was withheld. This was nothing short of agony for him. Li Shishi, Li Zhua, and Lu Qing, who had been listening nearby. They didn't gloat over his misfortune but instead felt a wave of dread. They now realized just how severe the penalty system was. This experience only strengthened their resolve to be more diligent and responsible in their future roles. Mistakes must be avoided at all costs. After all, Lu Bang was different from them. After all, the other guy could bring in a decent amount just by carrying snacks every day. It was essentially extra income. But they, aside from the wages issued by the system, couldn't take a single penny home. So if they were docked a month's pay, that month would truly bring in zero income. Su Qi surveyed everyone present before continuing. I hired you all as employees, but you must understand, some things are acceptable while others are absolutely forbidden. Take old Lu this time he went too far, which is why he was fined a month's salary. If anyone repeatedly violates the rules and accumulates fines equivalent to 3 consecutive months' wages, they will be dismissed. Hearing Su Qi's words, everyone present froze in surprise. They clearly hadn't anticipated that termination was even an option. This news only heightened their anxiety. After all, even if they were paid, they could always earn more after the paycheck was gone. But if they were dismissed? Whether they got paid or not was secondary. They wouldn't be able to explain themselves to their respective employers. Especially Li Zhua and Lu Qing. They had no doubt that if they were actually fired and sent back, Bai Qi would cut them down with a single stroke. Mr. Su, we understand. We won't make mistakes again. Lu Bang also nodded repeatedly, vowing never to make mistakes again. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi gave a slight nod before addressing Lu Bang. After dinner, go check on Li Shishi. See if they've finished over there. Tell Li Shishi what I said as soon as possible. Lu Bang gave a slight nod. I will certainly go. After the meal, everyone returned to their posts. Lu Bang, however, strolled leisurely over to Li Shimon's location, pretending to be a rogue robber along the way. At this moment, Li Shishi and his companions were not going hungry. Because many of the female tourists had actually given Li Shishi gifts. Among them were many food items. Knowing he couldn't carry them back, Li Shishi simply distributed them among himself and his guards to eat. Finally, after seeing off the female tourists, Li Shishi sat down on a nearby public bench, looking somewhat weary. He sighed. He hadn't expected such an affair to be so exhausting. He turned to look at Zheng and the others. If this happens again, you must shield me from it. But Your Highness, Mr. Su instructed us not to harm anyone. Li Shishi froze for a moment. He truly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. In ancient times, if a group of commoners dared to approach him, his guards would have charged forward long ago. If the other party remained stubborn and even drew their swords. But within the scenic area, they simply couldn't do that. Thus, Li Shishi sighed once more. Then you must lead me to safety first. Zheng and the others finally nodded in agreement, promising to do so next time. Just then, Lu Bang staggered over. Despite Su Qi's repeated warnings not to buy expensive items, he still insisted on getting a large bag of snacks. Spotting Li Shishi in the distance, he immediately approached and relayed Su Qi's proposed system. After hearing this, Li Shishi sucked in a sharp breath. So getting docked 3 months' pay meant getting fired? Well, at least we've all been diligent up until now. His gaze shifted to Lu Bang beside him. Your Majesty, were you truly fined 1 month's salary? Lu Bang rolled his eyes. Would I lie to you? This should serve as a lesson to us all. He said angrily, then turned and left. Su Qi hadn't been idle that day either. Besides his usual routine of filming, editing, and uploading videos, he also acted as a driver several times, picking people up and dropping them off at scenic spots. But it left him feeling utterly exhausted. The scenic area was still quite crowded. He was even getting a bit overwhelmed. Time flew by, and evening soon arrived. The daily performances within the scenic area had commenced. Li Shishi took the stage first, performing Bloom and Fall. Li Zhuan and Lu Qing then staged a realistic mock battle. Finally, Li Shishi led his guards in a grand Tang Dynasty dance and sing performance. It was like a Tang Dynasty boy band. That's right. This dance performance was taught to them by Su Qi. Su Qi realized the performance style needed a change. After all, Li Shishi and his men had initially performed entirely in ancient styles. At first, the audience found it somewhat novel. But after a while, everyone got bored. So he had Li Shishi and the others learn singing and dancing instead. The results were undeniably better. Chapter 49, This is Bad. However, Li Shishi and the others hadn't had enough time to learn properly. Especially Li Shishi, as the lead singer, his performance still lacked polish. But the guards behind him were all skilled performers, and they picked up the dances quite well. At the very least, Su Qi gave them a passing grade after watching the entire performance. Good. Su Qi was the first to break into applause. The other patrons followed suit, clapping and recording the performance. Everyone was thoroughly entertained. After seeing off all the customers, Su Qi's gaze shifted toward Li Shishi and the others in the distance. Li Shishi arrived at Su Qi's side, panting heavily. Then he smiled and said, "Mr. Su, we didn't embarrass you this time. Though singing and dancing aren't easy, we'll master it within a week at most." Hearing this, Su Qi smiled too. "That's excellent. Tomorrow I'll find a few more dance routines for you to practice. We need our performances to be completely diverse going forward." After speaking, Li Shishi and the others all transformed into a white light and clocked out. Han Dynasty. Upon returning, Lu Bang sighed helplessly. Before him, both Xiao He and Han Xian remained in place. "Your Majesty, what troubles you so?" Xiao He was the first to notice something amiss and promptly spoke up. Han Xian, standing nearby, also looked over curiously. Lu Bang tossed the object in his hand aside and spoke directly. "Today I committed some wrongdoing and was penalized with a month's salary deduction. For this entire month, I won't receive a single coin beyond these provisions." Upon hearing this, Xiao He and Han Xian both looked puzzled. After a moment, upon hearing Lu Bang finish speaking, both men were left speechless. They never imagined Lu Bang would rob such valuable items. Though they didn't know what a cell phone or a car was, they could tell these were expensive items. After all, these weren't things ordinary people could just casually obtain. It was like a street thug snatching a few coins or some food nobody batted an eye. But if you went out and robbed someone of gold, seized their mansion and carriage, that was an entirely different matter. "It's fine, Your Majesty. We still get supplies from your daily raids. Though not abundant, it's enough to get by. We just need to hold out until next month. As long as the Emperor avoids making any more mistakes, we'll receive our wages then." Xiao He offered reassurance from the side. Lu Bang nodded, saying little more. He motioned for the two men to take several bags of snacks and leave. Then, clutching the remaining items, he hurried over to Empress Lu. "My dear Empress, today has been truly trying." Qin state. After hearing Li Zhuan and Lu Qing's words, Bai Qi furrowed his brow slightly. "So that's how it is. You go to work, and there's actually a punishment system. If you really make too many mistakes, you can even get fired. Given that, you two must never make mistakes like that Lu Bang fellow, nor must you ever be fined. If either of you gets fined or worse, fired, I won't let you off the hook," Bai Qi said coldly. A murderous aura surged forth. Li Zhuan and Lu Qing immediately dropped to one knee. "Rest assured, General. We will certainly alleviate General Manager Su's concerns. We absolutely will not make mistakes, incur fines, or get fired." Bai Qi nodded. He knew these two soldiers under his command, though lacking great talent. They had never faltered in their basic duties. "All right, you two go get some rest. Report for duty as usual tomorrow." Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan, now dressed in different clothes, was playing the role of a rogue with some palace maids in the imperial palace. "Slow down, little beauty. Let your old rogue enjoy himself." Li Shishi had just returned when he overheard these words. His lips twitched slightly. He hurried over and addressed Li Yuan. "Father, that's not how one plays the rogue." "Not like this?" Li Yuan froze for a moment before turning to look at Li Shishi. He scratched his head. "But that's exactly what the rogue was like after I sent someone to investigate." Li Shishi quickly interjected. "In that scenic area, you're supposed to play the role of a rogue, not actually be one. Certain excessive actions are simply not allowed. Take Emperor Gao, Lu Bang, he got fined an entire month's salary just for messing up today." "Is that even possible?" Li Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that the more convincingly he acted, the greater his chances of being summoned. But now it seemed the situation was quite different. If he went too far, he could even be docked pay. That was something he simply couldn't accept. After all, he wanted to work as an NPC in the scenic area. Beyond wanting to broaden his horizons and enjoy the experience, his main goal was to earn wages, buy supplies, and enrich the Tang Dynasty. "I know, I'll be more careful from now on." By the way, did you ask that Mr. Su when the next recruitment will be? If possible, why not just recruit me directly? I'll certainly not disappoint him. Li Yuan said excitedly. Li Shimin then spoke up. I asked discreetly. According to Mr. Su, there's a chance. Li Yuan nodded slightly, found a seat, and then looked toward Cheng Yaojin in the distance. Minister Chang, please remind the ministers to be mindful of their actions during the performance. The night passed swiftly. Li Shimin, Lu Bang, and the others arrived at the scenic area accompanied by a flash of white light. They exchanged greetings. They had now become colleagues. They had spent considerable time together. Each had become familiar with the other's identities. Especially Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and Li Shishi, the three of them. The three were well aware of the high status and influence of Li Shimin and Lu Bang. But they all lived in different eras. The other party could absolutely not touch them. Thus, the initial apprehension and fear had dissipated. Instead, they interacted as colleagues. This saved Su Qi a great deal of trouble. Seeing Su Qi approach, everyone hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. Su Qi smiled and nodded. Then he spoke up. Yesterday our video went viral again, especially after I posted that clip of Li Shimin surrounded by all those girls. Many people are eager to come see it. Today's traffic might even surpass yesterday's. Everyone must stay focused and avoid any mistakes. Especially you, old Lu, don't repeat yesterday's mistake. Never accept anything valuable like phones or cars. Even if you're a smooth talker and they actually give them to you, what if they come to their senses later and sue us for fraud? Then our scenic area would be shut down on the spot and everyone would just have to go home. Chapter 50, Lu Bang's money-making scheme. Hearing Su Qi's words, everyone present realized the gravity of the situation. Therefore, they all repeatedly assured him they would never make a mistake. Only then did Su Qi permit them to return to work. As for himself, he found a spot to lie down and relax. Having spent the entire previous night editing videos, Su Qi still hadn't gotten enough sleep. He simply closed his eyes and dozed off again. Mr. Su! Mr. Su! A boisterous voice rang out. Su Qi rubbed his eyes and slowly opened them. Then he saw Lu Bang across from him. Old Lu, what are you up to now? Su Qi yawned as he spoke. Lu Bang beamed at Su Qi. Mr. Su, I snagged the money. What? Su Qi froze in surprise. Seeing Su Qi's expression, Lu Bang suddenly remembered something and quickly continued. Here's the thing, when I was playing the thug to rob them, one guy didn't have any snacks or food, so he just handed me 100 yuan. Su Qi also saw the object swaying in Lu Bang's hand. It was clearly a 100 yuan bill. Not bad, Lu. You even managed to snag some cash. Keep it for yourself. It'll help cover that gap in your paycheck this month. Lu Bang had actually intended to ask Su Qi if he could keep the money. Now Su Qi had actually agreed outright. This made him incredibly excited. After all, their monthly salary was only 280 yuan. And in just a moment, he'd secured 10 days worth of pay. He was absolutely over the moon. Mr. Su, might I purchase some supplies to take back? Lu Bang said, his eyes sparkling. For Lu Bang, as a founding emperor, beyond personal indulgences, he yearned to purchase seeds, walkie-talkies, and such to bring back. Only then could he ensure the enduring prosperity of his Han Dynasty. He even believed that with the historical texts from this era, combined with the items he'd bring back from Su Qi, his Han Dynasty might never fall. The thought of such a possibility made his eyes light up involuntarily. He understood, this was their opportunity. As for whether a future era would emerge where the Han Dynasty never fell, Lu Bang didn't dwell on that. After all, he knew Li Zhua and Lu Qing hailed from the Qin Dynasty. If their actions could alter history, then, starting from the Qin Dynasty, his side would inevitably witness the crops they had planted. Or perhaps the Qin Dynasty itself might never have fallen. Then none of his deeds could have occurred, and the Han Dynasty would never have existed. But now, things were clearly different. So he understood that their worlds should remain separate. Therefore, he couldn't care less about any of this. Su Qi glanced at him and nodded. Of course you can. If you want to buy something, you can take some things back with you. Go find Li Shimin. They bought some supplies earlier. Ask them what you want to buy with your 100 yuan. Then write me a note, and I'll get it for you at noon. After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang nodded repeatedly and scurried off to find Li Shimin. It was still morning, and the number of tourists wasn't too high. At least, only 3 girls were gathered around Li Shimin. Li Shimin cheerfully took photos with them and happily signed autographs. These quiet days were truly pleasant. Li Shimin chuckled as his gaze swept over the 3 college students' faces and figures. He couldn't help but marvel. You see, in ancient times, while there were indeed some beauties, they simply couldn't compare to the beauties of modern times. For in ancient times, unless they frequented places like brothels, most women dressed very conservatively. As the second prince, Li Shimin naturally couldn't frequent such establishments. Thus, the beauty before him now possessed an undeniably unique charm. Still, Li Shimin dared only glance twice. He dared not do anything else. After all, he knew that Liu Bang had just been fined a month's salary yesterday. If he were to be penalized for his actions, he'd be utterly devastated. Just then, Liu Bang approached from afar. "I've got money. Quick, help me decide what to buy," Liu Bang said cheerfully, sidling right up next to Li Shimen. After the three girls in front of him had left, Li Shimen looked at Liu Bang with some surprise. "Money? Where did you get the money? Aren't you only supposed to be stealing bread, milk, snacks, and stuff like that?" Liu Bang proceeded to brag about his heist that day. Upon hearing this, Li Shimen's face twitched slightly. At that moment, he felt genuinely twisted. He'd done so much, yet his salary hadn't increased by a single penny. Yet here was Liu Bang, who'd managed to snatch 100 yuan outright, albeit by sheer luck. After all, Liu Bang hadn't snatched any money at all the previous 2 days. But this was simply outrageous. That was equivalent to 10 days' wages for them. Zheng and the others nearby watched the scene unfold, their faces frozen in astonishment. Though the money wouldn't pass through their hands. And it had nothing to do with them. But witnessing Liu Bang's relentless pursuit of money at that moment, they couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Li Shimen's face was twisted with displeasure. Meanwhile, Liu Bang, observing Li Shimen's displeasure, was thoroughly delighted. For he realized that among all the people here, no one else besides himself had this particular privilege. Though he'd been fined a month's wages, at this rate of grabbing, the money he could snatch in a month would likely exceed his monthly salary. "Fine, fine. I'll give you some advice. Plant a little of everything: sweet potatoes, wheat, rice, seeds, and add some practical crops like MSG. As for walkie-talkies, you should wait until you have more money. After all, without a solar panel generator, they're not very useful. After all, you only have 100 yuan. Li Shimen spoke up. His expression, however, was anything but cheerful. Liu Bang jotted everything down in his little notebook. Moments later, he closed the notebook, gave Li Shimen a nod, and hurried over to Su Qi. Su Qi casually took it and promised Liu Bang he'd get it done by noon. Only then did he manage to send Liu Bang away. At noon, Su Qi drove his own car into the city to buy the supplies for Liu Bang. He spent every last cent of his 100 yuan. Liu Bang's eyes sparkled as he looked at the 2 large bags of goods in the car. He understood these items weren't particularly abundant, but the seeds were the most crucial. With a yield of 3,000 jin per mu, just a few harvests would ensure the entire Han Dynasty never faced food shortages again. The Han Dynasty's national strength would surge dramatically. Liu Bang spoke slowly. "We just need to select a few more people from our Han Dynasty. One person's salary really isn't enough to get by." Chapter 51, The Boss's Daily Pie in the Sky. After lunch, Su Qi approached Li Shimen alone. Then he handed him a tablet. "Here are some of the hottest dance routines and songs I found for you. Take your team and practice them thoroughly. Tonight, it's all up to you guys to shine," Su Qi said with a smile. He knew the scenic area itself was already in place. Renovating the scenic area would require a substantial investment. With Su Qi's current assets, it was simply beyond his means. Since hardware upgrades were out of the question, Su Qi decided to focus on a software upgrade instead. Naturally, that meant focusing on the nightly entertainment. As for Li Shishi's act, there was no changing it. No matter how much they discussed it, her performance would remain limited to playing the zither with exceptional skill. This marked a significant improvement in the combat skills of Li Zhua and Lu Qing. Su Qi felt he could even pull off a WWE-style show. But that would demand a tremendous investment of time. At least, he couldn't produce anything decent in the short term. Therefore, he set his sights directly on Li Shimen and his group. Su Qi intended to create a Tang Dynasty boy band. Li Shimen would be the visual centerpiece. Beyond him, Zheng and several other guards also possessed quite good looks. Though they fell slightly short of Li Shimen's looks and lacked his aura, they were more than sufficient as supporting male cast members. As for the remaining, more ordinary guards, they'll simply stay at the back and dance as backup. After all, the audience's focus remained squarely on Li Shimen and those handsome fellows. "Rest assured, Mr. Su will practice diligently and perform these new dances tonight," Li Shimen declared with a gleam in his eyes. Su Qi chuckled, patting his shoulder as he replied. "Excellent, excellent. Keep up the good work. When it comes to things like salary and performance bonuses later on, you'll definitely see improvements." Su Qi silently painted a rosy picture. Judging by Li Shimen and the others' pay stubs, they did indeed have performance metrics. But Su Qi hadn't yet seen how this performance was generated. At least the system hadn't granted any increases yet. Yet, upon hearing Su Qi's promise, Li Shimen's eyes lit up. He nodded repeatedly. Then he immediately grabbed his tablet to study it. He even took his guards along, studying the choreography while patrolling. Watching this unfold through the surveillance feed, Su Qi couldn't help but silently nod in approval. Truly, Li Shimen was efficient as ever. Later, Su Qi loaded a bunch of songs onto Li Shishi's MP3 player. He instructed Li Shishi to play along with them. As for Li Zhua and Lu Qing, Su Qi placed a tablet in their area, naturally playing WWE match footage. Both Li Juan and Lu Qing expressed considerable surprise when they first watched. From their perspective, it was completely fake. While the falls were real, the way they leveraged each other's momentum and executed finishing moves was undeniably fake. Especially the smaller wrestlers, and even the female characters, they could only pull off those exaggerated moves by relying on the male wrestler's strength. Seeing their reactions, Su Qi immediately explained that performance was the key. What they needed was performance, not real combat. Li Juan and Lu Qing exchanged a glance, signaling their understanding. As for whether they truly grasped Su Qi's point, he could only sigh. He knew his ancient city attractions WWE-style show wouldn't take off anytime soon. He wondered if, when recruiting new performers later, he could find a few martial arts experts, especially those flashy, showy types. As long as they looked good, that was all that mattered. Su Qi pondered slowly. He shook his head at last. He knew it wasn't that simple. 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Qi drove back and forth, continuously ferrying tourists. His pace wasn't too fast, nor was it too slow. Yet it left Su Qi feeling utterly exhausted. Looks like I'll have to hire a driver sooner or later. Otherwise, if I keep doing this alone, I'll be too exhausted I won't even have time to film videos. Su Qi sighed as he spoke. But whenever he thought about the situation in the ancient city, he couldn't help but sigh again. He understood that hiring a modern driver from outside was clearly unrealistic. He could afford the wages, but the problem was that bringing in modern personnel would inevitably expose Li Shishi and the others' identities. Su Qi couldn't even begin to predict what might happen then. Come to think of it, could he summon a few ancient people to serve as drivers? Su Qi pondered slowly, finally shaking his head. It seemed rather impractical. After all, ancient people didn't have driver's licenses for modern cars, though they could be taught. But who knew how long it would take? If they had talent, it might be manageable, they could be trained in a month. But for those without aptitude? Forget a month, 3 months, half a year, even a full year might not be enough. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. Evening approached. Twilight painted the entire sky. Inside the ancient city, a stage had been erected. By now, crowds had gathered around it. All these tourists held their phones, silently waiting for the performance to begin. The performance order remained the same as before. Li Shishi took the stage first to play the zither, followed by Li Juan and Lu Qing performing an ancient-style WWE match. Following that was the Qin Dynasty boy band led by Li Shishi. The atmosphere was quite well executed. As for Lu Bang, he mingled among the crowd, chatting and swiping items. He was fully embracing his rogue persona. In just a moment, he managed to get several bottles of drinks and a few loaves of bread. He was raking it in hand over fist. The performance ended quickly. The tourists dispersed one after another. Li Shishi and the others approached Su Qi. "Mr. Su, it's time for us to clock out." Upon hearing their words, Su Qi gave a slight nod at that moment. "Then you may go ahead and leave." With that, Su Qi waved his hand, and the group gradually transformed into a white light, slowly fading away. Su Qi stretched lazily. He glanced at today's foot traffic. 652 people. Not bad, not bad. Today's total earnings hit 32,600. Su Qi exclaimed excitedly. This was his highest daily income in quite some time. Even after deducting lunch expenses, he'd still net at least 32,000. Su Qi walked toward the hotel with a cheerful smile. After returning to the hotel, he freshened up a bit and lay down on the bed. Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Turnover sufficient. Employees may now be summoned." Hearing the system's prompt, Su Qi's eyes lit up instantly. Finally, he could summon a new employee. "I wonder who I'll summon this time. Hopefully a driver, or a chef at the very least, someone with a unique skill. While I don't turn anyone away here, we're still short-staffed. I'm not hiring just anyone." Su Qi exclaimed excitedly, then spoke directly. "Begin summoning." Chapter 52, Another New Colleague. Employee, Xia Huang. Era, Han Dynasty. Days present, 28 days. Base salary, 280. Performance bonus, none. Bonus, none. Penalties, none. Total wage, 280. Employee, Wu Zetian. Era, Tang Dynasty. Days worked, 28 days. Base salary, 280. Performance bonus, none. Bonus, none. Penalties, none. Total wage, 280. After reviewing the information on these two individuals, Su Qi sucked in a sharp breath. He never expected to summon 2 employees at once. And what's more, it was none other than Wu Zetian. He hoped it wasn't the Empress Wu who had already ascended the throne. Otherwise, an elderly woman arriving wouldn't be of much use. Su Qi spoke slowly. He actually hoped the younger version of Wu Zetian would come, at least back then. She was still a beauty. Plus, Wu Zetian was known for being ruthless in her quest for the throne. Maybe she still harbored ambitions to rise higher. The thought of such a scenario made Su Qi chuckle softly. But he understood that with Li Shishi present, Wu Zetian's arrival would be somewhat problematic. He hoped the two of them wouldn't come to blows. Su Qi sighed as he spoke. Now that he'd summoned someone, he couldn't just replace them. At least until the summoned employees made a mistake and were dismissed by the system, Suchi really couldn't fire them on a whim. Xiaohong, who was this? Suchi looked at the other summoned person, his expression filled with confusion. He immediately pulled out his phone and searched online for a moment. The next moment, his eyes lit up slightly. He had actually summoned a coachman. And one of the 3 great charioteers of ancient times, no less. Wait a minute, this seems to be Lu Bang's charioteer. Who would have thought summoning Lu Bang would actually bring another person along? The Han Dynasty. Xiaohong lay on his own bed. His complexion was far from rosy. After all, Lu Bang had demanded they cultivate more talents upon his return. At the time, Xiaohong hadn't understood the reason behind it. Nevertheless, he complied with Lu Bang's request and practiced his chariot driving skills. Indeed, Xiaohong had previously served as Lu Bang's charioteer. Practicing again now was no big deal. It was merely a perfunctory effort. But just then, a series of sounds suddenly echoed in his mind. Moments later, after hearing these voices, Xiaohong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Future, scenic area, employees? Could this be why His Majesty had me undergo this training? He paced back and forth, lost in thought. He then quickly dressed and hurried to the palace in a carriage. At that moment, Lu Bang was distributing the supplies. He ordered Xiao He and Han Xian to plant all the seeds. The prospect of achieving a yield of 3,000 caddies per mu in the future made Lu Bang smile with delight. Just then, he suddenly learned from a eunuch that Xiaohong wished to see him. This puzzled him, but he summoned Xiaohong nonetheless. Upon entering the palace, Xiaohong immediately knelt on the ground. Your humble servant greets your majesty. What business brings you to me so late? If it's not urgent, couldn't you discuss it during tomorrow's morning court session? Lu Bang yawned as he spoke. Lately, Lu Bang had been getting insufficient sleep. He would rise early, attend a perfunctory morning court session, then prepare for work. Upon returning at night, he would distribute matters and spend time with Empress Lu. This routine left him with little time for rest each day. Xiahou Ying's arrival at this hour did not exactly put him in a good mood. However, Xiahou Ying glanced around. Feeling the other's gaze, Lu Bang spoke directly. No need for formalities. Xiao He and Han Xian are both trusted allies. Just state your business directly. Without hesitation, Xiahou Ying informed Lu Bang about his summoning to the scenic area. After hearing this, Lu Bang was taken aback at first. Then his face lit up with excitement. Excellent! He shouted good 3 times. He then stepped directly before Xiahou Ying and personally helped him to his feet. Your Majesty! Xiahou Ying was somewhat flattered and surprised. Lu Bang continued. Li Shishi has been parading around with his 20 guards, clearly eyeing this throne with envy. Now that you've been summoned there as well, this is truly excellent. This time, we have our own people within the scenic area, he said with a smile. Xiahou Ying struggled to suppress a chuckle but nodded in agreement nonetheless. At that moment, Lu Bang spoke up. What position do you hold? Xiahou Ying quickly replied. A driver. A driver? Lu Bang nodded. Well, that does suit you. After all, you used to be our driver. All right. Starting today, you'll reside within the palace grounds. Bring your entire family, wife, children, and elders to live here. Tomorrow you'll start working alongside me. Han Xian and Xiao He, standing nearby, witnessed this scene. Their faces were filled with envy. Every day, they witnessed the treasures Lu Bang brought back. Combined with the tales he shared about the scenic area, made them both yearn for such experiences. But the problem was, they had never received a summons. Yet Xiahou Ying, who had never been summoned before, was suddenly called upon. This undoubtedly made them envious. Lu Bang turned to look at the two of them. You two must diligently hone your skills as well. Who knows? One day, you might be summoned too. As you command, your majesty. Tang Dynasty. 15-year-old Wu Zetian's eyes widened. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a faint light. Her fair, delicate frame trembled slightly upon the bed. Had she been summoned to the future? Wu Zetian's face was filled with astonishment. A year ago, she had just been summoned to the imperial palace to become Emperor Taizong of Tang's talented lady. Yet she had never found an opportunity to interact with him. She had been plotting to create an opportunity to interact with Emperor Taizong and climb the ranks. She never imagined she would be summoned directly. I wonder if there will be anything interesting in the future. If I could see the history to come, I might even know whether I can become a consort or even empress. Wu Zetian's mind raced with these thoughts, her face glowing with delight. She then lay down on the bed, awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. The sun had just risen, bathing the ancient city in the light of dawn. Amidst several flashes of white light, Li Shishi, Li Shishi, Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and Lu Bang all arrived here. They exchanged glances, then exchanged a few polite greetings. Just then, 2 more flashes of white light appeared in the distance. A strikingly beautiful woman appeared there, and alongside her, a massive carriage landed directly on the ground. Seated atop the carriage was a man. 2 more employees have arrived. we've got new colleagues again. Li Shishi said with a smile. Chapter 53, Consort Wu slips and kneels before Li Shimin. Li Shishi's gaze immediately fixed on Wu Zetian. Finally, another sister just like me has arrived. Li Shishi said cheerfully, but didn't approach immediately. At that moment, Lu Bang called out to a man in the distance. Xiahou Ying, come here quickly. Hearing this, Li Shimin and the others exchanged stunned glances. Li Shimin hesitated before asking. Your Majesty, could it be that the charioteer was brought by you? Lu Bang stood tall and straight, smiling as he replied. Naturally. He is my personal coachman. Now, I'm pleased to say he has been recruited by General Su and has become one of our employees. Hearing this, Li Shimin and the others were utterly astonished. Who would have thought such a thing was possible? Xiahou Ying had previously heard Lu Bang mention matters concerning this place, combined with the voices echoing in his mind. Upon arriving, he glanced warily around before approaching Lu Bang at his invitation. He stood quietly behind him. At that moment, everyone's gaze once again turned to the woman. Li Shishi stepped forward first. Miss, may I ask who you are? Upon hearing her words, Wu Zetian raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. I come from the Qin Dynasty. I am currently the Emperor's personally appointed talented lady. You may call me Lady Wu. Her words had barely fallen. The figures in the distance all looked somewhat astonished. At that moment, Li Shimin furrowed his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that the name Consort Wu sounded familiar. Wu Zetian, meanwhile, was curiously observing everyone present. Yet when her gaze fell upon Li Shimin, her body suddenly trembled. Just as the others were puzzled, pondering Wu Zetian's identity. At that very moment, they saw Wu Zetian suddenly dash forward. She slid to her knees before Emperor Taizong. Her hands immediately pressed against the ground as she trembled, uttering, Your Majesty. Witnessing this scene, everyone present froze in shock. Even Li Shimin himself paused in surprise. He touched his nose, cleared his throat awkwardly, and spoke. I haven't ascended the throne yet. You should address me as second prince. No matter when or where, you are my Majesty. Wait a moment, you're Wu Zetian. Li Shimin suddenly recalled what he'd read in the historical text Su Qi had compiled. He exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. Wu Zetian looked puzzled, unsure why she was being addressed that way. She hurriedly explained. I am Consort Wu, your Majesty. Li Shimin clenched his fists. His face was consumed by rage. He hadn't forgotten that in the history books, it was the Wu Zetian before him who not only became his wife but also the empress of his son. Ultimately, she would personally ascend as the first female emperor. This was practically an invasion of the Li family's legacy. How could he not be furious? Zheng He, standing beside him, sensed Li Shimin's fury. His sword suddenly shot from its scabbard, its blade ringing with a sharp, piercing sound. He stood ready to strike down Wu Zetian before him. What are you doing? Su Qi's voice echoed from afar. He approached the scene, somewhat speechless. Seeing Wu Zetian kneeling there, he knew exactly what had just transpired. This couldn't help but make him sigh. I should have gotten up earlier today. Mr. Su. Li Shimin nodded to Su Qi. Then he spoke. This is Wu Zetian. I never imagined Mr. Su would summon her as well. Su Qi glanced at Wu Zetian. Seeing she was still a young maiden, he realized she must currently hold the title of Consort Wu. Therefore, he stated directly. I know you're unhappy, but that's a matter for later. The current Consort Wu hasn't done anything yet. And even later on, you know she passed the throne to the Li family. After hearing these words, Li Shimin took a deep breath, then nodded silently without further comment. Not to mention, he hadn't even ascended the throne yet. Moreover, since he now knew the course of history, the likelihood of Wu Zetian ascending the throne in his timeline was virtually non-existent. Thus, he was merely a bit annoyed. After all, he knew that with what he had gained in the scenic area, he would eventually alter the course of his own era. Rise, please. Everyone here is an employee, and employees don't kneel before one another. Su Qi spoke as he helped Wu Zetian to her feet. Wu Zetian bowed to Su Qi. This humble woman thanks you, Mr. Su. Su Qi gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze back to Li Shimin beside him and continued. Shimin, you know well that our scenic area involves numerous matters. Certain actions simply cannot be taken, lest they lead to serious problems. After hearing his words, Li Shimin nodded in understanding and said no more. All right. Everyone, you may go now. Back to work. Su Qi waved his hand, dismissing the others to their duties. But he kept Xiahou Ying and Wu Zetian behind. You two should have a clear understanding of your current positions, shouldn't you? Su Qi began. Xiahou Ying nodded. Having been briefed by Lu Bang the previous night, he naturally understood much of what was happening here. Wu Zetian, however, appeared slightly fearful and somewhat confused. Su Qi then spoke with her further. Then he said, since one of you is a coachman and the other a dancer, you should simply carry out your respective duties from now on. Xiahou Ying, you'll drive the carriage and look after the tourists. Take them to the scenic areas when needed, then bring them back out. As for Consort Wu, you'll stay with Shishi for now. Come evening, you'll take the stage for your performance. Understood, Mr. Su. Understood, Mr. Su. After observing the pair, Su Qi nodded. He then instructed Huang to drive the carriage to the city gate and wait nearby. He also had Li Zhuo and Lu Qing set up a sign there. It read, Carriage Pickup Point. As for Wu Zetian, Su Qi personally escorted her to Li Shishi's side. Shishi, today you'll be taking good care of Consort Wu, he said. You'll all be colleagues from now on, so get along well. Su Qi said with a smile. Without hesitation, Li Shishi led Wu Zetian to a nearby chair. Then she shared some snacks she'd saved over the past few days with her. Wu Zetian tore open a piece of bread with curiosity and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes suddenly lit up. So sweet and delicious. Right? These are delicious, all given to me by tourists. From now on, we'll share them together. Chapter 54, Even Carriages Charge Fees. Upon hearing Li Shishi's words, Wu Zetian. A smile also appeared on her face. Her gaze flickered slightly as she gradually became familiar with the knowledge here. Moments later, she saw Su Qi approaching. Mr. Su. Wu Zetian stood up immediately. She now fully understood that within this scenic area, whether emperors from various countries or anyone else, they were all just lowly employees. Only Su Qi before her was the true Mr. Su. Here are your materials. Take a look yourself. With that, Su Qi handed her a set of books. These were all historical records pertaining to Wu Zetian herself. Thank you, Mr. Su. Wu Zetian said with a smile, extending her delicate hands to receive them. Su Qi paid her no further attention and walked away. Meanwhile, Wu Zetian examined the materials carefully. After a moment, her eyes flashed with a sudden gleam, yet the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Finally, she let out a faint sigh. What's wrong? You went on to become an emperor, the first and last female emperor in all of history. Why the sigh? Li Shishi asked curiously. At this time, Wu Zetian was not yet old, just 1 year younger than her. Therefore, she didn't feel the same conflicted emotions she had when facing Lu Bang and the others. Though the other was also an emperor, she was merely her younger sister at present. Wu Zetian sighed. Now I finally understand why His Majesty Taizong despised me so. It turns out I did so many things in the future. Do you regret it? Li Shishi asked curiously. At that moment, Wu Zetian turned to look at her, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Why regret? Since I could ascend the throne, then I ascended the throne. Hearing this, Li Shishi froze in surprise. Just moments ago, she had referred to herself as this humble woman, yet now she addressed herself as I. This couldn't help but make her sigh. Only then did she grasp how vast the chasm between people truly was. Wu Zetian was inherently born to be an emperor, though her current age meant she was still many years away from ascending the throne. But Wu Zetian had already displayed that commanding presence. Come to think of it, if Emperor Taizong had already learned of my future actions from the scenic area, he would have stopped me outright. By all logic, he wouldn't have promoted me to the rank of concubine either. Wu Zetian suddenly spoke up. Li Shishi replied with a smile. That's because everyone's timeline is different. Only Lu Bang and that new driver, Huang, lived in the same era and even the same period. Likewise, Li Shimin and his entourage belonged to the same period. Beyond that, everyone else hailed from their own respective dynasties. Take the two gatekeepers, for instance, they were sages from the Qin Dynasty. They receive wages here and can take back various seeds and supplies. Given this, it seems unlikely that the Qin Dynasty would fall. Consequently, the great dynasties of later generations would never come into being. Our identities would undergo significant changes. Therefore, time does not flow uniformly for everyone. After hearing these words, Wu Zetian froze for a moment. Only then did she realize that Li Shimin had no connection to her. He was merely another Li Shimin, bearing no connection whatsoever to the Emperor Taizong of her own dynasty. Upon grasping this truth, her eyes brightened slightly. I see. Your Majesty, this place is truly extraordinary. I've actually traveled hundreds of years into the future. This is utterly astonishing. Huang followed closely behind Lu Bang. He spoke with delight evident on his face. Though Lu Bang had already briefed him on many matters concerning this place yesterday. But standing here in person, he still felt a sense of wonder. After listening to his words, Lu Bang chuckled lightly. You needn't fret over such details, old friend. Just focus on your duties, collect your wages on schedule, and deliver them to me. Hearing this, Huang nodded, harboring no further thoughts. He understood that since he was now serving alongside the emperor, his wages naturally belonged to the emperor. He knew that if he tried to stay behind alone, Lu Bang would likely have him beheaded upon his return. Your job is to be a driver, so do your job properly. Go back and fetch the people first. Remember, you may engage more with the tourists after all, our purpose here is to interact with them. But you must never engage in any illegal activities. Lu Bang emphasized his instructions. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out the handbook Su Qi had given him and handed it to Huang. This is the Prohibited Activities Handbook. You must study its contents thoroughly, not a single item is permissible. If you get docked pay or even fired here, I'll have you beheaded when you return. Seeing the solemnity in Lu Bang's eyes, Huang nodded repeatedly. Your servant understands. With that, he turned and headed straight back to the carriage waiting area. Meanwhile, several tourists had already arrived at this spot. They gazed curiously at Huang before them. Is this really the scenic area's transportation? It's actually a horse-drawn carriage. I thought they'd have golf carts or electric scooters. A young man in his 20s chuckled. He then patted the carriage in front of him, hopped right in, and called out, "Driver, let's go head into the scenic area." "Oh, and how much is the fare?" Hearing this, Huang paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No charge for now." "That's great." The boys across from him immediately chuckled. Typically, unique transportation like this within a scenic area would definitely charge a fee. But they never expected this particular attraction to be free of charge. They immediately pulled out their phones to take pictures. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. In the distance, Su Qi happened to be walking this way. Hearing their conversation, he hurried over and said with a smile, "Today is our driver's first day on the job, so there's no charge. Starting tomorrow when he officially begins work, the regular fee will apply." After hearing Su Qi's explanation, the boy across from him nodded in agreement, thinking that was only fair. Su Qi glanced at Huang and stated directly, "Then take these tourists inside." Huang nodded and gave the horse a sharp pat on the rump. The next moment, the horse in front began pulling the carriage deeper into the scenic area. I wonder how the carriage fare is calculated. The system hasn't given any prompts. Does that mean I have to set it myself? Su Qi murmured curiously. Then, his eyes lit up slightly. He pulled out his phone and began researching rental fees at various scenic spots. Soon, he settled on a reasonable price, 20 to enter, 30 to exit. That's right, the return trip costs more. Chapter 55, Wu Zetian's Rise to Power. Before long, it was noon. By then, Li Shimon's guards had already prepared the meal. Su Qi gathered everyone together. Wu Zetian and Li Shishi sat in a corner nearby. Wu Zetian's gaze kept drifting toward Li Shimon in the distance. But the reverence that had once filled her eyes was clearly gone. Instead, her gaze settled upon Su Qi. Feeling Wu Zetian's gaze upon him, Su Qi also looked over curiously. What greeted him next was a face of breathtaking beauty, eyes brimming with emotion. Seeing this, Su Qi froze for a moment. Then he realized Wu Zetian had set her sights on him. In history, Wu Zetian first became an imperial concubine of Emperor Taizong of Tang, then the empress of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, and finally ascended to the throne as emperor herself. This step-by-step progression clearly indicated that she had a definite goal in mind. Yet here, within this scenic area, Li Shimon, though destined to become emperor, was currently merely the second prince. He was even overshadowed by the nearby Lu Bang. Under these circumstances, she naturally saw no need to engage further with Li Shimon. Moreover, this Li Shimon bore no resemblance to the Li Shimon from her own timeline. Wu Zetian paid Li Shimon no mind whatsoever. Li Shimon realized this, which only fueled his anger further. Yet within this attraction, he could not resort to violence, leaving him to stew in his own frustration. Observing the strained relationships among his subordinates, Su Qi scratched his head but said nothing more. He wasn't trying to implement some political maneuver or imperial scheming. He simply didn't know what to do. At best, he could only encourage them to regard each other as colleagues. Alright, everyone, let's eat together. After lunch, the afternoon foot traffic should increase significantly. Make sure to give them excellent service then. Especially Wu Kairen, you need to give it your all during tonight's performance. Pull out everything you've got. Also, take a good look at those videos I gave you. Try blending ancient and modern dance styles. Li Zhua, Lu Qing, you two need to train harder on your WWE moves. Those unique finishing moves and exaggerated performance techniques are what really draw the crowd. And Oldly, the Qin Dynasty boy band needs to step up too. You guys have been trending on short videos lately. If you can keep this momentum going, you could become a major traffic driving IP. By then, our scenic area will truly be on fire. Sure, you need to practice diligently to master all the current songs as much as possible. Su Qi kept giving instructions. After hearing his words, everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Only Li Shimon felt puzzled. He didn't understand what an IP was. But he knew that since Su Qi had spoken, all he needed to do was work hard. Moreover, he had witnessed Wu Zetian's subtle glances toward Su Qi. This made him clench his fists. No matter what, he would never allow this woman who would one day usurp the imperial throne of the Li family to surpass him. His Tang Dynasty boy band would absolutely outshine Wu Zetian's solo act. "Mr. Su, what about me and His Majesty?" Huang suddenly spoke up at that moment. Because Su Qi had just assigned roles to nearly everyone. Only he and Lu Bang remained unassigned. After hearing his words, Su Qi looked at him with some confusion and asked directly, "Besides driving a carriage, what other skills do you possess?" The moment those words fell, Ying froze in place. Lu Bang, witnessing this, stepped in with a cheerful smile to smooth things over. My driver's only good at driving the carriage, he's reliable. Everything else he'll have to learn on the job. Once I get back, I'll make sure he studies properly. Su Qi nodded. No pressure. After all, our current lineup is already packed. Of course, if you can pull it off, that'd be fantastic. He smiled and said no more. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their respective posts. Except one person approached Su Qi. Su Qi looked up to see Wu Zetian standing before him. Consort Wu, what brings you here? Feeling Su Qi's gaze, Wu Zetian appeared somewhat coy. Then she stated directly. I've recently learned a few new dances and would like to perform them for you, Mr. Su. If there's anything lacking, please offer your guidance, Su Qi. After hearing Wu Zetian's words, Su Qi nodded in agreement. After all, he had nothing better to do. Watching a historical beauty and empress dance would be a delightful spectacle. With Su Qi's consent, Wu Zetian immediately began to dance. She swayed her waist, her beautiful hands moving gracefully up and down. Her exquisite legs, though concealed by the ancient robes, revealed their graceful contours. As Wu Zetian danced, she moved closer to Su Qi. She extended her fair, delicate hands and gently placed them on Su Qi's shoulders. Then she spun around. A wave of fragrance washed over him. Su Qi took a deep breath, a smile spreading across his face. At that moment, Wu Zetian's beautiful face suddenly drew close to Su Qi's. She gently exhaled a fragrant breath. Then she took a step back, executing a graceful dance move. Su Qi found the sight utterly delightful. Soon, the dance concluded. Wu Zetian stood gracefully to the side, awaiting Su Qi's appraisal. Su Qi pondered for a moment before speaking. Not bad. After that, Su Qi continued. Perform it like this tonight. But when you're on stage, your partner won't be me, you can dance with Shishi first. After seeing Wu Zetian off. Then he sat down at his own seat and sighed helplessly. Su Qi understood exactly what Wu Zetian had been doing. She appeared to be dancing, but in reality, she was just trying to take a shortcut. True to form for Wu Zetian on her very first day, already scheming to curry favor with the boss. Su Qi shook his head with a smile. He naturally appreciated having employees like this who were eager to advance. But when he thought about Wu Zetian's current age, Su Qi sighed again. She was still too young. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. He shook his head slowly, then walked over to the computer to edit the footage he'd shot earlier. Lu Bang was chasing people around the scenic area to rob them. Some people genuinely resisted, and upon noticing this, Lu Bang would casually say a few words before leaving. It was the young people and children who interacted with Lu Bang, this rogue. They were more than happy to play along, even offering extra items. In just a moment, Lu Bang's body was laden with a large amount of snacks. He even received 10 yuan. But he didn't plan to spend it right away, he intended to save it up before spending. Chapter 56, A Novel Performance. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Su Qi's gaze turned toward the stage before him. By now, most of the tourists had gathered below the stage. Many had pulled out their phones to start filming. For these visitors? They knew instinctively that the performance unfolding on stage was the most precious moment. It was also the most captivating. Even Su Qi understood this principle. After all, his scenic area was rather spacious. Even with the recent influx of visitors, the conditions within the park remained somewhat unsatisfactory. To this day, not a single restaurant had been established. If visitors wanted to eat, they either had to bring their own food or, at best, buy bottled water and snacks from the supermarket. Undoubtedly, it was somewhat lacking. Li Shishi took the lead, launching straight into a rendition of High Mountains and Flowing Water. Yet this moment felt entirely different from before. For behind Li Shishi, a stunningly beautiful woman glided gracefully onto the stage. Wu Zetian's body swayed slightly. Her beautiful figure, though partially concealed by her attire, revealed its general contours. Her exquisite face bore an alluring expression. A single glance was enough to make one feel utterly captivated. Music and dance intertwined in perfect harmony at that moment. Those around her were left momentarily transfixed. Even those filming instinctively lowered their phones, choosing instead to watch quietly with their own eyes. 20 minutes later. The music faded, and Li Shishi stepped down from the stage. Yet Empress Wu Zetian did not cease swaying. Instead, she stepped forward, drawing closer to the center of the stage. Once again, she began her uniquely exquisite dance. Su Qi promptly activated the sound system, and the exquisite music surged forth in waves. The captivating dance moved everyone's hearts. Only then did the people react, pulling out their phones to start recording. Seeing this scene, Su Qi's eyes lit up. He understood that, given the current situation, Wu Zetian was bound to become a sensation. Her future achievements might even rival those of Li Shimon's Qin Dynasty boy band. Meanwhile, Li Shimon stood below. He too was watching, somewhat dazed. His gaze flickered slightly. A peculiar gleam shimmered in his eyes. Clearly, he had never beheld such an alluring figure before. In that moment, he suddenly understood why his future self would elevate Wu Zetian to the rank of consort Wu, and why his own son would later crown her empress. Such talent and beauty truly held captivating allure. Zheng He and the others, witnessing this scene, all lowered their heads, averting their gaze. They all knew Wu Zetian was destined to become empress, perhaps even emperor. They felt unworthy to look upon her. Yet at that very moment, Li Shishi furrowed his brow. For he saw that Wu Zetian's gaze did not rest upon him, but instead fell upon Su Qi. Her gaze, tinged with a hint of a frown, was seductive and alluring. It seemed as though something astonishing could be glimpsed within. A single glance felt beyond imagination, filled with anticipation. Wu Zetian extended her pale, delicate hand, gently pointing toward Su Qi's location, then shifted into a different, alluring posture. Li Shishi slowly clenched his fist. But then he loosened it again. For he understood that the Wu Zetian before him was not the same as the one from his own era. Or rather, in the timeline he came from, Wu Zetian hadn't even been born yet. This thought drew a sigh from him. He understood that within this scenic area, neither he nor Su Qi could compare. In the Tang Dynasty, Li Shishi was second only to the emperor himself, towering above all others. In the future, he would become the master of 10,000 dragons, the true emperor. But within this scenic area, he was merely an employee. Perhaps he had 20 guards behind him. But that was all. Finally, Li Shishi sighed and let go of his obsession. Moreover, he understood that his own era was destined to be reshaped by his actions. Wu Zetian would never again become his consort, nor could she ever become history's first and last female emperor. After Wu Zetian finished her performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Everyone clapped in unison. A female college student seated closest to Su Qi exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, this is my second time here, and I never expected the show to be this amazing. Will you add more shows in the future?" she exclaimed excitedly. Su Qi glanced at her and smiled. "Don't worry. Our scenic area is just getting started. It'll only get better from here, and everything else will gradually improve too. The programs will become increasingly diverse too." Su Qi casually made a promise. The female college student across from him clearly found this very reassuring. She attended a nearby university, and there weren't many attractions to visit in the area. But this new attraction had sparked an obsession in her. She just had to come back. After all, if she could see new attractions and meet new beauties every time, that would be absolutely fantastic. She spoke up directly. "Next time I come, I'll definitely bring my roommates along. I can't wait to see an even better show. Wow, that's amazing. So cool." At that moment, a male college student nearby suddenly exclaimed. Hearing his words, Su Qi's gaze followed. It was now Li Zhuo and Lu Qing's turn to take the stage. At Su Qi's request, they had slightly altered their costumes. Gone were the ancient armor sets. Instead, they added more embellishments, making their outfits resemble the exaggerated costumes seen in WWE. Recalling the behavioral patterns and finishing moves they'd seen in the videos, they collided head-on. Their clash was incredibly fierce at that moment. Because they forcibly injected that murderous intent into the fight. If before there was only the intent to kill, many could sense the sheer force behind it. But their techniques and performance weren't particularly flashy. Yet in this instant, they became breathtakingly magnificent. The intensity within their performance burned fiercely. The boys watching below felt their blood surge. They couldn't help but clap and cheer them on. "Boss, what are their names? They must have nicknames, right?" The male student excitedly leaned in close to Su Qi and asked. Su Qi paused briefly, then offered a faint smile. "The one on the left is Li Zhuo, and the one on the right is Lu Qing. As for their nicknames, those haven't been decided yet. But you guys can come up with some yourselves." Hearing this, the college student grew even more excited. The surrounding male spectators began pumping their fists and cheering. The night's performance was exceptionally lively. Chapter 57, Lu Bang's Talent Cultivation Plan. As Li Shishi and his group took the stage, the atmosphere on stage had already reached its peak. Recently, Li Shishi had been leading his Tang Dynasty boy band in singing and dancing performances. As the finale act, their performance was truly electrifying. Once all the performances concluded, Li Shishi and his group descended to the stage, panting heavily. Seeing this, Su Qi couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. This was the real deal. They truly captured the essence of a boy band. Even that panting gesture was spot on. Once all the tourists had left, Su Qi's gaze swept over the others present. He smiled and said directly, "Everyone performed exceptionally well today. Our scenic area's popularity has reached a new height. I decided everyone can finish work a bit later today. We'll host a dinner party for everyone." After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone's eyes lit up and they began cheering. Li Shishi and Wu Zetian even moved closer to Su Qi, both of them with sparkling eyes. However, Li Shishi shot Wu Zetian a glance. Her eyes held a trace of resignation. For she knew that from this day forward, she would no longer be the only woman in the entire team. Another rival for favor had emerged. And this new rival was none other than the future emperor, a realization that made her feel the weight of immense pressure. Su Qi gently ruffled both their hair. Then, he led everyone to the dining hall. Su Qi had called an outside restaurant to deliver a large quantity of delicacies. Seeing the entire table laden with delicacies before them, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Though they could eat modern meals every day at noon, but those were homemade. The 2 guards sent by Li Shishi had indeed learned quickly. Yet the dishes they prepared still leaned toward a homestyle flavor. They couldn't compare to what you'd find outside. This time, however, Su Qi had called upon a chef from a Michelin-starred restaurant. The flavor was elevated by more than just a notch. Lu Bang picked up his chopsticks, plucked a succulent piece of braised pork belly, and popped it into his mouth. Chewing with obvious delight, his face lit up with excitement. This is the kind of cuisine an emperor should be enjoying. He couldn't help but marvel. For in ancient times, he had never tasted such delicacies. Li Shishi and the others beside him also hurriedly began eating. They were all quite excited. Su Qi, however, felt a pang of regret. This single meal had cost him a full 10,000 coins. But he knew that for the people present, it was an excellent way to build camaraderie and absolutely necessary. He even decided that whenever new members joined in the future, he would host a similar gathering to strengthen everyone's cohesion. Time flew by, and evening soon arrived. Everyone was well fed and content. Li Shishi approached Su Qi first, clasping his hands and bowing slightly. "Mr. Su, thank you for your hospitality." Su Qi waved his hand dismissively. "It's what you all deserve. Mr. Su, we're off for the day." Li Shishi skipped over, beaming as she spoke. Su Qi waved his left hand as well. In the next instant, everyone's forms transformed into specks of white light, completely departing from this place. Su Qi's gaze sharpened in that instant. Glancing at the videos on his phone, he knew tonight would keep him busy once again. Tang Dynasty. Li Shishi had just returned. Li Yuan approached him from across the room. "Nothing special happening today, right?" he asked with a smile. However, after hearing his words, Li Shishi opened his mouth, then proceeded to tell him about Wu Zetian. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan also froze for a moment. "Wu Zetian? Who is that?" He was thoroughly puzzled. Li Shishi continued. "In history, I would bestow upon her the title of concubine, and later my son would crown her empress. She would ultimately become the first female emperor in history." Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan drew a deep breath. Such a thing? His face was filled with astonishment. He had never imagined the outcome would unfold in such a manner. His gaze gradually grew heavy. "Investigate. Find that woman. No matter what, she must never set foot in the palace again. Exterminate her entire lineage," he declared furiously. To Li Yuan, it mattered little which of his descendants ascended the throne. But it absolutely could not be a woman. Even though she later returned the throne to him, it remained utterly unacceptable to him. His gaze flickered slightly, his eyes flashing with boundless fury in that moment. Seeing his father's expression, Li Shishi sighed. He understood. This situation could not be altered. Even when he first learned of Wu Zetian's true identity, he had been furious. But as for annihilating her entire family? Li Shishi felt it was neither here nor there. It was utterly unnecessary. For he already knew the future events in their entirety. Under these circumstances, such an act was utterly unnecessary. For as long as he remained alive, Wu Zetian would never set foot in the imperial palace again. Han Dynasty. Upon Lu Bang's return, Huang immediately caught his eye. Yet his eyes flinched slightly. For at that very moment, the carriage Huang had taken with him had also returned. He waved his hand decisively. "Get your carriage out first." Huang nodded repeatedly and had the carriage removed. At that moment, Han Xin and Xiao He approached. "Your Majesty." Lu Bang nodded, then addressed the assembled crowd. "You must diligently hone your abilities, especially those suited for scenic areas. The Tang Dynasty has unexpectedly gained another member, though he doesn't seem to be aligned with Li Shishi. But if we could gain a few more allies here, that would be even better." He spoke softly, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Lu Bang keenly felt that within the scenic area, his Han Dynasty forces were far too few. So few that it left him feeling utterly helpless. Moreover, he himself possessed no talent for performance. He couldn't very well take the stage and start spouting nonsense. This caused his standing in Su Qi's eyes to decline. Lu Bang was acutely aware of that subtle shift. Under these circumstances, he desperately hoped more members of his dynasty would join. At the very least, they should be able to perform on stage. Otherwise, with just him and Huang, they'd truly be pushed to the margins. "As you command, Your Majesty." Han Xin and Xiao He responded promptly. At that moment, Lu Bang suddenly thought of something and addressed the assembly directly. "Do we have any master chefs around here? Bring them all to the palace. Remember, not necessarily imperial chefs, just the more renowned ones." Chapter 58, Traveling thousands of li in a day. Early the next morning, Lu Bang arrived here with Huang. Huang arrived as usual with his carriage. He knew this carriage would likely become his daily mode of transportation. Not seeing Su Qi, the group didn't linger and all returned to their posts. Huang drove the carriage to the boarding area and waited. He understood his task, to wait for the tourists to pay, then haul them up. Then, after receiving payment again, to bring them back down. He yawned and leaned against the carriage. Just then, a voice rang out. "You didn't sleep well last night." The moment he heard the voice, Ying's body jolted. He jumped up from the carriage. There, he saw Su Qi standing opposite him. He immediately bowed his head, clasped his hands together, and spoke. "My apologies, Mr. Su. I was indeed feeling rather drowsy yesterday." Su Qi waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Just that your carriage isn't as fast as I imagined. Transportation will naturally be slower. Come on, I'll teach you to drive another one." With that, he walked off into the distance. Huang stood there, utterly perplexed. He truly had no idea what Su Qi intended to teach him. After all, though his carriage wasn't from the imperial palace, he'd carefully acquired it from elsewhere. Its speed and endurance were both top-notch. It could be said that this carriage was a 1,000-mile steed. Even the carriage itself had been crafted at great expense. Especially after Liu Bang returned yesterday. To bolster his standing with Su Qi, he had the carriage lavishly remodeled at great expense. The entire carriage was both dazzling and understated. It was practically the pinnacle of craftsmanship. But he couldn't ignore Su Qi's words. Therefore, he halted the horses to the side. Then he followed Su Qi as they walked toward the distance. "Do you know where I'm taking you?" Su Qi asked. He asked this to gauge whether Huang possessed any knowledge or other abilities directly granted by the system. However, after hearing Su Qi's words, Huang shook his head. "I don't know." "Then I'll teach you slowly later." Su Qi sighed. To be honest, he really didn't want to teach him. Though the vehicles inside the scenic area didn't require a license to operate. They were special vehicles for the scenic area, not very fast, and relatively easy to learn. But ancient charioteers were a different story. Huang might hold the title of one of history's 4 great charioteers. But regardless, he was still an ancient person. He likely wouldn't understand many modern things. Shaking his head, Su Qi said no more. He understood. Under the current circumstances, waiting any longer was simply not an option. After all, the carriage was simply too slow. If they took a vehicle within the scenic area, the time could be cut by at least 3 times. That would mean earning 3 times the profit. Su Qi had asked before the money collected by the horse-drawn carriage naturally belonged to him, not Huang. Therefore, Su Qi's face was beaming with excitement. Soon, the two of them arrived at a scenic area vehicle. "This is the vehicle you'll be driving from now on." Hearing Su Qi's words, Huang immediately leaned closer. He stared at the exquisite sightseeing vehicle before him, his face filled with astonishment. It certainly had wheels and looked incredibly elegant, but what would pull it? "Should I bring my horse over? Or should I pull it myself?" As he uttered the last words, his body trembled slightly. For he suddenly realized that might very well be the case. This thought inevitably drew his gaze toward Su Qi standing nearby. But Su Qi just rolled his eyes in exasperation. "There's no way I'm letting you pull it." He sighed helplessly, took a few steps forward. Then he gently opened the car door. He sat down directly. At Su Qi's gesture, Huang also took a seat beside him. "See? This is a modern vehicle, a scenic area shuttle bus. You'll just drive this back and forth to pick them up and drop them off. Now I'll show you how to operate it. First, use the key to start it. This is the brake, this is the accelerator, and this is the steering wheel. When driving, you only need to press the accelerator. I'll demonstrate." As he spoke, Su Qi gently pressed the accelerator. The entire vehicle slowly moved forward. Then, as Su Qi suddenly slammed the accelerator, it shot forward with a whoosh. Ying's face was frozen in shock. He clutched the door beside him tightly. Yet moments later, he realized the car hadn't flipped over, and he himself was sitting safely inside. This couldn't help but make his eyes light up. A divine artifact, this kind of divine artifact. With this, one wouldn't need horses to travel. I wonder what kind of provisions this thing requires. Su Qi glanced at him and said indifferently. "My car runs on hybrid power. It can be charged or fueled with gasoline. But you won't find gas stations inside this scenic area, so just bring it to a designated spot every night after work to charge it." Huang didn't understand what charging meant. Yet he remained utterly astonished. Moments later, Su Qi finished his demonstration and turned to Huang. "Come on, give it a try yourself. See how well it works?" he said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Huang didn't hesitate. He sat down in the driver's seat. Then he pressed down on the accelerator. In the next instant, the entire vehicle shot forward with a whoosh. Su Qi ran after it from behind. "Hold on, ease off the gas. Remember to hit the brakes, don't crash," he shouted. But Huang seemed to have heard only half of it. The car kept speeding forward. Soon it vanished from Su Qi's sight. Su Qi's mouth twitched slightly. That speed was just too fast, faster than I was driving earlier. Wasn't he supposed to be an ancient person? Did ancient people even know how to drive? Su Qi shook his head helplessly. He hurried to check the surveillance footage. He wanted to see where Xiahou Ying had gone. However, he had only turned and taken a few steps. A whistling sound echoed from behind him. Su Qi froze for a moment before whirling around. Sure enough, he spotted Xiahou Ying driving that scenic area shuttle back. He slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt right in front of Su Qi. Mr. Su, this item is truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. I wonder when I'll be able to afford such a thing. If I could bring it back to our dynasty, it would be incredibly prestigious. And its formidable power would be unmatched amidst a sea of enemies. He exclaimed excitedly. His eyes flickered slightly at that moment, clearly revealing his genuine desire. Chapter 59, Let's work for 5 years first. After a single glance at the other's expression, Su Qi sighed and spoke directly. You can't afford this thing yet. Ah, why is that? Xiahou Ying jumped down from the car and stared at Su Qi in utter bewilderment. He genuinely wanted this thing now. Though he could drive it to work every day. Driving it back to ancient times would be the ultimate dream. Su Qi rubbed his nose and stated bluntly. You know your current salary, right? 280 a month. This car's market price is around 20,000. 20,000? I earn 280 a month, which means 3,360 a year. To save 20,000, I'd have to work for 6 years. Xiahou Ying froze on the spot. This price was practically out of his reach. Moreover, he understood that every penny he earned had to be handed over to Lu Bang, which meant his monthly income was effectively zero. Realizing this, he sighed helplessly, his eyes dimming slightly. He knew Lu Bang would never help him purchase this item, which meant he was destined to never own it in this lifetime. Su Qi patted his shoulder and spoke directly. Don't lose heart. I can help you buy a used car, one that's even better than this, with more power and speed. Then you could easily cover 200 kilometers in an hour. Of course, your ancient roads aren't exactly smooth sailing, so we'll probably have to knock off 20% from that figure. Still, that's pretty impressive. 200 kilometers per hour? That's 400 li. This could even mean traveling thousands of miles in a single day. Xiahou Ying exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. At first, he'd merely thought this contraption was fast and far more impressive than a carriage. But now, the reality surpassed even his wildest expectations. An ancient 1,000-mile steed could cover 1,000 li in a single day. That was already the pinnacle of excellence. Yet here, just any old second-hand vehicle could cover thousands of miles in a single day. This was nothing short of a cross-dimensional blowout. Su Qi patted Xiahou Ying's shoulder again. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely be able to afford one. Su Qi said cheerfully. Whether the other guy could actually afford it or not was naturally irrelevant to him. Because if Xiahou Ying wanted to buy one, even a used car, it would take him 2 or 3 years of hard work. Xiahou Ying nodded, his face brimming with both anticipation and disappointment. In that moment, he couldn't help but envy Lu Bang. The man could earn money on his own, not only securing supplies daily, but sometimes even making a little extra cash when luck was on his side. If only he could do the same, then he could afford this dream car in just a year. Alright, just drive around the scenic area first to get used to it. It'd be best to memorize every route here. And know how to get to those special attractions. I'm off. Su Qi said, turning and walking away. At that moment, Xiahou Ying didn't hesitate either. Though he couldn't possess this vehicle anytime soon. But here, he could drive any vehicle he wanted. He hopped into a scenic area shuttle and drove around the entire park. As he passed a corner, he spotted Lu Bang in the distance. At that moment, Lu Bang had stopped 2 girls. He was grinning as he playfully robbed them. The 2 girls were laughing and playing along with him. Finally, they handed Lu Bang 2 cartons of milk. After snapping a few photos, they departed. At that moment, Lu Bang turned his head and immediately spotted Xiahou Ying driving up. Wait a minute, what on earth is that? Could this possibly be a car? Lu Bang's eyes widened. He reached out to touch the scenic area vehicle before him. Xiahou Ying hurriedly stepped down and bowed to Lu Bang. Your Majesty, my position is that of a driver. But in this era, drivers don't operate horse-drawn carriages, they drive these scenic area vehicles. I've now learned driving techniques from Mr. Su, and this will be the vehicle I operate during my work hours. Upon hearing these words, Lu Bang nodded with a cheerful smile. Then he noticed the key inserted in the scenic area vehicle. This made him pause for a moment. Then, he sighed helplessly. Back then, I managed to get a car too, but alas, I had to give it back in the end. He spoke timidly. Xiahou Ying, who had been listening with a dazed expression, leaned closer, wanting to hear more clearly. But Lu Bang cleared his throat, motioning for him to leave. Then he said with a smile, well then, take us for a drive around this scenic area. We should enjoy ourselves properly too. Xiahou Ying nodded and immediately got behind the wheel, driving Lu Bang around the scenic area. Lu Bang didn't slack off because of this. Instead, he kept working the whole time. Because as Ying drove around, some tired tourists were willing to pay for a ride. As for the vehicle itself, Su Qi had naturally affixed a QR code. Ying doesn't need to be involved either. All he needed to do was drive. Once the tourists boarded the vehicle, they would scan the QR code on their own. They would then be robbed by Lu Bang, who remained on the bus the entire time. It was a double exploitation. But since everyone was just playing along, they all remained cheerful. They appeared genuinely delighted. Lu Bang, naturally, was even more delighted. He realized this pace and efficiency in looting far surpassed what he could achieve traveling by road. The two drove around the entire scenic area. Whenever they passed by Li Shishi and his group, Lu Bang would stick his head out the window, waving and greeting them. And it seemed his greetings were really just for show. Whenever Li Shishi and his group witnessed this scene, they gritted their teeth in frustration. They had been here for so long. Yet every day, they could only patrol the roads. Though they were all martial artists, this distance was nothing to them. But comparison breeds envy. That bastard Lu Bang could actually ride back and forth in a carriage. He was leagues ahead of them. This Lu Bang already unique for robbing travelers and raking in supplies daily. Now he even gets to ride in a carriage? It's infuriating. Li Shishi spoke with intense fury, but in the end, he just sighed and said nothing more. Because he understood. Given the current situation, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, everyone's roles were fixed. Under these circumstances, effecting change proved far from simple. He could only sigh once more and continue his patrol. He hoped father would ensure the trainees received better instruction. Then he could request 2 drivers from the Qin Dynasty. Then I too could ride in a carriage. Li Shishi mused to himself. But every time that scenic area shuttle passed by him, hearing Lu Bang's boastful voice, he felt a surge of irritation. Chapter 60, Drift, Drift. By noon, the crowd had gathered. At that moment, all eyes turned to Lu Bang. He was carrying 2 large bags. This was nearly his entire daily quota. But he'd managed to collect it all in just one morning. Come, let's all eat together. Lu Bang knew this would inevitably draw attention. So he began distributing it immediately. The others accepted the milk and bread, taking small bites. Su Qi watched the scene unfold and chuckled softly, saying nothing more. Through the surveillance feed, he had naturally witnessed Lu Bang taking a shortcut. He naturally had nothing to say about Lu Bang's gains. But Su Qi understood that if Lu Bang remained on the vehicle indefinitely, wouldn't that permanently tie the role of rogue to the scenic area shuttle? That was absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before turning to Lu Bang across from him and speaking. Old Lu, your role is that of a rogue. Logically speaking, you should be roaming the streets. It's not that you can't get in the car. But you can't stay in the car all the time. From now on, you'll stay in the car for 1 hour each day. The rest of the time, you still need to walk the streets. After all, this way you can interact with more people. Otherwise, if everyone finds out your NPC role is tied to the scenic area shuttle, they'll definitely accuse us of being shady. Hearing this, Lu Bang paused for a moment. Then he nodded with a broad smile. Of course. I'll only ride the vehicle for 1 hour each day from now on. Su Qi gave a slight nod before turning to Ying beside him. By the way, can you bring your carriage over every day? Hearing Su Qi's question, Ying nodded repeatedly. Exactly. When I'm teleported over each day, the carriage comes along with me. Su Qi pondered for a moment before stating directly. After we finish eating, take me for a ride in the carriage. Let me experience it too. Certainly. Ying beamed with a smile. After lunch, everyone returned to their posts. Su Qi walked toward the carriage alongside Ying. At that moment, beside Su Qi stood another figure, none other than Wu Zetian. As a dancer, Wu Zetian's role was to perform nightly. If a dedicated performance venue were established in the future, she might need to perform there during the day as well. But that certainly wasn't the case now. Thus, she was arguably the only idle person within the scenic area. She had been staying at the ticket office with Li Shishi, listening to Li Shishi explain the scenic area and share some curious anecdotes. She had been quite amused, but after a while, it inevitably grew a bit tedious. That's why she followed along. Su Qi didn't say much about it. After all, having a beautiful woman tag along was certainly better than having a burly man follow him. This is my carriage, gentlemen. Please. Ying spoke up. He was well aware of Wu Zetian's identity, the future empress. Thus, he maintained a courteous demeanor. Su Qi didn't hesitate, guiding Wu Zetian into the carriage. He lay back comfortably inside. Su Qi stretched lazily. Then he reached out and pulled back the curtain in front of him. Observing the scenery outside, he felt a sense of ease wash over him. This carriage is quite comfortable. Mr. Su, you're all set. With that, Ying cracked the whip across the horse's flank. The entire horse, startled, bolted forward in a sudden dash. Its speed was astonishingly fast. so fast that Su Chi couldn't help but grip the nearby railing tightly. Alright, this carriage moves at a decent pace. It could easily be marketed as a scenic attraction. Certainly, people would be willing to ride this carriage back and forth. Then the price could be raised a bit, say 100 yuan per ride, each lasting half an hour. Su Chi pondered, his eyes lighting up slightly. He'd just found another money-making venture for the scenic area. The scenic area shuttle could indeed carry passengers and rake in some cash. But to avoid setting the price too high and deterring riders, Su Chi set the fare for a single ride at 10 yuan. But the carriage is a different story, not to mention there's only this one. It could only carry 4 people at most. Plus, there are labor and material costs to consider. 100 per hour is perfectly normal. Slow down. There's a curve up ahead. Su Chi shouted loudly. The road ahead had vanished, leaving only a right turn. At this speed, it should be impossible to make it through. After all, only professional drivers can drift through corners. Ordinary people couldn't pull off a drift, even if they were driving. Yet at that moment, Huang simply smiled and said, "Mr. Su, rest assured. My driving skills are quite refined. I'll show you a high-speed cornering maneuver," he declared loudly. Another crack of the whip landed on the horse's hindquarters. The horse let out another shriek at that moment, then accelerated even faster. The sudden surge in speed made Su Chi feel as if he were floating. He quickly grabbed the window beside him to prevent himself from being thrown off. At that moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have boarded this carriage. It was simply too fast, and Huang seemed overly confident. "Oh no, we're going to crash. We're going to crash." Wu Zetian beside him was also gripped by terror. She clutched the carriage window tightly, bracing herself against being thrown out upon impact. But just then, the carriage reached the end of the road. Huang suddenly yanked the reins hard to the side. In that instant, Su Chi finally grasped the full extent of Ying's strength. The entire carriage was yanked sharply to the right. The wheels flew off the carriage. Only one will remain spinning on the ground. Su Chi felt himself about to be flung from the carriage. But just then, 2 soft, pale palms wrapped tightly around Su Chi's waist, holding him close. Feeling the warmth against his body, Su Chi turned his head to look. He discovered it was none other than Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian was the one seated on the left. Thus, when the carriage lurched upward, he nearly flew out entirely. She had no choice but to cling tightly to Su Chi. "We're going to tip over. We're going to tip over," Wu Zetian screamed in terror. Yet, in the very next instant, with a clang, the carriage landed smoothly and then accelerated forward once more. Nothing happened? Su Chi was momentarily stunned. He glanced outside and saw that, as expected, the horse hadn't collided with anything. In that moment, his gaze instinctively turned to Huang. "Your power is just too overwhelming." Hearing Su Chi's words, Huang chuckled cheerfully. "Mr. Su, my skills aren't half bad, right?" Chapter 61, New Ripoff Scheme. "One more. One more." Just then, a chorus of screams erupted from outside. Su Chi peered out the window and noticed a crowd of tourists had already gathered outside. Many of them had pulled out their phones to film. Clearly, they'd captured the scene of the carriage taking flight. Wow, there's actually someone this extraordinary able to drift a horse-drawn carriage like that. How incredibly skilled. This scenic area is absolutely brimming with talent. A man exclaimed excitedly. Those around him chimed in agreement. Clearly, they'd seen cars drifting before. They'd seen race cars drift. But they'd never seen a horse-drawn carriage drift before. The effect was far cooler than they had imagined. Su Chi signaled for the carriage to stop immediately. He had just taken Wu Zetian downstairs. A young man had already approached, smiling broadly as he said, "Boss, how much for a ride in this carriage? I'd love to try drifting too." The others nearby nodded in agreement. Yeah. We want to try it too, it looks so cool," they exclaimed excitedly. After hearing their words, Su Chi's lips twitched slightly. He knew a business opportunity had arrived. But Su Chi didn't agree immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Huang beside him. "Could we do it again?" Upon hearing this, Huang immediately responded. "Of course. 10 more times, no problem," he exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Su Chi's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at everyone present and spoke directly. "There's only one carriage like this in the entire scenic area. If you all want a ride, that's fine, but it's 100 yuan per hour. If you want to experience drifting, that's an extra 100 yuan. After hearing Su Chi's words, the crowd froze for a moment. Many backed away. But a few still pushed their way forward. Me. I'll go first. 200 yuan, right? Hurry up and take me for a drift lap." The man chuckled as he hopped right in. Huang didn't hesitate either. He accelerated the carriage straight ahead. 1 minute later, with a whoosh, the entire carriage was propelled into a half-airborne position. Only one wheel remained on the ground. The other side practically took flight. Then came a rather classic drift. Watching this unfold below, Suchi couldn't help but marvel. When he first got in, he'd felt nothing but sheer terror. After all, anyone experiencing such a scene for the first time would be startled. Yet watching it from below, he never imagined it could look this cool. Suchi blurted out. "One more time, I'll film it," Suchi said, pulling out his phone. Other tourists nearby also pulled out their phones. Huang heard the crowd's enthusiastic cheers. Her face lit up with excitement. He drove the carriage around for 2 more drifting laps. The effect looked absolutely explosive. Everyone was in awe. Suchi watched the video he'd recorded on his phone, grinning from ear to ear. If he posted this video online, wouldn't it attract a massive amount of traffic? And it could become a major attraction for the scenic area. Great! Absolutely fantastic! Suchi exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, the tourist who had been riding in the car earlier immediately jumped out of the vehicle. After getting off, he still forced a smile to greet everyone's laughter. But after just a few seconds, he suddenly bent over and began vomiting violently. Seeing this, Suchi's eyebrows twitched slightly. It seemed this ticket wasn't something everyone could handle. Wu Zetian nodded repeatedly beside him. When it first began to rise, she felt as though she might be thrown out of the room. Had she not clung tightly to Suchi's body, she might have been flung away for real. You can't handle it either. Next up is me. Come on, honey, let's go together. A man scanned 400 yuan, grabbed his wife, and they jumped right on. Huang, without hesitation, drifted around a few more times. Moments later, the couple also stepped down from the car. Then they started retching violently. Witnessing this scene, everyone present burst into laughter. A few more daredevils climbed into the car. Moments later, they too began vomiting. Suchi watched from the sidelines, grinning from ear to ear. In just that short time, 6 people had gone up. Meaning, in just that short time, he'd made 1,200. This was far more lucrative than selling tickets. Hey, old Xia, you should come by more often. You won't even need to drive anymore, just stay here and show everyone how to drift. Suchi called out excitedly. Meanwhile, Huang in the distance gave him an okay sign. Suchi had no idea where he'd picked that up. Meanwhile, Lu Bang, Li Shishi, and the others had already gathered around. Lu Bang had been looting elsewhere earlier. But as he plundered, he realized there was no one left. So he followed the crowd over to this spot. Just as he arrived, he saw Huang drifting around in his chariot. This left him utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, is this really my driver? Wasn't he supposed to be a steady driver? How did he start drifting all of a sudden? He was utterly astonished. Huang had served as his coachman for several years, though that was in the past. Back then, Huang drove with remarkable steadiness. Who could have imagined he'd start drifting now? Li Shishi and his guards were utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but glance at the others present. Could any of you achieve this? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads in unison. Your Highness, this level of skill requires 8 or 9 years of training. We truly cannot do it yet. Li Shishi drew a deep breath, furrowed his brow, and pressed on. Then within our dynasty, have you never heard of anyone who could master a carriage to this level? The men exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. At that moment, Li Shishi understood. This was not something one could master through 7 or 8 years of study. It was pure talent. Pure, unadulterated talent. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment before speaking up. Once he returned, he would insist father summon more individuals with extraordinary abilities. Especially with carriages, ox carts, donkey carts, things like that. If they could pull off drifting in the Tang Dynasty, the chances of being summoned again would greatly increase. He thought with unwavering determination. Though he had many people with him, he too wanted to ride in a carriage now. Suchi chuckled as he walked away. He was off to edit the video. He'd upload the horse-drawn carriage drifting footage immediately. He could already picture how viral it would go. Chapter 62, Raising Funds, More Raising Funds. Li Shishi and the others didn't patrol anymore. Instead, they stood there watching Huang drift the carriage over and over. Drift after drift. Fixed skid marks had even been pressed into the ground. Some tourists weren't just snapping excited photos, they were even capturing those very ruts. One particularly deep rut even became a viral Instagram spot. Hordes of tourists queued up spontaneously to take photos there. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Shishi began directing the crowd. He asked them to help maintain order. Meanwhile, Huang was having a blast. He kept bringing people up, then drifted around the entire road encircling the ancient city. The whooshing sounds echoed. Every so often, a few tourists would disembark, retching loudly. But after vomiting, a few others' eyes would light up slightly. All of them paid to try it out. Suchi edited footage in his office. While watching the surveillance footage, a smile crept onto his lips. Excellent, excellent. This is going to make a lot of money. This thing really hit the jackpot. He exclaimed excitedly. He immediately uploaded the edited video online. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qi even invested 10,000 yuan in promotion. Under any other circumstances, Su Qi would never have done such a thing. After all, money is meant to be saved. But now, daily sales consistently exceeded 10,000 yuan. Plus, nearly all of that money was pure profit for Su Qi. Therefore, investing a day's profit into a single promotion was a small gamble worth taking. Su Qi knew full well it was worth it. If this campaign takes off, tomorrow's visitor numbers would nearly double. Just thinking about that situation, Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He didn't bother watching the video anymore, knowing that even if he promoted it, it would still take time to build up views. His gaze shifted to the surveillance feed. Earlier in that footage, a horse-drawn carriage had raced by like a whirlwind, constantly drifting around street corners. Each drift made the entire carriage radiate a unique, powerful presence. By now, the crowd had nearly gathered around it entirely. Each time Huang executed a drift, they clapped repeatedly. Their faces radiated excitement. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi smiled softly and shook his head. He understood. Under the current circumstances, nothing would be that simple, nor that difficult. At least for the time being. This project had managed to gain some traction. It should bring in a decent amount of money for him. Drifting scene. Lu Bang pondered slowly. He could see that every time a tourist scanned the QR code, they paid 200 yuan. That amount was nearly equivalent to their 20 days' wages. In other words, Huang could earn a month's salary with just 2 drifting sessions. But he also understood that none of this money had anything to do with him. It was all pure profit for Su Qi. The only thing they could claim was their wages. Shaking his head, Lu Bang said no more. He resumed his path of plundering, circling around the crowd. With everyone gathered together, Lu Bang saw no need to conserve time. His looting speed increased by more than threefold. Moments later, another large sack appeared in his hands. Li Shishi stood at a distance, watching silently. His gaze, however, was deeply contemplative. He understood that what Su Qi was truly focused on, beyond traffic, was revenue. In other words, how much money was being made. But no matter how hard they worked, the most they could achieve was attracting more visitors. It wasn't truly making money. But Huang before him was different. His stunt with the drifting carriage was clearly a money-grabbing scheme. This made him realize that Huang's standing in Su Qi's heart had almost surpassed his own. This made him feel a sense of crisis. He turned to look at Zheng beside him. Zheng, once we return, you'll select a few skilled men for me. Have them learn some specialized techniques. I recall we still have street performances back home: sword swallowing, iron skin and steel bones, and a whole repertoire of martial arts tricks. Find me a few skilled performers. They must master these acts. We'll need to put on a good show for Mr. Su when the time comes. After hearing his words, Zheng nodded repeatedly. He understood these skills wouldn't come easily. But Li Shishi himself had spoken the second prince, destined to become emperor. Under these circumstances, he naturally had to comply. Otherwise, what awaited him might be something he could never accept. Time ticked by second. Soon, evening arrived. A series of performances unfolded one after another. The crowd watched with inexplicable excitement. At this moment, Huang finally caught his breath. Though he had been quite excited at the beginning when he heard the crowd's cheers. After all, in ancient times, he too had been a great general. But when had he ever heard such cheers? Not to mention some beauties running over to take photos with him. Their arms wrapped around him, the gesture seemed incredibly suggestive. To modern people, this might seem quite ordinary. But for Huang, raised in ancient times, it undoubtedly left him utterly stunned. He also felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. After finally getting a chance to rest, Huang stroked the head of the horse beside him. "Good horse," he murmured. "This time, I really owe it all to you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to drift like that. Tomorrow, we'll drift another 100 or 80 times. If we make Mr. Su happy, he might just be willing to share some of the money with us. Then our car buying plan could move up the schedule," he exclaimed excitedly. The horse beside him neighed in response. As if it understood every word. Huang merely chuckled softly, saying nothing more, his gaze fixed intently on the performance unfolding on stage. Soon, the final performance began. Li Shishi himself led his Qin Dynasty boy band. They took the stage, launching into song and dance. Their performance style had grown increasingly modern. Of course, at Su Qi's insistence, they still wore their ancient-style costumes and incorporated some martial arts-inspired movements. This set them apart from most boy bands on the market. Countless girls below cheered and screamed. These fans had practically become devotees of Li Shishi. The die-hard kind? Su Qi even spotted a group of girls who had come 3 days in a row. He couldn't help but shake his head. All that money going to waste. Maybe they should launch some new attractions. Otherwise, with just performances, the scenic area won't make much from ticket sales alone. Chapter 63, Nationwide Speed Racing. Mr. Su, it's time to wrap up for the day. Li Shishi approached Su Qi with a beaming smile, her face lit up with joy. Su Qi ruffled Zheng Wan's hair. At that moment, Wu Zetian also came over. Su Qi reached out and ruffled Wu Zetian's little head. Alright, you can head home now. Remember to come in early tomorrow. Su Qi waved his hands. Everyone responded in turn. In the next instant, their bodies transformed into streaks of white light and vanished completely. Witnessing this, Su Qi stretched lazily. With a smile, he returned to his hotel. Then he fell into a deep sleep. He was already anticipating tomorrow's customer traffic. Qin State. General, we've returned. Li Zhua and Lu Qing knelt upon the ground. Upon seeing the two of them, Bai Qi across the way gave a slight nod. Glad to see you back. Bai Qi murmured softly, then studied the two before him with curious eyes. Your complexion seemed different from usual. Could something else have happened over there? Bai Qi inquired curiously. These days, aside from fighting battles, his sole pleasure had been listening to Li Zhua and Lu Qing recount the strange and fascinating tales from the scenic areas. These were all things he could neither know nor comprehend in this era. So he listened with great interest. Even the most ordinary tales held fascination for him. Li Zhua spoke up directly. 2 more employees had arrived at the scenic area. One of them was a future empress. Empress? Bai Qi froze in surprise. He immediately stood up, his face filled with astonishment as he spoke. You mean to say that in future dynasties, women will also ascend the throne? Could it be that women in the future will be stronger than men? This made Bai Qi feel a bit off. In his era, the only path for women to achieve prominence was through marriage. To marry a high-ranking general or even become an imperial consort. That was their only path to distinction. But clearly, according to these two before him, the future dynasty would be utterly different. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, then outlined Wu Zetian's background to Bai Qi. After listening, Bai Qi slowly sat down in his seat. His eyes flickered slightly. So that's how it was. Consort Wu, who captivated 2 emperors across dynasties and ultimately ascended the throne herself, such a woman truly stands apart. But as you say, throughout all of ancient history, there was only that one female emperor. And in the end, she even returned the throne to the so-called Li family of the Tang dynasty. She is not to be feared. Anything else? He asked again. Lu Qing opened his mouth. The most popular attraction in the scenic area right now is another employee we visited today, a stable hand from the Han dynasty. A stable hand? Bai Qi grew even more curious. Previously, the attractions featured emperors, and it made sense that they possessed extraordinary abilities. But a stable hand? How could he possibly draw such massive crowds to the scenic area? Li Zhua spoke up. That's because he possesses a unique talent: he can drift while driving a carriage. It's become a major attraction at the scenic area now. Many people are willing to pay just to experience it. Though they all end up getting off and throwing up afterward. Lu Qing chimed in. Exactly. Each ride costs 200 yuan, that's our entire 20-day salary. After hearing this, Bai Qi sucked in a sharp breath. So that's how it is. Who would have thought? This was something he never could have imagined. He had assumed only historical figures like emperors could generate such extraordinary effects. Who knew a stable hand with such talent could bring such massive crowds to the scenic area? He turned to the 2 people across from him and spoke. So what do you think? If we train a stable hand like that, could we get summoned over too? He suddenly interjected. Hearing this, the 2 individuals present froze for a moment. Then they both lifted their heads, looked at Bai Qi across from them, and stated directly. The other 2 emperors from our era, Liu Bang and Li Shishi, seem to have done just that. According to their accounts, they both cultivated specialized talents within their own dynasties, intending to be summoned by the scenic area to become employees. After hearing this, Bai Qi smiled. Very well. If that is the case, it is truly excellent. You may rest now. I shall select some talents to train their special abilities. When the time comes, if they can be summoned, it will be a great blessing for our army. Thank you, General. Tang Dynasty. After Li Shishi materialized from the white light, Li Yuan across from him immediately stepped closer. You don't look too good. He looked at Li Shishi's unsettled expression and asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Li Shishi sighed deeply. Then he addressed Li Yuan. Father, it's that Liu Bang. One of his stable hands was summoned as well. Today, he actually took the carriage out for some drifting. It truly delighted General Su immensely. It's a pity we only know how to sing and dance. We truly lack such special talents. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan across from him paused in surprise. Then he spoke. Can a stable hand be this skilled? I've made up my mind, search the entire nation for skilled coachmen like that. Have them perform drifting maneuvers. If they succeed, they'll be rewarded with promotions and titles. Li Yuan waved his hand grandly. Seeing his father's expression, Li Shishi instantly realized his father was obsessed with visiting scenic spots. His thoughts had grown rather wild. But he understood. If he were in his father's shoes, he would have done the same. After all, if no one visited his dynasty sites, that would be one thing. Then it would be deeply distressing for him, as emperor, to be unable to go. After pondering for a moment, Li Shishi chose not to reveal Wu Zetian's secret. For he understood. Compared to his current dynasty, that era was still quite distant. At the very least, it would be decades before he could meet Wu Zetian. By that time, he would have already transformed this dynasty profoundly. Neither Wu Zetian nor anyone else would be able to shake the Li family's position. After a moment's thought, Li Shishi spoke. Father, I believe we should invite not only horse-drawn carriages, but also donkey carts, ox carts, and even other types of vehicles. If they can all perform drifting maneuvers, there's a high probability they'll be summoned as well. Then we won't be overshadowed by Liu Bang. Chapter 64, The Knowledge Revolution. Han Dynasty. Seeing Xiaohong kneeling before him, Liu Bang hurriedly stepped forward and helped him up. My loyal minister, you have done well this time. I shall reward you handsomely. Liu Bang declared cheerfully. Upon hearing these words, Xiaohong's face was now filled with dread. Thank you, your majesty. Might I request to choose the nature of the reward? Upon hearing this, Liu Bang paused for a moment, then asked curiously. Very well. As long as it's not excessive, I shall grant your request. At that moment, Xiaohong's gaze fell upon the several large plastic bags beside Liu Bang. Usually, Liu Bang would bring over at most 2 large bags of snacks. But today was special, he'd brought 6 huge bags. He was practically exhausted, having hauled them back with great effort. Upon catching Xiaohong's gaze, Liu Bang instantly understood. He casually picked up a large bag of snacks and handed it to Xiaohong before him. This is yours. After all, I've plundered quite a lot today. Thank you, your majesty. Xiaohong's face was filled with excitement. At first, he had only expected Liu Bang to bestow some money or valuables upon him. In the past, he would have been overjoyed. But now, it was decidedly not the case. He felt no excitement. Especially after arriving at the scenic area, he didn't want those material possessions at all. To be honest, what he truly wanted most was his wages. But he also understood that Liu Bang across from him would absolutely never return his wages. If he asked for it, he'd likely be met with outright contempt. So he settled for the next best thing, a bag of snacks. But that was enough. He wasn't an emperor, he didn't have to think about so many things. What mattered most to him was enjoyment. After Xiaohong withdrew, Han Xian and Xiao He, standing nearby, stepped forward. Both of them spoke up with considerable curiosity. Your Majesty, what great service did Xiaohong render? Wasn't he just driving a carriage? Could driving really be such a rare talent? Han Xian asked curiously. After all, in terms of combat prowess, Han Xian was leagues above Xiaohong. Yet Xiaohong had been summoned, while he was left waiting here. This undoubtedly left him feeling helpless. Not to mention the current situation, which astonished him even more. Liu Bang had actually bestowed a large sack of snacks upon Xiaohong. Though Liu Bang had brought back 6 large bags today. Far more than before. But these items would inevitably be consumed little by little. No matter how one looked at it, they shouldn't have been given away like this. After hearing his words, Liu Bang turned to glance at Han Xian. Then he spoke with a hint of resignation. That landscape is different from our present situation. Here, we need great generals like you and strategists like Xiao He. But in that future, the wars had already ended. They didn't need to fight battles or devise strategies. Under these circumstances, Xiaohong's drifting carriage inevitably became the talk of the town. The reason I could see so many supplies today was precisely because Xiaohong drew the crowd together. Car drifting? Han Xian and Xiao He both froze in surprise. They clearly hadn't imagined such a unique ability could exist in this era. Liu Bang spoke up immediately. I hereby appoint the 2 of you to specifically recruit individuals across the land who possess extraordinary talents. Whether they're street performers, fortune tellers, or even drifting with horse-drawn carriages. As long as they fit the theme, bring them all to the palace. A separate courtyard shall be established for them, where they may continuously hone their skills. Should any be summoned to my court, I shall bestow upon them generous rewards. Watching Liu Bang's carefree demeanor, Han Xian and Xiao He exchanged glances. In that moment, they fully understood, Liu Bang was not speaking idly. He truly meant every word. This realization struck them with surprise. In that instant, they also grasped just how profoundly the future events would impact Liu Bang. They also knew their entire dynasty might undergo profound changes because of the future era. The Tang Dynasty. After Wu Zetian returned to the imperial palace, her gaze scanned the surroundings with curiosity. Only after confirming she had truly returned did she breathe a sigh of relief. She then went about her usual routine, finally lying down on her bed to rest deeply. Everything that had transpired today had surpassed his wildest imagination. Everything there was beyond anything she could have ever imagined. Mr. Su was indeed different from ordinary people. If she could help him, perhaps she could stay in that era forever. Then I wouldn't have to come back, Wu Zetian said with a cheerful smile. But then, her gaze slowly turned icy. She closed her eyes, her mind drifting back to the deeds she had performed throughout history. A concubine, a consort, an empress, and the first female emperor in history. So this is my destiny. If that is the case, then I shall hasten its arrival. Qin Dynasty. After Li Shishi returned, she saw her parents off. She sat by the window, gazing out at the scenery. Her gaze grew faintly dim. She realized her standing with Su Qi was steadily declining. Even her unique skill in playing the zither was being overshadowed by WWE, the Tang Dynasty boy band, Wu Zetian solo dance, or even those drifting carriages. At the very beginning, she had been the most dazzling one. But now, she had become the least dazzling one. Moreover, the supplies she could obtain here were pitifully meager, just a small amount of money each month. How could she maximize her gains? Li Shishi pondered slowly. At first, she'd been thrilled just to be there. But now, she gradually felt overwhelmed. Because these things were probably a bit different. After buying some snacks with her monthly earnings, there wasn't much left for anything else. And she wasn't an emperor or some high-ranking official. Under these circumstances, she simply had no way to change the times. Yet she refused to do nothing. Wait a minute, if I could learn the techniques for making soap and glass, couldn't I just bring them back? That way, I wouldn't have to spend a single coin. Li Shishi suddenly spoke up. Her eyes lit up slightly. She had finally found her purpose. She couldn't be like Li Shishi, commanding so many followers and earning over 3,000 in monthly wages. Nor could she emulate Liu Bang, who plundered vast supplies daily. But she could forge her own path, a knowledge revolution. Chapter 65, Wu Zetian wants to build a nuclear bomb. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the scenic area. Then they all returned to their respective posts. Li Shishi led his men on patrol. At the same time, he held the tablet Su Qi had given him, constantly scrolling through videos, watching the dances of those boy bands online. He was learning. Meanwhile, Liu Bang slumped his shoulders, playing the role of a rogue to beg for things. Of course, with no tourists around, he ended up riding in Xiahou Ying's carriage. Xiahou Ying was supposed to drive the scenic area's dedicated vehicle. But since his horse-drawn carriage was clearly more effective, so the designated vehicle was simply set aside. At Su Qi's request, he began circling continuously in the carriage. Su Qi also climbed out of bed. He then made his way outside. He first headed to the ticket office to check ticket sales. However, at that moment, he discovered that Li Shishi was actually fiddling with the computer in front of her. Wu Zetian stood nearby, watching with curiosity. Shishi, what are you doing? At Su Qi's question, Li Shishi froze for a moment. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied nervously. Mr. Su, since no one's around, I just wanted to look at some things on the computer and search for something to read. Search for what? Su Qi didn't blame her, since the room truly was empty. He leaned in curiously to the computer screen, where he saw a few words typed in crooked letters. How to make soap. You want to learn how to make soap? Su Qi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Li Shishi to have thought this far ahead. Having read countless novels, Su Qi understood perfectly. Buying such items directly in the modern world would naturally be the best option. But that would require unlimited purchasing and production capabilities. But clearly, with Li Shishi and her colleagues' salaries, that was impossible. Li Shishi's monthly salary was only 280 yuan, so she bought very little. Even if she opted for economical, practical items, it still wouldn't be enough. But if he could bring back various knowledge instead, the situation would be entirely different. Su Qi gently stroked Li Shishi's little head and said with a smile. Not bad. To think of this, you're actually more impressive than those emperors. After hearing Su Qi's praise, Li Shishi beamed with satisfaction. Wu Zetian leaned in curiously from the side. Mr. Su, may I join in the learning too? Hearing this, Su Qi smiled. Of course you can. As long as it doesn't interfere with your work, you're free to do whatever you like. Of course, try not to interfere with others' work either. Learning online like this is perfectly fine. Come on, I'll teach you two how to use the computer and search for things yourselves. Su Qi offered. Then, taking Li Shishi's hand, he guided her through turning on the computer. Although Li Shishi had been here for over 2 months, it was clear she hadn't explored much without deliberate instruction. But now, with Su Qi's guidance, her progress was nothing short of remarkable. In just 1 hour, starting from zero foundational knowledge, Li Shishi and Wu Zetian had mastered the fundamental operations of a computer. They also mastered various search functions. Thank you, Mr. Su. You've been a tremendous help. Wu Zetian said with a smile. She even stepped forward to give Su Qi a hug. Su Qi quickly dodged her and said, You guys keep practicing. I'll go check on the others first. After saying this, Su Qi quickly left the area. What he didn't know, however, the moment Su Qi had left, Li Shishi accidentally clicked on a video of a nuclear bomb explosion. She immediately became engrossed in watching it. Wu Zetian watched Su Qi flee inside. He knew that establishing a connection with Su Qi would clearly not be so straightforward. Moreover, he sensed an inexplicable feeling that Su Qi regarded both him and Li Shishi with the same affectionate gaze one might reserve for a younger sister. It wasn't the same look other men in ancient times gave him. This struck him as peculiar. After all, in this era, she was already of marriageable age. Shaking her head, she returned to the computer without another word. Then she saw the image on the computer screen. At that moment, Li Shishi had already opened the video. Amidst the puzzled stares of the two, a thunderous roar erupted from the computer. The next moment, a massive mushroom cloud illuminated half the sky. The violent force tore apart everything within dozens of kilometers. Upon witnessing that scene, both women's faces were etched with profound astonishment and shock. What is this? Could such a terrifying weapon still exist today? Wu Zetian's face was frozen in disbelief. She immediately had Li Shishi replay it twice. Each time they witnessed the nuclear explosion, both women's faces bore profound shock and a hint of yearning. We absolutely must learn this. If I can get my hands on this, I will surely become the true emperor. Wu Zetian exclaimed excitedly. Li Shishi glanced at her, her eyes also holding a peculiar gleam. But she harbored no similar ambitions. For Li Shishi had no desire to become empress. What she desired more was to change her era. Su Qi went to find Xiahou Ying's carriage. He was unaware that the two girls had already seen the nuclear bomb and altered their own thoughts. Had he known, he would have told them that constructing a nuclear bomb was an extremely difficult endeavor. Even with complete materials, manufacturing methods, blueprints, and all the necessary knowledge, replicating a nuclear bomb in ancient times would still be an immense challenge. At the very least, one would need to master physics and chemistry. For most people, that would take decades of study unless they were geniuses. Mr. Su, you're here. I've increased the carriage's speed by 2 levels today. Care to give it a test run? In a moment, I'll make you feel like you're flying. Upon seeing Su Qi approach, Xiahou Ying promptly halted the carriage and scampered over, his voice brimming with excitement. After hearing his words, Su Qi turned his gaze to the carriage behind him. At that moment, a figure swayed unsteadily atop the carriage. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but Lu Bang? Rubbing his head, his face deathly pale, he slowly climbed down from the carriage. Then, with a thud, he sat down on the roadside. Your Majesty, what has happened to you? Xiahou Ying, sensing the commotion, rushed over with a startled cry and helped Lu Bang to his feet. Lu Bang glanced at him and spoke, utterly speechless. Too fast, far too fast. Su Qi witnessed the scene and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thank goodness I didn't go up to sit. Chapter 66, First Learned for 30 Years. Su Qi looked at Xiahou Ying with solemn seriousness. When you drive later, you absolutely must not go this fast. Especially when pulling passengers, you must make everyone feel comfortable. If you fling them out like that, it'll be disastrous. Seeing Su Qi's expression, Xiahou Ying nodded repeatedly. At first, he hadn't really thought about it. He just figured the faster he drove, the happier the tourists would be. But seeing Lu Bang's expression, he realized that wasn't likely to happen. Understood, Mr. Su. I'll take excellent care of those passengers. Su Qi nodded with satisfaction. However, at that moment, Xiahou Ying spoke up again. What if the tourists want me to go faster? The moment his voice echoed, Su Qi fell silent. Are there really tourists who want to go faster? In other places, perhaps not, but this was the modern era. Tourists are capable of almost anything. After a moment's thought, Su Qi sighed. Then we'll do our best to speed things up while ensuring their safety. Understood, Mr. Su. Xiahou Ying chuckled as he continued setting up his vehicle. Su Qi sighed again, saying nothing more. After circling around, he returned to the ticket counter. There, he suddenly spotted Wu Zetian and Li Shishi staring intently at the computer screen. What are you two looking at? Su Qi asked curiously. At first, he thought the two beauties were checking out handsome guys. After all, handsome men were still a visual treat for them. However, when Su Qi shifted his gaze over, what he saw was a mushroom cloud. Holy crap, what the hell are you two looking at? Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment as he hurried over. Once he made out what was inside. At that very moment, he drew in a deep breath. For on the screen before him was the unmistakable scene of a nuclear bomb explosion. You're watching a nuclear bomb? Hold on, you're not seriously planning to build a nuclear bomb in ancient times, are you? Su Qi couldn't help but blurt out. He even swallowed unconsciously. He'd thought they'd be content with making soap or fertilizer. But they'd gone straight for a superweapon like a nuclear bomb. This was definitely beyond his wildest imagination. Li Shishi smiled and said, Mr. Su, I'm not really interested in learning this. I'm just here to watch with Wu Mei. Hearing her words, Su Qi's gaze fell upon Wu Zetian. Wu, what are you up to? Sensing Su Qi's astonishment, Wu Zetian, for reasons unknown even to herself, simply stated, this device can inflict widespread destruction. Had I possessed it, the events I orchestrated throughout history would never have unfolded. At the very least, the region of Hebei would have been preserved. She spoke with evident excitement. However, after hearing this, Su Qi's mouth fell open. Finally, he sighed helplessly, walked over to the computer, and pulled up the data on the dangers of nuclear weapons for them. After viewing the information, Li Shishi's face was filled with shock. This thing was terrifying beyond belief. A single detonation would render the area uninhabitable for centuries. Wouldn't that create a wasteland of utter desolation? Li Shishi instinctively swallowed hard. She looked up at Su Qi, only then realizing the true horror of what she had just witnessed. Yet, when Su Qi's gaze fell upon Wu Zetian's face, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. For Wu Zetian was not nearly as terrified as he had imagined. Instead, she was abnormally excited. So very good, so very good. Very good, you big-headed ghost. Su Qi thought to himself. Then he spoke up to caution her. This thing isn't as simple as you imagine. If you want to develop a nuclear bomb, it was absolutely impossible in ancient times. Why? Since we have the technology now, couldn't we just learn the knowledge and make it? Wu Zetian asked, her face filled with confusion. Su Qi glanced at her before continuing. Because this thing requires not just knowledge, but also extraordinarily precise instruments. None of that could be made in ancient times. Then buy it. Wu Zetian retorted immediately. Su Qi rolled his eyes again. That single piece of equipment costs over 100 million yuan. With your salary, you couldn't afford it even if you worked your entire life. After hearing Su Qi's words, Wu Zetian froze for a moment. But she clearly wasn't giving up. She murmured softly. Then I'll learn how to build that kind of instrument myself. Seeing the eager look on her face, Su Qi sighed and finally said directly. It's not that I won't let you learn it. It's just that if you want to master this thing, you have to start from elementary school. You have to master nearly all the knowledge here, especially in physics. For us to master it, it takes at least 20 or 30 years of study. Just learning would take 20 or 30 years? At that moment, Wu Zetian was genuinely taken aback. She had assumed that something easily found online would be something anyone could build. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. The knowledge is all right there. Anyone could learn it if they wanted to. The problem was, ordinary people simply couldn't master it. Let alone someone like her, who came from ancient times. Moreover, the 2 or 3 decades Su Qi mentioned would require relentless study. And he was going to work here. Wu Zetian clenched her jaw, but in the end, she sighed. But at that moment, she slowly raised her head and looked at Su Qi with solemn expression. Would you be so kind, Mr. Su, as to bring me a few physics and chemistry textbooks? Just the most fundamental content. I want to try it myself. Seeing Wu Zetian still wouldn't give up, Su Qi sighed helplessly at that moment. He could only nod in agreement. At that moment, Li Shishi also spoke with a smile. Mr. Su, I'd also like to learn how to make soap, fragrances, and such. Do you have any books on similar topics? Su Qi thought for a moment before replying directly. You should be able to buy them online. I'll get you both copies when the time comes. No sooner had Su Qi finished speaking than he noticed a car pulling up in the distance. 5 tourists then walked in, approaching the ticket counter with smiles as they purchased 5 tickets. Their eyes then lingered appreciatively on Li Shishi and Wu Zetian. Then their gaze settled on Su Qi. Manager, you really do have horse-drawn carriage drifting here, right? I've never seen anyone drift with a horse-drawn carriage in my life. It better not be AI generated. If it's fake, I'm exposing you. A young woman spoke up. After hearing her words, Su Qi immediately chuckled. Rest assured, it's the real deal. Chapter 67, everyone's gonna throw up. That's good. We came here specifically to see the horse-drawn carriage drift. It has to be real. A boy beside him chimed in. Then they walked straight into the scenic area. They searched around and quickly found Huang. As the first wave of visitors that day, they accepted Ying's eagerly anticipatory welcome. The reason was simple. Ying himself had grown weary of lingering here. After all, he could race anytime he wanted. But he couldn't race alone. He needed an audience, after all. Otherwise, it would just be him having fun with no one to share it with. That would feel far less satisfying. Now that 5 tourists had finally arrived, he hurried over. Gentlemen, would you like to take a ride and experience some drifting? He asked excitedly. After hearing his words, the man across from him replied directly. How much for this drift? Ying immediately held up 2 fingers. 200. That was the price Su Qi had told him earlier. Upon hearing the price, the 5 men across from him visibly hesitated. They were college students from the city. They'd come here to watch the drifting carriages during their free time between classes. But 200 yuan was simply beyond their means. Seeing their predicament, Ying continued. Since you're my first customers today, I'll take you for a free ride. Of course, if you'd rather ride alone, that's also possible. Just 20 yuan for the ride. That's fine. That's fine. The group nodded in agreement and hopped right into the vehicle. Seeing the 5 tourists securely seated in the back, a faint smile touched Ying's lips. Everyone, hold on tight. With that, he cracked his whip against the horse's flank. The horse surged forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Its speed was truly remarkable. The 5 people present immediately felt a powerful jolt against their backs. Wow, this carriage is so fast. I've never ridden in one before. A young beauty squealed excitedly. What? You want it even faster? Very well, your wish is granted. Huang declared without hesitation. The next instant, another crack of the whip landed on the horse's hindquarters. The entire horse surged forward with renewed speed. The 5 riders gasped in unison. In that instant, they felt as if they'd boarded a ship of thieves. Su Qi stood rooted to the spot, watching the carriage shoot past in a flash. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nothing bad will happen, right? Surely nothing bad will happen. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, then shook his head and pretended he hadn't seen anything. He figured that with Ying's driving skills, nothing should go wrong. Probably. Bro, slow down. We're gonna throw up if you keep going this fast. A male college student exclaimed, his face frozen in shock. At that moment, Ying chuckled. Relax, we're approaching a turn now. I certainly wouldn't speed up any further. We're turning. Then slow down. Hurry up and slow down. Or we'll crash. The student grew even more alarmed. He peered ahead and saw that, sure enough, the curve was approaching in the distance. If they didn't slow down now and stop to make the turn properly, they'd be flung right off. They might even tumble over several times, horse and rider together. They might not die, but it would certainly hurt like hell. Slow down? The very concept of slowing down doesn't exist in my dictionary. Ying declared excitedly. Then, with one hand, he hoisted the carriage and slammed it violently to the side. The entire carriage tilted 180 degrees. The 5 passengers clung tightly to each other. In that moment, they felt a long-forgotten terror. With a screeching sound, the entire carriage scraped a massive trail across the ground. Then, miraculously unscathed, it navigated the near 90-degree turn. When the carriage wheels slammed back onto the ground, the 5 passengers finally felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. As the carriage slowly came to a halt, Ying turned to the 5 passengers with a smug grin. How about that? Pretty good driving skills, huh? The 5 university students exchanged glances, then simultaneously gave Ying a thumbs up. Then they scrambled out of the carriage. They immediately found a flower bed, bent over, and began to vomit. Even as they vomited, they kept giving Ying thumbs up. Bro, you're the man. Ugh. That speed, a bit too fast, next time could be a bit slower, ugh. They barely managed to finish speaking in broken sentences. Upon seeing their state, Ying scratched his head. Seeing their expressions, he realized he had indeed gone too far. But since Mr. Su had already said that as long as the tourists were safe, it would be fine. He would likely do it again next time. Just then, another wave of tourists approached from the distance. Without hesitation, Ying. He immediately approached them. Hey folks, wanna hop on a carriage ride? Today's our grand opening, just $20 per person for a ride, and we'll throw in a free drift. He exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing about the free drift ride, the 3 tourists paid without hesitation and hopped aboard. Then they waited eagerly. Meanwhile, the 5 tourists by the flower bed finally caught on. They turned to look at the 3 smiling passengers in the carriage. They exchanged glances, yet none spoke. Since they'd all experienced that lightning-fast thrill, then letting another group experience it was perfectly acceptable. That was what everyone was thinking. 10 minutes later, 3 tourists were bent over by the flower bed, retching loudly. Lu Bang approached from a distance. Seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Because just moments before, he had been one of those vomiting. Even now, his complexion remained pale. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. He approached and began robbing several tourists. The tourists didn't hesitate to hand over whatever they had on them. One girl even tossed him 10 yuan in loose change. Seeing more money coming in, Lu Bang cheerfully rattled off a string of auspicious blessings. He realized that although he was playing the role of a thug, who by definition should only rob people, but spouting auspicious sayings was perfectly acceptable. In fact, the tourists seemed quite pleased to hear them. Sure enough, after one male college student heard his words, he pulled out another 10 yuan note and handed it to him. In just a moment, he'd earned 20 yuan. Lu Bang felt even happier. He began to look forward to his earnings for the day. Li Shishi and the others also turned and came over at this moment. He hadn't held out much hope initially. Yet, upon seeing the scene in the distance, Li Shishi's eyes flickered slightly. He saw Lu Bang raking in money by the handful, and it made him green with envy. Chapter 68, Scarcity Marketing. After Huang finished his final performance, Su Qi approached and spoke directly. These performances can't be clustered together. We need to employ scarcity marketing. After hearing Su Qi's words, Huang nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the full meaning. Just then, Li Shishi approached. Mr. Su, our program is nearly ready. We can pull off something big tonight. Hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up. He slapped Li Shishi on the shoulder. Whether tonight's show takes off or not depends entirely on you. Oh, and a lot of viewers in the comments want to see you perform alongside Wu Zetian. How about you make a sacrifice? Su Qi's tone seemed like a question. Yet Li Shimin took a deep breath. He understood that under these circumstances, he simply couldn't refuse. Therefore, he nodded, his expression grim as he spoke. Understood, Mr. Su. I'll do my best. Wu Kairan should be at the ticket office right now. Go find him directly. Su Qi said. Li Shimin nodded again. Then, with a somewhat displeased expression, he headed toward the ticket office. Su Qi was well aware of the deep-seated animosity between Li Shimin and Wu Zetian. Though it appeared to be Li Shimin's one-sided resentment toward Wu Zetian, Wu Zetian no longer acknowledged Li Shimin. Therefore, under these circumstances, having the two of them compete on the same stage was clearly unsettling. But Su Qi had no choice. After all, this was the visitor's request. If he couldn't even fulfill the visitor's requests at this point, he believed visitor numbers would plummet significantly. Li Shimin sauntered over to the ticket counter. Upon arriving, his gaze flickered slightly. Then he looked across at the two women. Wu Zetian was crouched over the computer with Li Shishi, both their eyes occasionally lighting up. What are you two doing? Li Shimin asked curiously. However, after hearing his words, Wu Zetian shot him a glance. She paid him no mind. Witnessing this, Li Shimin grew even more furious. Yet, after a moment's thought, he said nothing more. For he understood that within this scenic area, he could never do anything to Wu Zetian before him. In fact, if he tried to force the issue, Su Qi would likely have him expelled outright. Li Shimin said nothing more. He simply sat down behind the two of them. Then he glanced at the computer in front of him. At that moment, the hardware specifications of a machine appeared on the screen before his eyes. At just a glance, Li Shimin froze in place. Such intricate machinery, what on earth could this be? He exclaimed in astonishment. A single glance had left him utterly stunned. For he had never seen such things before. Each gear, each specialized electronic component, held his gaze. Wu Zetian still paid no heed to Li Shimin. But Li Shishi would not do the same at this moment. She spoke softly. This is the knowledge we've uncovered. If we can integrate all of it, we can create something truly unique to this era. Whether it's walkie-talkies, solar generators, or even mobile phones, anything is possible. As her words fell silent. Only then did Li Shimin finally come to his senses. He stared in astonishment at Wu Zetian and Li Shishi beside him. But he never imagined he'd still be pondering how to squeeze more money out of Su Qi. How could he curry favor with Su Qi? Meanwhile, Wu Zetian was already scheming how to forge a new society. Li Shimin sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Wu Zetian with astonishment. Only then did he understand why Wu Zetian had become such a formidable presence. How had she managed to seize an entire dynasty from the Li family? Such capabilities surpassed their wildest imaginings. After drawing in a deep breath, Li Shimin instantly forgot everything Su Qi had said. Instead, he focused intently on the video. Su Qi's gaze drifted toward the distance. Li Shimin hadn't returned. Faced with this situation, his eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't done anything wrong. He knew Li Shimin might also be affected by the images on the computer screen. He chose not to say anything more about it. Because he couldn't do anything about it. It was perfectly normal. In truth, Su Qi had misjudged the situation from the start. True, it could produce vast quantities of supplies at this moment. But those supplies could never compare to knowledge. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Only now did Su Qi truly grasp this truth. Yet understanding was one thing. At this moment, Su Qi did not wish to rely on such a method to help Wu Zetian and others acquire modern knowledge and establish a new dynasty. The reason was simple. Wu Zetian and her companions lacked many things. At the very least, the possibility of them mastering knowledge that ordinary people took 10 or even several decades to learn in such a short time, given their intellect. The likelihood was simply too slim. Only relatively simple products like gunpowder and chicken bouillon could be taught to them. Shaking his head, Su Qi said no more. However, just then, a figure approached from across the way. It was none other than the photographer Su Qi had encountered earlier. What brings you here? Su Qi looked utterly surprised. He hadn't expected the man to show up here again. After all, this was already the fourth time the photographer had shown up. Each time brought him a surprise. The photographer offered a faint smile. It's all because of your horse-drawn carriage drift. Who in their right mind could pull off something like that? But when I think about it being done by someone from your scenic area, it suddenly makes perfect sense. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly at that moment. His eyes flickered slightly. And it's all thanks to your photography. Without your skills, the scenic area wouldn't have developed this quickly. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, the photographer across from him wore a look of slight confusion. He was unaware of Su Qi's efforts to summon the ancient figures. Nor did he realize that it was precisely those videos he had captured that had dramatically increased the scenic area's views and play counts. That's what drew so many people here. So he just gave an awkward smile and continued. Is there still that horse-drawn carriage drift today? If so, I'd like to film it too. It's bound to get a great response. The photographer patted the camera in his hands and smiled as he spoke. Chapter 69, Stay tuned. Absolutely. Su Qi's face lit up with excitement. What he lacked most right now was precisely this kind of professional equipment. After all, neither he nor the ancient people he summoned possessed such knowledge. For tasks like driving, ancient times had charioteers to handle that. But when it came to photography, absolutely no one in ancient times could do it. So perhaps he could hire a charioteer from ancient times. He could even seek out someone specifically for that purpose. But for photography at this very moment, only a modern person could be summoned. Given that the other party repeatedly offered to help, Su Qi was naturally delighted. If the results turn out well enough this time, I won't charge you admission fees in the future. Su Qi said cheerfully. The photographer's eyes lit up slightly. The results of the subsequent recording. It's settled then. Huang, come on, since the photographer is going to capture all your car chasing footage anyway. You absolutely must give the photographer a proper experience. Understood, Mr. Su. Huang said cheerfully. He then led the photographer straight to the carriage. The photographer didn't hesitate either. After settling into the carriage, he gripped his equipment tightly. But just then, Su Qi leaned over, shook his head, and said, "Put that equipment down for now. Why not secure it down below for now? I'm afraid it might get thrown off later." After hearing Su Qi's words, the photographer across from him immediately burst out laughing. "No way. My hands are steady as a rock. I'm a professional photographer, you know. No matter what, this camera in my hands won't slip from my grasp. That's my professional integrity," he declared solemnly. After hearing the other's words, Su Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Then he shrugged, saying nothing more. He simply smiled and said, "Well, if your camera slips out of your hands, don't blame me." Hearing Su Qi's words, the cameraman froze for a moment. After a moment's thought, he climbed down and placed the camera on the ground. After securing the camera, then he looked at Su Qi beside him and said, "In a moment, I'll need you to pan the camera horizontally so he can capture the entire car chase." He spoke slowly. Then he personally climbed into the carriage. A faint smile touched Ying's lips. Without hesitation, he cracked the whip hard against the horse's hindquarters. A sharp crack echoed. The horse's flank instantly turned crimson. The fiery steed's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Its limbs surged forward with explosive force. The carriage surged forward like a roaring tiger. The photographer, who had just settled into his seat, instantly felt his soul nearly leave his body. The next moment, he slammed into the window beside him. Only then did he react, clutching the window tightly. Meanwhile, the carriage accelerated faster and faster. "Holy moly, is this really a horse-drawn carriage? This thing is way too crazy," he muttered, utterly speechless. Only then did he feel a twinge of gratitude towards Su Qi. Because he understood. If it weren't for what Su Qi had just said, then he might very well have watched his beloved camera fly out the window. So it might not be completely smashed, but the lens would definitely be damaged. Those things cost tens of thousands of yuan. Slow down, slow down. Don't drive so fast," the cameraman shouted loudly. However, after hearing his words, Huang only caught half of it due to the howling wind. "Drive faster? If you think I'm going too slow, then I'll speed up a bit more for you," he said with a smile. The whip in his hand kept lashing the horse's hindquarters. The horse's pace grew ever faster. Soon it reached the entrance of the alley. The photographer glimpsed the scene through the window. His lips twitched slightly. "No, don't go through there. Someone will die," he exclaimed, his face contorted with terror. Huang, however, heard every word. He immediately chimed in with a cheerful smile. "Don't worry, leave it all to me. I'll make absolutely sure nothing goes wrong." As his words fell, the entire carriage tilted sideways in a sharp 180-degree turn. The photographer slammed into the nearby window. His face contorted with terror as he clung to the window frame, too terrified to let go. Just as he was about to say something else, the carriage landed back on the ground, regaining its stability. After enduring these constant jolts, the photographer finally came to his senses. He staggered down from the carriage. Then he knelt directly on the ground, retching loudly. Yet he still managed to extend a thumbs up toward Huang. The crowd watching from afar all broke into smiles. They began to applaud. In that moment, they finally witnessed the true master of the wheel. It seemed this project was now settled. But what about Li Shimon's side? Why hasn't he returned yet? Su Qi remarked curiously. He was just about to direct Li Shimon's guards over to investigate. But just then, Lu Bang approached. "Mr. Su, Li Shimon is relying on his status and numbers to disobey your orders. I'll go teach him a lesson right now." Before Su Qi could respond, he scurried off toward the ticket booth. Witnessing this, Su Qi opened his mouth to speak but ultimately let out a sigh instead. Su Qi understood perfectly. Under the current circumstances, Li Shishi was likely also immersed in the knowledge within the computer. Under these circumstances, nothing much would change. Fine, let them go and see. After all, with their current knowledge, they probably couldn't even replicate all those lethal weapons anyway. Shaking his head, the guide said no more and instead beckoned the remaining visitors. The visitors all gathered around. Boss, can we try the carriage drift today? I saw them all take a turn. I want to give it a shot too. Me too. I want to ride it once. They spoke excitedly, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing their eager expressions, Su Qi was about to agree, but he lowered his head and spoke instead. I'm sorry, everyone, but our scenic area is still in trial operation. Special attractions like this can only be activated during specific times. Today's slots are already fully booked. If you wish to experience it, you'll have to wait for tonight's show. Then, our special guest NPC, Huang, will bring you all new thrills and new drifts. Stay tuned. Chapter 70, Li Shishi's Complete Obsession. Everyone understood the situation. Without further discussion, they continued exploring the scenic area. Su Qi called Huang aside privately and gave him some instructions. That matter was finally settled. He then approached the photographer. How was that? Pretty decent drift, huh? The photographer silently gave him a thumbs up. Then he retched twice. Only then did he wipe his mouth, stand up, and look at Su Qi across from him. That was just too impressive. He couldn't help but speak, his eyes flashing with a peculiar gleam. Experiencing it versus watching it were two different things. Watching, you'd just think he was incredibly skilled. But experiencing it firsthand? It felt like he was about to fly. And this ground-level takeoff was even more insane than riding a roller coaster. Hearing these words, Su Qi burst into hearty laughter. Riding a roller coaster, everyone has expectations for that. Everyone knows how intense roller coasters can be. But this carriage was different. Those riding it would assume it was just an ordinary carriage. Who would ever guess it could drift? I'll go get the video footage. Once I'm done, I'll send it all to Mr. Su. With that, the cameraman didn't hesitate and left immediately. Su Qi waved goodbye, not bothering to see him off. Another group of people arrived in the distance. This time, 2 school buses arrived. Stepping down from them was none other than the female teacher from earlier. Ms. Zheng, you're back again? Su Qi greeted her with a cheerful smile. Teacher Zheng smiled and nodded in return. A gentle smile graced her face. Her demeanor was gentle and kind. Mr. Su, any special offers this time? Hearing her words, Su Qi chuckled softly. Rest assured, from now on, whenever Teacher Zheng comes, even if it's not with students, but just herself, she'll still get the discount. What a joke! Mr. Zheng right here brought 2 school buses, each carrying dozens of children. Even if the children all get half-price tickets, teachers get in free. That still added up to over 40 regular admission tickets. Su Qi wasn't about to let that money slip away. That's absolutely perfect. When the children plan their spring outing later, I must bring everyone here to Mr. Su's place. After saying this, Teacher Zhang looked ahead and continued. I heard we have a drag racing event here. Is it happening today? After smelling the smoke, Su Qi chuckled softly. We do have it, but you're a bit late. They just finished racing. Oh, what a pity. That's too bad. Teacher Zhang's eyes dimmed slightly. Clearly, she'd hoped to expose the children to the wider world. But clearly, she'd missed her chance. Su Qi continued, however. Don't worry. Even though you're a bit late this time, there'll still be a drag race during the evening show. You won't be able to ride, but you'll still get to feast your eyes. That's wonderful. Teacher Zhang smiled too, then gathered the other teachers and led the students to buy tickets and enter the scenic area. In the distance, Lu Bang watched as so many children arrived. Especially seeing the large amounts of snacks in their hands. He immediately chuckled. He grinned as he approached, beginning his little scheme. Su Qi didn't say much about it. After all, although Lu Bang was playing the role of a rogue, it was primarily an interactive act. The victim was thoroughly enjoying it. Not to mention, Lu Bang wouldn't actually rob anyone. He'd just make a few suggestive remarks, and if the other party was willing, he'd take it. If they weren't willing, he didn't mind either. After all, the foot traffic was massive. He didn't care about the small change. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze drifted toward the distant ticket booth. Sure enough, Li Shishi, Wu Zetian, and Li Shishi were huddled around a computer screen. They stared at the screen in awe. Especially Li Shishi and Wu Zetian, their eyes were practically glowing. They seemed eager to claim everything displayed as their own. Li Shishi, following the crowd, watched with a look of surprise. Su Qi sighed, stepped closer, and cleared his throat softly. What are you all doing? At his words, Li Shishi froze momentarily, lifting his head to see Su Qi. He suddenly remembered why Su Qi had sent him here. His expression darkened as he spoke. My apologies, Mr. Su. These items were so captivating that I completely forgot your instructions. Suchi glanced at him, shook his head, and said nothing more. Instead, his gaze shifted to the screen opposite him. The screen was currently explaining the manufacturing process of a nuclear bomb. Seeing this, Suchi was utterly speechless. He couldn't help but speak up. Look, you two, just because nuclear bombs are so impressive, it doesn't mean you have to study them. Even with modern science, these things aren't exactly easy to build. Even many major countries can't produce them at all. If you really want to learn, you should start with the basics. Forget it, forget it. When you come to work tomorrow, I'll get you some foundational physics and chemistry textbooks. You can study them at your own pace, as long as it doesn't interfere with your work. After hearing Suchi's words, both Li Shimin and Wu Zetian's eyes lit up. Neither of them was emperor yet. But in the future, both would ascend to the throne. Thus, their thinking extended far into the future. Moreover, in their view, since they were destined to become emperors, what could they not accomplish? Especially Wu Zetian. At present, she was merely a concubine, and a woman at that. No matter how one looked at it, she could not possibly become an emperor decades later. Yet history books recorded it precisely that way. So he understood. He truly could become emperor in the future. If he could accomplish something that transcends time and space, then what difficulty could there be in researching nuclear bombs? If Suchi knew what was going on inside their heads, he would surely be even more speechless. Because these were entirely different levels of endeavor. After giving them some instructions, Suchi headed off to edit the video. Just then, the photographer from earlier sent the footage to Suchi. The day passed quickly. As evening fell, the performance officially began. When Ying started drifting the horse-drawn carriage, all the tourists around were thrilled. Especially the elementary school students were even more thrilled and excited. Even teacher Zheng couldn't help but beam with joy. Soon, the entire performance concluded. All the visitors departed. Li Shimin and the others bid farewell to Suchi as they finished their shift. Suchi waved to each of them in turn, not finding it troublesome at all. Soon, everyone had returned. At that moment, the entire vast scenic area was left with only Suchi remaining. He couldn't help but sigh. How bleak the autumn wind blows. Chapter 71, I'll give you a gift first. But the thought that everyone would return tomorrow. Suchi slowly exhaled in relief at that moment. He didn't say much more. We must have sold quite a few tickets today, right? Suchi spoke with a hint of excitement. When he opened the system records, sure enough, today's visitor count had reached 1,120. Completely surpassing previous records. Unbelievable. Now I'm making 56,000 a day, and aside from lunch, it's basically all profit. Suchi couldn't help but wave his hands in delight. Who would have thought that at the beginning, he only had 2 or 3 visitors a day? Now, even without fully developed NPCs or infrastructure. Yet he's already hitting 1,000 visitors a day. This completely exceeded his wildest expectations. And that was just counting ticket revenue. Like the extra income, he hasn't added it in yet. With foot traffic exceeding 1,000 people, shouldn't we be able to summon new ancient beings now? Suchi inquired curiously of the system. Sure enough, the system prompted him at that moment. New ancient beings can now be summoned. Proceed? Suchi grinned and immediately selected yes. The next moment, the system began its search. 1 minute later, the system's prompt arrived. Summoning successful. Seeing those 4 bold characters, Suchi didn't hesitate. He immediately opened his employee roster. Starting with the names at the top, Guingchun, Li Zhua, Lu Qing, he scanned them one by one. At the very bottom, Suchi spotted a new name. Employee, Li Bai. Era, Tang Dynasty. Days worked, 28 days. Base salary, 280. Performance bonus, none. Bonus, none. Penalties, none. Total wage, 280. After reviewing this employee roster, Suchi froze for a moment. Then, his face lit up with excitement. It was Li Bai, the renowned Li Bai himself. Who would have thought he could actually summon him here? Come to think of it, aren't there just too many people from the Tang Dynasty? Suchi scratched his head. These days, his staff really did have an abundance of Tang Dynasty figures. Just from Li Shimin's side alone, there were 21 people. Add Wu Zetian to that, and now Li Bai had arrived. After all, the Tang Dynasty didn't last all that long in history. In fact, it lasted only 289 years. In the vast river of history, it was actually quite short. Yet despite this, so many have been summoned. It seems the system's summoning has certain limitations. It likely doesn't truly pluck people at random from the historical currents. At the very least, those obscure individuals, the nameless, the unremarkable, those who lived uneventful lives without even a single noteworthy skill, were highly unlikely to be summoned. Shaking his head, Suchi said no more. He lay down on the bed, anticipating the scene of Li Bai's arrival tomorrow. Yet, moments after drifting off, Suchi's eyes snapped open. No way, it's actually Li Bai. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but if it's Li Bai, I'll make sure he gets a taste of modern humanity's enthusiasm. A smile spread across Su Qi's face. He quickly dressed and drove away from the scenic area. Upon reaching the town, Su Qi headed straight for a bookstore. Fortunately, it wasn't too late and the bookstore hadn't actually closed yet. "Sir, what kind of books are you looking for?" The sales clerk flashed a sweet smile. At that moment, Su Qi also smiled. "I'll take the complete poems of Li Bai and the 300 Tang poems." After hearing Su Qi's request, the sales clerk across the counter didn't hesitate, grabbing both books immediately. After paying, Su Qi skipped back to the scenic area and finally lay down on the bed with a sense of relief. Li Bai, tomorrow I'll give you a grand gift." Chuckling to himself, Su Qi drifted into a deep sleep. Tang Dynasty. Li Bai, clad in white, strolled by the lake. A long sword hung at his waist, yet he held a wine flask in his hand, composing poetry while sipping wine. Just then, a flood of voices suddenly echoed in his mind. After listening, Li Bai's gaze gradually sharpened. Could this be real? His face was filled with astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he immediately summoned his close friend and cancelled all his plans for the next day. He himself returned to the inn where he was staying. Then he put on his finest clothes. He hesitated for a moment. He even gathered every available copy of his poetry collections and tucked them close to his body. The future? Let the future witness the brilliance of Li Bai. Li Bai declared with a beaming smile. Little did he know, Su Qi had already prepared a grand gift for him. The next morning, faint sunlight swept across the ancient city. Sunlight fell upon Su Qi's face. He rubbed his eyes and slowly opened them. The thought of meeting Li Bai today. A smile crept onto Su Qi's lips. Li Tai Bai, here I come. At that moment, at the ancient city gate, as flashes of white light flickered one after another, one figure after another slowly materialized at the city gate. Li Shimin and the others greeted each other with smiles. Then they all rushed over to Wu Zetian's side. Clearly, he too had been waiting to study the modern technologies on the computer with Wu Zetian today. Li Shimin and Wu Zetian had spent the entire previous day pondering. They had concluded that items of nuclear weapon level complexity were truly beyond their current capabilities. This time, they intended to learn how to manufacture firearms. They believed the task should be considerably easier. Just as everyone was about to head to their workstations, their gazes simultaneously turned toward the front. There stood an additional figure. Dressed in white robes, wearing a black hat, a long sword slung at his waist, and holding a book in his hand. It was none other than Li Bai. So this is the new hire. Who knew we'd get a new colleague so soon? Who are you? Li Shimin stepped forward first, smiling broadly as he spoke. Li Bai glanced at Li Shimin, about to speak. In the distance, Su Qi approached. Only Ying Chun would recognize him. He's the renowned Tang Dynasty poet, the poetic immortal Li Bai. As Su Qi finished speaking, everyone around him was filled with curiosity. And that was it. After all, everyone present lived in an era predating Li Bai's lifetime. Even in the era Li Shimin currently inhabited, Li Bai had yet to appear. Only Gu Yingchun wore a look of utter astonishment. He immediately rushed over, looking like a starstruck fan meeting their idol. So you are the poet immortal Li Bai. I truly adore you. I've read every single one of your poetry collections. Li Bai, seeing this scene, smiled warmly in return. His gaze then shifted toward Su Qi. I presume you must be Mr. Su. Li Bai greets you, Mr. Su. Su Qi said with a smile. No rush, no rush. Let me give you a gift first. Chapter 72, Come, recite poetry. A gift? Li Bai froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that not only did he fail to bring his boss a gift on his first day of work, but the boss had actually prepared a gift for him too. Beyond that, Li Shimin and the others were all taken aback. After all, they hadn't received any gifts when they first arrived. The fact that Li Bai had arrived and received a gift left them undeniably envious. Su Qi paid no attention to the others. He simply grinned as he shoved his own collection of Li Bai's poetry and the 300 Tang poems into Li Bai's hands. Here you go. This is your job from now on. Starting today, you're our scenic area's interactive NPC. Remember, you must memorize every single poem. If you slip up and show your true colors, it won't be good. Su Qi said cheerfully. The man before him, Li Bai, was only 25 years old. He looked handsome, with a delicate, refined appearance. This also meant he hadn't yet completed all the tasks assigned to him. Li Bai glanced at the object in his hand. He froze for a moment. The author was Li Bai. Could this possibly be a poem I wrote? But when did I ever compose so many poems? His face was filled with astonishment. Su Qi chuckled cheerfully. Of course, it's what you'll write in the future. This is the future. After all, every poem you'll ever compose is stored here. Remember, you must memorize them all. If you can't recite them when tourists ask, it'll reflect poorly on our staff's professionalism. Li Bai frowned and opened the poetry collection before him. Sure enough, it contained many poems he had already written, but even more were poems he had never composed. There were at least 900 poems in total. He then opened another volume, 300 Tang poems. He discovered many familiar names among the poets whose works had been preserved. After reading for a moment, Li Bai's frown eased slightly. Then he smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for bestowing upon me the Bai poetry collection." Seeing this, Su Qi was momentarily stunned. After all, he had memorized countless poems by Li Bai since childhood. After all, every student in the country did the same. After all, Li Bai had composed so many poetry collections. But the problem was, he had originally intended to annoy Li Bai. He wanted Li Bai to experience the same torment he'd endured as a child. But Li Bai clearly didn't see it that way. The other party actually thanked him at this very moment. This undoubtedly left him somewhat astonished. "You really want to memorize all those poems?" Su Qi asked curiously. Li Bai smiled. "Of course, since I wrote all these poems myself, I'll definitely memorize them. After all, in the future, I'll need these poems to help me build my reputation. Only with sufficient fame can I truly leave my mark on history. Then, Bai, I might even enter the imperial court as an official. Then I could take the supplies I'd exchanged for wages here back with me and truly put them to use for the common people. I could transform the entire dynasty and rescue countless commoners from hardship. Otherwise, in my current position not even officially appointed yet, even if I obtained some resources, I wouldn't be able to make them available to the people." After hearing his words, before Su Qi could respond, Li Shishi, standing at a distance, suddenly widened his eyes. "Are you planning to plagiarize poetry?" Lu Bang and the others looked utterly astonished. They never imagined Li Bai would actually copy poems. This is nothing but plagiarism. Su Qi stood nearby, his mouth twitching slightly. He had assumed someone like Li Bai wouldn't stoop to such a thing. But to his surprise, the man was actually willing to memorize poems he would write in the future. Li Bai immediately perked up with eager anticipation. This poem was originally composed by Bai himself. Could copying it even be considered plagiarism? Everyone present was filled with sighs of admiration. At that moment, however, Li Shimon's eyes lit up slightly. For he suddenly realized he could do the same. Then, in history, he would not only be an emperor who changed dynasties, but also a master of poetry. Yet the moment this thought crossed his mind, Li Shimon sighed. He ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, in his view, it still felt somewhat unsavory. After all, when Li Bai plagiarized, he was copying from fellow humans. If he were to plagiarize, he could only copy from others. Wouldn't that leave others with no poems to write? As a future emperor, Li Shishi naturally wouldn't be so narrow-minded. Su Qi said no more. For what Li Bai had accomplished truly surpassed his imagination. He sighed softly. Turning to Lu Bang beside him, he spoke. "Old Lu, Li Bai's position is the same as yours. Both are interactive NPCs for the scenic area. You'll take the lead in guiding Li Bai for a day, helping him get familiar with the place. Also, show him your handbook. Try not to break any rules." After speaking, Su Qi turned his gaze back to Li Bai. "Starting today, you'll be known as Li Bai within the scenic area. When others ask, just tell them you're portraying Li Bai, okay?" After hearing Su Qi's instructions, Li Bai nodded with a smile. He'd even copied himself. So playing himself was no big deal. With a wave of his hand, Su Qi dismissed everyone without further words. He stretched lazily. Finding a spot to sit, he watched the video he'd posted yesterday. Holy crap, 1 million likes. Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. He never imagined that the car chase video would hit 1 million likes so quickly. This was undoubtedly a huge publicity boost for the entire scenic area. Awesome. That's what you get with professional work. Su Qi's face lit up with excitement. He quickly checked the comments. Sure enough. At this moment, many comments were praising the street racing. Everyone was marveling at it, wanting to come see it in person. Su Qi also picked out a few of the more popular comments to reply to. The gist was that anyone wanting to see it could simply book online. Then Su Qi glanced at his online reservation system. His eyes lit up once more. The current number of reservations had reached a staggering 23,000. Though these ticket purchases were spread out over future dates. And not all on a single day. But even this preliminary estimate meant a huge profit. This is incredible. If we ever have another hit project or standout employee in the future, we absolutely must bring the photographer back. Professionals are professionals. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke. Meanwhile, Li Bai followed behind Lu Bang. After Lu Bang introduced himself, Li Bai's face was filled with astonishment. I never imagined you were the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. Lu Bang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. That's only within our own dynasty and history. In the scenic area, we shouldn't speak like that. Within the scenic area, everyone is both staff and colleagues. Chapter 73, turns out it was fake. After saying this, Lu Bang continued. Moreover, our histories aren't interconnected. Take me, for instance, since I'm working here and have received provisions from the descendants of this place. Then upon my return, the Han Dynasty will certainly not perish as it did in history. It will undoubtedly flourish even more. Under such circumstances, wouldn't the Song, Yuan, and Tang dynasties of the future all change? If that's the case, then even someone like Li Bai might not even come into existence. Therefore, we can only alter the course of our own history. The histories of others remain beyond our reach. After hearing these words, Li Bai pondered and nodded in understanding. Lu Bang then introduced him to the identities of figures like Li Shimen and Wu Zetian. When he heard that the man accompanied by guards was actually Li Shimen, and that the young woman was none other than Wu Zetian, Li Bai sucked in a sharp breath. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated encountering two emperors here. And both were quite renowned figures, though neither had yet ascended the throne. At Wu Zetian's age, she was likely just newly appointed as consort Wu. Lu Bang handed the manual in his hand to Li Bai across from him. Certain things are strictly forbidden, they're all recorded inside. You must remember this, under no circumstances are you to violate the rules. Otherwise, you'll face penalties ranging from fines to immediate dismissal. Hearing this, Li Bai nodded repeatedly. Yesterday, when he first heard about the events in his mind, he had been somewhat skeptical. But today, having arrived here, he believed it completely. The surroundings were vastly superior to what he remembered from the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, he could witness his own history here. He could even copy his own poems. These were undoubtedly the things that made Li Bai happiest and most excited. If he were to be dismissed at this moment, Li Bai would absolutely refuse to accept it. By now, some tourists had already entered the scenic area. Lu Bang spotted the female college student in the distance. His eyes lit up instantly. He turned to Li Bai and said, "Keep an eye out. Our roles are somewhat similar, we're both interactive NPCs in the scenic area. That means we need to interact with the visitors. I'll show you how it's done first." As he spoke, Lu Bang lowered his body slightly and adjusted his demeanor. He moved closer and said with a smile, "Hey there, travelers. Look at you, you're a sight to behold. Time to rob you." The two female college students clearly knew Lu Bang was an NPC in the scenic area. They laughed and played along, with one of them finally snatching a piece of bread for Lu Bang. Then they posed for a photo with Lu Bang. After seeing them off, Lu Bang returned with a beaming smile. He tossed a loaf of bread directly to Li Bai. "Haven't had breakfast yet, right? Here, today's first order goes to you. Consider it a welcome gift for the newcomer. This humble one thanks the High Emperor." Li Bai stared at the bread in his hand, marveling at the gesture. After speaking, he mimicked Lu Bang's posture and opened the bread. A fragrant aroma wafted toward him. Li Bai's eyes lit up as he took small bites. His face radiated excitement. He was about to compose a poem on the spot. But just then, he suddenly noticed the poetry collection in his hand. Then he sighed. He understood that his primary task now was to memorize poems. Even though he was Li Bai himself, if someone asked him about his future poems, he wouldn't be able to recall them. That would be disastrous. In front of the computer, Li Shimen, Wu Zetian, and Li Shishi had gathered here once more. The computer screen was now displaying the manufacturing process of firearms. This time, however, the two had learned their lesson. They didn't look at modern firearms. Instead, they focused on ancient firearms, the easier to make types. So that's how it was done, using gunpowder and projectiles to create such firearms? With such weapons, wouldn't the soldiers of our Tang dynasty become unbeatable across the world? Li Shimen's face lit up with excitement. He had already studied the world map. He had already envisioned that once he mastered all these weapons and ascended the throne, he would embark on distant conquests. Not only would he subjugate all the neighboring small nations, but also conquer every nation across the vast oceans, one by one. He knew this would be difficult, but he believed that with the aid of modern technology, it was certainly achievable. Of course, the most crucial task now was to reshape the nation's landscape, implementing large-scale cultivation and education initiatives. These plans had already coalesced into a grand vision within Li Shimen's mind. Once he had fully refined this grand vision, he would return to persuade Li Yuan. If Li Yuan refused to agree, Li Shimen would not hesitate to ascend the throne sooner. After a moment's contemplation, Li Shimen stood up abruptly and declared, "I must go to work." With that, he turned and left. Li Shimen's position was that of a security patrol officer. His daily duty was to patrol and ensure the safety of the entire scenic area. He couldn't stay here forever. In contrast, consider Wu Zetian and Guing Chun. Wu Zetian herself was a dancer, and now she only needed to perform on stage at night. Of course, this was because the inn for dancers had not yet been constructed. Otherwise, Wu Zetian would also need to work there as a permanent NPC. Li Shishi, meanwhile, worked as a ticket seller at the box office. Since she had to monitor the computer anyway, it was quite convenient. Li Shimen had just entered the city gate. When he looked up, he saw Li Bai approaching from afar. Li Bai promptly bowed and said, "Tai Bai pays his respects to His Majesty Emperor Taizong." Upon hearing this, Li Shimen immediately smiled and shook his head. "I have not yet ascended the throne. I am merely the second prince. Moreover, though we both live in the Tang dynasty, we are not of the same era. Therefore, I am not the Emperor Taizong of your era. Not to mention, we're all colleagues here in the scenic area, no need for such formality. After hearing this, Li Bai also lifted his head and smiled. Just as the two were about to exchange pleasantries. In the distance, a mother walked over with a 10-year-old child. The little girl spotted Li Bai and hurried over, asking, "Big brother, who are you?" Li Bai glanced at her and replied directly, "My name is Li Bai. Big brother, do you know what the next line is after when life is good, we should enjoy it to the fullest?" Upon hearing these words, Li Bai froze in his tracks. For he hadn't seen this poem. Though he was the immortal poet, though those verses were all his own, he couldn't possibly have memorized every single collection so quickly. He scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. Seeing this, the little girl immediately pursed her lips. So he was a fake after all. After saying that, he left with his mother. Li Bai, however, was utterly petrified. He never imagined that one day, even when playing himself, he'd be accused of being fake. Chapter 74, The one who truly knows me is the High Emperor. Seeing Li Bai frozen in shock, Li Shishi chuckled as he approached. He asked curiously, "What's gotten into you? Could it be that a little girl has stumped you?" Li Bai couldn't bring himself to elaborate, his face twisted in pain. He then spoke directly. "Your Highness, I must go practice my poetry recitation. If I can't answer questions like this, how can I possibly be qualified for this profession?" With that, he took his leave. Li Shishi watched his retreating figure without comment. For Li Shishi knew that in his own era, Li Bai did not exist. Or rather, Li Bai had not yet been born. Under these circumstances, the Li Bai before him now had no connection whatsoever to his own era. The man was indeed the immortal poet and the sword immortal, all facts Li Shishi had gleaned from historical texts. Therefore, cultivating a relationship with him was of little consequence. Since the other was busy, he would simply attend to his own affairs. Li Shishi continued patrolling the scenic area with his guards. Moments later, he spotted Su Qi in the distance. Su Qi waved at him. "Mr. Su, do you have any plans?" Li Bai asked curiously. Su Qi glanced at him and spoke directly. "Here are the physical chemistry books you requested. You can start by looking through them. They're the most basic editions, so you should be able to understand them." With that, Su Qi tossed the two books across to Li Shishi. Li Shixi's eyes lit up slightly. He had wanted these very books yesterday. He understood these materials were far more extraordinary than he'd ever imagined. If he could master what was inside, he might just be able to build a nuclear bomb in ancient times. Reading is one thing, but don't let it interfere with work. Su Qi waved his hand dismissively and left immediately. Li Shishi nodded repeatedly in agreement. Later, while patrolling, Li Shishi kept glancing at the book in his hands. Occasionally, he would utter a word of admiration. At other times, his brow would furrow deeply. Once he identified the symbols and understood the principles they represented, he breathed a sigh of relief. As for Su Qi, he quickly made his way to the ticket counter. At that moment, Li Shishi and Wu Zetian were still staring at the computer. Seeing the two of them like this, Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. Were they turning into internet-addicted girls? He shook his head at the thought. Because the two across from him weren't playing games, they were learning knowledge. Though to Su Qi, that knowledge seemed utterly baffling. After all, having two people from ancient times learn how to manually assemble nuclear bombs was utterly beyond imagination. But the two women across from him clearly didn't care about that. Especially Wu Zetian, she harbored an inexplicable obsession with hand-rolling nuclear bombs. Once, she even asked Su Qi if she could buy one with her salary. Su Qi was stunned at the time. With his current connections and capabilities, unless the system conjured one up for him, he'd never be able to get his hands on such a thing. And if he really could get one, his entire scenic area would likely go bankrupt within 2 days. "Mr. Su, you're here." Li Shishi greeted him with a smile. Wu Zetian lifted her head at that moment, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Su Qi gave a slight nod before speaking directly. "Here are some physics and chemistry textbooks I got for the two of you. If you want to learn, take a good look. If you can't grasp it, come talk to me later." With that, Su Qi tossed 2 sets of books to Wu Zetian and Li Shishi across from him. As for giving one to Li Shishi, that was because she intended to manufacture MSG and various other substances. Though the difficulty was far less than building a nuclear bomb. It's like comparing the depths of the earth to the heights of the heavens. But learning physics and chemistry would certainly be useful. "Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su." The two were incredibly excited. They immediately began self-study. Seeing this, Su Qi shook his head without saying much. He understood. Unless the two across from him were geniuses. The kind who grasp things at a glance. Otherwise, it would take them at least several months to finish studying these 2 books. Before a pavilion, Lu Bang lay here, taking a rest. Though Lu Bang devoted himself daily to playing the rogue, and even seized numerous supplies and snacks. He was, after all, a man in his 50s. At this stage of his life, after a period of activity each day, he must find a place to rest. Fortunately, the system had already assessed his physical condition and realized Liu Bang wasn't intentionally slacking off, but that it was necessary for him to do so. Therefore, no punishment would be imposed. Su Qi naturally understood this logic as well. At that moment, Li Bai sauntered over. Upon seeing Liu Bang, Li Bai immediately bowed in greeting. Liu Bang rose to his feet and beckoned him over. "Weren't you supposed to be playing the poetic immortal NPC? What are you doing here?" Liu Bang asked curiously. Li Bai sighed deeply. "Just now, a child asked me for a poem, but I had no idea what to recite. I must memorize this entire poem before I can speak again." He clenched his fist, his face set with determination. Seeing this, Liu Bang across from him chuckled softly. "Then you'd better memorize it well. If you memorize all these poems, then even if you return to the Tang Dynasty, you might just make a splash in front of everyone. If you could pour all these events onto paper at once, you might just astonish the entire Tang Dynasty. Given the Tang Dynasty's style, you'd likely rise to high office." Liu Bang clearly had some knowledge of future history. That's why he speaks with such authority. Hearing this, Li Bai across from him paused in surprise. He did indeed aspire to be a literary plagiarist. But he hadn't expected that before he could even voice it. Liu Bang across from him had already pointed it out directly. Liu Bang said with a smile. "It's all yours anyway. What's the harm in copying? Anyway, if you don't write it now, you'll be able to write it in the future. It's just bringing forward what's already yours. No big deal." After hearing his words, Li Bai immediately gave him a thumbs up. "He who truly understands me is the High Emperor." The two locked eyes and burst into laughter at that very moment. Afterward, Li Bai sat down on the edge of the pavilion. His left foot rested on the chair. He held a book in one hand while composing poetry with the other. Even at a glance, he radiated the carefree spirit of an ancient poet. Liu Bang, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. How dashing. After saying this, Liu Bang no longer disturbed Li Bai, turning instead to continue his plundering. A moment later, a pair of female college students approached from afar. The moment they arrived, they heard the sound of poetry recitation drifting over. Poetry recitation? Could it be a new NPC? One of the students spoke up. She turned to look into the distance. Sure enough, she spotted Li Bai sitting atop the pavilion. Chapter 75, His Own BGM. "So handsome!" the female student exclaimed in astonishment. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. The other college girl felt the same way. How could there be such a handsome NPC? He must be portraying a poet. White robes, black hat, a gourd flask, and a long sword. Could it be Li Bai? The two pondered. Without hesitation, they approached him. Whenever they heard Li Bai reciting poetry, their eyes would light up ever so slightly. The reason was simple: Li Bai was just too handsome. The NPC quality in this scenic area was truly exceptional. First Li Shimin, now Li Bai. They've even formed a Tang Dynasty boy band. I couldn't even get male models like this at a bar. The female college student said with a smile. Then she walked right up to Li Bai. Poet immortal, could we take a photo together?" Hearing someone call his name, Li Bai immediately lifted his head and turned to look. He was startled to see these two female college students dressed in light summer attire. This caused his gaze to shift slightly. He looked away. After all, crop tops and short shorts, such attire simply didn't exist in ancient times. Yet the two female students seemed utterly unconcerned. They walked right up to him and gently wrapped their arms around Li Bai's shoulders. "Can we take a photo?" they asked with beaming smiles. Li Bai nodded awkwardly. Taking photos was something Liu Bang had mentioned to him earlier. Not just photos, he'd grasped all the basics, like cars and such. He just hadn't seen them in person yet. The two college girls immediately pulled out their phones and started snapping away. After they finished, they glanced at the photos on their phones before shifting their gaze to Li Bai. They noticed a faint blush on Li Bai's cheeks. The two felt even more playful. One of the female students wrapped her arms tightly around Li Bai's arm. He could feel the softness against him. "You're playing Li Bai, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Bai nodded. "That's right. I'm playing the interactive NPC Li Bai here at the scenic area. Can I have your WeChat? After you finish your shift, we could grab a drink together." The female college student flashed a gentle smile. The other female student did the same. Seeing both of them being so proactive, Li Bai felt even more flustered. He quickly spoke up. "The boss said we shouldn't get too involved with tourists. I'm terribly sorry." Upon hearing this, the female college student pouted. "How could you do this? Just give it to me secretly, no one will know." Li Bai shook his head firmly. Truth be told, it wasn't that he didn't want to give it to her, it was simply that he had no idea what a micro fork was. He had heard of it, but that was all. First off, he didn't have a phone. Even if he did, he wouldn't have an ID to register it. Was he supposed to ask Su Qi to register one for him? Seriously, NPCs these days are all like this. Earlier, when I asked Li Shimin for his contact info, he wouldn't give it either. What a waste of such a handsome face. The female college student muttered, somewhat exasperated. Then she turned to Li Bai and started flirting. After snapping a bunch more photos, she finally left. Once they were gone, Li Bai finally exhaled in relief and sat back down in his original spot. He began to recite poetry. Time ticked by, second by second. Soon, a crowd had gathered around the small pavilion. Among them were both men and women. But overall, there were more girls than boys. So handsome. This must be the new NPC, Li Bai. The quality of this scenic area is off the charts. Exactly. I'm definitely taking a photo later. His poetry reciting style is just like the poet immortal. His acting skills are seriously impressive. He must be making hundreds a day. People around them were buzzing with chatter. Li Bai overheard the mention of several hundred yuan a day. At that moment, he thought of his own wages, 10 yuan a day. A monthly salary of just 280 yuan. A wry smile crept onto his face. He understood. There was nothing to be done about it. Compared to the wages of this era, what he and others received was actually not much. In fact, it was quite low. But getting a raise was clearly no easy feat. Li Bai, could you show us your swordplay? Aren't you supposed to be a sword immortal? Exactly. I see you've got a long sword slung at your waist, why not just go for it? The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Upon hearing their words, Li Bai didn't hesitate. He closed his book. He swiftly drew the long sword from his waist. In the next instant, the blade shot out. A piercing sword cry rang out. The swish of the blade startled everyone nearby. They had assumed Li Bai's sword wielding was merely a show of bravado. Who could have imagined the opponent would actually begin wielding the sword? Even less did they expect each sound to feel so utterly real. It made them feel as though a true sword immortal stood before them. Not merely an NPC performing in a scenic area. His sword moved like a dragon in flight. As Li Bai swung it, he began reciting poetry. As if providing his own background music. The spectacle drew more and more onlookers. Many immediately pulled out their phones to record the spectacle. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, the scenic area delivered more than they could have hoped for. Whether it was the car race or Li Bai's poetry recitation and sword dance now. Each spectacle surpassed what other scenic areas offered. Of course, the infrastructure still left something to be desired. But they didn't care about that. After all, in this day and age, if everyone has something, having it yourself is nothing special. But what sets you apart is possessing something others don't, something beyond imagination. The dancing sword tip swept forward. The sound of poetry recitation spread outward. Moments later, the crowd couldn't help but burst into applause. Everyone was utterly thrilled. Su Qi, watching from afar, naturally witnessed this scene. He grinned and made his way over. Seeing Li Bai's performance, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He had assumed Li Bai would be no more than Lu Bang. He hadn't expected much. But now it seemed things were quite different. Li Bai's demonstrated abilities surpassed Su Qi's expectations. With that dashing aura and proud bearing, standing there like that. He was the very embodiment of the immortal poet, the sword immortal incarnate. This time, he'd added a new attraction to the scenic area. Su Qi's face was beaming with excitement. He knew that with Li Bai's performance, the number of visitors to the scenic area would surely increase again. Once the buzz builds, breaking the 2,000-person threshold might just be within reach. At the thought of such a scene, Su Qi pulled out his phone and started filming. He intended to send Li Bai a special video. The thought of attracting even more tourists then. Su Qi felt even happier. Chapter 76, Drunk on a Single Bottle. The dance concluded. Li Bai came to a halt, breathing lightly. The surrounding crowd erupted in thunderous applause at that very moment. Seeing their reactions, Li Bai couldn't help but feel a slight sense of awe. After all, in ancient times, though there were many people, but they were undoubtedly scholars and literati. Even if they cheered for him, it was merely an ordinary occurrence. Their expressions weren't nearly as intense as one might imagine. After all, they were all scholars unlike modern people. But these people were different. They praised him while clapping enthusiastically. A few tourists could even be seen tossing some money in Li Bai's direction. This scene left Lu Bang, watching from a distance, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Li Bai's actions to actually earn him money. He couldn't help but lean over to Su Qi and ask in a low voice. Mr. Su, does Li Bai actually get to keep the money he earns from reciting poetry and sword dancing? Hearing this, Su Qi scratched his head and began querying the system. Moments later, he received a definitive answer. Indeed it is. Upon hearing this, Lu Bang's mouth twitched slightly. He thought only his rogue profession would be like this. But now it seems. The situation isn't what it seems. Li Bai could actually make money while on the job. He suddenly felt his rogue profession wasn't so appealing anymore. After all, being a rogue was ultimately not a very respectable profession. Rather than being a rogue here, he might as well become a sword immortal. But seeing Li Bai's heroic figure, and the way he recited poetry, in the end, Lu Bang sighed. He understood that even if he were truly allowed to become a sword immortal, or a poetic immortal, he knew he could never achieve it. At that moment, Li Shishi and the others gathered around. They gazed at the distant scene and began asking questions one after another. Su Qi naturally gave an affirmative answer. This time, Li Shimon's mouth twitched slightly. He had thought it absurd enough that someone like Liu Bang could make money in broad daylight. But now this newcomer, Li Bai, had managed to pull off the same feat. He clenched his fists unconsciously. If only Li Bai had come from my era. Li Shishi sighed helplessly. He knew full well that Li Bai had memorized the poems so quickly precisely to impress others upon his return. Then he could enter the court as an official. If Li Bai had lived in the same era as him, then he could simply appoint Li Bai to the imperial court. Li Bai's salary would naturally become his own. But now, things were clearly different. Though Li Bai's era was quite close to his own, it is merely close. They did not originate from the same timeline, meaning there was fundamentally no intersection between them. He had no right to claim Li Bai's wages. Li Shishi couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew his own era had produced great poets as well. He had made up his mind, once he returned, he would have them compose poetry and memorize verses endlessly. If just one of them could become a poet, they could earn money during the day, just like Li Bai. Wu Zetian also approached from a distance. Though he had been studying all along. Observing and learning were two different things. Earlier, merely observing those nuclear explosions and such, he felt they were spectacular, yet he believed he could master them himself. But when he began studying the fundamentals of physics, chemistry, and other subjects, he realized things weren't that simple. It was definitely challenging. This made him sigh involuntarily, and he decided to take a look around. Upon arriving here, he immediately spotted the crowd gathered in the distance. He hurried over. Soon, he spotted Li Bai. With his sharp mind, he quickly grasped the scene. Li Bai was reciting poetry while wielding a sword. Then, upon seeing the coins scattered beneath Li Bai's feet, his mouth twitched. Another one who could make money in broad daylight. Su Qi paid no attention to the crowd. He simply continued snapping photos. Then, from among the spectators, a voice called out. Li Bai, recite a poem. Compose one right here on the spot. Exactly. Li Bai, aren't you known for your drinking? Why not have a drink? Wouldn't your sword dance be even more spirited then? The voices of the crowd rose in a continuous chorus. Upon hearing these words, Li Bai's eyes lit up. In ancient times, he always drank before sword dancing and poetry reciting. Only here did he do it before drinking. Without hesitation, he reached for the gourd of wine beside him. Then he discovered it was completely empty. In that moment, he looked somewhat awkward. The tourists clearly noticed this too. A middle-aged man promptly pulled out a bottle of baijiu and set it on the ground. Here, have this. I was just about to take it out to give to someone anyway. I can buy more when I get back. Seeing the middle-aged man's gesture, Li Bai clasped his hands together in respect. Tai Bai thanks you, sir. Without further ado, he picked up the bottle, popped off the cap. He began gulping it down in big swallows. At that moment, Li Bai's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a fine liquor! His carefree manner drew gasps of admiration from those around him at his impressive drinking capacity. After all, people who could pull out a bottle of baijiu and chug it straight from the bottle was a sight rarely seen in their daily lives. After gulping it down in a few moments, Li Bai finished the entire bottle of baijiu. At that moment, his steps visibly staggered. His gaze held a hint of haze. Today, I, Li Bai, stand here and drink fine liquor. Naturally, I must compose a fine poem. Li Bai declared excitedly. His face flushed crimson as he staggered forward. With each step, his body swayed. Moments later, he raised his left hand. Just as everyone thought he was about to recite poetry, everyone pulled out their phones, not wanting to miss this beautiful moment. Even Su Qi was no exception. Su Qi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He's drunk now, he must be composing poetry on the spot, not reciting memorized verses. If he could compose a poem right here, he might just become a sensation. Su Qi's face was aglow with excitement. After all, composing poetry on the spot is different from reciting memorized verses. Anyone who's completed 9 years of compulsory education can recite a few poems. Even if they couldn't recite a few poems, they could still recite a couple of lines. But everyone understood this, and no one would be surprised. But if Li Bai composed poetry on the spot, it might just go viral online. That would surely bring more traffic to the scenic area. The thought alone made Su Qi press the record button with excitement. Then, at the very moment when everyone's faces were filled with excitement, anticipation, and eager expectation, a thud echoed as Li Bai collapsed to his knees. Chapter 77, Holding Back a Big One. At that moment, everyone exchanged glances. Their mouths twitched slightly. So you saved the big surprise for last? No way, this actor's no good either, he gets drunk from just a little bit of alcohol? Didn't Li Bai claim he could drink 1,000 cups without falling? His tolerance is way too low. The The people around them were all a bit speechless. After all, everyone's spirits had just been lifted. Under these circumstances, even if Li Bai had merely recited a poem, would have thrilled the crowd. But the problem was, Li Bai hadn't even uttered a single word before passing out cold. Lu Bang and the others were stunned by the scene. No way, he only drank that tiny bottle of wine and passed out? Is this wine really that potent? Lu Bang couldn't help but mutter. Su Qi glanced at him and replied immediately. Of course. Modern liquor is different from the stuff you had back in your time. Today's liquor has a significantly higher alcohol content. That bottle he just drank? I checked, it was at least 56 proof. Downing an entire bottle that fast, getting drunk is only to be expected. He spoke slowly, then shook his head helplessly. He then instructed Li Shimen to summon 2 guards. They helped Li Bai to his feet and escorted him inside. By this point, the crowd's enthusiasm had waned considerably. Manager, will this Li Bai NPC's poetry recitation and sword dance performance be part of future shows? A young woman approached curiously and asked. Upon hearing her words, Su Qi glanced at her and immediately smiled. Rest assured, it definitely will be. And this time, you can post all the videos you filmed online. Just tag our official account, and if your video gets over 1,000 likes, you'll get a free day pass. If it gets over 10,000 likes, there will be exquisite gifts as well. Hearing Su Qi's words, everyone became excited and shouted loudly. The boss is so generous. After the crowd dispersed, Su Qi made his way to the room where Li Bai lay unconscious. He walked over and took a look. Sure enough, Li Bai's face was flushed crimson. He was completely out cold. You really can't hold your liquor, you shouldn't drink so much. Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. But he knew this wasn't entirely Li Bai's fault. After all, Li Bai had only just arrived here today. He wouldn't have known that the wine here was different from that of ancient times. Back in the old days, Li Bai probably downed this much in one go. So this time, he simply gulped down an entire bottle. Oh well, if I get dizzy, so be it. At least today's goal has been achieved. I'll edit it up tonight and post it. Who knows, maybe tomorrow morning I'll get a huge wave of traffic. This time, our scenic area has 5 major programs. Su Qi said cheerfully. The 4 major attractions are Li Zhuan and Lu Qing's WWE-style martial arts performance, Li Shishi and Wu Zetian's Qin dance duet, Li Shimen's Tang Dynasty boy band, Xiahou Ying's chariot drifting, and finally, Li Bai's drunken poetry recitation and sword dance. With these 5 major acts, there would be no shortage of entertainment that evening. At least for the short term, it would suffice. Realizing this, Su Qi grinned and promptly grabbed a blanket to cover Li Bai. He promptly exited the room. He had other matters to attend to and couldn't possibly stay here guarding Li Bai indefinitely. After Su Qi exited, Li Shimen and the others gathered around. Is he okay? Li Shimen asked curiously. Upon hearing the question, Su Qi gave a slight nod. Nothing serious. He's just drunk. After pausing to consider, Su Qi addressed the assembled group. Everyone, please be careful when drinking in the future. Don't drink so much at once. The alcohol today is completely different from what you had in ancient times. The alcohol content back in your time wasn't very high, but nowadays it's incredibly potent. You might have been able to drink a dozen cups back in your time without issue, but here, if you drink a dozen cups of that kind of Bai Qi Li Bai just had, you'll definitely end up like him, passed out cold. Upon hearing this, Li Shimen and the others nodded in agreement. In that moment, they realized some things were entirely different from what they had imagined. Henceforth, when encountering unfamiliar modern items in tourist areas, they must refrain from trying them lightly. Who knows what undesirable consequences might arise? Su Qi glanced at the time and spoke up. All right. It's lunchtime now. Everyone, let's head to the dining hall. After the others had gone, Su Qi called Li Shimen aside. Mr. Su, is there something you need? Li Shimen asked curiously. Su Qi got straight to the point. Let's go to the supermarket and grab a case of Bai Qi. Since everyone's met today, we might as well have a drink to break the ice. Of course, we won't overdo it after all, we all have work this afternoon. Li Shimen's eyes lit up at Su Qi's words. Having just witnessed Li Bai drinking with such abandon, he naturally wanted to take a few sips himself. But he understood perfectly well. If Su Qi wasn't willing, there was nothing he could do about it. So now that Su Qi had agreed, he was naturally overjoyed and excited. Soon, Su Qi and Li Shimen brought an entire case of Bai Qi over to the dining area. By then, everyone had already begun eating. Seeing the liquor Su Qi had brought over, everyone wore curious expressions. Without hesitation, Su Qi spoke up. From now on, I'll make sure everyone gets to try modern delicacies and fine wines. Today, we'll start with this case of liquor. Remember, 1 glass per person, no overindulgence. With that, he instructed Li Shimen to summon 2 guards, who opened the bottles and distributed the liquor among the group. Soon, the fragrance of the liquor filled the air. Their eyes lit up slightly. Had Su Qi not yet taken a sip, they likely would have indulged in a few drinks themselves. At Su Qi's command, the others didn't hesitate, all pouring the liquor into their mouths. Even Li Shishi and Wu Zetian followed suit. After finishing, their expressions all changed slightly. Li Shimin and Lu Bang both flushed slightly, visibly energized. Wu Zetian and Li Shishi, however, were choking and coughing. Once everyone had finished their meal, Su Qi once again entered the room where Li Bai was sleeping. After gently pushing open the door, Su Qi was startled to discover that Li Bai had already woken up. He was still a bit groggy at the moment. Spotting Su Qi approach, Li Bai immediately clasped his hands together and said, "Mr. Su, I've made a complete fool of myself today." Hearing this, Su Qi shook his head. "It's not your fault. After all, it's your first time drinking baijiu. Just give it your all during tonight's performance." Chapter 78, No Money, No Miracles. Li Bai hastily agreed. He now understood. Here, in this place, some things were different. Take the performances, for instance. Regular performances fell within his job scope. But the evening performance? That was entirely outside his purview. Truth be told, even if he refused, it wouldn't be a problem. But he wasn't stupid. He couldn't possibly refuse at this moment. Su Qi left the premises. He intended to give Li Bai time to sober up. Li Bai didn't hesitate either. After waiting a moment, he had sobered up enough. Only then did he leave the room. Then he began his performance once more, reciting poetry and dancing with his sword. Each display was utterly electrifying. The surrounding crowd applauded enthusiastically. This delighted the tourists present. Time flew by, and evening soon arrived. The official performance commenced. However, this time Su Qi deliberately disrupted the performance order. The reason was simple. A large crowd of tourists was eagerly awaiting Li Bai's performance. Therefore, Su Qi immediately had Li Bai take the stage. After Li Bai took the stage, he first downed a large cup of wine. Then he launched into the yellow river flows down from heaven. The next moment, he drew his sword. He proceeded to perform a sword dance worthy of a celestial being. The crowd roared with applause. Even the guards standing beside Li Shimin couldn't help but applaud. Clearly, Li Bai's swordsmanship had earned their recognition. After the performance concluded, Li Bai grinned as he approached Su Qi. By now, his flask was filled with liquor from the supermarket. Su Qi, of course, wasn't overly stingy with it. However, Li Bai didn't get drunk. Instead, he leaned in close to Su Qi. "Mr. Su, how did I do?" Su Qi nodded. "Not bad." Li Bai smiled cheerfully. Then it was time for the others to perform. Each one was quite good. Su Qi brought out a professional camera and set it up nearby. He recorded the entire event. Su Qi had the same idea at that moment. He was considering whether to start a live stream right away. That way, they could perform while streaming live. It would definitely attract more viewers. Once this idea took root, it lingered persistently in Su Qi's mind. But he also knew there was no need to rush it in the short term. Soon, all the performances had concluded. The crowd erupted in cheers. Once the visitors had all departed, everyone gathered around Su Qi. He glanced at them and said with a smile, "Everyone did a great job. I'll definitely give you all promotions and raises when the opportunity arises." Su Qi casually made empty promises. Yet Lu Bang and the others were beaming with excitement. They all knew the money they'd received wasn't much. So, under these circumstances, if they could earn more money, would naturally be the best outcome. "Mr. Su, you're so generous. Mr. Su is the best." The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Su Qi scratched his head. He hadn't expected that his offhand promise. The crowd's reaction was unexpectedly enthusiastic. So he just smiled and said, "All right, everyone, wrap up your work and head home. Get some rest so you can come back tomorrow in top form." Once everyone had left, Su Qi finally let out a slow sigh of relief. He glanced at the footage he'd recorded today. He scampered into his office and began editing. He understood that others might be different. But Li Bai was a different story entirely. Li Bai was a new figure emerging in his scenic area. As long as he gave the scenic area a proper promotion, it would likely garner a favorable response. Tang Dynasty. A flash of white light flickered. Li Bai had returned. Surveying the scene around him, a peculiar gleam shone in Li Bai's eyes. It was all real after all. It wasn't a dream after all. He exclaimed excitedly. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out his brush. At this moment, he would transcribe every poem he had memorized. Then he'd perform a miracle before everyone. But the moment his pen touched the paper, he froze. His hands simply refused to write. Yet the knowledge was clearly present in his mind. But at this moment, he simply couldn't write a single word. This undoubtedly caused him to look surprised. What was going on? Could it be that poems not bought with money couldn't be recited? At that moment, Li Bai was utterly dumbfounded. He had thought he only needed to recite the poem over there and bring it back. But judging by the current situation, it wasn't that simple. He would need to purchase it with money to truly use it. Otherwise, he'd merely have memorized it. After a moment's struggle, Li Bai set down the brush in his hand. He gave up. His eyes held a hint of resignation. He thought he could pull off a divine display before everyone. Turns out he'd just been overthinking it. The next morning, amidst the flickering white light, everyone found themselves back inside the scenic area. At that moment, all eyes turned to Li Bai, especially Li Shimen and Wu Zetian. They hurried over. They asked curiously, "Have you begun displaying divine power before the people?" Upon hearing his words, Li Bai shook his head. "I can't write them. Not a single poem I've memorized comes to me. I suppose I'll have to pay to buy my way back to showing off my talents." Hearing this, everyone present froze in surprise. Only then did they understand. So even knowledge memorized by rote wouldn't suffice. At that moment, Su Qi approached from afar. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, he curiously inquired what had happened. After hearing the explanation, Su Qi also froze for a moment. He hadn't expected the system to be so strict about this particular aspect. His eyebrows twitched slightly, but in the end, he said nothing more. For Su Qi understood that every decision the system made now was beyond his power to alter. He could only watch as Li Bai spoke. Forget it, forget it. Just buy a copy of Li Bai's poetry collection when you get your next paycheck." Li Bai nodded in agreement. That was the only option. Su Qi smiled, then dismissed everyone back to their posts to resume work. Meanwhile, he began investigating the video released yesterday. He didn't realize how important it was until he looked into it. After just a glance, Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. Under his gaze, he could see the video's view count had reached a staggering 3 million. The number of likes had also surpassed 200,000. The comments were too numerous to count. This actor is so professional, it feels like a real sword immortal has appeared. You absolutely have to watch it. Chapter 79, Lu Bang's Little Schemes. As he scanned the comments, a faint smile curved the corners of Su Qi's mouth. Among these comments, the majority came from female users. They were clearly captivated by Li Bai's looks. Su Qi had anticipated this long ago. In today's society, looks are undoubtedly the most powerful asset. Whether it's Li Shimen or Wu Zetian, both of them almost exclusively rely on their looks to attract so many visitors. Could this place turn into some kind of good-looking idol group in the future? Su Qi chuckled and shook his head. He said no more. At that moment, Lu Bang and Xia Ying were together. Xia Ying followed behind Lu Bang in his carriage. Lu Bang's gaze flickered slightly. His gaze turned to Xia Ying beside him as he spoke. "How has your carriage been performing lately?" "Your Majesty, my carriage performs quite well. At least dozens of people come daily for a drift. It brings in a fair amount of money." "That's good." Lu Bang nodded. "Though the profits from this carriage itself won't go to us, they all go to Mr. Su. As long as Mr. Su is satisfied, we won't lack for anything else in the future." Xia Ying nodded repeatedly. At that moment, a father and son appeared ahead of them. Both were dressed rather elegantly. Upon seeing Lu Bang and Xia Ying at that moment, smiles lit up their eyes. The boy bounded over, skipping and jumping. "That carriage, the one I saw in the video. I want to try drifting too," he exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing his words, his father didn't hesitate to pull out 4 bright red bills. Then placed them on the carriage. "Can we get on now?" Xia Ying glanced at the 4 red bills. His eyes lit up slightly. "Of course you can. Just hop right in. But if you want to experience the drifting, remember to hold on tight to whatever's nearby. Otherwise, you might just get flung right out." The two waved their hands, hesitated not a moment, and climbed aboard. The next moment, Xia Ying began drifting the carriage forward at breakneck speed. Lu Bang shrugged and went off to find his own target. After walking for a short while, he spotted a figure at a glance. And it was none other than Li Shimen. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on patrol? And haven't you been finding chances to hang around the computer these past few days? Why didn't you go today?" Lu Bang asked curiously. After hearing his words, Li Shimen chuckled softly. He pulled something out of his pocket. It was none other than a smartphone. Lu Bang sucked in a sharp breath. He leaned in close, his face brimming with astonishment. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know you'll get fined for taking phones from tourists? If you rack up too many fines, they might just fire you outright," Lu Bang said, his face full of astonishment. After all, Lu Bang was the only person in the entire scenic area who had ever been fined. So he was quite sensitive about it. However, Li Shimen shook his head. "Don't worry, this item wasn't given to me by a tourist. If I must say, I borrowed it. Yesterday I asked a visitor if they could lend me a phone tomorrow, if possible. He brought it over today. Of course, I didn't let him lose out, we took plenty of photos together. You could say it's earned through work. It's not against the rules." Hearing his words, Lu Bang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Who knew you could come up with such a clever idea? Quick, show me what else can this phone do besides taking pictures? I see many tourists playing with this phone. Is there something really fun inside? Li Shishi gladly showed the phone to Lu Bang. Since Li Shishi had only just gotten the phone himself, so he wasn't particularly adept with it yet. But upon seeing just a few basic functions on the phone, both of them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At that moment, they fully understood this thing was undoubtedly a marvel. No, he had to find a way to get one. Lu Bang clenched his fist, his eyes burning as he spoke. Li Shishi glanced at him and sighed, speechless. You're dreaming. How are we supposed to get our hands on this thing now? I checked the price of a regular smartphone. It's ridiculously expensive. With our salaries, it'd take at least 2 or 3 months. Can you really hold off spending 2 or 3 months' pay just to get this one phone? Besides, this thing seems to need internet. Back in our time, it'd be no better than a brick. Yet Lu Bang let out a faint smile. Don't worry. Since this phone won't be useful back home, then we won't bring it back. And since we won't be taking it back, why should we trade our own wages for it? Wait here. I'll go find some tourists. Someone's bound to agree to my terms. With that, he scampered off. 2 hours later, Suchi emerged from the office, intending to check on everyone's work progress. The moment he stepped onto the street, he spotted Lu Bang in the distance. At that moment, Lu Bang wasn't robbing people or acting like a thug. Instead, he was standing nearby, shouting encouragement. Suchi's expression turned puzzled. As he approached, he was startled to see Huang seated atop a carriage. Beside him was a scenic area shuttle vehicle. This scenic area vehicle wasn't an automobile per se, but rather a type of electric cart. Earlier, Suchi had taught Huang how to operate it. He had simply handed him the keys. He never expected to see it out on the street like this. Old Lu, what's going on here? Suchi asked curiously. Upon hearing his words, Lu Bang hurried over, smiling broadly as he spoke. Mr. Su, I haven't broken any rules this time. There's a tourist who said he wants to race Huang. If Huang wins, he's willing to give us 2 phones for free. Upon hearing this, Suchi paused for a moment. Then it dawned on him. Old Lu, so you wanted the phones and just went ahead and tricked the tourist, huh? Seeing Suchi had called him out, Lu Bang chuckled and scratched his head. Then he continued speaking. Mr. Su, I know a modern phone wouldn't work back in ancient times. And since I couldn't bring it back after getting it this way, I just wanted to use it inside the scenic area. Once I connect to whatever network they have in the scenic area, it should work normally, right? Chapter 80, 1 per person. It absolutely won't violate any rules. We're all doing this voluntarily, he said with a grin. After hearing Lu Bang's words, Suchi rolled his eyes. But he didn't say much more. Because Suchi understood. As long as he didn't bring it back, there wouldn't be any trouble. So he kept quiet, merely watching ahead with curiosity. I get the logic, but do you really think Huang could outrun that scenic area shuttle right now? That thing moves like a rocket, he said doubtfully. At that moment, Lu Bang patted his chest and declared. Rest assured, Su Zheng, Huang will definitely win. This is an order from the emperor. Hearing this, Suchi rolled his eyes again. He had thought Lu Bang truly possessed some foolproof strategy. Instead, it turned out to be nothing more than forcing Huang into submission. In the end, Suchi said no more. After all, this was their own affair. Besides, Suchi was now quite curious, could Huang actually outrun that scenic area shuttle? Though not ordinary vehicles, they were still quite fast. At least when he'd driven one before, it seemed much faster than a horse-drawn carriage. Perhaps because Lu Bang had promoted it earlier. Therefore, at this moment, many people had already gathered around. They all pulled out their phones and began filming. They all wanted to see if this carriage could actually outrun the scenic area's special vehicle. Lu Bang even suggested setting up an offline betting pool. It could be quite profitable. However, Suchi flatly refused. What a joke. If he dared to do such a thing, the scenic area would likely be shut down by tomorrow. And he might even end up in a detention cell himself. As for Lu Bang and the others, even if the system requires them to clock in daily at set times, that would have nothing to do with Suchi. Moments later, everything was ready. Huang cracked his whip against the horse's flank first. The carriage surged forward at full speed. At that moment, the nearby scenic area shuttle also began to move. The accelerator was floored. The roar of engines echoed ahead. Both parties launched into a high-speed chase. The stakes were simple. Whoever completed a lap around the scenic area first would be declared the winner. Originally, the carriage had taken the lead. However, as time passed, everyone watched as the scenic area vehicle gradually began to overtake the carriage. Soon, it completely outpaced the carriage, leaving Ying's carriage firmly in the rear. It seemed defeat was inevitable. Suchi spoke slowly. But just then, he noticed a turning point. A sharp turn lay ahead. At this critical moment, Huang showed no hesitation whatsoever. Half the carriage lifted off the ground. Then, with astonishing speed, it completed the turn. Surprisingly, it overtook the scenic area shuttle right at the bend. Victory was assured. Lu Bang pumped his fist, his face aglow with excitement. Su Qi watched the scene unfold and gave a slight nod. He knew too this time, victory was assured. The reason was simple. The scenic area was quite large. But no matter how large, there were still plenty of turns. Xiahou Ying's driving skills were almost beyond belief. Su Qi had studied ancient and modern history. He discovered that no ordinary person could achieve that feat. It was pure talent. And an exceptionally powerful one at that. Therefore, under such circumstances, coupled with the advantage of the turn, Xiahou Ying's victory was a foregone conclusion. As expected. An hour later, as the crowd gazed down the distant road, Xiahou Ying's carriage appeared first. It then raced to the finish line at top speed, securing victory outright. Another 10 minutes passed before the scenic area shuttle finally trundled along. A portly man leaped out, exclaiming in astonishment. Damn impressive. I admit defeat. I'll go buy you phones right now. With that, he turned and left. At that very moment, Lu Bang couldn't help but grin. Now, he finally had his own phone. Mr. Su, this phone isn't exactly against the rules. We're only using it within the scenic area. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Hearing his words, Su Qi also let out a faint smile at that moment. Don't worry, it's fine. After saying this, Su Qi walked away. He had something else to attend to now. That was to provide everyone with a mobile phone. At first, Su Qi thought these people were ancient, and saw no need to provide them with phones. After all, even if they had phones, who could they possibly contact? But judging by the current situation, things weren't so simple. Perhaps it was true at the very beginning. But now, these people definitely want the phones. Otherwise, Lu Bang wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Besides, a phone isn't that expensive. Nowadays, the scenic area can bring in tens of thousands of yuan a day. And it's essentially all Su Qi's net income. Equipping everyone with a phone was certainly no big deal. Half an hour later, Lu Bang and Xiahou Ying each held a new phone in their hands. Both men were beaming with excitement. Lu Bang immediately ran over to Li Shishi and the others. He began showing them off. How about it? Pretty nice phones, huh? Let me tell you, Xiahou Ying got these by racing someone. If you want one, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. Lu Bang grinned as he flaunted it. You see, his phone was different from Li Shimon's. Li Shimon's phone was obtained from tourists. His, however, was won through his own efforts. Though he couldn't take it back either. He could play with it every day when he returned. Xiahou Ying happily trailed behind Lu Bang. Though this was largely thanks to his own reckless driving. He knew that without Lu Bang's plan, he wouldn't have gotten this phone. Therefore, he was quite pleased. Li Bai immediately came over. By now, he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. His face appeared flushed. Yet his eyes held intense curiosity. It really is a cell phone. I've seen them in the hands of tourists before, but I never imagined you guys would have one now. When will we be able to get one ourselves? Wu Zetian and the others stared in astonishment at the phone in Lu Bang's hand. Their eyes brimmed with envy. They saw these things almost every day. Yet who could have imagined that in just a few days, Lu Bang would get his hands on one? Though it seemed usable only within tourist attractions, it still far exceeded their wildest imaginations. It filled them with boundless envy. Just as Lu Bang was about to gloat. In the distance, Su Qi approached carrying a box. Here, today I'm giving everyone a phone. Chapter 81, This is Bad. The moment Su Qi finished speaking, Lu Bang, who had been grinning ear to ear, froze instantly. His mouth twitched as he turned to look at Su Qi in the distance. He couldn't help but blurt out. Mr. Su, what did you say? Phones today? Su Qi gave a slight nod. That's right, we're distributing the phones today. This idea was inspired by old Lu, you know. Everyone, you've been here at the scenic area for so long, you must be quite interested in getting phones. I haven't arranged phones for everyone before, that was my oversight. Today I'll get you all a decent phone. Don't just stand there, take one each. I'll show you how to turn them on and use them in a moment. With that, Su Qi distributed them to everyone. Even Li Shimon's guards each received one. Everyone fiddled with the phones in their hands. All eyes instinctively turned toward Lu Bang. Lu Bang clutched his own phone. His lips twitched slightly. He and Xiahou Ying had already received their phones. Under these circumstances, Su Qi didn't give him any additional phones. This also saved Su Qi the cost of 2 phones. Xiahou Ying followed closely beside Lu Bang. His previously cheerful expression had now turned grim. Without hesitation, Su Qi proceeded to demonstrate how to operate the phones to the group. The others quickly got the hang of it. While they wouldn't master every feature in a short time, they could at least turn on the device and connect to Wi-Fi. Alright, everyone, go home and study how to use them properly. Aim to master them as soon as possible. Once you do, communicating via phone will be much more convenient. After finishing his speech, he waited until everyone had finished lunch. Su Qi immediately assigned them to their tasks. He himself picked up his phone and began filming. Su Qi realized he now had only one primary task. That was filming. As long as the video was well made, nothing else mattered. It might even attract more tourists. After all, the number of online reservations had already reached tens of thousands. That's no small number. If all these people actually show up on time, revenue could even hit the $1 million mark. The thought that he might effortlessly become a millionaire. Su Qi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This was precisely why he was willing to buy phones for Wu Zetian and the others. Because at this point, he truly didn't need the money. After finishing the video shoot, Su Qi edited the footage while wandering through the entire scenic area. The main attraction of the scenic area was actually the ancient city itself. However, behind the ancient city lay a vast expanse of lakes and a mountain range. At this time, the lakes and mountains were not yet open to the public. The reason was simple. They were too vast. Currently, there are insufficient staff resources. This means that if any visitors were to enter the lakes or mountains, there was a high probability they wouldn't be able to get out before the end of the workday. This poses a significant safety risk for everyone. Given the staffing shortage, Su Qi absolutely cannot open these two locations. Who knows when we'll have enough staff to handle it? By then, the entire scenic area might just become a 5-star rated attraction. Su Qi mused to himself. Soon, he had toured the entire scenic area. He arrived at the city gate. There he saw Li Zhuo and Lu Qing clutching their phones, utterly captivated. But now, both of them looked somewhat anxious. "What's wrong with you two?" Su Qi asked curiously. Hearing his words, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing quickly hid their phones behind their backs. Seeing this, Su Qi grew even more puzzled. "What are you two up to? Why are you hiding your phones?" Su Qi asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. He then leaned in, intending to take their phones. At that moment, Li Zhuo spoke up. "Mr. Su, we're sorry we broke our phones." Hearing this, Su Qi looked genuinely surprised. "Broken? I bought these from major brands. They weren't expensive, but they should last a year or two. How could they break so quickly?" Su Qi was utterly bewildered. He was genuinely puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, this thing simply shouldn't have broken. He snatched the phone right out of Li Zhuo's hand. After taking a look, Su Qi was at a loss for words. "You turned it off? Power off? What does that even mean?" Li Zhuo looked utterly confused, looking at the other person's small eyes and utterly bewildered expression. Su Qi opened his mouth, then sighed. He picked up the instruction manual and placed it solemnly before them. "You must read this carefully, word for word." However, after hearing his words, the two across from him exchanged glances. Then, with a thud, they knelt before Su Qi. "Mr. Su, please punish us. What are you two doing?" Su Qi looked utterly bewildered. He had no idea why these two had suddenly dropped to their knees. He hurriedly reached out to help them up. However, the two were quite resistant at that moment. After a moment, he finally managed to pull them both to their feet. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief at that moment, then said somewhat speechless. "What the hell is going on with you two?" Li Zhuo and Lu Qing exchanged glances, sighed, and replied. "Mr. Su, we're both illiterate." Hearing this, Su Qi froze for a moment. Only then did he realize he'd overlooked a crucial point. Li Shimen, Lu Bang, Wu Zetian, they certainly knew how to read. But their status in ancient times was already quite high. In fact, all three essentially held imperial titles. Though two were future emperors, they were still emperors nonetheless. In contrast, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing were virtually unknown figures in history. So it was perfectly normal for them not to be literate. Forget it. I'll give you 2 pinyin spellings. Start learning from scratch." Su Qi sighed helplessly as he finished assigning the pinyin to them both. He urged them to study diligently. Only then did he leave. He made his way over to Li Shimen's side. He wanted to ask if any of Li Shimen's guards were illiterate. It turned out Li Shimen had already taught them all. This spared Su Qi some worry. The day passed quickly. By evening, everyone gathered together. Wu Zetian looked at Su Qi and smiled. "Mr. Su, it's time to wrap up for the day." Su Qi smiled and nodded in response. Then, in the next instant, accompanied by flashes of white light, the people before them slowly began to vanish. Finally, the entire scenic area became utterly desolate. Yet, at that very moment, Su Qi noticed that beneath the white light, one by one, mobile phones were left behind. Then they all crashed to the ground simultaneously. Chapter 82. Father, I have an idea. Han Dynasty. After Lu Bang and Xia Hoying returned, both men instinctively looked down at their hands. Just moments ago, they had been holding a mobile phone. Yet now, that spot was empty. So it really couldn't be brought back after all? Lu Bang sighed. He had thought he could bring that phone back. Though he had come to this era, without internet on the phone, many things were impossible. But in just one day, he had already learned how to download movies onto his phone. He specifically downloaded several movies related to himself. There was also a TV series called The Legend of Chu and Han. He planned to savor them thoroughly. But who could have imagined that upon his return, they would be gone? Shaking his head, Lu Bang said nothing more, his gaze drifting toward Xiahou Ying in the distance. Didn't you bring your phone back either? Hearing this, Xiahou Ying nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, I did not bring it back. Lu Bang raised his eyebrows slightly. Truth be told, his phone was different from everyone else's. Both his and Xiahou Ying's phones were won from tourists. The others' phones, however, had been given to them by Su Qi. He couldn't help but wonder if everyone else could take their phones back home except for the two of them? Even the phone Li Shishi had been using earlier was merely borrowed from a tourist. Upon learning Su Qi was distributing phones, he immediately secured one for himself and returned the borrowed device. The thought that such a scenario might unfold. Lu Bang felt utterly helpless at that moment. Your Majesty, is something troubling you? Seeing Lu Bang's expression, Xiao Yi spoke up directly. After hearing his words, Lu Bang glanced at him and shook his head. Nothing. Take as many loaves of bread as you need today. Lu Bang tossed several loaves their way. Xiao He and Han Xian thanked him repeatedly. Even Xiahou Ying accepted a few loaves at this moment. After everyone had left, Lu Bang shouldered a large sack of 8 treasure porridge, heading straight for the Empress's quarters. He intended to treat his Empress to more delicacies. Having spent so long in the future, he now understood why ancient people had such short lifespans. The primary reason was food quality. Medical care was another issue. He couldn't solve the medical issues yet. Therefore, Lu Bang had resolved to tackle the food issue first. The amount of food Lu Bang could bring back each day was truly substantial. At the very least, 2 large sacks. While this amount is insufficient for a large crowd, but for just himself and the Empress to consume, it was more than enough for a day's meals. The Empress no longer touches the palace cuisine. Each day, she awaited Lu Bang's deliveries of bread, milk, and assorted snacks like 8 treasure porridge. Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan watched Li Shishi return. But he noticed Li Shishi didn't respond to him right away. Instead, the other man instinctively glanced down at his hands. After seeing there was nothing there, Li Shishi sighed. I couldn't bring it back after all, he murmured. But I'll be able to get my phone again tomorrow. He spoke slowly. Shaking his head, his gaze turned to Li Yuan across from him. Father. Li Yuan gave a slight nod and spoke directly. Any interesting news today? Li Shishi pondered for a moment before recounting the story of Li Bai. Oh, a sword immortal and a poetic immortal from our Tang dynasty, but one who exists in the future? This could serve as a family directive. Once he enters the world, we should seek him out. Perhaps we can directly incorporate him into the imperial court. Li Yuan chuckled as he spoke. The prospect of summoning his future subjects clearly brought him some delight. Once Zheng He and the others had all departed, Li Shishi approached Li Yuan's side. He spoke directly. Father, I have an idea. I've acquired some knowledge and I believe we could use it to create something extraordinary. This knowledge comes from a later era, it's called firearms. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan across from him looked astonished. What is this? Li Shishi then briefly explained the principles and effects of firearms. After listening, Li Yuan frowned slightly. Initially, he had indeed harbored some skepticism. But now, seeing Li Shishi explain it so coherently and with virtually no flaws, he realized that such formidable weapons truly existed in the future. Li Shishi did not reveal the existence of the atomic bomb. He understood that replicating something like a nuclear bomb was virtually impossible in his lifetime. Even after decades, perhaps a century, success was far from guaranteed. Therefore, he could only proceed with gradual research. Very well, I grant you 1,000 craftsmen. My son, impart this knowledge to them and have them forge it through the night. Strive to produce these so-called firearms in the shortest time possible. Once we can mass-produce these things, the surrounding nations will no longer be a match for us. Li Yuan said with a smile. He knew he would inevitably pass the throne to Li Shishi in the future. But before that happened, he still wished to accumulate more political achievements. That way, when future generations wrote their histories, his name would be etched in bold, vivid strokes. At this thought, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with even greater joy. Li Shishi, too, breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared Li Yuan might be reluctant. Now that the other party had agreed, everything would fall into place. He could now openly cultivate his own faction. Li Shishi slowly raised his head to meet Li Yuan's gaze, a smile curling his lips. On the surface, he would naturally follow Li Yuan's lead. But Li Shishi knew that if he wanted the knowledge he had acquired to truly spread throughout the Tang dynasty, and to make the entire Tang dynasty even more glorious, then he must ascend to the throne. According to the historical records, he would have to wait at least several more years. But Li Shishi could no longer afford to wait. Once firearms were developed, he would personally train an army. That moment would mark the premature arrival of the Xuanwu Gate incident. It would also be the day Li Shimen ascends the throne. Beside them, Chang Yaojin kept his head bowed, listening to their conversation without understanding a single word. Yet he could sense that both Li Shimen and Li Yuan were delighted. And that knowledge brought a smile to his own face. In his view, as long as both the current emperor and the future emperor were pleased, then as a subject, he would naturally reap some benefits. That night, Li Shimen did not sleep at all. Instead, he spent the entire night explaining matters to Li Yuan, and the two conversed through the night. Li Shimen intended to persuade Li Yuan to significantly increase his investment. He demanded not merely 1,000 craftsmen, but 10,000 soldiers. Beside them, Chang Yaojin dared not sleep either, listening in a daze. Chapter 83, Exchanging Children for Food. Wu Zetian returned to her own chamber. Her left hand still clutched at thin air. Just moments ago, a mobile phone had been there. Gone? Looks like I'll have to continue studying after returning tomorrow. Wu Zetian shook her head. Since even the 2 books Su Qi had given her weren't ones she'd bought herself, there was no way to bring them back. She could only read them within the scenic area. She had originally planned to download some materials onto her phone to read later. But now it seemed she couldn't continue her studies. Thus, she simply went back to sleep. Qin state. Bai Qi looked at Li Zhua and Lu Qing before him. He spoke directly. You mean to say that each of you has been issued a mobile phone now? Why haven't you returned them? He asked curiously. Upon hearing his words, Li Zhua quickly interjected. Because the phones were purchased for us with Mr. Su's own money. So we can't bring them back. We can only use it once we return to the scenic area. Moreover, while the devices at the phone store have many features, they all require an internet connection. This means that even if we somehow brought the phones back, they'd just be glowing bricks. After hearing the other party's explanation, Bai Qi's brow twitched slightly at that moment. He said nothing more. He merely sighed softly. Clearly, even if the phone turned out to be nothing more than a brick, he still wanted to see it for himself. After all, he'd never seen one before. He cleared his throat slightly and addressed Li Zhua and Lu Qing before him. You two may retire now. We'll take our leave. The 2 men immediately returned to their quarters to sleep. Meanwhile, Bai Qi frowned, deep in thought. Then he picked up a small dumbbell from beside him and began exercising relentlessly. I wonder when I'll be summoned there too. The 3 kingdoms period. A man, utterly weakened, stood on the ground. He shielded his daughter and wife behind him. He lifted his head, glaring intently at the figure across from him. Lu Feng, I said, hand over your daughter. Don't worry, we're all starving now. We're not in the mood to do anything to her. We just want to eat her. If you let us eat your daughter, she could feed at least 5 or 6 of us. A man holding a short knife across from him said coldly. His body was also incredibly weak. Yet his gaze passed right through Lu Feng, fixing on the little girl behind him, barely a teenager. Bull. As long as I'm here, I won't let you lay a finger on my daughter. Lu Feng snarled fiercely. A sickle gripped his hand, yet his body was undeniably frail. He understood that once he died, his daughter and wife would become food for the inhumane creatures across from him. Big brother, why waste words with this fool? There's only one man among them. Let's swarm him, chop him into 8 pieces, eat him first, then have our fun with his daughter and wife. When we run out of food later, we'll eat them too. At least let the brothers have their fun. Bro, just take this guy out. What's there to fear? Hearing the group's words, the man called Big Brother now stared coldly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, did you hear that? If you don't give in now, it won't just be your daughter who dies. Lu Feng glared intently at the crowd before him. I won't back down. He roared and charged straight at them. In the next instant, Lu Feng was locked in combat with 3 men. They swung their sickles and machetes. Not a moment's hesitation. Their speed wasn't particularly fast. After all, they had all been starving for a long time. He had no idea how much time had passed. When Lu Feng opened his eyes again, a corpse lay on the ground. As for the other 2, they had long since fled, wounded. Husband, are you all right? The woman beside him immediately rushed over and threw herself onto Lu Feng's body. At that moment, Lu Feng lowered his head and saw a long gash across his abdomen. Am I dying? He murmured, then his gaze fell upon his wife and daughter beside him. You too. I've brought this upon you. Lu Feng felt a mix of grief and anger. Then he continued speaking. After I'm gone, you two should find a place to hang yourselves. No, I'll protect you, but you'll suffer inhuman torment. After hearing his words, his daughter, not yet 10 years old, threw herself onto him, sobbing uncontrollably. Even his wife could not hold back her tears at that moment. In these chaotic times, a widow and orphan without a male heir would never meet a good end. Yet, at that very moment, a system prompt suddenly echoed in the minds of all 3. This startled them for a moment. After receiving all the information, their eyes all held profound astonishment. How could this be? The future? A scenic area? Could it be that we've been saved by the gods? Inside the scenic area. At this moment, Su Qi had finished editing the video. He casually uploaded it. Then, a system notification echoed in his mind. It was time to summon new people again. He wondered who might be summoned this time. Su Qi chuckled to himself. The entire scenic area was now running smoothly. Next, all that was needed was to steadily increase revenue and continue summoning. Then the numbers will keep growing. Before long, the entire scenic area would be fully operational. At that point, daily earnings of 10,000 or even a million are entirely possible. I hope we can summon some decent people this time. It would be great if they were historical figures. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke. The next moment, the system completed the summoning. Su Qi hurriedly opened the employee roster. However, after glancing through it for a moment, a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. This time, he hadn't summoned any historical figures. Instead, it had summoned 3 ordinary individuals from the Three Kingdoms period. And their salaries were no different from anyone else's. Oh well, getting 3 people was already pretty good. At least it's better than none. Su Qi quickly consoled himself. Then he lay down on the bed to sleep. He looked forward to the arrival of the 3 new employees tomorrow. With 3 new employees, at least some of the scenic area's tasks would have people to handle them. In fact, with the increase in visitor traffic, Su Qi had been struggling lately. The biggest issue was the public restroom area. Su Qi had to hire outside cleaning staff almost every day just to keep it clean. After all, he couldn't very well have the guards or Li Shishi cleaning public restrooms. Chapter 84, The Injured Employee. Dawn. A cool breeze swept through the ancient city. And at that very moment, a flash of white light. Li Shishi and his men arrived one after another. They stretched lazily, just about to begin their work. At that very moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the distance. One was tall yet frail, another short and equally thin, and the third was clearly just a child. Are these new recruits? Lu Bang asked curiously. His gaze followed them. He was startled to discover something was amiss. The man across from them lay motionless on the ground. Beside him, 2 women, one tall, one short, stood with tear-filled eyes. He was injured. Li Shishi immediately darted over. He examined the wounded man closely. He turned his gaze toward Zheng He in the distance. Come over and tend to him. Zheng He nodded repeatedly and came over to tend to the man's wounds. As guards, Zheng He and his comrades sometimes sustained injuries themselves. Therefore, in such situations, they were capable of treating wounds. They just weren't as skilled as professional doctors. Moments later, Zheng He had finished treating Lu Feng's wound. But Lu Feng still lay on the ground, breathing heavily with weak gasps. Where are you from? Li Shishi turned to the woman beside him and asked. The woman appeared frightened at that moment. She had no intention of speaking. Seeing this, Li Shishi sighed. They planned to treat this person first before proceeding. After all, both the woman and the child were clearly traumatized. Even her responses were halting. Wu Zetian and Li Shishi also drew closer. The 2 carefully observed the man, then fetched some water and gently fed it into his mouth. Just then, Su Qi slowly approached from a distance. What are you doing? Su Qi asked curiously. Seeing Su Qi approach, Wu Zetian hurried over. She spoke with a hint of concern. Mr. Su, 3 people just arrived today, but one of them is injured. Injured? Su Qi was taken aback for a moment. All 3 who arrived today were obscure figures in history. But that didn't mean Su Qi would underestimate them. After all, famous people do famous things. The nameless have their place too. He hurried over. His gaze immediately fell upon the man lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. What happened to him? Su Qi spoke up. Li Shishi replied. He appears to have suffered a knife wound. There's a large gash in his abdomen. Though we've temporarily staunched the bleeding, his wound shows signs of infection. He may not pull through. Hearing this, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly. He lowered his head and carefully examined the man's injuries. Then he spoke directly. Surely someone among you knows some medicine? This time, however, Zheng He and the others did not step forward. They only knew basic first aid, hardly what you'd call medical skill. At that moment, Wu Zetian stepped forward from the side. I can. I've studied a little. Then you treat him. I'll go buy some supplies. Oldly, you take 2 people to assist here. The rest of you return to your posts and get back to work. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, everyone nodded and left to return to their posts. Only Wu Zetian, Li Shishi, and Zheng He remained. Su Qi drove straight out of the scenic area. He drove to the nearest town. He found a pharmacy. He bought a large quantity of medicines based on online instructions for treating knife wounds. Then he quickly drove back. Upon returning to the scenic area, Su Qi was startled to see the man lying on the ground. His wounds had been treated again. Though he still appeared barely clinging to life, he was clearly in better condition than before. These are for eating, and this is for applying medicine. Su Qi took out the medicines one by one, explaining each item. Wu Zetian then personally fed the medicine to the man's mouth before applying ointment to his knife wounds. After completing all this, the man lay on the ground, breathing heavily. It should be fine. These medicines are quite effective. At the very least, he should regain consciousness before returning today. Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qi wasn't certain. If the man died in ancient times, would it be a permanent death or could he be resurrected? Or whether the system would summon a new person to replace him. If neither were possible, that would be utterly unacceptable to Su Qi. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze shifted to the woman beside him and the child. How are you two doing now? Both of them opened their mouths, but it was the child who spoke softly. Brother, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Su Qi froze, then noticed how emaciated the two before him appeared. He immediately sent Zheng to the supermarket to fetch some bread and water. Take it slow. You're both very hungry, so don't eat too much at once. Don't worry, we have plenty of food here. Eat slowly first to get your stomachs used to it, then you can eat heartily. Li Shishi explained. He tore open the bread and handed it to the two people in front of him. The mother and daughter across from him accepted the soft bread. Their eyes were slightly vacant at that moment. For so long, they had never tasted such sweet, fragrant bread. Both of them immediately burst into tears. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you all. They spoke while taking small bites of the bread. Clearly, though they were starving to the point of exhaustion, they hadn't lost their senses. They ate in small bites. Seeing this, Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Su, I wonder which dynasty these three come from. At that moment, Li Shishi leaned in from the side, his voice tinged with curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi replied directly. They come from the Three Kingdoms period. That era was marked by relentless warfare and utter chaos. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so emaciated and starved to this extent. Upon hearing Su Qi's explanation, Li Shishi nodded in agreement. As the future emperor, he naturally possessed some knowledge of history. He knew that while the Three Kingdoms period had produced many heroes and featured three rival states, for the common people of that era, it was undoubtedly a turbulent society. At any moment, an army could sweep through, leaving them with no guarantees for what they possessed. Even their lives could vanish in an instant. His gaze drifted to the man lying in the distance, and the mother and daughter beside him. Then he spoke up. Mr. Su is truly a good man. Recruiting them as employees has given them a glimmer of hope. Chapter 85, The Embryo of the Tang Dynasty Industrial Revolution. Hearing these words, Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. Because that was the truth. If not for him. If he hadn't summoned them here. To put it bluntly, that man probably wouldn't have made it through the night. And once he was gone, in a society torn by turmoil, the frail mother and daughter would undoubtedly become someone else's dependents, or worse, food themselves. Exchanging children for food, two-legged sheep, such things were entirely possible in times of chaos, when hunger drove people to extremes. After the mother and daughter across from them finished their meal, they stood there blankly, saying nothing more, doing nothing more. They looked utterly pitiful. Su Qi sighed and spoke directly. I've summoned you all here, and I trust you understand you're here to work. Of course, I won't force you to work. As for your sustenance, I can ensure it's provided. Are you willing to work for me? Su Qi spoke up. The mother and daughter across from him exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. They were no longer as frightened as before. They knew the man before them, Su Qi, was no villain. Not only had he helped save the man, but he had also provided them with such delicious food and water. They were naturally willing to work. Good. Now, do any of you have any unique talents? Su Qi asked. However, after hearing his words, the mother and daughter across from him froze for a moment before shaking their heads. Seeing this, Su Qi sighed. Then he stated directly. If that's the case, then the work you do isn't exactly clean. Do you mind? Su Qi was, of course, referring to the public restrooms in the scenic area. Cleaning toilets is usually work for the elderly. But the three people across from him clearly weren't. One of them was even a little girl under 10 years old. Asking them to do such work would at least require their consent. At that moment, the two across from them exchanged glances. The mother spoke up. We're willing. Just let us work here. Just give us a meal. We'll do whatever you ask. Seeing them so utterly submissive, Su Qi sighed. In times of war, human life truly holds no value. I understand. Then you two come with me first. Zheng, you stay behind and watch over this man. When he wakes up, use his phone to notify me. Su Qi waved the phone in his hand. Meanwhile, Zheng nodded repeatedly. When they first arrived, they had indeed seen those three figures gather around. But during the treatment process, they had retrieved their own phones. Su Qi even used special channels to set up communication methods for each of them. He then created a large group chat. It was called the Scenic Area Staff Work Group. This would also make it easier for everyone to stay in touch. You two, come with me. Su Qi said, leading the mother and daughter away from the scene. The two followed behind Su Qi, looking rather timid and hesitant. Su Qi walked ahead while they trailed slowly behind. Every time they caught sight of the scenery beside them, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. This place is simply a fairyland. The mother couldn't help but exclaim. Su Qi shook his head, saying nothing more. Soon, he led the two of them to a public restroom. Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before stating plainly. This is where you go to the bathroom or relieve yourselves. Remember to take the mop and broom inside to clean. You only need to clean twice a day, once before lunch and once before closing at night. Other than that, you can roam around the scenic area during your free time, checking for dirty spots on the ground or any special areas. If you spot any, clean them up as well. Yes, the guards will assist with cleaning too, but their primary role is patrol security. It's different from yours. This is your primary responsibility. If you don't perform well or frequently slack off, causing the scenic area to remain uncleaned, your wages will be docked. If your wages are deducted for 2 consecutive months, you will be dismissed immediately and sent back to your original era. After hearing Su Qi's explanation, the mother and daughter across from him nodded repeatedly. Even the little child stood beside his mother, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Clearly, they all understood that in their current state, if they were to return to ancient times without the assistance of the scenic area, then death would be their only fate. Alright, go inside first and try using the mop and broom. Then I'll take you to see the other restrooms in the scenic area. Make sure to memorize the locations, don't miss a single one. After hearing Su Qi's instructions, the two people across from him nodded repeatedly. 1 hour later. Su Qi stretched his shoulders. There were 4 restrooms throughout the entire scenic area. After confirming the two in front of him had memorized everything, Su Qi paid them no further attention. Instead, he turned and headed back to where they had first appeared. Upon his return, he suddenly noticed Zheng. He was still standing guard there. At that moment, Lu Feng still hadn't regained consciousness. Mr. Su, he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Zheng Yi spoke up as soon as he saw Su Qi approaching. Su Qi gave a slight nod. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Feng, lying directly before him, slowly opened his eyes. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Especially after not seeing his wife and daughter. He couldn't help but try to sit up. Zheng Yi hurried over and explained the current situation to Lu Feng. After listening, Lu Feng paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. His gaze then fell upon Su Qi. He quickly spoke up. You must be Mr. Su. Thank you for saving us. Su Qi waved his hand. Your wife and child have already gone to work. You should rest here first. When they come back, they can explain the work procedures to you. After saying this, Su Qi didn't hesitate and left immediately. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Wu Zetian and Li Shimin in the distance. Who would have thought that these two, who hadn't been particularly friendly at first, had actually come together? At that moment, they were sharing and discussing a learning app they'd downloaded onto their phones. Seeing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. He understood that these two were determined to take on modern industry. But he also wondered if Li Shimin and Wu Zetian were to master these skills completely. Could they spark an industrial revolution in the Qin Dynasty? Chapter 86, Promotion and Pay Raise. Mr. Su, everything on their end has been taken care of. Li Shimin approached at that moment, smiling as he spoke. His gaze lingered on Su Qi, as if deep in thought. What's with that look? Su Qi said with a puzzled look on his face. After hearing his words, Li Shimin smiled and said, Mr. Su, you see how the tourist area is getting busier and busier. Shouldn't we promote someone to manage them? His eyes sparkled with amusement as he asked curiously. However, after hearing his words, Su Qi entered a contemplative state. In reality, he was silently querying the system. After a moment of inquiry, Su Qi's eyes widened in surprise. This time, he had not only secured a promotion slot but also obtained 4 positions. Of course, all 4 of these positions were for city guards. After all, it had always been just Li Zhua and Lu Qing guarding such a large ancient city. That was clearly unreasonable. Su Qi nodded. Indeed, that was true. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin immediately chuckled. So, Mr. Su, what do you think of me? Should I get a promotion? I'm exceptionally skilled at managing people. I could handle any task you throw my way. He spoke with a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. However, upon hearing his words, Su Qi suddenly smiled. Let's wait until lunchtime. We'll discuss it over lunch. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin nodded repeatedly. He felt that among all the people present, only his own forces were the most numerous. But there were at least 20 of them. Even if others held some prestige, it was within their own dynasties, not within this scenic area. When the time came to choose, who else could they possibly pick but him? Li Shimin skipped away from the scene, his face beaming with joy. He had just stepped outside when he encountered Lu Bang. Lu Bang looked at him curiously. Old Li, what's gotten into you? Why are you so cheerful? Could it be that Su let you take your phone back? Hearing these words. At that moment, Li Shimin chuckled and said, Old Lu, you'll find out at lunch. After saying that, he walked away cheerfully once more. Watching this scene, Lu Bang scratched his head. As for the titles they used to address each other, the matter had long been settled among the group. After all, in their respective dynasties, one was an emperor, another the second prince, and yet another the future emperor. No matter how you looked at it, their status and standing were quite comparable. It wouldn't make sense for both to address each other as emperor. So they just used casual terms. Shaking his head, Lu Bang wasted no time and walked straight over to Su Qi. He leaned in close and spoke with a smile. "Mr. Su, I noticed Li Shimin seemed quite cheerful. Could it be you really gave him a promotion and raise?" This was the pie Su Qi had previously promised them. Of course, it was always just a pie in the sky. At least up until now, not a single person had received a promotion or raise. Yet, after hearing his words, a faint smile touched the corner of Su Qi's lips. "Not yet. So it's just for now." "Wait a minute, not yet?" Lu Bang savored those two words, his face lighting up with excitement. "Mr. Su, are you saying we'll get promotions and raises soon?" Su Qi gave a slight nod. "That's correct. At lunchtime, I'll discuss with everyone about selecting a manager from among us." After hearing this, Lu Bang's face also lit up with excitement. "Mr. Su, I'll go prepare myself." With that, Lu Bang immediately left the room. Watching his departing figure, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected the other party to be so eager before he'd even finished speaking. Shaking his head, he said no more. Instead, he turned and walked away. Soon, word spread throughout the group that someone would be selected for promotion. Wu Zetian, Li Shimin, and Lu Bang all wore expressions of mixed feelings. Compared to the others, among them was the current founding emperor and two future emperors. None would yield to the other? Each believed the promotion and salary increase might fall to one of them. As for Li Bai and the others, they watched with smiles on their faces. They didn't believe this position could fall to them. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, their status in ancient times wasn't particularly high. Secondly, they hadn't been in the scenic area for very long. Naturally, they didn't think such a good thing would come their way. Li Bai shook his head with a smile. "It's just a promotion and raise, why all the fuss? And he's the emperor?" He chuckled to himself, then turned and headed straight for the pavilion at the scenic spot. He began his solitary drinking, drunk before dawn, reciting poetry and dancing with his sword. Those around him watched in utter amazement. Time ticked by, second by second. Before long, it was noon. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. Even the three newcomers, Lu Feng and his companions, had arrived. But all three of them were filled with curiosity. Their eyes held a hint of anticipation. Their eyes were fixed solely on the food laid out on the tables before them. Wu Zetian and the others had been eating these dishes for quite some time. For them, these dishes held far less allure. Of course, it was still essential every day. But for the three who had just arrived today, these dishes were utterly delicious. The mere scent alone seemed to elevate their very souls. But since Su Qi and the others hadn't touched their chopsticks, Lu Feng and his companions naturally held back as well. Su Qi cleared his throat twice before addressing the group directly. "I've been thinking," he said. "With so many people now, we really do need someone to take over managing things for me. And I intend to select someone from among you to take on that role. I wonder if anyone here has such aspirations." No sooner had he finished speaking, Wu Zetian, Li Shimin, and Lu Bang immediately raised their hands. Their faces radiated excitement. As for the others, they tacitly refrained from raising their hands. Clearly, they didn't think the position would go to them. Su Qi had anticipated this reaction. Although he had stated that upon arriving at this scenic area, everyone was now colleagues, and ancient titles held no weight here. But that was merely lip service. For these individuals hailing from feudal dynasties, the rules ingrained in their minds still held sway. Lu Bang was the first to speak up. "Mr. Su, choose me. I'm the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. No one else is worthy of this role." Chapter 87. Any other perks? Before Su Qi could respond, Li Shimin, standing nearby, immediately interjected. "Though I haven't ascended the throne yet, I will become Emperor Taizong of Tang, even known as the Heavenly Khan. Under my stewardship, we'll undoubtedly elevate this entire scenic area to new heights." Wu Zetian chimed in repeatedly. "I too will become history's first female emperor. Someone like me would naturally be better suited to assist Mr. Su." He heard them arguing incessantly over there. Su Qi listened until his head ached. He massaged his temples, then cleared his throat softly before speaking. All right. I already have a candidate in mind." At his words, all eyes turned toward him. Their eyes were filled with a hint of anticipation. Even Li Shishi and the others wore expressions of pure curiosity. Though they no longer contended for the position, they too wanted to know who would become the first to be promoted. Under the expectant gazes of Wu Zetian, Lu Bang, and Li Shimin, Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before continuing. "This position isn't as great as you might imagine. It doesn't truly mean you'll replace me in managing everyone. It's more about conveying my intentions and serving as a coordinator. After all, sometimes my own communication isn't timely enough, and having you all relay messages yourselves is clearly more efficient." Additionally, the role involves welcoming new visitors on my behalf and assisting with filming and editing videos after I've provided guidance. Essentially, you'll handle all these tasks, so this role is quite demanding. Su Qi said this hoping Wu Zetian and the others would step down one or two. That way, he wouldn't have to elaborate further. Yet after hearing his words, the three across from him nodded repeatedly, showing no intention of stepping down. Witnessing this, Su Qi sighed helplessly before speaking directly. Now I shall reveal the final candidate. The person I've chosen is old Li Shimen. As his words fell, Wu Zetian and Lu Bang's eyes instantly dimmed. Their gazes held a look of resignation. Even the gaze they cast upon Li Shimen carried a hint of resentment. Yet, as Li Shimen stepped forward at that moment, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Ha, it was me after all. Mr. Su, rest assured. I will work diligently from now on and elevate the entire scenic area to a higher level. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi gave a slight nod. The reason Su Qi chose Li Shimen was quite straightforward. This position required the candidate to abandon their previous work to a certain extent. Under these circumstances, Lu Bang was the first to be ruled out. After all, Lu Bang was the only rogue in the entire scenic area. He was the one who interacted most frequently with all the tourists. If he were promoted, who would then fill the role of the rogue? Not to mention, this would also deprive Lu Bang of his daily opportunity and privilege to bring back items. Overall, selecting Lu Bang could boost his confidence, and he might even perform his duties quite well. But it was clearly not ideal. As for Wu Zetian, this was entirely because Su Qi feared Li Shimen might pay lip service while harboring ulterior motives. After all, he was well aware of the lingering friction between Wu Zetian and Li Shimen, though their recent joint research on nuclear weapons and firearms, making them appear relatively harmonious. Su Qi remained apprehensive. Li Shimen alone was an entirely different matter. Li Shimen's job was essentially security. His daily routine consisted solely of patrolling the entire scenic area with his guards. Their duties were clearly integrated. That is to say, even if a few of them didn't show up for work, as long as the others could complete the tasks, they wouldn't have to pay fines. This was precisely why Su Qi could spare 2 guards to help him prepare lunch. Li Shimen himself often took on other tasks. Of course, he always ensured patrols were properly covered, and even helped with cleaning duties. Since the system hadn't intervened, Su Qi naturally saw no issue. Promoting Li Shimen was undoubtedly the optimal choice. First, it allowed Li Shimen to assist him more effectively. Second, he commanded 20 guards. Those 20 guards were already loyal to him. If any newcomers showed signs of insubordination, having Li Shimen engage in workplace bullying would be quite effective. At that moment, Lu Bang suddenly spoke up. Mr. Su, what exactly are the perks of this position? Could it really just be a promotion? He inquired curiously. After hearing his words, Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before continuing. Absolutely not. This position comes with significant perks. For instance, the salary increase. The moment those words fell, the crowd across from him erupted. A raise? It actually could increase. I thought our pay would forever stay at 280. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Even Li Zhuo and Lu Qin, who hadn't competed for the position earlier, lit up. After all, they could only get 280s. This left Bai Qi's side feeling perpetually shortchanged, despite receiving some supplies. Especially after Li Shimen, the future emperor, arrived. He brought 20 guards with him, while he himself could only afford the monthly wages of 31 people. To them, that was an enormous sum. Under these circumstances, they inevitably felt a profound sense of helplessness. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimen's face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected it to actually mean a promotion and pay raise. He quickly spoke up. Mr. Su, I wonder how much the raise will be this time. Su Qi glanced at him and replied directly. Not much, half. 50%. That means my salary is now 420. Li Shimen clenched his fist, his face radiating unspoken excitement. He was extremely excited. Now, he alone could take on 1.5 of the others. Lu Bang and the others wore expressions of utter helplessness. Especially Lu Bang and Wu Zetian. They had both coveted this position themselves, only to be passed over in the end. It's just a bit more money. I rob more than you every single day. Lu Bang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. After hearing his words, Li Shimen simply smiled at him without responding. Clearly, he knew Lu Bang was jealous of him. At that moment, Li Shimen continued to ask. So, Mr. Su, are there any other perks? Chapter 88, Dormitories are the best. Hearing this inquiry, everyone's gaze immediately turned back to him. They too wanted to know if there were any other perks under these circumstances. However, seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before mentally querying the system. After asking, Su Qi was taken aback himself, for he hadn't expected there to actually be additional perks. He spoke directly. There certainly is. What is it? Li Shimen grew even more excited. After all, this directly concerned his own benefits. Su Qi glanced at him before continuing. The right to live in the dormitory. Dormitory? Li Shimin froze for a moment. He looked at Su Qi with a puzzled expression. What did he mean by dormitory? What exactly is a dormitory? His question undoubtedly echoed the confusion of everyone present. Without hesitation, Su Qi spoke up. The so-called dormitory means that after work, you won't have to return to your own dynasty at night. Instead, you'll stay in the scenic area's dormitory. This is one of the perks that comes with your promotion. Of course, while staying in the scenic area dormitory, you'll also be required to monitor the surveillance cameras. If any issues arise in the scenic area, such as theft, you'll need to assist in apprehending the culprits. Su Qi explained slowly. In his view, this so-called dormitory arrangement was more like hiring someone for night shifts for free. However, he understood that the privilege of dormitory accommodation was undoubtedly a significant perk for the people before him. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Li Shimin's eyes lit up. His eyes lit up with an intense brilliance. His gaze now sparkled with heightened excitement. Living in the dormitory? Actually living in the dormitory? That meant he wouldn't have to leave this place at night. I could stay right here in the scenic area. Then at night, I could play with my phone, and I could study all night long. He exclaimed with renewed vigor. The light in his eyes grew even brighter. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Li Shimin repeated the words repeatedly. Then he turned to look at everyone behind him. At that moment, every face in the room bore a hint of twisted envy. Especially Lu Bang. He slowly clenched his fists. How could this be? A promotion and raise were bad enough, but now he actually gets to live in the dormitory? Never having to go back? That was just outrageous. His face was utterly speechless. After all, this meant Li Shimin would always work one extra day compared to them. And he could stay here late at night to do other things. This was completely beyond their imagination. Especially now that everyone had cell phones, it meant Li Shimin could spend every single hour of every day glued to his phone. This only fueled his envy even more. Lu Bang pondered for a moment, then leaned right up to Su Qi's face, staring intently. Mr. Su, a promotion and raise are one thing, but having him live in the dormitory? That's just too much. Should we just spread the word? Let everyone stay in the dormitory here together. Besides, you know how things are. Those three newcomers are in a state of panic. If they go back home, who knows when they might really get into serious trouble. Then they won't be able to come to work. Why not just let everyone stay in the dormitory? That way we can better ensure our safety too. He pleaded earnestly. Upon hearing his words, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward him. They too stared expectantly. Clearly, they shared his hope. Even Li Shimin remained silent at that moment. For he knew that if everyone could stay in the dormitory here, that would naturally be the best outcome. After observing the crowd's expressions, Su Qi consulted the system. For now, it was still impossible. Hearing this, everyone sighed in unison. Their eyes held a hint of resignation. At that moment, Su Qi turned to Lu Bang beside him. He couldn't help but speak up. Old Lu, aren't you the Emperor of Han? Don't you still have to attend morning court every day? And you must attend to the affairs of the Han Dynasty daily. If you stay here with me day after day, what will become of the Han Dynasty? You can't let your work here make you forget about the entire Han Dynasty. Though your dynasty and mine probably aren't on the same historical timeline. But if that really happens and it causes problems in the end, I'll feel bad too. After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang scratched his head across the table. Clearly, he had gotten a bit too excited just now. So much so that he'd momentarily forgotten these matters. Therefore, he offered a faint smile and said no more. All right, everyone, let's eat first. After we finish, we'll head to work. As he spoke, Su Qi's gaze fell upon the three newcomers. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Li Shimin beside him. Old Li, this afternoon, have two soldiers teach them some combat techniques. The era they're from is still quite chaotic, and they have to return every day. If they encounter any danger after returning, it could spell trouble. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimin across from him nodded repeatedly. He patted his chest reassuringly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. Leave this matter to me. Since I'm now their supervisor, your representative. I will certainly protect everyone. Absolutely no one will face any trouble. He stood there looking bold and confident. Seeing this, Lu Bang beside him was seething with frustration. Although, as Su Qi said, he still had to return to the dormitory every day, it was useless. But that didn't mean he didn't want it. Even if he truly was useless, he still wanted that position. He could do without it himself, but seeing his brother get it would only make him more jealous. That's good. Su Qi nodded with a smile, saying no more. Soon, everyone finished their meal and returned to their respective posts. Li Shimin specifically dispatched Zheng He and another guard to instruct Lu Feng and his two companions. This was to prevent them from getting into trouble immediately upon returning. Time ticked by, and evening soon arrived. The stage performances commenced once more. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Li Shimin's Tang Dynasty boy band, Li Zhua and Lu Qing's WWE act. Along with other acts, all commenced one after another at that very moment. As Li Bai's sword dance concluded, today's performances concluded completely. The crowd erupted in cheers. Su Qi turned off the video camera at that moment. At that moment, Su Qi looked toward Li Zhua and Lu Qing in the distance and said directly, "You two wait here." Chapter 89, Father misses you. Hearing Su Qi's words, Li Zhua and Lu Qing across from him exchanged puzzled looks. They didn't understand why Su Qi had singled them out. Li Shimen and the others nearby gathered closer. They were equally curious. Seeing everyone gather around, Su Qi scratched his head but said nothing. He cut straight to the point. The number of tourists here is growing steadily. Having only one entrance point is clearly insufficient. So I plan to open the other two gates of our ancient city. Hearing this, the two men across from him froze in surprise. They didn't understand why Su Qi was telling them this. Li Zhua spoke up first. "Mr. Su, isn't it a bit much for just the two of us to guard 3 city gates?" Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. "You're right, it really isn't enough. So I plan to recruit 4 more gate guards. This time, I'll select them directly from your unit. Once you two return, gather the 4 recruits together. They can report for duty tomorrow." Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing across from him froze for a moment, then their faces lit up with excitement. They had assumed their unit would only ever receive the 2 of their salaries. But now, unexpectedly, 4 more were being added. That tripled their numbers. Their faces lit up with excitement. Both men immediately dropped to one knee. "On behalf of General Bai Qi's legion, thank you, General Su." Su Qi waved his hand, saying nothing more. He merely bid farewell to the group and dismissed them. His choice of Li Zhua and Lu Qing's forces was undoubtedly because both had performed quite well. Moreover, their WWE was gaining increasing popularity. We truly needed more people. Recruiting from other dynasties wasn't out of the question. But undoubtedly, selecting 4 more from their own ranks was preferable. To put it plainly, Su Qi was simply looking to save himself the trouble. Li Shimen and the others listened nearby. At that moment, they all received a piece of news. As the scenic area expanded, and the influx of visitors grew ever larger, the scenic area would face a growing shortage of NPCs, guards, and all kinds of staff. And whenever possible, Su Qi would clearly recruit from their respective dynasties. This news undoubtedly lit up their eyes. "Mr. Su, we're off duty." Li Shimen spoke up. The others chimed in one after another. Su Qi waved his hand, and in the next instant, everyone transformed into beams of white light and vanished. After watching them depart, Su Qi slowly exhaled in relief. Then he stretched lazily. He returned to his own room. Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Li Shimen return. He immediately reached out and embraced his second son. At that moment, Li Shimen spoke. "Father, I may not be able to return every day from now on." Hearing this, Li Yuan across from him showed a hint of surprise. "What do you mean? If you don't come back after work every day, where else could you possibly go?" Li Shimen nodded. "That's right. I've been promoted and received a raise. My salary is now 420 yuan, and I can choose to stay overnight at the scenic area's dormitory instead of returning home every evening. That way, I can learn more. It's definitely a great opportunity." Upon hearing his words, Li Yuan's mouth fell open. He hadn't even imagined there was such a thing as dormitory housing. Just as he was about to agree enthusiastically, his brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, what had Li Yuan just thought of? After furrowing his brow, he spoke directly. "Could this be a bit problematic?" His gaze flickered slightly. "If you keep staying away, others might not respect you when you become emperor someday. More importantly, your father misses you." By this point, Li Yuan's eyes were misty with tears. Seeing his father's state, Li Shimen's lips twitched slightly. He knew full well that Li Yuan feared he might slip beyond his control. Therefore, he spoke directly. "Rest assured, father. I will return every 7 days. If anything urgent arises, have Zheng He and the others inform me. I'll return that very night." Qin State. General Su Zheng personally confirmed this with us. At this moment, our army should have gained 4 more members. Li Zhuan knelt before Bai Qi and spoke directly. After hearing his words, Bai Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, waving his left hand, he bellowed. "Investigate. Have those 4 men come to my tent immediately." After speaking, his face was filled with excitement. "I never imagined it could be like this. This time, we've added 4 more employees here, so wages have effectively tripled. We'll also be able to purchase twice as much supplies going forward. This is truly excellent. We'll be able to trade all these items for the finest armor and weapons. And we'll secure the finest provisions as well. Our legion will become invincible in battle. Those petty invaders who dare to trespass, along with those neighboring nations that have always refused to submit, we'll wipe them all out, one by one," Bai Qi declared excitedly. Half an hour later, 4 figures knelt together inside Bai Qi's tent. General, it is indeed the four of us who have been chosen. Upon hearing their words, Bai Qi nodded repeatedly. He then turned his gaze directly to Li Zhuo and Lu Qing beside him. You two will thoroughly train them. Whether it's the WWE business or anything else, make sure they become fully proficient. Once you're there, don't cause any trouble for General Su. Work diligently, and promotions and wealth will follow. Bai Qi instructed. The group across from him nodded in unison. Han Dynasty. Lu Bang paced anxiously back and forth across the entire hall. He looked at Xiao He and Han Xian before him and spoke directly. You two have the others step up preparations. Then you two go play the role of thugs for me. After finishing your official duties each day, go out onto the streets and play the role of thugs. Since the city guards might be insufficient, then perhaps there won't be enough ruffians either. When the time comes, Commander Su will surely select from among us. If you're already prepared, your chances of being chosen will greatly increase. Yes, select a few more men to serve as charioteers under Huang. If another opportunity arises, not a single one must be missed. Lu Bang commanded directly. Upon hearing his words, the men across from him all nodded in unison and swiftly set off to carry out the orders. Chapter 90. To avoid being killed, you must kill first. 3 Kingdoms. A flash of white light erupted. Lu Feng and his 2 companions had returned to their dilapidated hut. The moment they returned, the 3 scanned their surroundings warily. Looks like no one came to kill us. Lu Feng's wife remarked from the side. Lu Feng nodded slightly in agreement. They were now on high alert. Because they had found a way to survive. Under these circumstances, anything was acceptable as long as they could stay alive. In contrast, some of their former neighbors had become murderers. For them, eating human flesh had become an everyday occurrence. Daddy, what should we do? The little child asked. At that moment, Lu Feng glanced at the wound on his waist. Thanks to the medicine Su Qi had brought, it wouldn't cause any immediate problems. Of course, that was assuming he avoided strenuous activity. Otherwise, it might start bleeding again. Let's stay on the sidelines for now. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, everything will be fine. But if they come looking for trouble, we won't be afraid of them either. Lu Feng lifted his head, chest puffed out, and spoke with conviction. A day ago, he wouldn't have dared speak like this. But now he was completely unafraid. The reason was simple. His body had begun to recover. He knew full well who held the advantage between a well-fed man and one too weak from hunger to fight. Before, when he was starving and barely had any strength left, he could still protect his wife and daughter. Now, he could certainly do the same. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Bang! Lu Feng, hand over your wife and child, or else we'll make sure you die inside today. The voice belonged to none other than the man who had fought them earlier. Daddy, they're back again. Lu Feng took a deep breath. Still not opening the door? Last time, my brother sliced you right through the gut. That cut was deep. You're probably already bleeding to death by now, huh? Ha, your wife and daughter are ours now. Another voice echoed from outside. Guys, don't be afraid. Just charge in. 2 adults and a child will keep us fed for a week. That'll keep us fed for another week. What could be better than that? Exactly. Charge in. As the words fell, a loud thud echoed. A man kicked the door in front of them. The already flimsy door burst open instantly. A man with a full beard stepped inside, 1 foot after the other. A hunting knife was clutched in his hand. Though the dark, gloomy house seemed empty, and the 3 people inside might already be dead, he dared not make any unnecessary moves. So he walked in slowly. At that very moment, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. Lu Feng, you're still alive. The man froze for a moment, then grew even more excited. Since you're still alive, it's only fitting you witness firsthand how we'll enjoy your wife and daughter. He hadn't intended to provoke a confrontation, only to scare them off. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng's pupils contracted sharply. In that instant, his eyes flashed with something called rage. Bro, why waste words with this guy? Let's just chop him up. The man beside him spoke up. He was about to charge forward. But at that very instant, a figure moved faster than them. It was none other than Lu Feng. Lu Feng charged forward without hesitation, swinging his scythe to pierce straight through the chest of the man at the front. The man clutching the hunting knife didn't even have time to react. Chronic starvation had already left his body broken and battered. His reflexes were naturally too slow. How could this be? The man cried out in terror. He stumbled backward, colliding directly with the door. The other 2 men were equally astonished. They clearly hadn't anticipated this happening. Lu Feng, you're asking for it. One man snapped out of it first. He roared as he lunged at Lu Feng. A large knife swung in his hand, without a moment's hesitation. Yet Lu Feng's speed surpassed theirs. Not only has his body recovered, he had also received instruction from several guards. Though they had only taught him 2 or 3 moves, they were clearly sufficient against these men, whose eyes were blurred by hunger. The sound of swish, swish filled the air. The sickles descended slowly. The figures across from him jerked violently, then collapsed completely onto the ground, motionless. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. Lu Feng gasped for breath at that moment. "Husband, you killed them all." Beside him, Lu Feng's wife approached, her face filled with astonishment. Yet it was merely astonishment, without a trace of reproach. Instead, she brought a basin of water and gently wiped the blood from Lu Feng's face with a cloth. "I'm fine," Lu Feng said slowly. He looked at his daughter. Seeing that his daughter was worried but not afraid, he breathed a sigh of relief. "What should we do with these 3 bodies?" He heard his wife's question. Lu Feng paused briefly to consider. Then he spoke directly. "Just dump them on the street." Since these 3 frequently ate human flesh, it was clear other neighbors likely did the same. "Dump them on the street just like those 2 bodies before someone will surely come along to claim their remains," he said coldly. Without hesitation, he tossed all the corpses before him onto the street away from the house. Then Lu Feng walked back on his own. On his way back, he could sense several pairs of eyes watching him from within some of the houses. Yet Lu Feng showed no panic, no fear, only an overwhelming confidence. He was using his actions to tell the neighbors, don't dare lay a finger on his home. Otherwise, death awaited them. The moment Lu Feng closed his door. The next moment, chaotic sounds erupted outside. They peered through the door cracks. Sure enough, some people had already rushed out. Their target was none other than the 3 corpses lying on the ground. An hour later, the 3 bodies had been completely torn apart. Only pools of blood remained on the floor. "It's settled. We now have the means to protect ourselves. Once we get paid, we can buy supplies like the veteran employees suggested. Our lives will gradually get better." Lu Feng hugged his wife and daughter, smiling as he spoke. His wife and daughter nodded in agreement. Their eyes sparkled with warm smiles. Chapter 91, Wu Zetian's Epiphany. Early the next morning, accompanied by dozens of flashes of white light, Li Shimen and the others all returned here. Lu Bang looked at Li Shimen with curiosity. "Old Li, with such a golden opportunity, you didn't even stay in the dorm last night?" Li Shimen glanced at him and replied. "I had to handle matters over there, but I'll definitely stay in the dorm more often from now on." Lu Bang wore an expression of envy but said nothing more. Though he was indeed intensely envious as an emperor. Envy passed quickly. He couldn't dwell on it forever. He possessed a sense of the bigger picture and a broader perspective. At that moment, everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward Li Zhuo and Lu Qing. Behind them stood 4 additional figures clad in armor. "Are you the new gatekeepers?" Li Shimen had just been promoted, so naturally he needed to oversee things a bit. He walked straight over and addressed them. The 4 soldiers across from him remained silent, so Li Zhuo spoke up. "That's right. They're from our barracks. Commander Su has called them all in for duty now. Rest assured, we'll make sure to brief them on all the necessary precautions to prevent any mistakes." Li Shimen nodded. "Good. Once you familiarize them with the system, I'll send you 4 phones. Then you 2 will instruct them to register and join our group chat," Li Shimen stated directly. This had been arranged for him earlier by Su Qi. After all, they might summon more people later. Su Qi couldn't personally teach them these things forever. Therefore, all responsibilities were delegated to Li Shimen, including the distribution of mobile phones. The 4 people across from him froze for a moment, then their faces lit up with excitement. Though this was their first time in the scenic area, they had heard from Li Zhuo and Lu Qing about this thing called a cell phone. This news filled them with excitement. "Thank you, Manager Li." Hearing their words, Li Shimen smiled warmly, clearly pleased. Noticing Su Qi hadn't joined them, Li Shimen instructed the people present to get to work. He himself then scurried off to Su Qi's lodgings to wait. 10 minutes later, Su Qi stretched lazily, finished his morning routine, and stepped out of his room. His gaze immediately fell upon Li Shimen standing nearby. "Old Li, you came looking for me?" Su Qi said with a smile. Li Shimen spoke urgently. "Mr. Su, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing have brought 4 more guards. Along with the 3 from before, they'll need 7 phones in total." Upon hearing this, Su Qi nodded. "I know. I'll place the order. They should arrive within an hour. I'm sorry to trouble you with so many matters lately. Especially when it comes to handling tourists, make sure to take good care of them. We absolutely cannot have any complaints from visitors. Although our infrastructure is still lacking and we only have the staff we have. Make every visitor feel right at home. Make them feel right at home." Su Qi delivered the speech with casual ease. After hearing his words, Li Shimen across from him nodded repeatedly. As the second prince, though not yet emperor, he understood the weight of the words spoken by those in power. Li Shimen had naturally heard about it, even if ancient and modern times differed. But he also knew that what Su Qi had just said, he simply couldn't achieve. But he only needed to do his best. The only thing that mattered was avoiding any complaints. "All right, go ahead and get to work," Su Qi said. Li Shimen quickly left the area. Su Qi picked up his phone and glanced at the video he posted. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Those videos all went viral, and they're even planning to start fan clubs for Li Bai and Li Shimin. Suchi scanned the fans' comments. His face was filled with astonishment. A flood of female fans began relentlessly liking, commenting, and sharing posts about Li Bai and Li Shimin. The view counts for those two videos were rapidly climbing. Online orders were also surging. Looks really do sell. Suchi shook his head, saying nothing more. He then headed straight to the ticket office. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted Wu Zetian and Li Shishi in the distance. The two were there, staring at a computer and playing with their phones. Suchi didn't comment on the situation. After all, there weren't many people here at the moment. So, under these circumstances, it was perfectly normal for them to have some free time to play around and slack off. After all, if you don't slack off at work, is it really work? Mr. Su, you're here. The two across the table spotted Suchi approaching and immediately called out. Upon hearing their words, Suchi gave a slight nod. What are you two looking at? Suchi asked curiously. Wu Zetian didn't hesitate, immediately stepping aside. As Suchi leaned in, he was startled to see the video playing on the computer. On the principles of steam engine construction. A steam engine? You want to study steam engines now? Suchi's face was filled with astonishment. Just a few days ago, Wu Zetian was still researching nuclear bombs. Later, she'd been looking into all sorts of weapons and firearms. But he never imagined she'd start researching steam engines today. Wasn't that leap a bit too vast? Not an upward leap, but a downward one. They jumped straight from something utterly impossible to develop. And then jumped straight to something that might actually be achievable. That's right. The steam engine could very well have been built in ancient times. Mr. Su, I've reviewed it. The era when this steam engine was built isn't too far removed from our own. Moreover, the materials he utilized and the underlying principles are relatively accessible. If I could master it, I believe we could build one in our own time. Then we could use it to develop some special things. Who knows? We might just catch up with the pace of this era little by little. Wu Zetian spoke excitedly. Suchi nodded slightly at that moment. He smiled and ruffled her hair. You're right, the steam engine is indeed something you'd be more familiar with. Keep at it. Once you build this, your productivity will increase several-fold, maybe even tenfold. With greater productivity, you'll be able to create many more things. Who knows? Maybe all it takes is a few talented individuals to spark a technological revolution. Suchi said with a smile. Hearing Suchi's words, Wu Zetian across from him grew even more excited. Chapter 92, Winning the Old Man's Joy. Waving his hand dismissively, Suchi said no more. He advised Wu Zetian and the others to stay vigilant, lest they get caught slacking off by the system. Then Suchi departed. No sooner had he stepped onto the street. He spotted Liu Bang and Xiahou Ying in the distance. The two were huddled together. What are you two doing? Suchi asked curiously. Liu Bang's gaze shifted toward Suchi. He quickly spoke up. Mr. Su, another big shot is willing to bet with us. If we succeed, he'll give us the car he owns. Liu Bang exclaimed excitedly. After hearing his words, Suchi was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected there to be such a wealthy individual among the tourists. A car was still quite valuable. Even the most basic model was affordable to most people. But those who bet with them were either fools or big spenders. So, what exactly are you betting on? Suchi asked curiously. Liu Bang chuckled. Still betting on speed. It's that big shot from yesterday. He was furious after losing yesterday. Today he showed up in a new car to race us. If we win, he'll give us the car he's driving. What if you lose? Suchi asked curiously. Winning would be ideal, of course. But since it's a wager, there's always the possibility of losing. Therefore, he asked directly. After hearing his words, Liu Bang across from him simply smiled and shook his head. Losing wasn't a big deal, at least he hadn't said anything. Suchi nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. As for the other party's wager not merely relying on empty words to deceive, Suchi certainly wouldn't stand in the way. After all, if Liu Bang had stolen a car, that would clearly violate the system's ethics and a penalty would be entirely justified. But if it was a wager between them, the situation would be entirely different. Not to mention, even if Liu Bang and his crew managed to win the car, they still couldn't take it home. It could only be driven within the scenic area. So, Mr. Su, could we arrange a drag race with him? Liu Bang asked eagerly. Suchi nodded. Of course you can. As long as there are no casualties and it doesn't interfere with work, you can do whatever you want. Liu Bang looked at Xiahou Ying in the distance, his face brimming with excitement. Then, clenching his fist, he declared. You must win for me later, absolutely no losing. Xiahou Ying nodded vigorously in response. His eyes blazed with intense fervor. That blazing fire even stirred a surge of passion within Suchi. Just then, a middle-aged man drove up in a car from the distance. Suchi glanced at him. And his lips twitched involuntarily. Because it was clearly no ordinary car, it was actually a senior mobility scooter. Still, that senior mobility scooter was worth at least 10,000 yuan. It looked pretty decent. Come on, let's race again. Today I'm going to beat you guys. The man across from him exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Lu Bang turned his gaze towards Su Qi. Su Qi gave a slight nod. The next moment, Ying drove his chariot up to face them. Their eyes locked, sparks of fierce determination flashing between them. After Lu Bang counted down to 321. The accelerator of the old man's joyride was floored. The black whip cracked sharply against the horse's flank. The horses let out a startled whinny. In the next instant, it surged forward at breakneck speed, charging ahead. At that moment, Ying, steering the chariot, suddenly brightened his eyes. He looked like a chariot-driving god of war, showing not a hint of nervousness. The old man's cart, however, was decidedly slower off the mark. Still, on the straight stretch, he gradually closed the gap. After all, this was the pinnacle of modern technology, albeit a subpar version of that pinnacle. On a straight stretch, it was no match for a mere horse-drawn carriage. Come on, come on! The tourists in the distance cheered excitedly. They had come just to watch the spectacle, but now unexpectedly, there was even a race. Naturally, they were even more thrilled. Su Qi pumped his fist and shouted a few cheers. The next moment, the figure across from him vanished from their sight. Su Qi stretched lazily, saying nothing more. Time ticked by, second by second. Half an hour later, a carriage raced toward them from the distance. And right behind it, an electric cart was hot on its heels. Surprisingly, both vehicles maintained nearly identical speeds. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed Ying was bound to lose this time. After all, only a straight stretch remained, and the electric tricycle had a better chance of winning. Yet Lu Bang's eyes suddenly widened, and he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Ying, speed up for me. We absolutely cannot lose. With that furious roar. In the next instant, Ying's eyes, already fixed on the reins, blazed with intensity. He sprang to his feet, his whip lashing like a whirlwind across the horse's flank. Not pausing for even a moment. At that very moment, the carriage, as if energized by adrenaline, surged forward with renewed speed. Soon, the cart began to steadily pull away from the old man's vehicle. Meanwhile, the tourist sitting on the electric cart had already floored the accelerator, his face frozen in utter shock. He was clearly about to win. Yet in the end, the other party had pulled off an incredible surge. It's on, absolutely on. The next moment, the horse shot across the finish line. The golf cart crossed the finish line 2 seconds later. After dismounting, the rider gasped for breath. Then, he gave a thumbs up to Ying in the distance. His gaze then shifted towards Su Qi. He spoke up immediately. Boss, your employee is way too strong. I was about to win that race, but he pulled off some crazy last-minute boost. If I hadn't been racing him the whole time, I'd have suspected he was cheating. Su Qi chuckled. All our employees undergo professional training. They may not be all-around experts, but they've achieved considerable skill in their respective fields. The surrounding tourists erupted into thunderous applause at that moment. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Clearly, this competition had truly captured their hearts. The car, it's mine! Lu Bang exclaimed excitedly. Without hesitation, the tourist handed over the old man's car. Ying walked over from the side, excitedly patting the electric cart in front of him. Although the ownership of this vehicle belonged to Lu Bang, he knew he would be the one driving it. After all, what emperor personally drives his own vehicle? Chapter 93, Chasing Performance. Old Lu, don't get too excited just yet. Su Qi rubbed his nose and spoke up. Lu Bang looked at Su Qi with a puzzled expression. Mr. Su, is there a problem with this? His face was filled with worry, fearing Su Qi might make him return the car. After all, there was a precedent to learn from. However, Su Qi simply shook his head. There was an issue, but it wasn't major. The thing is, this vehicle isn't really a true automobile. It fell a bit short of being a real car. Ah, what does that mean? Ying leaned in from the side, looking puzzled. Finally, Su Qi explained the difference between a senior mobility vehicle and a proper car to them. After hearing this, Lu Bang and Ying finally understood. So that's it, this vehicle can't compare to a real car in terms of performance and other aspects. But it still gets the job done, he said with a smile. At that moment, Su Qi gave a slight nod. Because the old man's joy ride was indeed functional. Not bad at all, considering this electric cart only needs charging. If you tried to fill it with gas, you really couldn't. Hearing this, Lu Bang and Ying nodded repeatedly. They understood perfectly well. Gas prices are still pretty steep. If they have to refuel daily, their meager wages simply won't cover it. But charging is a different story. They could just tap into the power at the scenic area. Su Qi wouldn't be stingy about such a small amount of electricity. Alright, everyone, go about your business. Su Qi spoke up, waved his hand, and left. Ying wasted no time, hopping into the electric cart and starting to pick up passengers. Of course, he still needed to switch back to the horse-drawn carriage from time to time. After all, only someone like him, a man of the old ways, would truly appreciate the electric cart. Other tourists, however, preferred horse-drawn carriages. After all, they were touring an ancient city. Horse-drawn carriages offered the authentic experience. What's the point of electric scooters? After all, many of them drove here themselves. Riding in a car is far more comfortable than in an electric tricycle. Su Qi walked slowly forward. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. For in the distance, two long lines had formed. At the far end of those two long lines stood two figures. One was none other than Li Shishi. Dressed in opulent finery, he exuded an air of regal presence. He was currently holding a phone, scanning something repeatedly. Beside him stood Li Bai. Li Bai wore a white robe and a black hat. In one hand, he held a collection of Li Bai's poetry, while the other hand also held a phone, scanning codes incessantly. What were they doing? Su Qi casually asked a tourist waiting in line. Upon hearing his words, the female tourist quickly replied, "We're lining up to add Li Shishi's contact info. Just by queuing up, we can scan the QR code to exchange contacts with them and even join their group chat. This is a golden opportunity to get up close with brother Li Shishi. We wouldn't miss it for the world." Hearing her words, Su Qi paused in surprise. Sure enough, he grabbed another person in line and asked. That person was also adding contacts, but they were adding Li Bai's. So these two had already figured out how to add friends? Were all these female tourists now trying to add them as friends? Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. He looked closely. He noticed that the two groups seemed to be at odds with each other. It was like the rivalry between fans of two top-tier celebrities. Li Bai and Li Shishi had already cultivated their own fan bases. Su Qi took a deep breath. He had indeed taught everyone how to create group chats and scan QR codes to exchange contact information. But he never imagined this approach could be applied to fan bases. Everyone, take turns one by one. No need to rush, there's enough for everyone. Li Shishi called out from a distance, scanning QR codes with a cheerful smile. After each scan, he even took the time to ask the visitor's name and make a note of it. Meanwhile, Li Bai's booth was receiving signed photos. Surprisingly, all the tourists were holding printed photos of Li Bai. Li Bai took a brush and signed on top of their photos. And what he signed was none other than the three characters, Li Bai. This scene completely surpassed Su Qi's imagination. The event lasted over 3 hours. The line finally came to an end. Only then did Su Qi wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and step forward. Upon seeing Su Qi approach, Li Bai and Li Shishi hastily bowed in greeting. Mr. Su. Su Qi nodded and spoke directly. Why did you two add them as friends? And why create a fan group? Li Shishi blurted out. It's because female tourists have been asking for our contact info these past few days. At first we didn't have phones, so there was nothing we could do. But now that we have phones and accounts, if they want to add us, we should accommodate them. Mr. Su, didn't you say we shouldn't disappoint tourists? That we should make them feel right at home and avoid any complaints? I believe brother Li Bai and I should fulfill this small request. Li Bai nodded in agreement beside him. Exactly. Su Qi sucked in a sharp breath before continuing. Then what's the purpose of creating fan groups? Li Shishi smiled. Of course, to sell tickets in the fan group. Mr. Su, take a look. Saying this, Li Shishi handed over his phone. Su Qi glanced at the fan group for his Qin Dynasty boy band. It was filled exclusively with girls. I bought 100 tickets for brother Shishi today to boost his sales. I bought 100 too. With these 100 votes, brother Shishi will definitely take first place in the rankings. That's right, he'll definitely surpass that Li Bai. Then our Shishi will be the top performing employee in the entire ancient city. Below were similar messages one after another. Meanwhile, Su Qi glanced over at Li Bai's side. It was much the same, except Li Bai's fans were voicing complaints about Li Shishi. Seeing this, Su Qi finally understood completely. The fans in the two separate fan groups they'd gathered were actually competing to boost each other's performance metrics. And they were trying to outdo each other to claim the top spot. Awesome! Su Qi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He never imagined there could be such a method of selling tickets. This reminded him of those fans who once bought countless bottles of milk to vote for their idols, eventually turning their entire family into milk giants. He never imagined this scene would play out in his own scenic area. Mr. Su, how's our performance so far? Li Shishi asked. Su Qi nodded repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. Truly outstanding. Chapter 94, Putting an Old Man to the Test. Keep it up. If we maintain this pace, we can increase our customer flow. When the opportunity arises, I'll definitely give you both a raise. Su Qi patted Li Shishi on the shoulder, grinning as he spoke. After hearing his words, Li Shishi's eyes lit up across from him. His face radiated excitement. For him, the most important thing right now is getting a raise. If he could get a raise, then he could buy more things. As long as he can buy more things, then he could climb the ranks faster. Exactly. At this moment, Li Shimin had only one thought. How to seize power. According to the original course of history, he would need to wait another 5 years or so. But now, he refused to wait. Because there was truly no need to wait. In history, he would have proceeded with extreme caution, constantly guarding against his father, Li Yuan. He would secretly build his own forces, eventually forcing the Xuanwu Gate incident. But now, due to the scenic area's influence, Li Yuan trusted him completely. Consequently, Li Shimin's pace in building his own forces has skyrocketed. Based on Li Shimin's current calculations, within 3 months at most, he would be able to completely sideline Li Yuan. At that point, he would first speak with his eldest brother. Whether to find him a place to spend the rest of his days, or simply eliminate him outright? Li Shimin was a man of decisive ruthlessness. If he were to eliminate him, his elder brother could then smoothly ascend the throne. He would naturally hesitate not a moment. Thank you, General Su. Li Shimin hurriedly spoke up. Su Qi scratched his head. He just casually made a promise, yet received thanks. He had to admit, being the boss felt pretty damn good. He hadn't spent a single penny, yet he was reaping the benefits. At that moment, Li Bai nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Su. Hearing his words, Su Qi smiled. Then he simply left the place. As for the two of them, tourists kept appearing. Su Qi, of course, didn't dwell on it. He understood. If this approach truly succeeded, then Li Bai and Li Shimin would help him drive the scenic area's sales to a terrifyingly high level. Su Qi turned his head to look over. His gaze immediately locked onto Li Bai and Li Shimin's positions, which were gradually growing more distant. Indeed, their positions were gradually growing farther apart. The reason was simple. Li Shimin had noticed that among the tourists adding them as friends, there seemed to be a certain competitive spirit. Given that, he naturally had to play along with their expectations and avoid appearing too close to Li Bai. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Truly the mark of an emperor. A few moments of analysis, and he'd found the optimal course. He chuckled to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and walked away. Time ticked by second. Soon, it was noon. At that moment, Su Qi looked toward the distance. There he was, Huang, driving his electric cart, carrying Lu Bang toward the restaurant. Once the electric cart came to a stop, Lu Bang hopped straight out. He then patted Huang on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. From now on, you'll be my personal driver, he said with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Huang also broke into a delighted smile. Though within this scenic area, he could gain many things. Even Su Qi had suggested that he and Lu Bang stop using formal titles like sovereign and subject, instead referring to each other as colleagues. He wasn't foolish enough to actually do so. He understood perfectly well that if he actually did that now, only one outcome awaited him. Death. He wouldn't die within the scenic area. But once they returned, Lu Bang might have him beheaded outright. Old Lu, Huang may be your driver, but his primary job in the scenic area is to drive tourists around. When there are no tourists, that's one thing, but you absolutely cannot compete with tourists for seating. Su Qi spoke earnestly. After hearing his words, Lu Bang immediately chuckled and said, Don't worry, Su, I've already teamed up with Huang. If anyone tries to get on the bus, I'll pull a robbery first. After I've taken what I want, then I'll let them on. That way I'll earn an extra cut. It'll give the tourists a richer experience too. If they pay extra, I might even let them humiliate me a bit just to make them feel important. Lu Bang chuckled as he spoke. Hearing his words, Su Qi's eyes lit up. He gave Lu Bang a light pat on the shoulder. Not bad, old Lu. You've even added your own flair to the act. Who knows? Maybe you'll become the hottest attraction in the scenic area someday. People will come to the scenic area just to be robbed by you. Hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang flashed a shy smile. He turned his gaze toward the distance. Wu Zetian and the others were already hurrying over for dinner. Scratching his head, Lu Bang remarked. Why does it feel like 2 people are missing? Huang, standing nearby, quickly interjected. It's Li Shimin and Li Bai who are missing. Right. Why haven't they come to eat? Could they already be so busy they've forgotten to eat or sleep? Lu Bang looked utterly bewildered. When Li Shimin held office before, he had already found it difficult to bear. It was only natural for him to want to prove himself. But why Li Bai? Was he so consumed he couldn't even eat? Seeing the confusion in the other's eyes, Su Qi spoke directly. Of course, the two of them weren't neglecting sleep and meals. The real reason was that they couldn't come. Why was that? Wu Zetian and the others had gathered around, asking curiously. After hearing their questions, Su Qi bluntly described Li Bai and Li Shimin's current situation. At that moment, Wu Zetian's face was filled with astonishment. So that's how it works? You can even add visitors' contact info, pull them into a group chat, and keep them buying tickets? I'm in! He exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. At that moment, Li Shishi also raised her small hand. Beside her, Li Zhua and Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. Clearly, they shared the same idea. Even Lu Feng and the other two, listening nearby, looked somewhat puzzled but nodded along, joining the chorus. Observing the expressions of those across from him, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Since everyone shared this idea, they could casually recruit followers for their own fan groups while interacting with tourists in the future. Perhaps they could do the same thing later. After hearing his words, Lu Bang's expression instantly fell. He looked at Su Qi before him with utter resignation and said, "Mr. Su, you're putting me in a tough spot. With my aged appearance, how could I possibly compare to those two handsome young men?" Chapter 95, Wu Siren's Ambition. Su Qi turned to look at Lu Bang beside him. At that moment, he too flashed a faint, apologetic smile. However, Su Qi continued immediately. Though this is an era where looks matter and beauties and handsome men attract more attention, there will always be those who carve their own path. And as long as you're funny enough, distinctive enough, you can still attract attention. Hang in there, I believe in you. The group exchanged glances and raised their hands in unison. Go for it. Seeing everyone's spirited enthusiasm, Su Qi smiled at that moment. Alright, let's go have dinner together. Mr. Su, second prince, what should we do about them? At that moment, Song He approached and couldn't help but speak up. After hearing his words, Su Qi immediately replied. Don't worry, they won't go hungry. Right now, those two are enjoying their meals immensely. Not only are they eating well, but they even have beauties feeding them. Su Qi's words weren't just empty talk. He had actually witnessed such a scene earlier. Li Bai and Li Shimen were actually eating food brought to them by tourists. Among the offerings, Su Qi even spotted delicacies personally prepared by some visitors. The mere thought of that scene, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. To be honest, he was feeling a bit peckish himself. Everyone gathered inside the restaurant, seated at their places with chopsticks laid out, yet no one made the first move to start eating. Only after Su Qi took his first bite and invited everyone to join in. Only then did everyone lift their rice bowls and start devouring the meat in big bites. Especially the Lu Feng family of three at the far end, they were eating at an astonishing pace. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Their eating habits were like starving ghosts reincarnated. Yet Su Qi said nothing more. He even felt a pang of sympathy for the three of them. The reason for this was entirely due to the era of war they lived in. And precisely because of that, they simply couldn't get enough to eat under such circumstances. Before payday, this single meal at the scenic area each day was likely their entire sustenance for the day. It didn't matter if they ate a little more. Lunch was finished quickly. Xiahou Ying and the others immediately turned to return to work. But just then, Su Qi reached out and beckoned Xiahou Ying. Xiahou Ying approached Su Qi with a puzzled look. Mr. Su, you wanted me? Su Qi gave a slight nod. Then he spoke directly. You've got yourself a golf cart now, but don't get cocky. There's one thing you must remember, what draws people to you most is still your horse-drawn carriage racing. When you have time, you should still drive the horse-drawn carriage around the scenic area. Don't just stick to driving the electric cart. Hearing Su Qi's words, Xiahou Ying across from him nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I absolutely won't just drive the electric cart. I've already categorized them, offering visitors two distinct options. One is the horse-drawn carriage, and the other is the new electric cart. Hearing this, Su Qi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Well done. Keep it up. Once the other party had completely left, Su Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up his phone and looked at the contacts for Li Bai and Li Shimen. Indeed, Su Qi had also added his own contact information to the group. This would allow him to better understand the dynamics of the fans in both groups. Sisters, the group next door is voting for Li Bai. We have to step up, we can't let brother Li Shimen fall behind in the rankings. Exactly. We have to make sure brother Li Shimen gets first place in the rankings. Everyone, let's rally. Buy votes, remember, absolutely no discounted tickets. If you buy discounted tickets, Li Shimen's performance will be discounted too. We need Li Shimen to win with full price votes. I'll start by buying 100 tickets as a gesture of respect. Seeing the flood of messages in the group chat, Su Qi felt a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Li Bai's group was in much the same state. No wonder he's a heartthrob, he's just that impressive. Su Qi spoke up. Finally finding his office, he sat down, edited the video, and uploaded it. Just then, a figure approached Su Qi's office and knocked lightly on the door. Come in. Su Qi murmured softly. The next moment, he saw Wu Zetian walk in. At this moment, Wu Zetian was dressed in attire that was gradually evolving toward modernity. This outfit was tailored by him personally. It could be changed in a short amount of time. Back in ancient times, he had worn more conventional attire. But whenever he came here, he would make slight modifications. This gave the entire outfit a modern feel. To put it bluntly, it revealed a lot of skin. Of course, since Wu Zetian was still an ancient figure, the amount of skin revealed was not excessive. Yet it carries an even more alluring quality. It made one's eyes light up. You Karen, what brings you here? Su Qi swallowed hard, his curiosity prompting him to speak. After hearing Su Qi's words, Wu Zetian across from him offered a gentle smile. Mr. Su, I seem to have run into a problem. I've discovered that steam engines simply can't be manufactured. Could you possibly explain it to me a bit, or is there another way? As she spoke, she approached Su Qi. Her gaze held a gentle smile. Her beautiful legs stood right beside Su Qi. At that moment, Su Qi could almost smell a sweet fragrance. He instinctively shuddered. Then he took a step back and spoke. Steel is naturally the best material for building steam engines. You can look up how to temper iron using traditional methods. These techniques will help you build a better steam engine. Otherwise, using primitive copper alone will leave something to be desired. After hearing Su Qi's words, Wu Zetian's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then it's perfect. I'll go inform them immediately. With that, Wu Zetian turned and left immediately. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qi was momentarily stunned. Wu Zetian's movements just now, her demeanor, her aura. No matter how he looked at it, it left him feeling somewhat astonished. He even suspected she was plotting to seize power. Yet she had fled immediately after asking her question. Watching Wu Zetian's retreating figure, Su Qi shook his head silently, saying nothing more. Outside, Wu Zetian's face flushed slightly. She couldn't help but sneak a glance back over her shoulder. She exhaled softly. Then she hurried to the ticket booth and relayed the information she'd obtained from Su Qi to Li Shishi. Upon hearing this, Li Shishi's eyes lit up. Chapter 96, Dorm Life. An hour later, Su Qi stretched lazily and left his office. Stepping outside, he immediately spotted Lu Bang in the distance. Lu Bang was still robbing people. The only difference was that he now clutched a phone in his hand. A voice came from the phone. What are you looking at? Su Qi asked curiously as he moved closer. After all, Lu Bang was already quite old. Under these circumstances, even if Lu Bang had a phone, he wouldn't play with it much. After all, prolonged viewing strained his eyes. His body wasn't keeping up as well as it used to. Therefore, aside from checking essential messages daily, he still diligently carried out his robberies during other times. Yet now, Lu Bang was robbing while simultaneously checking his phone. This puzzled Su Qi. When Su Qi leaned in closer, Lu Bang hurriedly explained. Mr. Su, I'm researching ancient steel-making techniques. Why are you looking at that? Su Qi grew even more puzzled. Lu Bang raised his eyebrows and chuckled. To build a steam engine, of course. Wu Kairan mentioned it earlier. I've studied the plans. If we can build that steam engine, it'll be unmatched in our era. I've even planned it out. Once we build that steam engine, we'll head straight to Black Continent and America on that map, plunder those folks, and turn them all into our slaves. Lu Bang said excitedly. As he spoke, he winked at Su Qi. Seeing his expression, Su Qi said, You get it. Lu Bang must have studied all of modern history. He's probably even studied foreign modern history. And that's precisely why he's acting this way now. And speak this way. It's all about currying favor with me. Still, Su Qi was quite pleased. If Lu Bang had truly done this in ancient times, then the people of the future kingdom wouldn't have to suffer so much. Perhaps they would be the ones working 3 days on, 4 days off, with only 4 hours of labor per day. The mere thought of such a scene filled Su Qi with quiet admiration. Well then, do your best. You can memorize more. As long as you master all that material, go find some talented people and teach them. We should still be able to make it happen. Su Qi clenched his fist and gave Lu Bang a thumbs up. Lu Bang nodded repeatedly in response. Then Su Qi witnessed Lu Bang not only finding himself but also spotting Xia Hoing, who was driving a senior mobility scooter. He then proceeded to force-feed Xia Hoing a lesson. Seeing this, Su Qi froze for a moment. He scratched his head, thinking to himself, this can't be my fault, right? Shaking his head slowly, Su Qi didn't linger. He walked off into the distance. Then he noticed Zheng He and the others on patrol doing the same thing. Only they were doing it more discreetly. They were still able to carry out their primary duties. No issues arose. Are you guys carrying steam engines too? Su Qi couldn't help but ask. After hearing his words, Zheng He and the others across from him nodded repeatedly. That's right, Mr. Su. The second prince ordered us to memorize it. He ordered each of us to memorize a section, then transcribe the entire thing. Upon returning, not a single character can be wrong. Watching them struggle so painfully, Su Qi was somewhat speechless, but he didn't say much more. Subsequently, nearly everyone Su Qi encountered faced the same fate. Li Bai's poetry collection had been replaced with the principles of steam engine manufacturing. Even the Lu family, who had only recently arrived at the scenic area, were memorizing texts. Su Qi had considered trying to dissuade them, explaining that in their current era, memorizing such knowledge would serve little practical purpose. But in the end, he just sighed and said nothing more. After all, just because it's useless now doesn't mean it won't be useful later. Besides, what if I could summon someone from the Three Kingdoms era myself? Then at that time, I could have them keep an eye on Lu Feng and the other two. Then there'd be no need to fear that one day they might arrive at work to find a floor littered with corpses. Time ticked by second. Soon evening arrived. Though everyone had been busy during the day, they had no tasks to perform at night. One by one, they took the stage to perform. The diverse performances drew continuous applause from the audience below. Their faces radiated excitement. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi activated his video recording. He planned to edit the live performances and audience reactions into the video. The final effect would undoubtedly be even better. Soon, the performance concluded. As Li Bai took his final bow, all the tourists erupted in thunderous applause. Some girls were even screaming, "Brother Bai is so handsome. Brother Bai is the most handsome. Brother Bai, you'll definitely win first place. I'm voting for Brother Bai." Hearing their words, Su Qi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He felt that even if his scenic area ran into trouble later, as long as Li Bai's persona remained intact, then it might even keep attracting visitors? At the very least, he could draw on all of Li Bai's fans. The only thing that made Su Qi feel a bit regretful was that, whether it was the system's revenue or daily ticket sales, all require physical presence to be counted. So whether it's Li Bai or Li Shimen, they're fans. Though they purchased many tickets online, they still had to physically visit the scenic area for their purchases to count. Understanding this, Su Qi couldn't help but think he'd have to mention it to Li Shimen and Li Bai later, and have them mention it in the group chat. Otherwise, those tickets would just sit online indefinitely, leaving Su Qi feeling helpless. He had already paid for them, yet he still hadn't received the money. Anyone would find that situation quite painful. Soon, all the visitors had departed. Su Qi even spotted Li Bai and Li Shimen waving goodbye to their respective groups of fans. And every single wave they made sent both groups of fans into a collective scream. The noise was almost unbearable to Su Qi. The whole process dragged on for a full half hour. Before the fans finally departed, reluctant to leave, Li Bai and Li Shimen finally exhaled in relief, glancing toward Su Qi in the distance. They both said directly, "Mr. Su, we'll be heading off for the day." Su Qi nodded. "Get some rest. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Mr. Su." As their voices faded away, Li Bai's body transformed into a white light and slowly dissipated. This aspect of the system was quite considerate. Instead of making them vanish immediately after work, instead, it granted them a buffer period. However, Li Shimen didn't leave at this moment. Instead, he scurried over to Su Qi's side. "Mr. Su, I'm staying in the dorm tonight." Chapter 97, The Great Divide. Upon hearing Li Shimen's words, Su Qi suddenly recalled that the current Li Shimen had not only been promoted but also gained the privilege of staying in the dormitory. He had assumed Li Shimen would need several more days before moving into the dormitory. He hadn't expected him to arrive today. "Alright, your dorm room is ready. I'll take you there." After the system had spoken earlier, Su Qi had specifically prepared a dorm room for Li Shimen. Little did he know it would come in handy today. Soon, the two arrived at the dormitory. Su Qi gestured toward the interior. It was a single room. Since Su Qi had personally prepared it, it was quite decent. "This will be your dorm from now on. You can choose to come and go from here every day. No more suddenly appearing outside. And if the weather turns bad, you won't have to get soaked in the rain or anything." Li Shimen nodded repeatedly at Su Qi's words. "This place is absolutely perfect," he exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement. This single room featured a private bathroom, a large bed. It even had an air conditioner and a color TV. After settling in, Li Shimen explored the entire room 3 times. Only then did he reluctantly step outside. "Alright, you can stay here permanently from now on. You should know how to use things like the air conditioner and TV, right? If you're really unsure, you can look it up on your phone. If that doesn't work, remember to come ask me. Also, make sure you understand the electricity and water usage rules. Don't ever think it's too much trouble." Upon hearing Su Qi's instructions, Li Shimen nodded repeatedly. Observing his demeanor, Su Qi gave a slight nod in return, saying nothing more. He instructed Li Shimen to rest well here. Su Qi then returned to his own room. Shortly after returning, a system notification suddenly flashed through his mind. Detected insufficient scenic area programs. Performers may be summoned. Upon hearing this notification, Su Qi's eyes widened in surprise. He rubbed his hands together. Finally, he could summon staff again. Performance staff, huh? Seems the system is pretty user-friendly. I wonder who the performer will be this time and what position they'll hold. Su Qi chuckled to himself. After all, the system always assigned fixed positions to summoned employees. They can do other things, but they must complete the tasks required by their positions. And this time, they're actually fixed performers. This couldn't help but surprise Su Qi. Performers were welcome, but he still hoped for more NPCs. If that wasn't feasible, adding more cart drivers would do. Or better yet, setting up a pancake shop. Wu Dalong's pancake shop would be perfect. That way, visitors could enjoy something different besides instant noodles and bread every day. Su Qi spoke slowly. Finally, he shook his head. He knew the system had already finalized the lineup, so summoning others was impossible. At least Wu Dalong wasn't coming. Su Qi proceeded to initiate the summoning. Moments later, the system completed the summoning. Su Qi hurriedly scanned the employee roster. He quickly reached the end. At that moment, a name caught his eye. Employee, Xiang Yu. Era, Qin Dynasty. Position, Performer. Performance, Chuhan Boundary. Salary, 140. It's actually Xiang Yu. Su Qi was utterly astonished. He never imagined that the person summoned this time would be Xiang Yu. This was Lu Bang's sworn enemy. Would the two of them start fighting right here in the scenic area? Su Qi muttered in astonishment. But then, he noticed the era Xiang Yu belonged to. The Qin Dynasty? Logically speaking, the entire Qin Dynasty had already collapsed by the time Xiang Yu and Lu Bang clashed. But here was Xiang Yu from the Qin Dynasty. Could it be that this Xiang Yu wasn't the one who fought Lu Bang, but a younger version? Su Qi slowly speculated. But the pay was only 140, just half of what others earned. Could it be that this performer only needed to work half a day? Su Qi pondered. This system really is stingy, paying only half a day's wage for half a day's work. If Xiang Yu ever found out, wouldn't he be utterly devastated? Su Qi sighed. After all, wages here were already low to begin with. If Xiang Yu himself could only earn half a day's pay, and compared it to others, he'd probably be miserable. Of course, comparing himself to Li Shishi would be even more agonizing. After all, Li Shishi earned the equivalent of 21 people's wages. Never mind, tomorrow would reveal all. Hopefully it's not that war-era Xiang Yu, otherwise old Lu really won't get any peace. In the military camp, Xiang Yu, polishing his treasured sword, heard the system prompt echo in his mind. Moments later, Xiang Yu lowered his brows and gaze. The Chuhan demarcation line, a performance venue, and I'd become part of the act. But since it's a future tourist attraction, this time around isn't so bad. But what exactly is this Chuhan boundary? He pondered slowly. After pondering all night long, he still couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head, Xiang Yu hesitated no longer. He strapped on his armor and gripped his sword tightly, awaiting the system's summons. Han Dynasty. Lu Bang yawned. The supplies he'd brought back yesterday were decent enough, and he'd indulged a little in the harem afterward. The result was a late night, and now he twisted his aging back. No good. One really can't defy old age. Mr. Su wants me to wear full armor. Why on earth? Well, if it's what Su Zheng wants, then so be it. Lu Bang declared. Without hesitation, he stepped outside and had his wartime armor brought forth. Dawn broke. A faint glimmer flickered. Su Qi stretched lazily, finished his morning routine, and just as he pushed open the door, then he saw Li Shishi standing outside the door. What are you doing here? Su Qi looked utterly surprised. At that moment, Li Shishi held out the items in his hands. It was none other than soy milk and fried dough sticks. Where did you get these? Su Qi took them, his face full of confusion. Li Shishi smiled and spoke directly. I was planning to go out and buy some, but I couldn't leave the scenic area. So I just randomly picked a fan from the group chat, told them I was hungry, and asked if they could buy some for me? The person agreed. Hearing this, Su Qi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're awesome. The idol had his fan buy him breakfast. Li Shishi really is one of a kind. Chapter 98, Everyone's here. Su Qi didn't mind either. He took the soy milk and fried dough sticks directly from Li Shimon's hands. He ate as he walked toward the distance. At the city gate at that moment, a white light flickered slowly. One figure after another materialized there. Mr. Su, he hasn't arrived yet. Shall we head to work first? Lu Bang spoke up. He turned to leave. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Su Qi and Li Shishi in the distance. Just as he turned his head to look, a flash of white light erupted behind him, not far away. The next moment, a figure clad in armor appeared there. A greatsword was clenched in the figure's hand. His gaze was piercingly sharp. His imposing stature radiated an overpowering presence even as he stood still. Beside him, Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and the remaining 4 guards had just materialized. Their eyes locked onto the figure. They all instinctively took a step back. They fixed their gaze on the man before them. Their hands tightened around their weapons, as if they had spotted their natural enemy. They were just about to speak up. But Su Qi, standing some distance away, raised a hand to signal them to remain silent. Meanwhile, Wu Zetian had already approached Xiang Yu. He whispered to her. Xiang Yu's mind was flooded with that knowledge. He naturally understood the current situation. With Wu Zetian helping to clarify things for him, he was naturally willing to listen. Lu Bang, however, remained oblivious to this scene. Instead, he approached Su Qi with a cheerful smile. Mr. Su, I think I could take on an extra job. Look at me, I'm clearly just an old man. Not only can I play the rogue, but I can also play the beggar. That way, I could work 2 jobs and earn double the pay. Mr. Su, don't you agree? He asked curiously. However, after hearing his words, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly at that moment. Then he spoke directly. I think you're right. Taking on another job is acceptable, but if you take on another job, the salary can't be paid at the original rate. At most, I can add 50. Hearing this, Lu Bang's face lit up with excitement. He had only mentioned it casually, never expecting Su Qi to actually agree to the raise. He immediately straightened his back. His gaze shifted to Li Shishi beside him. See that? Even though you got promoted and a raise, and I didn't get promoted, I still managed to get a raise. Hearing his words, Li Shishi, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow slightly. Clearly, he hadn't expected it either that he could actually work 2 jobs and earn double pay. Though the second salary was only half the amount, it was still enough. He spoke up immediately. Mr. Su, I think I could handle another job too. Li Bai, who had been standing at a distance, also came over. He was holding that book and smiling as he spoke. Mr. Su, what do you think? Those tourists yesterday said I'd make a great idol. How about I take on an idol gig too? Everyone else's gaze turned toward them. Their eyes were filled with hopeful anticipation. Their wages weren't high. They had no means or conditions for a raise. If taking on another job could mean a raise, they'd work themselves to death. Even Lu Feng and the others in the distance watched with curiosity. Only Wu Zetian remained by Xiang Yu's side at this moment. She whispered an explanation of the current situation to him. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu kept glancing toward the distance. His gaze was fixed on the figure behind Lu Bang. Lu Bang had now donned a set of armor. Though not as splendid as his own, it evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity in Xiang Yu. Wu Zetian sensed Xiang Yu's gaze, and curiously looked over as well. Then, her eyes lit up. Chu Overlord, have you recognized him? Xiang Yu frowned and spoke directly. I have a feeling, though he seems a bit too old. That fellow isn't that old. Wu Zetian quickly interjected. That's because you weren't living in the same era. According to the history books, you ultimately took your own life by the riverbank. After that, Lu Bang ascended the throne, and this Lu Bang had already served as emperor for several years. So he and you weren't from the same era. Hearing this, Xiang Yu instantly understood. So in Lu Bang's era, he himself was already dead. That's why Lu Bang appeared older. This realization filled his eyes with a flicker of anger. He even clenched his great sword. A surging aura radiated outward. Li Shua, Lu Qin, and the others beside him instinctively took a step back. Though they were battle-hardened veterans themselves, having claimed several lives themselves. But now, compared to the Xiang Yu before them, they were utterly overshadowed. Seeing that Su Qi paid no heed to the others, Lu Bang lifted his head even higher. Mr. Su, I knew you could recognize the unique aura about me. Though I may not be as handsome as old Li or Li Bai due to my advancing age, I can't help that I can't attract as many fans as they do. But I can certainly handle double the workload. I won't let you down, Mr. Su. After saying this, Lu Bang asked curiously. I wonder what the second job is. Could it really be begging? No problem, I'll be a rogue in the mornings and a beggar in the afternoons. I'll absolutely handle both jobs well. Lu Bang chuckled. Though he hadn't been promoted yet, his salary was already nearly on par with Li Shimon's. Plus, he could bring home supplies every day. He felt he had become the wealthiest employee in the entire scenic area. Not to mention he'd previously won a couple of electric carts. Though that golf cart was meant for Xiaohoing to drive. Xiaohoing was his subordinate. The others looked over too. They were equally curious about what new assignments Su Qi would give Lu Bang. At that moment, Lu Bang simply smiled and said, Your new job isn't complicated, it's performing. Though everyone performs nightly, those aren't proper performances. This time, there's an official program requiring your participation. Alright, I'm pretty good at acting. My acting skills are good enough to be a veteran performer. Lu Bang said cheerfully. Performing itself doesn't take much time. And every night when everyone went up to perform, he was the only one who could sneak a few things down below. It was undoubtedly a bit embarrassing for him. Now he could finally get on stage. That was certainly a good thing. With that thought, Lu Bang continued to ask. So, what exactly am I supposed to perform? At that moment, Su Qi let out a faint smile. The Chu Han Divide. Chapter 99, Look Who's Behind You. The Chu Han border, is this about me and that guy Xiang Yu? After we overthrew the Qin Dynasty, we did indeed divide the world between us. I'd definitely play myself, but I wonder who'd take on Xiang Yu. Old Li and Li Bai may be handsome, but they lack that certain aura. Even veterans like Li Zhuo and Lu Qin, who've seen battle, pale in comparison to Xiang Yu. Lu Bang analyzed slowly. After a moment, he had analyzed everyone present. Finally, he spoke up. If all else fails, perhaps we could have Xiaohoing play Xiang Yu. After all, his physique is passable, though he lacks that overbearing presence of a warlord. It could work as a compromise. After all, I'm the one playing Su Qi in this performance. Lu Bang said as he spoke. His true motive was to secure Xiaohong a role, thereby increasing his wages. After all, Xiaohong was his subordinate. Any raise for Xiaohong ultimately flowed back to him. No need. I already have someone for Xiangyu. Already? Who is it? Lu Bang asked curiously. Yet none of those around him shared his curiosity. Their gazes were fixed on the distant figure radiating the imposing aura of a warlord. At first, only Wu Zetian had communicated with the figure and recognized him as Xiangyu. The others were merely curious, but none had guessed his identity. But after Lu Bang's explanation, they had completely figured out that the guy was Xiangyu. Yet none spoke, merely standing there stifling their laughter. For they had all studied the natural course of history and the relationship between Xiangyu and Lu Bang. Even Li Shishi stood slyly beside Su Qi. He watched Lu Bang with a smile. Someone you know. Su Qi spoke again. This time, Lu Bang looked even more puzzled. Could it be old Li? He just got a raise recently and his salary is the same as mine. He could play the part too. Su Qi shook his head. Then could it be Li Zhua? He's a bit taller, but he's rather frail, hardly the stature of a warlord. Su Qi shook his head again. Then who could it be? Lu Bang looked utterly bewildered. He was quite curious about this person who was supposed to perform with him. Yet now he couldn't get any information. Moreover, he had realized something. After all, Su Qi had just raised his salary, not anyone else's. That meant the actor playing Xiangyu definitely wasn't one of them. Just then, Lu Bang suddenly thought of something. His eyes flicked nervously, then he looked at Su Qi before him with a hint of worry. Mr. Su, you wouldn't be planning to summon that Xiangyu fellow, would you? That doesn't seem right. He couldn't help but speak up. He looked at Su Qi with a slightly pleading expression. The others are one thing, but if that guy shows up, he'll probably come after me. If I were a few years younger, I wouldn't fear him. But now, with my current physique, how could I possibly fight him? He said, his face twisted in anguish. However, seeing the other man's expression, Su Qi gently shook his head at that moment. Lu Bang immediately brightened. Could it be they weren't summoning Xiangyu at all, but someone of similar build to impersonate him? Or perhaps they'll just recruit a local? He exclaimed excitedly. But Su Qi shook his head again. What exactly does that mean, Mr. Su? Stop beating around the bush. Lu Bang seemed a bit impatient. Su Qi said nothing more, merely extending a finger and pointing behind him. Look behind you. Who's there? At that very moment, Xiangyu had already arrived behind Lu Bang. His towering figure blocked out most of the sunlight. The towering shadow also fell over Lu Bang's entire body. Seeing the ground before him suddenly darken, Lu Bang's body trembled slightly. He swallowed instinctively. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out. No way? Su Qi offered a faint smile, saying nothing more. Lu Bang looked to Li Shishi, standing beside Su Qi, as if seeking help. Old Li, surely not? But Li Shishi merely smiled back, saying nothing more. Are you really that unwilling to have me come? A deep, resonant voice suddenly cut through the air. Upon hearing these words, Lu Bang's body jerked violently. He instinctively lunged forward a few steps. Then he turned to look. The next moment, his pupils contracted once more. It was indeed Xiangyu. And he appeared to be in the prime of his life. His imposing armor and towering stature. An aura impossible to conceal. Every detail proclaimed his identity. This, it really is you. Lu Bang's face was filled with astonishment, then his gaze shifted towards Su Qi. Mr. Su, can we have someone else? Don't let him come over here. He fled behind Su Qi as he spoke. His face was pleading as he looked at Su Qi. If it really can't be helped, just dock my pay 1 month, not 2. Just send him back, okay? His eyes pleaded desperately. But seeing his expression, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. Now that he's been summoned here, how can we just send him back? Lu Bang's face instantly fell. He couldn't help but glance towards Xiangyu in the distance. Then he continued. Then can you make him stop attacking me? Hearing this, Su Qi turned his gaze towards Xiangyu in the distance. At that moment, Xiangyu snorted coldly. I, the overlord of Chu, do not strike the old or the young. Upon hearing this, at that moment, Lu Bang breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly straightened his back, then gazed at the smiling face in the distance. Then he gave a cold snort. I've been here for quite some time, while you've only just arrived. For the sake of our past friendship, if you play along, I might even offer you some advice. At least help you avoid making mistakes. Seeing his sudden change in demeanor, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. Truly a seasoned actor, he switches gears too quickly. As Lu Bang spoke, he walked towards Xiangyu in the distance. After all, with Xiangyu present, he was certain Xiangyu wouldn't go back on his word. Only an opponent could truly understand an opponent. Lu Bang believed he wouldn't misjudge a person. Yet, upon hearing his words, Xiangyu's face suddenly darkened. He had previously believed he understood Lu Bang. He believed Lu Bang was not a villain. In the end, Liu Bang had even agreed to divide the world with him. Yet Liu Bang ultimately betrayed their agreement. He rashly attacked Xiang Yu. Moreover, under Han Xian's command, he was utterly crushed. Especially Wu Zetian, as I just mentioned. In the end, he met his demise by stabbing himself to death by the riverbank. This undoubtedly sent his rage soaring. Chapter 100, A Sword Slash of White Light. At this moment, Liu Bang had arrived before Xiang Yu. He looked down on Xiang Yu with an air of superiority. As if he were a victorious warrior. Even Su Qi found this posture utterly speechless. Frankly, if he were in Xiang Yu's position, he might have already swung his sword. The others standing nearby were equally astonished. No one had imagined that Liu Bang, as an emperor and the founding ruler of the Han Dynasty, could possess such a side. Just as everyone expected Xiang Yu to retort and exchange insults with Liu Bang. The next moment, the great sword flashed violently. The massive blade swung forward with a sweeping motion. A thunderous crash echoed. Liu Bang was instantly struck across the neck. Most of his body was cleaved apart in that instant. Then Liu Bang's entire body dissolved into a white light, vanishing completely. Xiang Yu had actually sliced Liu Bang to pieces with a single stroke. The scene left everyone utterly stunned. Holy crap, what the hell just happened? Li Zhuo and Lu Qing immediately gripped their weapons, aiming them at Xiang Yu across the battlefield. They never imagined Xiang Yu would attack outright. Even Li Shimon's lips twitched slightly. Zheng He and the others quickly stepped in front of Li Shimon. They crouched slightly, left hands tightening around the embroidered spring daggers at their waists. They stood ready to act at a moment's notice. Lu Feng and his two companions, however, had all retreated to a distance. Having arrived only a couple of days prior, they hadn't fully grasped the current situation. Wu Zetian and Li Shishi stood to the side. Yet Wu Zetian's brow was slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. Li Bai, meanwhile, had already drawn the long sword from his waist, poised to unleash his sword master style. Xia Huang, observing this from afar, roared and charged forward. But Li Shimon's men blocked his path. Everyone understood that charging in now would be nothing short of suicide. At that moment, Su Qi's brow twitched slightly. Frowning, he stared at Xiang Yu before him. Xiang Yu, what are you doing? Everyone here is a colleague. How can you attack your own colleagues like this? He asked, utterly speechless. Su Qi couldn't believe Xiang Yu would simply return after learning what had happened here. After all, Xiang Yu himself was facing death. In other words, working here to obtain supplies was practically his only chance to survive. Yet just because of Liu Bang's few provocative words, he could have sliced Liu Bang in two with a single sword strike. This made Su Qi wonder, was Xiang Yu truly all brawn and no brains? Was he nothing but a brute? Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Xiang Yu turned to look at Su Qi. His gaze held only calmness. Not a trace of the furious rage he had displayed moments before. Then Xiang Yu smiled. The next moment, he dropped to one knee. Adopting the posture of one paying homage to an emperor, he declared, Mr. Su, this matter was indeed my oversight. Please punish me as you see fit. Su Qi froze once more. He never imagined that after Xiang Yu had slain Liu Bang, he would back down so swiftly. Was this truly the historical overlord of Chu, Xiang Yu? After a moment's thought, Su Qi directly queried the system. Moments later, the system provided its response. Seeing the punishment, Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He spoke directly. Your penalty is 1 month's salary. You'll be working at our scenic area. If you receive 2 consecutive months' salary, you'll be fired. Don't ever do it again. Hearing Su Qi's words, the others exchanged glances but said nothing more. Instead, Chu's overlord Xiang Yu gave a slight nod. I understand. My vengeance has been served. I shall never resort to violence again without cause. I, Xiang Yu, swear that the next time I act, it will be solely to protect General Su and safeguard the entire scenic area. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he sighed and spoke. Forget it, forget it. In today's society, if you want a fight, it's considered brawling. Even if something truly happens at the scenic area, you can't resort to violence. Of course, if something happens to me, you should still act if you can. After speaking, he looked at the people present. Then he continued. Alright, everyone, no need to watch anymore. Get back to work. Don't let this delay your work. As Su Qi's words fell, the others no longer hesitated and headed toward their respective workstations. Yet a hint of wariness lingered in their eyes. After all, Xiang Yu's killing had been far too decisive. That greatsword, no matter who it strikes, no one can withstand it. After everyone had left, Su Qi looked at Xiang Yu across from him and spoke. Get up first. Thank you, Mr. Su. Xiang Yu rose immediately. Though Xiang Yu was the overlord of Chu, he was not an emperor himself. Therefore, he felt no psychological reluctance whatsoever about kneeling on one knee. He walked straight up to Su Qi, gazing at the imposing figure before him. Su Qi sighed helplessly. You've figured out Liu Bang's intentions, haven't you? Hearing Su Qi's words, Xiang Yu nodded. Exactly. Lu Bang doesn't want me staying in the scenic area. That's why he initially preferred to forego his salary rather than keep me on. But after Su Qi refused, he chose another approach. That was to put himself in danger. Probably to provoke me into acting, then use that as grounds for Su Zong to fire me. Su Qi stared at Xiang Yu in front of him with some surprise. You actually figured it out? Then why did you still act? Xiang Yu chuckled softly. Since that old man Lu Bang sought it out himself, I'll see him on his way. Besides, I heard from Wu Kairan that even if someone accidentally dies in this scenic area, they won't actually die in their original time. They'll just be summoned back to work tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Qi nodded slightly. You're right, but this sort of thing absolutely must never happen again. Su Qi opened his mouth, then sighed. If only Xiang Yu's job didn't involve acting alongside Lu Bang. That would be ideal. At least under such circumstances, both Xiang Yu and Lu Bang could keep them apart, ensuring they rarely crossed paths within the scenic area. That way, their rivalry could be avoided. But Xiang Yu was summoned precisely for the performance. And that performance was the Chu-Han Divide. The two central figures were none other than Xiang Yu and Lu Bang. This meant they would at least have to rehearse their lines together and discuss how to perform the scene. In other words, once Lu Bang returned tomorrow, he would still have to face Xiang Yu across the stage. Noticing the worry in Su Qi's eyes, Xiang Yu continued. Once I strike Lu Bang down with my sword, he won't dare cause trouble again next time. Chapter 101, let's do the victory sign first. My vengeance is complete, there's no need to kill him. He spoke slowly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing his expression, Su Qi instantly understood. Indeed, within this scenic area, Xiang Yu had already avenged his great grievance. Therefore, he would absolutely not kill Lu Bang here. But in his own timeline, things would unfold differently. If Su Qi hadn't misjudged, Xiang Yu would absolutely seek an opportunity to eliminate Lu Bang upon returning. After all, in the original history, Xiang Yu had 3 chances to eliminate Lu Bang. Yet due to his own reasons, he ultimately spared him each time. But having witnessed this alternate history, he would never let Lu Bang off the hook again. Su Qi couldn't help but worry for Lu Bang and Xiang Yu's timeline. But he shook his head. After all, each timeline remained entirely separate. Even if Xiang Yu eliminated Lu Bang in his timeline, or even wiped out everyone entirely, launch a human extermination plan, it wouldn't affect his side in the slightest. At worst, Xiang Yu would become a murderous maniac and he could simply summon another in his place. Mr. Su, what exactly is my job? Upon hearing his words, Su Qi immediately produced a script. This is the script for you and Lu Bang to perform the Chu-Han Divide. Originally, you two were supposed to read it together and practice a bit. By this afternoon, you might be ready to take the stage. But since Lu Bang has already left, you'll need to review the script on your own for now. Your performances are scheduled for morning and afternoon. 2 performances a day. The daytime performance differs from the evening joint performance. Forget about it for today. Discuss it with Lu Bang tomorrow, you absolutely cannot miss it. Otherwise, you might get docked pay. After speaking, Su Qi patted Xiang Yu on the shoulder. Then he left the place. At that moment, Li Shimin approached from a distance. Only after Su Qi had departed did he approach. He looked at Xiang Yu before him and gave him a thumbs up. You did exceptionally well. I simply lack your boldness. Truly worthy of the title, choose Overlord Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu looked at Li Shimin, smiled lightly, and nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks to Wu Zetian's earlier explanation, he now understood who the man before him was. This was the future emperor himself. Basic respect was still in order. Mr. Su, it's time for you to review the script. Come on, I'll find you a room. Working on the script outside would not only be uncomfortable but also hinder your efficiency. Everything we do must serve our work and the efficiency of the scenic area. Li Shimin chuckled as he spoke, then led Xiang Yu away from the scene. Li Shimin had now been promoted. Though it wasn't a particularly high-ranking position, it was still sufficient to find Xiang Yu a room. As for Su Qi, he scurried off to fetch the camera. Su Qi could certainly use his phone to film. But the footage from a professional camera is simply the best. Exactly. Su Qi intended to capture a close-up of Xiang Yu. That posture of Xiang Yu's, whether in ancient or modern times, was unmistakably that of a great general. He looked incredibly imposing. A figure like that could go viral with just a casual shot. Su Qi certainly couldn't pass up this footage. Moments later, Su Qi arrived carrying professional camera equipment. But then he couldn't find Xiang Yu. He immediately messaged Li Shimin in the group chat. Li Shimin promptly sent Su Qi a location and explained his arrangements. Su Qi nodded in response, saying little else. In fact, he thought Li Shimin had handled things quite well. Otherwise, having Xiang Yu practice in public like that, whether or not it affects efficiency is another matter entirely. Most importantly, it could very well lead to some visitors hearing about it ahead of time. Then the performances of Xiang Yu and Lu Bang would lose their mystique. The first performance would undoubtedly suffer greatly. This was clearly something Su Qi did not want to see happen. Su Qi hurried toward the room where Xiang Yu was staying. After a short while, he arrived at the door. At that moment, Xiang Yu's voice echoed from within the room. He was clearly rehearsing his lines. You are that Lu Bang brat. Humph. I offered to divide the world with you, yet you refused. Since that is the case, then witness how I utterly annihilate you. Unify this central plains. He paused briefly in the middle, clearly Lu Bang's lines. Finally, Xiang Yu continued. Not even a single strike can withstand my blade, the sword of Xiang Yu, overlord of Chu. The next moment, a thud echoed. Clearly, a heavy sword had struck the ground. Then came Xiang Yu's laughter. Ha! That felt good. Outside, they heard Xiang Yu's performance. Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. At first, he genuinely believed Xiang Yu was merely playing along with Lu Bang, intending to teach him a lesson. But now it seemed Xiang Yu himself was quite the fierce character. Even if he hadn't known about those matters, he might have swung his sword anyway. Shaking his head, Su Qi pushed open the door. Mr. Su, you're here. Xiang Yu spotted Su Qi and hurried over. With each step of his massive frame, the floor trembled slightly beneath Su Qi's feet. Of course, that was merely his imagination. In ancient times, such a phenomenon might have been plausible. But this was the modern era. Though this ancient city was built in an old world style, it was built with modern construction materials. Not just a man like Xiang Yu, even an elephant wouldn't necessarily make it tremble. I'm here to film a video with you. You know what filming means, right? Su Qi asked curiously. Xiang Yu nodded repeatedly across from him. I heard about it from old Li. This old Li, of course, was Li Shimen. At this, Su Qi couldn't help but silently give Li Shimen a mental thumbs up. The knowledge not provided by the system Li Shimen had actually imparted it all to Xiang Yu. This undoubtedly saved him a great deal of trouble. It seemed like promoting Li Shimen was absolutely the right move. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke, then continued. Since you know, just strike a few of your most signature poses, the kind that instantly scream explosive and badass. I'll start with a few close-ups, then you can perform your most fierce martial arts routine. With your physique and that terrifying aura, once it's posted online, your follower count might just surpass both Li Bai and Li Shimen. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke. This era isn't short on beauties or handsome men. What it lacks are truly extraordinary individuals. Beauty and handsomeness mostly rely on innate conditions. Of course, those who've gone under the knife don't count. But a physique like Xiang Yu's, that robust build and the aura of a warlord. That's something no one can artificially create. It's entirely innate and all the more precious. Come on, give me a thumbs up. Chapter 102, Creating New Positions. After photographing and filming Xiang Yu, Su Qi scurried off to edit the footage. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu began rehearsing his script once more. Before long, it was 10 past noon. Everyone gathered around the dining table. Looking at the table set for so many people, Su Qi scratched his head. He suddenly realized that as the number of people grew, the dining table at his place seemed insufficient. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed insufficient. It seemed he'd have to find a chance to modify the tables a bit. If that didn't work, he'd need to find a larger room. Su Qi shook his head and casually mentioned it to Li Shimen beside him. Upon hearing this, Li Shimen nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. That won't be a problem at all. I'll have Zheng He and the others help me get a new dining table during the afternoon shift. It will definitely be larger, more luxurious, and big enough for all of us to dine together. Su Qi gave a slight nod. With Li Shimen on board, you won't have to handle so many things personally anymore. That's quite a relief. At this moment, Xiaohong sat beside Li Shimen. He had always sat beside Lu Bang. But now, Lu Bang was no longer present. Therefore, under these circumstances, Xiaohong naturally took his place beside Li Shimen. Of course, the primary reason was this. Xiaohong still harbored intentions of seeking revenge against Xiang Yu. At the very least, he had to show it. Otherwise, when Lu Bang returned tomorrow and saw that Xiaohong had been slashed, Xiaohong would be delighted to escape unscathed. Wouldn't that have driven Xiaohong absolutely mad? Even if Lu Bang, due to his status, he wouldn't kill him. But he wouldn't be considered a trusted confidant either. Alright, everyone, enjoy your meal today and get to know each other, especially the new employees. Come afternoon, Lu Feng, you three come with me. We'll get the program's performance hall organized. Su Qi said cheerfully. Lu Feng and the other two nodded repeatedly from a distance. The scenic area itself has a performance hall. It just hadn't hosted any proper performances. As for Li Shishi and the others before, they had only performed at the very center of the terrace. After all, that spot could draw in more tourists. But now, with a proper program, things would be different. Su Qi plans to refurbish that performance hall. That way, it could draw even more traffic. Understanding this, a faint smile touched Su Qi's lips. Soon after, everyone began eating. Once everyone had finished eating, Li Shimen pulled out his phone and started searching for the 100-person restaurant. He then led several subordinates to begin renovations. Meanwhile, Su Qi led Lu Feng and the other two to the rear of the scenic area. This was a performance hall that had been sealed off for years. After the group entered, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly. Because aside from its sheer size, the space was utterly devoid of anything else. The stage and chairs were present, but the lighting was in disarray, and there was essentially nothing else. Mr. Su, what should we do now? Lu Feng asked from the side. After hearing his words, Su Qi paused to think for a moment. After a moment, he sighed helplessly and spoke directly. Let's start by cleaning up. Go get the cleaning supplies and give the entire performance hall a thorough cleaning. I'll see how he handles the rest. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Feng and the other two across from him didn't hesitate. They immediately went to fetch their usual cleaning supplies. They began cleaning the entire performance hall. Su Qi, however, did not immediately get to work. For such minor tasks, he certainly wouldn't get involved himself. Su Qi sat down on a nearby chair. He smoked a cigarette, a hint of resignation in his eyes. The scene unfolding in the distance truly left him feeling helpless. The hall was indeed spacious, and the performance effects were likely impressive. But there were no dedicated staff for lighting, music, or any of the technical aspects. In other words, unless the system summoned personnel from ancient times, Su Qi would have to recruit people from outside himself. Currently, the entire scenic area's operational performance was quite satisfactory. He could certainly hire a few employees. The problem is, these new hires absolutely cannot be paid the 280 yuan wage. At the very least, they'd need to be paid 3 or 4,000 yuan. And that 3 to 4,000 yuan salary would directly cover the wages for Li Shishi and his group of over 20 people. Su Qi personally didn't mind. But he was concerned that once these new hires arrived, they might stir up resentment among Li Shishi and the others. Although Li Shishi and the others had heard from tourists that normal jobs paid quite well, they were in a unique position within the scenic area, so no one else had any complaints. But if they specifically recruited a few ordinary people, it could very well trigger problems. Su Qi pondered slowly. Out of desperation, he asked the system if it could recruit a few people from ancient times. Yet the system remained silent. At that moment, Su Qi fully understood it was because his revenue hadn't reached the required threshold. Moreover, he hadn't triggered the system's underlying logic. Therefore, the system would absolutely refuse to allow him to summon ancient figures again at this time. Could it really only be possible to hire from outside? Su Qi pondered slowly, his eyes brimming with growing resignation. He constantly feared that having modern people work alongside ancient figures would lead to problems. Time ticked by second. Soon, 2 hours had passed. It must be said, the efficiency of the ancient workers was truly remarkable. Lu Feng and his two companions had barely taken any breaks. Within these short 2 hours, they had already cleaned the entire place. Su Qi glanced over and found the place looking quite presentable. His eyebrows arched slightly. He turned his gaze toward the distance. He saw a figure approaching from that direction. Who else could it be but Li Shishi? Mr. Su, the restaurant is all set up now. Next time we eat, it won't be so crowded. Li Shishi said cheerfully. After hearing his words, Su Qi gave a slight nod at that moment. If that's the case, then it's good. After speaking, Su Qi remained silent, contemplating solutions. Noticing Su Qi's expression, Li Shishi frowned and spoke up. Mr. Su, is there something troubling you? You can speak directly to me. I will certainly help ease your concerns. Upon hearing Li Shishi's words, Su Qi immediately explained his current staffing shortage. Upon hearing this, Li Shishi immediately smiled. Mr. Su, leave this matter to us. While we may not possess expertise in lighting or stage design, but we can learn. Our learning ability is quite good. Besides, these are all job positions. Once we have more performances and the stage hall is fully operational, Mr. Su, you can just hire more people then. Chapter 103, New Stage Performances. As for modern people, they might be more familiar with things than we are now, but it won't be long before we ancient folks quickly surpass them. And while the relationship between ancient and modern people might be inconsequential for tourists, it could easily lead to conflict if they were actual employees. And it wouldn't be good if someone accidentally let something slip. Li Shishi chattered on incessantly. All the while, he kept a close eye on Su Qi's reactions. He certainly didn't want Su Qi to think he was spouting nonsense. Every word he spoke struck a chord with Su Qi. The reason Li Shishi spoke this way was quite simple. He understood that as long as the scenic area lacked job openings, they would recruit people from ancient times. At that point, the ministers from his own Qin Dynasty might very well be recruited. He could then win over hearts within the scenic area. Overthrowing Emperor Gaozu's rule would then proceed much more smoothly. And if he could even summon Li Yuan himself, that would be ideal. Perhaps in the Qin Dynasty, Li Shishi might not yet be a match for Li Yuan. But within this scenic area, Li Shishi now enjoyed immense prestige. Not to mention he had become the only one to receive a promotion. Under these circumstances, even if Li Yuan did come, Li Shishi was confident he could sideline him. Understanding this, Li Shishi chuckled inwardly. Through Li Shishi's words, Su Qi's brow brightened slightly. Then have a few guards come over first. Don't bring too many, your work still needs to be done. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I've got it covered. Li Shishi stated. He immediately summoned Zheng He and the others. Soon, 5 guards stood beside Li Shishi as they approached Su Qi. Mr. Su, what should we do now? Just tell us directly. Su Qi glanced at his phone before speaking directly. You two handle the lighting. I've already sent the operating instructions to your phones. You'll figure it out when the time comes. You two handle the music. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. After giving instructions to everyone, Su Qi turned to Li Shishi beside him. He slowly exhaled. He hoped this matter could be resolved smoothly. He began to speak, and Li Shishi beside him nodded repeatedly. At dusk, the entire stage was now completely ready. Su Qi glanced over, a smile flickering in his eyes. It was shaping up quite well. Though everyone was still getting the hang of it, these operational procedures didn't require much experience. Li Shishi approached Su Qi's side. Mr. Su, what do you think of our work? Su Qi gave a slight nod. Not bad, not bad. From now on, I'll leave matters here to you. Li Shishi immediately replied. Certainly. I'm honored to share the burden with you, Mr. Su. Hearing Li Shishi's words, Su Qi also smiled. Mr. Su, it's almost time for the evening performance. Su Qi glanced at the time. It was indeed approaching. At that moment, something occurred to him, and he spoke up. Gather everyone here. Since the performance hall is already set up, there's no need to hold the performance outside. I'll go notify them immediately. Li Shishi quickly departed. Moments later, everyone had gathered. Wu Zetian, Li Shishi, Li Zhuo, Lu Qing, Li Bai, and others all gathered here. Only Huang was absent. After all, his horse-drawn carriage racing on this stage was certainly impossible to perform. It could only be performed outside. Su Qi had already decided to remove Ying's horse-drawn carriage stunt from the daily lineup. Instead, it would be interspersed between the morning and afternoon sessions, preventing the daytime schedule from feeling too monotonous. This is our newly constructed stage. All future performances will take place here. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to share them in advance. For lighting and music, you can coordinate with Zheng He and his team to have them prepare in advance. Su Qi spoke slowly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then they sought out Zheng He and the other 4 guards to discuss the matter. Mr. Su, the tourists seem unaware we've moved the location here. Should we notify them? Li Shishi approached at that moment and spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Su Qi nodded slightly. You're right. We definitely need to inform them. You handle it. There's a publicity office nearby. Go directly there and inform the visitors that we've moved the performance location to this spot. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi nodded without hesitation and walked straight over. 10 minutes later, Li Shishi produced a speech from somewhere and began. Esteemed visitors, it is now time for our evening performance. To accommodate the changing weather, we have moved the venue to the performance hall at the rear of the scenic area. Please feel free to take your seats. The entire performance is complimentary. The show begins in 20 minutes, don't miss it. Soon, all the visitors gathered inside the hall. At this moment, the hall still felt quite spacious. At least within Su Qi's line of sight, it could easily accommodate several thousand people. With a little rearrangement to open up the rear space, it could even accommodate over 10,000 people. Currently, the entire scenic area only had 1,000 or 2 visitors. Accommodating these visitors was a sure thing. Su Qi set aside a specific area for Li Bai and the others, allowing them to prepare in advance. Yet what surprised Su Qi was this. 2 groups of people had gathered behind Li Bai and Li Shishi respectively. Though separated by 2 seats, their eyes were fixed intently on the 2 men. Simultaneously, some tourists kept casting hostile glances at the group beside them. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi sighed. He understood these people were fans of Li Bai and Li Shishi. Who knows where Li Bai and Li Shishi had picked up their knowledge? They were now instinctively stirring up conflict between the 2 groups of tourists, driving everyone to constantly boost their performance metrics in the group chat. Brother Bai, you're the best. Brother Bai, you're the greatest. Soon, Li Bai took the stage to perform. At that moment, the crowd below erupted into cheers. On stage, Li Bai bowed slightly before commencing his sword dance and poetry recitation. His elegant posture, clad in pure white robes, wielding a gleaming short sword, and the verses he recited intermittently. The performance was truly spectacular. The crowd cheered continuously. Moments later, Li Bai concluded his performance. Li Shishi, accompanied by his Qin Dynasty boy band, took the stage. The next instant, another wave of screams erupted from the fans below. Chapter 104, Your Majesty, I have done my utmost. Brother Li Shishi, you're my absolute favorite. You must win. Hearing the crowd's words, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. Truth be told, he had no idea how Li Bai and Li Shishi could possibly win. After all, there was no scoring system or voting mechanism in place. Could it be decided by whose fans cheered louder? But that wouldn't have anything to do with Li Shimen or Li Bai. Shaking his head, Su Qi said no more. At that moment, Li Shimen and his Tang Dynasty boy band took the stage to begin their performance. Singing, dancing, rapping, basketball. Li Shimen's performance was remarkably polished. His stage presence was so impressive that Su Qi couldn't help but applaud. He felt that Li Shimen and his group had now truly become a standard boy band. They had even mastered some of the core elements of boy bands. After just a few movements, they were already panting heavily. They appeared to be putting in considerable effort. Just then, Huang approached Su Qi from behind. He spoke directly. Mr. Su, once His Majesty returns tomorrow, might that Xiangyu make another move? We absolutely must prevent this from happening. He couldn't help but say. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi shook his head. Rest assured, Xiangyu won't make another move. But I'll also have a word with Lu Bang then, telling him not to stir up trouble either. Everyone here is an employee. Even if there were conflicts before, they must be resolved once we're here. Su Qi left his final thought unsaid. That is, if the conflicts cannot be resolved, then the people causing them will be dealt with. In other words, send both Lu Bang and Xiangyu packing. Though Su Qi didn't say it, Huang across from him could clearly hear the implication. He nodded repeatedly. He had already made up his mind. Once he got off work that evening, he would have a serious talk with Lu Bang. He couldn't let the other side come back the next day and cause trouble. Because if that happened, Lu Bang might truly be sent back. Directly dismissed. That would be detrimental to the entire Han Dynasty. For Huang, the most painful part was. Now, though he could drive that little electric cart around every day. But that thing wasn't actually his, it belonged to Lu Bang. He dreaded the thought that once Lu Bang was dismissed, the golf cart would be taken back too. If he had to earn one through his own efforts, it would take at least several years. Not to mention Lu Bang would never let him save up the money. As the performance concluded completely, all the tourists cheered. Su Qi signaled Li Shimen with a glance before continuing. Li Shimen remained on stage, clearing his throat twice before continuing. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, we will present a special performance on this very stage. Everyone is encouraged to attend. Admission is free, and seating will be first come, first served just like today. Brother Li Shimen will definitely be there tomorrow. We absolutely have to see Brother Li Shimen's performance. Hearing their words, Li Shimen let out a soft smile, offering no further explanation. Su Qi also chose his words carefully. After all, if Li Shimen revealed the truth now that tomorrow's performance wouldn't feature him, might disappoint those fans. As for tomorrow, the worst-case scenario would be having Li Shimen wait until Lu Bang and Xiangyu finish their performances. Then have Li Shimen take the stage alone for his own performance. There would be no issues whatsoever. Once all the tourists have departed, everyone gathered together. Even Xiangyu, who had been practicing in a hidden room, made his way over. His armor clanged with each step, producing a mighty sound. Everyone did a great job today. We'll have an extra meal tomorrow. You're all dismissed for the day. Looking forward to your performance tomorrow, Su Qi announced. The others nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, we're off for the day. Mr. Su, see you tomorrow. As flashes of white light flickered one after another, everyone departed from the place. Only Li Shimen and Su Qi remained behind. Mr. Su, I'll walk you back. Li Shimen spoke up beside him. Su Qi nodded in agreement at that moment. After that, the two of them returned to the dormitory together. Li Shimen's dormitory wasn't too far from where Su Qi lived. Of course, they still had to stay separate. After all, Su Qi was staying at his own family's hotel. The dormitory system's arrangements couldn't be a hotel. After all, employees must maintain their professional integrity. I'll also need your help with tomorrow's matters, especially regarding Lu Bang. If he returns tomorrow and still hasn't come to his senses, you must persuade him. At the very least, prevent him from seeking out Xiangyu. Su Qi spoke up. Beside him, Li Shimen nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I will definitely stop him tomorrow. Returning to his own room, Su Qi collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. As for the video he'd recorded earlier, he'd already uploaded it. It wouldn't disturb his sleep. Han Dynasty. Huang returned here accompanied by a white light. The moment he returned, he spotted Lu Bang across the way. Why haven't you returned? Lu Bang spoke coldly. His gaze swept over Huang before him. After all, he had been struck down by Xiangyu's sword earlier. So, as the only person present who was under his command, Huang simply couldn't have stayed there waiting. Lu Bang had assumed Huang would return, slashed by a sword in his own attempt to avenge him. But he waited from morning until night. Huang hadn't returned at all. This undoubtedly caused a flicker of suppressed anger to flash in his eyes. Yet upon hearing Lu Bang's words, Huang knelt down with a thud. Your Majesty, this humble servant has done everything in his power. Your Majesty, I sought to avenge you, but that Li blocked my path. Even General Su forbade me from seeking vengeance. I've been biding my time, waiting for an opportunity to confront Xiang Yu alone. But Xiang Yu vanished without a trace. I never caught sight of him all day. That's why I waited until after work to return and see your majesty. After hearing Xiahou Ying's words. After confirming Xiahou Ying was not lying, Lu Bang snorted coldly before continuing. How was Xiang Yu punished? Was he not dismissed? Lu Bang asked. Su Qi's guess was correct. The reason Lu Bang deliberately provoked trouble and then let himself be defeated was to make Xiang Yu look bad in front of Su Qi. If possible, directly dismissing Xiang Yu would naturally be the best outcome. Xiahou Ying immediately interjected. No, he was only fined a month's salary. Upon hearing this, Lu Bang furrowed his brow slightly. Understood. You may return now. Report for duty as usual tomorrow. Chapter 105. That was my former dream. The next morning, as a faint white light flickered, everyone returned to the ancient city's scenic area. At that moment, Lu Bang's gaze swept through the crowd, and soon he spotted him in the distance. Xiang Yu still wore yesterday's attire. Towering in his armor, he gripped a great sword planted firmly in the ground. Standing there, he resembled a war god. Oomph. Lu Bang gave a cold snort, paying Xiang Yu no mind. He already knew his scheme had been seen through by Xiang Yu and General Su. That's why Xiang Yu only got a 1-month salary deduction and why he had slashed him with a sword earlier. This left him feeling helpless. He understood that the chances of forcing Xiang Yu back in the short term were slim. Li Shishi hurried over. He walked straight up to Lu Bang. Then he said with a smile. Old Lu, what happened yesterday mustn't happen again. Mr. Su has already punished Xiang Yu just like you were punished before by docking a month's salary. Moreover, Xiang Yu himself lacks the means to bring things back daily. That means he won't have any income for at least a month. Shouldn't that satisfy you? Upon hearing Li Shimon's words, Lu Bang snorted coldly, saying nothing more. At this moment, Li Shimon smiled cheerfully and continued. As for your program, it must proceed as scheduled. I've already prepared the script for you. Saying this, Li Shishi directly produced a script and placed it in Lu Bang's hands. Lu Bang glanced at it casually, his expression shifting slightly. He couldn't help but blurt out. Don't tell me I have to rehearse this script with that guy? Li Shishi shrugged his shoulders. Naturally. You know why Xiang Yu was summoned and why you're getting a raise, right? It's precisely because you two are to perform. If this performance falls short, Director Su will certainly impose penalties. Upon hearing Li Shimon's words, Lu Bang's expression darkened. But in the end, he sighed and said nothing more. Moments later, Su Qi approached. Surveying the assembled crowd, he directed everyone to get to work. Then he kept Xiang Yu and Lu Bang behind alone. The two stood not too close together. At that moment, a hint of coldness flickered in both their eyes. Fortunately, they neither came to blows nor exchanged insults. This moment brought relief to Su Qi. It seemed old Li had handled things quite well. Su Qi stepped directly before them and spoke calmly. I trust you both know what needs to be done next. Though there was conflict between you, that conflict is now in the past. At least within this scenic area, no further conflicts should arise. Mr. Su, I understand. Xiang Yu spoke first. Lu Bang followed suit. Mr. Su, rest assured. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, I won't pick a fight with him either. Su Qi nodded slightly, then glanced at the scripts in their hands and said. Then you two find a place to rehearse. The performance starts at 10 o'clock today. Don't be late. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Xiang Yu nodded. He had already practiced all day yesterday. Today he only needed to rehearse with Lu Bang. Lu Bang, however, hadn't practiced at all. But with his acting skills as a veteran performer, he naturally wouldn't be too much of a disappointment. Watching the two depart, Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was finally concluded. Time quickly approached 10 o'clock. At this hour, only those on fixed shifts remained at their posts. The rest had largely gathered in the performance hall. Large crowds of tourists had also gathered here. In fact, there were even more than before. It seemed everyone was looking forward to this performance. Su Qi said with a smile. At that moment, Li Bai and Li Shishi each brought their own large entourages of fans to take their seats. Su Qi glanced casually. There were at least half as many more people than yesterday. The most absurd part was that Li Shishi now wore 2 watches on his wrist. Li Bai, meanwhile, held 2 bottles of liquor in his hands. With just a glance, Su Qi recognized them instantly. Those 2 watches were unmistakably Rolexes. As for the 2 bottles of liquor, they were XO and Taizi. Holy crap, are these 2 living it up now? Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but glance behind the 2 men. And there they were. Behind them, besides the ordinary tourists, there were 2 older women. Their attire made them appear exceptionally tall. The watches and necklaces adorning their necks and wrists were worth hundreds of thousands. So it was these 2 who had gifted them. Had these 2 men simply stopped working after hooking up with rich women? Su Qi couldn't help but mutter. In the end, he shook his head. He knew such a possibility was rather unlikely. After all, Li Bai and Li Shimen still had to return to their own era. Moreover, their primary goal was to bring things back from here. If they left the scenic area, they truly couldn't take it back. But Su Qi couldn't resist leaning in closer. His gaze fixed on the two watches strapped to Li Shimen's wrist, he spoke up. "Old Li, do you even know what you're wearing?" Li Shimen glanced at Su Qi and couldn't help but say. "I think it's called a Rolex. It's just a watch, probably not that expensive." Hearing this, Su Qi rolled his eyes. "Each of those watches is worth hundreds of thousands." Hearing this, Li Shimen froze for a moment. He couldn't help but glance at the Rolex on his own wrist. Then he took it off. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Su. I genuinely had no idea. Rest assured, I'll return these watches shortly." Li Shimen knew that Lu Bang had once had his entire month's salary docked for simply snatching a car. He certainly didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Su Qi nodded. Then he couldn't help but glance at Li Bai in the distance. "He probably doesn't have anything valuable over there, right?" Li Shimen pondered for a moment before speaking. "Besides the wine, there's also a Rolls-Royce. I wonder if that counts." "What? A Rolls-Royce?" Su Qi was utterly dumbfounded. Truly an idol fans even gifted him a Rolls-Royce. You must know that thing was Xiahou Ying's dream. It had even been his dream at one point. Su Qi took a deep breath, then said with solemn earnestness. "Find a chance to tell him to return it too. This thing really can't be kept." "Understood, Mr. Su." Li Shimen nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, the performance on stage had already begun. Chapter 106, Pick It Up. Pick it up for me. Lu Bang had already taken the stage. He had changed into a full suit of armor. The metal armor was fitted over his body. Yet it appeared somewhat oversized. For though Lu Bang appeared tall, his frame was frail. After all, he was now an old man. Not to mention, even in his prime, he never personally fought on the battlefield like Xiang Yu. At most, he would appear at the front lines to make a show of presence. The tourists below were all taken aback by the sight. "Isn't that the thug who's been robbing us all along? He even snatched 2 bread rolls and a carton of milk from me." Me too, he snatched a packet of instant noodles from me." He's performing on stage now, but why does he look like this in that armor? Couldn't they have found someone with a more robust build? Everyone looked utterly astonished. Clearly, this was due to Lu Bang's previous actions. Among all the tourists, he'd practically become a familiar face to everyone. In an instant, everyone recognized his face. Yet at the same moment, they all felt utterly helpless and speechless at his actions. After all, the armor Lu Bang was wearing at that moment seemed truly inappropriate. Upon hearing the words of those below him, Lu Bang's face turned ashen. As an emperor, he naturally wouldn't allow himself to be put in such an awkward position by others' words. The reason for his reaction was his fear that Su Qi might overhear. He instinctively tried to locate Su Qi. But before he could find him, at that moment, the entire stage thudded with a loud boom. Lu Bang's body jerked violently. He instinctively looked toward the distance. A figure slowly approached. It was a man nearly 2 meters tall. He was broad-shouldered, clad in towering armor, and wielded a massive sword. With each step he took, the entire stage trembled. He advanced steadily, soon standing before Lu Bang. "Lu Bang, you little brat. Your old man Xiang Yu is here to claim your worthless life." Xiang Yu roared furiously. In the next instant, he swung his heavy sword directly at Lu Bang. His speed was blindingly fast. It looked nothing like a performance, this was a genuine attack. Lu Bang, witnessing this, was utterly stunned. He couldn't even utter the lines he'd just memorized. The next instant, the heavy sword crashed down onto his shoulder. Thud! Lu Bang crashed to one knee. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground at that very moment. This scene left Xiang Yu utterly dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was supposed to play out. He thought to himself. But now, in this state, he couldn't possibly go through the motions with Lu Bang again. Xiang Yu's gaze shifted and he took a step back. In that moment, his eyes blazed with seething fury. "Lu Bang, you are the king of Han, how can you be so weak? Pick up that sword. Pick it up, I said." His roar erupted. The sound reverberated through Lu Bang's ears, deafening him. Yet it was precisely this roar brought a measure of calm to his eyes. For that previous strike had not slain him. Though he wore this iron armor, his body could no longer endure the strain. Had Xiang Yu truly intended to kill him with that strike, he would have at least been thrown to the ground. Yet though he now knelt on one knee, the pain was not overwhelming. In that moment, he realized Xiang Yu was truly putting on a show. Therefore, he swiftly picked up the sword lying on the ground. "Xiang Yu, don't think you're invincible. I, the Han King, will never be defeated." He roared with fury and charged forward. Amidst the spotlight and sound effects orchestrated by Zheng He and his crew, a cacophony of sounds erupted. A flood of lights illuminated the stage. It resembled a vast army of thousands. In that moment, everyone finally realized this was the true dividing line. The clash between two opposing armies. Su Qi, watching this unfold from within the crowd, slowly exhaled in relief. He had feared this performance might not go well. After all, Lu Bang had shown weakness right from the start. But now, the situation had completely surpassed his imagination. Enhanced by the lighting effects, it was astonishingly lifelike. Time ticked by, second by second. Soon, an hour had passed. By now, Lu Bang was breathing heavily. After all, he was getting on in years, and pushing himself like this was undoubtedly asking too much. But he knew he couldn't back down. Otherwise, the final outcome would surely be unfavorable. In contrast, Xiang Yu across from him. He showed no signs of strain whatsoever. Swinging that great sword, not a single drop of sweat appeared on his body. He kept swinging, roaring, and shouting angrily. It looked like a real battle. Finally, a long river appeared between the two. It was none other than the dividing line between Chu and Han. The performance ended. At that moment, all the tourists couldn't help but burst into applause. Not bad at all. When that thug dropped his weapon at the start, I thought he'd mess up the performance. Turns out he's not half bad. Yeah, but what if the weapon dropping at the start was also part of the performance? If that was acting too, then the acting was incredibly detailed. I actually like that Xiang Yu, his imposing stature and striking presence. If he was wearing real armor, he'd be the modern-day Xiang Yu. I've researched that armor, it weighs at least 100 Jin. Their voices slowly began to rise. Their eyes brimmed with excitement. After hearing their words, Lu Bang, who had already stepped down from the stage, turned deathly pale. He knew these words had surely reached Su Qi's ears. At that moment, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. If he failed to perform well, if he botched it, would Su Qi fire him? He felt it was highly likely. He couldn't help but glance toward Su Qi. At that moment, Xiang Yu had already approached Su Qi. Mr. Su, how did I do? Xiang Yu was asking about his own performance, not theirs. Clearly, he knew Lu Bang's performance had its flaws. Su Qi thought for a moment before speaking directly. Your presence is commanding, and the greatsword you wield packs a solid punch. You have no idea how many little fangirls in the audience scream for you every time you swing that greatsword. But the effect is only good, not exceptional. Su Qi gave a fairly objective response. After all, while many tourists cheered him on, some visitors found it a bit dull. After hearing Su Qi's words, Xiang Yu frowned slightly, then bowed his head and spoke. Mr. Su, since this performance wasn't up to par, I will dedicate myself to practicing diligently once I return. Next time, I will deliver the best performance possible, absolutely no mistakes allowed. Chapter 107, The Split. Xiang Yu spoke with solemn earnestness. Before Su Qi could respond, he continued. And Mr. Su, you've seen my physique, I'm well built and strong enough. Besides performances, I could also play NPC roles in the scenic area on regular days. Taking photos and check-ins with visitors should be quite popular. He rattled off his points one after another. These phrases, of course, were ones Empress Wu Zetian had taught him earlier. When Xiang Yu first arrived here, only Wu Zetian approached him and engaged in conversation. Thus, Xiang Yu now held immense goodwill toward Wu Zetian. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would seek out Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian, ever cheerful, took great pleasure in explaining every detail of the scenic area to this mighty warlord. Wu Zetian was well aware that as a woman, her situation within these ancient walls was far from ideal. Though she could become the future Empress Wu Zetian, history's first and only female emperor, she understood that during her reign she had achieved little of true political merit. Therefore, under these circumstances, she must cultivate good relations with others. And this overlord of Chu, Xiang Yu, was naturally one of the individuals she needed to cultivate a relationship with. After all, while the others appeared to be colleagues, they still formed their own cliques. Take Lu Bang and Xia Huang, for instance. Take Li Shimen and his guards, plus Li Bai. Then there were Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and the 4 new gate guards. And Lu Feng's family of 3. As for Wu Zetian, the only person she managed to draw to her side was the insignificant Li Shishi. She couldn't offer him much assistance. Therefore, for him, clinging to Xiang Yu's coattails was essential. After hearing Xiang Yu's words, Su Qi's eyes lit up. Not bad, truly worthy of the title overlord. I had the same idea myself, but didn't expect you to voice it first. In that case, you can take on the role of an NPC within the scenic area during your off hours. You'll likely attract quite a few tourists. You could even follow the example of Li Bai and Li Shimen by building your own fan base. Oh, and you don't have a phone yet? Go see old Li Shimen and get one from him. As for your concerns, I understand them too. Rest assured, I'll never fire you just because the show isn't entertaining enough. Su Qi patted Xiang Yu's arm as he spoke. It wasn't that he didn't want to pat Xiang Yu's shoulder, it was simply that Xiang Yu's towering stature made it impossible for Su Qi to reach. If he forced himself to reach, it might even look a bit ridiculous. Seeing Xiang Yu still looked worried, Su Qi continued speaking. You see, not everyone in this scenic area directly contributes to revenue growth. Take old Lu, for instance. He's just a thug here, spending his days stealing things. Before you arrived, he even stole a car, a serious offense that cost him a month's wages. It was only after he finally learned his lesson and stopped being so reckless that he started doing a decent job. At least the tourists here don't mind him, and he even adds a bit of entertainment. But he never once brought a single visitor to the scenic area. Take Lu Feng's family of 3, for instance. They're merely sanitation workers, spending their days cleaning restrooms. While their job seems slightly better than Lu Bang's, it still yields no direct benefits. So there's absolutely no need to wallow in self-pity. Just keep doing your job here. Even if the Chuhan boundary show gets cancelled, as long as you're still in my scenic area, you're my employee. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke, patting Xiang Yu on the shoulder. At that moment, Xiang Yu's face broke into a smile. His face was filled with joy. What they didn't know was that their conversation had been overheard by Lu Bang, who was approaching from a distance to seek an audience. Lu Bang's advancing footsteps halted slightly at that moment. His entire body trembled. Am I useless? His face contorted with anguish. Before, almost everyone could perform on the stage outside. But not Lu Bang. Later, Li Bai and Li Shimen even created 2 fan groups, constantly boosting their performance metrics. But Lu Bang didn't. Lu Bang had thought that by diligently robbing people within the scenic area, and could bring back ample supplies daily for his empress and children to eat, he felt quite content. Sometimes, when he had surplus wealth, he could even distribute it to his ministers. This kept his ministers in high spirits. Now, 13 ministers in the entire court were practicing robbery, while another 13 were practicing speeding. As for the final 13, they were simply too old. Certain tasks were beyond their capabilities. Of course, some simply couldn't abandon their status. But now, Su Qi actually called him useless. Doesn't that mean he could be dismissed at any moment? With this thought in mind, Lu Bang, who had just been about to approach, stopped in his tracks. He was now utterly afraid to show his face to Su Qi. He feared that the first thing Su Qi would say upon seeing him would be, "You're useless. You can be fired." If Lu Bang were to just stay here alone, it wouldn't matter. After all, no one would know if he got fired. He could easily make up some story to cover it up. But Xiahou Ying was here. The other party's horse-drawn carriage was speeding along at an incredibly explosive pace. It drew quite a crowd of tourists. He was practically an indispensable fixture of the entire scenic area. Which meant Xiahou Ying would never be fired. Sooner or later, news of his dismissal would leak out. An emperor, a founding emperor, no less, had been outdone by his own subordinate. This would undoubtedly be a great disgrace. Of course, Lu Bang had another option. He could simply have Xiahou Ying executed. Execute Xiahou Ying in his own lifetime. Then the dead man would naturally never reveal the secret. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. He truly couldn't bring himself to do it. He already knew everything that could be obtained within the scenic area. Each item surpassed all imagination. He didn't even need to bring them all back. Just a fraction of them would be enough to transform his entire dynasty. Even if Lu Bang knew his lifespan was already exceptionally long, he might not live to see the Han dynasty's complete transformation. But he could pass it on to his descendants. With the knowledge and resources available in the scenic area, he was confident he could extend the Han dynasty's existence by another 1,000 or 2,000 years. Or even indefinitely. No, I must find a way to save myself. I absolutely cannot be dismissed. Chapter 108, the final day. Lu Bang thought to himself. He turned on his heel and left, heading out to plunder. That's right. Lu Bang's solution was robbery. He planned to seize as many supplies as possible. That way, even if he ended up getting fired in the end, he'd still come out ahead with plenty of supplies. At worst, he could stretch it out bit by bit. He could certainly last several months. After comforting Xiang Yu, Su Qi turned to ask Lu Bang. But when he turned around, Lu Bang was nowhere to be seen. This made him scratch his head in confusion. Where had Lu Bang gone? Su Qi murmured curiously. At that moment, Li Shimen, having broken away from a group of admirers, approached from the side. He approached Su Qi, bowed slightly. Then he stated directly. Old Lu's already out working. Seems like he's been quite busy with his robbery lately. Hearing this, Su Qi raised an eyebrow slightly, nodded, and said nothing more. Since Lu Bang hadn't wallowed in self-pity like Xiang Yu, then there was absolutely no need for him to console Lu Bang. It actually saved him the trouble. Alright, everyone get to work. Once we're done, we'll eat. Just as I said yesterday, I'll treat you all to an extra meal today. We'll order takeout instead of cooking ourselves. Su Qi announced. Hearing this, the surrounding employees all raised their hands in cheers. Though they already enjoyed rich, hearty meals daily, and were always well fed, who wouldn't want something even better? The guards' cooking skills were decent enough. But that was the extent of it. They absolutely cannot compare to what's available outside. At least not until Su Qi summoned the ancient divine chef. The food outside was undoubtedly far superior to what was served within the scenic area. Everyone got to work. Su Qi finished placing his food orders over the phone. He then went to his room and stared blankly at the computer in front of him. Setting aside the showmanship, the fundamental reason likely wasn't due to Lu Bang and Xiang Yu. After all, Xiang Yu's mere presence was incredibly eye-catching. Saying this, Su Qi glanced at the short video. At this moment, Xiang Yu had already been tagged. The person who most resembles Xiang Yu in modern times, Xiang Yu reincarnated. The moment he saw that tag, Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle. The reason was simple, Xiang Yu was the real Xiang Yu himself. But he understood he couldn't explain this to netizens. But this was proof enough that in the competition of playing Xiang Yu himself could still take first place. So the issue wasn't with Xiang Yu himself. So if it wasn't the actor's fault and it wasn't the lighting or special effects, then what exactly was the problem? Su Qi stared at the script provided by the system. After a moment's hesitation, he directly asked the system. System, can this script be revised? You saw it yourself, just performing this show won't attract much traffic. Moments later, Su Qi received the system's affirmative response. For a moment, Su Qi froze, then his face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected the system to actually approve this. His eyes shone brightly. That's absolutely fantastic. Without hesitation, Su Qi began researching how to improve the script adaptation on his computer. Before long, it was noon. Everyone gathered together. Su Qi looked around but didn't see Lu Bang. Old Lu, where'd you go? Su Qi couldn't help but ask aloud. Upon hearing his words, Huang, who had been nearby, quickly stepped forward. He immediately replied. Your Majesty, he's still working. Still working? Su Qi froze for a moment. He knew exactly what this so-called work entailed. It was robbery. Earlier, Lu Bang had indeed been working constantly. But he'd always come over for lunch. Shaking his head, Su Qi said no more. Since the other party had no intention of eating, he didn't care either. Huang, save a portion for old Lu. Everyone else, dig in. Su Qi spoke up. Everyone stopped hesitating and began eating. Xiang Yu sat at the very center of the group. Holding a large bowl and a pair of chopsticks, he dug into the food before him with hearty bites. So delicious, absolutely delicious. Xiang Yu's face was lit up with excitement. Such a feast, even in ancient times, even as a general, even as a king. But he could never have it even once. Yet here, he could eat as much as he wanted. Until he was completely full. An hour later. Everyone had finished their meal. At that moment, Su Qi noticed the towering stack of bowls beside Xiang Yu, piled as high as a person. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chu Overlord, with your appetite, you'd totally be a hit as a food vlogger. Xiang Yu looked puzzled, having no idea what a food vlogger was. At that moment, Wu Zetian, who was beside him, quickly explained. Xiang Yu nodded repeatedly. If Mr. Su was willing to start a live stream, I'd be happy to give it a shot. Su Qi was taken aback. He hadn't expected his offhand remark to be taken so seriously. Scratching his head, he replied directly. Let's see how things go. If an opportunity arises later, we'll consider live streaming. But for now, let's focus on getting the scenic area up and running. That's our main task. Su Qi said with a smile. Live streaming could certainly make money. Su Qi understood that principle well. But he believed the system was his greatest asset. And the system's sole function was to summon ancient figures. Therefore, he must steadily develop and expand the scenic area, earn sufficient funds, and summon enough historical figures. By then, the entire scenic area would flourish. Only then would he have more funds to pursue other endeavors. After assigning everyone to their tasks, Su Qi stretched lazily, ready to leave. Just then, Li Shishi approached. He spoke directly. Mr. Su, something seems off with old Lu. What do you mean? Su Qi looked at him with curiosity. Li Shishi continued. Several of my men saw old Lu today. His enthusiasm for robbing people was several times stronger than usual. I can't shake the feeling he's treating this like his final heist. Could it be he thinks this is his last day on the job? You know, he made a mistake on stage earlier. Could he be overthinking things? Upon hearing these words, Su Qi froze for a moment. Then it suddenly occurred to him that when he was chatting with Xiang Yu earlier, Lu Bang seemed to be walking this way. But by the time he finished talking with Xiang Yu, Lu Bang was gone. Su Qi snapped his fingers in realization. So that's why old Lu hasn't dared to come see me lately. He must think I'm going to fire him because of his previous mistake. Su Qi muttered in astonishment, shaking his head repeatedly. He turned to Li Shishi beside him. Old Li, could you please talk to old Lu? As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, I definitely won't fire him. Chapter 109, Here I come, brother. Miss, that yogurt in your hand looks delicious. Why not let this old man have a taste? Young friend, that ice cream in your hand looks like it's about to melt. Let me help you finish it. Brother, you've got a loaf of bread that's about to expire. Let me help you take care of it. Lu Bang kept talking like this, constantly snatching various supplies from the tourists' hands. Of course, even so, he strictly followed the rule of only taking what visitors willingly offered. After all, he didn't want to risk getting fined for breaking the rules. In the distance, Li Shimen approached. Seeing Lu Bang still busy at work, he couldn't help but sigh before approaching Lu Bang. Old Lu, things aren't going the way you think they should. You don't need to do this. Hearing Li Shimen's words, Lu Bang turned to look at Li Shimen. I'll only be here for one more day at most. If I don't secure some supplies now, I'll end up with nothing. Lu Bang said with a sorrowful expression. Li Shimen sighed helplessly. Mr. Su, I won't fire you. That's just your own imagination. Who hasn't made mistakes? Think about it, you made such a huge mistake before, and all they did was dock a month's pay. This is just a minor mistake, how could they possibly fire you outright? After hearing Li Shimen's words, Lu Bang paused in surprise. He pondered for a moment and realized the situation seemed to be exactly as described. The last time he acted, it even hindered the development of the entire scenic area. Yet the consequence was merely a month's salary deduction. Of course, since it was a first offense, the penalty was halved. Now that he thought about it carefully, if it was just a minor mistake he'd made, then it really wasn't necessary to be fired outright. Lu Bang's eyes lit up slightly. Could it be that there really was no issue at all? What is Mr. Su's current stance? Could you give me a hint? He couldn't help but ask again. His gaze fixed intently on Li Shimen before him. Li Shimen had intended to relay Su Qi's words directly. But at that moment, something suddenly occurred to him. A faint smile touched his lips, then his expression shifted as he spoke. Of course, things weren't that simple. You know this matter is quite important. It's our scenic area's first genuine program. So while your little mistake isn't huge, it's definitely not insignificant either. I think you should find an opportunity to have a proper conversation with Mr. Su. I'm sure he'll forgive you. After saying this, Li Shimen turned and walked away. He didn't give Lu Bang another chance to ask questions. Lu Bang's mouth opened slightly, watching Li Shimen's receding figure in the distance. He raised his hands and sighed deeply. He clenched his fist silently, determined to give it his all that afternoon. Su Qi finished writing the script quickly in his office. After reading it through, a faint smile touched his lips. Not bad, not bad. This should draw plenty of cheers next time. Su Qi smiled as he called Li Shimen directly. Mr. Su, is there something you need me for? Li Shimen asked cheerfully. Su Qi handed the items in his hands directly to Li Shimen. Give these two scripts to Xiang Yu and Lu Bang. Have them review them. The next performance should follow what's written here. Li Shimen glanced through them casually, his eyes lighting up. This script seems much better. Su Qi nodded slightly. Let's give it a try first. Li Shimen hesitated no longer, taking the script directly to the other two. At that moment, Xiang Yu stood before a marble slab. He was striking a pose. Before him, a dozen tourists were snapping photos with professional equipment. This was the real Xiang Yu. Even the historical Xiang Yu probably wasn't this imposing. This time, we absolutely must capture a great shot. They exclaimed excitedly. Their eyes sparkled with a unique light at that moment. Their eyes flickered slightly. This was the first time they'd found someone so strikingly similar to Xiang Yu. And Xiang Yu thoroughly relished it. He had always relished the adoration of others. And in this era, he could garner even more adoration. At that moment, Li Shimen approached his side. He handed him the script he was holding. Your Highness, this is the latest script written by Director Su. Please review it carefully and follow these directions for your next performance. Xiang Yu promptly took it and, after a moment's glance, his eyes lit up. Looks pretty good, he said with a smile. Excellent. I'll go rehearse the lines with that Lu Bang right away. With that, he apologized to the tourists in the distance and promptly departed. Soon, Xiang Yu found Lu Bang. At that moment, Lu Bang was still demanding things, though not as persistently as before. Upon seeing Xiang Yu, a hint of wariness flashed across Lu Bang's face. What brings you here again? It's the script. Mr. Su wrote a new draft. We should go over it together later. If it weren't for Mr. Su's arrangement, I wouldn't bother speaking to someone like you. Xiang Yu snorted coldly and walked into the small rehearsal room they had used before. Lu Bang paused for a moment, hesitated, then followed him inside. The two entered the small room. Then they began rehearsing their lines. Lu Bang frowned at the lines in the script but still managed to utter them with a trembling voice. Here we go, brother. This performance should be better than last time. Li Bai addressed Wu Zetian beside him. Li Bai had originally intended to speak with Li Shimen. But the problem was, he and Li Shimen couldn't openly interact much at all right now. After all, in the eyes of all their fans, he and Li Shimen were like oil and water. Both sides were fighting for their own interests. Under such circumstances, if the two of them were to engage in open communication, would undoubtedly damage their public personas. This term was something Su Qi had just mentioned to them, specifically emphasizing its importance. Though Li Bai found it somewhat perplexing, he agreed nonetheless. After all, it was Su Qi's arrangement. Besides, as long as no fans were around, he and Li Shimen could carry on as usual. Of course, it was said that this time, the script had been personally revised by Mr. Su. It was bound to be even better, so remember to give a hearty round of applause later. Wu Zetian gave Li Bai a meaningful glance. Li Bai understood immediately. He gave a slight nod in return. A peculiar smile flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the eyes of the crowd flickered slightly. Then, amidst their expectant gazes, on the distant stage, two figures simultaneously entered the stage. On the left stood none other than Lu Bang, while on the right was Xiang Yu. Lu Bang still wore that somewhat ill-fitting armor. He snorted coldly and spoke directly. Here we go, brother. Chapter 110, The Future Internet Sensation. After the performance, the audience below was roaring with laughter. After all, Su Qi had woven in plenty of jokes. Not bad, not bad. This was much better than this morning's performance. Su Qi chuckled softly. He knew this performance was now set in stone. As the performance concluded, the tourists began to disperse. At that moment, Xiang Yu and Lu Bang approached Su Qi. Mr. Su, how did we do this time? They asked curiously. Su Qi raised his finger to give them a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. That was a truly excellent performance. Just keep doing it this way from now on. You two just wander around the scenic area during the day, then come straight here for the morning and afternoon performances. No matter how many tourists show up, the show must go on. I'll find a chance tomorrow to record one of your performances. Then I'll edit together some highlights. It might just draw more people over. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang's eyes lit up. His previous despondency stemmed entirely from Su Qi's assertion that his work couldn't draw any foot traffic. That made him feel useless. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Their performances could finally draw larger crowds. Xiang Yu, standing nearby, didn't quite grasp the intricacies, but he knew he'd managed to pull off something pretty impressive. At least it's useful. Alright, get back to work. He waved them off. Su Qi stretched lazily at that moment. He turned his gaze toward the distance. Then he glanced at his phone again. Why hasn't he shown up yet? He scratched his head and muttered. Last night, Su Qi had contacted someone else. Someone who had been here several times before. It was the same photographer from before. In the end, he realized that although his photos of Xiang Yu and Li Bai were quite good, the view counts still couldn't match those of the previous photographer's work. This made him realize that professional work still requires professionals to handle it. So yesterday, he reached out to the photographer in advance. The photographer confirmed he could come today. Time ticked by second. As evening approached, a figure finally arrived at the door, late. The man hadn't bought a ticket but tried to enter anyway. Li Shishi was about to stop the man. Su Qi suddenly emerged from the side. Then he grinned and embraced the man. Bro, you finally made it. The photographer also said with a smile. I could have been here earlier, but I got stuck in traffic outside. By the way, the foot traffic here is way heavier than before. Remember when I first came here? There weren't even a few cars, let alone traffic jams. Su Qi chuckled softly. Then he continued. Everything always tends to move in a positive direction. After saying that, Su Qi didn't hesitate. We've added a new program here, you're welcome to come see it when the time comes. Now, let's go film our actor playing Xiang Yu. That imposing stature, that arrogant demeanor, radiating sheer dominance. He's the very embodiment of Xiang Yu reincarnated. Su Qi didn't hold back with his praise. Of course, he knew full well that this wasn't an actor playing Xiang Yu, this was the real Xiang Yu. But he couldn't very well tell the photographer in front of him. But that didn't stop him from heaping praise upon him. Is that so? Then let me take a look. If Xiang Yu truly has enough presence, I could even find you an operator. Then we'll just launch the account. You might even get hundreds of thousands of followers, or even millions. Hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up instantly. Other things naturally didn't matter to him. But hundreds of thousands of followers? Even a million? That would make him a bona fide minor internet celebrity. Although the focus of the fame would be Xiang Yu, it posed no problem whatsoever. Because Xiang Yu and the scenic area are inseparable. Let's go now, no time to waste. Su Qi chuckled as he asked for Xiang Yu's location in the group chat, then headed over with the photographer. At this very moment, Xiang Yu stood with his head bowed. Simply standing there, his great sword thrust into the ground. He lifted his gaze, looking up at the sky. An aura of overwhelming dominance tinged with melancholy slowly emerged from his entire being. This was because Xiang Yu was deliberately mimicking the state of mind he had when he took his own life in history. Indeed, Xiang Yu already knew how he would die. Moreover, from the surrounding tourists, he learned that his own death had become quite the sensation. He'd even heard there was a movie called Farewell My Concubine specifically about his story. Xiang Yu had already told Li Shishi that once he got a phone tomorrow, he absolutely had to watch it. So he began to immerse himself in the role. Little did he know that this very contemplation would unleash an aura of the overlord's melancholy. Several tourists in the distance started snapping photos non-stop. Just then, Su Qi arrived with the photographer. The photographer and Su Qi chatted and laughed. But when he caught sight of Xiang Yu in the distance, his body suddenly jerked. His eyes widened instantly. This must be Xiang Yu himself," he exclaimed excitedly. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out his professional equipment. He proceeded to snap away frantically. Su Qi also turned to look at Xiang Yu in the distance. Upon seeing Xiang Yu's current state, a faint smile touched the corner of Su Qi's lips. Indeed, quite impressive. True to his reputation, Xiang Yu this kind of charisma, he embodies it to the fullest. 1 hour later. The shoot was wrapped up. The photographer approached Su Qi with a USB drive in hand. He smiled broadly as he said, "Mr. Su, this shoot turned out exceptionally well. If all goes well, with a little editing, the likes could easily hit hundreds of thousands or even millions. You can start preparing to launch the channel." Hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up instantly. He had already considered this possibility. In this era, if you want to spread the word quickly and reach a wide audience, short video influencer accounts are the most effective tool. But he'd been at a loss for how to proceed. Even though Li Bai and Li Shishi were already on par with those idols, they were only popular offline. Online, their reach was confined to their own fan communities. But now, everything had changed. Because the Overlord has emerged. After seeing the photographer off, Su Qi quietly observed the Overlord Xiang Yu before him. Indeed, truly remarkable. Summoning you here this time was probably the best decision I've ever made. Su Qi praised him without reservation. Then he continued. Go get some rest. Tomorrow, you've got to put on a great show. Chapter 111, Big Ivan. By evening, everyone had clocked out. At that moment, Su Qi stretched lazily. He slowly made his way out, intending to get some rest as well. Of course, Su Qi was carrying the USB drive left behind by the photographer. He knew that if he edited the video on the USB drive and uploaded it, it would likely generate significant traffic. Xiang Yu had returned to his own era. His gaze swept around the surroundings. A faint smile played in his eyes. Yesterday's events had made him realize he could now perfectly travel to the future, meaning everything in history was absolutely real. Father, I recall a man named Lu Bang, correct? Hearing his words, Fan Zheng across from him wore a look of slight confusion. Lu Bang and nobody of no renown. What do you want with him? Fan Zheng was thoroughly puzzled. He simply couldn't fathom why Xiang Yu would seek out Lu Bang at this moment. In his view, Lu Bang was merely a nobody, someone who could be easily dealt with, even killed outright. There was absolutely no need for Xiang Yu to pay him any attention. Xiang Yu merely looked up at Fan Zheng across from him. The thought that in history, he and Fan Zheng would become bitter enemies. He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He knew that back then, he had clearly been swayed by the slanderous words of petty schemers. He cleared his throat softly, then looked directly at Fan Zheng across from him and spoke. Father Fan, this Lu Bang may well become emperor in the future. What? Fan Zheng looked utterly bewildered. After Xiang Yu returned yesterday, he had someone summon him immediately. But everything Xiang Yu said yesterday was vague and ambiguous, leaving Fan Zheng unsure of what Xiang Yu truly meant. Yet now, Xiang Yu's words only deepened Fan Zheng's bewilderment. How could Lu Bang, a mere rogue with a handful of friends, ever become emperor? Xiang Yu looked at him and proceeded to recount everything he had observed in the course of history. Of course, he only shared what was safe to reveal. He certainly wouldn't mention the matters between himself and Fan Zheng. After listening, Fan Zheng's brow furrowed slightly. In other words, you would be defeated by Lu Bang in the future and ultimately take your own life by the riverbank. Fan Zheng drew a deep breath. At first, he refused to believe it. But Xiang Yu's words left him no choice but to believe. Then what benefits could he possibly gain in that future? Fan Zheng looked at Xiang Yu across from him and continued to ask. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu relayed every piece of information he had obtained from Wu Zetian, leaving nothing out. After hearing it all, Fan Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Firearms capable of killing with a single shot from 100 miles away? Nuclear bombs with blast radii powerful enough to flatten an entire city? Sweet potatoes and potatoes yielding thousands of pounds per acre? All of these things were actually real. The future truly held such wonders. Xiang Yu nodded repeatedly. Indeed it is. There are also some even more unique technological items. If it becomes possible in the future, perhaps we could bring them back. But the odds aren't high in the short term. After Xiang Yu finished speaking once more. This time, Fan Zheng nodded solemnly. So how should we deal with that Lu Bang now? Just capture and execute him outright. After all, we have the means to do it now. Xiang Yu was about to agree outright. But at that moment, something suddenly occurred to him. He shook his head decisively and spoke. No, I don't want to kill him so quickly. That guy keeps picking fights with me in the scenic area, but because of Su's own, I can't just cut him down. So let this era's Lu Bang come to me and serve as a eunuch. He chuckled as he spoke, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. For Xiang Yu at this moment, he had naturally already stepped into the autocratic dictator of history. He preferred to heed Fan Zhang's counsel. And he was even more eager to teach Liu Bang a lesson first. Very well then, I shall send men to capture him at once. Tang Dynasty. Li Shimen returned to the imperial palace. Upon seeing Li Shimen's return, Li Yuan hurried over. My dear son, you finally returned. I've missed you terribly. Li Yuan spoke with a face full of joy. Ever since Li Shimen had been permitted to stay overnight at the scenic area, he rarely returned home. Now that he was finally back, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Father, I've brought back some special knowledge this time. I believe we can turn this knowledge into reality and strengthen our nation's power. Li Shimen declared. Without further hesitation, he summoned several civil officials. He then dictated everything he had memorized. Add sugar, Big Ivan? What on earth is this? Li Yuan across from him wore an expression of curiosity. At that moment, Li Shimen let out a soft chuckle. Something capable of destroying a city, an empire, even the entire world. Because although our current national tour can't be developed in the short term, this thing is still possible. Li Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Excellent. If such a thing can be created, it would be truly remarkable. Qin State. Bai Qi looked at Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and the others who had returned before him. He spoke directly. Time to pay up, I suppose? Upon hearing his words, Li Zhua quickly replied. Reporting to the general, payday is just a few days away. With the wages for the 6 of us, we should be able to buy quite a lot of supplies. At least we won't be so strapped for cash. Bai Qi gave a slight smile and nodded. That would be ideal. When the time comes, you two must not disobey General Su. Just let him choose for you. After all, everything he picks out is always incredibly useful. After hearing his words, the others exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. By the way, what about Xiang Yu? Did he and Liu Bang actually fight? Could those two truly coexist peacefully there? Though Bai Qi knew little of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, Li Zhua and Lu Qing's explanations had given him some understanding. In his view, these two were the very culprits responsible for the downfall of the Qin Dynasty. However, that era was still far removed from his own time. After all, he was still living in the era of the 6 kingdoms. Qin hadn't even unified the realm yet, much less its eventual collapse. Li Zhua quickly interjected. The two of them perform daily now. Though they can't stand each other, they don't cause much trouble. Is there any new position where Mr. Su could consider me first? At that moment, Bai Qi suddenly spoke up. Exactly. Bai Qi wanted to experience that era. After all, it sounded incredibly luxurious and wonderful. Chapter 112, Xiang Yu remained silent, merely reciting lines. There shouldn't be any in the near future, but if an opportunity arises later, we'll definitely recommend you, General. Li Zhua and Lu Qing spoke in unison. After hearing their words, Bai Qi sighed helplessly. All right. Since that's the case, there's nothing else to discuss. You lot should go get some rest. After resting, you'll be better prepared for work tomorrow. As he spoke, he kept his eyes on the people before him. Remember, everything must be done under General Manager Su's direction. Everyone nodded in agreement. Tang Dynasty. Brother Huang, this wine isn't very good. Li Bai held his wine cup, a hint of resignation in his eyes. How could that be? This is the finest wine on the market. To speak with the utmost disrespect, even the imperial palace wouldn't have anything better. How could it not be good? Huang Enshi looked utterly bewildered. He had no idea what Li Bai was talking about. After all, everyone had been thoroughly delighted and excited when drinking this wine before. After all, even with his wealth, such wine wasn't something he could afford daily. It was reserved for only a few occasions each month. That's not quite right. Take Maodai, Wolianye, XO, and red wine, they all have excellent flavors. In comparison, the wine before him seemed rather stale. And the alcohol content was lacking too. What exactly is this proof? Huang Enshi was even more baffled. He noticed that every time Li Bai returned now, he would bring up topics Huang Enshi simply couldn't comprehend. Seeing the confusion in Huang Enshi's eyes and the astonishment in those around them, Li Bai opened his mouth, about to explain his situation. But in the end, he swallowed his words. Because he understood. Some things simply couldn't be spoken so lightly. Otherwise, what awaited him might not be blessings, but something else entirely. It's fine. I must have tasted the wine of that dream. Reality, as expected, couldn't compare to the comfort of a beautiful dream. Li Bai dodged the question. Upon hearing this, Huang Enshi simply laughed. Brother Li, dreams are rare treasures, especially sweet ones. Only what cannot be attained in reality can appear in dreams. This is only natural. No matter how delicious things may be in reality, they never quite match the slightest detail of a dream. But scholars like you and I must remember that dreams are merely dreams. Come, let's drink. He chuckled as he poured another cup for Li Bai. Meanwhile, Li Bai watched the others passing cups back and forth. A faint, wistful smile touched his lips. Dreams? For me, they're no mere dreams. Li Bai murmured to himself, then lifted his gaze to the sky, now tinged with the faintest hint of white. Brother Huang, brother Du, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now. May you all drink to your heart's content. With that, Li Bai said no more and took his leave. Those around him watched his departure with puzzled expressions. But none of them said anything more. By now, Li Bai had made up his mind. When his paycheck arrived, he would definitely buy several bottles of wine to let Wang Nongxi and the others taste. Of course, he couldn't afford the finest wines. But even the most ordinary baijiu from the future would be considered heavenly nectar compared to what was available in this era. The sky had fully brightened. White light spread across the entire scenic area, one after another. People began appearing one after another. As soon as Lu Bang appeared, he spotted Li Shimen emerging in the distance, bathed in the same white light. Old Li, you're back again? I tell you, there's absolutely no need for this. If I had your dorm privileges, I wouldn't set foot in there for a whole month. Besides, you haven't even become emperor yet, there's absolutely no need for you to go back. Lu Bang chattered on incessantly. On the surface, he seemed to be scolding Li Shimen for squandering his potential. But in truth, he was just envious and jealous. Those around him felt the same way. They were filled with such envy and resentment. You see, working in this scenic area meant they had cell phones. Even if some jobs didn't allow phone use, they still get to use them for quite a bit of time each day. After all, Su Qi didn't restrict them in this regard. Plus, they needed their phones for communication. At this moment, Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and others even had several casual games downloaded on their phones. They would occasionally play a game. Especially Li Shishi. She had already downloaded 5 or 6 versions of Plants vs. Zombies on her phone. Whenever no one came to buy tickets, she'd be playing Plants vs. Zombies. Every time she wins, she can cheer out loud. Li Shimen just smiled and shook his head. Returning was inevitable. Not that the scenic area is bad, but I'm destined to become emperor. If I linger here forever, the Tang Dynasty might not end up being mine. Hearing his words, everyone present nodded in agreement. For they all understood. Li Er was destined to become emperor. Under these circumstances, it was only natural for him to frequently return to win over hearts and minds, building his own power base. At that moment, Su Qi approached from afar. Seeing everyone gathered together, he smiled and nodded. Then he spoke directly. Today's work is the same as always, no slacking off. Beyond that, Xiangyu, Lu Bang, and Old Li stay behind. The rest of you may go about your tasks. Hearing his words, the others exchanged glances, said nothing more, and all departed. Only Xiangyu, Lu Bang, and Li Shimen remained. Mr. Su, what arrangements have you made? Li Shimen stepped forward first, his face breaking into a smile. Su Qi glanced at him before speaking directly. This is my last-minute script revision, with some extra gags added, plus stage lighting effects and music. The script is for Old Li and the Overlord to review. As for the stage lighting, effects, and music, you take your team to familiarize yourselves with them first. There can be absolutely no mistakes come showtime. Understood, Mr. Su. Li Shimen said, taking the materials and leaving. Meanwhile, Lu Bang and Xiangyu both nodded in agreement, then let out a cold snort. They immediately set off to memorize their lines. Yet as Xiangyu watched Lu Bang's retreating figure, a faint smile flickered in his eyes. This caused Lu Bang's body to tremble violently. He instinctively turned to look at Xiangyu. Why are you staring at me like that? Xiangyu chuckled softly. Nothing. Just that the difference between the man you were before and the man you are now is quite striking. As the words fell from his lips, Lu Bang froze for a moment. Then his eyes widened. You captured the me of that era? Xiangyu remained silent, merely reciting his lines. Chapter 113, Mr. Su, you must help me. Mr. Su, you absolutely must intervene in this matter. Lu Bang practically ran straight up to Su Qi. He looked like he was about to kneel. He's rounded up everyone from that era and it seems he hasn't killed them, but intends to torture them instead. You can't just stand by and let him do this. You absolutely must intervene. Lu Bang couldn't help but speak up. His face was etched with anguish. However, upon seeing his state at that moment, Su Qi sighed helplessly and spoke directly. I can't interfere with this matter. It's a matter from his era. Do you seriously expect me to control whether you'll execute those traitorous ministers once you return? As Su Qi's words fell, Lu Bang froze for a moment. He suddenly realized that Su Qi was telling the truth. In truth, before him and Xiangyu, another figure had faced a similar fate. That was none other than Li Shimen and Wu Zetian. But the difference was that in Li Shimen's current era, Wu Zetian had not yet been born. Therefore, even if Li Shimen wished to deal with Wu Zetian, he would have to wait another few decades. But his situation was different. He had already appeared in Xiangyu's era. And back then, he was likely just an obscure nobody. But at this very moment, Xiangyu had clearly already captured him. If all else fails, you could always seek out Xiangyu. Su Qi spoke up. Lu Bang's expression darkened further. In my time, Xiangyu was long dead, his body even dismembered. he said, his face twisted with anguish. Forget Xiang Yu, anyone connected to him either submitted to me or vanished completely. I couldn't find a single person connected to him. Am I supposed to go teach Jiang Dong a lesson now? Su Qi shrugged. Then he patted Lu Bang on the shoulder and said with a smile. You shouldn't get too worked up over this sort of thing. You must understand, if Xiang Yu had dealt with you back then, he wouldn't be causing trouble for you here now. It's like your past self took the brunt of the disaster for you. Think about it, aren't you actually quite pleased? Happy? What exactly am I happy about? Am I really supposed to be happy? Lu Bang asked himself 3 times in a row. But in the end, he knew Su Qi truly couldn't help. So he could only say, Mr. Su, I'll get back to work. Then he left. Watching Lu Bang's retreating figure, Su Qi shook his head helplessly. He knew that even if he truly wanted to help, there were some favors he simply couldn't grant. Like this time. It was simply beyond his power. Su Qi said no more, instead turning and heading toward the ticket office. Payday was approaching. In the past, he could have waited until payday to help them buy supplies. But things were different now. The population was growing steadily. If he waited until payday to buy supplies, there was a high chance he wouldn't have enough time. So Su Qi plans to prepare in advance. Handing out the wages first was the best approach. He spoke with a cheerful smile. A glint of determination shone in his eyes. When Su Qi arrived at the ticket office, Wu Zetian and Li Shishi were both there, one staring at the computer, the other playing with her phone. What are you two doing? Su Qi asked as he walked straight over. Then he saw the production process for Big Ivan appear on the computer screen. He couldn't help but glance at Wu Zetian. You want to make Big Ivan? Wu Zetian gave a slight nod. Mr. Su, I've reviewed it. This device is entirely within our capabilities to manufacture in our era. Some materials are even readily available everywhere, they just need extraction and refinement. Once I memorize the formula, I can attempt to build it. Hearing his words, Su Qi nodded slightly. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. If this thing can be manufactured, you'll undoubtedly carve out a monumental place in your history. It might even have prolonged the Tang Dynasty. He spoke slowly. At that moment, Wu Zetian also broke into a smile. Then Su Qi's gaze shifted back to Li Shishi's phone. Plants vs. Zombies, or the Fusion Edition? Don't you want to go back and memorize some stuff now? Su Qi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Li Shishi spoke up immediately. Mr. Su, I previously memorized the recipes for white sugar, refined salt, and soap. My parents have already sent people to start production. It won't be long before we see the finished products. Before this, I was merely the child of an official's family, lacking the means to accomplish much more. She spoke slowly, a hint of resignation visible in her eyes. After hearing his words, Su Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he nodded. Because he knew this was perfectly normal. Li Shishi memorizing only those 3 was clearly the best approach. If he had memorized more, it would have caused too many complications. What if a faction more powerful than theirs took an interest in their secret formula? Then, would Li Shishi reveal them or not? Having memorized only 3 recipes, even if they truly couldn't hold out, they'd only need to hand over these 3. They could always acquire more secretly later. But if they surrendered all of them, then they'd be finished. Mr. Su, look at this zombie, it's incredibly powerful. We can't possibly defeat it. Li Shishi pulled out her phone, revealing a black obsidian giant zombie swinging a hammer, utterly terrifying. Seeing this, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly. Then he spoke directly. Use garlic god and this red mushroom, and you'll get through it. After that, Su Qi spent an hour playing the game with Li Shishi. Watching her finally clear the level, Li Shishi's face lit up with excitement. Mr. Su, you're just too amazing. Li Shishi said, then hugged Su Qi tightly and planted a smack on his cheek. For a moment, Su Qi was taken aback. After hearing this, Li Shishi also froze for a moment. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Then his face instantly flushed crimson. Seeing his reaction, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head, then ruffled his little head. Gaming should be done in moderation. As long as it doesn't interfere with work, you're free to play, but don't get addicted. Got it, Mr. Su. Li Shishi's voice was barely audible. Clearly, he was delighted inside about what had just happened, but his face was flushed with embarrassment. Wu Zetian, who had witnessed the entire scene from the side, let out a knowing smile. Simultaneously, she thought to herself. Should she pretend to kiss him casually next time? Chapter 114, Come, take a swipe. After settling matters here, Su Qi quickly departed. He had secretly resolved never to be alone with those 2 women again. Though in his eyes, both were minors. In their era, they weren't just married, some had even given birth. He shook his head. He'd have to be more careful from now on. Su Qi spoke up, then found Li Shishi. How's the light show being arranged over there? After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi promptly replied. Reporting to Mr. Su, the arrangements here are nearly complete. It won't be long before we can officially begin. Everyone's learning quite quickly. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi gave a slight nod. Currently, this is the only official program within the entire scenic area. If we can elevate this program to its absolute peak, then the situation would naturally be ideal. Of course, Su Qi also knew that this possibility wasn't as high as imagined. At least in the short term. It remains quite challenging. But as long as we grow step by step, there won't be any problems. Old Lu, what are you doing? Su Qi looked ahead with curiosity. At that moment, Lu Bang was robbing a tourist. But he wasn't just robbing him, he was holding out a phone. This made Su Qi look puzzled, and he hurried over. Then he saw that Lu Bang's hand was holding a pindado knife. What? What are you doing with that? Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. The confusion in his eyes was palpable. Lu Bang scratched his head and blurted out. Cut it out. Earlier, I was chatting with a tourist. I mentioned my salary was too low to buy much. He recommended this Pindado app, saying you could get stuff without spending money. Hearing this, Su Qi turned to look. Sure enough. There was Lu Bang, actually asking tourists to help him slash the price. His lips twitched slightly. Across from him, a visitor scratched his head, a look of mild exasperation on his face. But seeing this scene, Su Qi instantly understood. This won't do. He hurriedly interjected. My apologies. I didn't explain this clearly to my staff. Please go ahead and enjoy your visit. After seeing the visitor off, Su Qi immediately called Lu Bang over to his side. His expression darkened as he spoke. This won't do. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Why isn't it acceptable? He asked, clearly puzzled. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. This group purchase doesn't even require the other party to spend money, they just need to help me complete the purchase. It's very convenient. As he said this, his gaze fell upon Su Qi. Mr. Su, why don't you help me out with a bid too? Su Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Then he solemnly addressed Lu Bang. Your robbery was part of the act, and the tourists were quite delighted. After all, it's considered an interactive attraction. But if you just slash like that, it'll be really hard for the tourists. To put it bluntly, out of 10 people, 11 won't lift a finger to help you. He said coldly. Then he continued. If you keep cutting like this, don't blame me for docking your pay. Upon hearing the words deduct wages, Lu Bang froze on the spot. For him at this moment, anything was possible. But there was one thing he couldn't bear. That was having his wages docked. This made him scratch his head. Then he spoke up. That's unnecessary, Mr. Su. I absolutely won't ask tourists to help me get a discount again. Please don't dock my pay. Su Qi glanced at the system. Since Lu Bang's pylon feature was his original discovery, the system hadn't actually docked his pay. Then he solemnly declared. This is a one-time exception. If I catch you doing it again, I will dock your pay. Alright, get back to work. After speaking, Lu Bang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Then he promptly left the place. Su Qi watched his retreating figure and scratched his head. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? After pondering for a moment, Su Qi concluded there really wasn't much to worry about. Perhaps Lu Bang and the others just didn't understand at first. But as long as he explained it clearly, then Lu Bang would absolutely never go looking for someone to take a swing at again. After all, Lu Bang was terrified of getting fired. Plus, he'd already been docked a month's pay as punishment. Meaning, if they docked another month's pay, Lu Bang would be fired according to company policy. Logically speaking, Lu Bang shouldn't be this foolish. Understanding this, Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief and decided to seek out Lu Feng and the others first. Among the historical figures in the scenic area, it was actually Lu Feng and his two companions who worried Su Qi the most. His concern wasn't about their work performance, but rather the high likelihood of them encountering trouble outside. That's right. The others all held some degree of status in the ancient world. Even Li Zhua and Lu Qing were part of the military. Add to that Bai Qi, who had already promoted the two of them, exempting them from combat duties. Their lives were still somewhat safeguarded. But Lu Feng and his two companions were different. They were born during the Three Kingdoms period. Now they faced war and famine. Though, as they claimed, the wars weren't particularly frequent at present. Hunger remained a constant threat. Therefore, under such circumstances, nothing was straightforward. Though they could eat their fill and drink their fill each day on their own side. Even a single meal would sustain them for the day. But upon returning home, they would likely encounter famine and displaced people. Problems could easily arise then. Su Qi went straight to find Lu Feng and the other two. How have the past few days been for you three here? Hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Feng and his two companions exchanged glances. Then Lu Feng spoke up. Pretty good. No issues on my end so far. He said with a cheerful smile. It's all thanks to your care, Mr. Su. Our family of three can eat our fill every day. Even after returning home, as long as we stay indoors, others won't pay us much attention. To them, we might as well be dead already. Hearing these words, Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. Because Su Qi suddenly remembered something. Lu Feng and his two companions, due to their jobs at the scenic area, essentially worked nights and slept during the day. In other words, they came to work during the day and returned to sleep at night. Unless someone paid excessive attention, they would never know about their situation. Understanding this point, Su Qi's gaze flickered slightly. His eyes brightened at that moment. Chapter 115, Can't let tourists take a cut. We get along well. As long as everything runs smoothly on your end, I'll be the happiest. By the way, payday is coming up. What are your plans for the money? Any ideas? After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Feng glanced at his wife and daughter before speaking directly. The three of us would like to buy some new clothes. Beyond that, we'll leave everything else up to you, Su. Hearing this, Su Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. If you're changing clothes, it can only be for traditional attire. After all, if you return wearing our clothes, things might get a bit awkward. After a moment's thought, Su Qi continued. Then I'll get you some fabric with an antique look. You can make your own outfits that should work. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Qi gave a slight nod before continuing. As for other supplies like food, you shouldn't be short on those. So I'll give you items that aren't particularly valuable but can be traded for essentials in these chaotic times. In case things go wrong on your end, they could save your lives. Alright, I understand. I'll prepare them for you when the time comes. With that, Su Qi departed. Lu Feng and the other two continued their work. Su Qi's pace wasn't particularly swift. After about half an hour of searching, he finally arrived at Li Bai's location. At that moment, Li Bai was sitting in the small pavilion. He sat on the railing. He was reciting poetry while sipping wine. He appeared quite content. Surrounding the small pavilion were several rings of fans. They were all chattering excitedly, utterly thrilled. Su Qi even spotted a fan holding a wineglass and red wine, ready to pour wine for Li Bai at any moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. He couldn't help but shake his head, then said directly, Li Bai's getting better treatment than I am. He couldn't help but remark, shaking his head again without elaborating. Just as Su Qi was about to approach Li Bai to ask what he wanted, at that moment, a figure swiftly approached Li Bai from across the room. And who else could it be but Lu Bang? How did he get there? Su Qi asked curiously. Logically speaking, the relationship between Lu Bang and Li Bai wasn't particularly close. They were merely ordinary colleagues. After all, they weren't from the same era and didn't share any common interests. So no matter how you looked at it, the two of them wouldn't mix. Yet here they were. This caused Su Qi's eyebrow to twitch slightly. He decided to observe first. Meanwhile, Lu Bang leveraged his NPC status. Swiftly pushing through the crowd, he arrived before Li Bai. He didn't even glance at the people around him. His gaze remained fixed solely on Li Bai. Your Majesty, what might you require of me? Li Bai was equally curious. He had no prior connection with Lu Bang. This was the first time the latter had sought him out. Lu Bang cut straight to the point. Nothing else. I just need you to help me make a cut. Cut a stroke? Li Bai froze for a moment, then asked in astonishment. What exactly do you need cut? Though I, Li Bai, am no soldier, I am a sword immortal. When it comes to cutting, I'm quite skilled. As he spoke, he reached for the weapon at his waist. But upon seeing this, Lu Bang quickly pressed down on his weapon. Then he continued. That's not what I meant. Then what is it? Su Qi grew even more curious. At that moment, Lu Bang spoke again. It's Pindato. Saying this, he handed his phone over for Li Bai to take a look. Li Bai's face was filled with astonishment. What on earth was this? It was an online shopping platform where everything was cheap. Most importantly, at this moment, users could obtain free supplies by chopping items on the app. Take me, for instance, I've set my sights on a car. I figure if I keep slashing the price enough times, I'll snag it for free. You see, I've been docked a month's pay as punishment. Getting this car would be way better than any paycheck. Lu Bang said cheerfully. After hearing his words, Li Bai didn't hesitate. He quickly downloaded the app. He then directly helped Lu Bang make a cut. After watching, Lu Bang would sneak off to find others. Meanwhile, Li Bai stared at the pinduo knife in his hand, falling into silence. Without a second thought, he selected a tablet for himself. He then sought out nearby tourists to help him wield the blade. Seeing this scene, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. He had assumed Lu Bang wouldn't bother others anymore. But Lu Bang indeed refrained from harassing tourists. Instead, he set his sights on his colleagues, including others. The two of them approached and explained the situation to Li Bai. After listening, Li Bai sighed. So that's why tourists can't be trusted to help me cut. His eyes were filled with resignation as he spoke. After all, the tablet on his phone was just 10 yuan away from being hacked down. Just 10 yuan in his view, finding a few people should be enough to make it happen. He immediately wanted to leave and find Li Shimin and the others. But then, something suddenly occurred to him. He promptly shared his price-cutting attempt in his chat group. This is what Li Bai desires. Fellow fans, if you're willing, please help Li Bai slash it down once. Li Bai would be eternally grateful. The moment Li Bai posted this message, his group chat erupted instantly. Brother Bai, you don't need to slash for this tablet at all, just come find me, and I'll buy it for you. Brother Bai, don't listen to him. Come to me if you want it, I'll get you not just a tablet, but a whole family bucket. Brother Bai, just say you love me, and I'll help you get it. The voices of the crowd erupted in an instant. Seeing the messages in the group chat, Su Qi's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but give Li Bai a thumbs up. He hadn't expected this either. That Li Bai would actually think to have his fans help him slash. And this approach wouldn't trigger the system's detection. That was quite the clever exploit. Su Qi shook his head, not much to say. He simply reminded Li Bai once more if any other employees ever downloaded Pinduoduo, to absolutely inform them never to seek out tourists. Then Su Qi left, feeling it necessary to find Lu Bang first. Because Lu Bang would likely spread this news far and wide. If other employees also tried to cut costs by hiring tourists and ended up getting fined, that would be disastrous. Chapter 116, Cutting a Slice. Their funds were already stretched thin. Under these circumstances, having more deducted from their pay would be a bolt from the blue for every single employee. And most importantly, Su Qi was afraid Lu Bang would get beaten up. After all, they'd never had their pay docked before. If Lu Bang's reckless actions led to deductions for everyone, then, for everyone, it would be nothing but trouble. Su Qi searched high and low. Finally, he found Lu Bang. At that moment, Lu Bang stood before Li Shishi, asking him to strike a blow with his sword. Old Lu, there's something I forgot to tell you. Mr. Su. Lu Bang paused, then hurried over to speak. Mr. Su, this time I didn't ask any tourists to help me make a cut. It's all our own people. That shouldn't be a problem, right? He spoke with a cheerful smile. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he sighed helplessly. No problem, absolutely no problem, but you don't have to rush like that. Just go through them one by one. Why not wait until lunchtime or just before quitting time when everyone's gathered? Wouldn't it be faster to handle it then? Su Qi spoke up. Then he continued. There's one more thing, it's not just you cutting corners, others are doing it too. In this situation, you absolutely must tell them not to target tourists. Otherwise, when everyone gets docked pay, that's when things will really get messy. After hearing this, Lu Bang nodded repeatedly. Understood, Mr. Su. Su Qi gave a slight nod and then stepped aside for Lu Bang. The reason was simple. Lu Bang had been docked a month's salary, and that month's pay wouldn't be issued. Precisely because of this, Su Qi saw no need to ask Lu Bang for money when making purchases. Su Qi looked directly at Li Shishi before him and asked, I'd like to know what you plan to buy with this paycheck. Let me know in advance, and I'll make sure it's ready for you. Otherwise, it might be too late by then. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi paused for a moment. Then his eyes lit up slightly and he immediately replied. Mr. Su, just do as we did last time. Those items are all the rage in our era right now. Get as many as you can, it'll help make the Tang Dynasty even more prosperous. Upon hearing this, Su Qi nodded slightly. He too believed that was likely the other party's intention. Su Qi turned and left. Meanwhile, Li Shishi promptly shared the link to Pinduoduo in his group chat. Like Li Bai, he maintained his own chat group. It was filled entirely with his fans. Li Shishi selected a set of solar panels. Evidently, he felt his previous solar panel setup might not be quite sufficient. Therefore, he planned to get another set. It was already lunchtime. Su Qi stretched deeply at that moment. His gaze swept over the group eating. Then, clearing his throat slightly, he spoke up. Old Lu may have already mentioned this to everyone. But there's one thing I still need to reiterate to everyone. Su Qi stated directly. At that moment, everyone set down their chopsticks and fixed their gaze intently on Su Qi. To them, Su Qi's words were undoubtedly the most valuable. Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before continuing. Everyone should have finished their knife fighting challenges by now. If you haven't, you can still do it. You can ask each other to chop for you, but under no circumstances should you ask tourists. You don't realize how reluctant ordinary people are to help with these group buying deals. One more thing, payday is coming up soon. If there's anything you want to buy, let me know. Of course, you can also purchase directly through the group buying platform. The prices there are about the same as what I'd buy for you. It's up to you to decide. After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone's eyes lit up. At first, they thought Pinduoduo only let you get one item for free. But now they could actually shop online too. This news undoubtedly thrilled them immensely. They skipped lunch altogether and immediately started checking what items were available on Pinduoduo. Holy crap, they even have cars. I'm definitely buying one of these. Ying exclaimed excitedly beside him. After hearing his words, Lu Bang's gaze immediately fixed on him. Ying's body trembled slightly. He lowered his head helplessly. Only then did he remember that although Lu Bang's salary had been docked, his own salary was still intact. His own wages would most likely end up in Lu Bang's hands as well. Seeing Xiahou Ying's reaction, Lu Bang smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, Li Shishi kept flipping through the items available for purchase in the software. After just a moment of browsing, he became incredibly excited. It seemed almost anything could be bought here. I've even seen houses listed. And they were highly portable too. But the price was exorbitant. He sighed helplessly. He spoke slowly. But when he thought about the possibility of getting a raise, and with so many people working together, he felt that working for 10 or 8 years to afford a house was still within reach. Seeing the other person's expression, Su Qi's eyebrow twitched slightly. But he didn't say much more. He understood. Some things were fundamentally different. The wages among the group were non-negotiable. That is to say, they couldn't demand wages from others. But that only applied within the scenic area. Take Lu Bang, for instance, he could only ask Xiahou Ying for wages. But if he asked anyone else, it was absolutely out of the question. Even if others were willing to give Su Qi more, they wouldn't agree. Because that would ultimately lead to powerless individuals becoming laborers for others. Take Lu Feng and his 2 companions, for instance. Their wages were no different from anyone else's. Converted, that amounts to 840 a month. If others could take it, then not a single penny of their wages would belong to them. People like this, without power or influence, Su Qi must look out for. Everyone understood this principle. Therefore, Lu Bang would only take Xiahou Ying's wages. Li Shishi would only claim the wages for his own group of men. At that moment, one person present felt utterly helpless, his eyes brimming with speechless exasperation. He felt utterly insignificant and out of place among this group. That person was Xiang Yu. Because of Lu Bang, Xiang Yu had slashed him with a sword upon his arrival, resulting in a month's salary being docked from his pay. Though he had vented his anger, it also meant he wouldn't earn a single penny this month. Chapter 117, Freelance Work. Once everyone had finished shopping and left, Su Qi stretched lazily. At that moment, he was flipping through the fan groups for Li Bai and Li Shishi. At that moment, Su Qi couldn't help but wonder. Should he explore ways to make money outside the scenic area? Promoting products, for instance, wasn't feasible for now. After all, his follower count wasn't high enough yet. But if it's only sold to a fixed group of people, it's still possible. Take the fan bases of Li Bai and Li Shishi, for instance, both have long surpassed thousands of followers. Su Qi was already considering whether to hire a professional photographer to create a photo collection for each of them. The outfits would be a bit flashy, with some skin showing. But nothing too extreme. He believes that if they do this, the fan groups would definitely go crazy buying them. Even if only half bought it, that's 2 groups totaling over 1,000 people. Even if each person only bought 500 yuan worth, that would still amount to a full 500,000 yuan. Understanding this, Su Qi's eyes lit up once more. Somehow, this time felt a little more exciting. Su Qi spoke slowly, thinking he'd wait until next time to discuss it. After all, he'd just called over that photographer earlier. Calling him again so soon might not be appropriate. At the very least, he should give the guy some time to adjust. After all, Su Qi never paid him whenever he called him over. Under these circumstances, repeatedly using him like this, he couldn't shake the feeling the photographer would likely bail. The next performance should begin. Su Qi spoke slowly. Due to another script revision, the morning performance didn't happen. But the afternoon performance would still proceed. At this moment, he could see Xiang Yu and Lu Bang reluctantly gathering together once more. They were discussing the script. Zheng He and the others had also been summoned to adjust the lighting. Li Shishi was assigning tasks to everyone. It wouldn't be long before the performance began. Su Qi stretched lazily, no longer bothering with anything else. Instead, he made his way to the performance hall. Some tourists had already taken their seats in the performance hall. Some were waiting to watch the show. Others had simply come in to rest for a while. After all, the performance hall was a building, much better than being outside. Sitting inside offered a proper place to rest. Time ticked by second. Soon, everyone had gathered in the performance hall. Preparations were underway, and the show was about to begin. At that moment, Su Qi glanced at the system. Since Zheng He and the others have to patrol while also helping out here. This shouldn't count as skipping work, right? Don't deduct their wages, please. Su Qi couldn't help but ask aloud. The system responded to him at that moment. After reading the system's answer, Su Qi smiled. So in the system's understanding, assigning tasks like this was actually considered a superior's allocation. In other words, since Su Qi had assigned them the tasks, they were technically on duty, so their pay wouldn't be docked. Otherwise, since their core duty was patrol, but they were doing other tasks instead, they'd likely face significant pay deductions in a short time. Understanding this, Su Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He then asked again. System, for individuals like Xiang Yu who take on additional work outside their regular duties, could their wages be appropriately increased? After hearing Su Qi's words, the system remained completely silent. Seeing this, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. So basically, no raise at all. At least give some kind of response. What's with the complete silence? Su Qi muttered in exasperation, ultimately saying no more. The reason Su Qi had asked in the first place was actually to give Lu Bang and the others a raise. The reason was simple. Their wages were extremely low. So low that it didn't even reach 110, the average wage for ordinary people in this era. Moreover, their wages weren't paid by Su Qi personally, but by the system. That's why Su Qi had this question. What a stingy system. Su Qi couldn't help but think to himself, though he dared not voice it aloud. He feared the system might impose some punishment on him. Though the probability wasn't high. But what if it did? Just then, Lu Bang and Xiang Yu had already taken the stage. The two men locked eyes. The next moment, their bodies trembled violently. Without hesitation, they addressed each other. Here we go, brother. The next moment, they launched straight into their performance. Under the spotlight's glow. Their performance was far superior to anything they'd done before. At this moment, their performance was undeniably explosive. Even Su Qi couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. This was vastly superior to their earlier attempts. The audience below watched with rapt attention. Just by observing their expressions, Su Qi knew this performance had truly resonated with the audience. Not bad, not bad. This performance has truly hit its stride. Su Qi remarked with a smile. Since the performance was going well, Xiang Yu probably wouldn't be sent back. Truthfully, this was a point of frustration for Su Qi. In Su Qi's view, beyond acting, Xiang Yu could also serve as an NPC. He might even become a minor internet celebrity in the future. That possibility was quite high. But in the system's eyes, Xiang Yu's sole purpose was performance. Under these circumstances, if the performance were to be abruptly cut off, Xiang Yu would most likely be teleported back. As for the next summoning, Su Qi had no idea when he'd be able to call Xiang Yu back. The performance concluded swiftly. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. While praising the performance, they prepared to depart, awaiting the evening show. At that moment, Su Qi exchanged a knowing glance with Li Shishi. Li Shishi didn't hesitate. He picked up the microphone and addressed the crowd. Our performance time is rather short, so we've added another act, a solo dance by the martial artist. If you'd like to enjoy it, please remain seated. Hearing his words, the majority of those about to leave sat back down. Their eyes scanned the crowd, searching discreetly. They soon spotted Wu Zetian in the distance. At this moment, Wu Zetian had changed into a rather splendid outfit. This was specially tailored for Wu Zetian by Su Qi. It retained an ancient style, yet was more in line with modern tastes. Otherwise, the traditional attire Empress Wu Zetian once wore would indeed clash with contemporary tastes. After all, no matter how unrestrained or open-minded ancient people might have been, they simply couldn't compare to modern sensibilities. Empress Wu stepped onto the stage, her white jade-like feet gliding gracefully with each stride. In the next instant, her hands soared high, revealing her proud figure in full view. The exquisite dance began to whirl. Chapter 118, I shall exterminate his entire clan. When Empress Wu finished her performance, the entire audience erupted in applause. Upon learning there were no further performances, the crowd dispersed. Not bad, not bad. We can incorporate other acts in the future. Su Qi remarked cheerfully. Li Shishi nodded in agreement beside him. Business at the scenic area was booming, and though they wouldn't be getting raises, they were still quite pleased. After all, only when Su Qi was satisfied could they receive some benefits. Otherwise, for them, there would be no perks at all. The afternoon passed quickly. By evening, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing brought along the 4 new guards. They played WWE together. They wore ancient armor. Not only did their fighting look perfectly natural, but rather looked incredibly explosive. Especially Li Zhuo and Lu Qing. Their performance was nothing short of masterful. They executed finishing moves with remarkable proficiency. What's more, this wasn't staged fighting. Instead, they were going all out. The impact was undeniably powerful. Go for the finishing move. Finish him off. A middle-aged man shouted loudly. The surrounding spectators were equally thrilled. This combat performance undoubtedly thrilled them immensely. It was far better than they had anticipated. After Li Zhuo and his team finished their performance, Li Shishi immediately led his Tang Dynasty male group onto the stage. They struck a pose as soon as they stepped onto the stage. The crowd erupted instantly. Brother Li Shishi is amazing. Brother Li Shishi is so handsome. Too handsome. I want to bear your children. A crowd of female tourists cheered. Li Shishi had long understood the meaning behind these words. He flashed a dashing smile, sending the crowd below into a frenzy of screams. After his performance concluded, others took the stage to perform. Finally, Li Bai danced with his sword while drinking wine and reciting poetry. Once again, the crowd below erupted in cheers. When the performance concluded completely, all the tourists departed. These very people now crowded around Su Qi. Su Qi quietly surveyed the crowd. Regarding the knife-cutting challenge, I trust you're all aware of it now. If you wish to try, go ahead and cut it yourselves. Under no circumstances should you let the tourists cut for you. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, everyone nodded repeatedly. Especially Lu Bang at that moment. Remember, he was the only one who initially asked tourists to chop for him. He nearly got fined for it. The memory still sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Li Bai and Li Shimen stood with their hands behind their backs. Clearly, these two were different from the rest. Mr. Su, my chop one-stroke technique is nearly perfected. Li Bai suddenly spoke up. Understanding his words, Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. Is that for real? This left Su Qi feeling both astonished and perplexed. After all, the waters in Pindato run very deep. Not to mention Li Bai's his fan base in the group was only around 1,000 people. Even if that number were multiplied by 10, it might not be enough to secure the deal. Li Bai nodded slightly. It was true he was only 5 gold coins short now. After hearing these words, Su Qi froze for a moment before shaking his head involuntarily. Well, you've still got a long way to go. How could that be, Mr. Su? I've been grinding for so long, just 5 gold coins left now. At most 5 more people and I'll succeed, right? Upon hearing his words, before Su Qi could respond, Li Shimen suddenly interjected from the side. I'm doing slightly better than you. I'm still 3 diamonds short. What on earth are diamonds? Li Bai froze for a moment. He looked at Li Shimen with utter confusion. He had never seen a diamond before. What exactly were they? Li Shimen shrugged. When you see the last gold coin, it will transform into diamonds. In other words, you'll be 9 diamonds short. Upon hearing this, Li Bai suddenly understood. So I only need 13 people to succeed. At that moment, Su Qi suddenly spoke up. Brother Li Bai, I think you're overthinking this. After gold coins come 9 diamonds, after diamonds come puzzle pieces, and after puzzle pieces come points. In short, this whole thing is incredibly complicated. If you pick something cheap, say, a few dozen or even a few hundred yuan with this many people, you might just pull off the price slashing. But if you pick something costing thousands or tens of thousands, then even if you gathered everyone in the country, you still won't be able to slash the price. After hearing these words, Li Shimen, Li Bai, and the entire assembly were startled. Could it really be like that? Then isn't this just pure deception? If this were in my Tang Dynasty, his entire clan would be executed. Li Shimen snorted coldly. His eyes blazed with fury. He felt he had been played. Beside him, Lu Bang raised an eyebrow slightly. His gaze fell upon the 9 gold coins still missing from his collection. His lips twitched slightly. So all our efforts were for nothing. Had this been in the Han Dynasty, I would have had his entire clan executed. No, 10 clans. They were all filled with righteous indignation. Even Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and the others wore expressions of utter astonishment. Earlier, they had thought they could get this item for free. They had even fought hard to get a cut of it. Only now did they realize they'd been deceived. Wu Zetian silently closed the blade in her hand. As the first and only female emperor in history, had been deceived by such a crude scheme. Li Shishir's eyebrow arched slightly. Standing behind Wu Zetian, his eyes were filled with helplessness. In contrast, the Lu Feng family of 3 remained completely oblivious. After all, they'd never been fooled before. Alright, this sort of thing happens all the time. Don't even get me started, I got scammed myself at first. But while Pinduo's deals are tough to snag, it really is a low-price shopping platform. You can check it out yourselves. Whatever you need, just add it to your cart there. Once payday comes, we'll buy everything together. After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone present nodded in agreement. And so, under Su Qi's watchful gaze, one by one, they transformed into beams of white light and returned to their own eras. Only Li Shimen remained behind. Old Li, are you still staying in the dorm tonight? Su Qi asked. Li Shimen nodded. Of course. I still need to bring lunch for Mr. Su tomorrow, he said with a smile. Su Qi chuckled softly at this. Having a future emperor personally bring him lunch every day. To say he wasn't happy would be a lie. Alright, get some rest tonight. I see quite a few people in your group have bought tickets and will be arriving tomorrow. Make absolutely sure nothing goes wrong. Chapter 119, The Oath of the Peach Garden. Han Dynasty. Shortly after returning, Lu Bang turned to Han Xin and Xiao He beside him. I've been deceived. Hearing his words, Han Xin and Xiao He exchanged slightly surprised glances. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Lu Bang then recounted the entire incident involving the dagger duel to them. After listening, both men were utterly dumbfounded. Such a thing exists. This cannot be forgiven. The two exclaimed indignantly. At that moment, Lu Bang shook his head. Alright, you two go back and keep practicing. Judging by the current pace of tourists, I reckon it won't be long before the scenic area needs to hire more staff. If you two get selected, then it'll save me a lot of trouble. Lu Bang spoke, then tossed several pieces of bread to the two across from him. Then, carrying the remaining supplies, he went to find his Empress Lu. Han Xin and Xiao He exchanged glances. Their eyes lit up simultaneously. For them, the greatest desire now was to be sent to the scenic area. And now, unexpectedly, this possibility had presented itself. Naturally, it was the best outcome. Without hesitation, they set out to practice through the night. Xiao He could be seen drifting his carriage back and forth. Han Xin, meanwhile, was out on the streets finding people to rob. As for Liu Bang, he was already enjoying himself in the harem with bread and milk. Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan watched as Zheng He and the others returned one by one. A slight frown creased his brow. Why hasn't my son returned? Hearing Emperor Li Yuan's words, Zheng He and the others immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, the second prince is staying at the dormitory over there. The second prince said he would spend the night sorting out the supplies for us so we could purchase them directly after receiving our wages. Upon hearing his words, Li Yuan nodded in response. He ordered everyone to withdraw and rest. Once everyone had departed, Li Yuan wasted no time throwing on a coat. Then he headed out to roam the streets. Indeed, Li Yuan now yearned intensely to visit the scenic area. Day in and day out, he'd go play the rogue. He reasoned that if Liu Bang could be a rogue, then so could he. Wu Zetian watched the house as someone returned. Her gaze flickered slightly. Consort Wu, His Majesty requests your presence. A eunuch approached and announced. Upon hearing the words, Wu Zetian nodded. She then picked up her notes detailing the production methods for white sugar and refined salt. She proceeded directly to meet Emperor Taizong of Tang. At first, Wu Zetian had intended to advance her plans in secret. But later she realized it was simply impossible. Operating in secret proved far too cumbersome. After all, if she were to become emperor in history, she would have to endure the next dynasty. At the very least, it would take decades. Wu Zetian had no intention of waiting that long. Therefore, she directly documented all the manufacturing methods she had recorded within the scenic area. She intended to use these to gain Emperor Taizong's attention. Then, step by step, she would climb upward. For Wu Zetian, since she had already seen in the historical records how she would become emperor, then all she needed to do now was follow the script. Even though he was still relatively young, she believed her chances of success remained quite high. Qin State. Bai Qi looked at the 6 men across from him. His eyebrows twitched slightly. Have your recent performances earned praise from Mr. Su? He was, of course, referring to Li Zhua and Lu Qing's WWE. Upon hearing Bai Qi's inquiry, Li Zhua immediately knelt on the ground and spoke. Reporting to the general, every one of our performances draws thunderous applause. We've proven ourselves useful now. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi smiled and nodded. By the way, your paychecks are coming soon. This time, we'll still have General Su select the supplies for you. Lu Qing then chimed in. Reporting to the general, we've downloaded an app called Pinduoduo. It's a shopping platform where everything is extremely cheap. Mr. Su said we can just buy directly from there once our paychecks come in. Hearing these words, Bai Qi across from him grew curious. Tell me more. Moments later, after listening to the two explain, Bai Qi's mouth twitched slightly. Such things exist? If they were here, I'd tear them to pieces. He gave a cold snort, then said no more. He merely nodded, signaling for everyone to retire for the night. Once everyone had departed, Bai Qi made his way alone to his own tent. He immediately changed into plain clothes, concealing the unmatched killing intent radiating from his body. Then he went out to rob people. Yes, Bai Qi now wanted to work at the scenic area too. Every day, he could see his subordinates enjoying fine food and drink at the scenic area. He was quite envious of that. In his view, if everyone else could go, why couldn't he do the same? At the very least, he believes his own historical prestige is no small matter. The Three Kingdoms period. Lu Feng and his two companions returned to their dilapidated little house. The moment they arrived, they looked around warily. Then all three breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone around here seems to think we're already dead. Lu Feng spoke up. For him, this was naturally the best outcome. At least he no longer had to fear. As long as everyone believed they were dead, no one would come after them. Just as the three of them were about to lie down on the bed for a good night's sleep, a door in the distance suddenly swung open. Big brother, this place is decent enough. Let's sleep here tonight. A somewhat deep voice sounded. Hearing this, Lu Feng and his companions immediately turned to look. There stood a burly, dark-skinned man with a thick beard. As his voice faded, a man with an elegant demeanor, unusually long arms, and large ears stepped inside. Behind them stood a figure clad in green, with slanted eyes. Upon seeing the three enter, Lu Feng and his companions immediately assumed a guarded stance. Boss, there's someone else in here. Everyone around us said this place was empty, yet here someone remains. Zhang Fei remarked with some surprise. He was about to drive the three out. At that moment, Liu Bei quickly interjected. Hold on. Since someone is already living here, we absolutely cannot take their home. The three of us will depart first. Liu Bei spoke, preparing to lead Guan Yu and Zhang Fei away. But Lu Feng suddenly froze in place. He hurried forward and asked, "May I ask, are you the three sworn brothers of the Peach Garden, Lu, Guan, and Zheng?" Upon hearing his words, Liu Bei and his companions exchanged glances before turning to face him. Chapter 120, Follow us. You recognize us, brothers? All three of us? Liu Bei was somewhat curious. He had only recently sworn brotherhood with Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. No matter how one looked at it, this news shouldn't spread so quickly. It should only truly spread after they had achieved greatness. Thus, he was quite curious. Lu Feng, sitting across from him, quickly spoke up. "I've had the honor of learning about your deeds, sirs. Where did you learn this?" Zhang Fei glared. His 8-foot-long spear was already gripped firmly in his hand. They'd just walked into a random house, and someone recognized them. This couldn't help but make him suspect he was being watched. "Third brother, don't be rude." Liu Bei spoke up, stopping Zhang Fei. Only then did Lu Feng realize he'd said the wrong thing. He hesitated for a moment before speaking directly. "I learned this from another source that records events of the future. If the opportunity arises, I could share this with the three of you present," he stated directly. At that moment, Liu Bei looked at Lu Feng and realized he probably wasn't lying. This only deepened his curiosity. "Tell me in detail." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng paused for a moment. He spoke directly. "Not yet. I need to consult our boss before deciding whether to share this with you three." "You have a boss?" Liu Bei grew even more curious. Then he suddenly spoke up. "You claim to know our deeds," he continued, "but do you know what we intend to do next?" Lu Feng thought for a moment before answering directly. "If I'm not mistaken, you three are heading to invite that recluse Zhuge Liang." As his words fell, Liu Bei's eyes lit up across from him. "You really do know? Then tell me, do you think we'll succeed in inviting Mr. Zhuge Wulong?" Liu Bei immediately leaned in, coming right up to Lu Feng. He said with considerable curiosity. His eyes sparkled with intense excitement. This time, though he was going to invite Zhuge Liang, he didn't think his chances of success were particularly high. Moreover, this mission was almost entirely a last-minute decision. No matter how one looked at it, others were unlikely to know. Yet Lu Feng across from him claimed to know everything. This only deepened his curiosity. Lu Feng stated directly. 3 times. It took you 3 attempts to invite Zhuge Wulong. 3 times? That brat actually dared to reject my big brother twice? When I get there, I'll grab him by the collar. Zhang Fei snorted coldly beside him and spoke up. Guan Yu, standing nearby, stroked his beard thoughtfully. His phoenix-like eyes darted back and forth, as if deep in thought. "Gentlemen," she observed, "staying in this room leaves you exposed to the elements and utterly unprotected. Why not join us? Though my forces aren't large, they can still protect your safety." Liu Bei suddenly spoke up. His eyes held a hint of curiosity. After hearing his words, Lu Feng paused for a moment. To be honest, he had initially believed he and his family could remain here indefinitely. But today, when Liu Bei and the other two barged in, it made him realize that even if they knew no one was here, some people would still come in. Fortunately, it was Liu Bei and his 2 companions who came today. Had it been a gang of thugs, they might have attacked them outright. Lu Feng turned to look at his wife and child. He felt his own death was no problem. But he fully understood that after his death, his child and wife would face inhuman torment. They might even become someone else's sustenance. Therefore, he nodded. "Thank you, Lord Lu." At dawn, amidst a blinding flash of white light, one figure after another returned to this place. Li Shishi was already hosting the assembled guests. Once they returned, he would assign them tasks. At that moment, he spotted Lu Feng and his 2 companions in the distance. "There are quite a few visitors today," Li Shishi began. "When you 3 are cleaning, be extra thorough and pick up the pace," Li Shishi instructed. Lu Feng and his companions nodded repeatedly. But Lu Feng didn't leave immediately. He seemed hesitant. "What? Is there something else on your mind?" Li Shishi looked at Lu Feng with curiosity. As for this historically obscure figure with no special status, he had never paid him much attention. To him, Lu Feng was just an ordinary colleague. And for the past few days, the other guy had been practically invisible. Beyond his work duties, he seemed to have no other concerns. Today, however, it seemed like the other person had something to say, which piqued his curiosity. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "We encountered Liu Bei and his 2 companions. We'd like to know if we can share information about the scenic area with them. We'd like to ask Mr. Su for his opinion on this." Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi paused briefly. After a moment of thought, he replied. "In principle, there should be no issue. After all, upon returning, each of us informed our respective people about this matter. We still hold certain positions, so even if our respective factions learned of the events here, it wouldn't pose any issues. It's you 3 who have no standing whatsoever in your own era. If you rashly disclosed matters concerning the scenic area, you might be detained immediately." As for Liu Bei and his two companions, I've studied their history, they seem decent enough. But those destined for imperial power often present a different face than their true selves. You should wait here for Mr. Su. It's best to consult him about this. After hearing his words, Lu Feng and his two companions across from him expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Moments later, Su Qi stretched lazily from afar, then ambled over. Su Qi had now finished handling all matters concerning himself. For instance, editing. At first, he would edit the footage himself. Then he'd upload them online. But he wasn't a professional, and the sheer volume of work left him feeling helpless. Yesterday, after giving it some thought, he went straight to hiring professionals. He outsourced the work. It would cost some money. Su Qi understood. He was now earning tens of thousands daily. Under these circumstances, what's a little money? Back when he first started out, he wouldn't have spent a single penny. But now, everything has changed. By now, Su Qi had become a millionaire. He's even already planned it out. Once he saves up a bit more, he'll give the scenic area a makeover. At the very least, he'd bring in some merchants to diversify the area's offerings. That way, visitors wouldn't have to rely solely on eating bread and buying instant noodles from the supermarket every day. And nothing else to eat. Chapter 121, The Fortune Teller. Mr. Su. Spotting Su Qi approaching, Lu Feng called out from a distance. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Qi looked at him curiously. Why aren't you guys at work? Is something else going on? This piqued Su Qi's curiosity. After all, Lu Feng's position was practically insignificant within the entire scenic area. Their jobs were even the most basic cleaning duties. Under these circumstances, Lu Feng and his two colleagues had little else to do besides their regular work each day. Still, Su Qi was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Though the three of them weren't particularly outstanding, they also never caused any trouble. But now, Lu Feng had actually called out to him. Lu Feng promptly recounted his encounter with Liu Bei and the others to Su Qi. Mr. Su, should we also inform them about the scenic area matter? After listening to Lu Feng's words, Su Qi paused to think for a moment. A moment later, he spoke up. The historical records may differ, but you've already encountered Liu Bei and his men. You should have been able to observe their true nature. If there are no major issues, it wouldn't hurt to tell them. After all, you'll be receiving your pay soon. Bring the items back then. It might even help them. After hearing these words, Lu Feng and the other two across from him finally exhaled in relief. Thank you, Mr. Su. After saying that, they went back to work. For Lu Feng, although they were now under Liu Bei's command, the primary reason was Liu Bei's curiosity about their backgrounds. If they couldn't provide any answers, there was a high probability they would be abandoned by Liu Bei and his two companions, or captured and interrogated. Now that Su Qi had agreed to speak, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At least nothing would go wrong. Su Qi watched the released video. His brow twitched slightly. The view counts for these past few days were quite decent. Su Qi said with a smile. Especially the videos featuring Li Bai, Li Shimen, and Xiang Yu. Their video views had skyrocketed almost overnight. Each one had garnered a substantial number. Take Xiang Yu's video, for instance, its views have already hit 1 million. That was already considered a minor viral hit. The comments section was flooded with astonished reactions. Who knew there were people like Xiang Yu in this world? Is this really just a scenic area employee? I absolutely have to go see him. Exactly. I've already booked 5 tickets, wait for me, I'm heading there right now. There's someone this muscular? I absolutely have to take multiple photos with him. Honestly, can I touch his abs? I kinda want to. Reading through everyone's comments, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. He instinctively skipped over the last comment. But the thought of Xiang Yu's massive frame, Su Qi found himself growing slightly curious. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. Maybe I should find an opportunity to give it a try myself? As the thought crossed his mind, Su Qi shook his head repeatedly. If I'm going to touch anyone, it should be Wu Zetian. If that's out of the question, Li Shishi would do. What kind of nonsense is touching Xiang Yu? Shaking his head repeatedly, Su Qi turned his attention to observing the work of others. Soon, a large crowd of tourists had arrived. The vast majority were fans of Li Bai and Li Shimen. Though those wealthy women in the group chat were eager to boost Li Bai and Li Shimen's popularity. Only when they actually visited the scenic area and spent money could it be considered real earnings. Otherwise, merely booking tickets online counted for nothing. Thus, the wealthy women directly mobilized a large group, instructing their sisters in the group to come here. As for the tickets? Naturally, those wealthy women covered the cost. Where's Brother Li Shimen? I want to find Brother Li Shimen for a photo. A 40-year-old woman dressed in elegant, luxurious attire arrived at the scenic area. After her ticket was scanned, she dashed straight toward Li Shimen's location. A dozen or so female fans followed closely behind her. Moments later, 2 more groups arrived from afar, heading straight for Li Bai. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed these two wouldn't be idle this time. Su Qi spoke slowly. His gaze drifted involuntarily to the bottle of Mao Tai held by one of the wealthy women. I've never even tasted it. Su Qi sighed helplessly. Then he said no more. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. But Li Bai and Li Shimon's looks and status were undeniable. Even if he envied them, there was nothing he could do about it. Still, the thought that both men were his employees eased Su Qi's mind. Mr. Su, you're here. Before he knew it, Su Qi had arrived at the ticket booth. Upon his arrival, Wu Zetian across the counter spotted Su Qi and saw him running over with a cheerful smile. Seeing the smile in Wu Zetian's eyes, Su Qi asked curiously. You seem very happy. Did something special happen? Wu Zetian quickly replied. I've memorized all the methods for making white sugar and refined salt and submitted them to Emperor Taizong yesterday. Now I've become a favorite at Emperor Taizong's side. I don't think I'll need to follow the historical path step by step to become empress. Perhaps when Emperor Taizong passes away, I can ascend the throne directly. He spoke with excitement radiating from his face. Upon hearing her words, Su Qi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Go for it. The day passed quickly. Everyone's performance these past few days had been quite good. Visitor numbers had also increased by 13 compared to yesterday. Looking at his substantial earnings, Su Qi's face was beaming with excitement. After seeing everyone off, even Li Shimen had returned to his own dynasty. After all, as the second prince and the future emperor, he certainly couldn't stay here indefinitely. Su Qi stretched lazily and turned back toward his hotel. Just as he lay down, a system notification flashed through his mind. Turnover sufficient to summon new employees. Proceed with summoning? Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Qi's face lit up with excitement. I knew it. With sales up this much, I'd definitely be able to summon new employees. Summon. Summon them right now. Hopefully this time we'll get a Ming Dynasty expert, then we can just funnel in a wave of traffic. Su Qi anticipated eagerly. Summoning complete. Seeing the system's final prompt, Su Qi hurriedly opened his employee roster. Scrolling to the very end, he immediately spotted the person summoned this time. Employee, Yuan Shoucheng. Era, Tang Dynasty. Days present, 28 days. Base salary, 280. Performance bonus, none. Bonus, none. Penalties, none. Total wage, 280. It's actually Yuan Shoucheng. This time we've got an interactive NPC. He must be playing the fortune teller. Chapter 122, Newcomer arrives. This Yuan Shoucheng is no ordinary man. In the renowned classic, he made immense contributions to the journey westward. He even foretold the death of the Dragon King of the Jing River. But in real history, this could never have happened. Yet Yuan Shoucheng did exist. As Su Qi reviewed the records, his brow twitched slightly. So that's how it is. Seems Yuan Shoucheng was a bit less capable than I imagined, though he'd still be considered decent in my scenic area. He's just a half-baked fortune teller anyway. Su Qi chuckled to himself. He flopped straight onto his bed. Given the current situation, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Because he understood perfectly well. In a situation like this, the more people, the better. Even if the newcomers didn't quite meet his expectations. As long as they could get the job done, it was perfectly fine. After all, each ancient worker only earns 280. That works out to just $10 a day. Plus, everyone was remarkably in sync. Even on their 2 days off, they'd still show up for work. In other words, they worked overtime for free. This couldn't help but fill Su Qi with delight. He looked forward to seeing what kind of person Yuan Shoucheng would be tomorrow. Su Qi chuckled to himself, then closed his eyes. Tang Dynasty. Chang'an. On the main street. A man dressed in Taoist robes sat upon a small stool. A bagui table stood before him. Behind him stood a large banner bearing the characters for fortune-telling. People came and went around him. Yet few actually stopped for a fortune-telling session. Clearly, even in ancient times, compulsory education was not widespread. Yet when it came to such matters, most people remained skeptical. Believers were, after all, few and far between. At this moment, Yuan Shoucheng didn't think much of it either. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Just then, a flood of voices suddenly filled his mind. This moment left Yuan Shoucheng thoroughly perplexed. After absorbing these voices, Yuan Shoucheng drew a deep breath. So that's how it is, there's actually a future? And I've been summoned there. Tomorrow I have to go to work, so I'd better get ready. Yuan Shoucheng exclaimed excitedly. He quickly packed his belongings and returned to his living quarters. It was a dilapidated temple. Upon entering, he immediately locked himself inside, donned his finest outfit, gathered his tools, and waited for his first day on the job. Inside the scenic area. It was already early morning. Su Qi slowly emerged. Beside him, Li Shimen followed suit. In his hand, he carried breakfast purchased by his fans. Mr. Su, you seem to be in a rather good mood today. Is there some good news? Li Shimen spoke, reading the situation. Su Qi took the 2 steamed buns, eating them as he replied. Of course there's good news, we have a new employee starting today. That's definitely cause for celebration. Hearing his words, Li Shimon's eyes lit up beside him. He nodded repeatedly. I see. Another colleague joining us? That's truly wonderful. He smiled as he spoke, then looked at the boss with curiosity. Mr. Su, I wonder what the new colleague is like. What's their character like? Are they easy to get along with? He couldn't help but ask. Su Qi glanced at him and chuckled lightly. You'll find out soon enough. Seeing Su Qi give him the silent treatment, Li Shimon merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Had this been in the Tang Dynasty, anyone who dared speak to him like this would have been dealt with long ago. But here in this scenic area, let alone Su Qi treating him this way, he dared not act. Even if it were another staff member, he naturally wouldn't dare. After all, within this scenic area, everyone was an equal employee. Even with his promotion, his authority extended only to minor work-related arrangements. Beyond that, everyone was on equal footing. Soon, Su Qi and Li Shimon arrived at the group's workstations. At that moment, flashes of white light flickered. Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and others appeared before Su Qi one after another. Upon seeing Su Qi there, they bowed repeatedly. Mr. Su. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi gave a slight nod. But he said nothing more. Just then, Lu Bang suddenly spoke up. Mr. Su, you've made a special trip to wait here, could it be we're gaining a new colleague? After hearing his words, Su Qi smiled and nodded. That's correct. I wonder which dynasty this new colleague is from. Lu Bang's interest was piqued. He hoped this new colleague would be from his own Han dynasty after all. So far, only he and Huang represented the Han. If only he could bring one more person. Even if that person wasn't from the same era as him and couldn't receive a salary. But Lu Bang was perfectly content with the situation. Beside him, Xiangyu snorted coldly. It certainly wouldn't be your Han dynasty. Though I was defeated in history, I've still taken a look at your Han dynasty's historical records. Few of them are truly renowned. Hearing his mockery, Lu Bang gave a cold snort in response, but paid him no mind. He knew that here, Huang was his only reliable ally. Facing a formidable opponent like Xiangyu, he was bound to be crushed. Moreover, Xiangyu seemed to have figured it out. Simply beating him up posed no risk whatsoever. As long as he didn't kill him, he could beat him however he pleased. Of course, Xiangyu hadn't done that just yet. After all, Xiangyu was the overlord. Possessing the heart of a tyrant, he had already killed Lu Bang once to vent his anger. There was absolutely no need to strike again. The others hadn't left either. There was still a little time before work began. They might as well stay and see what kind of colleague had arrived. Even Lu Feng and his 2 companions in the distance felt the same way. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a faint white light flickered in the distance. The next moment, a figure materialized before them. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a Taoist robe. He sported a bushy beard and held a fortune-telling banner aloft. He really looked the part. So he's a fortune teller, huh? Xiangyu glanced at him and snorted coldly. A man like him had no time for such fortune telling, for in his view, his destiny was in his own hands, not heaven's. Lu Bang also glanced over, recognizing the man not at all. His eyes held a trace of confusion. Li Shimon, standing nearby, grinned and stepped closer. Welcome to our new colleague. Upon seeing Li Shimon approach, Yuan Shoucheng extended his hands and offered a light handshake. His gaze swept across the group, finally settling on Su Qi. He strode over and bowed slightly to Su Qi. Greetings, Mr. Su. Chapter 123, Mr. Su, I can't figure it out. Su Qi gave a slight nod before speaking. I presume you are Yuan Shoucheng. Rumor has it you were a semi-divine figure in history. I wonder if that's accurate. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Yuan Shoucheng across from him hastily shook his head. There are no gods or spirits in this world. So-called fortune-telling is merely the art of physiognomy, reading a person's general disposition through their facial features or palm lines. But it falls far short of the true arts of the immortals. Noticing the man wasn't exaggerating, Su Qi chuckled softly. Then he extended his left hand and said, Then why don't you read my fortune? Yuan Shoucheng smiled at that moment. He knew Su Qi intended to test him. Therefore, he promptly planted the flag in his hand to the side. Then he smiled and said, I'll make a fool of myself then. As he spoke, he gently examined Su Qi's palm lines. Then his expression shifted slightly. He lifted his head again, studying Su Qi's facial features and overall appearance. After a few minutes of this tense standoff, he still hadn't come to any conclusion. In the distance, Xiangyu snorted coldly. You don't even know the art of divination. Are you, this so-called half-immortal, just a fraud? Not a single person in the crowd spoke after hearing these words. After all, most of them understood fortune-telling. Though they saw them as charlatans, even a charlatan could string together a lengthy tale. Even if they couldn't discern anything, they could just spout stock phrases. Yet the man across from them stammered and stuttered, unable to utter a single word. Wasn't that a sign of unskilled craftsmanship? However, Su Qi knew full well that this was highly unlikely. Sure enough, Yuan Shoucheng sighed helplessly at that moment and spoke up. Forgive my limited skill, but Mr. Su's facial features and palm lines are rather unique, making it difficult to discern the broader picture. After hearing these words, Su Qi paused for a moment, then thought for a bit before speaking. Please explain it to me in detail. Don't worry about making mistakes, just speak freely. Seeing Su Qi's assurance, Yuan Shoucheng cautiously drew closer to Su Qi and spoke softly. I see two entirely distinct lives within you, Mr. Su. The moment those words fell, Su Qi's eyes lit up. He was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Yuan Shoucheng to recognize that he was a time traveler. Though the other might not have guessed this particular moment. But to discern that his two distinct life paths were entirely different. This meant the man wasn't as useless as Xiang Yu claimed. On the contrary, he possessed genuine skill. Not bad, not bad. Su Qi said with a smile. Starting today, you're our resident half-sage. Your position is equal to old Lu's. He'll guide you through the ropes. Remember, some things should be said, and some shouldn't. Otherwise, having your pay docked will be painful. And if it goes beyond 2 months, you'll be fired. After hearing the latter part of Su Qi's words, Yuan Shoucheng froze for a moment. He nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I won't make any mistakes. Su Qi gave a slight nod in return. He naturally trusted the other party. Generally speaking, no one who came to the scenic area lacked self-awareness. Generally, they wouldn't deliberately break the rules. Even Lu Bang had been careless. He hadn't known at first. As for Xiang Yu, he was completely set up by Lu Bang. These two were exceptions. Su Qi waved his hand, signaling everyone to get back to work. And indeed, they all went to work. Just then, Su Qi extended his hand again, singling out Wu Zetian to stay behind. Mr. Su, you called? Wu Zetian gazed at Su Qi with a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled with warmth. I've been thinking, besides your performances, you don't really have anything else to do these days. Why not follow the example of Li Bai and Xiang Yu and secure a permanent spot for your performances? It would also add a new attraction spot to our scenic area. Then you could start a group chat, you might even gain quite a few fans. Su Qi said with a cheerful smile. Empress Wu paused slightly. Then she smiled and nodded. Understood, Mr. Su. I'll get right on it. Su Qi gave a slight nod, then beckoned to Li Shimen standing nearby. Old Li, I'll need you to find a seat for Consort Wu shortly. Since Consort Wu is performing a dance, avoid overly exposed areas. Arrange for a pavilion or similar space. Let her dance properly. Understood, Mr. Su. Li Shimen also smiled. Then he turned to Wu Zetian, gesturing for her to follow him. After the two departed, Su Qi pondered for a moment, then decided to check on Yuan Shoucheng. After all, the other party had just arrived here. It would be best to ensure no issues arose. After asking for directions in the group chat, he headed straight over. After walking for over 10 minutes, Su Qi finally reached the main street. He saw Lu Bang robbing people nearby. Not far from him, Yuan Shoucheng stood motionless. However, Yuan Shoucheng hadn't moved. Instead, he had somehow found a table and chairs and sat down there. Several items were arranged on the table. As for his banner, it was planted nearby. At a glance, one could tell this was a fortune teller's setup. It looked quite legitimate. Su Qi smiled and nodded. Just then, a couple walked by. They looked at the fortune teller, Yuan Shoucheng. Then they walked right over. They asked him to read their fortunes. Without hesitation, Yuan Shoucheng. He glanced at their palm lines, then examined their facial features. Then came a series of standard phrases. The young couple listened with beaming smiles. Before leaving, the young man pulled out a red bill from his pocket and slapped it down on the table. No need for change, I just love hearing the fortune teller tell it like it is. He chuckled as he spoke, then wrapped his arm around his girlfriend and walked off. From a distance, Lu Bang witnessed the scene and his eyes widened instantly. He jogged over to examine the bright red bill on Yuan Shoucheng's table. Son, you've already made your first sale and it's a red bill? That's outrageous. It took me days of hustling to scrape together $10. You're way more skilled than me. He couldn't help but blurt out, his eyes brimming with envy. You have to understand, their daily wage is only 10 to 100 yuan. This is equivalent to 10 days worth of their pay. If 3 more people showed up, it would surpass their entire month's pay. I just wonder if you can pocket this money yourself. If you could, you'd be raking it in big time. Chapter 124, Old Yuan, you're ruining me. We work at the scenic area, right? Since we work at the scenic area, the money we earn must be handed over to Manager Su. Yuan Shoucheng declared with righteous indignation. This line of reasoning caught Lu Bang off guard. He stared at Yuan Shoucheng in utter bewilderment. Wait, it's just the two of us here. Why are you being so righteous all of a sudden? He couldn't help but speak up. Lu Bang wasn't stupid. He knew that most people in the scenic area, while deeply grateful to Su Qi, but what they wanted even more was a salary. After all, only money could change their circumstances, only money could let them transform their world. Just as Liu Bang was about to ask a few more questions, Yuan Shoucheng across from him stood up abruptly. He addressed the figure behind him. "Mr. Su, you're here." The moment those words fell, Liu Bang's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but turn to look at Su Qi. Then he smiled and said, "Mr. Su, I was just explaining our rules to old Yuan. Like, the money he earns has to be handed over to the scenic area, right?" After hearing his words, Su Qi didn't respond immediately but instead queried the system. After receiving the system's confirmation, Su Qi finally spoke. "That's correct, it does need to be handed over to the scenic area. After all, his position inherently involves earning money, it's essentially a job. It's different from yours." After hearing his words, at that moment, Liu Bang felt a surge of satisfaction. "Indeed, I remain the one and only Scorpion Papa." Meanwhile, Yuan Shoucheng beside him let out a faint smile, as if these words brought him no pain or sorrow whatsoever. "That's how it should be." Yuan Shoucheng spoke as he placed the red banknote into Su Qi's hand. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, I won't pocket a single coin. Every last one will be turned over." Su Qi chuckled softly. He nodded. "Rest assured, I trust you. But you really should set a fixed price for your fortune-telling. 10 yuan will do. Not too much, not too little. After all, our scenic area doesn't rely on this for income. Ticket sales are our main source. This is mainly an interactive activity, a symbolic fee will suffice." After hearing Su Qi's words, Yuan Shoucheng nodded repeatedly. "Alright, let's charge 10 yuan. At that moment, Su Qi continued. "But if someone tips you more, you can certainly accept it. Every little bit helps." With that, Su Qi turned and walked away. Once he was completely out of sight, Liu Bang looked at Yuan Shoucheng with utter helplessness. Old Yuan, why didn't you warn me just now? Old Yuan, you've ruined me. This is how I end up with a bad impression in Su's eyes. My next promotion is completely out of the question now. You have no idea what Li Shishi got after his promotion. First, his salary went up. Then they even gave him a dorm room so he could stay here all the time. He doesn't even have to go home after work. I've always been so jealous." After hearing his words, Yuan Shoucheng now wore a look of slight confusion. Is that even possible? He was quite astonished. His eyes remained filled with profound astonishment. If he could stay here forever, that would truly be wonderful. He couldn't help but speak up. Liu Bang beside him nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. After I pass on the throne, I'll retire here to live out my days in bliss, a life like that of a god. Right now, all I can think about is getting promoted so I can have my own quarters here. Best of all, I could bring my wife and children over. Let them stay here and keep me company." Liu Bang chattered cheerfully. Beside him, Yuan Shoucheng's eyes held a contemplative gaze. No one knew what he was pondering. Meanwhile, Su Qi had already arrived at the ticket counter. Wu Zetian had been called away to perform. Only Li Shishi remained at the counter. At that moment, an animation was playing on the computer screen. Su Qi leaned in to take a look and immediately burst into laughter. "So you like watching Tom and Jerry too?" On the computer screen, a blue cat was chasing an orange mouse. "Mr. Su, you're here." Li Shishi hurriedly stood up. A small piece of potato chip still clung to the corner of her mouth. Su Qi chuckled softly, reached out to pick the chip off his lip, and placed it in his mouth. "So, you took the sugar and salt formula back earlier. How's it going?" This piqued Su Qi's curiosity. After all, Li Shishi was different from the others. While Li Shishi possessed a certain status of her own. But all that status came from his father. In truth, he himself was powerless and without influence. Therefore, even if he could produce those items, he might not gain much benefit. This explains why Li Shishi hadn't previously committed everything to memory. Li Shishi's eyes lit up instantly. Now that her father had been appointed Minister of Finance. Working overtime to produce these 2 items, I plan to carry more back. Of course, for now, I'll only carry 3 types. Li Shishi said cheerfully. Clearly, under the current circumstances, he still didn't intend to bring back too many items. After all, doing so would lead to an inflated inventory, and he had no way to account for the origin of these items. Indeed, up to this point, Li Shishi and her father had no intention of informing their emperor about the events here. They understood perfectly well. Possessing a treasure invites blame. At least not until a suitable method was found in the near future. Li Shishi's parents had no intention of exposing him. Otherwise, even if Li Shishi herself might not face persecution, she would be confined directly within the imperial palace. That wouldn't be good for his life. Well, it's your own business anyway. Just make sure you keep things under control. After speaking, Su Qi ruffled Li Shishi's little head. Then he left without further delay. At that moment, Li Shishi let out a soft smile. Her gaze studied Su Qi before her. A hint of infatuation flickered within them. In truth, there was one thing he hadn't mentioned. He had been bound by a betrothal agreement, but precisely because of his father's promotion, which stemmed from the items he had brought back. Now that engagement could be dissolved. The other family was no longer a suitable match for theirs. I wonder if I can stay here permanently. If I could get promoted too, would I also be able to have my own dorm room here? Then I could stay by Mr. Su's side all the time. Li Shishi pondered this, a smile playing in her eyes. Chapter 125, all thanks to Mr. Su's guidance. Su Qi remained unaware of Li Shishi's inner thoughts. Even if he did, he wouldn't say much. He could only sigh inwardly. After all, in terms of time, Li Shishi was practically his ancestors' ancestors' ancestors. By their current ages, Li Shishi would be quite young. Su Qi walked forward when suddenly he heard a voice. "Make way, race car coming through." A tourist shouted loudly. The surrounding crowd parted instantly. The next moment, a carriage came speeding down the street in the distance. Its speed was nothing short of lightning fast. As it approached a curve, it showed no sign of slowing down. It executed a flying wheel drift. Nearly half the carriage lifted off the ground. Only one wheel remained pressed against the ground. The entire wheel traced a perfect arc. Then it executed a sharp 90-degree turn. It shot forward again. After another dozen seconds of travel, it finally came to a gradual halt. Huang leaped out of the driver's seat. "Anyone else want to give it a try? As long as you pay up, we'll let everyone have their fill today." He spoke while picking up the QR code beside him, grinning as he said it. Then a couple leaped out of the carriage. They scanned their surroundings, spotted some distant bushes, and dashed straight toward them. Ugh! Seeing this, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. Young folks, always seeking thrills. "Mr. Su, what brings you here? Want to give it a try too? I've been intensifying my training lately. My drifting speed is at least half as fast as before." Huang eagerly leaned in. He grinned at Su Qi before him. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. He shook his head repeatedly. "You'd better find someone else. I've got other things to attend to. I'll be on my way." With that, Su Qi turned and walked away. "Mr. Su, please. I've worked so hard to get in shape, would you mind giving it another try?" Huang waved his hands frantically. But Su Qi had no intention of responding, quickly making his escape. What a joke. After the last hit, Su Qi nearly threw up. This time, the speed had increased by half, so after finishing the high, he was absolutely going to throw up. Su Qi quickly left the place. Only when Ying's voice faded from his ears did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked up and saw a large, crowded group of women in the distance. They ranged in age from young to old. The youngest appeared to be around 18. The oldest was already in her 40s. At that moment, the woman in her 40s, a noble lady, held 2 bottles of expensive wine in her hands. Her face flushed with excitement as she watched Li Bai perform. Li Bai drank from the stage while twirling his sword. Each swing drew a wave of shrieks from the crowd. Li Bai clearly spotted Su Qi. He could only nod in a symbolic greeting. After all, even if he wanted to approach, the fans surrounding him wouldn't allow it. Or rather, the moment he stepped out of that pavilion, the fans would swarm him. At that point, getting out wouldn't be so easy. Su Qi understood this well, so he merely nodded to him and then departed. He'd grown tired of watching the same thing play out here. Of course, more than anything, he felt a sense of confusion deep within. Jealousy twisted his face into a grimace. Is having a good-looking face really that advantageous? Su Qi couldn't help but think to himself. He rubbed his aching heart. After searching everywhere, he found no trace of Li Shishi or Wu Zetian. At that moment, Su Qi's expression turned astonished. He pulled out his phone and dialed Li Shishi's number. "Old Li, where are you and Consort Wu? I haven't seen you anywhere," he asked curiously. After hearing his words, Li Shishi paused for a moment before replying. "Mr. Su, I've already picked the location. Right now, I'm rehearsing the joint dance routine with Wu Kairan for our Tang Dynasty boy band. We're in the back studio. Why don't you come over and give us some guidance?" Hearing this, what guidance could Su Qi possibly offer? Whether it's Li Shishi's Tang Dynasty boy band or Wu Zetian's dance, both are professional-level endeavors. Especially Wu Zetian, she transcended professionalism. In the Tang Dynasty, that would be national-level talent. Having Su Qi provide guidance? That's not even an outsider instructing an insider. It would be like making a fool of oneself. But that's the art of language. Alright, I'll go take a look now. Su Qi gave a casual nod of agreement. After a moment's thought, he picked up his professional photography equipment. He planned to film the practice session across the way. He'd edit it later. Currently, throughout the entire scenic area, Li Shishi's Tang Dynasty boy band was undoubtedly the top attraction. While Wu Zetian's solo dance, though slightly less popular due to its smaller group size, it remains a solid attraction within the park. If the two were to collaborate, Su Qi couldn't even imagine how wildly popular it would become. Soon, Su Qi arrived at the location. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Li Shimen and Wu Zetian in the distance. At that moment, Li Shimen was leading 4 members of the Tang Dynasty male dance troupe through their practice routine. Beside them, Wu Zetian performed her unique dance moves. It looked exceptionally graceful. Both performances were perfectly executed. The handsome men and beautiful women were quite eye-catching. A single glance conveyed an extraordinary aura. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed somewhat beyond the ordinary. Soon, the dance concluded. Su Qi couldn't help but applaud. Hearing Su Qi's applause, Li Shimen finally came over with Wu Zetian in tow. "Mr. Su, you're here. How did you find our dance?" Su Qi nodded. "Not bad, not bad. I've already recorded all your dance moves. Once I edit it, posting it online should draw quite a crowd," he said with a smile. "By the way, it's almost time for the performance. After Xiang Yu and Lu Bang finish their performance, why don't you two take the stage for a dance? It'll give the tourists here a chance to appreciate your elegant dance moves," Su Qi suggested. Upon hearing his words, Li Shimen immediately exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of that? Mr. Su, you're truly remarkable. I'll start promoting it right away. We must ensure a large number of tourists come to see our dance. This is all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Su." Li Shimen spoke as he set off to spread the word. Chapter 126, Even More Spectacular. After Li Shimen's promotional efforts, large crowds began gathering. They were still quite curious. Especially Li Shimen. Not only was he handsome, but his voice was also melodious. He instantly drew a crowd of beautiful women. And that whole group of beauties dragged their boyfriends along as they rushed over. Though their boyfriends felt a bit resentful, they had no choice but to follow along. Upon arriving here, their eyes held a hint of curiosity. What kind of performance is this? Isn't it just the same as before? Exactly. Those guys might look like idols, but you can see them online anyway. Let's go check out something else. A group of guys over there started chatting. Their girlfriends tried to dissuade them as they turned to leave. But just then, their eyes suddenly landed on Wu Zetian beside Li Shimen. Wait a minute, isn't that the girl who's been dancing solo all this time? How did he end up here too? Could it be he's going to dance too? The men exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up simultaneously. Why not take a look first? You never know, there might be something worth seeing. Hearing their words, he shifted his stance once more. Su Qi, listening from afar, was utterly speechless. People really are creatures of sight. Soon, the performances on stage began one after another. There stood Li Shimen, leading the Tang Dynasty boy band in an energetic dance. And right in the middle of their routine, Wu Zetian suddenly weaved her way through the group. A gentle dance unfolded. Li Shimen, standing beside her, moved in perfect harmony. Their performance seemed like a match made in heaven. Leaving the crowd in awe, many people pulled out their phones to record the moment. Applause erupted repeatedly. Meanwhile, Su Qi had already set up his camera. Once he posted this footage, he figured it would rack up a ton of followers. Su Qi chuckled to himself. At the same time, Xiang Yu, Lu Bang, and other employees who didn't have fixed positions or schedules also made their way over. After all, there were more people here. Especially Lu Bang. The more people, the better he could rob. As for Xiang Yu, he was coming over because it was almost time for their performance. So he definitely had to come over. The moment the two arrived, they immediately spotted the performance on stage. At that moment, even they couldn't help but marvel. "It's truly impressive," Lu Bang exclaimed in admiration. Hearing his words, Su Qi, standing nearby, looked at him with curiosity. "Old Lu, haven't you seen such beautiful moments in ancient times?" Hearing his words, Lu Bang couldn't help but shake his head. "Mr. Su, you're joking. Where would we have seen such things in our era?" Though there were dancers, they were merely a few women swaying their bodies. Calling it dance was a stretch. It was more like poses meant to tempt people into certain things. As for the music, it couldn't compare to this at all. It was almost entirely just singing and instrumental music. He shook his head slowly, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Come to think of it, that was true. Although old Lu was the founding emperor, in theory, he could freely access all resources of the Han Dynasty era. But ancient times and modern times were incomparable. The sumptuous feasts of ancient nobles likely couldn't hold a candle to the everyday meals of modern commoners. Of course, that's just in terms of flavor. The ingredients themselves were actually quite impressive. "Xiang Yu, have you ever experienced it?" Su Qi looked at Xiang Yu with curiosity. At that moment, Xiang Yu shook his head. "Reporting to Mr. Su, I have not. I've never seen anything like this before. However, I have witnessed a rather unique dance form, one they haven't yet performed." The moment those words fell, Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. He immediately turned to look at Xiang Yu. "More tricks? Hurry up and tell me. What kind of tricks?" he exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Xiang Yu spoke directly. "Dancing in the palm. Dancing on the palm? Impossible. That's nonsense, right? Lu Bang instinctively retorted at Xiang Yu. However, after hearing Xiang Yu's words, Su Qi paused to consider. He immediately pulled out his phone and began searching. Moments later, his eyes lit up. It really existed. But only the most skilled could pull it off. Not only was the dancer exceptional, but the person holding him aloft was equally skilled. As he reached this point in his explanation, Su Qi couldn't help but glance at Xiang Yu before him, then shifted his gaze to Wu Zetian dancing on stage. In that instant, he understood. He had the exceptional dancer. He had the strong, robust individuals. Now all that remained was to have them perform. Lu Bang also searched out of curiosity. After reading it, his expression darkened considerably. His sharp mind immediately identified who could possibly be behind this. None other than Xiang Yu beside him and Wu Zetian on the stage. He didn't envy Xiang Yu for performing alongside Wu Zetian. What he envied was that Xiang Yu's standing in Su Qi's heart had grown even stronger. This gnawed at him like an itch. After all, right now, aside from robbery, all he could do was perform a show with Xiang Yu. Compared to that, the others were in a completely different league. Earlier, Su Qi had used him as an example. Of course, he was probably slightly better than Lu Feng's 3. But Lu Feng's 3 guys were practically invisible. What good does being better than them do? Taking a deep breath, Lu Bang had made up his mind. Once he returned, he would pore over ancient and modern texts from across the world. Then he'd learn some real skills to bring back. If all else failed, he could memorize a few more special skills and have Wu Zetian and Li Shishi perform them instead. No one could fault them for it, they could only bring back the knowledge of their own time, not that of the past. After all, the torrent of history had washed away so much. Much knowledge has been lost across dynasties. Understanding this point, Lu Bang's eyes lit up slightly. He felt he had discovered his true purpose. Noticing the distinct gleam in Lu Bang's eyes, Su Qi's expression turned slightly puzzled. He had no idea what Lu Bang had been through during this period. He only knew he'd discovered a new form of performance. And it sounded absolutely explosive. Performing it must be incredibly thrilling. Not to mention that the performance featured Xiang Yu and Wu Zetian, one a tyrannical warlord, the other the first female emperor. Just then, the performance on stage slowly drew to a close. The entire audience erupted into thunderous applause. Countless people were utterly thrilled. For them, the performance was utterly thrilling. Su Qi spoke up repeatedly. Everyone, please stay a moment. An even more breathtaking performance awaits, stay tuned. Chapter 127, High-Spec Palm Dance. Another performance? Everyone froze in surprise. Then their faces lit up with anticipation. They had thought the performance was over. Unexpectedly, there was more to come. This undoubtedly filled them with immense excitement. Su Qi said nothing more, merely fixing his gaze upon Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu slowly rose to his feet. His body was clad in that armor. Each step forward carried immense impact. Wasn't this the actor who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiang Yu? He was the most Xiang Yu-like person in modern times. Could he dance too? That can't be right. Xiang Yu was the overlord. It makes sense for the overlord to perform martial arts, but who would ever have the overlord perform a dance? Could it be a martial arts performance instead? Everyone was thoroughly puzzled. They watched intently, their eyes filled with disbelief. Li Shishi, who had just finished his performance, was now gasping for breath. Of course, he was faking it. He'd seen those videos. Idols were perfect for this kind of act. Just a few movements, and they'd pant heavily, pretending to be exhausted. The effect seemed quite convincing. But now, seeing Xiang Yu approach, his eyes were filled with confusion. Once Xiang Yu drew closer, he whispered directly. What's this new act? I had no idea. How am I supposed to play along with you? Li Shishi didn't dwell much on the fact that he hadn't been informed. For he had spotted Su Qi in the distance. He understood that Xiang Yu could only have approached with Su Qi's approval. What intrigued him more was how to coordinate with Xiang Yu to avoid any missteps later. However, after hearing his words, Xiang Yu simply smiled and shook his head, saying, No need. You may stand down. Upon hearing these words, Li Shishi, standing nearby, remained somewhat puzzled but nodded slightly and withdrew. At that moment, Wu Zetian also intended to withdraw. But Xiang Yu called her back. Consort Wu, this performance requires both of us. Upon hearing these words, Wu Zetian's exquisite features slowly turned back. A hint of confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes. Xiang Yu addressed her directly. The palm dance, you know it, don't you? As the words fell, Wu Zetian paused for a moment. She nodded, yet hesitated before replying. I have indeed studied it, but I've never found a suitable partner. So at most, I've only danced alone on a small wooden platform. With your stature, I'm confident you could support me. But what if something goes wrong? Xiang Yu chuckled softly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. Trust us, and we will never falter. As his words fell, Wu Zetian also turned her gaze toward Su Qi in the distance. Upon seeing Su Qi's beaming expression and expectant gaze, she nodded slightly, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The crowd quickly withdrew. Li Shishi even fetched a circular wooden plank measuring 1 meter square. He handed it directly to Xiangyu across from him. Xiangyu did not hesitate. First, he had Wu Zetian step onto the wooden plank. The next moment, he lifted it up with one hand. His bulging muscles strained slightly. This astonishing scene left everyone present utterly astonished. He actually lifted it. How terrifying. Not only did he resemble Xiangyu in appearance, but his strength seemed to match the legendary warriors as well. Had he lived in ancient times, he'd have been a great general. He could have been crowned a king or appointed a prime minister. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes darting around in disbelief. Everyone pulled out their phones and started recording. Su Qi, standing nearby, wore an expression of pure excitement. He knew that if Empress Wu Zetian could now perform a graceful dance, as long as there were no major mishaps, this video would absolutely go viral. Feeling the gazes of the crowd and the heightened attention on her, Wu Zetian took a gentle breath. The next moment, her graceful dance unfolded with effortless elegance. Her every movement, every smile, set the audience below the stage into a frenzy of celebration. After all, they had never witnessed such a scene before. Meanwhile, Xiangyu was not merely standing there holding his weapon. Instead, he began to walk forward, adopting a distinctively different posture. The pairing of the two seemed like a tyrant and a fairy. More thrilling than any Beauty and the Beast tale. Well done. That was truly magnificent. The crowd exclaimed with wild excitement. At this moment, not only the female fans, but even the male fans were all celebrating wildly. For the conqueror was the figure they aspired to be, and the beauty was the one they longed to behold. The pairing of the two together far exceeded their wildest expectations. Seeing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but grin. This is going to blow up, it's really going to blow up. By tomorrow, the number of visitors might even double. He exclaimed with immense excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Bang watched the scene on stage from the side. He couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. This Xiangyu may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but this move of his is actually pretty brilliant. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi offered no agreement. After all, in his view, Xiangyu wasn't brainless. At least all the performances here didn't mean the other guy was brainless. Though he had indeed been tricked by Lu Bang at the outset. But if Su Qi had traveled to the future and learned he'd soon be killed by someone he looked down on, someone he'd even let off the hook multiple times, he wouldn't be able to resist giving the other a good beating either. In contrast, someone like Xiangyu who could let go after just one strike was the true overlord. That's the mark of a true leader, able to both seize and let go. If it were Su Qi, he'd absolutely chop Lu Bang to smithereens. And once back, he'd hang Lu Bang up and beat him senseless. Of course, Xiangyu never mentioned what he did upon returning. But Su Qi suspected Xiangyu would likely do something similar upon his return. Whether he would have killed Lu Bang or confined him under house arrest remained unknown. An hour later, the dance concluded. Xiangyu struck an exceptionally dashing pose. Meanwhile, Wu Zetian, standing on the wooden platform, struck a seductive pose. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. Now that the performance is over, everyone can look forward to the evening's regular show. Su Qi said cheerfully, then motioned for everyone to leave. Everyone returned to their respective posts. As for Su Qi, he scurried over to the computer to contact the editor who had handled his footage the previous day. He knew that such stunning videos and breathtaking performances absolutely required professional editing to truly shine and achieve the best possible effect. If he tried to handle it alone, it probably wouldn't go viral. Chapter 128, I Want a Home. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Su Qi had just sent the video over. The college student freelancer on the other end immediately blurted out 3 algo as. Bro, where did you film this? Are there really people this handsome and beautiful at your scenic spot? And that dance, how did they pull that off? His face was beaming with excitement. Su Qi was just about to offer some praise and invite them to come visit here. But the college student working part-time cut in. But this footage is so poorly shot, no sense of camera movement at all. If I were filming this, it'd be 10 times better. Bro, boss, I'm graduating soon. Why not just hire me directly? Don't worry about the internship stamp, I'll get it stamped somewhere else. I just want to ride your coattails and enjoy the good life. Hearing his words, Su Qi's mouth twitched slightly. Just get on with the editing already. With that, Su Qi closed the chat window. Ha! If it were before, Su Qi might have considered it. But by now, the current Su Qi absolutely wouldn't recruit any modern people. Naturally, it was all about the wages. Ancient people only cost 280. For someone like Xiangyu, who only performed a single act, it was a mere 150. Add in a little pie in the sky promise, plus their self-sacrifice. Xiangyu's workload was practically identical to everyone else's, if not heavier. He was essentially getting paid less while doing more work. Of course, Su Qi had protested this arrangement. He wanted the system to give Xiangyu a raise. But the system flatly refused. Su Qi could do nothing about it. If they hired someone from the modern era, Their starting salary would be 10 times that of ancient workers. And that wouldn't be all. After all, Social Security, the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund would definitely have to be paid. All added up, it would be a huge sum. Not to mention that part-time college student. Their skills are pretty solid. Their salary would start at least 8,000 yuan. Just thinking about this situation made Su Qi shake his head repeatedly. This amount alone already exceeded the combined salaries of all his current ancient employees. Naturally, Su Qi could afford the money. But the problem was, what if Lu Bang and the others found out about this? What if they collectively lost confidence? Time ticked away, second by second. It was just past 10 in the afternoon. The video had already been returned. Su Qi glanced at it. It was indeed the video of Wu Zetian performing the palm dance. The editing was truly impressive. Su Qi chuckled as he said this, then directly uploaded it to the short video platform. All in one go. By tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest, he'd be able to see the results. Su Qi said with a smile. Evening. The performance concluded. Li Shimin and the others all gathered around Su Qi. Mr. Su, we're off for the day. Yuan Shoucheng spoke up. After looking at them, Su Qi gave a light chuckle. Today was Yuan Shoucheng's first day on the job. But he'd performed quite well. At least he hadn't made any mistakes. Of course, this was largely thanks to Lu Bang, who had been guiding him all along. Everyone, get some good rest tonight and come back tomorrow at full strength. Tomorrow might be even more tiring, with more visitors. We'll treat everyone to a special lunch tomorrow. Su Qi announced. The crowd grew even more excited at that moment. They waved repeatedly, then transformed into streaks of white light and vanished completely. Only Li Shimin remained behind. Aren't you going back today? Su Qi asked, sounding somewhat surprised. By all accounts, Li Shimin should be heading back to check on things. But Li Shimin smiled and shook his head. Compared to going back, I find it far more pleasant to stay here with Mr. Su. It's also more important. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi's eyebrow twitched slightly. Very well. If there's another promotion next time, you'll definitely be the first person I think of. Su Qi casually made a promise. Li Shimin's eyes lit up slightly. He was the only employee present who had received a promotion. Not only that, but he'd also received a pay raise in this very dormitory. Though it's just a single room. Yet it was fully equipped with every amenity. Though not particularly spacious, for Li Shimin, living here was hundreds of times better than his accommodations in ancient times. After all, ancient times offered neither such a soft bed nor a bathroom available for washing at any time. Just then, Li Shimin suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice. Mr. Su, if I keep getting promoted, will I have a chance to get an apartment here in the future? Hearing this, Su Qi looked at him with some surprise. You want to own your own home in this era? This genuinely surprised Su Qi. After all, it was perfectly normal for modern people to want to buy a house for various reasons. But you're an ancient person, what on earth are you doing wanting to buy a house like a modern person? After all, Li Shimin would become emperor in the future. The entire Tang dynasty would be his, and everything would belong to him. Yet he abandoned the entire Tang dynasty to come to the modern world and acquire a 100+ square meter house. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed utterly bizarre. Li Shimin scratched his head and chuckled. Well, isn't it simply because living here is so comfortable? I must have burned some incense to get here. Mr. Su personally chose me. But my father and some other important people, they don't have that privilege. I wonder if buying a house here could allow me to bring them over for a stay. Especially those relatives and friends from history who died because their illnesses couldn't be treated. If I could bring them here to receive modern medical care, couldn't that extend their lives a little longer? He kept talking non-stop. After hearing these words, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly. Because he suddenly realized the situation seemed to be exactly like that. Perhaps Li Shimin and his companions could bring back some medications. Though modern medicine has advanced significantly in pharmaceuticals, what truly mattered were surgical procedures and other critical interventions. Even if they mastered all of modern medicine, it was unlikely they could do so. A person's lifetime of experience is limited. Even if they could travel to the modern era, it wouldn't enhance their vitality. Therefore, if someone in ancient times suffered from a difficult-to-treat illness, the best course of action would be to send them to modern times for treatment at specialized medical institutions. It was no wonder Li Shimin thought this way. Su Qi sat deep in thought. He appeared to be pondering, but in truth, he was querying the system. Moments later, Su Qi's eyes lit up, and he addressed Li Shimin beside him. Once your position and authority are sufficiently high, I can arrange for a dedicated residence within the scenic area for you, essentially a family quarters. Of course, besides promotions, seniority also counts. In other words, if you've been with us long enough, you'll be eligible for one too. Chapter 129, The Suspended Heart Finally Dies. After hearing these words, Li Shimin's face was now filled with excitement. He had seen the housing prices here. Even the more decent ones were priced at 10,000 yuan per square meter. With their salaries, they couldn't afford it even if they worked their entire lives. But as long as they kept working here and weren't fired, they'd have a chance to be allocated one. Technically, it might not be officially theirs, but it would be awesome. Li Shishi spoke up again. Could we bring our relatives and families over from there? Upon hearing this, Su Qi chuckled lightly. Since it's your family housing, of course you can bring your families over. But the quota probably isn't that large. That's more than enough, thank you, Mr. Su. Li Shimon's face was now beaming with excitement. Watching Li Shishi depart with a heart full of joy, Su Qi let out a soft chuckle. This wasn't just empty promises. According to the system's prompt, there was still a certain possibility. Clearing his throat slightly, Su Qi hesitated no longer and headed straight back to his own quarters. He fell into a deep sleep. The Three Kingdoms period. Lu Feng and his two companions had just returned. At that moment, three figures had already surrounded them. There they were: Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zheng Fei. You really came back? You actually went to work over there during the day. Is all of this actually true? Liu Bei exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. He had already gone to invite Zhuge Liang these past few days. The first time, he was turned down. Zheng Fei had originally planned to simply kidnap Zhuge Liang. But Liu Bei himself didn't think that way, especially after hearing what Lu Feng had said. He felt it might take 3 attempts to succeed. Therefore, he decided to consult Lu Feng once more. Upon his return, he discovered Lu Feng and the others had vanished. Zheng Fei flew into a rage, declaring they must have fled. He intended to capture the 3 men and bring them back. However, Guan Yu remained pensive, suggesting it was unlikely. From the very beginning, Lu Feng and his companions could have easily pretended not to know them. There was absolutely no need for them to follow. So Liu Bei decided to wait until nightfall. But who could have predicted what happened after nightfall? Amidst a flash of white light, the trio actually returned. Reporting to your lordship, this is all true. Lu Feng then proceeded to recount the entire incident at the scenic area to the 3 men across from him. He had already consulted Su Qi beforehand, and Su Qi had indicated it was acceptable to share. This would better protect them. Moreover, even if Liu Bei and his companions harbored ill intentions, they couldn't reach the scenic area. And as long as they couldn't reach the scenic area, nor learn about its affairs, nor obtain any supplies, they would have to treat Lu Feng and his companions well. At the very least, they would have to protect the 3 of them. So that's how it is. So I lost in the end? Despite Mr. Zhuge's meticulous planning, did we ultimately lose because we dragged things out too long? Liu Bei couldn't help but speak, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. His goal was to restore the Han Dynasty. Yet in the end, he too failed. He merely established the Shu Kingdom. And in the end, that old fox Sima Yi actually succeeded. That bastard Sun Quan dared to kill my second brother. Damn it, I'm going to wipe out his entire family right now. Zheng Fei roared in fury. He had clearly heard how Guan Yu had died. Meanwhile, Liu Bei stared intently at Zheng Fei. That all happened later. But you? You actually got killed for abusing your subordinates. You really need to rein in that hot temper of yours. Zheng Fei froze for a moment, then lowered his head. But he was still furious. Liu Bei then turned his gaze to Lu Feng and the other 2 beside him. From this day forward, you 3 shall be our honored guests. No matter what, we will protect you. Once we bring in Master Zhuge, we must inform him of this matter as well. Once he knows what lies ahead, I'm certain Master Zhuge will be even more effective in helping me restore the Han Dynasty. After hearing his words, Lu Feng nodded repeatedly. He had effectively latched onto this powerful ally before him. His wife and daughter both broke into delighted smiles. At least for now, they no longer had to live in constant fear. After all, history shows that Liu Bei and his companions had endured hardships and upheavals. They never suffered any serious injuries. As long as they followed Liu Bei and his companions, no immediate problems would arise. Right, according to what you 3 said, as long as one possesses unique talents and a certain level of renown, there's a chance of being summoned by that Su Zheng. So, should we 3 brothers also be eligible? Liu Bei suddenly spoke up. Zheng Fei, standing nearby, immediately turned to Liu Bei. Brother, if that's the case, what about our army? We're not like others, we're in the midst of war. If half our time is spent elsewhere, won't our troops be leaderless? Guan Yu also looked at Liu Bei and couldn't help but nod. Clearly, he shared the same concern. After hearing his words, Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. He pondered for a moment before speaking. The likelihood shouldn't be too high. Why is that? Liu Bei wore a puzzled expression. Lu Feng stated directly. According to recorded history and unofficial accounts, Lu Huangshu's most famous occupation seems to be weaving straw sandals. Moreover, your position is somewhat similar to that of Liu Bang. It's highly unlikely they'll summon you anytime soon. What about my second and third brothers? Liu Bei pressed. To Liu Bei, traveling to that era was the best option. At least they could witness it firsthand. If Lu Feng had spoken incorrectly or failed to recall certain details clearly, that would be a catastrophe for them. Lu Feng continued. As for the third general, his character is unique, but what special talents could he possibly showcase at the scenic area? As Lu Feng spoke, he glanced at Zheng Fei beside him. Zheng Fei froze for a moment. After a moment's thought, he blurted out, "Selling pork?" Lu Feng didn't elaborate, knowing that if it were just about selling pork, there were plenty more famous than Zheng Fei. "What about my second brother? He should be able to do it, right?" Liu Bei pressed on, unwilling to give up. This time, Lu Feng frowned. After pondering, he spoke. In later generations, Lord Guan was revered as the martial sage. He was practically a deity. According to the scenic area's planning, simply designating him as a deity might not quite follow protocol. As soon as his words fell, Liu Bei's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Meanwhile, Huang Yu and Zhang Fei beside him breathed a sigh of relief. Neither of them wanted to go there. They still wanted to make their mark right here. That task would fall to the three of you. Should you require any assistance, just say the word. We three brothers will spare no effort. Chapter 130, I'm looking for you. Early the next morning, everyone had returned to the scenic area. Suchi glanced at the group, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The crowd was growing larger by the day. What delighted Suchi even more, of course, was the ticket sales within the scenic area. 100,000 tickets. That's right, a full 100,000 tickets sold online. And all of this was thanks to that one dance by Wu Zetian and Xiang Yu. The dance they performed was utterly breathtaking. They drew massive traffic. Suchi glanced at the videos, likes they had already reached a staggering 2 million. And it kept climbing. What did this signify? It signified that the entire video had finally gone viral. Damn, that's impressive. Suchi couldn't help but exclaim. Those watching from afar saw Suchi's reaction and exchanged puzzled glances. They naturally knew nothing about this, though they were aware Suchi frequently posted videos. But they couldn't make heads or tails of that stuff. At most, they'd give a thumbs up. Even leaving comments required voice input. Alright, everyone, get to work. I'll treat you all to a nice lunch, Suchi said excitedly. The mention of good food made everyone even more excited, and they all dispersed. Li Shishi approached Suchi. He spoke with a light chuckle. Mr. Su, we're expecting a lot of visitors today, aren't we? He couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Suchi nodded slightly. Then he looked at Li Shishi with curiosity. How did you know? Li Shishi immediately pulled out his phone. There, clearly displayed, was his fan group. Previously, they all came to see me together, but now they're being sent in separate groups. Suchi froze for a moment before quickly opening his phone to take a look. Sure enough, the group members had already been divided into batches. Not everyone could come see Li Shishi every day. Instead, they would come in batches. Moreover, based on the amount of business they themselves generated for Li Shishi. To achieve a progression from distant to nearby. Suchi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. Li Shishi chuckled softly. Then he looked at Suchi with curiosity. Mr. Su, I believe that if visitor numbers continue to grow, our current team alone may struggle to handle the load. Should we consider recruiting more staff in the same positions? If you need them, I can start training them in advance. I'm confident they'll be ready to step in seamlessly when the time comes, without any issues. Li Shishi stated with righteous conviction. Upon hearing his words, Suchi instantly understood. Li Shishi was clearly aiming to increase the number of his Tang Dynasty people. Suchi sighed helplessly. We'll discuss this matter later. But there are already quite a few Tang people here now. Your ambitions are a bit too grand. Suchi couldn't help but speak up. Because what he said was the truth. At this point, the Tang presence here was already overwhelming. Even the newly recruited Yuan Shoucheng was from the Tang Dynasty. Yet Li Shishi still seemed dissatisfied. However, Li Shishi merely smiled and said nothing more. For Li Shishi, of course he was dissatisfied. After all, when it came to money, more was always better. And now, their only source of income was their salaries. And each person's salary was fixed. Thus, increasing manpower became their only option. But he also understood that such matters couldn't be rushed. The more you rush, the less likely you are to succeed. Watching the other person's retreating figure, Suchi slowly shook his head at that moment. He didn't say much. Instead, he planned to shoot a few videos first before sending them to the editor. Suchi had already made the other person his personal editor. After all, the part-time college student didn't charge much. His editing skills were actually quite good. But just then, Suchi suddenly recalled the other person's assessment of him. Summed up in just a few words. The footage is a complete mess. This left Suchi sighing in exasperation. Should he hire a dedicated videographer? He frowned as he spoke. But in the end, he shook his head. Because Suchi knew editing was one thing. That sort of work could be outsourced. The team didn't interact much with the editor anyway. But if it involved filming or other aspects, then the situation would be entirely different. At least for now. Suchi hasn't planned to have his ancient staff interact too much with modern people. Su Chi quickly made his way to the ticket booth. The park had only just opened. A large crowd of visitors had already surged forward. Some were checking tickets, others buying them. All seemed to be having a great time. At this moment, Guingchun was finally no longer idle day after day as before. The visitors were moving much faster than he had anticipated. He worked non-stop for 2 full hours. Still, Guingchun hadn't gotten a moment's rest. A look of utter exasperation crept onto his small face. He realized how much more comfortable it had been to slack off and do nothing before. Guingchun's face twisted into a look of despair. Just then, Su Chi walked over from the side. "Let me help you." Speaking of Su Chi, he promptly opened another ticket booth entrance. That's right, the scenic area had several ticket booths from the start. It's just that there weren't many visitors earlier. So one person was sufficient. But now, clearly, one is no longer sufficient. "Mr. Su, it's so great to have you here," Guingchun exclaimed excitedly. Su Chi smiled and nodded, then began his boss's experience of a grueling workday. It wasn't until noon. By then, Su Chi couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He was utterly exhausted. This won't do. He had to find a solution. Relying solely on manual labor wasn't sustainable. And this was just the beginning. Things would only get tougher later on. Su Chi spoke slowly. Just then, a somewhat shy-looking female college student approached. "I'd like to buy a ticket." Su Chi greeted her. But the college girl across from him didn't leave. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with your ticket?" Su Chi asked curiously. The female student across from him shook her head repeatedly. No problem. I'm here to find someone. Li Bai is on the street to the left, Li Shishi is on the street to the right. If you're looking for Wu Kairan or Xiangyu, just walk straight down the middle street and you'll find them." Su Chi explained at breakneck speed. Clearly, many people had asked similar questions already. Yet the female student shook her head. "I'm not looking for them." "Then who are you looking for?" Su Chi looked up in surprise, staring at the baby-faced girl before him. She extended her finger and pointed at Su Chi. "I'm looking for you." Chapter 131, Mr. Su, don't worry, we'll send it too. "You're looking for me?" Su Chi was utterly astonished. He hadn't expected the other party to be seeking him out. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes. "I'm just the owner here. What do you want with me?" "I want to work for you." The moment those words left his lips, Su Chi's reflexes kicked in immediately. "Sorry, we're not hiring any employees here." Su Chi spoke bluntly and turned to leave. But at that moment, the figure across from him spoke again. "Hold on. I'm the editor you found online." At those words, Su Chi turned to look. "Oh, it's you. But how did you end up here?" Su Chi was utterly baffled. After all, his salary was always paid on time. Under these circumstances, it's unlikely the other party would come looking for him. Yet the other party had already arrived. This left Su Chi thoroughly puzzled and baffled. After hearing Su Chi's words, the female college student across from him rolled her eyes in exasperation. "It's because your photos are just too awful." He blurted it out. Su Chi sucked in a sharp breath. Who would have thought an employee would dare speak to their boss like that? He opened his mouth to protest, only to realize he had no rebuttal. After a moment's hesitation, Su Chi shut his mouth, adopting an attitude of not wanting to engage. The female college student, realizing she'd said the wrong thing, quickly stepped closer and tugged at Su Chi's sleeve. "The main reason I came here is because I genuinely want to work for you. From now on, just leave all the filming here to me. I'm confident I can handle it." He spoke with obvious excitement. After hearing her words, Su Chi solemnly shook his head. "We don't hire additional staff here. I'm not hiring you as an employee. I'm just outsourcing the video promotion to you. Once I've filmed and edited the videos, I'll bundle them and send them to you. The pricing will be the same as our standard online rates." As these words fell, Su Chi stopped in his tracks. Because he suddenly realized this might actually be a solution. After all, Su Chi's personal affairs weren't particularly numerous. But as the number of people grew and the scenic area became increasingly popular, the tasks on his plate were indeed gradually increasing. Tasks like filming and editing. If he had to handle it all by himself. To be honest, Su Chi felt a bit helpless. Because for him, his skills just aren't up to par. And now, a cute college girl had actually appeared, willing to take care of everything. Su Chi was naturally delighted. What's more, the price was set according to online rates. Even if she requested additional filming, the pay would definitely be a bit higher. But that was all. Su Chi feigned deep thought for a moment. Then he finally spoke up. "It's not impossible, but you can't have too much contact with my employees, and you can't interfere with their work. Especially not his work. If they dock his pay, the consequences could be serious." Hearing Su Chi's words, the college girl looked puzzled. In her eyes, Su Chi was the boss. Whether wages were docked was entirely up to him. But he also knew many bosses were penny pinching and exploited their employees. Therefore, he nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, unless you have special requests, I definitely won't bother them or create staged photos or any such issues. I'll just film outside like everyone else. As his words fell, Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. If this matter could be resolved, that would be ideal. However, the female college student before him showed no signs of leaving. At that moment, Suchi grew even more curious. Is there anything else? The college student replied with a cheerful smile. Just one thing, could you stamp that internship certificate for me? Upon hearing this, Suchi was about to refuse. But then he suddenly remembered that there really was such a stamp on his office desk. After all, such a large scenic area had established a company. It was just that the original owner had never managed to hire any employees. Therefore, Suchi nodded. Rest assured, I can definitely get you that stamp. Great. The female student left excitedly. He carried his professional equipment to begin filming. Watching her work with such obvious joy, Suchi couldn't help but smile softly. Back in the day, he'd been just like that when he first graduated. But that was all in the past. Shaking his head, Suchi said nothing more. He went to observe everyone else at work. At that moment, Lu Bang was leading Yuan Shouqing on a continuous stroll through the scenic area. Clearly, the two of them had now become permanent NPCs. And they were the kind that traveled together. Suchi didn't comment on this either, finding it rather ideal. It gave Lu Bang a chance to guide Yuan Shouqing. Li Bai was strolling along the lakeside with a large group of young women. But when Suchi glanced over, he was startled to see that nearly 13 of his entourage were missing. Especially the young college students. Only a handful remained. This left Suchi feeling quite puzzled. Logically speaking, it should be the university students who are most captivated by Li Bai's looks. At that moment, Li Shishi approached from a distance. Noticing the question in Suchi's eyes, he smiled and said directly, Mr. Su, you're wondering why there are fewer girls around Li Bai, right? Hearing this, Suchi nodded slightly. Li Shishi continued his explanation. That's because the joint performance between Wu Kairen and our Tang Dynasty boy band recently attracted a lot more people. Besides, those college students don't have much money to begin with. They couldn't afford to buy Li Bai good wine, so they didn't get much response. Naturally, they left. Hearing this, Suchi finally understood. Unlike Li Shishi, Li Bai clearly wasn't very skilled at managing his fan base. And precisely because of this reason, young women without money or connections were more likely to drift away. Li Shishi, on the other hand, could keep all his fans close by his side. Plus, he hosts more events and programs, offering better interaction. Consequently, his fan base almost exclusively grows in a positive direction. I see. But this doesn't seem to affect Li Bai much. After all, Li Bai still preferred his fine wines. Suchi watched as several wealthy women offered Li Bai fine wines. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. It was the ache of jealousy. Li Shishi noticed Suchi's expression and spoke directly. Mr. Su, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll have my fans send us some fine wine too. Chapter 132, New Program. Suchi nodded, then shook his head repeatedly. Better not. They may be your fans, but they're still tourists after all. It's too exploitative, not good for tourists. After saying that, Suchi emphasized again. Don't ask tourists for things like this in the future either. It'd be bad if you got fined. Hearing Suchi's words, Li Shishi froze for a moment, thinking this shouldn't be a problem. After all, Li Bai drank almost every day. But then he remembered Li Bai, it seemed he hadn't taken anything else besides the wine. Thus, he nodded repeatedly. I will strictly follow Mr. Su's instructions. After hearing his words, Suchi gave a slight nod but said nothing more. The day passed quickly. Various performances concluded one after another amid the tourists' gasps of amazement. The loudest cheers, however, were reserved for the palm dance performances by Xiang Yu and Wu Zetian. Both Xiang Yu and Wu Zetian were first-rate individuals. Their appearances were undeniably striking. Their skills were equally matched. The crowd watched with intense anticipation. Many people snapped videos and photos, editing them themselves to post online. Suchi had already anticipated that it wouldn't be long before Wu Zetian and Xiang Yu would likely become the top internet celebrities within his scenic area. The fan effect they would generate? He couldn't even begin to imagine. If daily visitor numbers reached tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, my scenic area might not even be able to handle it. Suchi couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Then he shook his head and said no more. He understood that when the time came, the system would surely provide him with a perfect solution. And even if the system didn't intervene, he could use his own earnings to give the scenic area a major overhaul. Back then, Suchi had thought it unlikely. After all, he wasn't making any money back then. But now, he didn't have to pay the employees' wages. Equipment maintenance and other expenses weren't particularly high either. When he crunched the numbers, Suchi's daily expenses amounted to little more than hiring someone to edit videos and his lunch. Everything else was pure profit. Mr. Su, we're clocking out. Li Bai waved at Suchi. Suchi waved back at Li Bai. Everyone, go home and get some rest. Because of the overlord and the martial talent, our workload is only increasing. Everyone's workload will increase going forward, so make sure to rest well tonight. After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone nodded in agreement. In the next moment, their figures gradually transformed into streaks of white light and vanished completely. Only Su Qi and Li Shimen remained. Mr. Su, I'll escort you back to the hotel. Li Shimen approached and spoke directly. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi nodded, though something felt off. He shook his head and said nothing more. Soon, they arrived back at the hotel. Su Qi dismissed Li Shimen to return to his own room and rest. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze turned to the system. Today's foot traffic was quite substantial. It should be possible to summon new employees now, right? Su Qi spoke with a hint of excitement. Sure enough, the system's notification sounded. Tourist volume has increased. New programs are now available. Please select your choice, host. Program 1, Zhou Gong's Dragon Obsession. Program 2, Jingku Assassination of Qin. Program 3, The Empty City Strategy. The system listed 10 programs directly. After reading them, Su Qi's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately jumped to his feet. This time, he could actually choose for himself? This left Su Qi feeling quite surprised and curious. Previously, he'd been given a single option and told to wait for the summoning. But this time, he could actually choose for himself, and there were 10 programs to pick from. Su Qi scanned them from top to bottom. His gaze finally settled on the first 3 programs. Zhou Gong loved dragons. Could he possibly summon Zhou Gong himself this time? But Zhou Gong loves dragons. I remember seeing a dragon in the end. Could the system actually conjure a dragon? The mere thought of such a possibility made Su Qi gasp in awe. If that were truly the case, it would be an entirely different matter. The current system only summoned ancient figures, though it possessed wondrous power. But a dragon is something else entirely. Wait, that's not right. When Xiang Yu and Lu Bang drew the boundary between Chu and Han, there weren't any armies or horses either. Probably just some sound effects or something. Given that, this option is out of the question. After all, Duke Zhou isn't exactly a household name. Su Qi analyzed slowly. After a moment's thought, his gaze finally settled on the second program. That's the one, Jingku's Assassination of Qin. The Qin Dynasty. In the Grand Hall. The envoy from the state of Yen has arrived to pay his respects. A eunuch announced in a falsetto voice. The next moment, Jingku, his face etched with caution, and the trembling Qin Huang entered the Grand Hall. This is the map of our Yen kingdom, now presented to your majesty. Jingku knelt on the floor and spoke. He unfurled a large map in his hands. Qin Huang observed the scene and let out a light chuckle. He was about to speak, instructing them to bring it forward. At that very moment, a peculiar voice suddenly echoed within his mind. The moment this voice sounded, Qin Huang's expression froze. Future, scenic area, program, salary? What on earth was this? He uttered in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, all the ministers in the distance, along with the guards in Jingkou, were also stunned. For the system prompt had echoed in their minds as well. Some of the more astute among them, upon hearing it, did not make a fuss but merely stared at the distant Qin Huang with astonishment. Wondering what the first emperor was thinking? Others, however, immediately dropped to their knees with a thud. An immortal. That was the voice of an immortal. Seeing the chaotic scene, Qin Huang let out a cold snort. Shut up, all of you. As the first emperor, his thunderous roar silenced everyone instantly. Qin Huang reviewed the matter once more in his mind, then addressed the assembly directly. Whether this incident involves humans or ghosts, immortals or gods, since even my own mind echoes with that voice, then we shall follow its command. Everyone remains here until tomorrow to investigate this so-called scenic area. All who hear the voice in their minds shall remain. The rest, who are not involved, withdraw. After hearing the emperor's decree, a small number departed, but the majority remained. At that moment, the first emperor's gaze fell upon Jingku and Qin Huang. You two envoys from Yen, it seems you two heard that voice. Chapter 133, I am the king of Qin. Jingku's body trembled. He had already been on the verge of acting. Yet who could have foreseen such an outcome? The sudden voice had disrupted all his plans. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke directly. Your Majesty, I have indeed obtained that information. Meanwhile, Qin Huang beside him was trembling with fear. He dared not utter a single word. Qin Huang glanced at Qin Huang, saying nothing further. He merely gave a slight nod. Then I shall trouble you both to wait here as well. Dawn broke. Su Qi stretched lazily. He sprang straight up from the bed. Then he made his way to the door. He knew new recruits were arriving today. Naturally, they were the Emperor Qin Huang and Jingku from the new program Jingku Assassination of Qin. This time, there should be 2 people coming. He just didn't know if Qin Huang would be coming. If he counted, that would make 3. But that didn't add up. Logically, someone had warned Qin Huang. Could another minister be coming too? Su Qi pondered slowly. With each thought, his eyes grew more and more excited. By now, Su Qi had come to understand. The ancient employees summoned by the system. Their original positions and duties held little sway over the grand scheme of things. What mattered more were their individual abilities. Take Xiangyu, for instance. He was clearly summoned merely to perform a show. Yet his natural charisma, coupled with his other talents, led him to volunteer for overtime work. Li Zhua and Lu Qing were in similar situations. Originally, they were just gatekeeper NPCs. Now, every night's program includes a WWE-style showdown. The roster has even expanded to 6 members. The brawls were incredibly lively. Everyone was watching with intense excitement. As soon as he arrived downstairs, Suchi spotted Li Shimen already waiting there. "Mr. Su, you're up." Suchi gave a slight nod. Then he looked at Li Shimen and said, "Get ready. We'll be welcoming a new colleague shortly." Hearing his words, Li Shimen froze for a moment, then his face lit up with excitement. "Another new colleague? I wonder if this one is from our Tang Dynasty," he exclaimed with renewed vigor. However, after hearing his words, Suchi merely chuckled softly, offering no response. Li Shimen didn't press further. After all, they would meet soon enough. Soon, they arrived at the workplace. White light began to flicker at that very moment. One figure after another materialized before them. Suchi scanned them one by one. Lu Bang, Xiangyu, Li Shishi, Wu Zetian, and others came into view. Could it be that the new employees always show up last? Suchi was filled with anticipation. Seeing Suchi's eager anticipation, those already present understood what was happening. They instinctively scanned their surroundings, wanting to see who had arrived this time. Fortunately, it wasn't quite time for work yet. Suchi didn't send everyone straight to work. Instead, he had them wait here together. For the one who had appeared this time was none other than Qin Huang, the emperor who unified the 6 kingdoms. A ruler of unparalleled stature throughout the ages. Who wouldn't want to catch a glimpse? Though Suchi hadn't yet revealed the identity of the visitor, they would soon find out. "He's coming! He's coming! There's a white light over there." Li Shishi pointed excitedly toward the distance. He was hoping a young lady would join his little group. After all, there had been Wu Zetian before who could play with him. But later, Wu Zetian was pulled off to dance, leaving him all alone. Everyone's gaze followed suit, waiting for the white light to dissipate. Yet at that moment, Suchi sensed something amiss. Why was this white light so large? Hearing his words, the others finally noticed something was different. When they first arrived, each person's white light wasn't much larger than their own body. Even Xiangyu's light wasn't overly bright. But now, the white light emanating from that side was truly dazzling. In the next moment, the white light slowly dissipated. A figure clad in a black dragon robe appeared at the very front. He spoke in a calm tone. "Whose summons has brought this king here?" And this was none other than Qin Huang. But it wasn't over yet. Behind the first emperor, the white light dissipated once more. One figure after another appeared over there. In all, there were nearly 50 figures. Seeing this scene, Suchi's lips twitched slightly. How could there be so many? His face was filled with astonishment. Suchi couldn't help but glance at his employee roster. Clearly, only 2 names were listed on the roster. Qin King Zheng and Jing Ku. Wait a minute. Suchi looked closely and discovered there was actually a waiting character after Jingke's name. The extra 50 or so people were all just waiting around. Suchi looked utterly astonished, but said nothing more. He knew the more people, the better. Li Shimen was also somewhat stunned. Seeing Qin Huang's demeanor, his own face was filled with astonishment. First, he was astonished by Qin Huang's identity. Second, he was stunned by the 50-plus people standing behind him. After all, he had only brought 20 men when he arrived. Yet Qin Huang arrived with over 50 more. This number alone surpassed the total number of people present at this location. Didn't this mean his position as the chief administrator of the scenic area was about to be replaced? Suchi cleared his throat. Li Shimen instantly caught on. Without hesitation, he walked over and began explaining the local scenery to Qin Huang and his entourage. After he finished his explanation, Qin Huang finally nodded. He then approached Suchi. "I presume you are Mr. Su. Starting today, this prince will be working at this scenic area. I humbly request your guidance and support, Mr. Su." Upon hearing his words, Suchi spoke directly. Who would have thought it was truly the first emperor of all time? From today onward, we're all colleagues. We must get along well. The greatest emperor of all time? Qin Huang was somewhat taken aback. He didn't quite grasp Suchi's meaning. Without hesitation, Suchi turned his gaze to Li Shimen beside him. Li Shimen answered without hesitation. Qin Huang was the first to unify the empire, standardizing chariot tracks, unifying written scripts, and constructing the Great Wall, earning him the title of the emperor for the ages. But as he spoke, Li Shimen hit a wall. Sighing helplessly, Suchi pulled out his phone and searched for the information. Li Shimen then resumed his recitation. A full half-hour later, Qin Huang had now heard the entire account. He sucked in a sharp breath. So that's how it was. Everything I accomplished succeeded, yet my Qin dynasty collapsed after just 2 emperors? That good-for-nothing Huang, the Qin dynasty collapsed after just 1 generation under him. Once I return, I will teach that good-for-nothing a lesson. He spoke angrily. Meanwhile, Su Qi couldn't help but silently pray for Huang. Chapter 134, The Throne, I Demand. After finishing the historical explanation, Qin Shi Huang had gradually begun to understand everything here. He drew a deep breath. He spoke directly. Mr. Su, this history can still be changed, right? Upon hearing his words, Su Qi nodded slightly. Of course. This is the history of my timeline. Your timeline is different. Afterward, Su Qi spent some time explaining the concept of timelines to them. After listening to his explanation, the Qin king visibly relaxed. How splendid indeed. Had he remained unaware, it would have led to the Qin dynasty collapsing after only 2 emperors. He would have been utterly tormented. But now that he knew these things, future generations would certainly not repeat such mistakes. By the way, Mr. Su, what exactly is the performance we're putting on? Su Qi spoke up directly. Zheng Ke's assassination of Qin. The moment those words fell, everyone present froze for a moment. Meng Tian suddenly darted out from behind Qin Shi Huang. How could this be? Who dares to assassinate the king of Qin? The others glared with eyes wide with fury. Clearly, mentioning an assassination attempt in their presence was enough to enrage them. At the very least, they had to put on a show. Yet Qin Shi Huang remained utterly calm. He spoke slowly. So that's how it was. It seemed this incident had been widely publicized throughout history. Su Qi nodded slightly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he spoke up. Since everyone's gathered here, I assume Jing Ku was present as well? Upon hearing his words, the group exchanged glances before all turning their gaze toward the space behind him. Jing Ku, who had been huddled motionless in the rear, suddenly trembled. The surrounding officials immediately parted to make way for him. At that moment, Jing Ku's body twitched slightly. He cleared his throat twice before speaking directly. I believe this matter warrants further discussion. Beat him. Meng Tian roared in fury. All the officials rushed forward. They pinned Jing Ku to the ground and began pounding him relentlessly. Even Qin Huang, who had been frozen in terror nearby, suffered the same fate. They beat them relentlessly for a full half-hour. Meanwhile, Li Shishi had already dismissed everyone else to return to their duties. After all, everyone had work to do and couldn't stay here forever. Li Shishi, however, could remain behind, as his duties included briefing newcomers. Watching the scene from afar, Li Shishi couldn't help but shake his head. They couldn't beat someone to death. If that happened, the situation would be entirely different. Hearing his words, the Prince of Qin beside him grew curious. What if they were beaten to death? Li Shishi glanced at him and stated directly. We'd lose money. Meaning your pay. Hearing this, the Prince of Qin grew even more curious. He knew what wages were, of course. But he hadn't issued any yet. He also didn't know what value this salary actually held. Just as he was about to ask, Li Shishi spoke up. To put it simply, the scenic area has regulations. If you have 2 consecutive months of deducted wages, you'll be fired immediately. As the words fell from his lips, the Prince of Qin froze for a moment. His eyebrows twitched slightly. After a moment's thought, he declared, How dare you? Stop this at once. With the Qin Emperor's furious roar, everyone immediately released their grip. After they dispersed. By then, Jing Ku and Qin Huang had been beaten beyond recognition. They were completely in a state of initial overexertion and exhaustion. Su Qi approached at that moment. Seeing the scene, he opened his mouth, then shook his head helplessly. I forgot to mention earlier. Killing people costs you money. If those 2 die, all of you will have your wages docked. At that moment, Qin Huang approached Su Qi. He bowed slightly and stated directly. Mr. Su, we were unaware of this matter. Ignorance is no excuse, right? Besides, they're not dead yet. Su Qi glanced at the 2 figures on the ground. He opened his mouth, then sighed before speaking. They're not dead. Not yet. Let's discuss this tonight. I'll analyze your actions in detail. Should we dock your pay? Su Qi stated directly. He figured they probably wouldn't get docked pay. Otherwise, the system would have prompted him directly at this point. The absence of such a prompt meant their pay wasn't being docked. But Su Qi wouldn't say that outright. What if Qin Shi Huang exploited this bug, hung the 2 opponents up, beat them senseless, and then refused to let them die? That scenario was something Su Qi found rather hard to stomach. Sighing, Su Qi instructed Li Shishi to summon 2 guards to tend to Qin Huang and Jing Ku. His gaze then shifted to Qin Shi Huang standing nearby. I haven't finished explaining what just happened. Your performance is supposed to be Jing Ku's assassination attempt on Qin Shi Huang. That means the main characters are at least the king of Qin and Jing Ku. If he truly died, your performance would be ruined. That would be disastrous. After hearing Su Qi's words, Qin Shi Huang finally felt a chill of dread. But then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he hesitated before speaking. What if Jing Ko refuses to cooperate with our performance once he wakes up? Su Qi scratched his head and shrugged. If he truly chooses that path, then you'll simply need to select someone to play the role of Jing Ko. Huang finally relaxed and nodded. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he asked. That elder mentioned wages earlier. How are these wages calculated, and what can they be exchanged for? This piqued Huang's curiosity. If it were merely about letting these people experience the future. While the experience itself was quite pleasant, his primary objective remained unifying the 6 states. He wouldn't devote all his energy to this endeavor. He might not even come at all. Su Qi said no more, merely turning his gaze toward Li Shishi standing nearby. Li Shishi didn't hesitate, walking straight over. He then pulled out his phone and handed a list to the Prince of Qin across from him. These are the exchangeable supplies and their prices. Take a look first. Huang took it and carefully swiped through the screen. At that moment, Meng Tian and the others gathered around. What? Such high yields per acre? If we could bring this back, our people would never have to endure hunger again. A communication device that can transmit messages dozens of miles away? This is a marvel. Your Majesty, we must have this. We absolutely must have this. Meng Tian and the others all exclaimed excitedly. And the King of Qin was no exception. Chapter 135, Jing Ko, I can't go on. At that very moment, Huang took a deep breath. At first, he had merely been curious about this matter. But now he understood completely. This place was a paradise. Especially for him. This place was truly a paradise. If he could obtain some supplies from here to bring back. If he could transport all these things back to his own era. He could unify the 6 kingdoms at a faster pace. He could even expand step by step beyond the borders. Then what he would unify would no longer be just the 6 states, but a far greater realm. His gaze flickered slightly, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes at that moment. Then he fixed his gaze squarely on Su Qi. Mr. Su, how much will our salaries be? Upon hearing this, Su Qi responded immediately. New hires all get the same rate, 280. There are 50 people here, meaning the total is 14,000. Before Huang could finish calculating, Li Shishi beside him had already done the math. Then he sucked in a sharp breath. His side had 21 people total. Plus, he'd been promoted, so his salary was originally the highest here. But now it seemed entirely different. Huang across from him was receiving a significantly higher salary. Despite his promotion, his total earnings couldn't compare to the others. After all, the other guy had 50 people under him. Li Shishi was instantly consumed by jealousy. His mindset gradually became twisted. His mouth twitched slightly. But he also knew it was all for naught. Still, the thought that he had been promoted, at least in this regard, he was slightly better off than the Prince of Qin. He breathed a sigh of relief. 14,000, that should buy quite a lot. The Qin king nodded. Though he just glanced at the prices, the Qin king was different from others. Others looked at the cheap items, but he only eyed the expensive ones. 14,000 was no small sum enough for many inexpensive items. But for expensive items, it clearly fell a bit short. At that very moment, Jing Ko, lying in the distance, slowly regained consciousness. Su Qi's gaze shot straight over. Then, in that moment, he smiled. He walked straight up to Jing Ko and asked softly, "How do you feel now?" Jing Ko's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Su Qi warily. His gaze then shifted to the group of Qin soldiers in the distance. His eyes widened in fury when he spotted the Qin king. "Qin king, you're no son of a gun, how dare you have so many men beat me?" He was this close to shouting, "If you've got the guts, take me on one-on-one." At that moment, Qin Huang beside him also regained consciousness. Yet his body trembled uncontrollably, and he dared not utter a single word. The king of Qin advanced step by step toward them. "So what?" As his words fell, Jing Ko was momentarily stunned. He hadn't heard a single word of what Su Qi had just said, having been knocked unconscious. Thus, he remained unaware that his death would result in the Qin emperor facing a pay cut. Of course, that was assuming the Qin forces actually killed him. Thus, he was now extremely anxious, yet he could not utter a word. "You should know why I called you here, right?" At that moment, Su Qi spoke up. Jing Ko glanced at Su Qi. Then he nodded. "I know, to put on a show." "Exactly. The performance is Jing Ko's assassination attempt on Qin Huang, the very thing you're about to do. Since Qin Huang and Jing Ko were teleported here together, you can even see that mapping Jing Ko's hand. So Su Qi knew the timing, it must have just happened." After hearing these words, Jing Ko sighed helplessly. The reason for this was that he knew his plan had been shattered. He had already pledged his loyalty to Prince Dan of Yen, yet now it seemed impossible to fulfill that promise. After all, he had been transported here without accomplishing anything. Moreover, it was clear that Qin Huang on the other side already knew what he intended to do. Likewise, he would never get another chance. After all, such an opportunity only comes once. "I refuse to accept this." Jing suddenly spoke up. At that moment, Su Qi chuckled. What are you dissatisfied with? Had it not been for your interference, I would have succeeded in assassinating him. Then, the Qin state would no longer be ruled by tyranny. Hearing this, Su Qi laughed again. Who told you you succeeded? What? I failed? But if I failed, why would such a historical record still exist in the annals? Before Su Qi could speak, the first emperor of Qin spoke up from the side. Because this is precisely the justification this king needs to strike against Yen, and Yen shall inevitably perish. As his words fell silent, Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that this incident was recorded. At that moment, Jing clenched his fists. So you're saying the state of Yen is destined to perish? Su Qi gave a slight nod. That is only natural. I understand. Kill me now. Jing's voice rang out abruptly. After hearing his words, Su Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, the king of Qin stepped before Jing. He spoke directly. That matter has not yet occurred, so I now pardon you. Henceforth, you need only carry out your duties within my Qin state. But I will never send you back to Yen. Had anyone else heard these words from the king of Qin, they would have readily agreed. Take Qin Huang beside him, for instance. Upon hearing the first emperor's words, he immediately fell to his knees with a thud and began kowtowing repeatedly. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your majesty. He was overcome with excitement. He had thought his death was certain. But now he wouldn't die. Jing's eyes widened, ready to rebuke Qin Huang. But he hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said nothing more. Ever since arriving in Qin and seeing the Qin king, Qin Huang's trembling had made it clear to him that he'd chosen the wrong man. So it was only natural that the man was now groveling. Kill me. I will never serve Qin. Jing's face remained resolute. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. So you're not planning to join the performance either? No. Jing shook his head again. In Jing's view, even if he did perform, the wages he earned would inevitably end up in Qin Shi Huang's hands. Though he hadn't achieved his goal, he would never support the Qin state. Seeing his expression, the first emperor sighed helplessly. For Qin Shi Huang, the reason he had said he could forgive the two men before him was solely for the sake of their wages. But now, Jing had abandoned the mission, leaving him utterly powerless. Chapter 136, The Meeting of the Three Kings. Fine. Since you've decided to give up, it doesn't matter. Su Qi shrugged, glancing at the king of Qin beside him before continuing. Then just find someone to impersonate him. As for you, you have 1 day to reconsider. If you come to a decision within that time, you may return to me. Otherwise, after you leave work tonight, you will never come back. Su Qi's voice rang out, calm and detached. After hearing his words, Jing remained kneeling in silence, not uttering another word. Witnessing this, Su Qi sighed helplessly. He understood. Everyone is different. The way they displayed their strength was also different. Take Qin Huang at this moment, for instance. He certainly wasn't as powerful as Jing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so terrified the moment he saw the king of Qin again. But at the same time, it was precisely because Qin Huang was not powerful enough. He could accept the destruction of Yen. He could also accept his own failure. It was Jing standing beside him. Perhaps he came with a resolve to die. But he absolutely could not accept his own failure. Especially when he had accomplished nothing before failing. This was what tormented him most. To this day, he still refuses to compromise, to submit to history. Such a man is both strong enough and fragile enough. They are powerful enough to deny everything, yet fragile enough to accept nothing. Alright, Oldly, you take Qin Huang and the others to familiarize themselves with the script. I'll leave the script in my office, just go get it. While you're at it, give them a rundown of the surroundings. Make sure they don't run into too many problems when dealing with visitors. Su Qi spoke directly. Li Shishi gave a thumbs-up gesture before leading Prince Qin away. At that moment, the Prince of Qin looked at Li Shishi with curiosity. I wonder which dynasty you come from. After hearing his words, Li Shishi replied with a smile. I come from the Tang Dynasty. I shall also become an emperor in the future. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. Qin Shi Huang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Li Shishi to be an emperor as well. After all, Li Shishi looked so young. But then he remembered that he too would only become Qin Shi Huang in the future. For now, he was merely the Prince of Qin. The other must be in the same situation as himself. How many more emperors might be hidden within this scenic area? Qin Shi Huang spoke again. Li Shishi pondered for a moment before stating directly. Among those who are already emperors, there is also Liu Bang. As for those who may become emperors in the future, besides myself, there is also Consort Wu. Oh, and there's another figure who, though not an emperor, is comparable to one Xiangyu. These are all those with imperial bearing. I see. The Prince of Qin nodded. Just then, in the distance, Liu Bang was plundering as he made his way toward them. Spotting Li Shishi, he approached immediately, asking curiously. Is this the Prince of Qin? He looks rather young. Though Liu Bang had overthrown the Qin dynasty to become emperor, he had never seen the first emperor of Qin. After all, during Qin Shi Huang's reign, no one dared to rebel. There was still a vast gulf between them. Li Shishi stated plainly. He is merely the Prince of Qin now, not yet the first emperor of Qin. By the way, Prince of Qin, allow me to introduce you to Liu Bang, the next founding emperor of the dynasty that will succeed your Qin dynasty. As the words fell from his lips, he suddenly realized he might have said the wrong thing. Sure enough, the Prince of Qin's expression darkened as he looked at Liu Bang. After all, the Han dynasty was founded upon the Qin dynasty's foundations. In other words, the Han dynasty only came into being after the Qin dynasty was overthrown. Liu Bang, however, wore a carefree smile. Pleased to meet you. Qin Shi Huang gave a faint nod. At that moment, Liu Bang looked at him and smiled again. Though I am the emperor who succeeded your Qin dynasty, it was not I who destroyed Qin. You may not have had time to study history yet. The Qin dynasty was actually overthrown by that fellow Xiang Yu. As for me, I became the emperor of the Han dynasty by defeating Xiang Yu. Hearing these words, the first emperor of Qin frowned. He turned his gaze toward Li Shishi. You mentioned that Xiang Yu is here as well? Li Shishi nodded. Yes, right here. Look, there he is. As he spoke, he pointed toward the distance. At that moment, Xiang Yu was walking toward them. His imposing figure radiated the aura of a warlord. By his side walked Wu Kairan. Wu Zetian was now practically inseparable from Xiang Yu. Of course, this was primarily to better coordinate their performance. Qin Shi Huang observed Xiang Yu's bearing and nodded. Indeed, he possessed the aura of a conqueror truly worthy of being the man who would overthrow my Qin dynasty. At that moment, Xiang Yu stepped before the assembled crowd. Surveying the figures before him, he spoke directly. This is the king of Qin. Too bad you died too soon. Otherwise, perhaps I could have defeated you in history. His voice rang out directly. After hearing this, Li Shishi seemed somewhat speechless. Only then did he realize how difficult these individuals truly were to manage. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang burst into laughter. Rest assured, now that I've arrived here, I won't die young anymore. At least on my side, I'll get to see you, you rascal. Though I wonder if by then, you'll still be able to overthrow my Qin dynasty. The two men now stood locked in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, Li Shishi had already escorted Qin Shi Huang to the office area. He hurriedly pulled Qin Shi Huang inside. Your Highness, let's find the script first. We can't delay the important matters. You two should hurry up and get to your performances. Don't let work suffer because of this. Li Shishi addressed Liu Bang and Xiang Yu, winking and nodding at them as he spoke. The two understood his meaning perfectly and left without further comment. Su Qi was feeling a bit troubled at this moment. If it were any other day, it wouldn't matter. 1 or 2 extra guests wouldn't matter, even 3 or 4 more wouldn't be a problem. He had plenty of phones on his end, keeping 3 or 5 ready. First, to cover any malfunctions. Second, to provide for newcomers. But he never imagined that this time, 50 people would show up. No matter how well prepared he was, he couldn't possibly have 50 phones ready. Therefore, Su Qi had no choice but to place an order on the spot to buy them. Though this was no small expense. It was practically pocket change for someone of Su Qi's current net worth. At that moment, Su Qi glanced toward the scenic area and couldn't help but speak up. I wonder if the Qin king and his group can get along peacefully. Hopefully, no major issues will arise. Chapter 137, Let this old servant perform. The morning performance had not yet begun. After all, no matter how familiar Qin Shi Huang and his entourage were with each other, they couldn't possibly become acquainted in such a short time. By noon, everyone gathered in the cafeteria. Only now, the cafeteria felt incredibly crowded. At a glance, numerous officials were stuffing their faces. They were eating with such relish. Even Qin Shi Huang couldn't resist serving himself another bowl of rice. The food today is so much better than what they had back in their day. Not eating a few extra bites would be a waste. Yet at this moment, several faces wore expressions of helpless resignation. The first was none other than Liu Bang. At first, he had shown some interest upon meeting Qin Shi Huang. But then he suddenly realized something, and his expression fell. What he had grasped, of course, was the sheer number of people surrounding Qin Shi Huang and their salaries. 14,000. He had only made a rough calculation. Liu Bang's expression darkened considerably. And it had been like this all along. He wasn't even as enthusiastic about eating as he used to be. Of course, except for the initial period when Liu Bang was more enthusiastic. Otherwise, he wasn't particularly enthusiastic after all. He could still rob tourists. Bread, milk, potato chips, kanji, he'd snatch them all. Sometimes he'd even eat the food meant for lunch. Why such a huge difference? Why did only 2 people come from my great Han dynasty? Liu Bang kept repeating these 2 questions over and over. His eyes, however, were dull and vacant. Beside him, Xiaohoing observed Liu Bang's state. He dared not utter a word. Yet his eyes were filled with nothing but envy. For Xiaohoing, His lifelong dream was to own a car of his own. He had looked into the prices. The cheapest used car could be had for a few thousand yuan. But if he wanted a new car, it would cost tens of thousands. He'd have to work for years to save up. Of course, with that money grubber Lu Bang around, he figured he'd never have a chance in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Zheng side sent 50 men outright. He could get a decent ordinary car in as little as 4 months. This undoubtedly made him intensely envious. Another rather painful situation involved Li Shishi. Although Li Shishi also had about 20 people on his side. But compared to Zheng, he still felt somewhat helpless. The other side had more than double his numbers. This meant the other side's salaries were also more than double his. The mere thought of this situation made his heart flutter slightly. But recalling his own relatively high position, he breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, Li Shishi knew his position remained unshakable. Qin Huang indeed had more men than him. But Qin Huang could never stoop to lowering his dignity like he did. After all, he was not yet emperor, merely Li heir. While the Qin emperor across from him hadn't yet unified the 6 states, he was already the king of Qin. Moreover, most of Qin Huang's officials were present here. Even if Qin Huang could bring himself to grovel before Su Qi, he wouldn't dare do so in front of these people. Li Shishi, on the other hand, acted with complete abandon. In contrast, Wu Zetian was somewhat curious. He considered himself the first female emperor in history, while Qin Huang was the first emperor. There was a certain commonality between them. The others, however, were merely curious. They had no other thoughts. Especially Lu Feng and his 2 companions. The 3 of them just wanted to work diligently here and live their lives peacefully. Now that they were within the scenic area, they wouldn't run into any trouble. Even if they returned, Liu Bei and the others could protect them. Lu Feng felt he had finally achieved the life he'd once imagined. Noticing the uneasy mood among the group, Su Qi cleared his throat softly. Then he spoke directly. As everyone knows, visitor numbers at the scenic area have surged recently. Therefore, I'd like to announce some personnel matters. After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone's eyes lit up slightly. Their eyes held a hint of curiosity. Su Qi proceeded to speak directly. First, regarding security personnel, we will add 10 more staff members. Upon hearing this, Li Shimon's eyes lit up. Though still 20 short of Qin Huang's numbers, it was already more than half the difference. Next, 4 more guards for the city gates. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing beside him also lit up. They could finally secure more military supplies. At that moment, Lu Bang fixed his gaze intently on Su Qi. He hoped Su Qi would claim a few more rogues. If that didn't work, even a few beggars would do. He could scrape together a few of those too. However, Su Qi's gaze swept past them. He looked toward Li Shishi in the distance and spoke. Add 1 more person to the ticket booth staff. Li Shishi. She's been selected. Just bring her in tomorrow when you start your shift. Got it, Mr. Su. Li Shishi's eyes lit up. All this time, the absence of a woman like him had left him feeling profoundly lonely. And now, finally, another one was coming, and she was from his own era. She'd practically be like a sister to her. What else? What else? Lu Bang couldn't help but ask. Su Qi glanced at him and stated directly. As for drivers, we're also short-staffed. Add 2 more people, old Lu. Once we get back, you'll be in charge of bringing them over. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang immediately beamed. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I'll get it done. Lu Bang was utterly thrilled at that moment. He finally had 2 more employees to pay. They weren't the kind of thugs he had in mind. They were just 2 drivers, but that was enough. At least he could collect 2 extra paychecks. Alright, that'll do for now. The afternoon's affairs would proceed as planned. As for the program, Jin Wang, how's your preparation coming along? Su Qi's voice rang out. Upon hearing his words, the Qin emperor across from him nodded and replied. We're nearly ready. The performance should be able to proceed. Upon hearing this, Su Qi gave a slight nod. That's good. By the way, who are you casting as Jing Ku? Su Qi asked curiously. You should know that the real Jing Ku is utterly despondent these days. He wouldn't even come over for meals. Su Qi had simply tossed him into a dilapidated hut to fend for himself. At that moment, a figure rose to his feet. He spoke directly. Mr. Su, we've made our decision. This old servant will take on the role. Following the voice, Su Qi's gaze fell upon a eunuch. Who else could it be but Zhao Gao? In an instant, Su Qi understood everything. Qin Huang was deliberately trying to discuss Jing Ku. Chapter 138. Remember to bring the props next time. Fortunately, Jing Ku wasn't present. Otherwise, he would have charged forward to fight to the death. Though Jing Ku wasn't particularly prominent in historical records, he was still counted among the 10 great assassins. Though he failed, his courage was commendable. He was truly formidable. Even if Meng Tian were to play the role, he'd be far more convincing than Zhao Gao. Moreover, Su Qi knew the Qin king had long been aware of Zhao Gao's schemes. Therefore, Zhao Gao would likely face severe punishment upon his return. It's not a 100% guarantee he'd be dismissed and have his family's assets confiscated. However, death was unlikely. After all, Emperor Qin Shi Huang had previously considered sparing Jing Ke's life. Naturally, it was for his salary. Of course, Zhao Gao would never rise to prominence again. He'd likely just collect his salary as a living dead man. But the kind who would be punished for the slightest misstep. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qi spoke up. Could he pull it off? He couldn't help but ask, a hint of resignation in his eyes. He understood the Qin king's thinking. He had clearly given Jing Ke a chance, yet Jing Ke himself refused to take it. This clearly angered the king of Qin. That was why this scene had unfolded. But Su Qi genuinely feared Zhao Gao would botch Jing Ke's performance. This would tarnish the reputation of the entire scenic area. The Qin king didn't respond, instead turning his gaze toward Zhao Gao. Can you pull it off? Zhao Gao immediately nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will perform flawlessly, he declared solemnly. Seeing this, Su Qi nodded. Historically, Zhao Gao had been quite diligent and responsible before Qin Shi Huang's death. Moreover, he had managed to thrive in the emperor's court. After the king of Qin's death, he nearly held sway over the entire court. Undoubtedly, this was due to his exceptional acting skills. Alright, then you'll be the ones to play the part. Su Qi spoke up. Without hesitation, everyone went to work. But one person remained behind. It was none other than Li Shishi. He still had to handle publicity later. The performance location had already been secured, right beside the auditorium. Li Shishi spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Su Qi was somewhat taken aback. You've placed them outside? This puzzled Su Qi. He had assumed Li Shishi would seat Jing Ke and the others inside the performance hall. Who could have imagined they'd be outside instead? Li Shishi nodded. Mr. Su, I've reviewed their script. The most famous scene is the Prince of Qin circling the pillar. That requires a pillar, a large one at that. Our performance hall doesn't have one. Preparing one now would be too late. Fortunately, there's one outside we can use for now. Hearing this, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly. He couldn't help but glance at the Qin king. Didn't you bring your own props? Upon hearing Su Qi's words, the Qin king froze for a moment. He stared at Su Qi in front of him, his face filled with astonishment. What props? Su Qi sighed helplessly at that moment. He knew it. Since you're portraying Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the Qin king, everything else is one thing, but I see you've brought the map and dagger. Surely you brought the most crucial prop, the pillar, yourselves? As Su Qi's words fell like rain, the Qin king froze for a moment. His gaze swept across the assembled ministers. All the ministers lowered their heads in silence. No one dared speak. At that moment, the king of Qin spoke. This time, we were short-sighted. Next time, we will certainly. Su Qi sighed and said no more. Then let it be for now. The group soon arrived at the performance venue. Sure enough, there stood a large pillar. Not far from the pillar stood a chair. Clearly, Li Shishi had placed it there in advance to serve as the dragon throne. I'll go spread the word now, Li Shishi announced, grabbing a megaphone to shout the news. A new performance will take place beside the auditorium. Interested visitors are welcome to come and watch. 10 minutes later, a crowd of visitors had already gathered here. Su Qi wasted no time, immediately signaling for the Prince of Qin to take the stage. The Prince of Qin took his seat upon the throne. A eunuch behind him shouted, "Announce the envoy of Yen to present his counsel." The next moment, Zhao Gao, playing the role of Jing Ke, stepped forward. He appeared bold and defiant, then suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Beside him stood Qin Huang, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his face deathly pale. He looked utterly terrified, as if on the verge of losing his mind. The spectators burst into laughter. Is the acting really this good? Shaking like that, was he genuinely scared or just acting? That's pretty impressive. This actor is impressive, definitely veteran level. The tourists were all staring in astonishment. They clearly couldn't fathom why Qin Huang's performance was so convincing. Jing Ke, envoy of the state of Yen, pays his respects to the king of Qin. I now present the map of Yen to your majesty. Witnessing this scene, the spectators finally understood. It was Jing Ke attempting to assassinate the king of Qin. When I saw their attire earlier so rich and elegant, I had my suspicions. Never imagined it would turn out to be true. This grand procession must have over 50 people. They actually invited so many here. This scenic area is quite impressive. There should be more performances in the future. Hearing the crowd's speculation, Su Qi smiled at that moment. Of course there will be more events in the future. But only if more tourists come. On the stage at that moment, Jing Ke had already drawn his dagger. The king of Qin dashed straight toward the pillar. Both began circling the pillar. Their pace wasn't particularly fast. In fact, they deliberately slowed down a bit. This allowed all the spectators to feel more immersed in the scene. Qin King, you have oppressed your people with tyranny. Today, I, Jing Ke, shall slay you. Zhao Gao, playing the role of Jing Ke, shouted loudly. The king of Qin remained silent, merely circling the pillar. After circling several times, a minister shouted, "Your Majesty, draw your sword." Upon hearing this cry, the king of Qin hesitated no longer, drawing the long sword from his back. Then, with a backhand thrust, he drove it straight through. This moment he had long awaited. With a sharp hiss, the blade pierced Zhao Gao's chest. Zhao Gao's body convulsed in pain. Fortunately, the sword had been tampered with and was not genuine. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. The kind of death that leaves no room for second chances. Soon, the Qin king struck Zhao Gao down to the ground. The performance was over. Is that all? Wasn't that a bit too quick? Speaking of Zhao Gao's run earlier, didn't you think he looked kinda sissy? Yeah, I think he'd be better suited playing a eunuch. By the way, are there any other performances? This feels way too short. Chapter 139, Add people, add people. Hearing this, Su Qi pointed toward the adjacent performance hall. There'll be more performances inside shortly. You can go in and watch. But we want to see the king of Qin circling the pillar. Can he do a few more laps? A young student spoke up. After hearing his words, Huang and the others across the way paused in slight surprise. In the end, they simply performed it several more times. This proved quite troublesome for Zhao Gao. After all, the first emperor was already quite annoyed with him. So whenever it was Huang's turn to draw the sword, Zhao Gao would get beaten up. Though the sword was fake, the pain was very real. And he himself dared not actually take a knife to stab the emperor. Even if the dagger itself was fake. And it was fortunate that Jing himself hadn't been sent. Otherwise, Su Qi seriously doubted whether Jing would have actually stabbed the first emperor. But he understood. Some things weren't that simple. If Jing had actually been allowed to perform the act himself, that dagger would surely have been swapped for something safer. Like a toy knife? For the entire afternoon, Huang remained there performing. By evening, Huang was breathing heavily. After all, his health wasn't the best to begin with. He also lacked exercise. The result was that he had spent the entire afternoon circling the pillars. For him, it was undoubtedly quite painful. But the thought of his paycheck coming soon, he found himself content nonetheless. Mr. Su, is today's work done? We can just come back tomorrow to finish it, right? Huang couldn't help but interject. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi nodded. Then he instructed. Remember to bring the props next time. Huang nodded slightly, indicating it was no problem at all. Well then, Mr. Su will be heading out for the day. As a flash of white light flickered, Huang and the others departed. Su Qi exchanged farewells with the others once more, watching them all leave the area. Then Su Qi stretched lazily and headed back to his dormitory. This time, even Li Shishi had departed. After all, he still needed to return and bring back those 10 new guards. Qin State. Huang gazed at the crowd before him, his expression utterly serene. An aura of majestic authority radiated outward. In this moment, he was truly the king of Qin, the one and only emperor for the ages. Anything to say? He spoke directly. Thud. Zhao Gao immediately knelt on the ground. Then his head began to thud against the ground. Your Majesty, that is a matter for the future. I have not yet committed any offense. Henceforth, I shall obey your every command and never act out of line. Your Majesty, I shall be your most loyal lackey. Please spare me. Zhao Gao begged for mercy incessantly. As a eunuch, he had no limits and no dignity. Huang merely watched Zhao Gao in silence. He uttered not a single word. Not a single person present uttered a word. They simply watched as Zhao Gao kept prostrating himself. Again and again, he pressed his head against the ground. Gradually, his forehead turned crimson. Slowly, blood began to flow. Yet Zhao Gao showed no hesitation whatsoever, continuing to prostrate himself. Another half-hour passed. Zhao Gao's movements gradually slowed. Then he collapsed onto the ground, motionless. He had knocked himself unconscious. Take him away. The Qin king commanded. 2 guards stepped forward and carried Zhao Gao away. At that moment, the king of Qin turned his gaze back to the 2 men across from him. One was Jing, the other Qin Huang. Jing, is there anything else you wish to say? Upon hearing the king's words, Jing let out a cold laugh. Your tyranny, Qin king, will surely bring ruin to this realm. Huang snorted coldly. You've clearly witnessed history unfold, yet you still refuse to acknowledge it. In that case, beheaded. As his words fell, 2 guards immediately dragged Jing away. Huang trembled violently at that moment. His face was deathly pale. He looked as if he might die of fright at any moment. Thud. Huang knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Seeing his state, Huang sighed and shook his head, but still spoke. Your willingness to submit to me is most welcome. From now on, you shall reside in my Qin state. Should I unify the realm in the future, you may then return. Thank you, King Qin. Huang's face lit up with excitement. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang's gaze swept over everyone present. This is our opportunity and the opportunity for all of Qin. From this day forward, none of you may leave the capital. Until I have unified the 6 states, this matter must remain secret. As you command. The assembly knelt in unison. Tang Dynasty. What? 10 more guards? Excellent. That's a full 2,800 in wages. But I never expected Qin Shi Huang to be summoned as well. When will it be my turn to be summoned? Li Yuan spoke with obvious excitement. Yet his eyes still held a trace of resignation. The scenic area was finally hiring more staff. Finally, the scenic area chose their side. Yet they only added 10 guards. And he still hadn't been chosen. This undoubtedly left him feeling utterly helpless. Don't worry, father. There will be other opportunities. Li Yuan nodded, his gaze then settling on Li Shishi. You've come back after such a long time. There's no need for you to return tonight. It's been ages since we shared the same bed. Tonight, we shall sleep together as father and son. Hearing these words, Li Shishi's lips twitched slightly. Truth be told, though he still regarded Li Yuan as his father, he had long since regarded him as the retired emperor. Li Shishi had long contemplated advancing the timing of the Xuanwu Gate incident. He had been deep in thought and deliberation. He sought to accelerate the process. The current situation undoubtedly left him feeling helpless. Qin State. Could it really be true? That would be absolutely wonderful. With 4 more people joining us, we now have enough funds to pay 10 people's wages. This means more supplies will be available. The rewards must be generous. Bai Qi exclaimed excitedly. By now, he had already established connections with the Qin State. We can now sell many items directly to them in exchange for more supplies. This time, 4 more people had joined. For him, this was naturally excellent news. After all, the army never lacked for manpower. 10 more? He wouldn't bat an eye. Even 100 more wouldn't faze him. He knew Su Qi couldn't possibly need that many in the short term. But opportunities would surely arise in the future. Thank you, General. Li Zhuan and Lu Qing knelt immediately, their gratitude palpable. Their wages weren't truly theirs to keep. But Bai Qi would not shortchange them. Upon their return, he would reward them with the currency and official positions of this era. For soldiers like Li Zhuan and Lu Qing, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. They were profoundly grateful. Chapter 140, Payday. The 3 Kingdoms period. You mean even the first emperor is gone? Liu Bei gaped at Lu Feng and the other 2 before him. He never imagined that before he could even get a chance to go, even the first emperor of Qin had already gone. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei looked at him from the side, their eyes filled with a hint of helplessness. They couldn't quite understand why Liu Bei, upon learning of the possibility to travel to the future, had been so eager to go. In contrast, they firmly believed staying here was the best choice. At the very least, they wanted to fulfill their lifelong aspirations. Lu Feng nodded. Indeed, the first emperor hadn't gone alone, he'd brought a full 50 men with him. Although Li Shishi's group had added some men now, they still couldn't match the first emperor's numbers. A full 14,000 in wages? Your 3 combined wages are only 840. The disparity was indeed staggering. Liu Bei shook his head slowly. To be honest, he couldn't help but feel envious. But at this moment, he looked at the 3 before him with renewed curiosity. By my calculations, your paycheck should be coming soon, right? Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded repeatedly. Your Royal Highness, that's correct. We'll be receiving our pay soon. Then we can exchange it for some supplies to bring back. I wonder what you might need. Weapons, horses, and provisions. Lu, Guan, and Zheng declared in unison. What they need right now is precisely these things. They hadn't really expected to find weapons or anything like that. But they'd heard Lu Feng mention weapons capable of obliterating dozens of kilometers in an instant. If they could get their hands on such things, not even Lu Bu, let alone any mortal, could escape. Then there were the horses capable of covering thousands of miles in a single day. Those were incredibly tempting too. As for provisions, crops could yield thousands of pounds per acre with minimal effort. If they had that, they'd never have to worry about food for the rest of their lives. After hearing the 3 men's words, Lu Feng scratched his head. Then he spoke directly. I'll remember this. I'll report it to Mr. Su when I return. Alright, then get some rest first. You can tell Mr. Su that Lu, Guan, and Zhang will be here waiting for his call. If any work needs doing, just call us, we'll be there. Qin Dynasty. Mother, father, we can finally call one more person over. Li Shishi exclaimed excitedly upon her return. Hearing her words, her parents across from her were also somewhat surprised. Is this for real? Father, of course it's true. Li Shishi beamed. Because the number of tourists has increased so much, we now have to add some positions. My team has also gained 1 more person. For convenience, they're hiring directly from our place. So who is this new person? Her father asked again. This time, Li Shishi paused for a moment. After a moment of thought, she replied. Mr. Su said he needs me to bring someone over. That means the person must be someone close to us. Mother, isn't there any other voice in your mind? Hearing his words, Bai Qi paused. Then she shook her head. Because there truly was nothing else. Then who could it be? Li Shishi pondered slowly. Then, her eyes lit up. Has my cousin been staying at your residence lately? Ancient city. Dawn. White light illuminated everyone's faces. One figure after another appeared before Su Qi. Seeing them appear, Su Qi gave each a slight nod. Especially when he saw that vast expanse of flickering white light. Then, when Qin Huang and the others appeared together, Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. Welcome everyone to work. Su Qi said cheerfully. Li Shishi and the others also approached Su Qi. Good morning, Mr. Su. At that moment, Su Qi spotted some new faces in the crowd. They were none other than the individuals he had instructed everyone to bring back yesterday. Oldly, please take good care of the new employees and train them properly. Do your best to avoid any mistakes. After hearing his words, Li Shishi and the others beside him nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, General Chang Su. We will train everyone thoroughly. Su Qi smiled. He had every confidence in Li Shishi's capabilities. Everyone, work diligently today. By evening, we'll distribute your pay slips. Tomorrow, you'll all be able to go shopping. Su Qi suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone present cheered repeatedly. Especially those in the distance, like Qin Huang and his group. They had only recently arrived here. Now they could start shopping immediately. For them, it was undoubtedly the most thrilling and exciting moment. Their eyes shone with a unique brilliance. Su Qi also let out a faint smile at that moment. As everyone headed off to work, Su Qi stretched lazily. First, he went to grab breakfast. Then he found an office to sit down and began studying the issue of procurement. That's right. At first, Su Qi had planned to have them buy from Pinduoduo. But then he reconsidered the group could buy there. But only under his name. Beyond that, he still needed to restock the warehouse for everyone. After all, online shopping carries risks. It's better to see things with your own eyes. These, and these add a bit more of these. That should be enough. Su Qi said with a smile. He directly spent 50,000 yuan to purchase a large batch of supplies. He waited for the supplies to arrive. This sum wasn't insignificant, but for Su Qi's current situation, it was practically pocket change. His daily revenue now far exceeded that amount. Not to mention that after selling these items to Qin Huang and his group, while he wouldn't make a profit, it certainly wouldn't result in a loss. After all, the system was here. Su Qi couldn't fathom why. The system was relentlessly strict, forcing him to funnel money to these ancient figures. Even the 3 divine scriptures Su Qi had purchased had skyrocketed to a hefty price. Keep in mind, Su Qi had originally snagged these 3 books online for just 50 yuan each. Yet if Qin Huang and his contemporaries wanted to buy them, the price per volume had skyrocketed to 8,000 yuan. This price was truly astronomical. But considering the knowledge they contained, it became quite reasonable. These should suffice. After all, Zheng and his crew had only worked for a day or two, so their wages wouldn't amount to much. Understanding this, Su Qi stretched lazily, said no more, and found a spot to rest properly. Time ticked by second. The workday ended quickly. It was time to clock out. Everyone stood at a distance, quietly waiting for Su Qi to distribute the wages. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 141, The Big Purchase. Oldly, here's yours 420 yuan. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Li Shishi said cheerfully. His salary was practically in a league of its own. Of course, there was one other person who matched him. Old Lu, your pay is also 420. After all, Lu Bang was pulling double duty. Moments later, all salaries were distributed. Everyone was beaming with joy. Even Zheng, who had only been here for 2 days, was beaming with joy. Though he'd been twiddling his thumbs for 2 days. With this money in hand, it was already quite decent. Mr. Su, where should we source our supplies this time? From that Pinduoduo platform or from you? Li Bai suddenly asked. After hearing his words, Su Qi scratched his head and replied directly. My original plan was for you to buy from Pinduoduo, but there are still some counterfeit goods on there. Especially those tanks, planes, cannons, and cars that some people are eyeing. They're not exactly real, but you can buy them. It's just a hassle, and you can easily get scammed. Hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang, Li Shishi, Xiangyu, and Zheng all showed slight changes in their expressions. Clearly, they were interested in acquiring such items. However, items like seeds are still manageable. You may choose freely, and I've also prepared some excellent items for you. Come take a look. With that, Su Qi led the group straight to the small warehouse he had prepared earlier that day. As the warehouse doors swung open, a vast array of supplies lay neatly arranged inside. Seeds, walkie-talkies, drones, you name it, it was there. At the very center sat a rugged-looking tractor. It was relatively modern. Of course, it wasn't the very latest model after all, they couldn't afford the newest ones. Even this wild-looking tractor cost a full 20,000 yuan. This is practically a miracle machine. Ying immediately dashed forward. His target was none other than the wildest-looking tractor right in the center. He touched it here and there. His eyes brimmed with excitement. Then he turned his gaze toward Liu Bang in the distance. His eyes conveyed but one thing. "Your Majesty, I want it." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Liu Bang's mouth. He knew at a glance that this thing wasn't meant for riding. He'd seen it online before it was farm equipment. As the founding emperor, riding a hobby bike might be acceptable, but how could he possibly ride a farming implement? Thus, he stubbornly turned his head, pretending not to notice Xiahou Ying's eager gaze. Zheng and the others had already dashed out. They stared at the strange-looking drones, walkie-talkies, and other gadgets. All wore expressions of astonishment. "I've only seen these marvels online, Your Majesty. Never imagined such wonders could exist in reality." "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Your Majesty, those are the sweet potato seeds capable of yielding thousands of caddies per moo. With such seeds, the people of Qin shall never suffer hunger again. Your Majesty, these drones and walkie-talkies could vastly enhance our combat capabilities. Your Majesty." The people of Qin spoke in a cacophony of voices. Their purpose was singular: to persuade the first emperor of Qin to purchase them all. But Qin Huang felt somewhat helpless. After all, they'd only worked for 2 days at most, they'd earned 1,000 yuan. While not insignificant, it certainly wasn't enough to buy all these things. "Next time, after working for 2 more months, I'll buy you everything you want." Zheng waved his hand grandly. The Qin subjects surrounding him were all thrilled beyond measure. Wu Zetian, Li Shishi, and others, however, having weathered far greater storms, were not as visibly moved, though they too harbored expectations. At that moment, Li Shishi picked up a book. He inquired curiously, "Mr. Su, what is this?" "This is one of the 3 divine scriptures. With this sacred text, you can master vast knowledge in a short time. However, the price is quite steep." Su Qi replied slowly. "It's just a book, how expensive could it be?" Liu Bang leaned in, his curiosity piqued. When he opened the militia manual, his lips twitched slightly before he silently closed the book. For there, in bold letters, was the price of the book. 8,000 yuan. What a joke. Even if he managed to snatch some money every day through robbery, combined with his own salary and the wages of his 3 employees, it wouldn't be enough to scrape together 8,000 yuan anytime soon. And this was just a single book. How could a book possibly cost that much? Zheng also approached out of curiosity. Su Qi spoke quietly from the side. "You can take a look at the book and its contents." After hearing these words, the group exchanged glances, but they still opened the book. However, upon seeing the contents within, they all froze in shock. This is truly a divine book," Zheng exclaimed with overwhelming excitement. What he held in his hands was military technology. For them, they had now seen the contents of this book. Sure enough, it was nothing short of divine. This book was worth twice its price, but it was truly unaffordable. Wu Zetian closed the book and couldn't help but say. Su Qi spoke up immediately. "It's unaffordable, yes, but you can still browse through them. These books will remain here anyway. You're welcome to read them anytime you like." Upon hearing these words, the eyes of those present lit up. In that moment, they were all thrilled. "All right, everyone tally up your wages, then just take whatever you want to buy home with you." After hearing Su Qi's words, the group didn't hesitate. They quickly proceeded with their purchases. Then Su Qi watched as Li Zhuo and Lu Qing sprinted straight toward the white sugar. "What are you guys buying so much sugar for?" Su Qi's eyes widened in surprise. Li Zhuo immediately replied with a smile. "General Bai Qi said this sugar is a valuable resource. It provides massive energy, serves as food, and can even be used for explosions. We've already memorized the gunpowder formula completely. Now we plan to get some of this stuff first. Next month, we'll buy some grinding tools and other supplies to try and get that machine gun up and running." Hearing this, Su Qi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome. He could already envision Bai Qi's legion, each soldier armed with a machine gun, a force that would absolutely decimate any ancient enemy. By then, Bai Qi might not just be called the god of slaughter, he'd be the ultimate god of war. Then they took some glassware to sell for money. The others also managed to get everything they wanted, preparing to take it back with them. Chapter 142, Victory is certain. The first to approach Su Qi was none other than Li Shishi. "Old Li, are you planning to buy anything else this time?" Su Qi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Li Shishi's brow furrowed slightly. He chuckled and said, "Mr. Su, there is indeed something I need your help with." "What is it?" Su Qi was intrigued. He had assumed Li Shishi wouldn't care about such matters. But now it seemed things weren't quite that way. Li Shishi actually needed him to procure a special item. We in the Tang Dynasty have already developed steam engines. But for some reason, the combustion efficiency was far inferior. Large amounts of steam would always escape from other places. It never appeared where we needed it most. Upon hearing this, Su Qi paused to consider. He spoke up directly. You mean those sealing materials? But that stuff, the raw material, seems to be rubber. If we really need to source the raw material, it'll take some time. After a moment's thought, Su Qi spoke up. Forget it, forget it. Better to teach someone to fish than give them a fish. I won't get you too much rubber after all, your wages can't buy much of it. I'll just give you a little bit, and then I'll get you some rubber saplings. Don't underestimate these saplings, they'll grow into towering trees in the future. By then, you'll be self-sufficient. You won't have to keep buying it from the modern world. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimen's eyes lit up. He immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Su. Su Qi gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. What about the rest? Shouldn't we get some of that too? Li Shimen pressed on eagerly. More grain seeds and such, then use the remainder to purchase some common books. Like those on cultivation, meteorology, manufacturing, and so on. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly. He couldn't help but look at Li Shimen before him. Could it be you intend to launch a sweeping reform right here in the Tang Dynasty? But haven't you even ascended the throne yet? Wouldn't such a sweeping reform be a bit ill-advised? He couldn't help but speak up. Though according to history, he would eventually become emperor. And since arriving at the scenic area, Li Shimen and Li Yuan's relationship had grown remarkably close. He no longer even feared his father or brother might turn against him. After all, it had been ages since he'd seen that so-called crown prince. Li Yuan had sent him away. By all accounts, this was against protocol. But Li Yuan had now witnessed history and knew the outcome, so he paid no heed to such formalities. After all, he understood this was the best way to protect the crown prince. The gap in natural talent between the crown prince and Li Shimen was simply too vast. If he were to forcibly keep the other one behind, there could only be one outcome. The crown prince would die. Yet even so, Li Shimen would still not become emperor. If he were to push for these appointments en masse, there was no guarantee what Li Yuan might do to him. Yet at this moment, Li Shimen wore a faint smile. Mr. Su, rest assured about this matter. Some things aren't as difficult as they seem. Since I am not the emperor now, I simply need to become the emperor. Li Shimen spoke these words without hiding them from Zheng He and the others nearby. Upon hearing this, Zheng He and the others remained silent. They merely lifted their heads in unison, feigning deafness. Observing their reactions, Su Qi now understood the situation. He looked at Li Shimen before him with some surprise. So that's it, you intend to bring forward the Xuanwu Gate incident? In that case, I'll offer my congratulations in advance. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimen also smiled. Subsequently, Su Qi provided Li Shimen with additional supplies he required. Then he watched as Li Shimen departed with Zheng He and the others. May you succeed. Su Qi's gaze then shifted to Lu Bang. Old Lu, what would you like over here? Lu Bang immediately leaned in, grinning broadly. Just give me a batch like Li Shimen's order, but of course, reduce the quantity a bit. After all, I don't have as much money as he does. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi nodded slightly. He then gathered some items and handed them to Lu Bang. Lu Bang examined the books and saplings before him. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. With these resources now in hand, he was confident that the Han Dynasty would soon grow immensely powerful. He chuckled. He took the items away without further ado. At that moment, a towering figure stepped forward. His massive frame seemed to push the surrounding air aside. Su Qi looked at Xiangyu before him. His eyebrow twitched slightly. Overlord, what about your side? Xiangyu paused briefly before speaking directly. Send over a batch of seeds. I don't need anything else for now. Just swap everything else for refined salt and glass items. Oh? What do you need those things for? Su Qi asked curiously. He had no idea what Xiangyu intended to do with those items at this moment. Xiangyu lifted his head. Father, I still don't quite grasp the situation here, and I'm not good at memorizing all that history. So I plan to take the history books back with me, so Father can study them thoroughly. Then I'll defeat Lu Bang outright. Once he's defeated, I'll simply emulate the situation on his side. He was, of course, referring to Lu Bang's recent decision. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi instantly understood. Xiangyu was not in the same position as Lu Bang or Li Shimen. He was still in the midst of his campaign against Lu Bang. He had indeed captured Lu Bang earlier. But Fan Kuai and the others had already rescued Lu Bang through extraordinary means. This news undoubtedly enraged Xiangyu at that moment. Yet he believed that with the historical records in his possession, he could never lose. He intended to win this war first. Once victory was secured, he would address the other matters. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi nodded slightly. That is how it is. Heaven's will, not a fault of war. I hope this phrase never appears in your history again. Because I believe you will surely prevail. Su Qi spoke calmly. At that moment, Xiangyu let out a smile. Chapter 143, Can't wait any longer. Li Bai, what about you? Su Qi looked curiously at Li Bai in the distance. Unlike the others, Li Bai himself could eat and drink well every day. He even drank wines that Su Qi hadn't even tasted yet. After all, those wealthy women pampered him well. Therefore, Su Qi was also quite curious what exactly did Li Bai intend to buy? After a moment's thought, and spoke directly. Then bring some seeds. Use the remaining money to get a bottle of white liquor. Nothing fancy, just grab any bottle. What's this about? Su Qi's eyes widened in surprise. After all, Li Bai drank here practically every day. And always the high-end stuff. So now he was just switching to any old baijiu? That definitely made Su Qilua look a bit surprised. After hearing his words, Li Bai's eyes flickered slightly at that moment. He spoke up immediately. Li Bai absolutely couldn't keep such fine liquor to himself. Every time I return, the liquor my friends drink leaves me feeling rather queasy. So I intend to let them taste it too, then bring the brewing technique back with me. Only by seeing the finished product will they understand the level of fermentation required. After hearing Li Bai's words, Su Qi, standing nearby, saw a flicker of understanding in his eyes. I see. In that case, I'll select the most valuable bottle of baijiu for you. Li Bai extends his gratitude to Mr. Su. Li Bai raised his hand. After selecting one for Li Bai, Su Qi turned his attention to the others. Just then, Li Shimen approached again. Old Li, didn't you just finish choosing? What's this about changing your mind? Su Qi's gaze held a hint of curiosity. The others were one thing. But Li Shimen was a different story entirely. The male group he led had earned a considerable amount of money. It could be said that Li Shimen was currently the one who purchased the most supplies. Of course, next month it would be Ying Zheng's turn. But for now, it was still Li Shimen. Su Zheng, I have other ideas in mind. I'll get a bottle of fine wine, and for the rest, I'll switch to a set of tools specifically for making gunpowder and weapons. Ever since I returned, I'd been commissioning people to craft firearms, but I've discovered one particularly challenging aspect. That is the barrel. I believe acquiring a set of tools specifically for this purpose would be far more convenient. After hearing his words, Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. That makes sense. Some things are fundamentally different. Even the most basic firearm requires a barrel of exceptional precision. If you were to rely solely on your own efforts, the time required would be considerable. You simply cannot achieve it on your own in such a short time. Su Qi said indifferently. Then just wait here. I'll go order a set, it shouldn't be too difficult. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimen hurriedly replied. Then I'm truly grateful, Mr. Su. Su Qi nodded without further comment. His gaze fell upon Wu Zetian. She too hailed from the Tang Dynasty, both destined to become emperors in the future. But Wu Zetian was entirely different from Li Shimen. For Li Shimen had already secured Li Yuan's consent. He now wielded considerable autonomy. Moreover, under these circumstances, Li Shimen himself intended to advance his position ahead of schedule. In contrast, consider Wu Zetian at this moment. Even if history ultimately saw her ascend to the throne, it would not be at this moment. At present, she was merely a lowly dancer. Mr. Su, I'd like a set that I can take home and practice dancing with. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. His eyes filled with confusion. Why was that? Even if you go back alone, you can still practice dancing. Or could it be you're interested in modern dance? After hearing Su Qi's words, Wu Zetian nodded. Exactly. I don't want to grow step by step like before. According to historical records, it would take me decades to ascend to power. I intend to fight for myself. Hearing these words, Su Qi's eyes lit up. To fight for myself. At that moment, Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. His eyes held a mix of curiosity and astonishment. What do you think it would take for you to give it your all? He asked, sounding somewhat surprised. However, after hearing his words, Wu Zetian spoke up immediately. I intend to draw closer to Emperor Taizong through an even more alluring dance. As she spoke these words, her gaze fell upon Li Shimen in the distance. At that moment, Li Shimen, who had also heard the words, twitched his lips slightly. What are you planning to do? Li Shimen asked, his face brimming with astonishment. Yet Wu Zetian paid him no heed. In the beginning, Wu Zetian had still feared Li Shimen to some extent. But now, things were entirely different. He and Li Shimen were not even from the same era. Under these circumstances, even if he provoked Li Shimen here, Li Shimen would not dare to confront her. Even upon returning, he would have no means to confront the Wu Zetian of that world. Li Shimen would have to wait at least 2 or 3 decades to truly track him down. Thus Wu Zetian paid it no mind. Li Shimen was furious enough to stomp his feet, yet he was truly powerless. He could only snort coldly and speak. Rest assured, once I ascend the throne and master the production of gunpowder and firearms, by then, everything will change. Not a single one of your so-called schemes will succeed. Wu Zetian merely chuckled softly. She naturally had no intention of antagonizing Li Shishi here, but she wouldn't abandon her own pursuits because of his threats. After all, he had already begun self-studying physics, chemistry, and biology, and was starting from scratch to build a nuclear bomb. Of course, this would take a very long time. But Wu Zetian possessed that confidence. Got it. I'll find you a used tablet and download some dance videos from here. You can practice diligently back home. Once you've mastered them, come back for another update. Though it would be difficult, 280 yuan could indeed buy a used tablet. Su Qi's gaze swept around the room. At that moment, he spotted Lu Feng and the other two in the distance. What about you three? After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Feng and the others exchanged glances. Then Lu Feng stepped forward and spoke up. We're currently following Lu Guan, Zheng, and the others. I discussed it with them earlier. If possible, we hope General Su could help us procure more grain and the methods for crafting weapons. Other items are not as urgent. Chapter 144, Divine Weapons. After hearing his words, Su Qi nodded slightly. He knew Lu Feng was right. If they were to proceed as they had initially planned, then Su Qi could only offer them items of limited value at this point. Then he'd equip them with a basic set of gear offering some protection, and finally provide a decent weapon. After all, the common man bears no guilt, but possessing a precious gem invites blame. In the past, even if they bore no guilt themselves, possessing something too valuable would become a death sentence. But now, everything had changed. They had chosen to follow Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Moreover, Lu, Guan, and Zhang were soon to bring Zhuge Liang out of seclusion. Under these circumstances, providing them with more valuable items was the wisest course. Su Qi pondered briefly. Then he stated directly. Then I'll provide you with more seeds. As for the forging techniques for weapons, that's still quite challenging. Modern weapons are superior to yours. Beyond firearms, cold steel isn't something you can easily produce either. After all, the most crucial factor in weaponry today is the material. Take steel, for instance. Even the iron available today is far superior to what you had back then. You could say there's no need to specialize in weapon making anymore. Just grab a piece of sheet iron, do some basic processing, and you've got a decent weapon. In your ancient times, that would have been considered a divine weapon. Su Qi spoke directly. After a moment's thought, he continued slowly. Weapons like these, even if I just provided you with steel, your current wages wouldn't buy much. Here's what we'll do, I'll make you one first. You go back and let Liu Bei and the others test it out. Beyond that, I'll teach you how to smelt iron and steel. If you can master the process, with a little finishing work, you'll be able to produce them yourselves. That's better than constantly buying them here. After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Feng and the other two nodded repeatedly. Truthfully, they had little grasp of what Su Qi was actually saying. To them, what Su Qi described sounded like nothing short of a fairy tale. But they all understood one thing. No need for further discussion, just follow Su Qi's lead. After all, he had already proven his capabilities. Even if they didn't bring back anything worthwhile this time, it wouldn't matter. Lu, Guan, and Zhang would never abandon the three of them. Lu Feng and the others trust Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei's integrity. That's good. Su Qi gave a slight nod. He then instructed everyone to wait. He himself stepped outside. Su Qi drove his car and soon entered the city. He found a hardware store. He had a piece of steel processed on the spot. After a few modifications, it became a decent-looking large knife. He then drove straight back with it. The entire round trip took less than 2 hours. At this moment, those people were still lingering in the scenic area. Upon seeing Su Qi return, they all crowded around. Mr. Su, what on earth did you get? Meng Tian stepped forward. His gaze immediately fell upon the large knife clutched in Su Qi's hand. It looked rather crude. Yet the blade itself glinted with an unusual cold light. Just one glance made his eyes twitch slightly. He always felt that thing had quite the power. It was just a large blade I'd forged from steel. The feel in your hand probably isn't great after all, it can't compare to the blades you've spent so long crafting. But its sharpness is quite impressive. Su Qi stated directly. Without hesitation, he handed it to Meng Tian across from him. Meng Tian's eyes lit up as he took the greatsword before him. He swung it a couple of times. Then he nodded. Indeed, the feel of it still left much to be desired. But it felt remarkably light, swinging effortlessly. He just wondered how sharp and durable it was. He couldn't help but speak up. After hearing his words, Su Qi simply smiled and said, "There are steel pipes and such outside. You can test it out. If it doesn't feel right, you can even grab some pork from the kitchen, make sure it's the kind with the skin on." Upon hearing this, Meng Tian's gaze shifted toward Ying Zhang. Ying Zhang immediately dispatched 2 officials to the kitchen. Soon, they returned with a large piece of pork. It came with a large section of skin still attached. Normally, cutting it would take considerable time. But Meng Tian hesitated not a moment. Wielding his great sword, he swung it down with force. With a sharp, wet sound, the blade fell, the hide split. This was astonishingly sharp. Meng Tian's eyes lit up. In that instant, he finally understood the purpose of this blade. Such a razor-sharp blade, touch it and you die. A single strike meant certain death. He had already envisioned the scenario if he returned to battle opposing commanders. Should both sides strike simultaneously, his armor would likely protect him from serious harm. But the enemy would surely be instantly dispatched. Your Majesty, this weapon is truly remarkable. Meng Tian stared intently at Ying Zheng. His eyes brimmed with excitement. Seeing Meng Tian's gaze, Ying Zheng's mouth twitched slightly. They had 50 people here, and the pay was decent enough. But remember, they'd only worked for 2 days. Therefore, he turned his head away, ignoring Meng Tian completely. At that moment, Meng Tian approached Ying Zheng, brandishing the great sword before him. Your Majesty, if this weapon were issued to our commanders, we would be unstoppable in battle. After hearing his words, Ying Zheng's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his head away once more. Meng Tian, undeterred, pressed closer. Over there, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing more. He simply turned to Lu Feng beside him, and the three of them spoke directly. Once you return, relay everything I've said to Lu, Huan, and Zheng. Remember, according to history, they will have a very long time. At the very least, you'll have no trouble living to see it. So there's no need to rush into changing your lord. He said with a cheerful smile. Across from him, Lu Feng and the other two nodded repeatedly. Their eyes all held smiles. Thank you, Mr. Su. With these supplies from Mr. Su, the three of us will certainly live better. Su Qi chuckled softly. The three individuals before him were perhaps the least ambitious of all. But that was to be expected after all, they were just ordinary people. They weren't even soldiers. In ancient times, having enough to eat was already a blessing. What dreams could they possibly have? Chapter 145, Whatever Works. At this moment, Su Qi's gaze turned to Ying Zheng across from him. Now, only Ying Zheng remained without making a purchase. What might the Qin king wish to purchase? Ying Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment's thought, he broke into a smile. Mr. Su, I'd like a set of standardized weights and measures. Upon hearing this, Su Qi paused in surprise. Weren't you already working on that? Why request it here now? Isn't that a bit too hasty? This puzzled Su Qi. Given Qin Shi Huang's current progress, unifying the 6 states would still take some time. At this juncture, demanding the unification of weights and measures was clearly premature. At the very least, he should have conquered all 6 states first. Yet, suddenly, something occurred to him. Immediately, Su Qi stared at Qin Shi Huang in astonishment. You're planning to seize it outright? Qin Shi Huang nodded slightly. Mr. Su, you're truly a genius, you guessed it right away. Seeing the other's expression, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't help but speak up. That's one way to do it. Once you've copied everything, you won't need to do anything else. Then you can standardize the script later and unify everything else at the same time. Or why not just copy everything back, text and all? Then future generations won't need to learn anything else. It'd be like you, Qin Shi Huang, finished it all yourself. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke. He didn't have much to say about people from other dynasties. Whether it was Liu Bang, Xiangyu, or Li Shimin. They held significant historical importance, but that was the extent of it. Only one man was entirely different. That was the Qin Shi Huang before him. Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states and established the concept of a unified empire. Precisely because of this, Liu Bang later did not divide the world with Xiangyu. Instead, they tore up the books and went straight to war. Of course, this was only possible because Liu Bang had built up sufficient strength. But people today often feel Qin Shi Huang didn't conquer enough. After all, having unified the 6 states, why stop there? Beyond the 6 states lay countless other lands. At that very moment, Qin Shi Huang smiled. From this day forward, the people I have brought with me must study the writing of this era daily, along with numbers and such. They must master all these things and bring them all back with them. He spoke up excitedly. His eyes sparkled with excitement. For Qin Shi Huang, he fully understood that while bringing these things back might not yield immediate results. But if he succeeded, his achievements would be greatly magnified. Then he wouldn't merely be the emperor for the ages, he would be the Qin Shi Huang who ruled the ages with absolute authority. Meng Tian and the others listened nearby. Their eyes also lit up. Truth be told, there was one major difficulty in the dynasty they lived in at that time. That was the lack of a unified written language. Under such circumstances, a single character could have over a dozen different ways of being written. Yet if Qin Shi Huang succeeded, writing would be unified, and everything would be unified. And it would be highly unified with modern times. Su Qi couldn't help but look forward to that time. Oh, here, take a look at this. Su Qi suddenly produced a world map and handed it directly to the Qin Shi Huang sitting across from him. This is a world map. Beyond the 6 kingdoms lie even vaster lands. Once you've unified the 6 kingdoms and have the resources to spare, why not advance further into these lands? Moreover, based on the history we now know, these regions are sparsely populated, with armies numbering at most a few thousand. Should you launch an attack, it would be a near total rout. After hearing Su Qi's words, Zheng studied the map intently, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. So that's how it is. I had assumed their strength was formidable, so I planned to first build a great wall to encircle them after conquering the 6 states. Then, when the opportunity arose, we could advance together to the outer regions. But if they're this weak, then I can simply wipe them out outright. He chuckled as he spoke. Then I shall once again look forward to the Qin King's unification of the world. The unification of the world. Su Qi also smiled. Besides that, bring some common items like white sugar, salt, and sweet potato seeds. Upon returning, I will vigorously develop our military capabilities. If possible, we can use this strength to directly eliminate the other 6 states. Achieving unification ahead of schedule. The Qin King clenched his fist, his eyes now gleaming with excitement. He understood that under the current circumstances, with certain scenic areas as his backing, no other power could ever defeat Qin. The Qin Dynasty would certainly not collapse after only 2 generations. Instead, it would continue to flourish, ultimately achieving a level of unification that would endure for ages. Then I look forward to your progress. Su Qi also broke into a smile. Amidst a flash of white light, Huang and the others all departed. Su Qi stretched lazily, glancing toward Lu Feng and the others in the distance. You 3 can head back later. Although the scenic area is effectively closed today, it's still better to leave a couple of people behind. Just in case of emergencies. Besides, there wouldn't be much for you to do back at the station anyway, right? Hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Feng and the others who had intended to carry all the supplies back immediately halted in their tracks. Lu Feng spoke up directly. We'll follow Su's lead. We're actually quite content staying here after all, we still need to relocate to Lu Bei's territory. Su Qi nodded without further comment and arranged for them to stay within the scenic area. He then headed to his office. He then opened the edited videos sent by the part-time college student. These videos no longer required Su Qi to film them personally. Now, all he had to do was wait. As he watched the dozen or so videos she had sent, Su Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Not bad, each video was of high quality. If he could just get all these videos out there, he might just go viral overnight. Wouldn't the daily traffic then reach tens of thousands, or even over 100,000? Just imagining that scenario made Su Qi grin from ear to ear. He understood that the more traffic he got, the more ancient people he could summon. If daily traffic hit 100,000, Su Qi couldn't even imagine if he'd be able to summon an entire legion. Of course, summoning an entire legion would be for labor, nothing else. After all, with modern technology and weaponry, even a massive army would be nothing but cannon fodder. Chapter 146, My Blade is Gone. Qin State. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing had just returned. At that moment, they spotted Bai Qi across the way. You brought back the supplies. Bai Qi exclaimed excitedly. He saw the large quantities of equipment and supplies in Li Zhuo, Lu Qing, and the others' arms. He hurried over and picked up a single lens barrel. What is this? He asked curiously. Li Zhuo immediately answered. Reporting to the general, this is a telescope. By adjusting it, one can see extremely distant locations. Oh, so there's such a thing. Bai Qi was somewhat surprised and quickly raised it to his eyes. The next moment, objects kilometers away instantly appeared before his eyes. He instinctively took a step back. He hastily lowered the telescope, only to see nothing in the distance. When he raised them again, the distant location reappeared. At that moment, he couldn't help but cheer. Excellent, excellent. This thing can see incredibly far. With this, when we fight in the future, we can take out the enemy before they even spot us. He chuckled as he spoke. His eyes sparkled with a unique excitement at that moment. Oh, right, white sugar, did you guys bring it back? I'm going to build Big Ivan. Bai Qi's anticipation was palpable. After hearing his words, the two beside him exchanged glances, then without hesitation, they stepped aside. Behind them, several guards were carrying several large bags of white sugar. That's the stuff. Li Zhuo spoke up immediately. Bai Qi stepped forward, scooped some sugar into his mouth, and gently tasted it. His eyes lit up. This was it, snow white as cotton, intensely sweet. Now, using the knowledge you've memorized, let's make one. He spoke as he led everyone outside. Next, he took a ceramic jar, added some shards, then mixed in sulfur and saltpeter before finally adding sugar in the correct proportion. General, allow me to proceed. Lu Qing approached, clasping his hands together in a respectful gesture. Bai Qi glanced at him and shook his head. Such a historic moment must naturally be handled by this general himself. All of you, withdraw. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing immediately interjected. General, if something goes wrong with this artifact, it could injure you. At that moment, Bai Qi's gaze turned icy. I said I'll do it, so I will. Everyone, step back. Seeing Bai Qi lose his temper, Lu Qing and the others felt helpless but had no choice but to retreat to a distance. Bai Qi lit the fuse and flung the object forward. The next instant, an explosion erupted. Shrapnel flew in all directions. Several prisoners, positioned in advance, were instantly pierced by the shrapnel. They were instantly blown away. When Bai Qi approached, he saw they were utterly dead. Not bad, not bad. Bai Qi nodded with a satisfied smile. With this device, we'll no longer be stretched thin against the enemy. You lot deserve major credit. He addressed Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and the others. Upon hearing his words, Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and the others all lit up with excitement. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The Tang Dynasty. Upon returning, Li Shimen immediately spotted Li Yuan across the way. What treasures did you bring back this time? Li Yuan immediately leaned in, his face brimming with excitement as he asked. After hearing his words, Li Shimen replied directly. It's much the same as before. The only difference is that I've brought back some materials for modifying gun barrels. This should make our firearms more accurate and powerful. Oh? Then hurry up and get to work. I must see the finished product as soon as possible. Li Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Li Shimen wasted no time, turning and leaving immediately. He picked up the barrel-making tools and soon, directing several craftsmen, fashioned a genuine barrel. Following the traditional method of crafting earthen firearms, he assembled it directly. Then, he aimed at several distant targets. Li Shimen pulled the trigger sharply. The bullet shot out. It pierced right through both targets. Your Highness, it went right through. Our armor simply can't stop bullets like this for now. With this weapon, we can instantly kill any enemy we face. Zheng he exclaimed excitedly upon witnessing the scene. Upon hearing this, Li Shimen also let a faint smile touch his lips. It seems my plans can be accelerated. He remarked indifferently, turning his gaze toward the distant Grand Hall. At that moment, Li Yuan was beaming with delight as he watched the scene unfold. Li Shimen also smiled. Yet beneath his smile lay something more, a hint of greed. It was greed for power. Li Shimen sought to ascend to power prematurely. And now, there was only one person left to eliminate Li Yuan. Of course, Li Shimen would not kill Li Yuan outright. Instead, as recorded in the history books, he would imprison him and grant him the title of Taishang Huang Emperor Emeritus. As for his so-called elder brother, the so-called Crown Prince, if he knew his place, he wouldn't have to die. If he didn't, the lawyers wouldn't mind sending him to meet the King of Hell. 3 kingdoms. The 3 have returned. Liu Bei approached, bowed respectfully, then smiled warmly at the trio before him. It was already evening. Lu Feng, who had been left behind by Su Qi, and the other 2 had finished their shifts and were teleported back. Lord Lu, we've returned. This time we've acquired some tools and supplies. It should be enough. Saying this, Lu Feng directly handed over the machete. Guan Yu stepped forward, running a hand over his beard. He looked at the modified machete, which now appeared somewhat battered. This thing looks rather ordinary. Almost worn out. Is this thing really any good? Guan Yu spoke directly. He wasn't trying to belittle it, it genuinely didn't look very promising. However, Lu Feng looked straight at Guan Yu and said with a smile. General Guan, you're welcome to try it. No need to trouble second brother, let me handle it. Zhang Fei pushed his way forward, snatching the machete from Lu Feng's hand. He then stepped aside, aimed it at his own weapon, and swung down with all his might. With a sharp crack, his 8-foot-long snake spear was severed clean through the blade. After witnessing this, Zhang Fei froze in shock. This, my weapon. Brother, my spear's gone. He bellowed. His face contorted with anguish. He'd been using this weapon for so long, and now it had just snapped clean off. Seeing this, Liu Bei could only offer a helpless consolation. Third brother, don't panic. Though your sword has broken, don't you have a better weapon now? This weapon is yours to keep. Chapter 147, Zhuge Liang's Distrust. Thank you, elder brother. Zhang Fei instantly stopped crying. Instead, he became extremely excited, clutching the great sword in his hands with obvious affection. Seeing this, the 2 men beside him both felt their mouths twitch slightly. As for Lu Feng across from them, he quickly interjected. General Zheng, there's no need for such reverence. This is merely a sample provided by Mr. Su. Mr. Su has already entrusted me with the techniques for steel and iron production. We can produce it ourselves. Soon, weapons like this will be manufactured in batches. Hearing this, Liu Bei's eyes lit up. If that's truly the case, once every soldier in our army is equipped with such weapons, wouldn't we be unbeatable in battle? Whether it's Cao Cao or Sun Quan, we could cut them down directly. Brilliant! Brilliant! He spoke with a smile. Just then, a figure approached from the distance. Liu Bei hurried forward to greet him, clasping his hands together as he spoke. Mr. Wulong. Zhuge Liang gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward Lu Feng in the distance. He's gone, he said as he approached. Is this the supplies you brought back from that so-called scenic area? Originally, Liu Bei had intended to invite Zhuge Liang over, requiring 3 visits to the thatched cottage. But since Liu Bei and his men already knew the course of history, they completed the 3 visits in a single day. Naturally, Zhuge Liang had no desire to emerge under such underhanded circumstances. Liu Bei then proceeded to recount several subsequent events. After hearing this, Zhuge Liang instantly understood. He hesitated no longer and stepped out. His gaze now fixed intently on Lu Feng. If you've acquired any specialized techniques, you can pass them directly to me. After I refine them, I can then pass them on to others. After hearing his words, Lu Feng paused, glancing involuntarily at Liu Bei. Then he spoke directly. Mr. Wulong, there's absolutely no need to refine these specialized techniques. After all, they've already been perfected in the future. Their efficiency is already quite high. Zhuge Liang also paused for a moment. He quickly smiled and said, "Indeed, I was too hasty. However, whether these techniques are truly effective still requires verification." After hearing these words, Lu Feng beside him instantly realized Zhuge Liang didn't trust him. He couldn't help but glance at Liu Bei. Liu Bei stepped forward and addressed Zhuge Liang. "Mr. Wulong, Lu Feng and his family of 3 are extraordinary individuals I encountered. They possess remarkable fortune, attend work punctually every day, and the items they bring back are undoubtedly genuine." He continued. "However, with our current capabilities, we might not be able to fully replicate the technology of the future. Some modifications are necessary to meet certain demands." After smoothing things over, Liu Bei immediately asked Lu Feng to introduce other supplies. Scenic area. The next morning, amidst several flashes of white light, Li Shishi and his group all arrived at the scenic area. At that moment, Su Qi's figure immediately came into view. "Mr. Su, you've come here to greet us?" Li Shishi hurried over and spoke up. Su Qi gave a slight nod. "Yesterday was essentially a day off for everyone, so today we must work diligently. Plus, since I posted those videos, several of them have gone viral. The palm dance performed by Wu Kairan and Chu Boang is incredibly popular right now. If time permits today, they could perform it several more times." Upon hearing his words, Wu Zetian and Xiang Yu, standing at a distance, both nodded in agreement. Once everyone had departed, Su Qi turned his gaze toward Li Shishi. "Old Li, how are the new employees settling in? No hiccups, right?" Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi replied immediately. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, everything is running smoothly. Everyone's integrating well. After all, almost everyone has someone to guide them. Even at the most challenging ticket counter, Miss Ying has trained her cousin excellent work." After hearing this, Su Qi also smiled. "As long as the scenic area runs smoothly, everything is perfect. Otherwise, given his current situation, expanding the park scale in the short term would be quite challenging. Alright, that's good. Keep a close eye on things today. The performances must run flawlessly. If time permits, we could also add a few more programs." Li Shishi nodded repeatedly. Then he went to make arrangements for the others. At that moment, Su Qi gazed into the distance. A figure approached from that direction. It was none other than the part-time college student from earlier. After approaching, she smiled brightly at Su Qi. "Mr. Su, yesterday's video was great, right? Any rewards?" he said cheerfully. Su Qi glanced at her and returned the smile. "Don't worry. I'll pay you triple your usual rate for yesterday." Hearing this, the female college student's eyes lit up. She was just working part-time here, and her pay wasn't much. Triple pay meant 1 day's work equaled 3 days' wages, which naturally thrilled him immensely. "So if we get another viral video like that in the future, could we double it again?" he asked with a cheerful smile. Su Qi smiled at that moment and nodded slightly. "Of course. Thank you, Mr. Su." The college girl was practically ready to jump for joy. "Rest assured, I'll do my best with the photos today. I'll strive to capture Wu Siren's appearance at its best. By the way, Mr. Su, don't your employees have real names? I can only call them by their stage names." Hearing this, Su Qi immediately responded with a smile. "They've all received professional training, they must use their stage names within the scenic area." The female student sighed slightly but still laughed excitedly. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qi couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. It seems we really can't hire too many modern people. Otherwise, with their curiosity, they might eventually figure it out. But for just this short period, it shouldn't be a problem. Su Qi made his way to the performance area. His gaze immediately fell upon Ying Zheng, who was currently on stage. He was circling the pillar. As for that pillar, Ying Zheng had brought it himself. Indeed, after Su Qi mentioned it on the first day, Ying Zheng had his men dismantle the pillar the very next day. As for his own palace, they'd likely installed a new one there. And now, they didn't even bother taking this pillar back. It remained planted there day after day. Ying Zheng's current task was to circle around the pillar. Their reenactment of Zheng Ke's assassination attempt on Ying Zheng grew increasingly polished. They'd even developed a new way to make money. They invited tourists to come and experience it for themselves. They could not only play the role of Zheng Ke, but also take on the part of the Qin king, or even become one of the ministers watching the spectacle unfold. In short, both sides were thoroughly entertained. Chapter 148, New Arrivals. The day passed quickly. After work, everyone went home cheerfully. Only Li Shishi remained behind. "Aren't you going back now?" Su Qi asked curiously. Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi broke into a smile. Mr. Su, matters over there are nearly settled. Now we just need to wait. By the way, could you bring my father over? If you manage to bring him here, then the Tang Dynasty would practically be mine. I wouldn't have to wait for the Xuanwu Gate incident anymore. He suddenly interjected. After hearing his words, Su Qi rolled his eyes helplessly. Don't tell me I don't want to. Even if I did, what special talents does your father possess? Hearing this, Li Shimin paused in surprise. After a moment's thought, he cautiously replied. He could learn to be a rogue from Liu Bang. If that doesn't work, let him become a beggar. That should be acceptable, right? Su Qi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That still depends on luck. But what you're suggesting still isn't famous enough. After all, Liu Bang's reputation as a rogue was legendary. Otherwise, how could he have been recruited specifically to play the rogue? Take Li Bai, for instance. He was the immortal poet and a sword immortal at that. Such a figure commands immense fame. His fame even surpassed that of many emperors. Then there's Wu Zetian, history's first and only female emperor. Though she achieved little in governance, her status remains unquestionable. And then there's you, Li Er. You ushered in the golden age of the entire Tang Dynasty, and your fame is truly immense. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimin sighed helplessly. The events Su Qi mentioned, he had read about in history books. Thus, he understood them well. Likewise, he knew his father, Li Yuan, had achieved little of particular renown. Fine. For Li Shimin, it didn't really matter whether Li Yuan was summoned or not. He simply needed more time to orchestrate the Xuanwu Gate incident. But it could still be done. Alright, go to sleep now. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke, then headed straight back to his hotel. Li Shimin also returned to his quarters. Shortly after arriving, Su Qi briefly reviewed the video sent by the female college student before uploading it to the short video platform. Then he prepared to sleep. Just then, the system's notification chime suddenly echoed in his mind. Current revenue is sufficient to summon new employees. Upon hearing this, Su Qi instantly felt wide awake. So he really could summon new employees. He wondered what kind of employee would appear this time. Now that all aspects were sufficiently prepared, if he could summon an employee who could transform the scenic area, making it feel more authentically ancient, that would give visitors a much stronger sense of immersion. As he pondered this, Su Qi shook his head. He knew the odds were slim. After all, under these circumstances, nothing was that simple. The park was so vast that unless he could summon an entire renovation crew, otherwise, summoning just one or two people even if they could alter the park would take an incredibly long time. Extraction. Su Qi spoke up. Moments later, the extraction was complete. Without hesitation, Su Qi immediately opened the employee roster. Scrolling to the very end, he spotted a new name. Employee Yuan Shundi. Era, Yuan Dynasty. Days worked, 28 days. Base salary, 280. Performance bonus, none. Bonus, none. Penalties, none. Total wage, 280. Upon seeing this name, Su Qi was taken aback for a moment. No way, I was just thinking about needing someone with construction expertise, and here they are. Emperor Shun of the Yuan Dynasty was the last emperor of the Yuan Dynasty. And his most renowned talent was undoubtedly his architectural genius. He possessed extraordinary expertise in both architecture and design. He was revered as the Emperor Liu Ban. Such a figure, if he were to come, could indeed transform the entire scenic area. However, he could only draw up blueprints. Actual construction would still require considerable time. Not bad, not bad. Seems the system selects people based on my needs. Su Qi chuckled to himself. He hesitated no longer, immediately scampering off with a spring in his step. Then he headed outside. Soon, he arrived at Li Shimin's quarters and knocked lightly on the door. When Li Shimin opened the door, he saw Su Qi's face filled with surprise. Mr. Su, calling me out so late, is there something you need? Through Li Shimin's silhouette, he glanced into the room. He could see numerous blueprints scattered throughout the room. They bore his own scribbles and sketches. Clearly, even in the evening hours, Li Shimin did not retire to sleep immediately, but instead devoted time to study. If someone like him couldn't be emperor, who could? Su Qi shook his head, saying nothing more. Instead, he spoke directly. New recruits will arrive at the scenic area tomorrow. You'll be responsible for their orientation. After hearing his words, Li Shimin froze for a moment. Then, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Newcomers? Mr. Su, I wonder what kind of newcomer this time? He asked curiously. Upon hearing his words, his brow furrowed, and at that moment, it twitched slightly. He spoke directly. This newcomer is a genius. You'll see for yourself soon enough. A genius? Li Shimin paused in surprise. If he were a genius, countless faces would inevitably flicker through his mind. But in the end, he sighed and said nothing more. For he understood that history had produced far too many geniuses. If he were to guess, he truly couldn't figure it out right now. Su Qi returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, falling instantly asleep. He planned to have a proper talk with Emperor Yuan Shun tomorrow. He wanted to see how the other man intended to transform the entire scenic area. Meanwhile, Li Shishi hadn't slept a wink all night. Curiosity drove him to research all night, desperate to uncover the identity of the awakened one. Yet in the end, he found nothing conclusive. Early the next morning, Su Qi stretched lazily and stepped outside. At that moment, Li Shishi followed him out. Only, he looked a bit sluggish. "Old Li, what's the matter? Still half asleep?" Su Qi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Li Shishi sighed helplessly. "Mr. Su, I spent all night last night researching materials. I didn't sleep at all." Hearing this, Su Qi paused in surprise. Then he smiled. "Don't worry. The new recruit will arrive soon, and your curiosity will be satisfied shortly." Chapter 149, The King Who Lost His Kingdom. Li Shishi nodded, saying nothing more. After all, he would see it in just a few minutes. As a faint white light flickered, one by one, the entire group arrived at the scenic area. Huang, seeing the vast number of his court officials gathered here, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Su Qi's direction. Then he walked straight over. "Mr. Su, I have an unwelcome request." Hearing this, Su Qi's expression turned curious. "Just say what you need. After all, I'm your descendant. If it's within my power, I'll certainly do it," Su Qi said with a smile. Huang then turned his gaze toward Meng Tian and the others in the distance and spoke. "Mr. Su, these are all my court ministers. I can't even finish attending court every day." They were summoned here directly. "Since there's still time before work begins, could you arrange a place for us to finish attending court?" Upon hearing this, Su Qi immediately burst into laughter. "That's perfectly fine." His gaze shifted to Lu Bang beside him. "Old Lu, why don't you help the first emperor find a place? I recall there's a hall over east that's not being used right now. We can just give it to the first emperor." Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang, smiling broadly, nodded in agreement. He then led Zheng and the others directly there. However, the others remained behind. They all knew Su Qi rarely came here without a purpose. In other words, Su Qi only came here when he had business. Otherwise, it usually meant new recruits had arrived. Since Su Qi had arrived so early, it must mean a new recruit was coming. Since no one was on duty, everyone decided to wait here and see who the newcomer was. Even Yuan Shoucheng remained at a distance, watching with curiosity. Moments later, a flash of white light flickered. The next instant, a figure materialized before the crowd. The mere sight of this figure made people feel slightly uneasy. Especially his attire. It appeared utterly different from everyone else's. After Emperor Yuan Shun appeared, he scanned the assembled crowd with curiosity. Then his gaze settled directly on Su Qi. He could tell at a glance that Su Qi's attire was entirely different from everyone else's. This must be the so-called person in charge he had heard about. He walked straight over, bowed to Su Qi, and spoke. "Emperor Yuan Shun greets Mr. Su." Hearing his words, Su Qi smiled. "You've arrived at just the right moment. I genuinely need your help right now." Hearing Su Qi's words, Emperor Yuan Shun's expression turned puzzled. "What exactly do you mean by need?" Emperor Yuan Shun was himself an emperor, clearly in the midst of his enthronement ceremony. Even the attire he wore was an imperial dragon robe. As an emperor summoned to this place, he was naturally filled with confusion. Su Qi offered no further explanation, instead directing his gaze toward Li Shishi in the distance. "Old Li, you explain our situation to Emperor Yuan Shun. Try to wrap it up quickly, I've got other business to discuss with him shortly." Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi wasted no time, stepping directly before Emperor Yuan Shun. After briefly introducing himself, he launched into a discussion about the scenic area. Moments later, Li Shishi finished his explanation. Emperor Yuan Shun now wore an expression of utter astonishment. "So that's how it is. I never imagined I would be so fortunate. This is truly splendid," he said with a smile. Then he turned his gaze toward Su Qi. "Mr. Su, I wonder what talent of mine has earned me the honor of your summons. Since I've arrived at the scenic area, I am now part of it. I'll definitely showcase my talents to the fullest." He spoke with obvious excitement, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. After hearing his words, Su Qi let out a faint smile at that moment. "The scenic area needs ambitious individuals like you. You'll definitely get promoted and a raise in the future." Su Qi smiled broadly as he painted a rosy picture. Then he continued. "First, review the history of your area to avoid major issues. Since you're already here at the scenic area, you must ensure your own safety. Take note of any precautions and pay attention to them all. Old Li, take Yuan Shun Di to have a look around." Li Shishi gave an okay gesture. He then led the Yuan Shun emperor aside. He then pulled out his phone to search for information about him. 10 minutes later, Emperor Shun of Yuan's face was filled with utter astonishment. I'm actually the ruler of a fallen nation." His face was etched with astonishment. He had thought he could at least survive that era. Yet here he was, the ruler of a fallen kingdom. In that moment, he drew a deep breath. He scrutinized the historical records. He clutched his phone, not daring to let go for even a moment. Yet moments later, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhu Yuanzhang was truly formidable. Judging by this, even if I had known all this beforehand, there would be no way to resolve it. Could it be that I'll die within a year at most? He couldn't help but mutter. His eyes were filled with panic. However, after hearing his words, Li Shishi immediately responded with a cheerful smile. Don't worry. It's not as bad as you think. Though it's only a year. The scenic area is quite different from what you imagine. What you'll gain here isn't just knowledge of future history. More importantly, you'll receive support from the scenic area itself. What kind of support? Emperor Shun of Yuan froze for a moment. He couldn't fathom what kind of support could transform a ruler destined to lose his kingdom into one who wouldn't. Li Shishi offered no further explanation. He pulled out his phone, showing him the firearms, grain supplies, and various other items one by one. After viewing everything, Emperor Shun of Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. These were truly extraordinary weapons. Crops yielding thousands of pounds per acre. If he could bring all these things back, wouldn't it propel an entire era into prosperity? How could I possibly bring these things back? He exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. Li Shishi then spoke up. Well, naturally, it would require money. That is, your salary. At your current salary level, you could buy quite a few seeds in a month. But if you're talking about those mechanical contraptions, it would take several months of work. But we're all learning the knowledge now. Once you master it, you can make them yourself back home. Sure, the results might be a bit inferior, but it'll be enough for your needs. Chapter 150, start with 30,000. After hearing Li Shimon's words, Emperor Yuan Shun finally exhaled a slow breath of relief. At that moment, his drive to work surged far beyond what it had been before. Others could still develop gradually. Even with just an ordinary salary, given enough time, one could accumulate considerable wealth. But Yuan Shun was different. At best, he had little over a year left. Within this year and a bit, he must do everything in his power to change his current situation. Otherwise, the only path awaiting him was destruction. There he was, Emperor Shun of Yuan, scurrying eagerly before Su Qi. Mr. Su, whatever task you require of me now, please assign it freely. He declared, his eyes burning with eagerness. Su Qi had previously mentioned that diligent work could lead to promotions and raises. And that was precisely what he desired. He understood that only with sufficient wealth could he alter the dire circumstances of his dynasty. Otherwise, he truly risked becoming a fallen ruler of history. Seeing his expression, Su Qi offered a faint smile. I like your drive. But first, let's test your abilities. Come with me. After taking a few steps, Su Qi turned his gaze toward Li Shishi in the distance. Old Li, you come too. Yes, Mr. Su. Li Shishi replied, immediately following suit. They walked slowly forward. Soon they reached the innermost position. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze flickered slightly. He pointed to the rear mountain before them and spoke. This rear mountain was originally intended to be transformed into scenic areas, but due to limitations at the time, coupled with poor design, it ended up abandoned. Do you think you could renovate it? He turned to look at Yuan Shun beside him. His face was filled with excitement. The ancient city itself was already quite large. But that was all. In Su Qi's view, the ancient city still wasn't big enough. Thanks to short videos, the ancient city was now thriving. The daily foot traffic kept growing. One day, it would become so crowded that it would be overwhelming. Su Qi understood this completely. Therefore, under these circumstances, change is necessary. Although it shouldn't get too crowded in the short term. But if we wait until it's already packed to make changes, it will be too late. Yuan Shun looked at the object ahead. He walked straight over and began inspecting. Moments later, he returned and addressed Su Qi directly. This place looks quite suitable. If we proceed with the renovations, it should be fully completed within 3 months. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. 3 months wasn't a long time. How many people will you need? Li Shishi asked from the side. He knew full well that such a large-scale renovation project required sufficient manpower. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete it quickly. After hearing his words, Emperor Yuan Shun pondered for a moment. Then he stated directly. 30,000 men. Put. Su Qi immediately sprayed out the water he had just swallowed. His eyes widened in utter astonishment. 30,000? Emperor Yuan Shun nodded. A project of this scale would require at least 30,000 workers to complete within 3 months. Otherwise, it would take considerably longer. Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't help but speak up. My entire scenic area has just over 100 people at most. And they all have their own duties. They can't help you on short notice. Where on earth am I supposed to find 30,000 people? After hearing his words, Emperor Yuan Shun paused in slight bewilderment. With a scenic area this large, there's no one available? This is a place that bridges ancient and modern times. How could we possibly lack people? Mr. Su, just recruit 300 people directly from ancient times. I heard at least tens of thousands died building the Great Wall for the first emperor. Just grab 3 from his crew. He chuckled as he spoke. Su Qi rolled his eyes helplessly. If he could do that, he certainly would. But the problem was, he genuinely couldn't. Su Qi tried asking the system in his mind. As expected, he received no response from the system. In truth, recruiting more people from ancient times had little to do with Su Qi. His only contribution was providing lunch every day. Everything else, like wages, was entirely handled by the system. In other words, even if 300,000 or 3 million people showed up, Su Qi wouldn't have to pay a single cent in wages. But the system wouldn't make it that easy for him to recruit so many people. After a moment's thought, Su Qi spoke up directly. Here's the plan: you observe the situation here first, then create a design blueprint. Later, I'll take it to modern people to see how much they charge and if they can actually build it. If it doesn't work out, then we'll just have to wait patiently. Who knows? Maybe someday we'll truly have the chance to recruit 30,000 men for you. Emperor Yuan Shan nodded upon hearing this. At that moment, Su Qi continued. You must know some carpentry and such, right? Emperor Shan of Yuan nodded repeatedly. Of course. I'm extremely skilled at carpentry and such, he said with a cheerful smile. After hearing this, Su Qi also let out a faint smile. Then the scenic area's repair work will be entrusted to you. If you need extra hands, just ask old Li, he'll send some workers your way. Li Shimen, standing nearby, gave an okay sign. Although Li Shimen's staff all appeared to be security guards and bodyguards here. In theory, they should only need to focus on their own duties. But Li Shimen was a master at getting promoted. Besides having everyone handle their core duties, he also schedules regular cleanups throughout the scenic area. Beyond that, he would dispatch Zheng and others to assist wherever manpower was needed. Thus, under these circumstances, Su Qi had grown accustomed to having Li Shimen send his men to assist. And Li Shimen was naturally all smiles. Alright, you two can take a look around here for now. I'll go handle other matters for now. Su Qi spoke, then turned and walked away. He knew that under these circumstances, certain things were different. At least in the short term, the scenic area here couldn't undergo significant improvements. Yet he had barely taken a few steps. He saw Emperor Yuan Shan pick up a wooden plank, give it a couple of casual whacks. Then the repair was complete. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi halted in his tracks. He stared at the Yuan Shan emperor in the distance with astonishment. In that moment, he suddenly grasped a truth. These ancient people were not quite what he had imagined. Emperor Shan of Yuan's carpentry work was undoubtedly gifted. Perhaps he possessed some hidden bonus. Chapter 151, Losing His Dignity. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qi turned back. Seeing Su Qi return, Li Shimen looked puzzled. Mr. Su, why are you back already? Su Qi immediately pulled out his phone and searched for information on modern welding machinery. He then sent the information directly to Li Shimen's phone. Have Yuan Shan learned these techniques? With this modern machinery, his work pace should speed up considerably. Then maybe I'll even manage to clear out this back mountain myself. After hearing his words, Li Shimen was momentarily stunned. This back mountain is quite large. If one person were to manage it, it would take an immense amount of time. He even suspected that even after Emperor Yuan Shan's death, it might still be unmanageable. After all, the emperor had only a little over a year left to reign. Nevertheless, Li Shimen nodded in agreement. From afar, Emperor Shan of Yuan watched with curiosity. He wondered what these things truly were. After leaving the place, Su Qi stepped outside. Then he spotted Li Bai in the distance. Li Bai was currently wielding his long sword. His steps were somewhat unsteady. His mouth was murmuring his own verses. In his other hand, he held a bottle of Maotai. He swayed as he recited poetry. He appeared utterly carefree. At that moment, Li Bai was surrounded by a crowd of the wealthy and powerful. The flower-adorned nobles waved their banners and cheered. They looked incredibly excited. Su Qi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Li Bai was still the man, a real heartthrob for the middle-aged crowd. He chuckled to himself as he walked off into the distance. At that moment, inside the small pavilion in the distance, a burly figure stood holding a round wooden plank with one hand. Upon that round wooden plank, an exceptionally beautiful woman was dancing continuously. None other than Xiang Yu and Wu Zetian. At first, their coordination was not quite smooth. Therefore, Xiang Yu had to use both hands to steady the plank, to prevent Wu Zetian from falling. But after dancing for several days, their coordination had improved significantly. Now Xiang Yu could lift it with just one hand. The show's impact was nothing short of explosive. A large crowd had gathered around them. Not only men and women, but young and old alike. Everyone was extremely excited. Many people pulled out their phones to start filming. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle softly. The performances of Wu Zetian and Xiang Yu would likely become the signature attractions at the scenic area. Of course, that would only hold true if no better shows emerged later. After saying this, Su Qi turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, his gaze fell directly upon Lu Bang in the distance. At that moment, Lu Bang was happily spinning around. He'd rob anyone he encountered. Some people played along, pretending to cry out a couple of times before handing over what they had. Others simply tossed him milk and bread. Some even tossed him money. Witnessing this scene, Lu Bang was beaming with delight, utterly thrilled. He couldn't care less about the tourists' attitudes toward him. If tourists were willing to play along, he'd play along with them if they weren't. He simply took the items and walked away. For a time, he made a killing. Then, he encountered an old man about his own age. The old man arrived and immediately began following Lu Bang, explaining bits of history to him. They seemed to have a decent rapport. This piqued Su Qi's curiosity, and he edged closer to listen. Let me tell you, there's plenty of wild stories about Lu Bang. I heard he even sold his wares in the gutter. Upon hearing this anecdote, Su Qi's mouth twitched slightly. Lu Bang's own mouth twitched even more. He instinctively turned to leave. He was well aware that such unofficial histories existed in this world. After all, he had a cell phone and had searched for information about himself. Who knew that sometimes the information that popped up would make him blush and exclaim, "Bull." But today, he encountered an old man roughly his own age who actually started spouting unofficial histories at him. And it started off with such explosive content. His lips twitched slightly. He watched Lu Bang about to leave. The old man wasn't having it. He chased right after him. "Hey, old buddy," I said, "at your age, you should be retired. What are you doing out here playing role-playing games? Let me tell you, there's plenty of wild stories about Lu Bang. If you're interested, I've got plenty more to share. I'll tell you every single one." As he spoke, Lu Bang's footsteps grew fainter and fainter. In the distance, he spotted Xiahou Ying's carriage. At that moment, Lu Bang's eyes lit up. He immediately wanted to dash over to the carriage and flee in it. But just then, the old man clearly caught on. Without hesitation, he pulled a bright red banknote from his pocket. He shoved it directly into Lu Bang's hand. Lu Bang's striding steps came to an abrupt halt, grinding to a sudden stop. His mind wanted to flee, but his feet stubbornly refused to move. "Haha, I knew you'd be interested in the anecdotes about Lu Bang. Come on, I'll tell you a few more." The old man continued. Lu Bang's face was covered in black lines. But for the sake of the bright red banknote in his hand, he finally stuffed it into his pocket and listened with a grim expression. After all, this single bright red banknote was worth at least 3 to 5 days' worth of his usual earnings. After all, most people still preferred to give bread, milk, or snacks. Few people actually gave money. And someone handing over a bright red banknote like this in one go? Was exceedingly rare. After witnessing that scene, Su Qi smiled and shook his head. That old man recounting Lu Bang's scandalous tales right in front of him was undoubtedly slapping Lu Bang right in the face. But Lu Bang himself had risen from a life of petty crime, so he had a thick skin. Though his expression darkened, he remained listening the entire time. It was noon. Lu Bang sat down at his place. He ate the braised pork and chicken drumstick rice stew before him. A hint of bewilderment lingered in his eyes. Why do I feel like I've lost something incredibly important? He ate his lunch listlessly, his gaze growing vacant as he pondered. At that moment, Li Shishi approached and asked curiously, "You look like life just raped you. What's wrong? Did you get paid too little today?" Lu Bang shot him a glance, then abruptly pulled out a bright red banknote and slammed it onto the table. Seeing this, Li Shimon's pupils suddenly contracted. "You've earned this much, and you're still complaining?" After all, their daily wage was only 10 yuan. This single bill represented 10 days' worth of his earnings. Lu Bang turned his gaze toward him. "I feel like I've lost my dignity." Chapter 152, Lu Bang files a complaint. Li Shishi looked utterly astonished. The others all looked equally astonished. Only Su Qi understood what had transpired. He smiled but said nothing more. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective workstations. Su Qi headed straight for the ticket counter. "How busy is it today?" He glanced at Guingchen beside him and asked. After hearing Su Qi's words, Guingchen nodded repeatedly. "Quite a few people today, at least 110 more than yesterday. Sales today should be significantly higher." Hearing this, Su Qi also smiled. He pulled out 2 bags of snacks and handed them to Guingchen across from him, as well as to his cousin beside him. His cousin seemed too shy to speak to Su Qi at all. But Su Qi didn't mind. After chatting with Guingchen for a while, Su Qi then left directly. Stepping outside, he immediately spotted the source of the distant sound. That descendant was none other than Qin Huang. At that moment, Qin Huang was leading his entourage in a performance on the vast open terrace. They are attending court. Yes, they were truly attending court. Since they'd all come over, holding court here was simply holding court. No issues whatsoever. Su Qi's eyebrow twitched slightly. He peered through with curiosity. He saw Qin Shi Huang sitting on the throne, questioning his subordinates on how to counter the 6 states. Just then, some tourists outside interjected. Play the game of diplomacy. That's highly effective. Befriend distant states while attacking nearby ones. Eliminate all nearby rivals while cultivating alliances with distant powers. By the time the distant ones react, they'll be left isolated and helpless. Then you can just crush them. After hearing his words, Zheng's gaze flickered slightly. Well said. It's all about befriending distant states while attacking nearby ones. My loyal minister, should we unify the 6 states, you shall be appointed as a founding minister. Zheng casually struck up a conversation with the tourist. And now, these tourists were also extremely excited. To them, this was role-playing. Little did they know they were actually participating in the Qin Dynasty's morning court session. Upon witnessing this scene, Suchi let out a soft chuckle. Zheng was essentially playing around on the job. But this would actually give the tourists a more immersive experience. Otherwise, Zheng would spend his days running around non-stop. If the time were short, it might be quite enjoyable. But if the time stretched on too long, it would undoubtedly become tedious. But the current situation is different. Because Zheng was genuinely engaged in warfare. So the content of his daily court sessions varied considerably. There's practically something new every single day. For many visitors, this was undoubtedly quite appealing. Suchi spotted a figure in the distance holding a fortune-telling banner, walking this way. It was none other than Yuan Shochun. Mr. Su. Old Yuan greeted him. Suchi glanced at him and said directly, "How's your fortune-telling business? Must be quite a crowd seeking you out." Hearing Suchi's words, Yuan Shochun nodded. "That's true. Quite a few people have been lining up to see me. I've been charging them according to the rates you set, Mr. Su." Hearing this, Suchi smiled. "If you need anything in the future, just let me know directly. If you can't find me, just tell Old Li. He can handle things for you in my place." Stretching lazily, Suchi said no more. He simply left the place. Daily life held a certain monotony for him. Only the daily income brought a smile to his eyes. If the current income were still the same as before, Suchi would undoubtedly feel quite miserable. But now, with hundreds of thousands rolling in daily, would make anyone beam with delight. Soon, it was time for Lu Bang and Xiang Yu's performance. The two stepped onto the stage and began their performance. Their performance was nearly identical to before. After their performance concluded, they were met with a round of applause. They then promptly descended from the stage. They exchanged a glance, neither speaking, and turned to leave. It was clear. Lu Bang had learned of Xiang Yu's mistreatment of him in his own era. This was utterly unacceptable to Lu Bang at this moment. Yet he could do nothing about it. After all, Xiang Yu now knew those events. Thus, he would not spare him 3 times as history had recorded. Moreover, Xiang Yu now understood that even if he were truly expelled, he would likely vent his anger by killing Lu Bang in that era. For Lu Bang, this matter didn't directly concern him. The mere thought of being killed by Xiang Yu made him feel unbearably restless. He felt thoroughly unsettled. He even found himself seeking out Xiang Yu for conversation, hoping to persuade him to show him some mercy. Yet Xiang Yu always responded with a cold snort. Then he'd simply ignore him. You must understand that Xiang Yu was now in the prime of his life. His physical prowess was formidable indeed. To say he could take on 10,000 alone might be an exaggeration. But facing 10 or even 100 opponents alone was well within his capabilities. Given this situation, Lu Bang himself was no skilled fighter. Even with Xiahou Ying and the few remaining charioteers joining him, none of them could do anything to Xiang Yu. This undoubtedly infuriated Lu Bang. Yet he truly had no recourse. Spotting Su Qi in the distance, Lu Bang immediately approached him and cheerfully said, "Mr. Su, this Xiang Yu has become utterly arrogant. I tried to chat with him, but now he won't even acknowledge me. Beyond his stage performances, he barely speaks to me at all. Even during his stage performance, he keeps whipping me with that big sword every now and then. You've got to stand up for me on this one." After hearing his words, Su Qi shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing I can do about this. Prejudice between the two of you, well, that's only natural. Besides, Zheng hasn't said anything to either of you after all. It was the two of you who brought down the Qin Dynasty. You should just let it go." Hearing this, Lu Bang's mouth twitched even more. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and leave. Evening. The group dissolved into a white light, returning to their own era. Li Shimin naturally returned as well. The Tang Dynasty. Upon seeing Li Shimin return, Li Yuan broke into a smile. "Your firearms unit is now quite formidable. When a group of rebels rose up earlier, I immediately dispatched a 100-man firearms squad to deal with them. They actually wiped out their entire rebel army of several thousand men. That's truly remarkable. Before long, our Tang Dynasty will usher in a golden age." Chapter 153, Everyone Wants to Go. After hearing Li Yuan's words, Li Shimin, without hesitation, merely smiled. "Congratulations, father. Hearing Li Shimon's congratulations, Li Yuan was quite pleased. He spoke directly. Rest assured, when I pass the throne to you, I will be handing over a golden age of the Tang Dynasty. Even if you do nothing, the entire era will be splendid. After hearing Li Yuan's words, Li Shimon's gaze flickered slightly. He slowly raised his head. His eyes held a smile, appearing quite content. Yet his inner thoughts were quite different. To be remembered in history, this was the aspiration of every emperor and many ministers. Yet it proved exceedingly difficult. Under such circumstances, many simply failed to achieve it. In the original historical narrative, Li Yuan himself left behind few notable achievements. Instead, it was Li Shimon who was hailed as the heavenly Khan. Now, Li Yuan clearly harbors different ambitions. He aspires to become a celestial Khan, even the ruler of all under heaven. Given this situation, Li Shimon naturally refused to accept it. His own place in history would be usurped by Li Yuan. Even if the other was his own father, he could never consent to it. Congratulations, father. Congratulations, your majesty. Li Shimon bowed slightly, offering his congratulations with a smile. Li Yuan, however, failed to detect the hidden meaning in his words. His face was simply filled with joy. Moments later, Li Shimon departed. He arrived at his own bedchamber. After surveying the men gathered before him, his gaze flickered slightly as he spoke directly. It seems we must accelerate our progress. Otherwise, everything I control will vanish. He spoke calmly, his eyes carrying a hint of tranquility at that moment. Then, he turned his head and looked into the distance. At that moment, Zheng He was waiting here. Your Highness. Zheng He bowed his head, his gaze respectful as he spoke. Go prepare. Some matters cannot wait any longer. If we delay further, we may miss our chance. His voice sounded faintly. Zheng He gave a slight nod and departed. I had intended to wait another half year, but it seems that time is no longer on our side. Zheng He spoke slowly. A hint of calm settled in his gaze at that moment. He knew that sometimes things were entirely different. Some things absolutely needed to change. Han Dynasty. After Liu Bang returned, he stretched lazily. Then his face was filled with frustration. Before Xiang Yu's departure, he'd been genuinely happy going to work each day. He was also happy every day when he came back. But at this very moment, because of Xiang Yu, he wasn't feeling very happy. The thought of his other self being constantly tormented under Xiang Yu's control. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Life carried a touch of helplessness. He sighed slowly. Liu Bang stood up. At that moment, Han Xin and Xiao He stood frozen before him. Your Majesty. After hearing their words, Liu Bang glanced at them. Then he spoke directly. Go find me any descendants of Xiang Yu still living in this world. Hearing this, Xiao He wore a puzzled expression. Your Majesty, what purpose do you have in seeking his descendants? The overlord of Chu is already dead. He poses no threat to you in this world. After hearing these words, Liu Bang nodded but still said helplessly. But Xiang Yu has been lingering in that scenic area all along. Lately, that fellow has been constantly seeking me out. I simply cannot stand it. If I could bring all of you there, I could teach him a lesson right in the scenic area. But with just a handful of us now, we're no match for him. Even when he first slashed me with his sword, he only got a month's pay docked as punishment. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. He said helplessly. After hearing his words, Xiao He frowned. He spoke directly. Your Majesty, perhaps you should consider allying with the Qin Emperor. After all, the Qin Dynasty was also overthrown by Xiang Yu. With the Qin Emperor by our side, we might be able to curb Xiang Yu's momentum. Upon hearing these words, Liu Bang's eyes lit up. You speak wisely. That is indeed a viable course, he said with a smile. Then upon my return tomorrow, I shall discuss this matter thoroughly with them. Perhaps we can truly achieve this. His eyes sparkled with a warm smile. This is for you. With that, he tossed 2 loaves of bread over. Xiao He caught them and smiled back. For those like them who hadn't made it to the scenic areas, the only modern food they could eat each day came from what Liu Bang brought back. Thus, Liu Bang's daily gifts brought Xiao He immense joy. Han Xin beside him felt the same way. Alright, you two go back and practice your skills. I'm off to see the Empress. With that, Liu Bang stood up and headed toward the inner palace with the large bag of snacks in hand. 3 kingdoms. Upon seeing Lu Feng and the other 2 return, Liu Bei immediately approached them. Did anything unusual happen today? He asked curiously. Upon hearing his words, Lu Feng immediately replied. Reporting to your Royal Highness, Emperor Shan of the Yuan Dynasty, the last emperor of the Yuan Dynasty, has visited the scenic area. His special ability seems to be that he himself possesses excellent carpentry skills, and since the scenic area needed a carpenter, they recruited him. Upon hearing this explanation, Liu Bei's eyebrows twitched slightly. Carpentry? Well then, I'll start practicing carpentry right now. With my talent, I'm sure I'll master it in no time. He exclaimed excitedly, then scampered off in a hurry. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who witnessed this scene, both froze for a moment. They sighed helplessly. They both understood that under the current circumstances, nothing was that simple. Liu Bei was now so obsessed with visiting the scenic area that he'd become almost possessed by the idea. And the two of them had no way to dissuade him. Zhuge Liang stood at a distance. Upon witnessing this scene, his brow twitched slightly. He spoke directly. Perhaps I could learn something else as well. I see that in history, my reputation is quite high. I wonder if that Su boss could summon me there too. After hearing his words, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei beside him both froze in surprise. They stared at Zhuge Liang with astonishment. Is the reclining dragon going too? Guan Yu couldn't help but speak up. If even the reclining dragon is going, then we'll truly be left with no one here. Chapter 154, Relentless. Early the next morning. Accompanied by dozens of flashes of white light. Everyone appeared here one by one. Su Qi was not present at this time. Li Shishi made some quick arrangements and sent them off to work. He himself sent a message in the group chat, then happily made his way to Su Qi's doorstep with the breakfast his fans had bought for him. He didn't knock, he just stood there waiting. Exactly 10 minutes later, Su Qi finally pushed open the door and stepped out. His gaze immediately fell on Li Shishi across the hall. Old Li, you don't need to prepare breakfast for me every day. Buying breakfast doesn't take that long. Hearing this, Li Shishi shook his head repeatedly. It's different. What you buy yourself, Mr. Su, is naturally different from what I prepare for you. Seeing Li Shimon's expression, Su Qi sighed and said no more. Though outwardly he still seemed somewhat helpless. But deep down, he felt quite pleased. After all, having an emperor rise early to attend to him. This was even more thrilling than having an empress rise early to attend to him. After all, the empress would attend to the emperor. But the emperor himself would never attend to others. Su Qi, this is truly a unique treat from Scorpion Dada. Let's eat together. Su Qi spoke as he and Li Shishi walked toward the scenic area entrance. At that moment, he looked at Li Shishi and asked curiously. How are things on the back mountain? How's the study of modern tools and equipment that Yuan Shundi is learning? After hearing his words, Li Shishi immediately replied. He's learning very quickly. Quickly? Su Qi also showed a hint of surprise. Just how fast could this quickly be? Li Shishi pondered for a moment before speaking. He could grasp things after just one glance, and he'd already put most of it into practice. I'm currently practicing on the back mountain. Why don't I take Mr. Su to see it first? Su Qi considered it for a moment and nodded slightly. Let's go take a look then. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain. Sure enough, Emperor Yuanshan was now dressed in a different set of clothes. He was operating a grinding machine, polishing some stones on the hillside. Spotting Su Qi approaching, he hurried over. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he spoke up. Mr. Su, I feel it's a bit wasteful to just leave these stones lying around like this. So I plan to shape them into forms. Then we could lay them directly on the mountain path or craft them into some iconic structures. After hearing these words, Su Qi couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. Having such ideas is very good. You have free reign over the entire back mountain. For you, this is the perfect playground to unleash your creativity. As for manpower, you needn't worry. At those final words, Emperor Yuan Shun's eyes lit up slightly. Could it be that the manpower issue is resolved? He asked curiously. But Su Qi's next words plunged him straight back into despair. I believe you can accomplish this task single-handedly. The corner of Emperor Shun's mouth twitched slightly. He seemed somewhat helpless. But the moment he recalled the tools he'd just learned about yesterday, his eyes lit up once more. Mr. Su, you're absolutely right. With these modern tools, even working alone for a while, I can get it done. If it's just a small-scale renovation, it might even be faster. Oh, is that so? Then get to work as soon as possible. This scenic area, for instance, was entirely built by modern people. It looks the part, but internally, it's still lacking in many ways. Many areas lack sufficient character. It's all just churned out like an assembly line. But I believe the back mountain you personally craft will be entirely different. It might even become the most famous attraction in our entire scenic area. He spoke with a cheerful smile. After hearing his words, the Yuan Shan emperor across from him also broke into a smile. Su Qi and Li Shishi departed from there. After taking a few steps, they spotted Liu Bang in the distance. Liu Bang was leaning close to Qin Huang, whispering something. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi sighed helplessly. It seemed old Liu still intended to bring the overlord back. Or at the very least, he wanted the overlord to admit defeat. But that man was the overlord. If it were anyone else, he might have succeeded. Yet the overlord would never surrender, even in death. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi nodded in agreement beside him. I agree. The overlord truly stands apart from the rest. No matter the circumstances, he always stood apart from the rest. Therefore, under these circumstances, the overlord will most likely refuse to submit. I'll go persuade them. After all, it wouldn't be good if it caused unrest in the scenic area. Su Qi pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then you go. Good luck, old Li. Li Shimen walked over. At that moment, Lu Bang was still lingering beside Qin Shi Huang. Spotting Li Shimen approaching, he promptly shut his mouth. He then adopted a leisurely demeanor and departed. Witnessing this, Li Shimen said nothing further, addressing only Qin Shi Huang. First Emperor, you must have heard of the affairs between Lu Bang and Xiang Yu. Such is the nature of warfare between nations, especially when they vie for the position of supreme ruler over the entire realm. You needn't concern yourself excessively with their conflicts. After hearing Li Shimen's words, the first emperor of Qin nodded slightly. Naturally. That old Lu is capable in every way, but he simply cannot let go of matters concerning Xiang Yu. Su Qi paid no heed to the distant conversation. He knew Li Shimen would certainly handle this matter well. If Li Shimen truly couldn't resolve it, then the solution was straightforward. Simply replace the person handling it. Of course, Li Shimen's position would be downgraded at that point. Under these circumstances, Li Shimen would undoubtedly exert 200% effort. It seems that having too many people in the scenic area is indeed problematic, sometimes causing disturbances. But it shouldn't be a problem in the short term. Even if it does get crowded, we can simply divide them into different departments to manage the situation. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke, his gaze drifting toward the distance. He said no more, simply turning and leaving the area. When Su Qi reached the city gate, he was startled to see a large crowd entering the scenic area. Seeing this scene, Su Qi chuckled softly. He understood that the scenic area was truly thriving now. With so many visitors, he should soon be able to summon new ancient figures again. Chapter 155, I've got your back. When Su Qi arrived at the city gate, he immediately spotted Li Zhuo and Lu Qing in the distance. The two were chatting and laughing with each other. Spotting Su Qi approaching, they snapped to attention. You two seem to be having a good time. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Zhuo and Lu Qing quickly replied. We've already made contact with the Qin King's side. General Bai Qi has already dispatched a large shipment of supplies there. I believe it won't be long before the entire Qin state flourishes even more. After hearing Li Zhuo's words, Su Qi finally understood. Although Bai Qi's side had been using their salaries to purchase goods, they had scarcely maintained contact with the Qin King. The reason was simple, they needed to establish their own base first before expanding elsewhere. But now, the situation was gradually changing. Bai Qi's faction had nearly completed its development. Under these circumstances, he was now willing to reach out to the King of Qin. He wanted the King of Qin to sow the seeds, applying various technologies throughout the state. He even sought to transfer vast amounts of historical knowledge. This would enable the King of Qin to avoid certain historical missteps. It might even achieve the feat of unifying the 6 states ahead of schedule. I see. If that's the case, then the course of history would be significantly enhanced. You've all done quite well. I'll treat you to an extra meal at noon today, Su Qi said with a smile. After hearing his words, the eyes of those nearby lit up. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, they felt even happier. After all, every time Su Qi ordered extra food, he always added plenty of meat dishes. And those were things they could never have dreamed of eating in ancient times. Thank you, Mr. Su. Li Zhuo spoke up first. Lu Qing chimed in beside him. Thank you, Mr. Su. At that moment, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hearing their words, Su Qi didn't hesitate. He immediately made a call and ordered a large spread at the restaurant outside. In the past, there were only a handful of people. So ordering just 3 or 5 dishes was always enough. But now, with so many people here, nearly reaching 100 people. So if we want to order food from outside, we need to order a lot. That's why Su Qi generally avoids ordering food. It's just too much trouble. But since the words had already been spoken, Su Qi was naturally willing. At noon, seeing the abundance of dishes on the table, everyone's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Lu Bang, particularly curious, spoke up. Why are there so many more delicacies this time? He asked curiously while gnawing on the pork knuckle before him. After hearing his words, Su Qi immediately recounted the situation with Bai Qi. Upon hearing this, the group was now filled with astonishment. Their eyes brimmed with profound delight. I see. If General Bai could have notified us earlier, King Qin would have brought back all sorts of technology. Then our Qin state would grow even larger and more powerful, enabling us to unify the 6 states even more swiftly. Qin Shi Huang listened quietly beside him and slowly nodded in agreement. This made him realize that if the King of Qin truly carried out such actions, then his future as Qin Shi Huang would be uncertain. But he did not care. For that was not his time. Compared to Lu Bang, Qin Shi Huang possessed a broader perspective. In his view, the era he lived in was his own era. In stark contrast, even if separated by a single day, the era of another Qin Shi Huang. It was not his era. He paid little heed to such matters. Therefore, regarding Bai Qi, even if he were to contact the king of Qin, it might very well prevent him from being born or becoming Qin Shi Huang. He didn't care. A day passed quickly. Dinner was served at dusk. Everyone gathered together. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze flickered slightly. Everyone, get some rest after you head back. Be on time for work tomorrow. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, we're off for the day. Mr. Su, see you tomorrow. The group chattered away in a jumble of voices. After speaking, they all transformed into white light and slowly faded away. Finally, only one person remained. None other than Li Shishi. Old Li, aren't you heading back today? Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi sighed helplessly. There was no choice. The situation here was far worse than we had imagined. If we just return like this, things won't be so straightforward. He spoke in a subdued tone. Especially my father, he now intends to claim all my achievements as his own. According to his plan, if I ever want to become emperor, it won't be for at least another 20 years. By then, the flowers will have wilted and the vegetables will have gone cold. After hearing these words, Su Qi instantly understood. So that's it, Li Yuan wants to seize your achievements and become the new heavenly Khan? But that's not quite right. You already possess a world map and even a large number of firearms. You've nearly mastered weapons and navigation, soon you could unify the entire world. Of course, your numbers might be insufficient, but the overall situation remains largely the same. Li Yuan isn't just aiming to be Khan, he wants to be the world's ultimate ruler. Su Qi was genuinely surprised at this revelation. After hearing his words, Li Shishi beside him nodded. I think the same. Suddenly, Su Qi remembered Wu Zetian and the others. He suddenly realized that these emperors who had come to him, except for those with special circumstances, such as having lost their kingdoms, everyone else sought to unify the entire world. Of course, this was an immense challenge for them. However, if they could truly bring all the technology back with them, it would indeed be achievable. Understanding this point, Su Qi's gaze flickered slightly at that moment. Then, he spoke directly. Then I wish you success. Honestly, I'd much rather see you become the captain than Li Yuan. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimon's eyes lit up slightly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. It won't be long before I launch the Xuanwu Gate incident. I had originally planned to wait half a year, but it seems I can't afford to wait that long now, he said calmly. Therefore, I must stabilize everything as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, in the end, everything might truly have nothing to do with me. The two men locked eyes and laughed simultaneously. Su Qi still looked forward to Li Shishi becoming emperor sooner. Chapter 156, The Shifting Battlefield. 3 Kingdoms. Lu Feng and his 2 companions had just returned. Then they spotted Liu Bei and his group rushing toward them from afar. You 3, you're finally back. Hurry up and leave. If we don't go now, Cao Cao's forces will be upon us. Hearing these words, Lu Feng and his 2 companions finally understood. At this very moment, Cao Cao had already led his forces to attack. Liu Bei and the others hadn't left because they were waiting here for the 3 of them to return. Otherwise, once they had departed entirely, upon their return, they would no longer face Liu Bei's forces. Instead, they would find Cao Cao's forces. For the 3 of them, that would undoubtedly be the most agonizing outcome. For they would likely meet their end. The reason was simple. Cao Cao was not as easy to deal with as Liu Bei. Cao Cao was inherently suspicious. He could kill people in his sleep. Much less when confronted by 3 people suddenly appearing out of nowhere. He might just mistake them for demons or monsters from somewhere and cut them down. Hurry up, hurry up. He spoke directly. Then he joined the others in fleeing toward the distant army. Yet after running for a short while, their pace gradually slowed. Why are we slowing down? Lu Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. At that moment, Zhuge Liang's gaze turned toward the distance. In that instant, he halted completely. Something seemed off. After hearing his words, the few people present all looked at each other with puzzled expressions. They too turned their heads to look. They saw that the armies in the distance had already clashed. However, in this battle, it seemed their own forces were not as easily crushed as they had imagined. Instead, it was Cao Cao's forces that appeared somewhat vulnerable. And leading the charge at the very forefront were the soldiers armed with those newly forged weapons. Though the weapons appeared somewhat crude in design, their combat effectiveness proved remarkably formidable. Once they locked onto enemy soldiers, a single swing could slice through their armor. Quick, bring the spyglass over. Liu Bei urgently called out. He snatched the binoculars and scanned the distant battlefield. At that moment, he burst into laughter. Ha! I knew it. I knew you 3 were gods. Now that we have these supplies you brought, plus the soldiers have been eating some refined salt and sugar, everyone's stamina is quite good. In contrast, Cao Man's forces looked utterly exhausted. After all, their soldiers had been marching for a long time. Under these circumstances, if we clash, our chances of victory are much greater. He laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with excitement. After hearing his words, everyone's gaze turned toward him. They found the situation to be exactly as he described. At this very moment, the situation here had far exceeded their wildest expectations. The scales of victory had tipped. Charge back! Liu Bei bellowed the command. Beside him, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei wasted no time in leading their troops straight back into the fray. Zhuge Liang, though still wary, watched the distant battle unfold. Finally, he nodded. For he understood. The scales of victory had already tipped in their favor. 2 hours later, watching Cao Cao's army retreat in defeat, Liu Bei couldn't help but laugh. This scenic spot is a must-visit for me. Just bringing back these few things could win a war. If we brought back more of these things, wouldn't we be able to dominate the realm outright? Take down Cao Cao and Sun Quan, every last one of them. Liu Bei exclaimed excitedly. Beside him, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's expressions also shifted slightly. At first, they hadn't supported Liu Bei's journey to that era. In their view, someone else could handle it. They needed to stay here and uphold the Han Dynasty. But judging by the current situation, things were vastly different. Everything had changed long ago, taking on a different form. What they gained from traveling to that era turned out to be far better than they had imagined. If that's the case, then things are truly about to change. Their eyes met, each reflecting a flicker of excitement. Zhuge Liang spoke directly. I'm going to practice begging, driving, and being a rogue. Upon hearing his words, Liu Bei, standing nearby, stepped closer, grasped Zhuge Liang's hand, and said, Mr. Dragon of the Reclining Dragon, we're on the same page. After hearing their words, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly. At that moment, they fully understood. The situation had surpassed their wildest expectations. Under the current circumstances, they might no longer be able to stop Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang. They could only hope they would be summoned later. At dawn, Lu Feng and his two companions recounted everything they had experienced the previous day to the assembled group. After hearing the account, every face was filled with astonishment. So the combat effectiveness was that remarkable? Meng Tian pondered for a moment before nodding decisively. It seemed undeniable the superior quality of the weapons, combined with the soldiers' ample supplies and robust physical condition, meant they had nothing to fear in such circumstances. With their stamina fully restored, what was there left to fear under such circumstances? The scales of victory had long since tipped in their favor. He spoke quietly. A peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes. Then he turned his gaze directly to Ying Zheng beside him. Your Majesty, we want it too. Ying Zheng glanced at him and replied bluntly. Then go memorize those methods for making steel and iron. Once you return, you can produce them yourselves. We fully support you in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian froze for a moment. Scratching his head, he summoned two ministers. You two help me memorize it. Seeing Meng Tian so quickly pass the task off, Qin Huang made no further comment. He knew Meng Tian himself wasn't particularly skilled with words. Though he had been studying the odes of Apollonius of Tyana, they were all simplified characters. Even if he were to copy them all down verbatim, whether ancient people could understand them was another matter entirely. Therefore, he could only entrust the task to other literati officials. Upon hearing their words, Li Shishi, he spoke directly. I've already developed the matchlock. These weapons are remarkably effective. They can defeat forces 10 times their size. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Liu Bang, Xiang Yu, and the others lit up. In that moment, they all knew what they must do next. Firearms and armor, undoubtedly. Weapons of mass destruction like atomic bombs, nuclear bombs, and cloudburst bombs would have to wait. For their enemies at that time, even a few muskets would suffice. Chapter 157, A Quick Learner. When Su Qi woke up, he saw everyone had already left for work. He gave a slight nod. Everyone was now highly self-motivated. It seemed the scenic area was truly getting back on track. He remarked with a smile. After watching the performances by Li Bai, Li Shishi, and others, Su Qi happily sat down in his chair. Scrolling through videos, he checked the likes on his own previously uploaded clips. The average number of likes is over 100,000, with some particularly popular posts even reaching 1 million. Not bad, not bad. This account has truly taken off. Su Qi chuckled to himself. He understood that under these circumstances, everything would change dramatically. The scenic area was finally back on track. Now he could finally afford to slack off a little. The only issue was that personnel management was still a bit chaotic, especially with Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. The two of them were still locked in a state of constant conflict. With this thought, Su Qi shook his head helplessly. He understood that resolving this issue in the short term would be quite difficult. The main issue was that personnel coordination was far from straightforward. Ying Zheng and his faction were almost entirely consolidated under one banner. Su Qi also wanted to pull Li Si and the others out, to use them exclusively for himself. But every time he went, he found them attending court. Li Si and the others were busy resolving matters concerning Ying Zheng's campaigns against the 6 states. Su Qi felt awkward about interrupting them. After all, if he truly hindered their unification of the 6 states, he'd be a criminal himself. Never mind, never mind. There's no rush. When summoning historical figures in the future, perhaps he could summon someone akin to a Grand Chamberlain or a Chief Coordinator. Su Qi spoke slowly. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Su Qi's mind. Detected, current system lacks administrative personnel. Shall summon new staff? Hearing this, Su Qi abruptly stood up. Just as I thought, can I summon new staff now? Then bring me one right away, he said with a smile. The summoning was complete in the next instant. Su Qi scrolled to the very bottom. His eyes immediately landed on the name of the summoned individual. Shan Yang. Shan Yang. Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. He had studied Shan Yang's reforms since elementary school. He never imagined that even Shan Yang would be summoned at this time. Did Shan Yang possess strategic coordination abilities? Su Qi pondered briefly. Suddenly, it dawned on him perhaps it was possible. After all, Shan Yang himself had implemented reforms in the Qin Dynasty. Though his reforms ultimately backfired, leading to his tragic demise. But that doesn't mean the changes themselves were wrong. It was just that some people simply didn't want reform. Not bad, not bad. When he comes over, I'll download some learning materials for him online and have him study all the modern business management concepts. Who knows, it might actually work. After all, these specially summoned ancient individuals all possess certain talents. Almost all of them are exceptionally gifted. Su Qi said cheerfully. At that moment, he no longer felt sleepy or tired. He immediately began gathering a large amount of information online. The morning passed quickly. Until the afternoon. Su Qi was in his office, searching for information online. Just then, a flash of white light suddenly appeared behind him. The next moment, a figure materialized behind him. Su Qi hadn't noticed yet. He continued searching through the materials. After Shan Yang appeared, he looked around curiously. Upon seeing Su Qi across from him, combined with the voice that had previously echoed in his mind, he had a general understanding of the current situation. However, the object in front of Su Qi looked rather peculiar. He leaned in closer, peering curiously at the screen before Su Qi. What on earth is this? No sooner had the words left his mouth. Su Qi jolted awake, whirling around to look. Then, he immediately spotted Shan Yang across from him. Who are you? Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. By all accounts, the ancient people should be at work right now. No one should be here. And he didn't recognize the guy in front of him. He looked rather bookish and frail, not like a guard. Could he be someone from Qin Shi Huang's entourage? Just as he was lost in confusion, Shan Yang spoke up from across the way. I am Shan Yang. I've come to work at the scenic area. After hearing these words, Su Qi was startled at first, then his face filled with astonishment. You're starting today? After all, everyone else had arrived the following morning for their first day of work. Yet Shan Yang arrived so swiftly. This undoubtedly left Su Qi feeling quite astonished and bewildered. At that moment, Shan Yang nodded. I had nothing pressing over there. The voice in my mind suggested I could come now, so I chose to come directly. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Qi finally understood. It turned out that Lu Bang and the others had always arrived the next day because they were summoned at night. Therefore, if they wanted to attend to their duties, they had to wait until the next day. But Shan Yang was different, summoned during the day. That's why Shan Yang could come directly during the day. Understanding this, Su Qi's face lit up with excitement. You've come at just the right time. Look, this is exactly the history from your side. Su Qi pointed directly at the text on the screen. Shan Yang leaned closer. He peered at it curiously for a moment. Then his face filled with astonishment. I actually implemented reforms in the Qin Dynasty later on, and I ended up dying so miserably. Shan Yang practically sucked in a breath of cold air. Now he was merely a lowly official in the Qin Dynasty. He didn't even have the privilege of attending the morning court sessions. Yet he never imagined that he would accomplish so much in the future. Nor could he have imagined that his future death would be so gruesome. Seeing his state, Su Qi patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, that was just a fixed event in the original timeline. Now that you've arrived here and know the future outcome, you can absolutely change things. When the time comes to implement reforms, first persuade Qin Shi Huang. Whatever you do, don't try to handle it on your own. Otherwise, death might truly await you. After hearing Su Qi's words, Shan Yang pondered solemnly. This matter was nothing less than a matter of life and death for him. He naturally committed it firmly to memory. Alright. You can study all this history stuff later. You've got plenty of time. For now, take a look at these materials and see if you can grasp them. If you can master it, I'll arrange some special work for you. After all, that's why you're here. Hearing Su Qi's words, Shan Yang didn't hesitate. He immediately turned his attention to the study materials beside him. He nodded. Mr. Su, I can understand everything, and I believe I'll grasp it quickly. Chapter 158, I am unworthy. That's what you call a natural. Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. He'd just spent ages searching through those materials himself. But when he looked at them, he was utterly baffled. He was clearly still a modern man. Yet Yang had mastered it with just a single glance. This was beyond his wildest imagination. Since you possess such extraordinary talent, you should learn as much as possible. The future management of the scenic area will depend on you. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke, then turned and left. Being able to hire more people meant he could free himself up more. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. After all, Su Qi didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. As evening fell, Li Shishi and the others gathered together. As Yang suddenly appeared in the distance, their eyes all held deep astonishment. Mr. Su, who is this? Why haven't we seen him before? Li Shishi was thoroughly puzzled. After all, he was usually the one to receive newcomers. Yet now a newcomer had arrived whom he had never seen before. This was undoubtedly a major dereliction of duty. He even sensed that Su Qi might blame him for it. However, Su Qi would never do such a thing. He simply smiled and said, "This is the newcomer from the Qin Dynasty, Yang. He'll be taking charge of the scenic area's management from now on. Old Li, you can ease up on your workload a bit. No need to work yourself so hard." Su Qi patted Li Shimon's shoulder as he spoke. However, upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimon's pupils suddenly contracted. His body trembled slightly as he turned to look at Yang beside him. So this was the replacement. A vision of himself being completely replaced by the other man instantly flashed through his mind. He slowly clenched his fists. The thought that he still hadn't resolved the matter concerning Liu Bang and Xiang Yu weighed heavily on him. This undoubtedly made him look bad in front of Su Qi. Now Su Qi clearly thought he was inadequate, summoning a newcomer directly, without even consulting him. This only deepened his pain and sorrow. Was he really about to be demoted? The thought of losing that 150 yuan pay cut after demotion. Li Shishi wasn't particularly distressed after all, they had plenty of manpower. But it was humiliating. Not getting promoted was one thing, but now, after being promoted, he was being demoted. That was downright humiliating. Liu Bang and the others watched Yang with curiosity. Liu Bang, too, was not pleased at this moment. He had assumed the next promotion would be his turn. Instead, not only did he not get promoted, but a manager was parachuted in directly. This left him utterly astonished and helpless. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Does Yang get the same salary as us, or is he on the same level as old Li?" This was a matter of considerable concern to him. It was also a matter of concern to everyone else. After all, no matter how they worked here or what positions they held, they only earned a salary. If his salary turned out to be higher than theirs, it would undoubtedly cause them great distress. Su Qi scratched his head and stated directly, "Old Li, the higher salary is because he effectively holds an additional position. Plus, his role in overall management differs from Yang's. Yang's current salary is the same as yours." Hearing this, Liu Bang and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Li Shishi asked again, "What about the dormitory?" "None are provided." Su Qi continued. At that moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their psychological equilibrium was restored. It turned out he had merely been given a position that appeared to be managing them, but in reality, it was more like a mediator. This was quite different from Li Shimon's kind of promotion. At least his salary and benefits were the same as theirs. He hadn't been elevated to management level. This news had everyone buzzing with excitement. All right. Everyone, get acquainted briefly. Once introductions are done, head back for now. Be on time for work tomorrow. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, everyone crowded around Yang to introduce themselves. Although Yang now earned the same salary as them and had no dormitory to live in, his fundamental responsibilities remained entirely distinct. At the very least, he was ostensibly their supervisor. "Your Majesty," Yang pays his respects to the first emperor. The moment Yang encountered the first emperor of Qin, he suddenly knelt down. His face lit up with excitement as he spoke. He was currently just a minor official in the Qin Dynasty, utterly unworthy of meeting the first emperor. Yet here, he was granted an audience directly, though the ruler appeared rather young. But it undoubtedly still excited him. "You are also a man of the Qin Dynasty." Meng Tian leaned in from the side. He said with obvious curiosity, "And it seems you're from the Qin Dynasty after the first emperor unified the 6 states. Quickly tell us what's different about that Qin Dynasty?" Yang hastily explained a few things. After hearing this, everyone present suddenly understood. So that's how it was. The Qin Dynasty was like this? Though we'd seen it in history books, hearing it from you, a true Qin Dynasty person, was entirely different. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces glowing with excitement. At that moment, Huang suddenly spoke up. "What do you plan to do once you return?" As his voice rang out, Yang paused for a moment. Then he raised his eyebrows and declared with unwavering resolve. I will present myself before the first emperor. Once I return, I must present myself before the first emperor. I will tell him everything about this place. I will make him understand that other nations exist in this world. I will bring back the seeds. I will bring back the weapons. I will ensure the Qin Dynasty of the first emperor endures for 10,000 generations. Yang declared solemnly. After hearing his words, Qin Shi Huang and the others nodded slightly. Li Shishi spoke up. Well said, well said. Truly worthy of our Qin Dynasty, a man of vision. Meng Tian, standing nearby, also nodded. If only our Qin state had more men like you, we could have unified the 6 states long ago. Faced with the praise of the assembly, Shang Yang's face glowed with excitement. At that moment, Su Qi suddenly spoke up. You said earlier that you're just a low-ranking official now, with no qualifications to meet the first emperor of Qin. So how exactly do you plan to see the first emperor now that you're returning? The moment these words fell, everyone present froze for a moment. Their eyes all revealed profound astonishment. For in that moment, they suddenly realized that this was precisely the situation. Especially Shang Yang. Even if he truly longed to return to Qin Shi Huang, he had no right to do so. In that moment, he was utterly consumed by gloom. So it was that I was unworthy. Chapter 159, Frozen for a Day. It's fine. We can discuss how you should approach meeting the first emperor after your return. Zheng spoke up from the side. However, at that moment, Su Qi suddenly spoke up. It's getting late. Let's discuss matters tomorrow. A day or two won't make a difference. Everyone should head back first. After hearing Su Qi's words, the others didn't hesitate, bidding farewell one after another. In the next instant, they all transformed into beams of white light, completely departing from this place. Only Li Shishi remained behind. Li Shishi stared at Su Qi before him, his face frozen in shock. He immediately stepped closer, unable to contain himself as he spoke. Mr. Su, did I do something wrong? Why bring in a new manager? After hearing his words, Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. The scope of your responsibilities differs from his. Your role involves coordinating other tasks and personnel assignments. His role involves managing the scenic area's schedule. There's a significant difference. I don't understand. Li Shishi spoke up directly. He genuinely didn't understand. Even Su Qi had only just learned this from the business school materials on his computer. Su Qi cleared his throat twice before speaking directly. Anyway, you can rest assured. Although Shang Yang will take over some of your work, it's for your own good. It's absolutely not for any other reason. So under these circumstances, you really have nothing to worry about. He spoke softly. Then he shook his head, saying no more. Instead, he turned and walked away. Li Shishi froze for a moment before hurrying after him. He asked question after question. Su Qi patiently answered his questions. After Su Qi closed the hotel room door, Li Shishi stood outside. He turned his gaze toward the stars outside. So it turns out I'm not worthy after all. Li Shishi's face was filled with resignation, but he had finally understood. The responsibilities between Shang Yang and himself were still different. At least Shang Yang's arrival wouldn't cost him his position. That was enough. Qin Dynasty. After returning, Shang Yang surveyed the surrounding buildings. He slapped himself across the face. Feeling the sting, he exclaimed excitedly. It's not fake, it's all real. If I could bring back everything shown in those records, the Qin Dynasty would surely become even more magnificent. No, I must see the first emperor at the fastest possible speed. He exclaimed excitedly, immediately standing up. He said a few words to his family. Then he set off for the capital. Fortunately, his residence wasn't too far from the capital. After traveling half the night, he had already arrived. He immediately attempted to enter. But at that moment, he suddenly saw that the gates of the capital city were closed. This moment startled him for a second. Only then did he recall. Apparently, the eastern city gate remained closed at night. After a moment of hesitation, he could only find a corner nearby and crouch down there. He waited quietly for the next day to arrive. The ancient city. Dawn. As the light streamed in, white light flickered one by one at that very moment. Everyone appeared here. Su Qi glanced over and gave a slight nod. Yet at that very moment, he suddenly realized someone was missing. Where had Shang Yang gone? Hearing his words, the others looked around and indeed could not find Shang Yang. Could it be that after returning, he went to see the first emperor only to be executed as a fraud? Li Shishi spoke up directly from the side. Upon hearing his words, the first emperor of Qin shot him a fierce glare. Li Shishi quickly averted his gaze. Su Qi's brow twitched slightly. He pondered slowly for a moment. Then he glanced at his employee roster. Wait, isn't he still here? Just as he was puzzling over it, a flash of white light suddenly flickered in the distance. The next moment, a figure materialized before the crowd. And who else could it be but Shang Yang? I thought you might not make it back. How did it go? Did you meet the first emperor yesterday? Meng Tian immediately stepped forward, his curiosity evident as he asked. However, after hearing his words, Shan Yang sighed helplessly and replied. The capital city gates don't open at night. I arrived in the middle of the night yesterday, but the gates were already closed. I had to wait until morning to find an opportunity to enter. I arrived a bit late because I was searching for lodging. Otherwise, I truly feared they might mistake me for a monster. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Qi finally understood. At that moment, Lu Bang approached. So you froze all night out there yesterday? You're so eager to meet Qin Huang, but I think you'd be better off waiting until you get a month's pay and bring back some goods before returning. Otherwise, even if Qin Huang sees you, he might not believe a word you say. Hearing his words, Li Shishi chimed in from the side. That's true. If you bring back a lighter or firecracker powder, what kind of items would those be? At least that would lend some credibility. Then when Qin Huang meets you, he'll surely believe your words. But now, with nothing to back up your claims, anyone would just think you're a fraud. Everyone nodded in agreement, for they all felt it was so. However, at that very moment, Zheng stepped forward. He spoke directly. This prince finds it unsatisfactory. Reforms like this should naturally be implemented as swiftly as possible. Though you may wait another half-month, the Qin Dynasty cannot afford to delay. I suggest you adopt alternative methods to first gain the trust of the first emperor. Then, when the time comes to distribute salaries, procuring goods will be far easier. After hearing his words, Shan Yang nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Today I have already arrived in the capital. After work tonight, I will go directly to the palace to see His Majesty. I must proceed smoothly then. With my silver tongue, I'll win His Majesty's trust. He spoke excitedly. Su Qi approached at that moment. He looked at everyone present and spoke directly. Let's head to work first. We'll have plenty of time to discuss these matters later. Without hesitation, everyone quickly went to work. Zheng led his entourage back to the original terrace stage. Then he immediately began the court session. Lu Bang had already adjusted the court session to start earlier. This way, it wouldn't interfere with his work schedule. But since Zheng had brought everyone here, there was no need for such formalities. Instead, he directly exempted everyone from attending court in the capital city. Instead, they held court directly within the scenic area. This did save some time. After all, they now came to work during the day and could only return at night. Chapter 160, Strategizing. During lunch break, everyone gathered together. Shan Yang ate with remarkable speed. After all, this was his first time eating the current meals. He had arrived yesterday, but it was in the afternoon. He hadn't made it in time for lunch. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Shan Yang exclaimed excitedly. Hearing his words, everyone nearby broke into smiles. They must have felt the same way when they first arrived. Moments later, Su Qi spoke up directly. You didn't meet the first emperor yesterday. How do you plan to meet him today? Hearing Su Qi's words, Shan Yang paused for a moment. Then he spoke directly. At present, I can only remain outside the palace. And since I can only return at night, I cannot meet the emperor during the day. I plan to storm in tonight. Once I meet the first emperor, I'll use my silver tongue to persuade him. However, upon hearing his words, the expressions of those nearby shifted slightly. Especially Zheng at that moment. He cleared his throat slightly before speaking with a hint of resignation. That's not quite how it works. Hearing this, Shan Yang looked at the first emperor of Qin with solemn expression. He waited for the other to continue. The first emperor cleared his throat again before speaking directly. It seems there's no issue with you returning like this. But in truth, there is a significant problem. If you were to appear before me at that time, based on my current mindset, I would likely have you executed on the spot. Upon hearing these words, Shan Yang froze in shock. He had believed that meeting Qin Huang would resolve everything effortlessly. Yet now the king of Qin had bluntly informed him that if he dared to barge in, execution awaited him. This only deepened his panic. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. What should we do next? His face now wore an expression of utter helplessness. For he now fully understood. If he rashly went in, he would likely die there. Moreover, if he died in ancient times, he couldn't be revived. Only if he were injured or killed within the scenic area could he return the next day. But that wouldn't work in ancient times. This only deepened his anguish. He held a secret of immense importance, a secret that could directly alter the entire Qin dynasty. Yet now he couldn't even meet Qin Huang. After a moment's thought, Zheng spoke directly. I shall tell you things known only to this king. When you meet the first emperor, speak them directly. That should earn his trust. Finally, the Qin king revealed numerous matters to Shan Yang. After listening, Shan Yang couldn't help but express his astonishment. Yet he nodded in agreement throughout. At that moment, Meng Tian approached from the side. I wasn't dead back then, he began, and I could tell you too. Just as he was about to speak, the king of Qin couldn't help but roll his eyes. You were indeed still alive then, but you had already gone to guard the frontier. Are we supposed to wait for you to return? Hearing these words, Meng Tian froze for a moment. He promptly shut his mouth. Indeed, during the Qin Dynasty, he had led troops to defend the frontiers. But others were different. Several ministers who had lived to see the Qin Dynasty approached and recounted their own experiences to Xiangyang. Xiangyang listened intently, committing every detail to memory. He understood that his nighttime operation hinged entirely on this moment. Life or death depended on it. If his recollections were unclear, even a single oversight could lead to his immediate execution on suspicion of fabrication. The entire afternoon. Xiangyang spent the entire afternoon memorizing these details. Of course, he neglected none of his official duties. It was not until evening. Everyone gathered together. At that moment, the gaze of Qin Shi Huang and the others all fell upon Xiangyang. The future greatness of the Qin dynasty now rests on your shoulders. Su Qi beside him wore an equally solemn expression. By rights, I should give you something to take back as proof of your identity. But I'm afraid, since you haven't been paid, you won't be taking anything back with you. This matter cannot be changed. So you'll have to rely on your silver tongue. But some things can still be changed. Take the production of gunpowder, for instance. Of course, if you mess with gunpowder, you might be mistaken for an assassin. That's why I've provided you with the method for making fireworks. Once you return, craft several fireworks first. Use them to capture Qin Shi Huang's attention. At the very least, it'll secure you an early audience with him. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Xiangyang's face was filled with excitement. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you so much, Mr. Su. Without hesitation, Xiangyang quickly committed the fireworks making method to memory. After all, the process wasn't as difficult as he'd imagined. Of course, Xiangyang couldn't possibly memorize every single method for making fireworks. But he could certainly make gunpowder and sprinkle certain ingredients into it to create that kind of firework. Moments later, once Xiangyang had finished memorizing, he waved goodbye to Su Qi and the others. Mr. Su, wait for my good news. As his words faded, he dissolved into a white light and vanished. Subsequently, Ying Zheng and the others also bid farewell to Su Qi, transforming into white light and slowly fading away. At this moment, Li Shishi still hadn't returned. Old Li, you haven't returned for days now. Are you sure everything's okay? He asked with genuine concern. Since Li Shishi had said he would eliminate Li Yuan as soon as possible. Shouldn't I be making more trips back? Why is he lingering in the scenic area now? Refusing to return at all costs. Li Shishi glanced at Su Qi and stated directly. I need to avoid any appearance of impropriety. As for the operations after returning, I've already entrusted everything to Zheng He. He will take my place in commanding those troops. All I need to do is step forward at the final moment. After hearing his words, Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. Then it's up to you. Qin Dynasty. After Xiangyang returned, he glanced at the adjacent room, then proceeded to gather saltpeter and other gunpowder ingredients based on the information stored in his mind. Carefully mixing the ingredients according to the proportions. He spent every last coin he had to buy a small amount of cinnabar to add to the mixture. This should do it, he declared. By now, evening had fallen. But Xiangyang hesitated not a moment, heading straight for the palace with his makeshift fireworks. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignited the fireworks before the palace gates. With a thunderous boom, crimson fireworks shot skyward, instantly engulfing half the imperial city in flames. Chapter 161, You're full of assassins. Assassins. The imperial guards stationed at the gate witnessed the scene and shouted loudly. A crowd quickly gathered. They began searching for the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Ying Zhang was rising for the night. Suddenly, he saw half the imperial city engulfed in flames. His face was filled with astonishment. What was happening? An extraordinary celestial phenomenon? Could it be a sign of some dreadful calamity? Zhao Gao, standing nearby, also stared in astonishment at the scene outside. He had no idea what was happening. Your Majesty, please retreat first and take cover. Once we've ascertained the situation, you may emerge. Zhao Gao hurriedly interjected. However, upon hearing his words, Ying Zheng shot him a cold glance. I am the first emperor of Qin. How could I possibly fear such things? Out. I must see what this thing truly is. He spoke coldly, stepping directly out. The next moment, another dazzling firework erupted in the nearby sky. The crimson light illuminated nearly the entire imperial palace. Everyone couldn't help but rush outside to witness the scene. That crimson light, radiating like a beacon, left them all utterly astonished. No one knew what had actually happened. Even Ying Zheng himself was equally clueless at this moment. Go investigate. Find out exactly what happened. Ying Zheng commanded in a loud voice. Upon hearing his words, his guards wasted no time, swiftly launching an investigation. Moments later, they returned with news. Reporting to your Majesty, someone outside the city gates is releasing a peculiar substance. When ignited, it erupts into that blinding light engulfing the entire palace grounds. Such a substance exists? Zheng was taken aback. He ordered immediately. Bring that person to me. At that moment, Yang had already ignited the second homemade firework. Seeing the spectacle unfolding in the sky, he too was utterly astonished. He had assumed his hastily made creation wouldn't produce such an intense effect. But the result was far more spectacular than he'd imagined. Truly magnificent. The thought that everyone would soon be able to set off such wonders filled him with excitement. He exclaimed excitedly. The next moment, he lit another firework. Another massive firework shot skyward. Then it burst into dazzling colors. While Yang was still admiring the display, a large contingent of guards arrived from the distance. The leading commander, observing Yang's expression, and bellowed angrily. Who dares cause trouble here? Seize him at once! He bellowed. A large contingent of guards immediately charged forward. Yet upon seeing them, Yang offered no resistance whatsoever. After all, his sole purpose was to see Zheng. Under these circumstances, direct resistance could easily get him killed. Therefore, it was better to submit quietly and be captured. 5 or 6 guards immediately pounced on Yang. Seeing Yang offer no resistance, they were somewhat puzzled. The commander stepped before Yang. He gripped the long sword in his hand. Where did this demon come from, daring to cause chaos in the palace? Today, I shall cut you down. He roared in fury, swinging his weapon directly at Yang. Witnessing this scene, both sides froze in shock. He had thought he would finally meet Zheng, only to find himself about to be beheaded. Just as terror gripped him, a figure approached from the distance. Hold on. His Majesty wants him alive. Hearing this, the commander sheathed his blade. Take him away. When Yang was brought into the grand hall, he was immediately bound hand and foot. After all, everyone feared the skill he had just displayed. No one understood how he had managed. Such a terrifying force, if unleashed on the ground, could have caused mass casualties. And now, standing not far from Yang, was none other than the future Qin Huang. Naturally, they had to act this way. Who are you? Zheng spoke coldly. After hearing his words, Yang hastily replied. I am Yang, a minor official of the Qin Dynasty. I have come to see your Majesty. To see me? Why? Qin Huang felt a touch of curiosity. According to the other party's account, he was merely a lowly official. He was not even qualified to attend court. Yet here he was, seeking an audience. This undoubtedly piqued his curiosity. After hearing his words, Yang didn't hesitate. He laid out the entire situation regarding the scenic area. After hearing his words, Zheng's gaze turned icy cold. He suspected Yang was deceiving him. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Then he spoke directly. Do you take me for a fool? You think I'll believe any future you make up? Where did this demon come from? Drag him out and execute him. Zheng snorted coldly. After hearing Zheng's words, Yang was momentarily stunned. He never imagined that even after laying everything bare, the response he faced was still to be dragged out and executed. He drew a deep breath before speaking up. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Your Majesty, once I finish, you will surely believe me. By now, Yang had been dragged outside. However, after hearing his words, Zheng waved his hand and Yang was brought back inside. You have one last chance to speak. Yang gathered his thoughts and spoke directly. That is because within the scenic area, besides people from our dynasty, there are also individuals from other dynasties, even those from the Qin period itself. And within that realm, not only are General Bai Qi's men present, but even your Majesty, the King of Qin, is there. You say I am also within the scenic area. Emperor Qin Huang's face was filled with astonishment. He never imagined the other party could fabricate such an elaborate lie. He was clearly right here, yet the man claimed he was still within that scenic area. He gave a cold, dismissive laugh. If I were in the scenic area, how could I possibly be here? If I were in the scenic area, I'd recognize it without you even saying a word. Utter nonsense. Yang quickly interjected. That's because different times produce different people. The great king in the scenic area was from the Qin Dynasty, the very era of Zheng's assassination attempt. Not only the great king, but all the Qin generals were transported there. Then why do I have no memories at all? You're still talking nonsense. Qin Huang spoke again. His expression was one of utter disbelief. At that moment, Yang was utterly speechless. After explaining at length, he finally managed to convince Qin Huang reluctantly about the timeline issue. Chapter 162, When did I die? So you claim to know what this king told you. Now tell me. If there's any falsehood, I'll have you executed on the spot. Qin Huang continued. Yang hesitated not a moment, recounting every detail the king of Qin had confided, secrets known only to him, to the emperor before him. Upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly. For he knew every word spoken was true. Some details he had even forgotten himself. Had Xiangyang not brought them up, he might never have recalled them in his lifetime. But now that they had been brought up, he could confirm they were indeed true. How could this be? Zheng felt a sense of helplessness. After all, such a story would be hard for anyone to believe. Yet here it was, unfolding before his very eyes. He pondered slowly, then turned his gaze to the general beside him. You say other ministers from the Qin period were there besides me. Do you recognize him? He pointed his finger at the general. Upon seeing the general, Xiangyang paused. After a moment's thought, he replied directly. This humble servant does not recognize him. Hearing this, the general snorted coldly. I knew you were a fake. With that, he drew his long sword, ready to strike. Yet at that moment, Zheng spoke slowly. Hold on. He is indeed someone I recently promoted, not a figure from the Qin period. Hearing this, Xiangyang finally understood. It turned out that the first emperor of Qin had been feigning his anger. This time, the first emperor pointed to another minister beside him. And what about him? Do you recognize him? This time, Xiangyang looked over. He nodded repeatedly. I know him. He's also told me some things about himself. With that, Xiangyang proceeded to recount everything he had been told. After hearing his words, the ministers standing nearby were all stunned. How could this be? These matters were known only to me. Where did you learn this? Could it be you've been spying on me all along? His face was filled with terror. After all, if the other party had been watching him all along, wouldn't that mean they knew about all the unusual things he'd done? Some things simply cannot be spoken of. Once spoken, they become capital offenses. Yet Xiangyang spoke up immediately. You told me yourself. The minister across from him slowly clenched his fist. He refused to believe it. But at this moment, disbelief seemed increasingly unlikely. Thus, he fell silent. At that moment, Huang's eyebrow twitched slightly. He looked directly at the minister and commanded. Summon every minister who served during the Qin Dynasty. Not a moment's delay. Upon hearing his words, the general beside him immediately went to carry out the order. 1 hour later. Over 30 officials had gathered here. Their eyes now brimmed with intense curiosity. None of them understood why the first emperor had summoned them in the dead of night. At that moment, the first emperor casually selected one of them. To share something about himself. Confirm everything yourself, and if there are any issues, tell me all of them. After hearing the emperor's words, the minister approached and stood before Xiangyang. His eyes brimmed with curiosity. Xiangyang did not hesitate, immediately recounting the other man's affairs. At that moment, the minister across from him gaped in astonishment. He knelt down with a thud. Your Majesty, I have told no one of these matters. Only I knew of them, yet I cannot fathom why this has happened. It was impossible for anyone to know. Zheng furrowed his brow. At this moment, he was beginning to believe. Yet his suspicious nature prevented him from trusting Xiangyang outright. Instead, he pointed to several other ministers. Moments later, Xiangyang finished recounting the affairs of every minister present. The ministers' faces all showed deep astonishment. If he were merely speaking about others, they would have dismissed it as mere entertainment. After all, it might have been mutual back-scratching. But when it happened to themselves, they were all stunned at that moment. After all, these matters were truly known only to themselves. Under such circumstances, letting others know was absolutely out of the question. Yet the truth was unfolding before them. The minister who had spoken first frowned as he looked at Xiangyang. You just claim to have traveled to the future. If that's true, then your knowledge shouldn't be limited to past events, you must also know what lies ahead. After hearing his words, Xiangyang nodded at that moment. He then turned his gaze directly to the minister across from him and spoke slowly. I am well aware of your situation. You will die in 1 year. As his words fell silent, the minister paused, slightly stunned. Frowning, he retorted. This is utter nonsense. I'm in the prime of my life. By average lifespan, I should live at least another decade. How could I possibly die next year? You're just trying to scare me with alarmist talk. At that moment, Xiangyang hesitated no longer and continued directly. You will indeed die, but not of old age. It will be because your family's corruption is uncovered, and you are executed by His Majesty's order. As his words fell silent, the minister's pupils contracted slightly. He instinctively turned his head to look at Qin Huang seated upon the throne. At that moment, Qin Huang's gaze also shifted to him. Thud. The minister immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, it's all slander. These accusations are completely false. Your servant could never have embezzled funds. This accusation is absolutely false. He cried out loudly, attempting to defend himself. Yet at that moment, not a single person present dared to speak up. For the truth is, embezzlement is something everyone engages in. It was merely a matter of degree. What they hadn't anticipated was that Qin Huang would execute a minister right before their eyes over corruption. In that instant, they all began to speculate. Was it because the amount embezzled was too large, or was there something else? At that moment, Zheng looked at the minister and spoke directly. Lock him up first. Send men to search his home. The matter of punishment can be decided later. After speaking, his gaze fell upon Yang. Since you know so much about these matters, then tell me. Inform the emperor. When did I die? As his words fell silent, all eyes in the room turned toward him. For everyone present, they knew this matter was of utmost importance. After all, the Qin Dynasty had only just risen, and only the king of Qin could keep the masses in check. If the first emperor were to die, the Qin Dynasty would likely descend into chaos immediately. Chapter 163, 2.5 years. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Yang found himself hesitating to speak. At that moment, Huang also sensed something amiss. His brow twitched slightly before he spoke directly. Just speak plainly. I shall not hold it against you. Hearing these words, Yang hesitated no longer. He knew that if he remained silent, the first emperor might have him executed on the spot. Therefore, he lifted his head and gazed steadily at the first emperor. Your Majesty, you will die in 2.5 years. As the words fell, the entire court fell into a deathly silence. Li Shishi, standing beside him, roared in fury. This is utter nonsense. His Majesty is blessed with boundless longevity. How could he possibly die in just 2.5 years? His Majesty is in remarkably robust health at present. As he spoke, he glanced toward the distant Huang. At that moment, the first emperor frowned slightly, feeling his own body. He gave a slight nod. Indeed, my constitution is remarkably robust. I even consume elixirs of immortality daily. How could it be possible that I would perish in 2.5 years? His brow furrowed, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. In that moment, Huang felt Yang was mocking him. Yet Yang sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, you may not realize it, but the reason for your imminent demise is precisely those so-called elixirs of immortality. What do you mean? Huang paused in surprise. After unifying the 6 states, Emperor Qin devoted not only his efforts to consolidating his empire but also a significant portion of his energy to the pursuit of immortality. He even recruited a group of alchemists specifically to concoct this elixir for him. He took them daily, convinced he might truly achieve eternal life. Yet Yang's words now plunged him into silence. The pupils of several people nearby also contracted slightly. Particularly the 2 figures among the ministers clad in Taoist robes. Their bodies twitched slightly. One of them stepped forward immediately, angrily rebuking Yang across from him. This is utter nonsense. How could the immortal elixir possibly fail? It is the secret to His Majesty's eternal life. You are obstructing His Majesty's path to immortality. Your Majesty, I request his immediate beheading. The Taoist priest shouted loudly. He was now extremely furious. Yet not a single minister among them spoke up. Quite simply, they too were deeply moved. Even Huang merely frowned, saying nothing more. He ignored the alchemist and turned his gaze toward Yang. Continue. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Yang hesitated no longer. He continued speaking. Those so-called elixirs of immortality are all counterfeit. They contain heavy metals, a highly toxic substance. Prolonged consumption causes these toxins to accumulate within the human body. Once accumulated to a certain level, they will cause digestive disorders, trigger various bodily ailments, and ultimately lead to sudden death. Your Majesty, you yourself died during an imperial tour just 2.5 years later. After hearing these words, Huang took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to the 2 alchemists in the distance. Their pupils contracted slightly. One of them even dropped to his knees on the spot. He was on the verge of confessing his mistakes. Was what he said true? His words fell slowly. As the emperor of the Great Qin, he had been deceived by a few alchemists. This undoubtedly filled him with extreme fury. At that moment, his eyes flashed with the majesty of a dragon. At that moment, the 2 alchemists opposite him hesitated no longer. With a thud, they knelt upon the ground. They immediately confessed in anguish. Your Majesty, this immortal pill must be taken consistently. It won't show significant effects in the short term. Do not listen to his nonsense. Yet after hearing his words, Huang remained silent. He merely waved his hand and commanded, "Take these 2 men away and execute them." Several generals stepped forward and dragged the 2 alchemists away. They begged for mercy, but no one dared offer them any assurance. After all, most of what Yang had foretold had come to pass. Not a single one had been proven wrong. If it were just one person, that might be different. Perhaps that individual's every move was under surveillance. But every minister present was in the same position. Even Huang himself was no exception. The other person revealed things that only he himself should have known. That meant what Yang had said was likely true. Huang took a deep breath, then frowned as he stared at Yang across from him. If I die in 2.5 years, how many generations will the Qin dynasty endure? At least 10 generations, right? He asked curiously. As the emperor who unified China, Qin Shi Huang had anticipated his own death. He simply refused to accept it. Now, his greater concern was how many generations the Qin dynasty would endure. Yet, upon hearing his words, Yang raised his finger. 2 fingers. 20 generations? Not bad at all. Not in vain have I done so much. Qin Shi Huang exhaled slowly. Though it differed from his vision of 10,000 generations. It was enough. Yet at that moment, Yang shook his head helplessly. Your Majesty, it is not 20 generations. At that moment, everyone present froze in surprise. Li Shishi couldn't help but interject. Could it be the 200th generation? After speaking, he knelt before Qin Shi Huang with a thud. Your Majesty, everything you have done benefits the entire realm. That your legacy has endured for over 200 generations is truly a blessing from heaven. He exclaimed excitedly. The surrounding ministers all knelt as well, offering their congratulations to the first emperor in unison. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang slowly raised his head. Though he would pass away 2.5 years later. The Qin dynasty as a whole fared quite well. Lasting 200 generations, it far exceeded his own expectations. It was utterly beyond his wildest dreams. Yet at this moment, Yang shook his head again with a hint of resignation. Your Majesty, it is not 200 generations, but the second emperor. The annals record that the Qin dynasty fell during the second emperor's reign. The entire hall fell silent once more. At that moment, every breath was held. They dared not utter a single word. Zhao Gao suddenly leaped to his feet. He glared furiously at Yang. This is utter nonsense. How could the Qin dynasty under His Majesty's reign have lasted only 2 generations? Your Majesty, this man spreads heretical nonsense to deceive the people. He should be beheaded as a warning to all. Zhao Gao declared furiously. Yet the first emperor did not react immediately. He merely drew a deep breath and looked at Yang across from him. Are you suggesting the Qin dynasty fell because of Fusu? Chapter 164, 20 generations or 2 generations. At this point, the first emperor of Qin couldn't help but laugh. He might not believe others. But Fusu? He could never bring about the downfall of the entire Qin dynasty. Fusu was personally groomed by him. Though he had been overly idealized by those so-called Confucians. He was still a decent, benevolent ruler. After all, he understood that while his actions might be beneficial for history as a whole, for the Qin dynasty at that moment, however, the grand construction projects were still excessive. The death toll was still immense. He was aware he might even be labeled a tyrant. Yet he would proceed regardless. This was precisely why he had cultivated Fusu. He was a tyrant, but his son was not. If the second emperor of Qin were not a tyrant, that would be sufficient. You truly are spouting nonsense. Though I know not how you learned of my private affairs, Fusu would never allow the entire Qin dynasty to perish. Zheng spoke coldly. He was about to order the execution of Yang standing before him. Yet at that moment, Yang spoke again. It was not Fusu who brought about the downfall of the entire Qin dynasty. Not Fusu. Are you implying I did not intend to pass the throne to him? How could that be? You yourself said I would die in 2.5 years. If not Fusu, then who else? Could it possibly be Huang? Qin Shi Huang chuckled as he spoke. At that moment, he felt Yang was talking nonsense. Yet Yang nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, it is indeed Huang. At that moment, everyone froze once more. Who didn't know what Huang was like? If he were to become emperor, then the entire Qin dynasty could well collapse. Indeed, it was highly probable. All eyes in the vicinity turned involuntarily toward the first emperor of Qin. They wanted to know what the first emperor would decide under such circumstances. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang frowned as he looked at Yang. How could this be? How could I possibly pass the throne to Huang? This is utterly impossible. Yang continued. Your Majesty, 2.5 years later, you suddenly passed away without having designated an heir. Zhao Gao and Li Shishi conspire to forge an imperial edict, then collude with Huang to execute Fusu in your name. Fusu hanged himself at the frontier. Huang then ascended the throne without opposition. Qin Shi Huang's eyes widened. This cannot be. Fusu took his own life. Did he not know it was a sham? Yang sighed. Fusu said, when the sovereign commands death, the subject must die. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang froze. He was utterly dumbfounded. Even upon hearing of his own impending death, he had not faltered. For he knew that death is inevitable for all men. Though he pursued immortality, he also knew the path to eternal life was almost entirely elusive. Rather than truly seeking immortality, he was merely chasing a psychological comfort. Yet the Qin dynasty collapsed after only 2 emperors. Even Fusu was forced to take his own life by a forged imperial edict. This filled him with profound anger and numbness. For this had surpassed his wildest imaginings. He had never foreseen such an outcome. After all, the Qin dynasty he had conquered, though its foundations were still problematic, Its collapse was almost inevitable upon his death. But according to his analysis, it should have lasted at least a few generations. The Qin Dynasty collapsed after only 2 emperors, which undoubtedly left him feeling utterly helpless. Continue on, recounting everything that transpired during the Qin Dynasty, as well as the dynasties that followed. Since you've arrived over 2,000 years later, you ought to have memorized all of that. Qin Shi Huang spoke thus, and after hearing his words, Yang hesitated no longer. He proceeded to recount everything he knew. This included how Hu Hai harmed his own brothers and sisters, including Zhao Gao's infamous pointing a deer and calling it a horse incident, and the subsequent burning of the Afang Palace by Xiang Yun, the founding of the Han Dynasty, and other dynasties. He knew almost everything and spoke without reservation. This narrative continued throughout the entire night. The next morning, everyone stood there, swaying slightly. A hint of astonishment flickered in every pair of eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes were intensely bloodshot. You could even see the distinct dark circles under their eyes. Yet no one dared to sleep, instead staring wide-eyed. For what they had heard undoubtedly surpassed their wildest imaginations. If someone could fabricate such an immense history, then that person would be nothing short of a genius. The Xiangyang across from them clearly wasn't a genius. Therefore, he must have truly known history. Qin Shi Huang took a deep breath. At this moment, he understood completely. Xiangyang's words were almost 100% true. Just as Qin Shi Huang urged Xiangyang to continue speaking, Xiangyang gazed at the brightening sky outside and spoke with resignation. Your Majesty, dawn has broken. It is time for me to begin my duties. I shall soon be summoned directly to the scenic area. I can only continue my explanation to Your Majesty after I finish my duties. Upon hearing this, Zheng nodded. Go then. I shall wait here for you. The next moment, Xiangyang's body began to shimmer with a white light. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, his form slowly vanished. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Qin Shi Huang immediately stepped forward and reached out to touch it, but found nothing there. At that moment, he fully trusted his own eyes and turned to the crowd present. He immediately spoke up. Li Si, Zhao Gao. What more can you two say? Li Si and Zhao Gao were already kneeling on the ground. At first, they had intended to defend themselves. But halfway through Xiangyang's speech, they knew this was entirely true. Though those were deeds they would only commit in the future. They had not yet committed them. But they all understood that under these circumstances, death was inevitable. Qin Shi Huang would not spare them. In this situation, neither of them even begged for mercy. They merely bowed their heads, their faces etched with the resolve of the condemned. Upon witnessing this scene, the first emperor of Qin said nothing further and immediately ordered their beheading. By then, it was time for the morning court assembly. He summoned everyone to the grand hall. Then he commanded that Hu Hai be put to death. Hu Hai, utterly bewildered, entered the court chamber. Upon hearing the first emperor's command, his face grew even more bewildered. He had no idea what he had done wrong. He had done nothing wrong, he had merely stayed put. Yet now he was being sentenced to death outright. He couldn't help but want to say something. His face pleaded for mercy. Yet Qin Shi Huang's mind was made up. None of the ministers dared speak up. Those unaware of the situation saw what was happening, yet none dared speak. Instead, one man stepped forward. Chapter 165, A Public Beating. It was none other than Fusu. Your Majesty, my brother, though he may be somewhat wayward, does not deserve death. He is still your son, my brother. He couldn't help but speak up. Yet upon hearing his words, Zheng immediately flew into a rage. A worthless fool. If you had shown any worth, would I have had to do this? Qin Shi Huang roared angrily. As Fusu stood there utterly bewildered, Qin Shi Huang leaped over the steps before him, landing before him, then delivered a flying kick straight into his body. With a thud, Fusu was sent crashing to the ground. Before he could say anything else, the first emperor delivered another kick to his backside. Fusu cried out in pain. Witnessing this scene, the assembled ministers grew even more hesitant to speak. Even Fusu's own retainers instinctively fell silent at that moment. Though they dared to assist Fusu in undertaking special tasks, and even plotted his ascension to the throne, they dared not defy the first emperor of Qin at this moment. After a brief exchange of blows, Qin Shi Huang finally exhaled slowly. His gaze regained some clarity in that moment. He then urgently dispatched messengers to recall Meng Tian. He ordered Meng Tian to lead tens of thousands of soldiers to protect the entire imperial court. Within the scenic area, amidst a blinding flash of white light, Liu Bang and his companions had all arrived at the scenic area. Their gazes instinctively turned toward Xiangyang in the distance. So, did Qin Shi Huang trust you yesterday? Li Shishi was the first to approach. He asked curiously. Meanwhile, Zheng and the others had already surrounded Xiangyang. Their eyes all held a hint of curiosity. Especially Zheng, though he knew that timeline held little connection to his present self. But it was still his own. And it was, after all, his Qin Dynasty. He still hoped the Qin Dynasty could become even more glorious, even more magnificent. Yang nodded directly. Now His Majesty has placed his complete trust in me. This is all thanks to your Majesty and the others. As he spoke, he glanced at Huang and the others beside him. He bowed repeatedly. After hearing his words, Huang now revealed a faint smile. I knew the things I taught you would prove invaluable. He spoke cheerfully, then turned his gaze to the others. No major issues have arisen, have they? What exactly is the situation over there now? He inquired with evident curiosity. After hearing his words, Yang hesitated no longer and spoke directly. All the alchemists have been arrested and beheaded one by one. As for the others, since I arrived in haste, I did not witness the morning court session. His Majesty will surely render appropriate judgment. After hearing his words, the first emperor of Qin pondered for a moment. Then he spoke directly. Given my temperament, Zhao Gao, Li Shi, and Hu Hai will most likely all be executed. As for Fusu, if he dares to intercede, he'll at least get a beating. Upon hearing his words, those present all nodded in agreement. They believed the first emperor would almost certainly act in this manner. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao and Li Shi, standing at a distance, wore expressions of anguish. They hadn't been killed here. After all, they were salaried employees themselves. Their combined salaries amounted to a hefty 540. Under these circumstances, Huang would not execute them. But they were stripped of their positions, leaving them little different from the dead. Yet at this very moment, hearing of their other selves, they realized those counterparts had likely already been executed. The two still felt a lingering dread. Unable to resist, they stole a glance at the Qin king. Then they bowed their heads, resolved to obediently serve as ruthless money-making tools hereafter. As for repeating the actions of their historical counterparts, they had no intention of doing that now. In the distance, Su Qi approached. Yang stepped forward and bowed to Su Qi. Mr. Su, I am truly grateful to you. Had you not taught me the art of fireworks? Perhaps yesterday I truly would not have been able to meet His Majesty. Nor would I have been able to tell His Majesty about my own affairs and the events of history. Had we waited any longer, His Majesty might truly have perished? Su Qi chuckled softly. No worries, these are all perks of working here. As long as you do your jobs well, you'll not only get more perks, but even your wages could increase. If you're lucky, you might even get assigned a dorm like Li Shishi staying here after work in the evenings. Hearing Su Qi's promises, Yang's face lit up with excitement. He thanked Su Qi repeatedly. Su Qi waved his hand dismissively before speaking up. Alright, everyone, hurry up and get to work. There are quite a few people today. Make absolutely no mistakes. After hearing his words, everyone went to work. Moments later, only two people remained. One was none other than Li Shishi, and the other was Yang. The number of employees at the scenic area is growing steadily. Both of you are managers, especially Yang. Everything you've learned is crucial. If you can apply them here, you might just elevate the park to new heights. Today, the entire scenic area is entrusted to your management. Do not let any problems arise. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi and Yang both nodded repeatedly. Their faces radiated determination. Moments later, Li Shishi went to work. Meanwhile, Yang was kept behind by Su Qi. Your eyes are bloodshot, and you have dark circles under them. Clearly you didn't sleep well last night. Get some proper rest first, then return to work. There's no rush for this. Hearing Su Qi's words, Yang nodded excitedly. His face radiated gratitude. At that moment, Su Qi also broke into a smile. These days, Su Qi had practically no work to do. Management and coordination were entirely entrusted to Li Shishi and Yang. As for the part-time student he'd taught to make videos. As for himself, he could finally enjoy being a hands-off boss every day. He didn't have to lift a finger, yet he could watch substantial income pour in daily. However, Su Qi didn't head straight back to the office. He had another appointment today. None other than that same part-time college student from before. Judging by the timing, she should be able to make it over now. Without hesitation, Su Qi made his way step by step to the ticket counter. Chapter 166, Diverse Poetry. When Li Shishi and her cousin spotted Su Qi approaching, the two immediately drew near. Especially Li Shishi, she practically wanted to cling to Su Qi. With a helpless sigh, Su Qi ruffled her hair. Then he smiled and said, "There's quite a crowd today. You two are going to have your hands full." Hearing this, Li Shishi shook her head repeatedly. "No trouble at all, no trouble at all." His cousin beside him nodded slightly. But she dared not look directly at Su Qi, only stealing a quick glance. Seeing this, Su Qi couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he went straight to the supermarket, grabbed 2 bags of snacks, and handed them to the two girls. The two young beauties munched away while selling tickets. They both looked at Su Qi curiously, wondering what he was doing here. Until a moment later, a figure approached from the distance. It was none other than the female college student. And beside her was another person. This was the photographer who had previously filmed Su Qi's promotional video. How come you two came together? Su Qi wore a look of mild surprise. He hadn't expected them to show up here together. The two exchanged a glance, and the photographer stepped forward first. This is my junior classmate. We ran into each other on the way here and decided to come along together. You two know each other? The photographer asked, his face brimming with curiosity. After hearing his words, Su Qi raised an eyebrow slightly, then nodded with a smile. Of course we do. I've been having him shoot and edit my videos lately. His skills are truly exceptional. Hearing this, the part-time college student beside him also broke into a delighted smile. For a student like him, nothing felt better than having his skills praised. Mr. Su, you called me here today to shoot an album, right? I specially brought my senior brother along. How about it? Pretty loyal of me, huh? The female student chimed in cheerfully. After hearing her words, Su Qi nodded slightly beside her. He had originally thought only one person could come this time. So even if the other party was fast, it would still take some time. But with two people? He wouldn't need to send anyone to help him at all. They could handle it perfectly well on their own. Understanding this point, a faint smile touched Su Qi's lips. You two may go now. I'll take you to meet the album producer. With that, Su Qi turned and walked away step by step. Behind him, a man and a woman followed without hesitation, smiling cheerfully. As they walked, the male photographer exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Su, things here are so much better than when I first arrived. It's only been a few months, how could things have changed so drastically? You know, when I first arrived, it was just you, the ticket seller, and 2 security guards. Now there are so many people here. The male photographer remarked with a touch of emotion. When I first arrived, there really was nothing here. But now, the place is absolutely packed. This was truly beyond his imagination. What's that? The photographer suddenly stopped. His face was filled with astonishment as he stared into the distance. On a small stage in the distance, the stunningly beautiful and captivating Wu Zetian was dancing a fusion of ancient and modern dance styles she had adapted herself. Her movements were utterly exquisite. Every movement carried a hint of irresistible allure. But the most absurd part was this. She was currently standing on a small round table. Beneath him, holding up the table, stood Xiang Yu. His imposing frame radiated the beauty of strength. What is this? It definitely wasn't here last time I came. The photographer exclaimed in astonishment. His face brimming with curiosity, he gazed at Wu Zetian and Xiang Yu in the distance. The next moment, he couldn't resist reaching for his camera to start filming. But just then, Su Qi, standing nearby, said with a smile, "This is our scenic area's new show, Palm Dance. It's been around for a while. Haven't you seen our recent updates?" As she spoke, she glanced at the part-time college student beside her. After hearing her words, the college student also smiled and said, "Senior, I filmed all of these. You should check them out when you have time, they're quite beautiful." The photographer paused for a moment, then blurted out, "I honestly had no idea about this. I've been away for work and just returned recently." After speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Zetian and Xiang Yu in the distance. "So they're the ones for the photo shoot this time? Perfect. I'll bring all the equipment over right now." He chuckled as he prepared to start shooting the 2 figures in the distance. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi shook his head repeatedly. "Not them. Then who?" The photographer froze for a moment. He glanced towards Su Qi in the distance. His eyes held a hint of confusion. These two were already quite impressive on their own. If he were to take photos, it would be better to photograph them. As for the others, they might not be as good. He spoke with a hint of excitement. He even gave the female college student beside him a knowing glance. Clearly, he wanted Su Qi to agree to photograph Wu Zetian and Xiang Yu in the distance. After hearing this, Su Qi simply chuckled softly. "Our scenic area is full of talented people. Besides those two, others can also create excellent albums. Come on, I'll take you to meet this time's actors." With that, Su Qi led the 2 of them toward the distance. Meanwhile, the photographer kept glancing back over his shoulder. Clearly, he didn't want to miss a thing. But he understood. Things weren't that simple. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped right up to Su Qi. "Mr. Su, how about this? Let me shoot a full album for those 2. I'll do it for free, no charge. Once I've meticulously edited them, they're sure to generate a great response." His face wore a pleading expression. Upon witnessing this, Su Qi burst out laughing. He spoke cheerfully. "Don't worry. With so many people in my scenic area, everyone will end up getting a set shot eventually. As for payment, you won't be working for free, you'll get paid as usual. But today, we'll start by photographing someone else first." As he spoke, Su Qi led the 2 of them swiftly to a small pavilion by a distant lake. Inside the pavilion, Li Bai, clad in white robes, wearing a black hat and holding a long sword and a cup of wine, was reciting poetry while dancing with his sword. "So bright I gleam on the foot off my bed." The photographer froze. This is actually in English. Chapter 167, Too Intense. Li Bai recited the English verse, while continuously wielding his sword. His posture appeared remarkably graceful. Yet the words flowing from his lips caused all three present to flinch slightly. Has it really come to this? People are getting way too competitive. Wasn't he supposed to be portraying Li Bai? Did Li Bai even speak English? The photographer fired off 3 questions in quick succession. Yet, upon hearing his words, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, he genuinely didn't know how to respond. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke with a soft smile. Of course we need to embrace diversity. After all, our scenic area must accommodate diverse visitors. It's only natural for our staff to perform diverse acts. As Su Qi spoke, he glanced at the group of tourists below Li Bai. Sure enough, he immediately spotted several fair-haired, blue-eyed figures among them. At that moment, those fair-haired, blue-eyed visitors were shouting with excitement. Especially when Li Bai recited verses in their native dialect. They were so overwhelmed they nearly fainted. Li Bai flicked his sword, then spun 360 degrees in an instant. Then, his sword shot straight toward a girl in the distance. The girl immediately let out a shriek, her eyes brimming with excitement. Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before speaking directly. This is the person you're filming today. Give him a full album. Su Qi said slowly. The reason he wanted to shoot an album for Li Bai was, first and foremost, to promote the scenic area. Second, it was to sell albums and make money. You see, Li Bai and Li Shimen's group had quite a few fans. Some fans were even willing to vote for them in rankings and boost their performance metrics. Of course, those things were somewhat questionable. After all, they were placing orders online as long as they didn't actually show up, those orders weren't considered genuine purchases. In contrast, buying albums is entirely different. That's real money actually changing hands. Don't worry, leave it to me. The photographer said with a smile. He had previously photographed Li Bai. Now, shooting another album set was naturally no problem at all. The female college student beside him also spoke with a smile. I'll help too. Watching the two of them get busy. Su Qi said nothing more at that moment. He merely waved his hand, signaling Li Bai to cooperate fully with them. Then he himself left the area. Soon, Su Qi arrived at the rear mountain area. From there, he immediately spotted a figure in the distance. It was none other than Emperor Yuan Shun. The Yuan Shun Emperor had now changed into a new set of gear. The welding machine in his hands operated with remarkable ease. Upon seeing Su Qi approach, he greeted him with a cheerful smile. Mr. Su, you're here. How's the work going? Su Qi asked curiously. Then he glanced at the small pavilion in front of him. He didn't expect it to be so impressive. It had already been nearly restored. Before Su Qi's eyes, the once dilapidated pavilion now stood renewed and rejuvenated. And all of this was done by Emperor Yuan Shun himself. Mr. Su, I don't know why, but the moment I picked up these tools, I felt incredibly skilled with them. It felt as though I'd been using them for ages. Now they feel incredibly smooth to use. That's good, that's good. Su Qi spoke up, offering encouragement before leaving immediately. For someone as exceptionally gifted as Yuan Shun Di, Su Qi still harbored aspirations. In truth, it wasn't just Emperor Shun of Yuan, even figures like Xiangyang and Xiaoheng possessed exceptional talents in their respective fields. Xiangyang's ability to learn administrative skills was remarkably swift. As for Xiaoheng, his speed in racing only grew faster and faster. If Su Qi hadn't asked Li Shimen to keep a close eye on him, and not let Xiaoheng get too out of hand, he would have suspected Xiaoheng would have driven even more recklessly. Passing by the platform where Qin Huang stood, Qin Huang and his entourage were in the midst of their performance. Beyond the performances, Qin Huang also staged a court audience during the show. Qin Huang had consolidated all his affairs here. Every day, he led tourists here for NPC performances. A middle-aged tourist suddenly spoke up loudly. Your Majesty, I believe we should directly attack the state of Yen. Unifying the 6 states would then be within our grasp. Another tourist interjected. Your humble servant disagrees. Attacking Yen would take at least 4 years. We could instead focus on developing other capabilities. Strengthen our nation's power directly, then annihilate Yen in one decisive blow. Upon hearing these words, Qin Huang's eyes lit up. What do you all think? If a modern person were transported back in time with contemporary technology, how could they propel the Qin Dynasty toward rapid development? A middle-aged tourist immediately chimed in. We must first vigorously develop industry. I'd say steam engines. We must develop commerce first. Soap and spices are the way to go. Concrete. Just pour concrete into the Great Wall, then all outsiders would be kept out. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. Even Su Qi, listening from afar, was stunned. Qin Huang was now brimming with confidence. Attending court daily here, he could freely gather a wealth of advice. It was as if he had gained a whole new cohort of ministers. Though most of their insights held little practical value, But the occasional flash of insight from some individuals was indeed far superior to theirs. After all, the number of visitors here was substantial enough. After observing for a while, Su Qi found himself somewhat astonished. He quickly pulled out his phone to capture some footage. He planned to edit them and share them as highlights of the scenic area. After all, within the current scenic area, only the Qin Huang performance allowed unrestricted interaction. Even at Lu Bang's site, they could only handle 2 or 3 people at a time. Any more than that, and he couldn't handle it himself. Moreover, too many participants would completely undermine the visitor's experience. But keep in mind, daily visitor numbers had already reached several thousand. No matter how fast Lu Bang worked, he simply couldn't keep up. This truly highlighted the importance of Ying Zheng's program. In comparison, the performance of the Chuhan boundary line by Lu Bang and Xiang Yu, though grand in scale and enhanced by special effects. But after all, there were only 2 of them. Moreover, visitors can only watch without any sense of participation. In this regard, it still falls short considerably. Shaking his head, Su Qi said no more. Instead, he turned and left. He observed the work efficiency of the others. He found everyone was doing quite well. Even Lu Feng and the other 2 were working with considerable drive. Chapter 168 Real Men. Only one person seemed somewhat different. That was none other than Shan Yang. By this point, Shan Yang had clearly earned the trust of Qin Huang. Under these circumstances, his most urgent task was to bring back certain tools. Yet, he was powerless to do so. After all, he couldn't obtain money during ordinary times like Lu Bang could. Therefore, he could not purchase any supplies. The only thing he could bring back was the knowledge he recorded daily. At this point, Shan Yang spent his days fulfilling his work and study obligations. Spent nearly all his remaining time memorizing various manufacturing techniques. He was even beginning to show signs of obsession. Standing where he was, Su Qi immediately spotted Shan Yang in the distance, still reciting the soap-making process. He couldn't help but walk over and speak up. Shan Yang, there's no need to rush this. Even if you memorize all this, you won't be able to implement it all in the short term. It's better to focus on the essential points first and tackle the rest gradually. He spoke slowly, his gaze carrying a hint of calmness at that moment. However, after hearing his words, Shan Yang immediately interjected. Mr. Su, you must understand that historically, the Qin Dynasty is facing both internal turmoil and external threats at this very moment. I must bring back more resources. Only then can we save the Qin Dynasty. Otherwise, the outcome may well be the same as before complete destruction. As he spoke, a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. Clearly, for Shan Yang, who was deeply involved in this matter, he understood it completely. Under the current circumstances, nothing was as straightforward as he had imagined. He could wait. But the Qin Dynasty couldn't afford to wait. After seeing the other's expression, Su Qi opened his mouth, then nodded. He understood that under these circumstances, Shan Yang was even more determined than he had imagined. This was precisely why he had earned the approval of Qin Huang and others. After all, only such talent could propel the Qin state forward. As long as you're happy. After saying that, Su Qi left immediately. Then he encountered Xiang Yu. At that moment, Xiang Yu radiated an imposing presence. Upon seeing Su Qi, he gave a slight nod. Mr. Su. Su Qi glanced at him and spoke directly. Your performance is over now, isn't it? Hearing this, Xiang Yu also spoke up. The current performance is essentially over. We're just waiting for tonight's show. Upon hearing this, Su Qi smiled and replied. Exactly. Tonight, I'll be waiting to see what you've got. In a few days, I'll arrange for someone to shoot a special photo album for you and Wu Zetian. Make sure you cooperate fully when the time comes. Understood, Mr. Su. Xiang Yu smiled as he spoke, then turned and walked away. At that moment, Lu Bang approached from a distance. He stepped right up to Su Qi's face. He smiled and said, Mr. Su, I took another 100 yuan today. Oh, I remember you took 100 yuan yesterday. Who gave it to you? Why does it feel like you have a steady income every day now? Su Qi looked utterly astonished. After all, everyone else only earned 10 yuan a day. Yet Lu Bang gets 100 every day. And it was always at least 100 yuan. This was beyond his wildest imagination. Could it be that Lu Bang was systematically fleecing someone every single day? Just as Su Qi was about to ask Lu Bang to stop doing this, Lu Bang beside him spoke up. Mr. Su, rest assured I haven't done anything wrong. All this money was given to me by that tourist. He pointed toward a small pavilion in the distance. A middle-aged man was seated there, waving at Su Qi. Upon seeing him, Su Qi instantly recognized the man. Wasn't this the fellow who recounted wild tales about Lu Bang every day? So Lu Bang earned this money every day through humiliation, listening to his own anecdotes. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. A real man, indeed. Hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang's face flushed slightly. At first, he'd been quite resistant. Had the other party not tempted him with cash? He would have sought someone else long ago. But now, with this happening every day, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Therefore, he lifted his head and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, I'll save this money for now. I'll take it out when I need it later." Hearing this, Su Qi grew puzzled. Why save it? Shouldn't you exchange all this for food or special items to bring back? Su Qi looked utterly perplexed. Although he had stipulated a fixed time each month for purchasing supplies. But for someone like Lu Bang, who could earn money daily, Su Qi could certainly arrange for him to make some purchases when the time came. After hearing his words, Lu Bang spoke up. "I've studied history and noticed that some people I care about passed away due to illness. I plan to save this money. If they ever face a sudden illness, it might just save their lives." After hearing these words, Su Qi finally nodded. "That's certainly true. But I still think you should focus on getting promoted. Once you reach a high enough position, you won't just get your own dormitory, you could even have your own apartment. Then you could bring your wife and children over." Su Qi made a wild claim. But this wasn't something Su Qi had pulled out of thin air. When Li Shishi had asked him last time, he'd learned it through the inquiry system. He had been somewhat surprised at the time. Upon hearing this, Lu Bang froze for a moment. His face filled with astonishment as he spoke. "Is that even possible? If I earn enough money in the future, wouldn't I be able to buy my own house right in the scenic area? Could I really bring them all here then?" Su Qi inquired with the system before responding. "Of course you can." After hearing this, Lu Bang was utterly thrilled. He quickly bid farewell to Su Qi and eagerly went off to ask tourists for money. Su Qi even spotted him approaching the middle-aged man, ready to volunteer his own anecdotes. The middle-aged man was all smiles. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with Lu Bang as a listener. When both parties were satisfied with the arrangement, Su Qi naturally had no intention of interfering. He felt others could emulate Lu Bang's approach. But the money others earned wouldn't belong to them. Even if they followed his example, the one profiting in the end would still be Su Qi himself. Chapter 169, The Great Qin is about to explode. How prepared are you? Su Qi looked at Yang with curiosity. By now, Yang had memorized vast sections of the records of the Grand Historian and even mastered the creation of technological artifacts that could be produced even in the modern Qin Dynasty. Since no wages had been paid yet, even if Yang returned, he could only prove he had indeed come to work. None of his claims could be genuinely verified. Under these circumstances, unless he received his salary, bought items, and brought them back to make changes. Otherwise, the only option left was to bring those technologies back with him. With these items, the first emperor will surely believe me. Yang lifted his head, his expression unwavering. He had now established a connection with Qin Huang. For him now, he felt absolutely no issues with this plan. At least in the short term, the first emperor would undoubtedly trust him. Su Qi nodded slightly. He refrained from excessive persuasion. He knew Yang must have his own reasons. Time ticked by second. Soon, evening arrived. Everyone bid farewell to Su Qi. However, not everyone headed straight home after work. Some remained behind. Of course, they couldn't stay indefinitely like Li Shishi. Instead, Su Qi allowed them to linger a little longer. This was naturally to allow everyone to play with their phones a little longer. But these people weren't just using their phones for entertainment. In fact, most of them weren't even engaging in leisure activities. They were memorizing knowledge that could reshape their dynasty. At that moment, Lu Bang, accompanied by Xiahou Ying and the remaining few charioteers, could be seen rapidly memorizing formulas. All of them were extremely practical. Some even involved specialized manufacturing techniques. For instance, the manufacturing principles of steam engines. The method for creating nuclear bombs. Regarding the possibility of manufacturing cloudburst bombs in the Han Dynasty. Almost all of them were like this. Merely glancing at the content they had memorized, Su Qi realized Lu Bang's imagination was truly grand. He had repeatedly set his sights on the Han Dynasty's neighbors. Evidently, his gaze had already encompassed the entire world. But Su Qi understood the situation wasn't that simple. Not only was it unlikely Lu Bang could achieve it. Even figures like Xiangyu, Li Shishi, or Wu Zetian, or even Ying Zheng, the odds were still slim. At least not before they developed nuclear weapons. Even if they could conquer every other nation, true success remained elusive. "Mr. Su, I'll head back now." Yang spoke up. The next moment, his body gradually dissolved into wisps of white light. Qin Dynasty. Qin Huang paced back and forth within the grand hall. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the very center of the distant hall. There was nothing there. Meanwhile, all his ministers had gathered around him. Even Meng Tian had just returned at full gallop. Indeed, Meng Tian too had been summoned back by Qin Huang's special secret order. He had even brought a considerable number of soldiers with him. As for the previously guarded location, the crucial responsibility had naturally been placed upon Meng Tian's son, Mengya. "Your Majesty, the words spoken by this sorcerer must not be taken lightly." Meng Tian couldn't help but speak up. He had been summoned back at breakneck speed. Under these circumstances, he himself harbored some doubts. He had assumed something exceptionally urgent had occurred here. Yet upon his sudden arrival, he found Emperor Qin Shi Huang perfectly unharmed, and even the ministers around him showed no signs of trouble. He was stunned, utterly baffled as to what the first emperor intended to do. After hearing what the first emperor had said earlier, Meng Tian felt even more bewildered. He couldn't shake the feeling that even the first emperor had been deceived by a fraud. That was why he had spoken those words. After hearing his words, the first emperor merely gave a slight nod. I am indeed somewhat anxious, but the situation over there is clearly not so straightforward. As for Shan Yang's words, they certainly hold some truth. Moreover, it will take no more than a month for us to verify whether Shan Yang's claims are true or false. If true, that would be ideal. If it proves false, Shan Yang will surely regret it. Qin Shi Huang spoke quietly. After hearing his words, the few people beside him exchanged glances. They knelt on one knee without uttering another word. At that moment, Meng Tian also furrowed his brow slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was fabricated. Moreover, while the method for making fireworks was somewhat unique, it was still possible to produce them with proper care and attention. Thus, his fury at this moment knew no bounds. His target wasn't the Qin Shi Huang before him, but Shan Yang. He had already made up his mind. Once Shan Yang returned, he would confront him directly. Expose his tricks. But at that very moment, even now, in the distant grand hall, flashes of white light flickered. The next moment, Shan Yang's figure appeared there. His attire blended seamlessly with the surroundings. Do you truly know about me? Have you really traveled through time to the future? Meng Tian spoke directly. Upon seeing his appearance, the others around him all sighed. For they all understood. If they hadn't witnessed the events that unfolded earlier with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it either. But the problem was, they had seen it with their own eyes. So in this situation, they had no choice but to believe. A faint white light flickered. In the next instant, Shan Yang had materialized throughout the entire hall. Shan Yang's gaze swept around the room before settling directly upon the distant figure of Qin Shi Huang. Your humble servant pays homage to the first emperor. Seeing Shan Yang's appearance, Zheng waved his hand, signaling him to rise. Then he looked at him with curiosity. What special items have you brought back this time? Quickly, let this emperor see what it is. After hearing the first emperor's words, Shan Yang recounted everything he had learned, particularly the methods for crafting firearms and explosives. After hearing all this information, Qin Shi Huang nodded repeatedly. Indeed, if these inventions could be successfully brought to fruition, they would be truly remarkable. Speaking, Qin Shi Huang looked at Shan Yang before him with curiosity. If these items cannot be manufactured, how long would it take to purchase one at your current salary? Take that firearm, for instance. After hearing his words, Shan Yang pondered for a moment before finally shaking his head. It would be utterly impossible within a year. Chapter 170, Different Perspectives. Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan watched the returning group in the distance. His lips twitched slightly. For he did not see Li Shishi among them. To be precise, Li Shishi hadn't returned for several days now. Has my imperial son grown to dislike me? He hasn't returned for days now. Could it be that I've done something wrong? Li Yuan pondered inwardly. Then he shook his head. He knew he hadn't done anything wrong. He had clearly promised that after his death, the throne would pass to Li Shishi. After all, Li Shishi was not the eldest legitimate son. Under these circumstances, Li Shishi ought to be filled with gratitude. But why was this happening? Li Yuan pondered slowly beside him. Just then, a minister approached from afar. Your Majesty, we have successfully built the steam engine. Upon hearing his words, at that moment, Li Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Hurry up, let me take a look. He exclaimed excitedly. He immediately headed toward the distance with the minister before him. Soon, they arrived at a somewhat enclosed chamber. This chamber lay beneath the palace grounds. Indeed, it was specifically excavated by Li Yuan's orders. Recently, due to the items Li Shishi and his men had brought back, the entire Tang Dynasty had seen an increase in various glazed and perfumed artifacts. No one suspected these either. People simply assumed they were acquired from some minor kingdom. But a steam engine was an entirely different matter. Therefore, Li Yuan and Li Shishi specifically dispatched men to excavate the site. They worked on it in secret. And now, at last, they had results. Moments later, Li Yuan had already entered the chamber. The moment he entered, he eagerly scanned the distance. Sure enough, a colossal structure stood there, exuding an extreme beauty. Is this the steam engine? Li Yuan murmured curiously. Though he knew of its existence, he had never actually seen one before. Seeing it now undoubtedly stirred his excitement. Your Majesty, this is the steam engine we have just completed. There are still some flaws. Never mind. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Flaws are perfectly normal. After all, this is their very first one. If this first steam engine had no flaws, that would be a major problem. Your Majesty, we now invite you to assist with the launch. As he spoke, a minister nearby brought over a torch. Li Yuan did not hesitate. He thrust the object in his hand directly into the daily fuel chamber. In the next instant, flames erupted and steam surged forth. After a brief wait, the entire steam engine began belching out vast quantities of steam. Your Majesty, we've succeeded. The surrounding craftsmen exclaimed excitedly. When they first received this technology, they all thought it was nonsense. But as they built it, they realized it might just be real. And now, it had truly become reality. They knew that if Li Yuan was willing, they could even be remembered in history. Even if they didn't become fabulously wealthy, the rewards would certainly be substantial. Li Yuan gave a slight nod. You've worked hard these past days. Each of you shall receive 100 taels of gold. Hearing his words, the surrounding craftsmen grew even more excited. Though they couldn't spend this money for the time being. After all, they couldn't go out. But they could spend it on their families. Li Yuan glanced at them a few times. Then he continued speaking. You'll have to endure some hardship during this period. The steam engine must be built to perfection. At the very least, we must develop specialized components for railway irrigation and other specialized applications. Once the steam engine achieves widespread success, each of you may return home in glory with the gold you've earned and 100 acres of fertile land. Hearing this, all the craftsmen's faces lit up with excitement. They understood that though they couldn't appear in public now, once the steam engine was fully implemented, they would all achieve their greatest glory. Scenic area. At this moment, Li Shishi lay on his bed. Through the window, he gazed at the distant moon. He glanced at the time and spoke directly. By now, the steam engine should have been invented, right? When steam engines are widely adopted, that will be the time for me to become emperor. Li Shishi spoke quietly. An invention like the steam engine, if widely adopted, would undoubtedly be recorded in history. He certainly didn't want Li Yuan to claim credit for his achievements. Li Shishi had indeed not returned home for several days. But there were reasons for this. He would certainly not act in the short term. But when the agreed-upon time came, he would show no hesitation whatsoever. With that thought in mind, Li Shishi no longer hesitated, continuing to stare at the phone before him. The phone displayed the history of his recent actions. It detailed how he had orchestrated the Xuanwu Gate incident. It also documented how other emperors had usurped the throne. Indeed, Li Shishi had already decided how he would seize the throne, rather than waiting for Li Yuan to pass the throne to him. For who knew how long that might take? More importantly, he could no longer afford to wait. The transformation of the Tang Dynasty was imminent. He must claim all the credit for himself. The Tang Dynasty's capital. Wu Zetian returned to her chambers. Upon entering, her gaze swept the room. Only after confirming no one was watching did he breathe a sigh of relief. He had just played a risky move. That was to present every single piece of knowledge brought back from the present to Emperor Taizong of Tang. This solidified her status as consort Wu. But he understood that presenting so much in such a short time would inevitably arouse jealousy. So every day after returning, he would carefully observe his surroundings. Only when no one was watching could he attend to his own affairs. Then, Wu Zetian lay down upon her bed. Closing her eyes, she began to recall the historical accounts of emperors usurping the throne. More specifically, she thought about how she herself had ascended to power. According to history, he still had decades to wait. But the Empress Wu of the present could not wait. She intended to bring all of this forward. By then, the entire Tang Dynasty would be under his command. And with the seed technology brought back from the modern era, even the firearms and weapons manufactured from it, he believed that even if he didn't return the throne to the Li family in the future, it would pose no problem whatsoever. After all, might makes right. Having grasped this truth, Wu Zetian continued her contemplation. From the perspective of usurping the throne, Wu Zetian's path was undeniably far more arduous than Li Shishi's had been. But she was utterly unwilling to give up. Chapter 171, Don't Pork arrives. The next morning, the morning sun bathed the scenic area in light. Su Qi was the first to sit up in bed. After a quick wash, he stepped outside. At that moment, Li Shishi was already waiting there. In his hands was the breakfast he'd requested from his fans. Mr. Su, today's breakfast is soup dumplings, he said, handing over the breakfast in his hands. Su Qi accepted it, took a couple of casual bites, then spoke up. I'll be stepping out for a bit. I'm leaving the matters within the scenic area to you for now. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I'll manage the scenic area well. Su Qi said no more. They soon arrived at the entrance. At this hour, no one had arrived for work yet. Su Qi left Li Shishi behind and drove off himself. Su Qi intended to purchase some items from the supermarket. Additionally, he needed to pick up some phones. The supplies in the supermarket were nearly depleted and needed restocking. As for the phones, it was entirely because Zheng had brought so many people. This meant the phones Su Qi had left behind were nowhere near enough. Up to this point, only Zheng himself, Meng Tian, and a few other ministers possessed phones. Everyone else could only watch helplessly. Therefore, Su Qi planned to go out and make some purchases. While he couldn't afford to get everyone a top-of-the-line phone, he could at least manage to buy each person a smartphone. After completing his purchases, Su Qi left and returned. He was feeling a bit tired now. After all, the scenic area was packed with people. This meant he had to carry a lot of shopping. He hadn't even driven his own car over. Instead, he had someone deliver everything over 2 hours later. Just as he returned to the scenic area, Su Qi spotted Li Shishi in the distance, smiling warmly as he waited. Upon seeing Su Qi return, Li Shishi immediately approached him, grinning as he said, "Mr. Su, everything has been arranged. Is there anything else you need me to do?" Upon hearing this, Su Qi smiled. In the past, Li Shishi never asked him such questions. Because Li Shishi would find work to do on his own. More importantly, Li Shishi handled all the tasks himself. So sometimes he could even slack off. But now things were different. Although Yang was also bringing many things back to the Qin Dynasty, his primary focus remained on the scenic area. After all, Yang understood that only by staying within the scenic area could he bring more back to Qin. He absolutely could not sacrifice the greater good for the sake of minor gains. Where there is competition, the urge to outdo others inevitably arises. Li Shishi was precisely in this state now. He no longer felt like giving up like before. Instead, he now harbored competitive ambitions. After all, Su Qi had promised him earlier that if he rose high enough in rank, he could secure his own residence here. He could even bring his family to live with him, though they would be restricted to the scenic area. For Su Qi, it was essentially free NPC labor. But for ancient people, it was an entirely different matter. Let me think actually, I do have something for you now. Could you pass the phone to Qin Shi Huang and the others? Also, have your Tang Dynasty boy band team coordinate with the photographers who'll be shooting here shortly. Have them shoot a full album for you. Su Qi quickly finished making arrangements. Li Shishi, make sure you leave quickly. Meanwhile, Su Qi had already returned to his office. The office had surveillance cameras that could monitor the entire scenic area. At this moment, crowds were already gathering at certain special spots within the scenic area. Certain attractions were clearly drawing crowds. For instance, the synchronized palm dance performed by Xiang Yu and Wu Zetian, and Li Shimon's solo sword dance accompanied by drinking and poetry recitation. Beyond these, the most popular attraction was undoubtedly Zheng's morning court session. It couldn't be helped. No matter how well others perform, it's still just a show everyone can only watch from below. But with Zheng's court, everyone could take the stage for interaction. Even Su Qi noticed that Zheng's side consistently attracted several new visitors each day. They had become key ministers in Zheng's court. Because these individuals provided remarkably logical answers to certain questions. Of course, this wasn't solely due to their innate abilities. More significantly, they used their phones to search Baidu in real time. In short, Zheng could gain more advice during court sessions. And the tourists could enjoy richer experiences. It's quite impressive. It has become the most popular attraction in the entire scenic area, hands down. As for Liu Bang, besides his daily routine of chatting with that middle-aged tourist, he spends his days riding vehicles and robbing people. He's become exceptionally skilled at it now. He even has a few regular tourists who keep coming back. Each time, they'd bring a large amount of food, then go through the motions of being robbed. Afterward, they'd hand everything over to Liu Bang. Finally, they drag Liu Bang along for a series of staged photos. Lunchtime arrived quickly. Su Qi entered the dining hall. Looking at the food before him, he felt little desire for it. He looked up at the others. He noticed they felt the same way. None of them seemed particularly thrilled by the meal. Except for Yang, who had just arrived. The others treated their meals as ordinary lunches. After all, these items were merely a token gesture a few people randomly selected from Li Shimon's entourage and instructed to prepare the meal uniformly. These individuals possessed little talent in culinary arts. While your recipes weren't so complex that they could make them taste awful, they were limited to the realm of home-style cooking. I wonder when we'll find a proper chef. Once we have a chef, the daily meals will be different. Su Qi spoke slowly, then shook his head. Because a thought suddenly occurred to him. There were simply too many people here at the moment. Counting everyone, there were over 100 people. Under these circumstances, hiring just one chef was absolutely out of the question. Otherwise, even a legendary culinary master would be worked to exhaustion. Even if he were to exhaust himself, he still wouldn't be able to feed that many people. Bringing an entire team along would be the best solution. The day's performance passed quickly. By evening, Su Qi had seen everyone off. He returned to his own room. At that moment, the system alert sounded. Current summoning available. Proceed with employee summoning? Hearing the system's prompt, Su Qi's eyes lit up and he immediately spoke. Summon. The next moment, Su Qi saw a new name added to the end of his employee roster. Employee, Su Dongpa. Era, Northern Song Dynasty. Su Qi was taken aback and blurted out. Dongpa Pork is here. Chapter 172, not just one. Su Qi's face was aglow with excitement. He wanted to take a good look at this Su Dongpa. But after a few glances, he suddenly froze. Because beneath Su Dongpa's employee list, there was an enlarged button. Without hesitation, Su Qi tapped it. The next moment, a list of names popped up. Su Qi glanced at it and immediately understood. So that's it, Su Dongpa couldn't possibly cook all this food alone, which is why he had an entire restaurant staff assigned to him. There must have been around 30 people in total, and they were more than capable of preparing meals for everyone. Realizing this, Su Qi couldn't help but laugh. He knew the system would never let him down. Since it was a chef, it definitely wouldn't come alone. Otherwise, with so many people in the scenic area, even if they worked from dawn till dusk, they might not be able to cook enough meals for everyone. Northern Song Dynasty. Inside an inn. Su Shi had just finished his meal. But just then, a barrage of notification sounds echoed in his mind. After listening to these sounds, Su Shi was utterly astonished. The future. I've actually been chosen too? Ha! I knew I wasn't an ordinary person. He exclaimed excitedly, leaping to his feet, eager to compose a poem on the spot. But just then, he suddenly noticed that the staff of the surrounding taverns all wore equally stunned expressions. Though some were still confused. But more were brimming with excitement, chattering about some future scenic area. And Su Shi heard every single word. What was going on? Could it be that I wasn't the only one chosen? Su Shi was utterly bewildered in that moment. He had assumed only a literary giant like himself could be chosen. But now it seemed the situation was quite different. This left him feeling utterly astonished and helpless. Yet the thought of that future scenic area filled him with anticipation. He too wanted to know what kind of place it truly was. Tourist attraction. Li Shishi jogged up to Su Qi. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted Yang across the way. His expression shifted slightly for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Mr. Su, you wanted to see me? Li Shishi said cheerfully. Su Qi nodded and spoke directly. New staff will be arriving at the scenic area tomorrow. You too should prepare accordingly. When they arrive, explain everything to them as quickly as possible. Hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi was taken aback and immediately asked. Mr. Su, which dynasty are these visitors from? How many are coming? For Li Shishi, he still hoped the visitors would be from his own dynasty. Even if they weren't from the same era as him, at the very least, they could help revive the Tang dynasty. Especially during the period when the Tang dynasty was on the brink of collapse. In his view, even if the emperor at that time was utterly incompetent, with the assistance from the scenic area, whether it be supplies or other resources, the combined resources would undoubtedly resolve the situation. Yang beside him was also somewhat curious. However, his curiosity paled in comparison to Li Shixi's. After all, for Yang at this moment, his primary focus remained on the prosperity of the Qin state. Everything else could take a back seat. Su Qi observed the two of them and broke into a smile. Then he spoke. As for which dynasty, I shan't tell you now, you'll get to know it soon enough. But you've brought quite a few people this time, of full 30. The moment those words fell, the two beside him were taken aback. They had originally thought 1 or 2 people would suffice. Even 3 or 5 would have been acceptable. But now, 30 people had arrived outright. Li Shishi immediately stepped forward. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will see to their proper arrangements. Yang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. All right, everyone get to work. With that, everyone dispersed to their tasks. Su Qi accepted the photo album the photographer had taken, featuring figures like Xiangyu, Li Bai, and Li Shishi. He glanced through them casually. Su Qi's eyes lit up slightly. These albums were truly exceptional. They were even comparable to albums by famous celebrities. Of course, the photographer's technique was still a notch below. But the presence of Li Bai and the others was undeniable. And precisely because of this, even when Su Qi himself had taken the photos before, with photography skills that were absolutely terrible, they could still gain a small following online. With just slightly better photography skills, it went viral instantly. Not bad, not bad. By tomorrow, they'll be officially available for sale. I wonder how much these albums will actually sell for. How should I price them? 10,000 or 1,000? Su Qi pondered slowly. After a moment's hesitation, he finally settled on a reasonably priced figure. 2,000. And it would be a limited edition release. Su Qi understood that items like this absolutely had to be limited edition. If too many were released, it would inevitably become cheapened. Even the reputations of figures like Li Shishi and Li Bai would suffer. If that were to happen, it would be the most painful outcome for Su Qi. because it would mean all his long-term groundwork would go up in smoke. Soon, it was time to clock out. Su Qi glanced at the assembled crowd and let a faint smile touch his lips. Tomorrow, I'll give everyone a surprise. Please look forward to it. This surprise could change our current situation, at least giving everyone a better experience. Su Qi said cheerfully. After hearing his words, everyone present was taken aback. They exchanged glances, none able to guess what lay ahead, yet their faces brimmed with anticipation. Afterward, everyone bid farewell to Su Qi one by one and returned to their own dynasties. Only Li Shimen remained obediently behind. Old Li, aren't you going back today? Su Qi asked with a hint of puzzlement. After hearing his words, Li Shimen nodded across from him. The time hasn't come yet. When it does, I'll return. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he said nothing. For he knew these were all matters concerning Li Shimen himself. The preemptive coup at the gate of the Black Tortoise, whether successful or not. His relationship with Su Qi was not particularly close. Of course, deep down they still hoped Li Shimen would succeed. For if Li Shimen failed, there was a strong possibility he would still perish within the Tang dynasty. In that case, Su Qi would have to summon a new employee. Or perhaps he wouldn't be able to summon another at all. For Su Qi, that would be an absolute catastrophe. Chapter 173, I'll carry this book. Northern Song Dynasty. Early the next morning, Su Shi and the entire staff of the tavern gathered on the first floor. Their eyes now held a hint of anticipation and excitement. For they had no idea where they were headed. He drew a deep breath. At that moment, everyone's gaze flickered slightly. The next moment, as flashes of white light flickered one after another, their forms slowly began to fade. When they opened their eyes again, a completely different place appeared before their eyes. Not far from them, a large crowd was gathering. These people wore all kinds of clothing. Most of their attire differed somewhat from their own. At that moment, these people also looked at them with curiosity. Su Shi cleared his throat, stepped forward, and bowed slightly. I presume you are the esteemed elders of this scenic area. This humble one, Su Shi, greets you all. He bowed slowly as he spoke. After hearing his words, the gazes of those nearby flickered slightly. At that moment, Li Shimen stepped forward. Welcome to our ranks. From today onward, we are all part of the scenic area. There's no need to use ancient titles among ourselves, we're all equal colleagues. Of course, your respective responsibilities will still differ. I trust you all understand this. He spoke with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Su Shi lifted his head. He gave a slight nod. He knew those words were meant for him. After all, his status was undoubtedly higher than that of the people in the tavern. He humbly replied. Rest assured, though I, Su Shi, am a poet, I would never be arrogant. Nor will I ever disregard human kindness. Upon hearing his words, Li Shimen's lips twitched slightly. He knew Su Shi had misunderstood. Just as he was about to speak, Shang Yang approached. I am the human resources manager for the scenic area, hailing from the Qin Dynasty. Upon hearing these words, Su Shi bowed repeatedly in response. He had known from the start that people from different dynasties would be here. He hadn't expected to see one so soon after arriving. Undoubtedly, this delighted him. At that moment, his gaze shifted to Li Shimen standing nearby. May I ask who you are? Li Shimen slowly raised his head. Like all of you, I am an employee of the scenic area. I come from the Tang dynasty. My name is Li Shimen. Su Shi pays his respects to the forebears of the Tang dynasty. His words had barely fallen. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He lifted his head abruptly, staring at Li Shimen before him with astonishment. You are Emperor Taizong of Tang. Only now did Su Shi realize that the other's earlier words were not merely urging him to keep a low profile. Rather, it was meant to prepare him for the astonishment he would feel upon encountering someone like Emperor Taizong of Tang. Li Shimen shook his head slowly. I am not Emperor Taizong yet. Alright, I'll first explain the rules of the scenic area, then you can get acquainted with everyone. Then I'll take you to meet Mr. Su. Su Shi nodded repeatedly, his mind entirely free of other thoughts. As for the group of tavern patrons behind him, were all staring in astonishment. The naturally outgoing types like Lu Bang had already crowded over. They began introducing themselves to each other. When they learned that the old man before them, who looked like a street thug, was actually Lu Bang, their faces were filled with astonishment. Several even instinctively tried to kneel. Lu Bang promptly helped those who attempted to kneel back to their feet, sternly reprimanding them. He told them that within the scenic area, everyone was equal, and such formalities were entirely unnecessary. Once the introductions were complete, Su Shi had by then grasped the situation. Then, his face beaming with excitement, he rushed over to Li Bai. Su Shi pays his respects to the immortal. Li Bai, naturally, did not recognize this junior. Yet he responded according to the customary etiquette among literati. In that moment, the scenic area gained two great poets. Afterward, Li Shimen personally escorted Su Shi to Su Qi's quarters. He knocked lightly on the door. Upon hearing Su Chi's come in, without hesitation, the two pushed open the door and stepped inside. Su Shi immediately spotted the figure in the distance, whose attire and appearance were entirely different from his own group. He promptly bowed his head. Su Shi greets Mr. Su. Hearing this, Su Chi gave a slight nod before rising to his feet, his gaze fixed on Su Shi across from him. First, I'll present you with a gift. Su Shi was somewhat surprised. In his view, he had come to start work, and this place held immense opportunity. Therefore, in such circumstances, it should be him presenting a gift to Su Chi. Yet here he was, barely arrived, and Su Chi was presenting him with a gift. No matter how he looked at it, this felt a bit off. This simply wouldn't do. He quickly spoke up. However, Su Chi shook his head repeatedly. No problem, no problem. Su Chi spoke as he pulled something out of the drawer. Li Shishi, standing nearby, instantly understood what was happening. He felt like laughing inside, but he held it back, struggling to suppress the urge. After some polite refusal, Su Chi produced a thick volume. This contains the renowned poems of all poets throughout ancient and modern history. Naturally, it included yours as well, Su Shi. Of course, some of them you might not have composed yet. After hearing Su Chi's words, Su Shi's face was filled with excitement. Mr. Su, you've given me such a precious gift. Unfortunately, I haven't brought any substantial gifts with me today. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my future work, with absolutely no delays or half-hearted efforts. He assured him with a face full of excitement. Upon hearing his words, Su Chi also broke into a smile at that moment. Then he continued. Work can wait for now, but you absolutely must memorize this book for me. What? Su Shi froze for a moment. He already knew he was here to work as a cook. That is, to be a chef. But he never imagined that the first task Mr. Su assigned him would be memorizing poetry. This made him take a deep breath. Mr. Su, this might not be quite right. Su Chi said nothing further, instead turning to Li Shishi and gesturing for him to explain. Li Shishi then repeated nearly everything Su Chi had previously said to Li Bai. After hearing this, Su Shi finally understood. It turned out that the books written by his poets had such a profound impact on the future. His expression turned solemn as he spoke. Mr. Su, rest assured. Since my poetry has caused future scholars distress, then I shall bear the same troubles as those scholars. This book I'll take the blame. Chapter 174, The Path to Raising Funds. Seeing Su Shi display such unburdened composure, Su Chi couldn't help but applaud. Well done, well done. Truly worthy of Su Shi, he possesses the spirit of a scholar. Alright, Old Li, take Su Shi to get to work. If you need to purchase any ingredients, just send me a list in advance. I'll have someone pick them up. After hearing Su Chi's words, the two across from him didn't hesitate either, turning and leaving immediately. As soon as they stepped outside, Li Shishi addressed Su Shi. I'll take you to the cafeteria and the kitchen first. Get familiar with the current equipment first. Then we'll try to recreate your signature dish. My signature dish? Su Shi froze for a moment. He stared at Li Shishi before him, utterly astonished. What signature dish could I possibly have? Though I've studied cuisine to some extent, I don't recall inventing any dishes myself. Observing his puzzled expression, Li Shishi suddenly had an idea. Without further hesitation, he pulled out his phone, searched for dump a pork. He then handed it to Su Shi across from him. Su Shi stared at the small phone, somewhat surprised, but was quickly drawn in by the text displayed on the screen. After reading it, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ah, I'm too early. So you still haven't perfected your dump a pork recipe? Li Shishi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Su Dompa across from him nodded. Indeed, I haven't visited that place yet, so naturally I haven't mastered this so-called dompa pork. Having said that, he continued. But I will strive to perfect this dish as soon as possible. By the way, do you happen to have any maps here? Specifically, ancient maps. Upon hearing these words, Li Shishi instantly understood something. Without hesitation, he began searching again. By now, Li Shishi had become quite adept at using his phone. Moments later, he found a map that most closely resembled ancient times. This should be the map from your northern Song dynasty period. You can take a look yourself. Su Shi across from him immediately looked over. After a moment, he nodded. Judging by this, I'm still about 100 kilometers from that location. It would take 5 or 6 days of travel. If I push myself to the limit, I should be able to make it within 3 days. Then do your best. Li Shishi said, leading Su Shi directly to the dining area. The staff from the previous inns had all been brought over as well. Under Shan Yang's guidance, they had already begun familiarizing themselves with the local tableware. You are the head chef here. From now on, they're all under your command. Though everyone is equal, you will bear responsibility for any issues with the food. Li Shishi spoke up. Upon hearing this, Su Shi nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I will definitely resolve the issues here. He declared excitedly. Su Chi watched Su Shi begin working on the surveillance feed. A smile spread across his eyes. He's full of drive. Once Su Shi masters all these delicious recipes, I won't just be providing meals for employees. I could even open a shop to sell to tourists. Then I'll rake in another fortune. Su Chi said cheerfully. Up to now, every ancient person who came here had their own job. But beyond fulfilling their assigned duties, they still needed to take on an extra job. Of course, Su Chi wouldn't provide any overtime pay. Yet all the ancient scholars performed their duties with remarkable enthusiasm. So when Su Shi arrived, he naturally had extra work too. Even if Su Shi truly couldn't prepare meals that satisfied the tourists, Su Chi could also be made into an NPC like Li Bai. After all, in such a vast scenic area, having only Li Bai as the sole poetry reciting NPC isn't quite enough. Adding another one wouldn't hurt at all. I wonder what kind of historical figure I'll summon next time. It would be great if a whole team could show up directly. That would be the best outcome, better than anything else. He spoke with a cheerful smile. A peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes at that moment. Soon, Su Chi left the office. He stepped outside. The weather today was unexpectedly clear. There were even more tourists than before. From where Su Chi stood, he could even see the spot where Lu Bang had been robbing people. A line had even formed. That's right, at this moment, Lu Bang was simply standing in one spot, continuously robbing people. Across from him, at least 20 tourists were lined up. They were all excited, some already holding instant noodles, bread, milk, and other snacks. Some were going through the motions. For instance, some would engage in a brief exchange when Lu Bang addressed them. Others skipped the formalities entirely. After passing by, they'd shove their items into Lu Bang's hands, then pulled him over for a photo. After snapping the photo, they muttered a couple of thanks and turned to leave. This left Lu Bang utterly bewildered. He never imagined that playing the role of a rogue could turn out like this. It felt nothing like being a rogue at all. But seeing the growing pile of items on his person, Lu Bang's face was now filled with excitement. The rewards he would bestow upon his ministers upon his return would no longer be the 100 acres of fertile land and 10,000 taels of gold he had given before. They had all been replaced with milk, bread, and beverages. The ministers showed no sign of disapproval whatsoever. In fact, they were quite pleased. Under these circumstances, Lu Bang was also quite pleased. After all, he could obtain these things in abundance every single day. In contrast, the 10,000 acres of fertile land and the 100 taels of gold were fixed allowances. If distributed over an extended period, they would eventually lead to significant problems. Su Chi no longer looked this way, instead heading toward the distance. Soon, he spotted the distant figure of Xiangyu. Sure enough, a long line had formed at Xiangyu's location. They were lining up to take photos with Xiangyu. Some shorter girls even wrapped their arms around Xiangyu's shoulders, lifting themselves off the ground. They all looked utterly thrilled. Should he make taking photos a paid service? Su Chi pondered slowly in his mind. In the end, he shook his head. He knew the situation wasn't that simple. If he really went through with it, there would be only one outcome. It would be a flood of complaints from tourists. After all, charging for something that was originally free was bound to be unpopular. So Su Chi decided instead to introduce more paid offerings himself. Like selling albums, for instance. In the future, he could even sell more merchandise. In short, the path to raking in cash would only get longer and longer, it would never stagnate. Chapter 175, Where did the Don't Purport go? Inside the restaurant. Su Shi cheerfully learned how to use modern appliances alongside Shang Yang. This tiny pipe could actually produce so much water. Where was the water inlet? Did that mean he had to fill it with enough water every evening to ensure it worked the next day? This is incredibly convenient. A group of waiters chattered excitedly. For them, the current situation undoubtedly still thrilled them. In ancient times, washing dishes or accessing water was quite a hassle. At the very least, one had to first carry water to a storage tank. But the situation before them now was entirely different. They didn't need to carry water to a jar at all. All it took was a single water pipe. This was truly beyond their imagination. How impressive. Is this modern rice? It looks exquisite, each grain crystal clear and plump. Su Shi picked up a grain and examined it closely. A peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes at that moment. Even in ancient times, even before his demotion, let alone tasted it. Yet now, hearing Shang Yang say that in this era, it seemed like something anyone could eat. He instinctively swallowed hard. Now then, Shang Yang said directly, besides these items, what other raw materials are needed? Just tell me, and I'll report it to Mr. Su. He'll have someone go buy them. Shang Yang spoke directly. Su Shi wasted no time, immediately consulting with the master chefs. Finally, they compiled a lengthy list. He handed it directly to Shang Yang across from him. Head steward Shang, simply procure the items on this list. With these ingredients, we'll surely serve everyone a splendid feast by noon. Su Shi said with a smile. Shang Yang nodded without hesitation and turned to leave. When Su Chi saw the list transferred to his phone, He immediately dialed the number of the vegetable delivery man. He sent the item list over and simply waited. Previously, the dorm mates hadn't come over, but Su Chi cooked for himself anyway. The difference was that the flavor and scale of his cooking weren't particularly impressive. Moreover, they were all considered part-time workers. Although no pay was deducted since all employees were allowed to work part-time, they still couldn't work long hours in a month, only up to 10 days at most. After 10 days, someone else had to take over. Now that he has Su Shi and the others, he naturally doesn't need to rotate staff at all. From now on, the quality of their meals will improve significantly. As the restaurant grew busier. After finishing his tasks, Su Shi didn't hesitate, he dashed straight outside. Then he scampered over to Li Bai. There, a crowd of beautiful women and a group of wealthy and distinguished men had already surrounded Li Bai in layers upon layers. They waved their cups of fine wine, cheering and shouting in celebration. "Brother Li Bai, look at me, I'm right here. Brother Li Bai, I got you the latest manhwaedit, it's absolutely delicious. Brother Li Bai, I've got some red wine here all imported from abroad. Try a sip." Amidst the voices of these women, a man's voice suddenly joined in. "Brother Li Bai, you're my favorite." Hearing this voice, Su Chi, who had approached from afar, froze in place. He instinctively looked over and couldn't help but rub his eyes. He thought he must be seeing things. But the truth was, amidst the lavish flowers and a group of beauties, there truly stood a bearded man. And who else could it be but Su Shi? At that moment, Su Shi was waving his arms and cheering wildly, completely blending in with the surrounding Li Bai fans. He looked perfectly at home. Su Chi sucked in a sharp breath. Could this really be happening? And now, seeing Su Shi like this, the girls didn't show any sign of disgust. Instead, they were all intensely curious. A young girl with twin ponytails, who looked like just an ordinary college student, approached Su Shi. "Big brother, do you like brother Li Bai too?" Hearing her words, Su Shi lowered his head. Looking at the pretty little girl with twin ponytails, he couldn't help but smile. "Of course. I've long heard of the renowned immortal's fame. To meet him today is truly thrilling." Hearing his words, the college-aged twin ponytailed little girl beside him tilted her head. Clearly, she hadn't quite grasped everything. But he understood that Su Shi clearly held a deep admiration for Li Bai. Since everyone adores brother, then we're all good sisters. The young beauty reached out and hooked her arm through Su Shi's. She began waving her flag and cheering along with the crowd. Li Bai, who was drinking and sword dancing at that moment, caught sight of the scene at once. After all, amidst a group of beauties, an extra bearded man stood out like a sore thumb. He had expected Su Shi to be ostracized by the group. But to his surprise, Su Shi blended in seamlessly with the women. He couldn't help but silently give him a mental thumbs up. Watching from afar, Su Chi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up too. He really is a social butterfly. Shaking his head, Su Chi wasted no time and headed straight for the cafeteria. It was already mealtime. As soon as he arrived, he saw that the entire cafeteria was already filled with an abundance of delicious food. These dishes were the kind you typically see in TV dramas. But alongside them were dishes that clearly didn't match the culinary skills of these ancient people. This caused Su Chi to wear a slightly puzzled expression. Noticing Su Chi's expression, Yang, who was nearby, quickly approached and said, "Mr. Su, I was worried they might not be used to it, so I found a modern recipe book and showed them a page. It seems their recreations turned out quite well." Upon hearing this, Su Chi nodded in understanding. These people are all professionals. Though they may not be famous in history, that doesn't mean they lack expertise. Therefore, with the recipe in hand, the dishes they recreated were over 90% accurate. The taste was truly exceptional. Soon, the crowd gathered here, and as Su Chi picked up his chopsticks, they all began savoring the delicacies together. "Not bad, not bad. Delicious, delicious. So tasty." A voice kept ringing out. Hearing this, people gradually couldn't help but glance toward the corner. There, sitting unmistakably, was Su Shi. At that moment, Su Shi was stuffing his face while offering constant commentary. Turns out Su Shi was quite the foodie. Su Chi shook his head and said. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he blurted out. "Su Shi, where's your most famous dish? Don't pork." Chapter 176, Tasting the Dishes. Hearing Su Chi's words, the others turned their curious gazes toward him. Truth be told, they all knew Su Shi was famous for don't pork. Of course, Su Shi's greatest fame still lies in his poetry. But when it came to cuisine, don't pork truly stood in a class of its own. Yet, after hearing Su Chi's words, Su Shi scratched his head. He chuckled and said, "Mr. Su, I haven't mastered this don't pork recipe yet." Hearing this, even Su Chi was taken aback. Then it dawned on him. It turned out that when Su Shi arrived, he hadn't yet invented don't pork. This undoubtedly left Su Chi feeling a bit disappointed. Noticing the regret in Su Chi's eyes, Su Shi promptly stood up and declared with great enthusiasm. "Rest assured, Mr. Su," Su Shi declared confidently. "I've already scouted the location where I'll recreate don't pork. I can reach that location within 3 days at most. Once there, I'll study the historical sites and combine that with my own research. Within 5 days at most, I absolutely guarantee I'll recreate Don't Pork. He spoke with evident excitement. His eyes blazed with fervent light. At that moment, Li Bai spoke up. Brother Su, it seems you've been constantly demoted throughout history? Are you really free to go wherever you please now? This scene left him thoroughly perplexed. After all, Su Shi's situation was quite amusing. It was almost as if Su Shi himself was being demoted. Then his younger brother gets promoted to pull him up. Then Su Shi was demoted again. Then Su Shi's younger brother pulled him up again. His brother Su Shi steadily climbed the ranks, eventually even becoming the chancellor of the court. Su Shi cleared his throat slightly and lifted his head. That's not quite right. Though I've been demoted repeatedly, it doesn't mean I'm incapable of other endeavors. After all, no one would know if I slipped away for a few months, he said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, everyone present finally understood. So he'd been hiding in plain sight all along. But it was indeed true. The emperor kept demoting him but never executed him, proving he still held some value. Or perhaps the emperor simply couldn't bring himself to kill him. Of course, it was also possible that his brother had been protecting him all along. But equally, if he went out to do things under the lamp, no one would know. At the very least, those who knew about his demotions and reinstatements would never report him. After all, who could predict when he might be recalled next? Moreover, Su Shi had a brother who kept rising through the ranks. Though he's always been looked down upon, no one actually despises him. If that's the case, then you'd better pick up the pace. Su Qi spoke up. After all, we're still eager to savor that Don't Pork. Upon hearing this, Su Shi nodded repeatedly, even going so far as to want to swear an oath on the spot. But Su Qi stopped him. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their respective workstations. At that moment, Su Shi was about to follow Li Bai without hesitation. But just then, Su Qi reached out to stop him. Wait a moment. There's something I need to discuss. Hearing the chairman's words, Su Shi immediately stopped and said respectfully, "What might you need from me, Chairman Su?" As Su Shi spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Li Bai. Seeing this, Su Qi's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that in the end, the other party would come here and become Li Bai's little fanboy. Su Qi spoke directly. It's simple. I need to sample the dishes. Taste the food? Su Shi paused for a moment. Mr. Su, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean. Su Qi glanced at him and continued. You are chefs I specially invited from history. Bringing you here was certainly not just for the employees' meals. Otherwise, since we're all family, we could just eat whatever's available, no need to specially invite you. Since we've brought you here, we naturally want to maximize the benefits. So I plan to transform your restaurant into one catering specifically to tourists. Now we need to select some of your most prized dishes to serve as our signature offerings. After hearing Su Qi's words, Su Shi, standing nearby, finally understood. He quickly spoke up. Rest assured, Mr. Su, our culinary skills are quite competent. With that, he led Su Qi straight to the kitchen. He then gathered several head chefs to begin preparing the dishes. Moments later, 5 exquisite dishes were arranged on the table. Su Qi sampled each one in turn, then gave a slight nod. Not bad, not bad. The flavors are passable, but they still fall a bit short of what people today would expect. I think you could refine them a bit more. As for the recipes, have Yang send you a few more copies. At this point, Su Qi paused briefly before continuing. The most crucial element, of course, is the seasonings. These simply didn't exist in your ancient times. Therefore, when using these seasonings, you must treat them as the absolute priority. Do not let any problems arise. Su Qi spoke solemnly, then watched them quietly. He then continued. Now it's up to you to get busy. With that, Su Qi waved his hand and departed. At that moment, Su Shi glanced in Li Bai's direction. Then he turned his head to look at the restaurant staff behind him. Everyone heard what Mr. Su said, right? Within a day, you must transform the flavors to suit modern tastes. Otherwise, all of us could lose our jobs. I trust you now understand what working here truly means. If we get fired, can you live with yourselves? Would you truly accept it? He shouted loudly. The restaurant staff across from him shouted back in unison. No way. Hearing the shouts behind him, Su Qi broke into a smile. He loved seeing his employees push themselves to their limits. After all, their pay was fixed. It hardly ever changed. Of course, deductions were made. But as long as their work met standards, they wouldn't be fired and would still get paid. But if they push themselves to excel, the situation changes entirely. At least for Su Qi. He felt he could earn a little extra. After taking a few steps, Su Qi immediately spotted Li Shishi across the way. Li Shishi had just finished his performance. Spotting Su Qi approaching, he hurried over and said, Mr. Su, if you ever need to recruit chefs or anything like that next time, I can personally bring you 100 people straight from the Tang Dynasty. All imperial chefs from the palace. They could instantly create a unique signature attraction for our entire scenic area. Chapter 177, The Common Man is Innocent. Su Qi glanced at Li Shishi. Then he nodded. Boldly, I understand your intentions, but we must follow the rules. Rest assured, if such an opportunity arises again, I'll definitely come to you. Hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimin felt somewhat ambiguous, yet he knew pressing further would benefit neither him nor Su Qi. Thus, he nodded in agreement without pressing further. At that moment, Su Qi let a faint smile touch his lips. Alright, go handle your business. Let's wrap things up for today. I'll need to discuss something with you this evening. Li Shimin's eyes lit up at Su Qi's words. He promptly returned to his duties. In the time that followed, Su Qi not only bought groceries but also had several cookbooks delivered to Su Shi and the others. He also provided each of them with a mobile phone. The task of teaching them how to use the phones naturally fell to Li Shimin. Li Shimin was quite familiar with this area. Nearly all their instruction now came from Li Shimin. Precisely because of this, things proceeded without much trouble. Soon, evening arrived. Everyone gathered within the scenic area. Gazing at the sky gradually darkening, everyone's gaze grew slightly dim. While for most people, the end of the workday is the happiest time. For those in the scenic area, the end of the workday meant they could no longer use their phones. It meant returning to a place far less appealing than the scenic area itself. So their dimmed expressions were perfectly understandable. Mr. Su, we're off duty now. Wu Zetian was the first to approach, greeting him with a cheerful smile. Guingchun followed shortly after. See you tomorrow, Mr. Su. Waving their hands, their figures gradually faded away moments later. Watching this scene, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he said nothing more. Finally, in the vast scenic area, only two people remained. One was Su Qi, and the other, naturally, was Li Shimin. Mr. Su, you wanted to see me. Seeing Li Shimin's expression, Su Qi gave a slight nod. The tourist area was getting increasingly crowded, and it did look somewhat chaotic. Hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with surprise. At that moment, he had no idea what Su Qi meant by those words. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured a guess. Mr. Su, are you suggesting we need to lay people off? Hearing this, the boss sighed helplessly before continuing. Of course not. The scenic area is so large that we still need quite a few people, and we can easily accommodate them. Even adding a few more people wouldn't be a problem. What I'm referring to is the management of the scenic area's personnel. I've also witnessed the situation between you and Yang. Frankly, these matters aren't easily resolved. Still, I hope the two of you can resolve this properly and avoid any major issues. After Su Qi's words, Li Shimin instantly understood that the conflict stemmed from professional rivalry between him and Yang, which Su Qi couldn't tolerate. Understanding this, his brow twitched slightly. He then spoke directly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. There will absolutely be no issues between Yang and me in our work. There will never be any missteps in the future. Seeing his solemn demeanor, Su Qi smiled. Let's hope so. Northern Song Dynasty. As flashes of white light flickered, the empty tavern gradually filled with people. Su Shi surveyed the scene around him, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. He was still processing what was happening. Behind him, a cacophony of voices erupted. We're back. Finally back. We actually made it back. This proves it wasn't a lie, it's real. Wonderful. Our destinies have been altered. Everyone spoke excitedly, their eyes gleaming with a peculiar intensity. Su Shi turned his head at that moment, looking at them. Gentlemen, any other thoughts? Hearing this, one of the waiters blurted out immediately. Of course. Once we get paid, we'll buy tons of seeds and plant them right away. Then no one in our dynasty will ever go hungry again. I'll buy things like lighters to sell. I'll definitely become the richest man in the region. Once I get my hands on refined salt, MSG, seasonings, and all sorts of ingredients, I'll open a restaurant that'll be an absolute hit. They all analyzed their future lives. At that moment, they all knew without a doubt, no matter what, their futures would be wildly successful. They would never worry about food or drink again, they might even become millionaires. The crowd was utterly exhilarated. Seeing their expressions, Su Shi couldn't help but shake his head before speaking directly. A man is not guilty for possessing a jade, but for harboring it. Do you truly believe you can keep these treasures safe? After hearing these words, everyone present froze for a moment. After a moment's reflection, they finally understood. They couldn't protect them. Among those present, only Su Shi held some official position. The rest were almost entirely commoners. Could ordinary people protect these treasures? The answer was no. At that moment, the innkeeper approached and couldn't help but speak up. May I ask, Magistrate Su, what should we do then? The proprietor was clearly a man who knew when to be practical. He understood that among all present, only Su Shi had any connections. They would certainly follow Su Shi's lead. After a moment's thought, Su Shi sighed and said, I absolutely cannot keep this from you. I cannot bear to lose this opportunity. I intend to tell my younger brother directly. Once he confirms it, he will then introduce it to your majesty. With His Majesty's support and protection, I am confident you will never want for food or clothing. Moreover, with the resources we've secured from the future, the entire Song dynasty will flourish even more splendidly. After hearing his words, the group exchanged glances. Some harbored reluctance in their hearts. In the end, they all nodded in agreement. For they knew this was the only way. Not embracing a powerful ally would be foolish. And now, through history, they knew what position Su Shi's younger brother would eventually attain. He would be second to none, above all others. Under these circumstances, they absolutely had to cling to his coattails. Of course, all they could cling to now was Su Shi's influence. But that was more than enough. Su Shi lifted his head, gazing at the moonlit night with sparse stars. He resolved to perfect the recipe for soup pork at the fastest pace possible. Chapter 178, A Resounding Victory. Qin State. A radiant white light illuminated the heavens. Bai Qi donned his armor and stood amidst the vast army. His gaze fixed on a distant point. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. Today, we shall conquer the state of Yin. Bai Qi spoke, turning to survey the army behind him. At this moment, the equipment of these troops was almost entirely renewed. Some had even been issued flintlock muskets. This full-scale offensive was no mere bluff. They had even received explicit orders from the modern king of Qin. Otherwise, such a large-scale war would never have been launched lightly. Amidst the distant crowd, Li Shishi, Lu Qing, and others had also gathered here. According to Bai Qi's plan, they could certainly avoid participating in the battle. They could have remained in the rear. But seeing the equipment worn by the surrounding troops and the spirited determination radiating from them, they felt no hesitation whatsoever. In the distance, a massive hot air balloon was visible. For soldiers were already seated aboard it. All around them were various homemade grenades. Some were packed with hard stones, others with shards of porcelain. With these additions, the explosive power would be significantly enhanced. Not far from them now, the Yan army was clearly visible. Originally, they were supposed to proceed step by step. But after Bai Qi made contact with the modern Qin king and confirmed everything was true. Qin king, do you intend to claim the credit for unifying the 6 states as your own? Therefore, they naturally had to accelerate their pace. Full-scale attack. Bai Qi roared furiously. Swinging his greatsword, he charged straight ahead. Countless soldiers charged forward in relentless waves. Yet as blades clashed, modern steel weapons crashed into the enemy soldiers. They were utterly crushed. Accompanied by the deployment of sway-made rifles and grenades. In just one afternoon, the battle was over. The opposing army lay utterly defeated. The enemy commander knelt on the ground. He stared at Bai Qi before him, his face frozen in terror. How is this possible? Why do you possess such superior weapons? He spoke in utter panic, utterly baffled by the situation. After hearing his words, Bai Qi offered no reply, merely drawing his weapon and severing the man's head. Future battles will unfold as smoothly as today, Bai Qi declared with overwhelming authority. He then pointed at a messenger. Send word back to the court. Upon hearing his command, the messenger immediately picked up the radio. Soon, the message was relayed back. Bai Qi and his men had already begun cleaning up the aftermath. Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at the weapons brought before him by Zheng and the others. At that moment, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. These items certainly looked quite impressive. He spoke slowly. Then, his gaze shifted to Zheng across from him. Why has my royal son not returned yet? Li Yuan frowned as he spoke. If it were just the beginning, that would be one thing. His absence for several days might be due to important matters at the scenic area. After all, according to Zheng and the others, Li Shishi was the only one promoted. But a full week without returning? That spells trouble. Could it be that my son is deliberately avoiding me? Li Yuan spoke with a hint of resignation. At first, he had thought it unlikely. But recalling the historical records, he couldn't help but sigh. He understood this completely. The situation was likely just as it appeared. Across from him, Zheng and the others knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a word. Truth be told, Zheng and the others had already grasped Li Shi's intentions. But even knowing this, they dared not inform Li Yuan across from them. They could only kneel. Time ticked by, second by second. Li Yuan hesitated for a long while before finally speaking. After you return tomorrow, contact the second prince. Make sure he comes back after work tomorrow, he declared in a loud voice. Upon hearing this, the assembled figures across from him all nodded in agreement. Song Dynasty. Li Shishi gazed at her father before her. A hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Father, why did you come find me so late? Is there something you need? Upon hearing her words, his father spoke directly. His Majesty wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Li Shishi instantly realized her father had revealed everything about her situation. Otherwise, His Majesty would never have known about her situation. What does His Majesty intend? Li Shishi asked curiously. Tomorrow's events could very well determine the fate of his entire family. Naturally, he was deeply curious. Across from him, Li Qingji shook his head at that moment. I don't know. Everything rests on His Majesty's decision. Li Shishi's expression shifted slightly. If even her own father didn't know, then tomorrow was bound to be uncertain. At that moment, he couldn't help but speak up. I can only stay here after work. Your Majesty, would you like to see me tonight? Li Qingji nodded. Precisely. Within the imperial court, Emperor Chongzhen gazed at Li Shishi before him and Li Qingji beside her. He spoke directly. Since you have journeyed to the future, you must know the history of this dynasty. Speak quickly. He spoke with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Shishi did not hesitate, immediately recounting all the history she knew. He hadn't wanted to recount those humiliating events. But after a moment's thought, he knew he must speak. Because what if the Chongzhen emperor before him was also summoned? And discovered the true history differed from his account, he would be finished. Half an hour later. The Emperor Chongzhen's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but lift his gaze toward the two figures across from him. He drew a deep breath. Fortunately, he hadn't summoned the other ministers as well. In this moment, Chongzhen truly felt relieved. He had believed that in history, he should have been able to achieve commendable accomplishments. Yet upon listening closely, the reality proved quite different. Instead, he felt profoundly helpless. I actually hanged myself from a southeast-facing branch? How could I be the ruler who lost his kingdom? He couldn't help but speak, a flicker of anguish momentarily visible in his eyes. At that moment, Li Shishi hurriedly interjected. Your Majesty, do not belittle yourself. Since you now know the future outcome, we naturally have the power to change it. Li Shishi said cheerfully, then continued. Not to mention we now possess artifacts from the future, even some incredibly powerful weapons. If we bring all these things into the present, altering history would be perfectly natural. Chapter 179, Hanging Myself from the Southeast Branch. Within the scenic area. The next morning, Su Qi saw Li Shishi across from him as soon as he got up. At that moment, Su Qi's eyebrow twitched slightly. You haven't gone back yet? Su Qi knew Li Shishi was plotting to usurp the throne. But by staying here this long, doesn't he fear that Li Yuan might find out? If Li Yuan truly found out, if Li Yuan were to interfere behind the scenes, perhaps everything he had prepared would shatter. Even Zheng He and the others might not survive. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimon's eyebrow twitched slightly across the table. He spoke directly. Mr. Su, I believe this matter requires your assistance. My help? Su Qi froze in surprise. He never imagined this matter would involve him. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, his gaze shifting slightly. Li Shishi continued without pause. If you could bring my father here, everything would fall into place. Hearing this, Su Qi finally understood. So that was the plan the other party had in mind. Truth be told, from the perspective of these summoned historical figures, every person brought here had been personally selected by Su Qi. In other words, if Su Qi wished, he could summon their descendants and ancestors, generation after generation. But the reality was far from that. The ancient figures summoned were all selected by the system. Su Qi could only dictate when to summon them, not who would be summoned. After a moment's thought, Su Qi spoke directly. There's no need to rush this matter. Everything is destined to unfold as it should. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi sighed across from him. He truly hoped Su Qi would assist him, but even if Su Qi refused, it wouldn't matter. For he knew that in no more than half a month, his plan would succeed. The group arrived at the entrance of the scenic area. Soon, Li Bai's men all arrived here, accompanied by a white light. Good morning, Mr. Su. Greetings, Mr. Su. The group exchanged greetings in a flurry of voices. Su Qi gave a slight nod before instructing them all to proceed to work. Meanwhile, Su Qi and Li Shishi made their way to the rear mountain area. Soon, they found Yuan Shun, who was working there. Mr. Su, you're here. Emperor Yuan Shun approached with a cheerful smile. Mr. Su, I've just finished tidying this up. Please take a look and let me know if anything needs adjusting. I'll make the changes immediately. He said, pointing toward the distant rear mountain. Under Su Qi's gaze, the entire rear mountain had been nearly completed. Nearly half of it was ready for immediate operation. It was carved with all sorts of exquisite and magnificent designs. Even the stones had been neatly arranged into orderly paths. Seeing this scene, Su Qi was somewhat astonished. Did you do all this by yourself? He couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan Shundi shook his head. Not entirely. When other tasks weren't pressing, Emperor Taizong would send people to assist me. After hearing this, Su Qi's gaze shifted to Li Shishi standing nearby. Li Shishi nodded in agreement. Everyone has become increasingly proficient at maintaining order in the scenic area. On days when there's extra time, I'll assign them other tasks. I absolutely won't let anyone slack off. Hearing this, Su Qi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Very good, very good. If there are any promotion opportunities in the future, you'll be the first in line. Li Shishi nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Yuan Shundi watched with a dry, stiff expression. A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Seeing the other's expression, Su Qi gave a light chuckle. Rest assured, you've done quite well here. You'll definitely get a promotion and raise in the future. After tossing out a few empty promises, the Yuan Shun emperor across from him beamed with delight. He knew full well what the situation was like with Li Shimin. Among all the officials, only Li Shimin could stay here alone at night. This meant that besides building goodwill with Su Qi during the day, Li Shimin could also earn favor with him at night. Realizing this, his eyes flashed with a peculiar gleam. His face was filled with anticipation. Su Qi had praised him and was about to leave. But just then, he suddenly noticed a tree on the hillside that seemed somewhat unique. At that moment, Su Qi's footsteps halted. He stared at the tree with curiosity and spoke directly. What's the story with that tree? Why is it still standing there? Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Yuan Shundi also looked over. He spoke directly. I find that tree quite evocative, so I kept it. Besides, although our back mountain has been developed, it doesn't really have any attractions. So I plan to preserve certain elements to create unique attractions later. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly as he studied the tree intently. Suddenly, he spoke up. Hang myself from the southeast branch. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan Shun grew somewhat perplexed. Li Shimin, who had already thoroughly studied all of history. At that moment, something suddenly occurred to him. He stated directly. Could Su Zong be referring to Chongzhen, the last emperor of the Song dynasty? Could it be that Su Zong intends to summon him as well? At this moment, Li Shimin felt undeniably helpless. After all, he had just asked Su Qi to summon Li Yuan. But Su Qi hadn't agreed. Instead, he turned around and summoned an emperor from another dynasty. It stung a little. However, Su Qi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a moment to glance at the system. It was precisely at this moment that a system prompt flashed through his mind. This moment left Su Qi momentarily stunned. He could now summon new individuals. Su Qi's face lit up with excitement. He had only intended to glance casually, never expecting it to actually be possible. Seems the system is pretty user-friendly after all. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke, then proceeded to step outside. Moments later, Su Qi opened the employee roster. And there, prominently listed on the roster, was one name. Employee, Chongzhen. Era, Song Dynasty. Days present, 28 days. Base salary, 280. Performance bonus, none. Bonus, none. Penalties, none. Total wage, 280. Sure enough, it really was Emperor Chongzhen. Excellent, excellent. With this tree, we can indeed summon Emperor Chongzhen. Then we'll have him perform his suicide by hanging from the southeast branch right here. Su Qi chuckled gleefully. Upon hearing his words, the person beside him flinched slightly. Congratulations, Mr. Su. You found another new act. Li Shimin spoke up directly. Though he still hoped Su Qi would summon Li Yuan, flattery was necessary. Chapter 180, The Excited Li Shimin. Alright, you two get back to work. If anything comes up, come find me. Su Qi said before leaving immediately. Li Shimin and Emperor Yuan Shun then discussed how to improve the place further. Stepping outside, Su Qi stretched lazily, intending to check on the other's progress. Just then, the system prompt echoed in his mind once more. He could actually perform a summoning. This surprised Su Qi. He had only been granted one summon before he hadn't expected to be able to summon again. So Su Qi chose to summon. Soon, he saw the person newly summoned before him. It was actually Li Yuan. Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. According to the system prompt, this time he was to perform a large-scale program. The Xuanwu Gate Incident. Therefore, Li Yuan had to be summoned. As for Li Shimin, he already had one. The others could just be filled in with whoever was available. After reading this, Su Qi took a deep breath. Li Shimin himself was already preparing for the Xuanwu Gate Incident. Little did I know my scenic spot would give him a head start. Chuckling to himself, Su Qi went to inspect the others' work. Then he saw Su Shi running up to Li Bai again. There, he was calling out Brother Bai, Brother Bai. In his hands were several cups of milk tea. But there wasn't even a single brand label on the milk tea. At that moment, Su Qi suddenly thought of something. Could this be Su Shi's own creation? The very moment this thought crossed Su Qi's mind, he saw Su Shi across the way addressing Li Bai. Brother Bai, this is bubble tea I made myself. Come try some. Hearing these words, even Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. But he never imagined it would actually turn out this way. At that moment, Li Bai was practicing swordplay and reciting poetry. A cup of milk tea in his hand. Upon seeing the rather peculiar-looking milk tea in Su Shi's hand, his lips twitched slightly. At that moment, he dared not utter another word. He simply ignored Su Shi. Just one glance at that thing made him lose all desire to drink it. Su Shi clearly understood Li Bai's expression. Therefore, he spoke up immediately. Brother Bai, this is delicious. He said this, then took a deep, hearty gulp himself. Just as Su Chi thought that Su Shi, as a chef summoned by him. Although he had only mastered one dish dompa pork and hadn't yet learned any others, his culinary skills should still be quite good. As Su Chi pondered this, Su Shi, far away, suddenly snorted and sprayed the milk tea from his mouth. It nearly splashed nearby tourists. Seeing this, Su Chi instantly realized he'd been overthinking it completely. Li Bai, who also witnessed the scene, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't drink it." The morning passed quickly. At lunchtime, everyone gathered together. At this moment, Su Shi took another cup of homemade milk tea and handed it to Li Bai beside him. He wanted Li Bai to try it. However, after what had happened earlier that day, Li Bai absolutely refused to drink it. He turned his head away, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Su Chi paid no mind to these two clowns, instead turning his gaze to the people around him. Then, clearing his throat slightly, he spoke directly. "Tomorrow, 2 more people will join our scenic area, and we'll also have 2 new programs." Hearing Su Chi's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Li Shimin couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Su, who are they?" Li Shimin was genuinely curious at this moment. In his view, there should only be one. Why were there now 2? This couldn't help but make his eyes betray deep astonishment. He was intensely curious who was the other person. Meanwhile, the others were equally filled with curiosity. They waited for Su Chi to explain. But Su Chi had no intention of beating around the bush. Clearing his throat, he spoke directly. "The first person is Emperor Qin of the Song Dynasty. Tomorrow, when he arrives, send him straight to the back mountain. There, he will hang himself from the southeast branch." Hearing his words, those around him froze in shock. But the most stunned of all was none other than Guingchun. He had conversed with Qin just yesterday. The emperor had even expressed his desire to come here. But in his view, the likelihood seemed exceedingly slim. Therefore, he hadn't pressed the matter further. He never imagined she'd show up today. Su Chi's gaze also turned to Guingchun across from him, and he immediately said with a smile, "Once Emperor Qin arrives tomorrow, you'll be the one to explain things to him. By the way, can you see the Qin emperor now? If so, you could tell him tonight." Upon hearing his words, Guingchun nodded. "Mr. Su, I was just summoned by Emperor Qin yesterday. I can see him today." Upon hearing this, Su Chi smiled. "If that's the case, then that's excellent." Then Su Chi's gaze shifted to Li Shimin. At that moment, Li Shimin suddenly seemed to sense something. His eyes brightened slightly. He drew a deep breath and couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Su, could it be?" Before he could finish, Su Chi gave a slight nod. "And now we've arrived at our second major program. And this program is titled the Xuanwu Gate Incident." Upon hearing these words, every pair of eyes in the room instantly turned toward Li Shimin. Everyone knew the Xuanwu Gate Incident was orchestrated by Li Shimin. In other words, Li Shimin was the leading man of this performance. Li Shimin himself stood up immediately, his face flushed with excitement. "Then could my father also come?" He couldn't help but blurt out. At that moment, Su Chi gave a slight nod. "Indeed. You can return tonight and discuss it thoroughly with him." Li Shimin nodded repeatedly. He understood that the current situation was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. Under these circumstances, the Xuanwu Gate incident could be staged not only within the scenic area, but could even be staged earlier in the Tang Dynasty. His long-held desire was to bring Li Yuan here. Then, relying on his own abilities, he could directly control Li Yuan. And upon returning, he could control him as well. Everyone was somewhat surprised no one had expected Li Shimin's father to have come as well. Lu Bang couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Su, could you please summon my empress as well? Our empress can perform a program. Dancing, singing, calligraphy, chess, painting, and music, she excels at them all," he said excitedly. Chapter 181, Lu Bang's Dream. After seeing his expression, Su Chi's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't help but speak up. "If I'm not mistaken, your empress must be quite old, right? At the very least, she's the same age as you. You're here acting like a rogue. Are you sure you want him performing songs and dances here?" As soon as Su Chi finished speaking, the crowd nearby all turned to look. Now, their gazes were filled with intense curiosity. After all, they knew Lu Bang's current wife was nearly his age. An old man performing here was one thing, but if it were an old woman instead, could she really still sing and dance? The image of an elderly empress singing and dancing flashed through Su Chi's mind. The thought of such a scene made him shake his head involuntarily, his eyes filled with resignation. Li Shimin approached at that moment, gently patting Lu Bang on the shoulder. "Old Lu, making money is good, but you can't lose all sense of decency." Hearing his words, Lu Bang's lips twitched slightly. Then, he sighed and said directly, "I'm not referring to my own era. My empress was in the prime of her youth before this. Since Mr. Su can summon her, let's summon her at her peak." When his words fell once more, this time, everyone present was taken aback. Even Li Bai couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Truly the High Emperor. Su Shi beside him nodded in astonishment. He had assumed the other party wanted to bring his current wife over to make money together. But he had underestimated the situation. Lu Bang's ambitions towered far above his own. What he desired was not merely the current empress. Rather, he desired the empress from her youth. Su Qi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Old Lu, your idea is sound, but you must understand that reality is harsh. Let's revisit this matter later. After all, the scenic area isn't short-staffed right now. When we do need more people, I'll definitely prioritize those close to us first. After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Only Lu Bang wore an expression of utter helplessness. He had hoped this opportunity would allow him to bring the young empress back to his side. Then he could let the younger version of the empress enjoy more blessings. Yes, that was precisely what Lu Bang had in mind. In his view, he hadn't treated his wife well during his youth. Now that he had the power to bring his former wife back, it only made sense to offer some form of compensation. Of course, he wouldn't mind if something else happened during the process of making amends. After all, at his advanced age, if he could see his wife from his younger days, he would naturally be overjoyed. As Su Qi finished speaking, everyone went off to work. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze flickered slightly. He quickly spotted Su Shi. At that moment, Su Shi was still walking beside Li Bai. Brother Bai, try this milk tea, it's my new creation. I had a kind and beautiful young lady teach me specially. She said all the ingredients are standard for bubble tea, everything it should have. Give it a try, it tastes absolutely fantastic. He spoke with a cheerful smile. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrow twitched slightly at that moment. He couldn't help but glance at the cup of milk tea Su Shi was holding. Yellow, green, purple, red, and white. It looked like a big hodgepodge. Upon seeing what Su Shi held, Li Bai immediately began running away. At that moment, he didn't even dare to acknowledge Su Shi anymore. He was genuinely afraid Su Shi would shove that strange, enigmatic-looking thing into his mouth. If that were to happen, Li Bai would have wished for death. Brother Dongpa, wait a moment. Su Qi hurriedly called out to him. After hearing Su Qi's words, Su Shi turned to look at Su Qi at that very moment. His gaze held a hint of curiosity. He first glanced at Li Bai in the distance, clearly harboring the thought of chasing after him. Yet, in the end, he came to stand before Su Qi. Mr. Su, what brings you here? He asked curiously. After hearing his words, Su Qi spoke directly. How are you performing in your primary duties? Especially your Dongpa pork hocks. I still plan to make this our signature dish. After hearing Su Qi's words, at that moment, Su Dongpa's eyebrow twitched slightly. He spoke up with great enthusiasm. Mr. Su, I've nearly mastered the recipe. Shall I prepare one for you now? Su Qi nodded slightly. Then prepare one ahead of time. If it turns out well, we can try opening our own restaurant tomorrow. In that instant, Su Shi instantly understood if they could open their own restaurant, his standing here would naturally rise significantly. Understanding this, his eyes lit up slightly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I specifically went to learn the craft and I've nearly mastered it now. Without hesitation, Su Shi immediately led Su Qi over to the restaurant area. At that moment, the entire restaurant staff had gathered there. After all, they were the chefs themselves. Even when there was little to do, they would naturally remain in the kitchen. When Su Shi and Su Qi entered, the staff's gazes flickered with mild surprise. Nevertheless, they gathered around. Mr. Su, what are you planning to do? The restaurant owner approached and inquired. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrow twitched slightly. Brother Dongpa says he's perfected it. Naturally, I must come and taste this Dongpa pork. As the words fell, everyone present froze for a moment. Especially the restaurant owner, who opened his mouth as if to speak, then hesitated. But in the end, he just sighed and said nothing more. By then, Su Dongpa had already entered the kitchen. What? Is there something wrong with Brother Dongpa's Dongpa pork? Su Qi, too, felt a twinge of curiosity and asked aloud. However, after hearing his words, the few people present exchanged glances, yet not a single one dared to say no. After all, they had studied history. They knew that among the masses, Su Dongpa was clearly more renowned than any of them. Although Su Qi had stated that everyone was equal. For these men of the past, the hierarchy of respect was ingrained in their very bones. Thus, no one dared to say more. Just then, Su Dongpa approached carrying a large serving of Dongpa pork hock. Mr. Su, come taste this. Chapter 182, is this really Dongpa pork? On the small table, a generous portion of Dongpa pork knuckle now sat before them. Just one glance was enough to pique one's curiosity. Its deep crimson hue promised a feast for the senses. Su Qi leaned closer and took a deep sniff. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't help but turn to look at Su Dongpa beside him. Brother Dongpa, you must have tasted this Dongpa pork shank yourself, right? Su Qi asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. After hearing his words, Su Dongpa across from him chuckled. Mr. Su, rest assured it's absolutely fine. He wore an expression that screamed "trust me." Seeing this, Su Chi couldn't help but trust him. He promptly picked up his chopsticks and plucked a small piece of pork skin. After hesitating for a long while, Su Chi finally popped it into his mouth. The next moment, his eyes snapped wide open. A peculiar flavor flooded his mouth in that instant. His eyes fluttered slightly at that moment. He drew a deep breath. His gaze twitched ever so slightly. Then, he looked at Su Dongpa with an expression of helplessness. "So, Mr. Su, how's the flavor? Not bad, right?" Su Shi's eyes sparkled brightly. His gaze flickered slightly at that moment. He hoped Su Chi would give him an affirmative answer. However, Su Chi's face was dark and sullen. Instead of answering, he picked up a large piece of pork hock with his chopsticks. He turned his hand and shoved it into Su Dongpa's mouth. Su Shi didn't hesitate, chewing it in big bites. Then his expression suddenly changed. Su Chi immediately covered his mouth, preventing him from spitting it out. Su Dongpa struggled relentlessly. But in the end, his body twitched slightly before collapsing onto the ground. "He's been poisoned pretty badly," Su Chi muttered, somewhat speechless. Indeed, that pork hock was undoubtedly poisoned. The flavor was almost as if vinegar had been poured directly over it. Then, with almost no other ingredients added, it was cooked. The entire pork hock reeked of a strong vinegar flavor. For those who love vinegar, it might be quite delicious. But for someone like Su Chi, with more ordinary tastes, it was pure torture. "Let's just revive him first," Su Chi muttered, speechless. The others nearby wasted no time, swiftly beginning the rescue efforts. 10 minutes later, Su Dongpa sucked in a sharp breath of cold air and sat down abruptly. "What just happened to me? Why did I suddenly pass out?" he muttered, utterly baffled. His eyes were filled with deep confusion. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chi's eyes flicked slightly. Suddenly remembering something, he blurted out the question. "Have you truly forgotten what just happened?" Upon hearing this, Su Shi nodded. "Mr. Su, I don't remember." At that moment, a smile touched the corner of Su Chi's lips. "You just tripped and fell, then passed out. Here, this is the Dongpa pork hock you just made yourself. Come, have a bite." After hearing Su Chi's words, Su Shi indeed rose from the ground, then looked at the Dongpa pork hock with a skeptical expression. Just as Su Chi suspected he might be remembering something, Su Shi couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Su, did I really make this? I don't remember a thing." Hearing this, Su Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said directly, "Then just take a bite. I think you'll remember once you taste it." After hearing Su Chi's words, Su Shi indeed picked up his chopsticks without hesitation, scooped up a large bite. He shoved it straight into his mouth. The next moment, his expression abruptly changed. His entire body twitched slightly. He lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a look of sheer terror. He instinctively tried to spit it out. But at that moment, a large hand clamped over his mouth. The one who struck was none other than Su Chi. Su Shi stared at Su Chi in utter terror. His body twitched slightly at that moment. Finally, his pupils suddenly contracted and he collapsed onto the ground, his body convulsing. "Remember to wake him up later." After speaking, Su Chi turned and walked away. He felt his restaurant should switch its signature dish. If he really put this Dongpa pork hock on the menu, it would likely provoke a chorus of angry shouts from the tourists. More importantly, Su Chi still hadn't confirmed whether the Dongpa pork hock was poisonous or not. If it was merely inedible, that would be one thing. But if it is poisonous, then the consequences would be dire. Don't mistake Su Dongpa's fainting and memory loss after eating it for harmless effects. That's because within the scenic area, even if he were vaporized by a nuclear blast, the next morning, he could still return to the scenic area. This is the protection afforded by the scenic area, ensuring they could never perish. But visitors here, including Su Chi, were different. If they accidentally consumed a lethal dose of something, they would truly die. Several people nearby nodded and began assisting Su Shi. Su Chi had already turned and left the scene. He circled the entire scenic area, observing the crowd's performance. His brow twitched slightly before he gave a slow nod. At that moment, he understood that the entire scenic area had gotten back on track. If it continued to develop, it should be able to achieve even better results. Then his gaze shifted to Xiangyu in the distance. Xiangyu strode majestically, step by step, until he stood before Su Chi. "Mr. Su, the overlord has worked hard." Su Chi spoke, then looked at him with curiosity. "You've just finished your performance. Take a good rest first." Xiangyu's performance was unlike the others. He barely needed any movement, simply lifting a large wooden table with one hand. Upon that wooden table, Wu Zetian danced. But he was the only one in the entire scenic area who could pull it off. Indeed, Xiangyu was the only one capable of such a feat. Others simply couldn't manage it. No effort at all. Xiangyu stated plainly, then looked at Su Chi. "By the way, Mr. Su, compared to that Lu Bang fellow's wife, Mayuji truly excels in song and dance, and her beauty is truly remarkable." He spoke slowly, his eyes brimming with a warm smile at that moment. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. He spoke directly. Rest assured, if there's a dancing position next time, I'll definitely consider you G first. This promise was naturally empty, as Su Qi himself had no authority to decide the selection. But Xiang Yu didn't know that. Chapter 183, Chongzhen's Magnanimity. After hearing Su Qi's promise, Xiang Yu's face now radiated excitement. Then I'm truly grateful, Mr. Su. With that, he took his leave. Su Qi shook his head without further comment. He understood that as long as they remained within this scenic area, as long as they knew everything here, it was only natural they'd want to bring their loved ones back. It wasn't just Xiang Yu. Even Lu Bang and his group felt the same way. Of course, each person's motives differed. Lu Bang and Xiang Yu, for instance, wished for their loved ones to come and enjoy the good life, to savor the current splendor. But some were different. That was Li Shishi. He wanted his father, Li Yuan, to come. His purpose was not for Li Yuan to come and enjoy anything. Rather, he intended to manipulate Li Yuan once he arrived. This would allow him to better orchestrate the Xuanwu Gate incident. Su Qi walked step by step, soon reaching the location of the rear mountain. Then, he spotted the Yuan Shan Emperor across the way. Mr. Su, look at this path here. I carved it out specifically as a mountain trail. I previously realized that while this mountain looks promising, but certain aspects were entirely different. At the very least, this mountain path absolutely couldn't have been left untouched. He spoke cheerfully. I plan to carve out this mountain path bit by bit. That way, everyone will find it much more comfortable when going up and down the mountain. Hearing this, Su Qi couldn't help but nod in agreement. Not bad, not bad. What you're doing here is actually quite commendable. He spoke with a cheerful smile. After hearing his words, Emperor Yuan Shan's eyes brightened slightly. Then, at that moment, he sighed and couldn't help but speak. But one thing remains quite difficult. Hearing this, Su Qi looked over with curiosity. What kind of matter could that be? After hearing his words, Emperor Shun of Yuan continued speaking. That is, things I find difficult to accomplish alone. I believe Mr. Su could certainly help me bring in a few more people. Not too many, 30 would suffice. My dynasty has carpenters and stonemasons who serve me exclusively. If we could summon them, the construction progress would absolutely skyrocket. Emperor Shun of Yuan declared cheerfully. Only then did Su Qi grasp the other party's true intentions. So this was why he'd acted so swiftly all to bring in more people. But that was only natural. After all, both Zheng and Li Shishi already had over 50 people on their teams. By comparison, their monthly salary alone equaled dozens of months' worth for the others. For Yuan Shun, who was also an emperor, he felt a certain helplessness. If possible, he too wished to summon more followers. Even just 10 or 20 more would have sufficed. He would have gladly accepted that. At that point, everything would unfold in a completely different way. At the very least, his wages could multiply tenfold or 20-fold. After all, if they were summoned from his own dynasty, as emperor, he could seize all their wealth. There will be opportunities. There would definitely be opportunities in the future. Su Qi casually made a promise. Then he simply walked away. Soon, evening arrived. The starlight in the sky had already faded. Only boundless darkness remained. Beneath this darkness, Li Shishi and his group remained. They gazed at Su Qi in the distance with amused expressions. Mr. Su, are we off duty now? Upon hearing Li Shishi's words, Su Qi smiled and ruffled his hair. See you all tomorrow. After saying this, Su Qi waved his hand and everyone transformed into a white light and vanished. At that moment, Su Qi stretched lazily, then turned his gaze toward the distance. He knew the scenic area would feature 2 new attractions tomorrow, which would surely bring another wave of visitors. Song Dynasty. Watching Li Shishi and her sister return, Emperor Chongzhen's eyes flickered slightly. Shishi, I too have received the summons. He exclaimed excitedly. After hearing his words, Li Shishi nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, we already know. Today I'll give you a brief introduction to some things, and tomorrow we'll go to work together. By the way, what role will your Majesty be playing this time? Upon hearing his words, Chongzhen paused to consider the voice echoing in his mind. Then he spoke directly. I recall it was called hanging oneself from the southeast branch. As his words fell silent, Li Shishi froze for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. He truly hadn't expected the other party's performance to be hanging myself on the southeast branch. After all, it was practically the most shameful thing in the entire Song Dynasty. What exactly does hanging oneself from the southeast branch mean? Chongzhen pressed on with his question. Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi's eyebrows twitched slightly at that moment. He truly wished to speak of other matters. But he knew that since Chongzhen had already asked, it wouldn't do for him to remain silent. Even if he could hold out through today, once tomorrow came and he arrived at the scenic area, he would find out. Realizing this, Li Shishi took a deep breath and directly recounted the story behind the phrase hanging oneself from the southeast branch. Essentially, it meant that after the fall of the Ming Dynasty, Zheng, unwilling to accept defeat, took his ministers and hanged himself from the southeast branch. Upon hearing this, Zheng's mouth fell open in shock. The memory haunted him for a long time. He truly hadn't imagined his own situation could be so dire. He gasped for breath. Could it be? Is my fate truly this wretched? Li Shishi had once told him that the Song dynasty would fall and that he would be its last emperor. But he never imagined his death would be so utterly disgraceful. Just as Li Shishi expected Zheng to fly into a rage. At that moment, Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. He spoke directly. I understand. Attendants. Prepare 3 feet of white silk for me. Shishi, I wonder if you know the specifics of hanging oneself from the southeast branch. Tell me everything so I may prepare accordingly. Otherwise, wouldn't I embarrass myself before General Su tomorrow? Hearing his words, Li Shishi's eyes lit up. She spoke directly. Your Majesty could prepare a blood-stained letter, pouring out all the grievances of a lifetime. Of course, it's best not to use real blood. Cinnabar will suffice. Moments later, Zheng had gathered everything he needed. He slowly raised his head. Tomorrow, I shall hang myself from the southeast branch. Chapter 184. I truly wanted to be emperor. Hanging oneself from the southeast branch, it sounded like a jest. But to those present, they all knew this was actually a humiliation for Zheng. Yet since Zheng had spoken thus, it signified he himself did not particularly care. Thus, under these circumstances, Li Shishi and the others refrained from further comment, merely echoing his words. All right. Once we arrive at the scenic area, inform me of any further precautions to take. We don't want any mishaps to occur once we're there. If General Su were to take offense, then he might just send me back immediately. That would be a loss rather than a gain. Zheng spoke. Li Shishi across from him didn't hesitate either, immediately relaying all the important points to note about the scenic area to the other party. Tang Dynasty. After hearing the voice in his mind, a faint smile lingered in his eyes. He knew this time he would finally be able to visit the scenic area. He was determined to see why his second son refused to return. Just then, a faint white light flickered in the distance. The next moment, Zheng and the others all teleported here. Li Yuan searched intently. Sure enough, he spotted his most loyal son, Li Shishi. My good son, you finally returned. Li Yuan gave a cold snort. How could he not know Li Shishi's thoughts? To Li Yuan, he always understood Li Shishi's actions were nothing more than an attempt to create a breach in his own ranks. Or perhaps, he simply intended to isolate him, paving the way for a coup like the Xuanwu Gate incident. Li Yuan understood this perfectly well. Yet he did not intervene. For in his view, if Li Shishi could indeed launch the Xuanwu Gate incident and overthrow him, it would prove that Li Shishi had truly matured. And truly possessed the resolve to become emperor. Of course, the most crucial point was that even after the Xuanwu Gate incident, he would merely be kept alive as the retired emperor. He would not be eliminated. If Li Shishi had truly been killed, he would have had no hesitation in eliminating Li Shishi first. Father, your son has returned. Li Shishi bowed slightly, then raised his head, his gaze unwavering as he spoke. You may withdraw for now. Li Yuan addressed Zheng and the others. Zheng and the others did not hesitate, each withdrawing in turn. Moments later, only Li Yuan and Li Shishi remained in the chamber. You are my imperial son. Speak your mind freely. After all, no one knows a son better than his father. Li Yuan's voice rang out. After hearing this, Li Shishi lifted his head. He spoke directly. Your Majesty, I truly wish to be emperor. As the words fell, Li Yuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he spoke directly. I know this future throne is undoubtedly yours. But I will not give it to you. You cannot seize it by force. At that moment, both fell silent once more. They both knew one did not wish to give, while the other sought to seize. Had it not been for the scenic area matter, they would have acted long ago. But now, with the scenic area in their possession, the situation had changed dramatically. They knew what the future held. They knew everything they had done. And now that they knew, they had to make changes. Yet amidst these alterations, certain things remained unchanged. Well, so many throughout history have been this way. Even if you hold such thoughts now, it's only natural. Otherwise, you wouldn't be worthy of succeeding Emperor Taizong of Tang. Li Yuan spoke directly. Then he continued. Report to me on the matters concerning the scenic area. After all, I'll be starting work at the scenic area tomorrow. If I go knowing nothing, won't I just be laughed at by General Manager Su? He said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi's eyebrows twitched slightly at that moment. Without hesitation, he spoke directly. The most crucial point is that once you're there, don't think of yourself as an emperor. You must forget all your titles and status. Everyone is equal. This is what Su Zong has consistently emphasized. In other words, once you're there, whether you meet the first emperor or ordinary people, you must treat everyone equally. His voice sounded calm and steady. Li Yuan, sitting across from him, pondered briefly before nodding slightly. I understand, but surely we needn't be so formal before Zheng He and the others? Li Shimin nodded again. Zheng He and the others aren't fools. After exchanging these words, both men laughed simultaneously. After all, they were father and son. Between father and son, even if there's enmity, they can still joke and laugh. Beyond that, the modern world was utterly different from our era. Some women wore outfits that were incredibly revealing, but that was perfectly normal back then. If father should see such things, he must not panic or show surprise, he should simply pretend not to notice. Oh. Li Yuan immediately responded with an oh. Then, his eyes lit up slightly as he spoke. Well then, what if they're wearing nothing at all? The moment those words fell, Li Shimin across from him froze in surprise. He truly hadn't expected his father to utter such words. He could only clear his throat before continuing. That would be indecent. Father, you can call me over to take a look. Once I confirm it, we'll call the police immediately. Hearing this, Li Yuan chuckled heartily. The tension between the two men began to ease at that moment. No longer as tense and hostile as before. This time, staging the Xuanwu Gate incident would still cost us quite a few men historically. So this time, should we bring more people along? Li Yuan asked aloud at this moment. But across from him, Li Shimin shook his head. I specifically asked General Su, we won't be bringing too many people over now. Besides the two of us, the rest will be portrayed by Zheng He and the others. After all, aside from us two, the rest are all soldiers. There's absolutely no need to bring in more people. At this point, Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh. He truly felt helpless. He had thought that after this incident, he should be able to bring more people along. But now it seemed the situation was not so. His brow furrowed slightly. For the rest of the night, he discussed various matters concerning the scenic area with Li Yuan, ensuring the other party wouldn't encounter any mishaps while in the scenic area. Before they knew it, dawn had broken. The dawn light slowly illuminated the entire palace. A soft white glow enveloped both Li Shimin and Li Yuan across from him. Experiencing such a white light for the first time filled Li Yuan with wonder. Chapter 185, I'll die right in front of you. At that moment, within the scenic area, amidst the blinding flashes of white light, Li Bai and the others had all gathered here. Su Qi, naturally, had arrived early. After all, two newcomers were arriving today. And they were no ordinary newcomers. He naturally needed to offer a proper welcome. Of course, more than anything, it was because he needed to help Li Shimin keep an eye on Li Yuan. That's right. After Li Yuan's arrival, Li Shimin had previously consulted Su Qi, hoping to enlist his help in keeping Li Yuan somewhat in check. To Li Shimin, Li Yuan was nothing but an unfilial father. He actually dared to vie for the same merits as him. Absolutely unfilial. Upon hearing this news, Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. But Li Shimin was a crucial asset to his cause. And since this matter didn't require much effort, helping out was no trouble. As a flood of white light flickered slowly, everyone gathered here. They did not depart. Clearly, they too wished to observe the two newcomers. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze drifted towards Su Shi in the distance. Brother Dompa, everyone's here quite early today. Why not have your crew whip up some breakfast? From now on, everyone can come here for breakfast. Hearing Su Qi's words, Su Dompa didn't hesitate. He immediately called out to his cooks, instructing them to prepare breakfast. As for himself, he naturally remained where he was. After all, he wanted to witness what was about to unfold. Besides, cooking wasn't really his forte. His only role was to help the cooks taste the dishes. Then he'd set aside any dishes that were clearly subpar. Take his sky-high Dompa pork hock, for instance. After eating it yesterday, Su Shi felt like his soul was about to ascend. As it happens, that Dompa pork shank seems to have a memory-erasing effect. By today, Su Dompa had completely forgotten everything that happened yesterday. And naturally, those around him didn't want him to suffer any further. So they said little more. Here it comes. Li Bai pointed toward the distance and called out. The next moment, a flash of white light erupted. 3 figures appeared before them. They were none other than Li Shishi and her cousin, along with Chongjin across from them. The moment Emperor Chongjin materialized, his gaze swept the surroundings. His gaze fell upon these unfamiliar figures, finally settling on Su Qi. After all, only Su Qi wore modern clothing, appearing more fitting for the image of Mr. Su. He stepped forward 2 paces and bowed slightly. Emperor Chongjin pays his respects to Mr. Su. I've been looking forward to your arrival as well. Su Qi greeted him with a warm smile. At that moment, he noticed 2 objects draped over Chongjin's shoulders. One was clearly a 3-foot-long white silk ribbon. The other was a thick, long rope. In his hand, he even held a small stool. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Lu Bang approached and asked curiously. Yesterday, after Li Shishi's impromptu lesson, Chongjin now understood that this scenic area was truly a place where hidden talents abounded. Spotting that incredibly aged man who looked like a rogue, he immediately recognized him, none other than the Gao Emperor, Lu Bang. Chongjin spoke up. I came here to perform the act of hanging myself from the southeast branch. Naturally, I couldn't bring the tree itself. So I brought the necessary props like this 3-foot-long white silk ribbon or this rope. After all, I'm not entirely sure about the exact details from back then. This little stool will certainly make climbing up easier. He chuckled as he spoke. In his eyes, there was no trace of reluctance toward hanging himself from the southeast branch. Instead, he seemed quite excited about it. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly astonished. They clearly hadn't anticipated that as an emperor, he would accept the idea of hanging himself from the southeast branch with such apparent ease. Su Qi's gaze shifted to Li Shishi beside him. Li Shishi hurried forward and spoke up. His Majesty has long wished to visit this scenic area. Though it was for the performance of hanging himself from the southeast branch, he knows this can never truly come to pass. It's more like a tribute to a future that once was. Hearing this, Li Bai and the others nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the meaning. Su Qi smiled warmly at Chongzhen before him. In that case, Su Qi said, after breakfast, we'll have the former emperor of Yuan escort you to see the very spot where he chose to hang himself from the southeast branch. At this point, Su Qi paused briefly. Then he continued. There's one more thing, this hanging from the southeast branch isn't real. When you perform it later, you don't need to actually hang yourself. Just go through the motions. If it's absolutely necessary, discuss it with Emperor Shun of Yuan. Have him set up some mechanisms so it looks like you're hanging yourself, but you won't actually die. Su Qi spoke up. Upon hearing this, Chongzhen nodded, then declared with righteous indignation. I've heard from Shishi that within this scenic area, we won't truly die. Even if we suffer fatal blows, we'll return unscathed the next day. Therefore, I believe I can simply stage a performance. Then I'll show everyone what it means to hang oneself from the southeast branch. Worst case, I'll just do it again tomorrow. Seeing his remarkably carefree demeanor, the crowd around him couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Because this was truly beyond the pale. The crowd's performance was just that, a performance. Yet across the stage, Chongzhen, desperate to prove himself, actually attempted suicide. Of course, this was because he knew he could be resurrected. But regardless, it was still utterly terrifying. Even if he could come back to life, he was genuinely committing suicide. A soldier or a general might be one thing. After all, they've witnessed life and death. But you, an emperor sheltered in the rear, could you truly face life and death with such composure? Faced with the astonished, admiring, and bewildered gazes of the crowd. At that moment, Chongzhen slowly raised his head, his expression one of pure enjoyment. Su Qi spoke with a hint of exasperation. That's completely unnecessary. This is merely a performance venue. It's a scenic spot, not an actual murder scene. Even if you could pull it off, if it looked too real, someone might call the police and that'd be the end of us. Better have Emperor Yuan Shun arrange a fake one for you. At this point, Su Qi shifted slightly before continuing. Or you could start with a passionate speech by Chen Kai, then have the hanging be a climactic performance after the emotions peak that would really stir up the crowd's interest. Chapter 186, Preparing the Program. After making arrangements for Emperor Chongzhen, Su Qi had Emperor Shun of Yuan escort him away. Of course, Guing Chun followed along to assist. Though the ticket booth required manpower. Leaving one person behind would suffice at this early hour. Yet Su Qi himself did not depart at that moment. Neither did the others, for they knew another person would soon arrive. Sure enough, a flash of white light appeared. Two figures materialized before the group. At the forefront stood none other than Li Shishi. His eyes now held a peculiar smile. A faint glow shimmered in his eyes. Beside him stood a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to him. Everyone recognized him at a glance. None other than Li Yuan. Greetings, Mr. Su. Upon stepping out, Li Yuan's first destination was unmistakably Su Qi's side. He bowed his head in greeting without hesitation. His eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Upon seeing his demeanor, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly at that moment. He smiled and nodded in return. Then, everyone gathered around. At the very front stood none other than Liu Bang. So this was the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty? He certainly looked full of vigor and vitality. Understanding his words, Li Yuan also nodded with a smile. You must be the Han Emperor Gaozu, he remarked. Indeed, you possess an extraordinary presence. Both were founding emperors. As their eyes met, a mutual sense of admiration arose between them. After all, only founding emperors truly understand the hardships of nation building. Li Bai pays his respects to Emperor Gaozu of Tang. Su Shi pays his respects to Emperor Gaozu of Tang. All present approached to pay their respects one by one. At this moment, Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he recalled Li Shimon's earlier words, within this scenic area, all are equal. Therefore, he spoke directly. Henceforth, there's no need to address me this way. Just call me Li Yuan. Hearing this, the crowd paused in surprise, nodding repeatedly, though none dared to actually address him by name. I trust you know why I summoned you here? Su Qi's voice rang out at that moment. Li Shimin led Li Yuan before Su Qi. Of course I know. It's to reenact the Xuanwu Gate incident. Li Yuan spoke directly. He had already had Li Shimen explain the details of this performance to him long ago. Though he understood it was the event where Li Shimen later used the Xuanwu Gate incident to make him the retired emperor and then ascend the throne himself. He didn't dwell on it much. After all, it was merely a future event yet to unfold. If he were to kill Li Shimen over such matters, he'd be making a huge mistake. Knowing it was enough. When the time comes, you can put on a little show. Rehearse it first. Once it's polished, you can perform it live. Your performance will be the third major act here. There absolutely can't be any slip-ups when the time comes, Su Qi said with a smile. Then he turned his gaze toward Qin Shi Huang in the distance. Old Qin, come here for a moment. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shi Huang trotted over eagerly from a distance. He and Li Yuan exchanged greetings. At that moment, Su Qi continued. Our previous program, Zheng assassination attempt on Qin, was hands down the best show we've ever done. No contest. More importantly, beyond the straightforward performance, it featured extensive audience interaction. I think you could incorporate some interactive elements into this program as well, Su Qi said, then turned to Qin Shi Huang and added. Old Qin, we'd appreciate it if you could offer some guidance on their program. If they manage to make it highly interactive, it could become a cornerstone show for our scenic area. That way, you won't have to shoulder such heavy pressure. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shi Huang nodded slightly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I shall see it through. Soon after, Li Shimen led Li Yuan, Zheng He, and the others to rehearsal. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang and his entourage, needing no rehearsal, followed them over. Meng Tian, Li Xian, Wang Jian, and others trailed behind him. Clearly, everyone was there to watch the performance. As for Li Si and Zhao Gao, the latter had already been executed by Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, Qin Shi Huang had already executed Zhao Gao. After all, Zhao Gao's deeds throughout history had aroused widespread resentment. To name just one example, his infamous pointing a deer and calling it a horse scandal was more than the first emperor could tolerate. Initially, he had some reservations about Su Qi not taking action. But later, he secretly asked Su Qi, if I execute Zhao Gao, will it really not affect anything? Su Qi answered directly. That's entirely your own affair. After all, the ancients within the scenic area cannot die. The area protects everyone's safety. But if it happens outside the scenic area, facing death in their own dynasty is perfectly normal. Faced with such a clear implication, upon returning, Zheng immediately ordered Zhao Gao's execution. As for Li Si, he still had some use. So he was spared for now. Su Qi arrived at the restaurant with the others and had breakfast. Then he took several portions to the location at the back of the mountain. Soon, he arrived at the back mountain. Then he spotted the figures in the distance. There they were, the Chongzhen Emperor, the Yuan Shundi, and Guing Chun. At that moment, a 3-foot-long white silk ribbon was already draped over the conspicuous crooked neck tree before them. Though a rope would have served the same purpose as the 3-foot-long white silk ribbon. Using 3-foot-long white silk clearly better embodied imperial grandeur. However, for now, they had only hung the 3-foot-long white silk ribbon. Emperor Chongzhen did not immediately leap up to hang himself. Instead, he was writing a blood oath over there. Evidently, he had taken Su Qi's earlier words to heart. He knew that simply hanging himself from the southeast branch wouldn't make for a compelling spectacle. A rousing speech was still necessary. Mr. Su, you're here. Guing Chun ran over from a distance, beaming at Su Qi. Su Qi gently ruffled his hair before handing over the breakfast he was holding. You three haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come have a bite. Guing Chun took it with a smile and shared the breakfast with the other two. With all three gathered together, Su Qi turned his gaze to the Yuan Shun Emperor standing nearby. Can that mechanism be made? Hearing his words, Yuan Shundi across from him nodded. It can be done. Within 2 hours at most, we can create one that appears to be a hanging, but in reality, it won't cause any harm. After hearing this explanation, Su Qi nodded with a smile. As expected of Emperor Shun of Yuan, his talent in this area is truly formidable. Chapter 187, Digging a Pit. Receiving Su Qi's praise, Emperor Yuan Shun chuckled softly at that moment but said little else. Alright, you two get everything ready. Once you're set, we'll have you put on a trial performance this afternoon or evening. If it catches on, it'll become a permanent attraction here, Su Qi said with a cheerful smile. Chongzhen, standing nearby, nodded eagerly. Rest assured, Mr. Su. My hanging act will be absolutely spectacular. I'll hang with passion, hang with sincerity. Su Qi patted his shoulder. Go for it. After saying that, Su Qi left the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Li Shimen and Li Yuan in the distance. Their gazes were rather unfriendly. Seeing this scene, Su Qi sighed helplessly. He knew the rivalry between them had begun. For Li Shimen and Li Yuan, neither of them was particularly virtuous. Li Shimen hadn't returned for a long time. The reason was that he did not wish to see Li Yuan again. Nor did he want Li Yuan to imprison him through some underhanded means. Yet here we are, facing reality. I think we could do something else. Su Qi spoke up directly. You two come with me first. With that, Su Qi led Li Yuan and Li Shimen into the office. Sit. Su Qi said quietly. After the two sat down across from him, he began directly. I have a general understanding of your situation now. Tell me how you plan to resolve it. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Yuan stood up immediately. Mr. Su, although my son arrived at the scenic area earlier, he remains my son. The relationship between ruler and subject, father and son, is an immutable principle throughout the ages. For a son to lord over his father is utterly unnatural. He spoke with a look of deep sorrow. It seemed as though he truly believed this behavior stemmed from so-called ancient etiquette, that he behaved this way. Yet, after hearing his words, Su Qi's gaze flickered slightly at that moment. Then he spoke directly. You make a valid point. Well then, old Li, what do you say? Hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimen rose with characteristic grace. According to history, it won't be long before I ascend the throne. At that time, father, you'll only need to serve as the retired emperor. As for the entire nation, the entire Tang Dynasty, I shall hold sway over it all. With the current team in place and everything we have now, many things will be completely different. His face flushed with fervor as he spoke, his eyes flashing with an unusual intensity at that moment. Only I can save the Tang Dynasty. Only I can prevent the entire Tang Dynasty from falling into that woman's hands. As his words fell silent, Li Yuan suddenly froze in place. The hands of that woman? Are you referring to Wu Zetian of the Wu clan? Li Shimen immediately nodded. Naturally. At that moment, Su Qi's eyebrow twitched slightly. He knew the current situation was somewhat different. It seemed as though the two of them had set their sights on someone else. Or perhaps they had discovered a shared objective, making this moment distinct from the rest. Meanwhile, across from them, Li Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he spoke slowly. I think I already know. Then the two of us should deal with Wu Zetian first. His gaze burned with intensity, his eyes now flickering with an unusual light as if, for him, all this was about to become reality. However, after hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. He sighed helplessly. Then his gaze fell upon Li Shimen standing nearby. Li Shimen immediately understood. He stepped directly before Su Qi and spoke. How could things be settled this way? Within this scenic area, everyone is equal. And no grudges are permitted between us. Even Chu's overlord Xianyu and Han's founding emperor Liu Bang could perform a show together. How can you change so drastically now? He spoke with righteous indignation. Not at all like how he had just guided Li Yuan with his words. Witnessing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration for Li Shimen. Clearly, in this regard, Li Shimen was far superior to Li Yuan. Even though Li Shimen hadn't yet ascended the throne. But still, with just a few brief words, he had successfully ensnared Li Yuan. Then he positioned himself on the moral high ground. He presented himself as if he were the very embodiment of righteousness. Li Yuan's brow twitched slightly. A peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes at that moment. Time ticked by second. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly snapped out of it, then glared angrily at Li Shimen. My son has betrayed me, he exclaimed, his voice thick with fury. However, after hearing his words, Li Shimen merely glanced at him before shifting his gaze to Su Qi. Mr. Su, I'm sure you witnessed it too. My good-for-nothing father actually tried to pull this stunt in the scenic area. This is nothing but an attempt to disrupt our unity. I believe we should lock him up for a while. Shut it down every day before work. Then dock his pay for a month. If he dares to do it again, fire him on the spot. After hearing his suggestion, Su Qi couldn't help but glance at Li Yuan beside him. At that moment, Li Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. He clearly hadn't anticipated that after arriving at the scenic area, the first person to stab him in the back would be his own son. His face flushed crimson with rage, and he nearly lost control. But Li Shimen was no longer intimidated by him. Indeed, in the Tang Dynasty, Li Yuan was still the emperor. Here, in this place, everyone was equal. As long as Li Shimen didn't return, Li Yuan couldn't touch him. Of course, Li Yuan could easily eliminate everyone here. But if he did that, then the situation would be entirely different. For such an act would undoubtedly doom the entire Tang Dynasty's future. Li Shimen was certain Li Yuan would not dare to do so. Indeed, he knew both men were striving to leave their mark on history. They had even nearly become bitter enemies. Yet between them, there were no deep-seated issues. After all, history remembers them not as tyrants, but as enlightened rulers. The men drew in deep breaths. Their eyes flickered slightly at that moment. A moment later, Su Qi spoke calmly. All right. Let's not say things that divide us like that anymore. Since we've all come to the scenic area, we're all equal here. Whether you were once an emperor, a subject, or a father and son, once you step into the scenic area, you stand on equal footing. Chapter 188, Hanging Himself. I know a bit about your situation. But try not to let things get too out of hand. His voice sounded indifferent. Then he continued. As long as you can work together to complete the performance, everything else can take a back seat. Of course, if you fail to complete the performance, then I'm afraid there's nothing more to be done. When Su Qi's words echoed again, Li Yuan froze for a moment. He was curious what exactly did this apology entail? Meanwhile, Li Shimin naturally had no intention of sending Li Yuan back. His goal was simply to have Li Yuan listen to his words here. He had no real intention of sending him back. If that were the case, then his earlier plea to Su Qi would have been in vain. Therefore, he cleared his throat slightly before speaking directly. Among the many scenic area staff, there was indeed one individual who, due to his stubborn refusal to cooperate, was ultimately dismissed. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan froze momentarily. He couldn't help but speak up. Who are you talking about? Li Shimin asked directly. We have a program here called Jingku Assassination of Qin. So you know we've even brought Emperor Qin Shi Huang into the mix. And in this Jingku assassination of Qin, there's another rather famous figure, Jingku himself. But Jingku isn't here. As these words slowly fell, Li Yuan instantly understood. He drew in a sharp breath, then turned to look at Su Qi beside him and Li Shimin standing nearby. Finally, he sighed and spoke. I understand. As he spoke, a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he continued. I will definitely perform well in the show. But I'm afraid I can't agree to anything else. Seeing Li Yuan's stubborn stance, Su Qi said no more. He turned to Li Shimin beside him and said, Then you may return for now. We'll discuss matters after today's performance concludes. His voice rang out calmly. Whatever issues you two have, try not to let them affect the show. After the two departed, Su Qi slowly exhaled in relief. He hadn't anticipated such a major issue arising and that it would involve Li Yuan and Li Shimin. In contrast, while Xiang Yu had initially slashed Lu Bang with a single stroke, their collaboration now appeared entirely unblemished. Of course, mutual hostility still existed between them. But it wasn't particularly intense. The most prominent figure was undoubtedly Lu Bang. For in his time, Xiang Yu was already dead. Moreover, he could scarcely find any descendants of Xiang Yu. Under these circumstances, he had no means to exact revenge. In contrast, consider Xiang Yu at this very moment. During his era, Lu Bang was still alive. Moreover, he was already well versed in the historical circumstances. Therefore, he immediately tied up Lu Bang on his side. Whenever he felt wronged or unhappy, he would return to beat him up. After Su Qi stepped outside, he immediately spotted Li Bai in the distance. Li Bai was strolling leisurely at that moment. A hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. This was because a figure was following him. And that person was none other than Su Shi. Brother Bai, look at my new milk tea and my most famous dish ever, Dompa pork hock. Try them quickly, I made everything myself. They're filled with all my heartfelt care. He exclaimed excitedly. Yet after hearing his words, Li Bai quickened his pace. Even Su Qi's lips twitched slightly. Though he hadn't tasted Su Shi's milk tea, he had indeed tasted the other's Dompa pork hock. The flavor was truly beyond imagination. Even Su Shi himself had been poisoned into unconsciousness twice. Likewise, he had passed out twice as well. Yet each time he awoke, he seemed to have lost his memory. This meant no issues ever arose. But that doesn't mean Su Qi still wanted to eat it. Li Bai across from him hadn't witnessed the scene firsthand, but he'd heard about it through the grapevine. So now his expression was quite grim. A new performance is about to begin, hurry over and take a look. A tourist walked by from the side. He said with a smile. A large crowd of tourists moved forward. Li Bai's eyes held a hint of surprise. He jogged along to follow. Su Shi felt a bit curious too, but still followed behind Li Bai. Su Qi walked step by step, soon reaching the hillside. Then he spotted Chongjin in the distance. The Chongjin emperor was now clad in ragged, tattered garments. One could even see traces of blood. Of course, those were all self-inflicted. From a distance, it looked quite real, but up close, it was almost obviously fake. But everyone knew they were here merely to watch a scenic area performance. They understood that the show was staged. It could never be anything else. Not to mention this was a hanging. What if someone actually hanged themselves and died right there? For the tourists present, it would be a massive psychological blow. And there were children among those tourists. If word of this got out, few people would believe it's true. Instead, it would likely draw in other investigators. If it were discovered that Li Bai and his group lacked proper identification, then the situation would become extremely serious. That's why Su Qi had laid the groundwork beforehand, to prevent major problems from arising on their end. Time ticked away, second by second. After an unknown period of time, the performance officially began. Emperor Chongjin lifted his head, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the distance. My great Qin Dynasty perished because of me, and I refuse to live on in disgrace, he declared in a loud voice. Then he recited a series of blood-soaked verses. Listening to such words, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of tragic grandeur. The next moment, under the burning gazes of the crowd, the Chongjin emperor across from him tied a thick rope to a tree. In the next instant, he leaped onto it. With a sharp snap, he hung there. The scene seemed somewhat abrupt, yet it sent a collective shiver through the crowd. Was this real? Did he really hang himself? It certainly looked that way. It must be fake. How could someone actually hang themselves? Everyone couldn't help but speak up, their eyes filled with utter astonishment at that moment. Yet Chongjin's performance was remarkably convincing. His body swayed slightly, his complexion gradually darkening to a deathly pallor. The next moment, he hung motionless in place. Chapter 189, Magic. No way, he really died? It's just a performance, did it have to go this far? You've got to be kidding me. All the tourists who witnessed this scene wore expressions of utter bewilderment. At this moment, they had no idea what was actually happening. Their eyes trembled slightly at that moment. Everyone took a deep breath. Then, their gazes flickered slightly. Some children even had tears welling up in their eyes. They truly hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Just as the crowd was on the verge of breaking down, Emperor Yuan Shun stepped forward and announced to everyone, "The performance is now over." As his words fell, the Emperor Chongjin, who had been hanging motionless on the rope, suddenly opened his eyes. This scene caused the crowd of tourists to recoil in terror once more. Then, Emperor Chongjin slowly climbed down from the rope by himself. He appeared completely unharmed. Magic! This is definitely magic! A college student exclaimed loudly. After hearing his words, the surrounding crowd erupted into applause. This scene truly exceeded their wildest expectations. Even Su Qi, watching from a distance, sucked in a sharp breath. At the very beginning of the hanging, he hadn't felt anything unusual. Even now, seeing the motionless Emperor Chongjin hanging there seemed perfectly normal to him. In his view, even if the puppet Emperor Shun could be made, it would likely involve a wire hidden behind him or some kind of support rod. Yet now, the Emperor's complexion was gradually shifting from deathly pale to a deep, iron-gray hue. This scene was beyond his imagination. It did surprise him. He sucked in a sharp breath then, his eyes widening slightly. Fortunately, Emperor Chongjin descended the steps on his own. Otherwise, he might not have seen him until the next day. Su Qi couldn't help but applaud. The impact of this performance had surpassed his expectations. At the very least, it should pose no major issues to continue throughout the entire scenic area. When Emperor Chongjin saw the applause, especially Su Qi's, a smile touched the corners of his mouth. He understood that absolutely no other problems would arise around him and his entourage now. As the performance concluded, Emperor Chongjin trotted over to Su Qi. "Mr. Su, I hope my performance was satisfactory." Upon hearing his words, Su Qi's gaze flickered slightly at that moment. Then he simply nodded. "Not bad. Keep up the good work. As long as you perform well enough, promotions and raises will come naturally." After hearing his words, Emperor Chongjin also broke into a smile. Clearly, he was buying into this pie. Su Qi said no more and left immediately. He walked to the doorway. His gaze immediately fell upon Li Shishi across the room. At that moment, Li Shishi was hunched over her computer, engrossed in something. This moment piqued Su Qi's curiosity, and he approached to take a closer look. Then he saw a swallow on the screen. Was this my fair princess? Su Qi froze for a moment. He never imagined that Li Shishi would be following the show at this very moment. Spotting Su Qi approaching, Li Shishi's expression suddenly darkened. He hurriedly stood up, head bowed, looking as though he'd done something wrong. At that moment, Su Qi slowly shook his head. "It's fine. The crowd isn't too heavy right now. If you can handle it, it's okay for you to keep an eye on things," he said with a smile. Without further ado, he turned to leave. Just then, Li Shishi ran up behind Su Qi, her voice brimming with curiosity. "Mr. Su, how did Emperor Chongjin turn out? His performance should be fine. If there are any issues, I'll discuss them thoroughly with him when I return. We absolutely cannot let him bring shame to the scenic area." After hearing her words, Su Qi smiled and nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, there aren't any major problems for now," he stated directly. Then he continued. "But some things are still different. At least under the current circumstances, no major problems should arise for now." "Got it," Su Qi replied firmly. Li Shishi slowly exhaled in relief. After offering him some reassurance, Su Qi walked toward the distance. Soon, he arrived at another location. There, he spotted Xiahou Ying driving in the distance. Xiahou Ying was driving, accelerating faster and faster. Back then, Xiahou Ying had to race around in his horse-drawn carriage every day. But now he had several coachmen at his disposal. Thus, the task of driving the carriage had been delegated to others. Unless a visitor specifically requested a horse-drawn carriage for a high-speed ride, then he would personally take the reins. Otherwise, he cruises around the scenic area on his electric scooter. A smile always shone in his eyes. For him, as long as he could ride his electric scooter well enough, then he'd surely drive a real car even better once he bought one. As for Liu Bang, aside from his scheduled robberies, he'd grown increasingly close with the tourist who'd been supporting him. That tourist seemed to know everything and shared it all. But everything he knew was about Liu Bang's unofficial histories. These were so scandalous that even Su Qi dared not listen. And for that 100 yuan a day, was enduring humiliation and hardship. At first, he couldn't bear to listen. But as time went on, he's almost able to stomach it now. He even found himself listening with relish. He began to wonder if the unofficial histories he hadn't yet experienced might actually come true. After all, those unofficial histories did sound remarkably plausible. In the distance, Xiang Yu stood clad in armor, a great sword raised. He didn't move at all. No other movements. Yet even so, his performance now seemed entirely different. A long line of people had formed around him, all wanting to take photos. Every pair of eyes in the crowd held a smile. Their gazes held a distinct quality. No matter how you looked at it, there didn't seem to be much wrong. Seeing this scene, Su Qi couldn't help but wonder if he should start charging for photos. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it entirely. He understood that if he started charging for photos too, the outcome would inevitably be quite different. It might even exceed his wildest imagination. He wondered how things were going with Li Shimin and Li Yuan. He hoped their performance tonight wouldn't run into too many problems. Chapter 190, Real Props. Mr. Su, any new projects lately? I'm running low on cash. A message popped up. Su Qi glanced at it. It was from that college girl again. This college student was working part-time for him. Seeing this, Su Qi paused for a moment. After a moment's thought, he replied directly. If you're talking about assignments, there is indeed one more here. We've added 2 new programs and need to shoot a set of equipment footage for editing and promotion. When can you come over? After sending the message, Su Qi didn't wait long. However, at that very moment, the message came through again. Yes, I can come right now. Wait for me. After seeing the message sent, Su Qi paused in surprise. He'd assumed it wouldn't be easy for this college girl to come here. But it turned out to be so easy. Then it occurred to him that there was a university just a few dozen kilometers from his scenic area. Could she be from that university? The more Su Qi thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He planned to ask her a few questions when she arrived. Time ticked by, second by second. Soon, the female student arrived carrying professional drone equipment. Beside her stood the photographer from earlier. You're here too? Su Qi was still somewhat surprised. He had assumed the photographer would be busy with his regular work and wouldn't be back anytime soon. He hadn't expected him to be called over as well. The photographer rolled his eyes helplessly. My junior asked me to come help out. What could I do? He said this while ruffling the hair of the female college student beside him. Clearly, he was doting on her. Seeing this, Su Qi chuckled softly. All right then. Our program is about to start anyway. With that, Su Qi led the 2 of them away. Once they stepped outside, the crowd immediately spotted the scene in the distance. Isn't that Li Shimin from your Tang Dynasty boy band? A female college student nearby suddenly lit up. Clearly, for him, Li Shimin's fame was quite significant. His gaze fell upon Su Qi once more. Can I go ask him for an autograph? She asked excitedly. However, upon seeing his expression, Su Qi chuckled softly at that moment. Then he spoke directly. Go whenever he's free. The female college student nodded excitedly. Clearly, for him at this moment, this prospect thrilled him more than the salary he was earning. Time ticked by, second by second. Everyone's gaze flickered slightly at that moment. Soon, it was Li Shimin's turn. Their performance was about to begin. Li Shimin slowly raised his head. Step by step, he advanced forward. His body was now clad in a suit of armor. It was armor that radiated an imperial aura. At this moment, Li Shimin no longer carried the aura of a mere prince. Instead, he was the most legitimate emperor. Behind him, Zheng He and the others had also donned the finest, most elite armor. Their gazes flickered slightly at that moment. The light in everyone's eyes now was different from before. Step by step, they advanced forward. Their gazes burned with intense fervor. They moved like a disciplined army, slowly advancing toward the front. With each step they took, that terrifying aura radiated outward. Their appearance was always so ferocious. At this moment, they were here to slaughter the king. So cool. The female college student beside him was starry-eyed. Yet after hearing his words, the photographer beside him showed no trace of envy. Instead, he nodded repeatedly. He really was handsome. He spoke with a cheerful smile. Under everyone's gaze, they could all see the figure across from them, looking completely different. What's the performance this time? The cameraman beside him asked curiously. Upon hearing the question, Su Qi spoke directly. The Xuanwu Gate incident. Doesn't that mean Li Yuan, Li Shimin's father, will be involved too? The photographer's eyes lit up. He peered intently into the distance. Sure enough. Soon, he spotted the figure. It was a man past middle age. His eyes were filled with rage. That rage didn't seem staged at all, it felt genuine. His performance was so real. Exactly as if deep-seated hatred was etched onto his face. As if he truly was the one inside, and the one across from him trying to kill him was his own son. The quality of the actors here is so high, this level of acting could easily be called veteran level, right? The figures beside him were all beaming with excitement. For some tourists, they all know this is a performance. So everyone understood that it was all just acting. But at this very moment, things were different. It was the kind of sight that defied imagination at first glance. Because those genuine expressions undeniably stung their eyes, leaving them doubting whether the old man and young boy before them were truly father and son. Father, I beg you to step aside. Li Shishi spoke with sincere earnestness. His eyes burned with fervor. He had waited a long time for this moment. If it had been possible, he would have long since become the man he envisioned himself to be. But now, it was not so. He slowly raised his head. A different expression flickered in his eyes at that moment. Time ticked by second. Li Yuan, standing opposite him, suddenly drew a great sword. You defied your father, murdered your own brother, and now you dare to force me to abdicate. You defy heaven's justice. Li Yuan spoke furiously. He knew this was merely a performance, yet he sensed something. In the near future, Li Shishi across from him would certainly be capable of such an act. When that day comes, he might truly be forced to abdicate. The thought alone made him clench his fists, his eyes flashing with rage. The next instant, he unexpectedly drew his sword and swung it forward in a slash. Yet Li Shishi seemed fully prepared for this. He drew the long sword at his waist and parried upward. Clang! The resonant clang of metal reverberated through the air. It must be noted that both men wielded genuine weapons. They themselves were real. Every piece of armor and every other item they wore had been brought back from ancient times. And precisely because of this, under these circumstances, the shockwaves generated when they swung their swords simultaneously were real. Closer spectators couldn't help but cover their ears. Holy crap, you guys are using the real props. Chapter 191, The Xuanwu Gate Incident. As his words fell, all eyes turned toward him. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment and excitement. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated the situation turning out this way. Is this real? The weapons are real. I've never seen real weapons before. Can I try them out after the performance? I'll pay, let me try it first. They started arguing right away. Seeing this scene, Su Qi froze for a moment. He had assumed the situation here would blow over quickly. But judging by the current situation, that wasn't the case. Everything was turning out quite different from what he'd imagined. He drew a deep breath. His gaze flickered slightly at that moment. He had assumed the audience would be captivated by this performance. After all, these were real people he'd brought from history. But unexpectedly, they were all excited about the weapons. But then Su Qi recalled how, as a child, he'd once found a perfectly straight stick by the roadside and been thrilled for days. So he found it perfectly normal that others would be so excited and sensitive about weapons. He found it perfectly normal. Only now, his brow twitched slightly. He desperately wanted to know if this performance had actually passed muster. As Li Yuan and Li Shishi began their fight, behind them, the others hesitated no longer and charged forward. They swung their weapons, striking directly at the enemy's men. It must be noted that they were all Li Shixi's subordinates. However, the Xuanwu Gate incident inevitably involved opposing factions. Thus, these men had all split off from Li Shixi's forces. They were essentially split into two factions at random. Yet despite this, the intensity and ferocity of their combat showed no sign of diminishing. If anything, it seemed to intensify. In this moment, they wielded their weapons with explosive ferocity. Su Qi couldn't help but feel like applauding. The cameraman beside him exclaimed excitedly. This is fantastic. Their performance is incredibly authentic. I can actually picture the two factions clashing during the Xuanwu Gate incident. Their goal wasn't merely to perform, they were intent on killing each other. He exclaimed excitedly. I absolutely have to capture all of this on film. Maybe if I film this performance and edit it well, I could even win an award with it. After hearing his words, the female college student beside him finally snapped out of her admiration. He had completely forgotten about filming just now. He was almost entirely absorbed in the performance. Of course, his gaze remained fixed on Li Shishi. After all, Li Shixi's physique was not particularly imposing. Instead, he appeared remarkably handsome and dashing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a main performer in the Qin Dynasty boy band. I want to film too. I want to win an award too. The female college student exclaimed excitedly. Filming proceeded shortly after. Su Qi watched from the side and couldn't help but nod in approval. Though at first, the female college student had missed out on something due to her fangirling, she was now making up for it all. Under these circumstances, things naturally wouldn't be so difficult. Time seemed to pause for a moment. Su Qi and the others' gazes flickered ever so slightly. The performance concluded swiftly. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. All the tourists were captivated. At that moment, a male tourist approached Su Qi. "Sir, could we try on the armor they're wearing?" "Don't worry, we won't damage it, just put it on briefly." "Exactly. I'll only wear it once just for a photo." "No problem at all." Several more male tourists gathered nearby, their faces aglow with excitement. Seeing their faces full of excitement, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head at that moment. "No good? I'll pay extra 500 yuan per try. Just one try for 500 yuan. One tourist even pulled out 5 bright red bills, holding them in his hand. Seeing Li Shishi and the others descending from afar, their eyes lit up. After all, their monthly salary was only 280 yuan. Even though Li Shishi had grown taller and taller, he was still only worth about 500 yuan now. Under these circumstances, simply letting them try on his armor once could net them 500 yuan. Was beyond their wildest expectations. Their eyes lit up, and they were even getting excited. However, upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi felt a twinge of regret. To be honest, he really wanted to let these people wear them. At worst, he could just dull the weapons a bit. Or even confiscate the weapons altogether, letting them wear only the armor. No, even half would be acceptable. But Su Qi could only shake his head helplessly. "These are all custom made for us, we won't be offering trial fittings for everyone just yet. As for Hanfu-style garments, we won't be providing those either for now." Hearing Su Qi's words, the surrounding group sighed in unison. Even the female tourists who had gathered nearby reluctantly backed away at that moment. However, Su Qi continued speaking at that moment. "Although you can't try them on right now, we may indeed launch similar services in the future. You might even be able to purchase them. But everyone will still have to wait." After hearing Su Qi's words, the surrounding tourists felt a glimmer of hope. They sighed helplessly and departed. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi's brow furrowed slightly. He felt the pain in his wallet intensely. After all, charging 500 yuan just for a single try-on if they had a large number of people. That would be quite a profit. It might even surpass the revenue from ticket sales. "Mr. Su, we've captured all of this on camera. Once we get back, we'll edit it properly and send it straight to you." The cameraman beside him spoke up immediately. After hearing his words, Su Qi gave a slight nod. "Thank you for your hard work." Meanwhile, the female college student bypassed Su Qi entirely, breaking into a jog as she dashed toward Li Shishi in the distance. Li Shishi was momentarily taken aback. It was true that some female tourists often wanted to hug him. Some even wanted to touch him. But he always refused. After all, he was destined to become the emperor above all others. How could he possibly allow just anyone to embrace him? Even if those women were dressed quite lightly, appearing undeniably alluring. But Li Shishi was, after all, the man destined to rule the Qin Dynasty. His self-control was exceptionally strong. He absolutely could not be tempted so easily. The problem was that the girl had run over from Su Qi's side. This couldn't help but make him suspicious. Could she be someone sent by Su Qi? Therefore, he hesitated. And in that very instant of hesitation, the female student charged forward, threw herself onto him, and clung tightly. So comfortable. Chapter 192, Ancient Costumes. Zheng and the others watched the scene unfold, filled with envy. Nevertheless, they kept their stern expressions and immediately rushed forward to pry the female student off him. Li Shishi finally snapped out of his daze. He took a step back, his voice tinged with resignation. "Calm down." With that, he paid no further attention to her. In his eyes, the female student across from him was merely a starstruck fan. He walked straight up to Su Qi. Then he smiled and said, "Mr. Su, how did our performance go?" "Not bad, quite good. You drew quite a crowd. You can perform once a day from now on. Of course, your other programs should also be performed regularly, as long as it doesn't interfere with the other shows. We could even expand it to every 2 or 3 days. After all, such outstanding works absolutely cannot be performed daily, or else it might lead to audience fatigue." Hearing Su Qi's words, the others' eyes flickered slightly at that moment, and they all nodded in agreement. Clearly, they all understood this principle. Regular performances weren't what they imagined either. Routine performances couldn't be held every single time. Under these circumstances, nothing was straightforward. "Alright, you may rest now. Don't delay the other performances later." Su Qi spoke up. Li Shishi and the others across from him nodded repeatedly before leaving. At that moment, the photographer and the female university students all gathered around Su Qi. "Mr. Su, we'll get back to work now." Su Qi nodded and continued. "Once you send over the edited video, I'll transfer the payment." As everyone departed, Su Qi walked alone toward his office. His mind was racing with thoughts. How could he develop this Hanfu business? Hanfu and armor still held considerable appeal for modern men and women. And this was an ancient city. If he could develop both of these businesses, then things would undoubtedly be quite different. Of course, the armor aspect will need to wait a bit longer. In fact, it might be best not to offer it to tourists at all. Who knows what they might do with it? However, creating a set of Jinui attire or similar garments should pose no issues whatsoever. As Su Qi pondered these thoughts, he sat down on a chair. Why not just order it online? The thought barely formed before Su Qi opened an e-commerce site. But after browsing through the options, he sighed helplessly at that moment. Because he suddenly realized the prices on the shopping site varied wildly. They were almost as mixed as wheat and chaff. Under these circumstances, if he were to place a large order outright, there would inevitably be substandard products. This would inevitably impact the scenic area's operations. Understanding this, Su Qi sighed. There really are no shortcuts. Su Qi now possessed a considerable amount of money. He had considered renovating the scenic area. But after acquiring Emperor Yuan Shun, he knew this renovation didn't need to be rushed. After all, some matters weren't as straightforward as they imagined. Time ticked by, second by second. After an unknown period of time, the system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Textile personnel can now be summoned. Su Qi's eyes lit up at that moment. Summon! Summon! Quick, summon! He exclaimed excitedly. Ding! The host may make their selection. After seeing the system's prompt, nothing else appeared. Su Qi froze for a moment. After a moment's thought, he instantly grasped the meaning behind the prompt. It meant he could personally select individuals from ancient times. But since Su Qi couldn't travel to ancient times himself, this meant he could have Li Shishi and the others summon people from his own era. After all, people of such exceptional craftsmanship were undoubtedly confined within the imperial palace. After all, the common folk of ancient times wore nothing but rags. Only those within the palace wore such fine garments. Understanding this, Su Qi wasted no time and walked straight out. Soon, he found Lu Bang. Old Lu, there's something I need you to do. Hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang hurried over. He smiled broadly at Su Qi across from him. Mr. Su, just tell me what you need, he said with a smile. His eyes flickered slightly at that moment. After hearing his words, Su Qi immediately replied. The scenic area needs to find several textile workers. When the time comes, select 2 skilled artisans from your palace, the kind who can recreate nearly every garment from your era. No fakes allowed, got it? Su Qi's words naturally stemmed from his desire to prevent Lu Bang from bringing in his own relatives and associates. After all, Lu Bang had previously entertained such thoughts. If the scenic area needed other personnel, that would be one thing. Then they could be brought in to help with cleaning or serve as NPCs. But the problem is, weaving is a craft. Moreover, Su Qi wanted garments made, not mere embroidery. Therefore, the standards would inevitably be quite high. Lu Bang understood this principle well and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I'll definitely assign 2 of our best. But just 2? Shouldn't we request more? After all, 2 might not be enough. For now, just 2 per dynasty. After saying this, Su Qi bypassed Lu Bang and sought out Li Shishi. He then relayed the same message to Li Shishi, Qin Shi Huang, and Changzhen Emperor. Upon hearing this, the 3 figures across from him all expressed their agreement. It was of no consequence whatsoever. After all, for them, it was merely a matter of finding 2 skilled tailors. This would increase the number of personnel on their side, meaning they could directly add 2 more salaries. Naturally, that was quite favorable. Especially for Emperor Changzhen. He was so overjoyed he nearly wept. After all, the entire Great Song dynasty now consisted only of him, Li Shishi, and another ticket seller. That meant only 3 people. They could only draw 3 salaries. Now, with 2 more positions added, their income had nearly doubled. No doubt, this news thrilled them immensely. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I'll bring in the most renowned and skilled artisans from our era. Then they'll be making clothes every single day. Su Qi merely smiled at this. The current owner already had a plan. First, we'll make a batch to rent out. Once enough rental garments are available, we'll produce another batch for sale. But naturally, the price he'd charge would be exorbitant. Each set would cost at least several thousand yuan. Otherwise, it would be a loss. Chapter 193, We're not hiring. Just as Su Qi was thinking this, Lu Bang from across the room approached Su Qi. He asked with genuine curiosity. Mr. Su, even if we bring in the textile workers, it won't be possible to make real clothes in such a short time. Why not just bring them over from ancient times? Then we can just put them in the scenic area to sell. Don't worry, we won't take much, just a 10 yuan craftsmanship fee. He spoke with a cheerful smile. His eyes brimmed with anticipation. However, upon seeing his expression at that moment, Su Qi's eyebrow twitched slightly. Then he stated directly. Nice try. Seeing Su Qi's expression, Lu Bang's face fell. Su Qi sighed helplessly. If it were that simple, wouldn't I just have you bring me gold directly? Selling that gold outright would be far better than working here at the scenic spot. I could even use the money to buy you a few villas, or even an entire neighborhood. You could bring all your loved ones here. But it's never that simple. You'd better stick to your job. But tomorrow, you still need to bring those textile workers over. Make sure to pick the best ones. If you bring them back and they can't do anything, I'll fire them. And you'll be docked pay too. When Su Qi mentioned docking pay, Lu Bang froze for a moment. He nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Mr. Su, that absolutely won't happen. I'm not that kind of person. I'd never disgrace you, and I'd never actually withhold any money. He couldn't help but speak up, his eyes flashing with an unusual expression at that moment. Seeing his expression, Su Qi gave a slight nod. He said nothing more. After Lu Bang departed. At that moment, Wu Zetian approached gracefully from afar. What are you doing? Su Qi asked curiously. After hearing his words. Across from her, Wu Zetian's eyebrow twitched slightly. Then a faint smile appeared on her lips. Mr. Su, I have a request. He spoke directly. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows also twitched slightly at that moment. Just say it. Su Qi spoke with a hint of puzzlement. Wu Zetian rarely made requests of him. Or rather, she almost never made any requests of him. Yet at this very moment, her choice seemed so different. Consequently, Su Qi's gaze carried considerable puzzlement. Mr. Su, several people wish to learn dancing from me, but it seems we lack a suitable space here. I wonder if you could provide a space for them. After hearing his words, Su Qi was somewhat surprised. They want to dance with you? Do they also want to work here? But our scenic area isn't hiring anyone right now. Su Qi couldn't help but speak up. Then he lifted his head and looked at him. He pondered for a moment before speaking directly. If you find it hard to tell them yourself, just say it's me who won't approve. He spoke slowly. However, after hearing his words, Wu Zetian across from him shook her head. It's not like that. I'll have them speak with you themselves. Saying this, she brought over several girls. 7 or 8 girls gathered around. Their faces brimmed with curiosity as they looked at Su Qi across from them. And they looked to be no older than college students. Boss, can we dance here? Exactly. Dancing here, getting to dance with the performers on stage, that's our biggest wish. They said with smiles. However, after hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly at that moment. After a moment's thought, he replied directly. We're not hiring here anymore. If you're looking for work, you'll have to try elsewhere first. After hearing Su Qi's words, the tourists across from him exchanged glances, their faces filled with utter disbelief. We wouldn't come work here anyway. Yeah, working every single day. Besides, we haven't even graduated yet. Why would we work here? Hearing their response, Su Qi was taken aback. Then what's your situation? Su Qi wore a puzzled expression. After hearing his words, the tourist across from him leaned in, grinning as he spoke. We just want to learn how to dance. If you're willing, boss, we'd even pay you. Exactly, just give us a spot to dance here. Who knows? Maybe we could even dance alongside Wu Kairen and help draw in some more people for you. He said with a smile. After hearing these words, Su Qi finally understood. These girls across from him simply wanted to dance. They weren't looking for jobs here. Well, if that's the case, there was absolutely no problem. After all, it was just dancing. As for Su Qi's current situation, it wasn't as difficult as imagined. Because right now, the scenic area doesn't have much of anything, just land. Under these circumstances, they only needed a spot to dance. There was absolutely no problem. Once he grasped this point, Su Qi spoke up immediately. Then you can find a spot to dance yourselves, of course, without disturbing other visitors. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thanks, boss. We'll definitely be coming back to your scenic area often. They said cheerfully, then left the area. Watching their retreating figures, Su Qi shook his head silently, saying nothing more. After all, every single one of those girls across the way had paid for their tickets to enter. In the end, they only learned to dance from Wu Zetian. Of course, there was nothing wrong with that. It was precisely because he understood this point. Su Qi agreed without hesitation. Su Qi walked step by step. He intended to find a spot for the textile workers arriving tomorrow. Naturally, this couldn't be an open-air location. At the very least, it had to be a room. A fairly large one at that. After all, each of the 5 Zheng, Lu Bang, Li Shishi, Chongjin, and Yuan Shundi would bring 2 people with them. That meant a total of 10 weavers. A small room would naturally be insufficient. After searching for a moment, Su Qi found a reasonably large room next to the performance hall. The room was somewhat worn. But it was merely dusty. A quick sweep and some preparation would suffice. It seemed he'd need to order more looms. Once they learned to use them, they should pick it up fairly quickly. Chapter 194, Returning to the Capital to Recruit. As Su Qi pondered these thoughts, a figure approached from the distance. And that figure was none other than Xiang Yu. King of the West, what brings you here? Su Qi's eyes brimmed with curiosity. He found it perfectly normal for others to come. After all, everyone else had their own reasons. But the arrival of the Overlord of Chu left him somewhat puzzled. After all this time, the Overlord of Chu had scarcely sought him out alone. Xiangyu spoke directly. I have a few friends who wish to inquire about practicing martial arts here. You want to practice martial arts here? Su Qi was somewhat surprised. He had expected Xiangyu to propose something else. For instance, he had previously asked other emperors like Liu Bang and Li Shishi to bring their textile workers here. But he never asked Xiangyu. After all, Xiangyu often held a status nearly equal to that of an emperor. But at that moment, he paused to think for a second before speaking directly. You can practice if you want, but who's going to spar with you? Your friends, are they ancient friends? If they're friends from ancient times, then there's nothing to be done. Only employees who have been hired can come here. And the employees who are here all have their own tasks to attend to. They won't have time to practice martial arts with you. At this moment, Su Qi was utterly perplexed. He was genuinely puzzled. Who on earth would do such a thing? However, after hearing his words, Xiangyu's eyebrow twitched slightly. Then he spoke directly. Not ancient friends, but modern ones. When I communicated with them earlier, they wanted to learn martial arts from me. They all aspired to possess a physique like mine. Hearing this, Su Qi froze for a moment. Then he couldn't help but speak up. Didn't you tell them this was something you were born with? You must understand that Xiangyu's physique was almost entirely innate. His imposing frame and immense strength. No matter how one looked at it, these were not qualities an ordinary person could easily possess. Yet, after hearing his words, Xiangyu's eyebrow twitched slightly. He spoke directly. I've told them, but they still insist on exercising. That's not martial arts training, though it's purely for fitness. Su Qi couldn't help but interject. Xiangyu shook his head again. We never do fitness training here. Our exercises are solely for killing enemies on the battlefield. That's martial arts. Seeing the other's unwavering resolve, Su Qi nodded in understanding, saying nothing more. He understood. The other's choice was different from his own. Since the other had already made up his mind, then he needn't dwell on it further. His brow twitched slightly before he spoke directly. I know. Then just find a place to practice martial arts with them. Of course, try not to disturb others. After all, this is a scenic area, not a martial arts dojo. He stated directly. After hearing Su Qi's words, Xiangyu across from him smiled and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then that's great. Watching Xiangyu's satisfied figure walk away, Su Qi shook his head slightly. He knew some things weren't quite the same. At least from his perspective, everything unfolding here was far from straightforward. But he also understood. Some things couldn't be changed simply by his will. He would simply let events here unfold as they would. Soon it was time for the afternoon performance. Hordes of tourists had gathered at the performance site. Their eyes were fixed on the moment, filled with excitement. As the performance unfolded on stage, they all let out a chorus of screams. Many more visitors pulled out their phones to capture the moment. They all looked incredibly thrilled and excited. Meanwhile, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. As the other tourists crowded around, he joined them in snapping photos with his phone. Although Su Qi now had professional photographers on staff, there was no real need for him to take pictures himself. Yet he still kept this habit. After all, only what you learn yourself truly becomes your own. Of course, he certainly had no intention of mastering the other person's photography skills just to replace them. If Su Qi had wanted to learn, he would have done so long ago. There was absolutely no need to wait until now. Besides, he was bound to become even busier in the future. He wouldn't have time for such things. Soon, all the performances came to an end. At that moment, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked ahead. Everyone had gathered together. A hint of smiles appeared in their eyes. Mr. Su, it's time to wrap up for the day. Li Shishi spoke up first. Upon hearing her words, Su Qi stepped forward and ruffled her hair. Then he continued. Everyone, go home and get some rest. After speaking, his gaze fell upon Liu Bang and the others. Don't forget to carefully select those textile workers once you return. Bring them all here tomorrow. Remember, no favoritism or corruption. If the people you bring cannot perform their duties, I will fire them outright and dock your wages as well. Su Qi spoke with a mix of authority and kindness. After hearing his words, the people across from him exchanged glances and then all nodded. Understood, Mr. Su. Liu Bang spoke first. Li Shishi, standing nearby, stepped forward and nodded as well. Rest assured, Mr. Su, there won't be any issues whatsoever. He too offered a smile. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze fell upon Li Yuan standing nearby. The look in Li Yuan's eyes was not particularly pleasant. Clearly, even now, he still couldn't accept the fact that he had been an emperor over there, only to be managed by his own son upon returning. This was undoubtedly difficult for him to accept at present. His eyes flickered slightly at that moment. His gaze flickered ever so slightly. In the end, however, he said nothing more. Like the others, he merely offered a smile. Then, a white light shimmered around their bodies, and one by one, they all returned to their own timelines. Looking at the empty ground before him, Su Qi stretched lazily at that moment. The day's work is done, and I'm heading back to get some rest. He smiled as he spoke, heading straight toward the dormitory. Meanwhile, the group who had just returned to ancient times sprang into action. Chapter 195, requesting the former emperor to abdicate. Qin state. Qin Shi Huang had just returned. He immediately ordered his ministers to find people. Our era should have skilled textile workers, right? He spoke directly. After hearing his words, Li Xin immediately responded. Your Majesty, leave this matter to me. I will handle it well. With that, he turned to leave. However, just then, Meng Tian approached from the side. Your Majesty, I believe I should handle this matter. I know quite a few skilled embroiderers. They'll surely craft us some fine garments. If we can satisfy Mr. Su, we'll gain even more in return. He spoke excitedly. At that moment, Li Si approached. He cleared his throat softly, then raised his head and spoke. Your Majesty, though I am now a criminal, I believe I can still recommend someone. At that moment, several other ministers gathered around, all speaking up. Watching them argue incessantly, Zheng's lips twitched slightly. How could he fail to see their intentions? Clearly, every single one of them present had only one thought. That is, they each wanted to send their own man. Exactly. Everyone who went over there, as long as they were from Qin, even Qin Huang at this moment, their wages all came from the first emperor of Qin. Of course, everyone was willing. After all, they all knew that their people could go precisely because of the historical precedent of Zheng Ke's assassination attempt on Qin Shi Huang. In other words, it was only because of Qin Shi Huang and Zheng Ke that they could go together. But that doesn't mean there's nothing else to gain from visiting the scenic area. Take lunch, for instance. It was exceptionally delicious. And now breakfast has been added to the mix. Moreover, within the scenic area, one can witness more expansive sights and people from various dynasties. More importantly, life. Within the scenic area, their lives are safeguarded. And since each person is practically a source of income. And now, Emperor Qin clearly doesn't want to let any wages go to waste. So, under these circumstances, if war or other calamities were to strike their region, Qin Shi Huang would undoubtedly protect them. After all, protecting one more person means safeguarding one more job. In other words, they all want to send their loved ones over. Observing their expressions, Qin Shi Huang sighed helplessly at that moment. Mr. Su specifically instructed me before we returned to find the absolute best seamstress, not just anyone. What on earth is going on here? He spoke with utter exasperation. His gaze carried a hint of resignation at that moment. After hearing his words, the people present exchanged glances. Then they all bowed their heads. Clearly, they too recognized their mistake. But that was all. If given the chance again, they would do the same thing. After all, the temptation was simply too great. Go find them. I don't care if they have any connection to you, I only care that their skills are high enough. Otherwise, should I lose face before other emperors, you may recall the fate of Li Si. Upon hearing Qin Shi Huang's words, those present all froze momentarily. Their gazes inevitably drifted toward Li Si. A slight twitch crossed Li Si's lips. The most notorious figure in Qin's history was undoubtedly Zhao Gao. And the other was none other than Li Si. Under these circumstances, Zhao Gao was dead, yet Qin Shi Huang had not executed Li Si. He knew Li Si still possessed considerable ability. Yet beyond earning a meager wage for serving the first emperor, he gained nothing else. Even his entire estate, everything he owned, had been confiscated. Naturally, Meng Tian and the others did not wish to follow in his footsteps. Thus, they all left the place trembling with fear. Moments later, the grand hall was left with only Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Li Si. Zheng turned his gaze toward Li Si. Is there anything you wish to say now? Upon hearing his words, Li Si took a deep breath, then shook his head decisively. I believe I have nothing to say. His voice sounded faintly. For Li Si at this moment, he genuinely believed he had nothing to say. True, he had previously intended to use his official position for personal gain. But now that Qin Shi Huang had called him out, he naturally wouldn't go. The first emperor shot him a glance and gave a cold snort. If you have nothing to say, keep it bottled up. Should you attempt such underhanded maneuvers again, you know what your fate will be. Hearing these icy words, Li Si immediately knelt down, adopting a posture of complete submission. Tang Dynasty. Li Shimen and Li Yuan remained here. In truth, both had already entered the imperial palace. The dynamic between them shifted once more at this moment. Li Yuan slowly raised his head. Then he spoke directly. Earlier at the scenic area, did you think the Xuanwu Gate incident was real or fake? Somehow, I don't think it was fake, I think it was real. His voice trailed off slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Shimen lifted his head. His gaze remained calm as he looked ahead and spoke directly. Truth or fiction, didn't we both know the answer long ago, father? From the moment I didn't return, I believe you already guessed what I intended to do, didn't you? Then why didn't you eliminate Zheng and the others? It seems you're also coveting the benefits the scenic area can bring. Or perhaps you don't want your personal affairs to bring the entire Tang dynasty to ruin. Li Shimon's voice rang out directly. He took a few steps forward, coming to stand before Li Yuan. Then he knelt on one knee. Your humble servant Li Shimon requests the Taishan Huang to abdicate. He roared. In the next instant, Zheng and the others, who had been kneeling on the ground, abruptly stood up. At that very instant, their hands tightened around their weapons. During the performance, they had divided into two groups. But now, this was no performance, they were all under Li Shimon's command. Feeling their predatory stares. Feeling the intense gaze of his own son. At that instant, Li Yuan instantly understood everything. He burst into laughter at that very moment. So that's how it is. It seems I underestimated you. When you learned I would be summoned here, I imagine you already had this plan in mind. Or perhaps you'd already taken concrete action. Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? He spoke coldly. After a moment, Li Yuan sighed. Enough, enough. I'll let you have this world. Chapter 196, The Honest Man. Han Dynasty. After Liu Bang returned, he immediately dismissed everyone. Then, clutching his lute, he dashed excitedly to the imperial harem. Empress! Empress! I have good news! He exclaimed excitedly. After hearing his words, Empress Liu opened the door. You're already the emperor, how can you still be so? Empress Liu said unhappily. Yet, after hearing his words, at this moment, Liu Bang said nothing more. He charged straight into the room. Then he held Empress Liu tightly in his arms. We're both getting old, so very old. Empress Liu couldn't help but say. Yet Liu Bang showed no sign of disdain. After a moment, he finally spoke. It's truly momentous news, truly momentous news. What could this joyous event be? Empress Liu adjusted her robes. Her eyes held a trace of confusion as she spoke. After hearing this, Liu Bang spoke up immediately. Su Zheng is recruiting more people. This time, he's recruiting 2 female attendants to sew garments. Then we can both go to work together. Upon hearing his words, Empress Liu looked utterly bewildered. Could it be you intend to remove me from my position as empress and make me a lady-in-waiting? Besides, if Mr. Su specifically wants a lady-in-waiting who sews, sending me there might just upset him. He couldn't help but speak up. However, after hearing his words, Liu Bang shook his head repeatedly. Rest assured, Empress. You are the first empress in history. During the Qin Shi Huang era, this position didn't exist. So you are quite renowned. Besides, you know how to sew clothes, don't you? If need be, I'll just learn more then. If it really doesn't work out, just have Mr. Su dock a month's pay from me. But Empress, you must understand that being able to visit the scenic area now comes with significant advantages. And this time it's for 2 people, I just need to pick the other one. He said cheerfully. After listening, Empress Liu beside him nodded slightly. He understood. Since Liu Bang had spoken thus, it meant he had already calculated everything beforehand. It couldn't be too far off. So there wouldn't be any issues with him going. Then I'll make preparations and accompany you to work when the time comes. Yes, that's how it should be. Liu Bang said excitedly, extending his sinful hands. Let go of me. We're an old married couple. Empress Liu murmured softly. Song Dynasty. Emperor Chongzhen gazed at Li Shishi and his sister before him. What are your thoughts on the 2 I personally selected this time? Upon hearing his question, Li Shishi and his cousin exchanged glances across the room. Then Li Shishi spoke up. Your Majesty, I believe that this time, when selecting individuals, we should prioritize those who are young and attractive. Appearance must not be compromised. Oh? Why is that? Emperor Chongzhen wore a puzzled expression. Younger ones naturally have less skill in manual work. If we bring them along and they can't properly serve General Su, it would be disastrous. He shook his head repeatedly. But at that moment, Li Shishi spoke up again. Not so. His Majesty arrived late and may not be aware, but people like us almost always do extra work at the beginning. Meaning things beyond our job duties. Take me, for instance. I was just a ticket seller, but in the beginning, I also had to play the piano. Then there's Li Zhuo and Lu Qing, they were just city gate guards, but now they have to go play the WWE thing every day. That's how everyone's value is determined. In contrast, the Lu Feng family of 3 who arrived later, since they possess no special skills, they can do nothing beyond cleaning. Though Manager Su might not say much about it. But if someone possesses more skills, they're bound to be more popular. Plus, I've spoken with those tourists. Generally speaking, the younger and prettier the woman, the more she attracts tourists. After hearing his words, at that moment, Emperor Chongzhen suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Given that, he absolutely could not seek out that old servant. Once they arrive, we won't accept any female attendants over 20 or even 18. These two must be chosen for their youth and beauty, and yes, they must be unmarried. If Su Zheng takes a liking to them, that would be absolutely perfect. He spoke with obvious excitement. At this moment, Emperor Changzhen believed he had mastered the art of enjoying himself at the scenic area. Time swiftly moved to the next morning. It was time to start work. Su Qi had already arrived at their work location ahead of time. He waited there quietly. Should they be arriving soon? He murmured curiously. Then, his gaze turned toward the distance. Sure enough. Amidst the flickering white light, one by one, the group arrived at the scenic area. Leading the newcomers was none other than Li Shishi. Mr. Su, what do you think of these two? As he spoke, he gently nudged the two women forward. The two women from earlier gracefully stepped forward. Their beautiful figures were fully revealed. Their lovely faces still bore a faint blush. They were clearly beauties. They weren't very old either. At that moment, Su Qi gave them a thorough once-over and then nodded. Not bad. Their sewing skills should be decent too, right? Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi across from him quickly interjected. Mr. Su, please rest assured on this point. Their sewing skills are all quite good, and even if they don't align with modern trends, they can learn anew. They believe they can master it in a short time. He said excitedly. After listening, Su Qi patted Li Shishi on the shoulder. Well done. His gaze then shifted to Li Yuan, standing behind Li Shishi. What about your father? Upon hearing this, Li Shishi immediately spoke up. Mr. Su, thanks to your support, I've now successfully ascended the throne. Hearing this, Su Qi felt a slight surprise. After all, at the outset, Li Shishi hadn't yet ascended the throne. And according to historical records, he should have needed at least several more years. He hadn't expected the other party to ascend the throne so swiftly. This made Su Qi look at him with newfound respect. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work here in the scenic area, and you'll surely rise through the ranks in the future. After speaking, Su Qi's gaze shifted to the group of people behind him. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on the Emperor of Yuan. Chapter 197, The Envied Liu Bang. Is this the man you chose? Huang stared at the two figures standing beside Emperor Yuan Shun. His eyes held profound astonishment. He couldn't help but feel like laughing. For standing beside Emperor Yuan Shun were two old servants. They appeared to be at least in their 40s or 50s. They radiated an aura reminiscent of the formidable matronly figures from ancient tales. Their skills were quite formidable. Emperor Yuan Shun retorted defiantly. High they may be, but how many more years do they have left to live? Or what else can they do? Huang spoke directly. After hearing his words, Emperor Shun of Yuan across from him froze for a moment. What did you say? Aren't we looking for female laborers this time? Female workers? Why would they need to know anything else? He was thoroughly perplexed, his eyes brimming with astonishment. At that moment, he simply couldn't grasp what was happening. Seeing his expression, Huang patiently explained once more. Do you know what we do after performing our acts? What do we do? Yuan Shun Di froze again. Huang spoke directly. We become NPCs, of course. We're constantly playing NPCs within the scenic area, interacting with the tourists. If you bring over two young women, even if their sewing skills are a bit lacking, but during their off hours, they could also serve as NPCs outside and they'd be quite a sight to behold. You're an emperor yourself, don't you find those young, beautiful women pleasing to the eye? Or do you have some peculiar preference? A taste for elderly servants? After hearing Huang's words, Emperor Yuan Shun's lips twitched slightly. He opened his mouth, but in the end, no words came out. He could only sigh helplessly in that moment. Time pulsed faintly. A faint glow drifted slowly through the air. Su Qi approached at that very moment. He looked at the two elderly women beside Emperor Yuan Shun. Su Qi paused in surprise. Then he smiled and spoke. It's fine. Two elders will do just as well. After all, their skills should be quite high. Hearing his words, Emperor Shun of Yuan nodded repeatedly beside him. That's right, their skills are exceptional. Their sewing machine skills were among the best in my era. He spoke directly. That's good. Su Qi chuckled softly, patting his shoulder without adding more. Then his gaze drifted to the distant Emperor Changzhen. At that moment, beside the Changzhen Emperor, stood two stunningly beautiful women. The two you've chosen are quite beautiful. Su Qi spoke directly. Hearing Su Qi's words, the Changzhen Emperor's face now brimmed with excitement. He couldn't help but cast an approving glance at Guing Chun beside him. After all, just yesterday he himself had intended to select two elderly individuals. Had it not been for Guing Chun's reminder, it wouldn't just be Yuan Shun Di who'd be humiliated, he'd be right there with him. But now, the situation was entirely different. He hurried over eagerly, grinning as he introduced them. Mr. Su, the two ladies I've selected aren't just beautiful, they're young, unmarried, and of course, quite skilled. If you need them, just say the word. Su Qi froze. What do I need? he asked, his face filled with astonishment. At that moment, Emperor Chongjin paused. He couldn't help but laugh. Of course, it's the craftsmanship. That's exactly what it is. Both men spoke at once. In the end, they said no more. At that moment, Su Qi's gaze shifted to the distant figure of Qin Shi Huang. Beside the first emperor of Qin, naturally, only two beauties stood. The kind that looked stunning. Every movement they made exuded an undeniable charm. Noticing Su Qi's gaze, the first emperor of Qin stepped forward first. Their skills were quite reliable. Su Qi gave a slight nod. He might not trust others. But Qin Shi Huang? He trusted him implicitly. As the greatest emperor of all time, he could not afford to make any mistakes in such matters. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he looked ahead. At that moment, Su Qi spoke up directly. So, old Lu, what's the situation here? At Su Qi's words, all eyes turned toward him. Then they saw standing beside Lu Bang was another woman of a certain age. Though beside this older woman stood another, a rather timid-looking beauty. No matter how one looked at it, it still seemed puzzling. At that moment, Empress Lu spoke directly. This humble woman is Lu Ji. I pay my respects to General Su. You are Empress Lu, the first empress. Su Qi was also taken aback at that moment. Though he had already guessed as much. He hadn't expected Lu Bang would actually dare to bring her here. At that moment, Su Qi couldn't help but glance toward Lu Bang in the distance. Lu Bang walked up with a cheerful smile. Then, bowing to Su Qi, he spoke. Mr. Su, I haven't made any mistakes. Empress Lu is the most skilled weaver among my attendants. From the very beginning, it was Empress Lu who wove my garments. As he spoke, he gestured to the clothes he was wearing. Su Qi glanced at them, then smiled and nodded. All right, I believe you. His words trailed off slowly. Yet those around them were utterly speechless. Because they had initially shared the same thoughts. But later, they all lost their nerve. Who could have imagined Lu Bang would actually go through with it? Using this opportunity to bring his own people closer. It was a thought that had crossed nearly everyone's mind. Even Qin Shi Huang himself had such thoughts, though he never voiced them. But after a moment's consideration, he simply abandoned the idea. But now, seeing Lu Bang pull this off without any punishment, it undoubtedly stirred a touch of envy in them. They now felt they had been too timid. Yet none of them showed it outwardly. Instead, they grinned and congratulated the rogue. Lu Bang, meanwhile, was thoroughly pleased. Right then, everyone get to work. Old Li, bring those female workers over here with me. Su Qi spoke up. He then led the female workers straight to the location he had previously designated. As they arrived, everyone was filled with a mix of surprise and wonder. After all, this was their first time here. Seeing the air here, the architecture, and all the modern things around them, they were undoubtedly filled with excitement. Once the group had gathered together, Su Qi spoke up immediately. From now on, everyone will work here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Chapter 198, The Grand Murder Mystery. As Su Qi finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Li Shishi standing nearby. Of course, you can also ask Old Li. Old Li is one of the veterans here and the only one who's been promoted. If you ask him, he'll know almost everything. After hearing Su Qi's words, Empress Lu was the first to smile faintly at Li Shishi. The others all bowed repeatedly. After all, the others were all female officials from various dynasties. Though the man before them, Li Shishi, might not necessarily be their emperor. Paying their respects twice was no great matter. Even the two Qin Dynasty court ladies present did the same. By the way, everyone should have brought those tools for weaving clothes, right? After hearing Su Qi's words, Empress Lu spoke first. Of course we did. He said, pulling out an object. It was none other than the weaving tools he had brought along. Although Empress Lu herself was the empress at this moment, she was quite skilled in weaving. Moreover, he knew that the most important person here was neither himself nor Lu Bang. Not even Qin Shi Huang. It was the man before him, Mr. Su. Therefore, if possible, they would absolutely follow Mr. Su's lead. Alright, everyone can take these items with them. But these things certainly aren't enough. I've already arranged for a batch of sewing machines to be ordered for everyone. Old Li will teach you all how to use them. Once you all learn, the efficiency of making clothes will increase significantly. After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone nodded in vague understanding. At that moment, Empress Lu suddenly spoke up. Is our work limited to just sewing clothes? He was quite curious at this moment. After all, many among them possessed skills beyond weaving. All of them had been specifically chosen by Qin Shi Huang and his entourage. In their view, relying solely on their own few people was clearly insufficient. After hearing his words, the gazes of the others flickered slightly. Their gazes turned toward Su Qi across from them. At this moment, they were all quite curious. Noticing their expressions, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he stated directly. Of course not. This room is for everyone. I'll have Emperor Yuan Shun help decorate it a bit. From now on, your work here will be weaving clothes. Additionally, it will be open for visitors to tour. So please don't be alarmed when the time comes. Some visitors might be a bit quirky, but they're definitely not bad people. Moreover, the guards under Old Li will protect you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. To have traveled from ancient times to the modern era was almost like changing their own destinies. Even the two old servants were now filled with excitement. Originally, they were just a few faded, old palace weavers. In the original timeline, it wouldn't be long before they were discarded. Perhaps they would receive a lump sum payment before being cast out of the palace. Or perhaps they would simply die within the palace walls. But regardless, their end would not be a happy one. But now, the situation has completely changed. Therefore, for them, this truly altered their futures. After making arrangements for everyone, Su Qi departed with Li Shishi. They first sought out Emperor Shun of Yuan and informed him that they would need to make some modifications to the room where clothes were woven. They then departed immediately. Time seemed to skip a beat in that moment, and tiny sparks of light flickered faintly. Li Shishi walked beside Su Qi. A faint smile played in his eyes. His gait now seemed different from before. He radiated an air of unmistakable pride and confidence. You really didn't run into any other problems when executing the Xuanwu Gate incident, did you? Su Qi suddenly spoke up at that moment. After hearing his words, Li Shishi hesitated slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head. No problems whatsoever. His eyes glowed faintly at that moment. His gaze, at that very moment, was filled with excitement. Very well. The number of people here is growing steadily. You must pay close attention. If things get too unmanageable, you can delegate some authority to Shan Yang. After all, that's precisely why he's here. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi, standing nearby, froze for a moment. Then he gave an awkward chuckle. He understood Su Qi's words weren't merely about relieving his pressure. Rather, it urged him to delegate authority. After all, the majority of personnel here were still from his Tang dynasty. So even though Shan Yang's position was that of an administrator, Li Shishi still refused to delegate authority to him. Instead, he had effectively sidelined Shan Yang. As for Su Qi's words, were merely off-the-cuff remarks. He didn't harbor such deep thoughts. He genuinely believed that with so many people, Li Shishi might genuinely be overwhelmed. But upon reflection, that probably wouldn't be the case. After all, Li Shishi was Emperor Taizong of Tang. He could manage an entire dynasty, an entire nation. How many people were there in the scenic area now? Get ready to welcome your performance. Will Emperor Gaozong of Tang lack yesterday's passion in today's performance? Su Qi suddenly asked. Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi beside him sighed helplessly. This matter is unavoidable. But I believe His Majesty the Taishan Huang won't be like that. Right now, his heart is filled with nothing but rage. By then, he might go even further. Having said that, he continued. Moreover, I believe we could incorporate some tourists into this performance. That way, the outcome of the performance wouldn't be so predetermined. Upon hearing this, Su Qi paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. That's exactly right. Let the tourists decide the final outcome themselves. It might not be ideal for you, but it would significantly enhance the visitors' enjoyment. As he spoke, Su Qi's eyes lit up. This is like a large-scale scripted murder mystery game. This idea is indeed feasible. We could also incorporate Liu Bang's and the others' proposed projects into the process. The scenic area might just reach new heights. Su Qi spoke excitedly. Beside him, Li Shishi nodded repeatedly. He too saw the potential in this idea. Just then, Su Qi's phone emitted two distinct tones. He glanced at it and saw messages from the photographer and the part-time college student. Is the video edited yet? Chapter 199, Period Costumes. Su Qi opened the video they sent and watched it with his own eyes. He nodded slightly. It was indeed well done. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth at that moment. I'll upload it to the short video app right now. Su Qi didn't hesitate and sent it over immediately. He also threw in 1,000 yuan worth of traffic. Back in the day, Su Qi wouldn't have spent a single penny on traffic. But by now, he had accumulated a decent amount of money. Spending a little on promotion was no big deal. Suddenly, Su Qi remembered something. He quickly returned to the previous house. At that moment, Empress Liu and the others were studying the machinery. They planned to use the looms and spinning machines to make clothes shortly. Upon seeing Su Qi approach, Empress Liu paused in surprise before approaching him. Mr. Su, what brings you here? We're studying these devices. Once we've fully understood them, we'll be able to put them to use right away, he said with a smile. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly at that moment. He spoke directly. Just study it thoroughly. If you have any questions, ask Old Li. If you still don't understand, then ask me. But I called you all here today to discuss something. Hearing these words, the gazes of several figures nearby shifted over, their eyes sparkling. Su Qi cleared his throat slightly. That is, the items you brought with you. Try not to use them. Especially the silk and such. Why is that? Empress Lu was utterly astonished at this moment. After all, such silks were incredibly precious in their dynasty. In fact, aside from her, none of the other court ladies had brought any with them. They simply didn't have the privilege. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he spoke directly. It's simple, the silk products from your era simply couldn't compare to those of today. They were purely for display, utterly lacking in practicality. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Especially Empress Lu. She had worked so hard to become empress. She had used all manner of things. And this silk, she thought, was already quite good. Yet now, in Su Qi's estimation, it was merely subpar. The surrounding ladies in waiting were utterly astonished. They had also brought along some thread and cloth. But the materials they brought back couldn't compare to the silk at all. And they had no more money to spare. Su Qi couldn't help but sigh helplessly at that moment. To be honest, the items they brought were actually quite decent. Even sold as handicrafts, they could fetch a decent price. Most items today simply cannot match their true value. But in terms of portability, modern items were still superior. Therefore, Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before continuing. Still, you don't need to throw your things away. After all, they're ancient artifacts with high aesthetic value. They could be made into garments and displayed in specialized cabinets for exhibition. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, the eyes of everyone present lit up. The items they had managed to bring back were indeed useful after all. Empress Lu breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, it's truly wonderful, he said with a smile. Su Qi's reasoning extended beyond what he had stated. But more importantly, because according to the system's rules, items brought from ancient times couldn't be sold. Otherwise, Su Qi would have long since had Lu Bang and the others procure gold bars for him. Even if the antiques were off limits, gold bars would have been perfectly acceptable. But the system explicitly forbade such actions. Therefore, in Su Qi's view, the silk brought by Empress Lu and the others was subject to the same rule. Under these circumstances, it was better not to let them bring them out. You should study them first, then start weaving right here. Aim to produce several finished pieces as quickly as possible to display in the glass cases. Only then can we attract visitors. When we sell them later, we should be able to get a good price, Su Qi said with a smile. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about promotion and sales. But he understood that his scenic area was one of a kind. Beyond that, his attraction contained many other elements that were entirely different. Therefore, he didn't need to rely on excessive marketing. All he needed to do was offer truly exceptional products. And that's precisely what they're doing now. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we will certainly do even better. Empress Lu spoke up directly at that moment. Su Qi responded with a faint smile, saying nothing more. He had already noticed the female attendants in the distance beginning their cutting work. The young ladies of the court cut the fabric with utmost care, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Indeed, they were all exceptionally meticulous. Su Qi nodded with a smile. Then his gaze fell upon two elderly servants in the distance. To his surprise, these two old servants were not at all as cautious as the others. Instead, they appeared remarkably brisk. They wielded their shears with a sharp snip. They seemed utterly unafraid of making a mistake. And the parts they cut off were almost flawless. Their skill was truly remarkable. Su Qi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, Empress Ma smiled and said, "The fact that they've remained in the palace all these years speaks volumes about their exceptional abilities. Moreover, they rose to prominence step by step among all the female officials. Therefore, their abilities are naturally the highest among us all." Hearing these words, Su Qi couldn't help but nod in agreement. At first, he had thought Emperor Yuan Shun had made a mistake by summoning these two old servants. But now, it seemed he had gained an advantage. After all, their unique tailoring skills alone. They were truly a master of their craft. Alright, you guys keep going then. If anything comes up, remember to ask me. Don't try to handle it alone. Su Qi finished speaking and turned to leave. Just then, two female college students came running over. They looked over curiously, their eyes landing on Su Qi. "Hey, boss. Is this part of the show too? How come we've never heard about it before? And there's no advertising for it either." Hearing the female student's curious words, Su Qi replied softly, "This is indeed a performance, but mine is just getting started and hasn't officially begun yet. That's why there hasn't been any promotion." Chapter 200, On High Alert. Upon hearing these words, the female student froze for a moment. Then she immediately ran over to Empress Lu's side. He extended his left hand, pointing at the clothes on Empress Lu. "This outfit is so beautiful. Can I buy it?" Her face lit up with excitement as she spoke, yet her gaze lingered on Su Qi. At that moment, Empress Lu naturally looked toward Su Qi as well. For he himself didn't know whether the items he wore could be sold or not. Su Qi cleared his throat slightly. "Our NPC uniforms are custom made and not for sale. Hearing this, the female college student across from him couldn't help but reveal a hint of resignation. Clearly, under these circumstances, he still felt somewhat unhappy. However, just then, Su Qi continued speaking. But just because they don't sell it doesn't mean we can't make it. What do you mean? Another female student looked quite puzzled. After hearing his words, Su Qi spoke directly. All of us possess unique skills. Whatever kind of clothing you desire, they can create it for you. Of course, this is limited to period costumes. Then what about the outfit he's wearing? The female student pointed at Empress Lu. Clearly, she was particularly impressed by the outfit Empress Lu was wearing. Su Qi glanced at it casually, and his eyes lit up slightly. To be honest, he could sense something unique about this outfit. It was even more elegant and luxurious than he had imagined. At that moment, Empress Lu lifted her head slightly. A hint of pride flickered in her gaze. After all, this garment had been crafted with the combined efforts of the entire nation, made exclusively for her. In his era, it was truly one of a kind. It was adorned with copious amounts of gold thread. Its craftsmanship was truly unique, and its value was beyond measure. If the college student before him were to buy it, even disregarding modern prices and factoring in antique premiums, he couldn't afford it either. Therefore, Su Qi cleared his throat slightly. This outfit is quite unique, but something similar could certainly be crafted. After all, every garment here is one of a kind. Identical garments are absolutely impossible to find here. Upon hearing this, the female college student across from him lit up. That's exactly what I want. I wouldn't want an identical piece of clothing. You can buy a whole bunch of them online. Clothes like these, with unique designs, are the best. He spoke excitedly, his gaze tracking hers with a sudden, intense sparkle. Then give me one. By the way, how long will it take to make? Hearing his words, Su Qi was a bit surprised. He truly had no idea about this matter. His gaze shifted to Empress Lu. Empress Lu also looked troubled. After all, he had indeed worn it, but that didn't mean he could make it. His gaze then shifted to the rear. Finally, it settled upon the two elderly servants. The two old servants stepped forward. Then they spoke directly. Excluding certain specialized techniques and unique materials, simply replicating the appearance. It should take about a week. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi turned to the female college student beside him. The female student immediately replied, "No problem, a week it is. I was actually planning to come back and play again next week anyway." "Oh, and how much is it?" "I'm a college student broke as a joke. Don't try to rip me off, okay?" He spoke up directly. After hearing his words, Su Qi chuckled softly. He certainly wouldn't rip anyone off. After all, he was a kind-hearted person. However, he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Empress Lu beside him. Empress Lu cleared her throat softly, her gaze shifting to the two elderly servants. One of the old servants spoke up directly. "About 1 or 2 taels of gold." Hearing this unit of measurement, the female college student across from him froze in surprise. He never imagined the other party would speak with such certainty. His eyes narrowed in confusion. Su Qi did a quick mental calculation and replied immediately. "About 30,000 yuan per garment. Of course, that doesn't include the headpiece he's wearing, just the outfit itself." Su Qi added. After all, the headdresses adorning Empress Lu's head were clearly priceless at a glance. Even a single piece could easily buy an entire house. After saying this, Su Qi expected the two female college students in front of him to refuse. After all, their earlier remarks had made it clear they didn't have much money. Under such circumstances, they naturally wouldn't spend much on clothes. But to his surprise, after hearing his offer, the female student across from him immediately said, "I thought it would cost hundreds of thousands. If it's only 30,000, I'll order one," he said with a beaming smile. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to be so agreeable. Therefore, he pulled out his QR code and spoke up. "We have a unique policy here, full payment is required up front." The female student didn't hesitate and scanned the code immediately. Seeing the payment go through, Su Qi was somewhat surprised. This amount wasn't much for him now. But for a college student, it was quite a sum. The fact she could afford it showed she had some means. Then take his measurements and make him a suit. Su Qi spoke up, knowing the matter was now entirely out of his hands. After all, he could offer some guidance on other matters. But when it came to making clothes, he simply couldn't do it. Therefore, Su Qi turned and walked away. After taking a few steps forward, he spotted Lu Bang in the distance. At that moment, Lu Bang was happily looting. After plundering, he neither drank nor ate, merely stuffing everything into a sack. Then he moved on to the next target. Su Qi walked over curiously and spoke directly. "Aren't you usually eating, drinking, and plundering all at once? What's going on today?" he asked, clearly puzzled. Upon hearing his words, Lu Bang immediately chuckled. "Empress Lu has arrived. Better to share the joy than keep it to myself. I plan to share it with the Empress later." After all, I'm usually just craving it, I don't actually need to eat it. Upon hearing this, Su Qi was somewhat surprised. Who knew you had this trick up your sleeve? Hearing this, Lu Bang chuckled heartily. Then he spotted an elderly man approaching from afar. This old man carried himself with an air of dignity, his eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. By any measure, he must have held a high position in his youth. At that moment, Lu Bang's face was etched with the intensity of battle. Mr. Su, I'm off. Chapter 201, Against Humanity. Seeing Lu Bang's expression, Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle. The situation Lu Bang found himself in was, to be honest, his own doing. Of course, the old man would still give Lu Bang money. With that money, it was roughly equivalent to Lu Bang's earnings from over 10 days of work. Naturally, this made Lu Bang incredibly excited. Even if it meant losing something called integrity, he would still charge headlong into the fray. And now was precisely that moment. Watching Lu Bang's resolute figure retreating into battle, Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Old Lu, he's a real man, that's for sure. He murmured, his gaze drifting toward the distance. There stood Li Yuan. Mr. Su. Li Yuan spoke as he approached Su Qi. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi gave a slight nod. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. I've heard about what happened on your end. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan across from him froze for a moment. He slowly raised his head, studying Su Qi's expression. His mouth opened, then he blurted out. Mr. Su, I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself. His voice was faint. In that moment, a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Clearly, for Li Yuan at this moment, he still couldn't accept that Li Shimen had simply snatched his throne away. Yet this was the reality he now faced. Whether he accepted it or not, the matter was settled. There was no way to change it, right? Suddenly, Li Yuan spoke up. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. He nodded, then shook his head. If one truly wished to change it, it might still be possible. After all, anything is possible. But it would be difficult. Upon hearing those final 3 words, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then he shook his head repeatedly. His gaze flickered slightly before he spoke. Mr. Su, I believe beyond the previous performance, I should be able to do other things. Let me serve as an NPC within this scenic area. His voice rose slowly. Hearing this, Su Qi was taken aback. You know about NPCs now? Li Yuan nodded. A tourist taught me about it. Hearing this, Su Qi chuckled softly. Then he continued. If you want to be an NPC, you certainly can. But there's no extra pay for it. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan across from him nodded repeatedly. No problem. I'm willing to be an NPC. With that, Li Yuan turned and walked away. Then he approached the figure of Chu's overlord. The two engaged in a pleasant exchange. Clearly, Li Yuan was seeking advice from Chu Boan on how to play the role of an NPC. Seeing this scene, Su Qi paused for a moment before realizing Li Yuan was trying to win others over. He shook his head helplessly. It was obvious. Li Yuan still refused to concede defeat. Originally, Li Yuan believed he held a significant advantage in the Tang Dynasty. But the subsequent developments left him utterly bewildered. He discovered he held no real advantage. Over there, he was completely outmaneuvered by Li Shimen. Thus, upon arriving at this scenic area, he planned to rebuild his power base within the scenic area. But Su Qi knew Li Yuan's efforts were destined to be futile. After all, Li Shimen's capabilities were undeniably superior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to orchestrate the Xuanwu Gate incident solely through his own efforts in history. Now, bolstered by the scenic area's influence, Li Shimen's capabilities had been significantly enhanced. Thus, Li Yuan's chances of success had drastically diminished. Not to mention that everyone has studied history. They all understood the difference between Li Shimen and Li Yuan. From an objective standpoint, hardly anyone would sympathize with Li Yuan. They would see him merely as an ordinary emperor who chose the eldest son over the most capable. Under these circumstances, Li Shimen, who forged the golden age of the Tang Dynasty, was undoubtedly the object of everyone's praise. In short, whether in actual power or in reputation and prestige, Li Yuan was at a disadvantage. At that moment, Li Shimen approached from a distance. He approached Su Qi, gazing at Emperor Gaozu's receding figure in the distance, and spoke. Mr. Su, our retired emperor has caused you some trouble. Hearing this, Su Qi shook his head. His resentment was understandable. After all, few could accept such a situation. Still, you'd better keep a close eye on him. If anything else happens, I won't be able to take responsibility. Su Qi shrugged helplessly. Li Yuan was the kind of employee who posed a potential risk. He wasn't disobedient. He was looking for trouble. Li Shimen instantly understood and nodded repeatedly. Mr. Su, rest assured there will be absolutely no issues. He stated with unwavering resolve. After taking his leave from Su Qi, he walked directly toward the distance. At this moment, he would show no hesitation whatsoever, nor would he make any mistakes. For he understood that Su Qi was already displeased. As the only person promoted within the scenic area, Li Shimen knew exactly what he had to do next. Not long after, Su Qi noticed that although Li Yuan was acting as an NPC, 2 guards were constantly following behind him. These guards appeared to be protecting him. But upon closer inspection, one could see that these 2 guards were actually keeping an eye on him. Li Yuan was well aware of this fact. His face turned a deep liver-like shade of red at that moment. His eyes twitched slightly. He wanted to change this situation. But he knew the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. He glared fiercely at the 2 guards behind him. If this had been earlier, both guards might have been scared to death. But not now. The 2 guards stood calmly, their gazes steady. Though some restlessness still stirred within them. But remembering Li Shimen and his promises to them, they returned his gaze with composed eyes. At that moment, Li Yuan was momentarily stunned. Then he understood, he was now merely an emperor emeritus, no longer the sovereign ruler he once was. The title sounded grand, but in truth, he held no real power. Even these guards before him had once known him as emperor, had even faced his majesty directly. But at this very moment, nothing was as straightforward as it once had been. In the distance, a crowd of tourists surged in. They first sought out figures like Xiangyu, Li Bai, and Li Shimen for photos and autographs. Then they all gathered around Li Yuan. Who is this? Why have I never seen him before? Could it be a new NPC? They murmured curiously. At that moment, Li Yuan let out a violent cough and swept his arm dramatically. Gentlemen, I am the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Now that I have been usurped, what do you all make of this? Both in reason and in emotion, this is unreasonable and violates human ethics. Chapter 202, Li Yuan's speech. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the tourists present were all taken aback. They hadn't expected this newly introduced NPC to make such explosive remarks right off the bat. Wasn't Li Yuan overthrown in history? Exactly. Who could blame him for failing to recognize talent and refusing to name Li Shimen as crown prince? Then again, that was because in ancient times, only the legitimate son could be crown prince, so Li Shimen could only be called Li heir. The crowd murmured among themselves. No, they were merely discussing it in Li Yuan's presence. Hearing their words, Li Yuan's expression darkened further. For he suddenly realized. These people weren't sympathizing with him at all. Nor were they helping him clear his name. They seemed to possess no loyalty or filial piety whatsoever. They even treated him, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, as a laughingstock. The voices of the crowd fell silent. At that moment, Li Yuan could no longer hold back and spoke up. Gentlemen, I am the founding emperor. Without my voluntary abdication, he usurped my position outright. Do you not find this deeply problematic? His voice rang out once more. His eyes held a look of grief and indignation. The crowd exchanged glances and began discussing once more. This NPC really is putting on quite the performance, huh? Yeah, it looks so real. Do you think he's acting himself into a frenzy? Could he actually believe he's the founding emperor? Come to think of it, if I were the founding emperor and my own child usurped my throne, I'd feel pretty miserable too. The crowd resumed their unrestrained chatter. After hearing their words, Li Yuan opened his mouth at that moment. What did he want to say? But in the end, everything fell into silence. For he suddenly realized he had nothing to say to those modern people. They simply weren't operating on the same moral plane. In his view, Li Shimen's actions were somewhat treasonous. Yet to the others present, it seemed quite simple and perfectly normal. After all, for everyone, this was established history. More importantly, Li Shimen was revered in ancient times as the Heavenly Khan. The golden age of the Tang Dynasty was virtually founded by him. Under such circumstances, no one would ever question Li Shimen's actions. In their eyes, had Li Yuanba ascended the throne, he might not have governed as effectively. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Yuan forced himself to continue recounting his sorrows. He sought to make them understand through his words that certain things simply could not be done. As the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Li Yuan was certainly no fool. In his view, what he could accomplish now was truly extraordinary. He intended to persuade these tourists with his words. For he suddenly realized that these visitors were the very foundation of this scenic area. In his view, if he could successfully persuade the tourists and get them to help clear his name, then Su Qi would undoubtedly assist him. Li Shimen would certainly dare not offend him. He might even willingly relinquish the throne. 2 hours passed quickly. By the time Li Yuan was feeling parched from all the talking, he looked up to find most of the people around him had already left. Only one person remained, standing there silently watching him. Upon recognizing this figure, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his expression darkened considerably. He didn't even acknowledge the person, who turned to leave. At that moment, Li Shimen stepped forward and spoke. Father, such is the relentless current of history. Had you arrived at this scenic spot first, knowing all that would unfold in the future, you would never have allowed me to succeed. But unfortunately, I arrived at the scenic area first, so all this will become inevitable. Not to mention, I merely accelerated this event by a few years. After all, someday in the future, I would have done this anyway. Oomph. Li Yuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. His gaze held no trace of emotion. At this moment, he could never forgive Li Shimin. Watching his retreating figure, Li Shimin merely shook his head softly. If there was anything that had haunted Li Shimin throughout his life as the heavenly Khan of the Tang Dynasty, what was it he longed to change throughout his life? It could only be the issue of his identity. But now, everything had become a fixed reality. So naturally, he no longer dwelled on it. When Li Shimin turned his head, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. Who else could it be but Su Qi? Mr. Su, what brings you here? Li Shimin smiled as he walked over. How did your conversation with your father go? Su Qi's voice rang out immediately. After hearing his words, Li Shimin's eyebrow twitched slightly. Then he spoke directly. Father still refuses to acknowledge me. But I believe this situation will pass soon. After all, he is still my father. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi chuckled softly once more. No emperor ever came into power by accident. For these emperors, is family affection truly that important? Su Qi didn't think so. Throughout history, there have been no shortage of usurpers. Some succeeded, others failed. But without exception, they all represent one issue. That is, for these emperors, what they valued was not their own fathers. What they valued more was that identity. That very notion of legitimacy. After all, in one dynasty, when all the emperors had died out, the ministers, left with no other choice, selected one from the common people. Even though that young emperor was no more than 10 years old at the time. I know things between you two are actually quite difficult. But some matters truly require clear self-awareness. To put it plainly, it's about making Li Yuan think things through. I won't meddle further in your affairs. Just make sure nothing goes wrong with the work. With that, Su Qi turned and left. Li Shimin followed close behind, a faint smile playing on his lips. The two discussed the development of the scenic area. Su Qi had now realized something. The affairs within the scenic area were far more complex than he had ever imagined. The scenic area appeared to be developing and gradually expanding. But in reality, there were significant problems. The current area was already fixed. Although Emperor Yuan Shun could potentially renovate the rear area, perhaps an additional area could be expanded in the future. But it is indeed sufficient for now. Therefore, under these circumstances, recruiting more talent, developing more programs, and cultivating more internet celebrities like Li Shimin is the most crucial task. But not everyone has the ability to become an internet celebrity. After all, there's only one Li Shimin in this world and only one Li Bai. Chapter 203, You're finally here. Precisely because of this, attempting to replicate what they did before, the likelihood of achieving the same level of success as them is significantly lower. As Li Shimin departed, Su Qi made his way step by step to the ticket booth. He intended to check on Li Shishi and the others. However, at that very moment, a system prompt suddenly echoed in Su Qi's mind. Su Qi's footsteps halted instantly. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. Could he summon another ancient figure now? This time it was much faster than before. Su Qi felt a flicker of surprise. After all, it hadn't been long since he last summoned an ancient being. Logically, he should have had to wait a few more days. He hadn't expected the system upgrade so soon. Su Qi hurriedly checked the system notification. Reunion Festival, distributing holiday benefits 10 yuan per person. The moment he finished reading the system's message, Su Qi froze for a moment. Then it dawned on him. This time, it wasn't a system prompt allowing him to summon new employees from ancient times. Instead, it was an extraordinary bonus granted to all employees by the system. This time, the system wasn't being as stingy as before. Instead, it was 10 yuan per person. Considering their daily wage was only 10 yuan. For the poet, this meant an extra day's pay. This double pay is still common among many modern people. So 10 yuan really isn't much. Understanding this, Zhou Yu's eyes flickered slightly. In that moment, he finally grasped the true nature of the system. It was definitely no good thing. At least not for the ancient figures it had summoned. The system was definitely not good. But for Su Qi, the system was beyond good. After all, it was precisely because of the system's existence. He was able to summon figures like Li Shimin. It was the system that allowed him to transform this place which should have fallen into disrepair, or even been sold off cheaply with no takers, into something completely renewed. With the system's assistance, Su Qi had finally managed to turn things around. After shutting down the system, Su Qi took a deep breath at that moment. He couldn't help but glance out the window at Li Shimin and the others. Li Shimin and the others were still working tirelessly. Of course, their tasks differed. But people passed by Su Qi almost every minute. Some were security guards like Li Shishi. Others were NPC performers like Lu Bang. Su Qi even spotted Xian Yu and his group. As the figures of the crowd passed before Su Qi one by one, Su Qi's gaze, which had been unwavering from the start, softened slightly at that moment. He knew he was no longer the same person he once was, no longer someone who would exploit these people like the system did. Turns out I'm still a pretty decent boss after all. Su Qi chuckled to himself. This time, Su Qi had a new idea. 10 yuan was indeed too little. So little that even Su Qi himself felt a bit speechless. Of course, he understood that if Li Shishi and the others received this 10 yuan, they'd still be quite happy. But that wasn't what Su Qi wanted. So Su Qi decided to personally cover the costs and multiply their holiday bonuses. Not just double or triple. Not even tenfold. But a full 50-fold increase. That's right, Su Qi intended to round the figures up to a neat number. 500. This would greatly boost everyone's motivation. Though 500 yuan was no small sum even for each individual. It would slightly deplete Su Qi's personal fund. But he gradually realized it was only a slight dip. Because with this risk-free, high-profit situation, he was raking in a substantial amount daily. Su Qi stretched lazily as he attended to the tasks before him. Soon, lunchtime arrived. Without hesitation, Su Qi stood up and headed over. Just then, he spotted a figure approaching. To his surprise, it was none other than Li Yuan. Emperor Gaozong of Tang, what brings you here? Su Qi was thoroughly puzzled. He never imagined he would encounter Li Yuan at this very moment. Li Yuan, however, wore a broad smile. With an eager look in his eyes, he handed a lunchbox to Su Qi. Mr. Su, this is food I specially prepared for you. There's no need for you to dine with everyone else. After all, you're a VIP. As he looked at the item Li Yuan had handed him, Su Qi's eyes flashed with surprise. Nevertheless, he accepted it directly. Then he couldn't help but look at Li Yuan. Actually, I have something to discuss at noon, so I still need to go. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Yuan froze for a moment. Then he straightened his back and chest, his expression sincere as he replied. Of course. Please lead the way. Seeing Li Yuan's obsequious demeanor, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, he finally understood why Li Shishi had such ease in doing such things. After all, in his own era, Li Shishi was merely the second prince. He was even a potential future emperor. Under such circumstances, forcing someone to grovel before a complete stranger was clearly absurd. Su Qi even doubted Li Shishi could pull it off. Yet the reality was that Li Shishi not only understood his own position perfectly, but he executed it remarkably well. This made Su Qi suspect he had recruited Wei Zhongxian instead of the real Li Shishi. And now, seeing Li Yuan's demeanor, Su Qi finally understood. Where exactly had Li Shishi inherited or learned this trait? It turned out Li Yuan himself was just like that. He walked step by step. Soon, Su Qi arrived at the cafeteria. The moment he stepped inside, a distinctly unique aroma wafted toward him. This aroma was rich with a multitude of flavors. Even Su Qi could recall every food he had ever tasted from this aroma. As these aromas began to converge, coalesce, and relentlessly assault his nostrils, Su Qi's mouth twitched slightly. The aroma was too intense, too overpowering. He couldn't help but glance toward the distance. What was going on? Not far away, Li Bai and the others stood there. They were conferring with each other, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. Upon catching Su Qi's gaze, their gazes all shifted toward him. Yet in that moment, their eyes held no trace of fear, only excitement. Mr. Su, you finally arrived. Chapter 204, Reaping What They Sowed. What's gotten into you all? Su Qi couldn't help but ask. After hearing his words, everyone exchanged glances. After a moment, Li Bai stepped forward and spoke first. Mr. Su, Brother Su has lost his mind. Hearing this, Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. What on earth is going on? Tell me slowly. Finally, Li Bai recounted everything that had transpired here. After listening, Su Qi finally understood. It turned out Su Shi had invented a new dish. And he'd excitedly prepared it. This had resulted in the entire restaurant now having a rather peculiar aroma. This was the very scent Su Qi had detected moments ago. Once he grasped this point, Su Qi took a deep breath. I'll go talk him out of it. After saying this, Su Qi volunteered to step inside. The moment he stepped into the restaurant, an even more intense scent hit him. It wasn't exactly unpleasant. It was more of a chaotic blend. A jumble of pleasant aromas mingled together. This peculiar aroma evoked a strange sense of bewilderment. Su Qi pushed through the pressure, stepping forward 1 foot at a time. Soon he reached the kitchen area. He spotted Su Shi in the distance at a glance. Brother Dompa, it's time to eat. No need to keep experimenting with new dishes. Su Qi spoke directly. However, after hearing his words, Su Dompa across from him paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he carried something over to Su Qi. Mr. Su, this is Dompa kanji I made myself. Why not try a spoonful? I blended many unique flavors, incorporating the best elements from various recipes. The flavor is incredibly rich, just one spoonful will absolutely delight your taste buds. He couldn't help but speak up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Su Dongpa resembled a child eagerly awaiting Su Qi's praise. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Su Qi almost wanted to take a sip and praise him. But Su Qi understood that this would be a devastating blow to his physical and mental state. Therefore, he looked at Su Shi across from him with a solemn expression. I think you should take a sip yourself first. Upon hearing this, Su Shi paused. Then, a look of sudden realization spread across his face. Right. How could I possibly ask you, Mr. Su, to try it first when I haven't even tasted it myself? Here, I'll take a bite first. With that, he shoveled the food in front of him straight into his mouth. His eyes still sparkled brightly. His eyes still sparkled with excitement. He didn't think his creation tasted particularly bad. However, after chewing a few times, his expression twitched slightly. He couldn't help but lower his gaze to the bowl of porridge he held in his hands. As if staring directly at it, as if scrutinizing it, as if doubting it. Then he made a gagging motion. Just as an unidentifiable substance was about to erupt from his mouth, Su Qi lunged forward at that very instant. One hand covered his mouth, the other pinned his arms down. In this moment, Su Qi made Su Dongpa understand, before harming others, one must first harm oneself. Watching Su Dongpa about to reap what he had sown, Su Dongpa struggled fiercely, nearly breaking free. But just then, a door opened in the distance. Li Bai and the others charged forward, shouting angrily. They immediately pinned Su Dongpa down. They especially covered his mouth, leaving Su Dongpa utterly unable to spit out what was in his mouth. The two sides remained locked in a standoff. Moments later, Su Dongpa's eyes suddenly twitched. The next instant, his eyes rolled back. Who knows medicine? Don't let him pass out. I've learned my lesson, he mustn't lose consciousness after eating this stuff and forget everything. Otherwise, he'll just come back again next time. Therefore, he must retain this memory. Only then can he truly understand. Some things simply cannot be done lightly, Su Qi declared with righteous indignation. At that moment, Empress Lu walked straight over from the side. Mr. Su, I have some knowledge of acupuncture. Allow me to lend you a hand. He spoke as he retrieved an acupuncture kit from somewhere nearby. He promptly drew a silver needle. Without hesitation, he inserted it into Su Shi's abdomen. At that moment, Su Shi was on the verge of fainting, triggering his memory review mechanism. This would cause him to forget this memory. However, as the silver needle pierced his skin, Su Shi's body twitched slightly, then his eyes suddenly snapped open. He was awake. The spot Su Qi had vacated. He understood there was no longer any need for him to act personally here. Li Bai also approached his side. Mr. Su, we truly owe this to you. Without your help, we might still be suffering at the hands of the Dongpa brothers. After hearing his words, Su Qi couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. You've really been working hard these past few days. Su Qi hadn't forgotten that Su Dongpa had been brewing that peculiar milk tea almost non-stop, serving it to Li Bai before him. Before, he'd just found it amusing, relishing the sight of Li Bai's flustered reactions. But when the tables turned and he found himself in the same predicament, Su Qi finally understood just how agonizing it truly was. Li Bai, in this moment, wore a heavy look in his eyes. He looked as if he'd suffered some immense injustice. Half an hour passed. Su Dongpa, who had been far away, finally staggered over to Su Qi. He hadn't fainted this time. Upon closer inspection, one could see numerous silver needles embedded in his body. These needles remained in place, trembling slightly on his body. Empress Lu had stated that these needles must remain in place for at least 3 hours. So I can only wait like this for now. Su Dongpa couldn't help but speak up. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows twitched slightly. A hint of pity flickered in his eyes at that moment. He understood. At this moment, Su Shi's appearance truly looked rather concerning. But Su Qi also knew that if he truly comforted Su Shi at this moment, then he would be the one to suffer the consequences later. So Su Qi decided to try a different approach to comfort and encourage him. He cleared his throat slightly. Then he continued. Actually, I came here today to share something with everyone. I just didn't expect to be delayed a bit. Hearing his words, Li Bai and Su Shi both turned to look at him, their eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Su Qi cleared his throat again before getting straight to the point. The Dragon Boat Festival is approaching, and I plan to give everyone a holiday bonus. Chapter 205, Daily Benefits. Upon hearing the words holiday bonus, both men present froze for a moment. Especially Su Shi at that moment. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. I wonder what our holiday perk is? Su Shi asked curiously. Li Bai, standing nearby, also turned his gaze toward them. His gaze held a hint of curiosity and excitement. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi immediately announced, this holiday bonus is a red envelope for everyone, 500 yuan each. Upon hearing those words, Su Shi sucked in a sharp breath. Even Li Bai's eyes widened in surprise. But he never imagined the holiday bonus would be this generous. After all, their daily wages were only 10 yuan. And now this holiday bonus was giving them 500 yuan outright. That was equivalent to 50 days' wages. Li Bai thanked General Manager Su. Donpa thanks General Manager Su. Li Shimen and Su Shi bowed simultaneously as they spoke. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi chuckled softly and nodded before speaking directly. No problem, but how you spend this money is a bit different. First, of the 500 yuan, most of it must be spent within the scenic area. Only a small portion can be taken back. Hearing this, Li Bai and Su Shi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Then Li Bai couldn't help but ask. Mr. Su, could you specify the exact amount? Seeing his expression, Su Qi chuckled lightly and stated directly. You can only take back 10 pieces. Hearing this, Li Bai and Su Shi paused for a moment. But then they both shook their heads and said. That's already quite a lot. We never get any money except our paychecks, so getting 10 yuan now is absolutely fantastic. The two exclaimed excitedly. Seeing this, Su Qi chuckled softly and hesitated no longer. He headed straight for the restaurant. The dining hall had been mostly tidied up by then. Everyone had gathered here to eat lunch. Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before speaking up. I've arranged some perks for everyone. Since it's the holiday season, everyone will receive 500 yuan. However, only 10 yuan of that 500 yuan can be taken back to your dynasty. Su Qi's voice rose calmly. After hearing his words, the crowd present was initially stunned, but soon erupted with excitement. 10 yuan is no small sum. In our Tang dynasty, many people have that much, and when added together, it's a considerable amount. Li Shimen exclaimed excitedly. Ying Zheng nodded slightly. Indeed, it was no small sum. All these items combined could buy quite a lot of things, he said cheerfully. And after asking him about the topic, Qin Huang, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. When he first arrived, nearly everything here had been taken from the Qin king's original staff. This meant that when payday came, he can only receive his own salary and nothing more. Realizing this, Qin Huang let out a deep sigh of relief. The Qin king glanced at him. He spoke with a light chuckle. In this world, many things are illusory, only money is real. He declared with an air of superiority. His gaze brimmed with defiance. In his view, the Qin Huang of old had taken men from his ranks, and then accomplished what he had dreamed of doing his entire life. Now, he couldn't muster the slightest interest in that endeavor. His sole desire now was to annihilate the 6 states outright. And now, finally, he could give the other side a proper taste of envy. How could he not be delighted? Though he couldn't bring back the entire 490 yuan to ancient times, spending it here at the scenic area was quite satisfying. Li Shishi said with a cheerful smile. As a woman, she was different from others. Li Shishi still cared quite a bit about her image. But now he was essentially tied to Emperor Chongzhen. Therefore, most of the wages he received still had to be handed over. But these 500 yuan were entirely different. Apart from the fixed 10 yuan allocated for national development, the rest was entirely his to keep. By now, Gu Yongchun had a pretty good grasp of current prices. He knew that 490 yuan wasn't a huge amount, but it certainly wasn't small either. If he spent it sparingly, it would last him a long time. Thank you, Mr. Su. Long live Mr. Su. A voice suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing these words, the crowd joined in unison. Long live Mr. Su. Seeing everyone so delighted, he gradually relaxed. Frankly, in his view, since the system had already decided to distribute benefits, it naturally had to be generous. Giving out just 10 yuan would be unacceptable to anyone. It was simply too little. Of course, judging by the reactions of those ancient figures, especially those with numerous subordinates, even if each person only got 10 yuan, their subordinates could collectively receive several hundred yuan. In other words, even if it really was only 10 yuan, people probably wouldn't dwell on it too much. Instead, they'd likely feel excited. Su Qi understood this point, yet he still didn't regret giving the employees present a boss's perk. Remember, the system specified that the benefit was 10 yuan per person, and the system itself covered that amount. The remaining funds were entirely covered by Su Qi himself. But he had absolutely no regrets. If anything, he felt even happier and more excited. Alright. Let's eat first, then we'll plan how to spend it properly. You can save this money and spend it slowly, or blow it all at once, it's entirely up to you. By now, after all this time, you should have a decent grasp of shopping and prices in this world. Su Qi spoke up, addressing the gathered crowd. Especially for those who've had the emperor visit. I know your salaries are almost entirely confiscated. Though you may receive some official promotions or rewards upon returning, perhaps even a fair amount of silver. But the current situation is undoubtedly the best. Su Qi spoke softly. At least you can indulge yourselves without restraint for a while. In the distance, the guards all laughed loudly, expressing their gratitude to Su Qi. For just as Su Qi had said, Their regular wages were barely enough to live on, with almost everything going toward their duties. But this time, they finally had their own wages. After all, this was backed by Su Qi. Under these circumstances, they believed that whether it was Li Shimen, Li Yuan, the Chongzhen Emperor, or even Qin Shi Huang, these men would never go against him. They were all incredibly excited, cheering with joy. Chapter 206, 200 will do. At this, Li Shimen and the others' eyes twitched slightly. However, they understood that for these subordinates, while they were still his men in ancient times. But according to Su Qi's words, once they arrived at the scenic area, everyone was equal. So they only symbolically took back the 10 yuan. As for the remaining 490 yuan, that naturally stayed with the group. What should we buy with this? Qin Shi Huang gazed at the money in his hand, his eyes brightening slightly. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward the Qin king in the distance. There he was, parading his might with over 50 henchmen in tow. After all, he had the largest entourage, which meant he received the largest share of the money. Yet, though they were both individuals of the same era, so Qin Shi Huang received only 500 pieces. The king of Qin kept glancing at Qin Shi Huang, his expression brimming with provocation. So what if you hold the Mount Tai function ceremony? No matter how many rituals you perform, money is what truly matters. And right now, that money is in my hands. He chuckled as he spoke. Qin Shi Huang merely glanced at him dismissively, said nothing, and turned to walk away. He picked up the mobile phone he had acquired not long ago and began examining it. Shan Yang now joined him, leaning in to study the device alongside him. Your Majesty, this is this humble servant's salary. I offer it all to you. He looked at the 500 yuan note Shan Yang respectfully presented. Qin Shi Huang paused for a moment, then took 10 yuan from the stack and returned the remaining 490 yuan. I know your heart is set on the welfare of the realm, he said. Therefore, I shall take these 10 yuan that you can carry back. But these remaining 490 coins cannot be taken back. So you may spend them here as you see fit. Whatever you choose to buy, it is yours alone. The first emperor of Qin spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing his words, Shan Yang beside him knelt down with a thud. Your humble servant thanks your majesty. Those watching from afar saw this scene, their mouths twitching slightly. Especially Zheng He and the others. They had only intended to spend this money wisely. After all, the money had been given to them by Su Qi. But now, seeing Shan Yang's expression, their gazes involuntarily shifted toward Li Shimen's direction. Li Shimen turned his head slightly. The next moment, Zheng He led his men to kneel down with a thud, all following suit. All the emperors present followed suit. Witnessing this scene, Li Bai and Su Shi both froze in shock. They exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a shared sense of speechlessness. But neither of them knelt. After all, their respective emperors were not present. Even if Li Shimen were present in the distance, it was not the Li Shimen of Li Bai's era. He simply had no authority to confiscate his money. Li Bai was seen leaving the place with Su Shi. He had no desire to see these rulers and subjects. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Shi chuckled. Brother Bai, what are you planning to buy this time? Would you like me to help you? I know plenty of great finds. Once we buy them, we can all share the goodies. He exclaimed excitedly. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. And now, seeing his expression, Li Bai's mouth twitched slightly. In that moment, he regretted bringing Su Shi along. He drew a deep breath. Then he forced a smile and spoke. No rush, no rush. Let me think it over first. Alright, Brother Bai, take your time. When you're ready, we'll work together on a new dish. Su Shi completely missed the meaning behind Li Bai's words. Instead, he was lost in thoughts of his own future. Li Bai glanced at him, hesitating to speak. Finally, he sighed and turned to leave. In the distance, Lu Bang approached Empress Lu. Your Majesty, what shall we buy? How about some snacks? We can't take them back, but we can eat them here. I've calculated it. When the next promotion comes around, there's a high chance it'll be my turn. Then I'll finally have my own quarters here. I know it's inconvenient for you, Empress, to go back every day. But we can store all the snacks inside, and they won't get lost. I might even ask Mr. Su for a favor. Maybe we could both stay here every night. Lu Bang said excitedly. Then he held out both hands. Then we can try something different in this modern world. I hear they have all kinds of stuff here. After hearing these words, Empress Lu couldn't help but roll her eyes. How old are they, still playing around like that? Xiang Yu strode along the broad avenue. His frame was exceptionally imposing, each step sending ripples of tremor through the ground. His gaze radiated the majestic aura befitting an emperor. As the only non-emperor to be recorded in the annals of the emperors, Xiang Yu's prowess was beyond question. Step by step, he advanced forward. At that moment, his gaze finally flickered with an unusual expression. As for the money he'd taken out, the 10 yuan was naturally meant to be brought back to buy something useful. With the remainder, Xiang Yu planned to purchase some exercise equipment. That's right. Xiang Yu intended to work out in the modern world and further enhance his strength. He had already decided that once he had enough money, he would procure an alloy weapon here to bring back. Then he'd slay any god who stood in his way and any Buddha who blocked his path. But as he was about to move, a figure appeared beside him. Xiang Yu glanced at him, then felt a bit speechless. Because this fellow was none other than Li Yuan. Overlord, I have something to discuss with you. Seeing Li Yuan's expression, Xiang Yu's eyebrow twitched slightly and he couldn't help but sigh. What you're asking for, I simply cannot help you with. When I first arrived here, I struck Lu Bang in a fit of rage. After that, I was docked a month's pay. If I help you again, I'll be fired for sure. Hearing this, Li Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly before speaking directly. That's not what I'm asking for. What I want is simple. You don't need to lift a finger, just use your Weibo to engage more followers. And I will become the administrator of your fanbase. Li Yuan spoke with a deep, penetrating gaze. However, after hearing his words, Xiang Yu now wore a look of slight surprise. He didn't quite grasp the other's meaning. Nevertheless, he nodded at that moment. If that's the case, it's acceptable. By the way, since you want to be an administrator, do you need to pay me some management fees? I won't ask for much, just 200 will do. Chapter 207, Thick Eyebrows and Large Eyes. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Li Yuan couldn't help but take a step back. He scrutinized Xiang Yu from head to toe. His eyes were filled with astonishment. You, Xiang Yu, with your thick eyebrows and large eyes, have become so profit-driven? Xiang Yu shot him a glance. What you're about to do is no simple matter. And I know you want to oppose Li Shishi, though I only met him after arriving at the scenic area. But his actions far surpass yours. Such a man naturally commands my respect. Now you expect me to join your side against him with just a few words? Don't you think that's a bit too childish? After hearing his words, Li Yuan's expression shifted, then shifted again. If this had been earlier, he truly wouldn't have been able to come up with the money. No wonder Xiang Yu had completely ignored him before. But now he'd just received 500 yuan. Only 10 yuan of that could be taken home. But 10 yuan was still enough to buy some low-value items. At least he could buy a bag of seeds. Taking that back would be a decent thing. But now, Xiang Yu across from him was being so demanding. This undoubtedly caused his expression to shift repeatedly. Seeing Li Yuan's expression at this moment, Xiang Yu snorted coldly. He thinks he can persuade me with mere words without spending a penny? The founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty certainly had lofty ambitions. Just as Xiang Yu was about to leave, Li Yuan stepped back in front of him. Wait. I'll pay. He spoke solemnly, his gaze earnest. And at that moment, after hearing his words, a faint smile touched the corners of Xiang Yu's lips. He spoke directly. Don't think I'm asking for too much. Your Tang Dynasty had Li Shishi. And all those guards, though they don't seem to listen to you now. Even if everything you possess has been seized by the other side, doesn't that just prove your 10 bucks is worthless? What can you possibly get in return for your salary even if you bring it home? It's merely to make your own life a little more comfortable. After all, Li Shishi will also ensure the Tang Dynasty flourishes. After hearing Xiang Yu's words, Li Yuan froze for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but lift his head. For in that moment, he suddenly understood. The other party was telling the truth. Under the current circumstances, even if he truly brought his salary back to strengthen the Tang Dynasty, the problem was, the Tang Dynasty no longer belonged to him. He had already been forced to abdicate by Li Shishi through the Xuanwu Gate incident. He was now merely an emperor emeritus. He held no real power. All he could do was serve as a figurehead. He drew several deep, ragged breaths. Li Yuan lifted his head and looked solemnly at Xiang Yu across from him. I understand. I'll give it to you, and I'll give you 200 every month. With this money, you can better win that war. Perhaps in the future of your timeline, there will be no Lu Bang, only you, Xiang Yu, reigning supreme. Consider this money my sponsorship of you. I seek no repayment, only that you assist me in certain matters within the scenic area. After hearing the other's words, Xiang Yu now smiled. Of course. Rest assured about this matter. There will be absolutely no issues on my end. With that, he turned and walked away. Li Yuan followed closely behind Xiang Yu. Li Yuan was certainly not doing this willingly. After all, his monthly salary was only 280. And this offer was for 200 yuan. And it was offered monthly. Don't think this 500 yuan was just a holiday bonus. There wouldn't be that many holidays going forward. In other words, his monthly salary had plummeted from 280 to just 80. Yet he willingly accepted this sacrifice. All for the sake of reclaiming the Tang Dynasty someday in the future. Time flew by, and evening soon arrived. It was time to clock out. Everyone gathered together. Their eyes were all burning brightly. What you acquired this afternoon is sufficient. Take what you can carry home, leave the rest here for now. Suchi said with a smile. Although he hadn't given everyone the afternoon off today, they still managed to buy some things they wanted during their spare moments. Of course, the main reason was that they only had 10 yuan to spend on things to take home. So that 10 yuan was spent pretty quickly. After all, it was too little. Even Li Shishi and the Prince of Qin spent it quite rapidly. They had already planned what to buy once they got paid. They'd just been waiting for it to come. Now that it had finally arrived. So they quickly bought all sorts of solar equipment. Plus some communication devices, lighters, and such. Mr. Su were off for the day. Mr. Su, goodbye. Everyone said their goodbyes one by one. Su Qi waved his hand, respectfully seeing them off. Moments later, only 2 people remained in the place. Su Qi and Li Shishi. Aren't you going back today either? Su Qi looked at Li Shishi in the distance with some curiosity. Li Shishi nodded. The matters over there no longer require my close attention. What about attending court? Su Qi was curious. After all, in ancient dynasties, court sessions were held nearly every day. Even Qin Huang, who gathered all his ministers here, would hold court using the performances staged in this very place. As for Liu Bang and his contemporaries, they simply moved the court sessions forward. Yet Li Shishi, at this very moment, had chosen not to return. It must be understood that if he chose not to return, it would mean he could not attend tomorrow's court assembly. He had only just ascended the throne. Yet he simply let it be. This was undoubtedly beyond Su Qi's expectations. At that moment, Li Shishi let out a light chuckle. He stated plainly, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will never allow the entire dynasty to crumble. I haven't returned, but that doesn't mean I can't attend the morning court session. I've already instructed Zheng and the others to document everything over there with their phones. Once they bring it over, I will review each item, provide my responses, and have them take it back the next day. Moreover, I will return periodically to handle matters centrally. After all, the daily morning court sessions aren't nearly as crucial as people imagine. They mostly involve trivial matters that are easily resolved." After hearing these words, Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. This was actually a decent approach. "Good evening then. Back to work as usual tomorrow." "Good evening, Mr. Su." Li Shishi waved his hands, his eyes brimming with smiles. Chapter 208, A Quick Touch. Qin Dynasty. Upon his return, Qin Huang glanced around. At that moment, only Yang remained by his side. Before them sat a hand-cranked generator and a light bulb. This device held little value. Qin Huang had brought it back specifically for research. He understood. In this world, many things have their uses. But giving a man a fish feeds him for a day, teaching him to fish feeds him for a lifetime. In this world, the most valuable things are skills and abilities, not finished products. All he needed to do was master the techniques and skills through research. Of course, he was doing this because he had too little money on his side. "If only I had all the people from the Qin king's side." Qin Huang couldn't help but speak up. Yang, standing nearby, immediately bowed his head and replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured. It won't be long before we acquire them. I've researched and found that the scenic area is constantly recruiting. The next round might just bring in people from our side. Let's hope so." Qin Huang nodded without further comment and returned to his private quarters. Qin State. After Zheng returned, he surveyed the assembled ministers before him, his gaze radiating authority. At that moment, Meng Tian witnessed this scene. Without hesitation, he immediately knelt on one knee. The other ministers followed suit without hesitation, all kneeling before him. The reason was simple: the events of the day were still vividly etched in their minds. Their actions had been far from commendable. Or rather, every single thing they had done was bound to infuriate the king of Qin. He even suspected that everyone present might be executed by the Qin king. However, the king of Qin was not that foolish. He merely drew a deep breath before speaking directly. "You all seem to have quite the fondness for Qin Huang." Upon hearing these words, the few people present exchanged glances. Meng Tian couldn't help but interject. "Your Majesty, that is precisely who you will become. Before long, you will become a new Qin Huang. And you will be even more formidable and youthful than he was. The Qin dynasty you forge will be even more vast." Meng Tian proceeded to butter him up. The others followed suit. Flattery of every kind poured forth. Half an hour later, the Qin king finally exhaled slowly. He gave a slight nod. "All right, distribute the items brought back this time properly. Especially those electrical devices, they must be handled with care. Only then can we generate our own power and recharge independently, without constantly needing to obtain electricity from the scenic area." The others nodded repeatedly before departing. Meng Tian led the way, quickly carrying the box outside. Li Si lingered beside him, drawn by curiosity. "How do you use this thing?" he couldn't help but ask aloud. After hearing his words, Meng Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Haven't you been to tourist attractions before? How could you not know something this basic?" he couldn't help but say. Then he went straight to the point. "Let me show you. See, when you connect these wires together, electricity flows. Saying this, he picked up a blue wire and a red wire and in the next moment connected them together. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, nothing happened. What's going on? Why isn't it conducting electricity? Meng Tian was momentarily stunned. He had thought he had mastered the basics. But the scene unfolding before him now undoubtedly surprised him. Li Shi beside him couldn't help but speak up. Is there no electricity? This solar-powered device we've set up, could it be temporarily out of power? I recall the book mentioning it needs sunlight to generate electricity. No way. It's been out in the sun for a while today. Surely it can't be completely dead? Meng Tian couldn't help but speak up, reaching out to touch it. The next moment, he was jolted by an electric shock that made his whole body twitch. He quickly pulled his hand back. The others nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Meng Tian's face was now flushed crimson and his hair stood on end. Truly worthy of General Meng Tian, he can tell if it's electrified just by touching it. I'm truly impressed. The crowd chuckled. But upon seeing their expressions, Meng Tian's face darkened even further. He dismissed the crowd outright. Afterward, he sat quietly, pondering how to harness electricity. He understood that some things were fundamentally different. Even though they had mastered everything back there, it didn't mean they could simply apply that knowledge here. After all, the manuals from the future were almost entirely designed for foolproof operation. But that was because countless devices and equipment were readily available all around. So they were foolproof. As long as it worked. But the situation at this very moment was far from that. Tang Dynasty. After Zheng He's men returned, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. Then they saw Li Yuan across from them. At that moment, Zheng He's body jerked violently. After all, Li Yuan had once been their emperor. But then he remembered that Li Yuan was now merely an emperor emeritus, stripped of all real power. He was practically a controlled figure. Under these circumstances, he refrained from saying much. He merely drew a slow breath. Then he addressed Li Yuan across from him. Your Imperial Majesty, I request you return to the palace. As his words fell, Li Yuan's gaze turned toward him. A flicker of anger shone in his icy gaze. The surrounding guards all gathered around, bowing slightly. Seeing their demeanor, in the end, Li Yuan sighed. He understood that he could still return unscathed. But if he dared to resist under these circumstances, these men would seize him without hesitation. That would be a colossal embarrassment. He snorted coldly and said nothing more, returning directly to his palace. At that moment, Zheng He also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had received Li Shimon's orders, if they were to act under such circumstances, the situation would be quite different for me. After all, he was the former emperor and they were merely guards. Zheng He turned to address the assembled group directly. The items brought back this time aren't numerous, so make good use of them. Also, keep a close eye on the surrounding situation. Remember, if any external enemies take advantage of this moment, report it immediately and send the musketeers over. Wipe them out one by one, leave not a single one alive. Chapter 209, Liu Bei's Expectations. Border Troops. Bai Qi's gaze swept over the returning men. A smile then appeared in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. Who would have thought there'd even be holiday perks? The goods you've procured are quite impressive. Li Zhuan and Lu Qin shall be appointed as 1,000 house commanders, each rewarded with 100 taels of gold. The rest shall be appointed as 100 house commanders, each rewarded with 2 taels of silver. Thank you, General. The entire group was filled with excitement. Especially Li Zhuan and Lu Qin. Within the entire Bai Qi Legion, neither of them had ever been particularly outstanding. In fact, they were downright mediocre. Promotion seemed almost impossible for them. If they were lucky, they might manage to retire before dying in battle. But that was just an ordinary soldier. Now, however, things were entirely different. Their status had risen to that of a 1,000 house commander. At this point, just one more step would practically guarantee their entry into the ranks of the nobility and high officials. Therefore, both of them were profoundly grateful. First, they were grateful to Bai Qi for bestowing this upon them. Second, they were grateful to the scenic area and Su Qi. After all, it was precisely because they had been summoned to the scenic area that all this had come to pass. The others were also filled with excitement. They all understood. Since Li Zhuan and Lu Qin could receive such commendations, then as long as they worked diligently within the scenic area, they too would surely receive similar rewards in the future. After everyone had risen, Bai Qi continued. Distribute these items first. Then it's our turn to crush the state of Qi. Bai Qi declared with excitement. As a general, Bai Qi naturally desired to help Qin conquer all other states and unify the realm. But things were never that simple. Especially for him, he simply couldn't achieve that goal, no matter how many people he massacred. Especially after reading the historical records. He understood his entire history. He was utterly astonished to learn that the king of Qin would eventually order his own execution. He wasn't afraid of death itself. What terrified him was the thought of dying before fulfilling his lifelong ambition. But now, everything had changed. His entire army had begun to grow powerful. Though firearms and gunpowder had not been widely adopted, a 200-man squad could still be assembled. The other soldiers were well fed and well rested, brimming with energy. Many soldiers have even been equipped with specially forged iron weapons. Their destructive power far exceeded that of their previous weapons. Bai Qi hesitated no longer. Shouldering the weighty responsibility of command, he marched toward the state of Qi. His actions, of course, were guided by the Qin king's instructions. Of course, once he fully understood the current situation, even if the king of Qin chose to turn a blind eye, Bai Qi would never sit idly by and await his doom. He might be executed, but he absolutely refused to meet the same fate as his historical counterpart. Qin Dynasty. Li Shishi's gaze held a hint of calm. Before him now stood Emperor Chongzhen. In the past, encountering the Chongzhen emperor would have filled him with trepidation, prompting him to kneel in reverence. But this was not the Li Shishi of today. For she knew almost exactly what was about to unfold. Sure enough, Emperor Chongzhen burst into laughter. This time, it's all thanks to you. If not for the items you selected, my palace might never have been electrified. Chongzhen chuckled as he spoke, then continued. Speak. What reward do you desire? I shall grant it to you. Listening to Chongzhen's words, Li Shishi smiled and replied. It's all thanks to your majesty's guidance. This humble maiden requires no reward. If you insist on one, then I only ask that your majesty protect my parents. Beyond that, I desire nothing else. After hearing these words, Chongzhen immediately responded. That is only natural. You may bring your parents to the palace to reside here. Rest assured, I know your father aspires to public office. I shall not demote him but rather promote him. If the situation at the scenic area improves, appointing your father as chancellor in the future is not out of the question. His voice rang out calmly. Li Shishi hastily nodded her thanks. As for the rest, I shall naturally reward you 1,000 taels of gold, 500 bolts of silk, and 200 mu of fertile land. The Three Kingdoms period. Lu Feng's gaze fixed on the scene before him. At that moment, Liu Bei's face was aglow with excitement. I never expected you could bring something back at this moment. Quick, let me see, is this an electric bulb? And this must be the lighter from before? And this one's rather unusual. Liu Bei picked up a compass and said curiously. Lu Feng promptly explained each item to him. After listening, Liu Bei nodded repeatedly. I see. So this thing can determine direction without needing sunlight? It's absolutely essential for military campaigns. Holding the compass he'd found for 3 yuan, Liu Bei's face lit up with excitement. Liu Bei naturally understood the intricacies of warfare. If they could navigate more accurately, the probability of errors would decrease significantly. This indirectly enhanced their combat effectiveness. Subsequently, Liu Bei bestowed a series of additional rewards upon Lu Feng. He then smiled warmly at Lu Feng across from him. I wonder how things are going with Su's team. Do they need to recruit new members now? If we are hiring, should I apply directly? Have you told him what I'm capable of doing now? Let me tell you, I can drift even when driving a horse-drawn carriage now. I'm pretty good at begging and robbery too. I can even put on a proper martial arts performance. Liu Bei rattled off one thing after another. His eyes now brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Clearly, upon learning of the situation at the scenic area, he couldn't wait to head there. Meanwhile, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, standing beside Liu Bei, exchanged a glance. Both saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. They felt their elder brother had lost his mind. The mission to restore the Han Dynasty remained unfinished. How could he be thinking about such things? Yet they could say nothing more. They could only sigh helplessly in that moment. After hearing his words, Lu Feng across from him slowly shook his head. Lord Lu, Su Zong doesn't have many people. He merely stated that if necessary, he would indeed summon the 3 of you. But now is not the time. Upon hearing these words, Liu Bei's eyes dimmed slightly. Yet his gaze soon regained its clarity as he spoke. That's fine. I've seen stories of us 3 brothers in history too. When the time comes, we'll just have a swear brotherhood at the Peach Garden moment and we'll go. Chapter 210, No work today. Su Qi was unaware of Liu Bei's thoughts. Earlier, Lu Feng had indeed asked him about this matter. But for Su Qi, he simply couldn't bring himself to actually select people to join. So he had merely responded with a non-committal remark. If the opportunity arises, I would be delighted to welcome Lu Huangshu and his 2 companions. Then Su Qi said no more. As for the rest, he'd leave it to Lu Feng to figure out. The autumn wind howled desolately. The sky had grown completely dark. Lying in bed, he gazed at the starry sky outside. A faint smile appeared in Su Qi's eyes. He was now a completely different person from before. Once, he had nothing, burdened by such a massive scenic area yet utterly helpless. But now, it could be said that he had finally put the scenic area on the right track. Profits poured in daily. In this situation, Su Qi almost felt he had no major life aspirations left. Today they'd bought so much stuff, damn it, they should be able to digest it all properly. Tomorrow, it's back to work as usual. Suchi chuckled as he spoke, about to close his eyes. But just then, the system alert suddenly sounded. Ding! Tomorrow is a holiday. Upon hearing this notification, Suchi shot upright in bed. His face was filled with astonishment. A holiday already? Why didn't they tell me earlier? Now that they're saying it, how am I supposed to tell them? Suchi was utterly speechless. If the system had informed him earlier, he could have directly told all the employees. Told them they didn't need to come in tomorrow, just come back the day after. But now, the system chose this moment to inform him. Suchi had absolutely no way to notify them. Not that he was completely without options. After all, there was still Li Shishi here. He could simply inform Li Shishi personally. Or perhaps he could simply skip summoning them tomorrow and let them rest at home. Suchi pondered carefully. But the moment this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but shake his head. Because at this moment, Suchi understood he absolutely couldn't do that. For those ancient people, the scenic area had become a place that could change their lives. Closing the access route to the scenic area without any notice and giving them time off. To them, this would never feel like a vacation, only like they'd been fired. Anyone would feel profoundly distressed. Even figures like Xiang Yu and Li Bai would be utterly astonished. It would undoubtedly be an agonizing experience. Though you could return the next day, the damage done in the meantime would be utterly detrimental. Sigh, looks like we'll just have to let them come in tomorrow. At worst, we'll pay them without requiring work. Suchi stated directly. For all employees, they have 2 fixed days off each week. But these employees never actually took them. That's right, during their days off, no matter who it was, they would still come to the scenic area as usual. Then they carried on with their regular duties. Suchi had mentioned this to them several times. He suggested they could stagger their days off. After all, it wouldn't significantly impact the scenic area's business. But aside from those few emperors, no one agreed. Or rather, they agreed in principle, but they still showed up anyway. Only a few emperors like Liu Bang. They genuinely needed to attend to matters at times, so they would arrive a bit later. But they would still come. But this time, with the system's scheduled downtime, Suchi had no intention of doing the same. Otherwise, it would defeat the entire purpose. But now that they'd come all this way, was he supposed to just let them spend the whole day sightseeing? Without any work? As Suchi pondered this, he couldn't help but shake his head again. He understood. Those people would never do that. Even if someone genuinely wanted to, seeing others start working or doing other things. It was simply unacceptable to everyone. Especially Li Shishi. He was now the ultimate workaholic among workaholics. Li Shishi works tirelessly every day with the sole purpose of buying a house. He'd push himself to absurd extremes. Understanding this, Suchi sighed helplessly. He couldn't shake the feeling that this situation was more painful than anything he'd ever experienced before. Just then, something suddenly occurred to Suchi. He lifted his head and gazed toward the entrance gate of the scenic area in the distance. The gate was quite large. 2 large iron fences. But if one were determined to climb over, it could be done. Yet despite this, no one has ever left. Not Li Shishi, not Liu Bang, not even Wu Zetian. Once they entered the scenic area, they remained within its confines, none daring to venture out directly. Not even Li Zhua, Lu Qing, or Li Shishi, the 3 who arrived first. None of them ever entertained the idea of leaving. Only Li Shishi would occasionally glance outside, her gaze drifting off into thought. Suchi had noticed this earlier, but he also knew the staff were forbidden from leaving the scenic area. So he could only pretend not to notice. But now the situation had changed. Suchi's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment's thought, he spoke up directly. Perhaps we could use this opportunity to take them out, let them have some fun. What do you think of this suggestion, system? After hearing Suchi's words, the system fell silent. Suchi showed no impatience, simply waiting quietly. 10 minutes later. The system responded. Accepted. Upon hearing the system's response, the streamer broke into a smile. He knew this time he was going to organize a major team-building event. He'd take Li Zhua, Lu Qing, and the others out for a good time. Instead of having them stay cooped up in the scenic area serving others all the time. Being served by others was quite a nice change for them. After all, they had traveled from ancient times to the modern era. If they were confined to the scenic area forever, though vast, it would undoubtedly feel like a cage to them. It would make their journey here feel pointless. Now that they could be let out, it would mean their journey hadn't been in vain. Understanding this, Suchi wasted no time. He quickly surveyed the surrounding attractions. Then he went straight ahead and rented 10 buses. He planned to take them sightseeing together the next day. Time swiftly arrived at the next morning. A flash of white light illuminated the scene. Liu Bang arrived first, accompanied by Empress Liu. Hand in hand, their faces radiated pure excitement. It made one wonder if they had done something special last night. Mr. Su, we're here for work. Spotting Su Qi in the distance, Lu Bang hurried over, beaming as he spoke. Su Qi cut straight to the point. No work today. Chapter 211, you can go out now. What? Lu Bang froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Su Qi to say that. He couldn't help but speak up. Why not go to work? If we don't go today, won't we lose our wages? 10 yuan a day is still very important to us. Mr. Su, please let me work. I promise I won't slack off. I'll definitely make the scenic area even more beautiful. He couldn't help but say. Empress Lu beside him gazed at Su Qi with a hint of resignation in her eyes, yet her expression held a touch of pleading. Huang beside them wore an expression of utter astonishment. Though he dared not speak, he too felt a sense of helplessness. Observing the expressions of the three, Su Qi shook his head. Today is a holiday, but your wages will be paid as usual. Consider this a benefit for you all. After hearing these words, Lu Bang finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he couldn't help but look at Su Qi and speak up. Mr. Su, if we're taking the day off, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just stay inside the scenic area? Somehow, this doesn't feel like a vacation to me. He murmured softly. However, after hearing his words, Su Qi flashed a mysterious smile and said directly. Once everyone's here, I'll tell you. For now, just hang around nearby. Hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang looked utterly perplexed. He didn't understand what Su Qi meant. Still, he nodded without further comment. He took the Empress to the side to exchange sweet nothings. Huang remained nearby with the female attendants. As flashes of white light flickered one after another, Li Bai, Du Fu, and others arrived one by one. Soon, everyone had gathered. Surveying the teeming crowd, Su Qi couldn't help but smile. At the beginning, he never imagined he would have so many employees. Su Qi cleared his throat slightly before announcing directly. Everyone, you don't have to work today. It's a holiday. Hearing this, some were overjoyed while others looked troubled. But when Su Qi added that even the day off wouldn't be deducted from their pay, they all shifted into excitement. Just then, Wu Zetian approached, her graceful gait accompanied by a faint smile. He couldn't help but look at Su Qi and spoke directly. Mr. Su, if we take a holiday, what exactly will we be doing? Would we be free to explore the scenic area? Or should we head back? After hearing his words, everyone's gaze turned toward him. At that moment, they were all curious, waiting for Su Qi's response. Observing their expressions, Su Qi raised an eyebrow slightly, then flashed a mysterious smile. Today, I don't plan to keep everyone confined to the scenic area. I'm planning to take you all to something fun. After all, this is our first real vacation. After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Huang stepped forward. Could it be that Su Qi wants to try some special role-playing? We're all willing to play along with him. The others nodded in agreement. If it were at the beginning, they might have refused. But now they've seen all kinds of people in the scenic area. Even an emperor here might just be a thug looking to rob people. Thus, their standards within the scenic area had sunk to an all-time low. They'd do almost anything. Of course, once they return to their own era, they'll go back to their usual lives. I could become a concubine for Mr. Su and let him enjoy himself thoroughly. Wu Zetian suddenly stepped forward from the side, her face alight with a smile. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of everyone present turned slightly astonished. They never imagined Empress Wu would be willing to sacrifice so much. Li Shishi, standing nearby, appeared somewhat awkward. Clearly, he too wanted to voice similar sentiments, but lacked the courage. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Su Qi sighed in exasperation. Today, I don't plan to keep everyone here in the scenic area. Hearing this, they exchanged bewildered glances. Li Bai spoke up. Mr. Su, are you planning to send us back? But Su Qi shook his head again. At that moment, everyone was completely baffled. They weren't staying in the scenic area, nor were they going back. Where could they possibly go? Could they possibly leave? Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Su Qi cut to the chase. Smart folks have probably guessed it already. Yep, today I plan to take everyone out for a trip. Since today is a holiday, there's no need to stay at our workstations. Let's go out and have some fun. That's the only way to make this trip to the modern world worthwhile. After hearing Su Qi's words, the group froze for a moment before their faces lit up with excitement. Li Shishi was the first to step forward. He couldn't help but glance at the massive iron gate in the distance. Are we really going out? Can we really go out, Mr. Su? He couldn't help but ask aloud. Su Qi nodded in confirmation. Li Shishi's smile couldn't be contained. He'd longed to go out and see the world. After all, at his age, curiosity and impulsiveness were ever present. But he knew he couldn't leave. He could even foresee that if he forced his way out, what awaited him might be an inability to return even to the ancient world. Yet the yearning remained within him, though he never voiced it to Su Qi. Now, Su Qi had actually said such words, which undoubtedly thrilled him immensely. The others were all equally astonished and thrilled. After all, none of them had anticipated such an event unfolding. Now, they were all filled with anticipation. Mr. Su, where are we headed after we leave? Li Shimin leaned in from the side, his curiosity piqued. Li Shimin was the first to learn about today's unexpected day off. But Su Qi still hadn't told him what they'd be doing during the break. Now that he'd heard about it, Li Shimin was equally curious. Su Qi then spoke up. Once we're out, I'll naturally take everyone out for a good time. For safety's sake, I'll take everyone to the mall and some scenic spots. Of course, everyone must return before work ends. Any objections? Hearing Su Qi's words, everyone shook their heads repeatedly. No one had any objections. Su Qi gave a faint smile. Very well. Since we've all agreed, let's depart now. Su Qi pointed toward the distance. Following his gaze, they immediately spotted a full fleet of 10 buses parked in the distance. Xiahou Ying's face lit up with excitement. He was eager to get going. Chapter 212, Leaving the Scenic Area. Mr. Su, can I take a turn driving? Xiahou Ying was brimming with excitement at that moment. But seeing his expression, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head. That's not possible. Why not, Mr. Su? You should know my driving skills. I'm exceptionally skilled not just driving a bus, but even drifting one would be no problem at all. Xiahou Ying pleaded. But seeing his expression, Su Qi couldn't help but sigh. He then pointed toward the distant bus. Those are all rentals, and they come with drivers. If you really want to drive one, you can ask the driver. But I doubt it's possible after all, you don't have a license. At the mention of the driver's license, the gleam in Xiahou Ying's eyes dimmed slightly. Xiahou Ying was deeply passionate about cars. His lifelong dream was to own a real car of his own. Naturally, he knew everything there was to know about cars. He understood the concept of a driver's license. He even wanted to take the test. But in this world, he didn't even possess a genuine identity. That is, he had no ID card. Under these circumstances, he simply had no way to take the test. He couldn't obtain a driver's license at all. This situation had Xiahou Ying feeling down for quite some time. But then he realized that once he drove the car back to ancient times, he wouldn't need a license anyway, so he let it go. But now, after finally spotting a bus, he was suddenly blocked by the driver's license issue. It was utterly frustrating, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. That said, Xiahou Ying still approached the bus driver across the street to ask if he could take the wheel. Sure enough, the bus driver immediately asked him if he had a driver's license. After all, the requirements for driving a bus like this were stricter than those for ordinary cars. Xiahou Ying was left speechless. The bus driver understood immediately. Therefore, he immediately refused him. However, he did agree to let Xiahou Ying observe while he drove. Xiahou Ying was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Su Qi surveyed the gathered crowd and spoke directly. Alright, everyone, hurry up and get on the bus. Just hop in randomly. You can spread out evenly, no need to crowd. The 10 buses I've hired are more than enough. Hearing Su Qi's words, the crowd nodded in agreement before boarding the buses one by one. Su Qi pointed toward the distance. Driver, just take us to the city center. Pick us up again in the evening to bring us back. That's all. After hearing his words, the driver nodded repeatedly. As the car slowly moved toward the distance, everyone leaned their heads out the windows. They gazed excitedly at the scenery outside, their eyes reflecting a unique expression at that moment. It looks spectacular. Look, what's that? Li Bai's exclamation echoed through the air. Everyone's gaze followed his direction. Across the fields, vast fields of wheat stood ripe and golden. But the crowd didn't seem particularly impressed. After all, they had seen it countless times on their phones before. What truly astonished them was the machine harvesting the wheat. The machine emitted a terrifying roar, spewing gray smoke. Wherever the machine passed, every last stalk of wheat was harvested. Not a single stalk remained. The sight left Li Bai with his mouth agape. So this is a harvester? Who knew a harvester like this could work so fast? This single machine could replace at least 100 farmers harvesting by hand. After hearing his words, the people around me nodded in agreement. At that moment, the driver spoke up. It's all true. It's perfectly normal for one harvester to replace 100 people. But judging by your expressions, is this your first time seeing a harvester? You're probably all city folks, aren't you? It's truly sad that city kids nowadays don't even recognize a combine harvester. The driver's face wore a look of genuine sorrow. Su Qi's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't offer any further explanation. Since the other party had already arrived at a self-consistent conclusion, then that was naturally the best outcome for Su Qi. It saved him from having to explain why everyone was so excited and thrilled by the scene outside. Mr. Su, can the seeds we bought also produce such a bountiful harvest? Xiang Yang couldn't help but speak up. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly before he replied directly. The types of seeds are similar. But some things are different. After all, the local climate is highly suitable for cultivating these crops. As for the conditions in your ancient times, I cannot say. Beyond that, during the growth process of these seeds, we won't be lacking in any of the essentials: herbicides, pesticides, growth enhancers, chemical fertilizers, and so on. It's precisely because these inputs keep increasing that such terrifying yields can be achieved. In contrast, while your region may have fewer natural disasters, what you grow is truly pure and natural. However, when cultivated on a large scale, certain disasters, especially plant diseases, become impossible to prevent. Thus, yields may decrease somewhat, but not excessively. After hearing these words, Yang couldn't help but nod in agreement. He had shared the same thoughts, but this time, Su Qi had truly resolved his doubts. What was that? So fast. Su Shi suddenly spoke up. He pointed toward the distant bullet train, the white high-speed rail car gliding along the tracks. Before Su Qi could speak, the driver beside him blurted out. What's wrong with you guys? Never seen a combined harvester before, fine. But you've never seen a high-speed train either? What backwater did you lot crawl out of? The driver spoke while turning to look at the group. Upon seeing their clothing, his expression remained largely unchanged. He was simply baffled by their reaction to the bullet train. After all, they weren't that far from the high-speed rail station. A short walk would have revealed it, yet they'd never seen one before. Naturally, this puzzled him greatly. Li Shishi spoke with a smile at this moment. Everyone had been immersed in their work and rarely ventured out. Thus, they had no way of knowing about these matters. But now we've learned about it from you, Master. We're grateful to you for that. After hearing his words, the driver looked puzzled but nodded nonetheless. For the rest of the journey, the driver acted as their tour guide, explaining everything they saw along the way. This actually spared Su Qi the trouble of having to do it himself. Chapter 213, Children are the Future. The bullet train roared past. Towering skyscrapers stretched endlessly into the distance. Qin Shi, Huang and the others looked out. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Qin Shi, Huang, Lu Bang, and the others managed to maintain their composure. Though somewhat astonished, that was all. In contrast, the others were not so composed. Lu Feng and the others all stared wide-eyed. Li Zhuo and Lu Qing were no different. They stared in astonishment toward the distance, watching the bullet train roar past. The towering skyscrapers standing tall upon the earth. Each sight shook their very souls. Is this the future? It's beyond belief. How could buildings be this tall? How did they manage it? How do they keep these structures from collapsing? Aren't buildings this tall prone to collapse? Emperor Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. As a skilled craftsman himself, he knew full well how incredibly difficult it would be to create what he saw before him. He had not been without his own dreams of such towering structures. But merely contemplating them filled him with despair. Such a feat was far beyond the capabilities of a single individual. Seeing his dejected state, Su Qi spoke directly. Every era has its own distinct characteristics. What your era built was already quite impressive. Though they couldn't compare to today's skyscrapers, they were at least half as tall. Emperor Yuan couldn't help but nod. For it was indeed true. But precisely because of this, it all left him feeling disappointed, hopeless, and helpless. For that half height had been achieved only by exhausting every ounce of their strength. To barely achieve that much. Yet here, amidst these towering skyscrapers, were actually quite numerous. That means such construction projects would be quite easy for them. If I could master these techniques, wouldn't it be possible to build such towering skyscrapers in my own era? Emperor Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi couldn't help but chuckle. In theory, that's exactly how it should be. But you must understand, even with modern technology, constructing such buildings normally takes years. And in your ancient times, when so many things weren't readily available, naturally, it would take even longer. Emperor Yuan nodded thoughtfully. He understood it wouldn't be that simple, yet he continued to ponder, believing he too could achieve something entirely different. What was that thing streaking by like a dragon? At that moment, Li Bai suddenly asked. After hearing his words, he smiled at the driver up front. That's called a high-speed rail. It can reach speeds of up to 360 kilometers per hour. After saying this, the driver glanced at the ancient attire worn by everyone. Then he continued. In a single day, it can cover over 4,300 kilometers. Of course, that's non-stop. Factoring in stops at each station, they could still cover over 3,000 kilometers. Upon hearing this figure, Li Bai, Su Shi, and the others all felt their pupils contract slightly. Such figures were utterly unprecedented to them. In ancient times, to travel thousands of kilometers in a single day, it would be nothing short of divine. Yet now, such a feat appeared before them. Their pupils contracted slightly, and their eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. It was truly terrifying. Lu Bang beside him couldn't help but exclaim. Then, as if suddenly struck by a thought, he spoke up. If we keep working here like this, then one day in the future, wouldn't that mean we could even take all these things back with us? Or build our own distinctive high-speed rail towers? Zheng and the others nearby nodded slightly. Clearly, they knew this was entirely possible. At that moment, everyone's eyes flickered with excitement. Excellent, truly excellent. Empress Lu stood beside Lu Bang. Her eyes brimmed with excitement. In the distance, Li Shimon's gaze flickered slightly. If at the beginning he hadn't been particularly interested in this matter, by now, everything had changed. He understood. Everything had become extraordinary, far beyond his wildest imagination. His original wish had been to work diligently here, then buy his own building in the modern world and bring his loved ones over. But now he realized it didn't matter if they never came. As long as they could build these skyscrapers in the ancient world, in the Tang Dynasty, then the difference between the ancient and modern eras wouldn't be so great after all. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Li Shimon's gaze flickered slightly at that moment. Gazing at the skyscrapers in the distance, he seemed to be surveying his own assets. Time ticked by second. Soon, they approached the city's outskirts. Several towering structures clustered together in the distance, enclosed by a massive wall. It seemed like some kind of special place. Third Central Elementary School. Wu Zetian read aloud the words inscribed on the massive sign. At that moment, his eyebrows arched slightly. He couldn't help but glance at Su Qi beside him. Mr. Su, could this really be an elementary school? As far as I recall, nowadays there are middle schools, high schools, even universities and higher-level institutions beyond elementary schools. Could an elementary school be this magnificent? He couldn't help but speak up. After hearing his words, the people beside him all turned to look. At that moment, their eyes all held a hint of surprise. In their minds, elementary schools shouldn't be like this. Elementary schools should be rather simple. It couldn't possibly be this good. Yet upon hearing their words, Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. This elementary school was just like that, and it was considered an ordinary one. Beyond that, there were also private elementary schools, which were even more exceptional. This remark left the assembled crowd momentarily silent, especially those with connections to ancient private tutoring schools. Li Yuan, standing nearby, took a deep breath. Even our highest-level academies are no better than this. They couldn't even compare to this so-called ordinary primary school before us. His voice rang out, faint and detached. A hint of resignation flickered in his eyes at that moment. In this moment, he felt the most intense clash between ancient and modern times. It was a clash of educational resources. It was a clash over the future. Everyone knew that children were the future. Only children could coexist in the future. The better the environment for children, the superior the learning resources, the stronger the future would be. Chapter 214, This is a good era. At that moment, everyone fell into a brief silence. But finally, they all took a deep breath, saying little more. As the bus arrived in the city, everyone disembarked one by one. As soon as they arrived, they were met with bustling streets. Vehicle after vehicle, cars they rarely saw in their daily lives constantly weaving through the streets. The scene even seemed somewhat congested. In the distance, crowds of people were constantly rushing about. Their pace was not slow, for they were rushing about in pursuit of their livelihoods. Li Bai and the others gathered together. At this moment, the clothes they wore undoubtedly made them stand out to those around them. After all, it was rare to see so many people dressed in ancient attire on the streets at the same time. Just then, a little girl spotted Li Bai and let out a sudden cry. Brother Li Bai! How did you get out here? The little girl ran over with a smile, grabbing Li Bai's hand. Then she asked Li Bai for his autograph. In that instant, Li Bai understood. The little girl in front of him must have visited the scenic area before. I'm even a fan of his. Brother, I'll sign it for you right now. Li Bai said with a smile, taking the pen the girl handed him. He signed 2 large characters on his shirt. The little girl walked away excitedly. With so many noodle shops around, you shouldn't have to worry about going hungry in this era, right? At that moment, Su Shi suddenly spoke up. Su Dongpa created Dongpa pork. Beyond his own profound passion for fine cuisine. But more significantly, he understood that hunger was a common occurrence in ancient times. Nearly everyone had experienced hunger. Even those in positions of power like themselves had also experienced hunger. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi looked directly at him and said with a smile. That's only natural. In this era, you might not accumulate more wealth. Perhaps your efforts won't guarantee everything. But you will never go hungry. His voice rang out calmly. Even in this era, if for some extraordinary reason you find yourself without enough money to buy a bowl of noodles, you still won't go hungry. His voice sounded again, then pointed toward a noodle shop in the distance. See that noodle shop? If you sincerely ask for a bowl of noodles instead of begging for money, the owner will most likely feed you until you're full for free. Even if this particular shop owner refuses, there are other restaurants along this street. As Su Qi's voice faded, the surrounding crowd fell completely silent. Even figures like Li Shimen, who would later become emperor, understood that in this world, some things are utterly different. They had experienced many such moments, even in the era they now inhabited. Whether it was the Tang Dynasty, the Qing Dynasty, or the Song Dynasty, the starving will always exist. Beggars will always exist. Yet these beggars rarely manage to get any food. Yet at this very moment, the situation has changed completely. Simply asking for noodles is enough to get them. Wouldn't the owners suspect they were trying to deceive him? At this moment, Su Dongpa couldn't help but speak up. And what he asked was naturally what everyone else around him wanted to ask. After receiving their first paychecks, Ying, Zheng and the others wanted to buy not only technologies that could change the era. What they truly needed were seeds. Yes, they wanted wheat seeds and corn seeds. They aimed to achieve 1,000 caddies per mu in their own era. Only with sufficient food could the nation grow stronger. This was the dream they had cherished for nearly their entire lives. Ensuring every peasant and commoner had enough to eat was also their lifelong aspiration. But now, in this era, the protection had succeeded. Su Qi nodded. No one would cheat over a bowl of noodles. Because a bowl of noodles just wasn't worth it. After speaking slowly, Su Qi said no more, his gaze shifting forward. Someone had already walked over. This person was none other than Lu Bang. Lu Bang had always been portrayed as an old man. Within the scenic area, he played the role of a rogue. With a little tidying up, he could easily pass as a beggar. And at this very moment, that's exactly what he was. He merely altered his appearance slightly and slowly walked into the noodle shop Su Qi had mentioned earlier. Everyone knew exactly what Lu Bang was up to. Lu Bang had gone to verify Su Qi's words. Even with the truth right before their eyes, they still found it hard to believe. Time ticked by second. Su Qi stood nearby, waiting quietly without saying much. He knew it would succeed. Time ticked by second. Sure enough. After waiting for a moment, a figure approached from the distance. And that person was none other than Lu Bang. At that moment, Lu Bang held a bowl of noodles in his hand. A plain bowl of boiled noodles. With only a pinch of salt sprinkled on top. For many people today, they would absolutely refuse to eat it. But for those who were truly hungry, they would certainly eat it. And Lu Bang was now eating it, one bite at a time. Having spent a long time in the modern world, Lu Bang naturally knew this bowl of noodles wasn't particularly precious. In fact, it was quite ordinary compared to the meals he was accustomed to. Yet he still ate it in big, hearty bites. Those around him watched this scene, all falling into silence. Then, they were surprised. Because Lu Bang was actually coming over. This fact alone was more shocking to them than any words could be. Because this was the truth. Are you really coming? Empress Lu stepped forward first. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke. After hearing his words, Lu Bang handed the noodles in his hand to Empress Lu before him. He was the emperor, she was the empress. By all accounts, such a bowl of noodles should not have caused much trembling. But this moment was different. Li Shishi and the others all gathered around. In Empress Lu's hands, it was merely an ordinary bowl of noodles. Yet for those present, this moment proved transformative. It had almost changed their perspective. Indeed, in this era, no one would ever go hungry or starve to death. This was truly the best of times. Li Shishi spoke slowly from the side. Upon hearing these words, the others all nodded in agreement. For they all felt it to be true. At that moment, Su Qi spoke up slowly. Every era is different. This one may have its shortcomings, but no one will starve to death here. As long as one is willing to work hard, though they may not become wealthy or noble, they can live a simple life without any problems. Chapter 215, Painting a Picture. No one said much. Su Qi led them onward. Though they were all dressed in period costumes. To the passers-by, it was just cosplay. So while some did give them extra attention, that was the extent of it. The group made their way unimpeded and soon arrived at the supermarket. Seeing the vast shopping center, everyone was somewhat surprised. This place was so much bigger than the supermarket back at our scenic area. I can't even say how many times bigger. Yeah. The one in the scenic area has a decent selection, but it always feels a bit small. This large supermarket, however, seemed to have everything. Li Bai and the others looked a bit awkward. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi smiled and said, "Alright, everyone has the money I gave you. Go ahead and buy what you need. Just remember, don't overspend." After hearing Su Qi's words, the group exchanged glances and without hesitation, headed straight for the shopping area. Wu Zetian, Li Shishi, Lu Empress, and the others led a group of female attendants into the clothing section. They looked here, they looked there. They were dazzled by the array of choices. Almost everyone ended up buying a garment they liked. Xiaohong rode to the toy section and selected a toy car that looked cool. Though he couldn't afford a real car yet, a toy car was a decent substitute. Xiaohong chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Ying Zhang and the others headed toward the book section. For Ying Zhang and his companions, buying more books meant gaining more knowledge. Li Shishi hadn't left yet, he remained beside Su Qi. Su Qi looked at him curiously. "Old Li, aren't you planning to buy anything?" he asked curiously. However, after hearing his words, Li Shishi slowly shook his head. "I've seen all these things on my phone. What I could buy, I've already ordered online. They'll probably arrive in a few days. So this mall is just a quick glance for me. After hearing his words, Su Qi beside him nodded slightly. Though these ancient people arrived at the scenic area at different times, some arriving earlier and others later. But with smartphones provided to them, almost everyone had access to a vast amount of information online. A few guards even nearly strayed off course. Li Shishi caught them in time, and while they were red-faced and flustered, he gave them a stern lecture. They were then punished by being barred from using their phones for 3 days. Witnessing this, the surrounding guards naturally grew apprehensive and steered clear of those restricted areas. Mr. Su, I'm truly grateful you took us shopping this time. I'm truly grateful. After all, even though we can glimpse the world's prosperity from within the scenic area, it still pales in comparison to the real world. Li Shishi spoke slowly. After hearing his words, Su Qi let out a soft chuckle. Rest assured, though most of your time is currently confined to the scenic area. But in the future, once you've fully adapted to life here, you might have the chance to come and go freely like the people of this world. By then, the scenic area will truly be nothing more than a workplace for you. Su Qi's voice sounded calm and detached. As he spoke, his gaze flickered slightly. Though Su Qi was essentially painting a rosy picture, he believed this pie was achievable, possible. It just wouldn't happen anytime soon. After all, the ancient people's wages were only 280 a month. A truly meager sum. Under these circumstances, for them to truly integrate into this world, the company would naturally need to upgrade. The likelihood of that happening anytime soon isn't very high. After hearing Su Qi's ambitious plans, Li Shishi, standing nearby, saw a flicker of light in his eyes. He promptly bowed his head and spoke. Li Shishi extends his gratitude to CEO Su in advance. Seeing his reaction, Su Qi smiled slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Moments later, everyone had finished their shopping. Earlier, they had also shopped within the scenic area, but they had spent nearly all of the 10 yuan they could bring back. Now, in this shopping mall, they spent the remaining 490 yuan in its entirety. Glancing at the items everyone had purchased, Su Qi chuckled softly before speaking directly. It's inconvenient for everyone to walk around carrying all this stuff. How about this, put everything in the car first, then I'll take you all out to eat. Everyone nodded in agreement and loaded all their purchases into the car. Soon, they arrived at a spacious restaurant with Su Qi. This restaurant was huge. Su Qi had founded in the city the best restaurant capable of accommodating such a large group. This place looks so tall. I wonder which floor we'll be eating on. Lu Bang asked curiously. After hearing his words, Su Qi chuckled softly and then said directly. You can all take a guess. Whoever's answer is closest to the floor I've chosen will get a special reward of 100 yuan from me. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, the group's eyes lit up. Though this 100 yuan certainly couldn't be taken back to ancient times, it represented 10 days' worth of earnings for them. I think it's the first floor. After all, the lobby downstairs is huge. With all of us here, we definitely have to eat on the first floor. Su Shi spoke up first. Li Bai shook his head immediately. I think we should go to a higher floor, at least the 10th floor. After all, we saw how tall this building is when we came in. The 10th floor should be quite nice. Everyone chimed in one after another. But almost none suggested going above the 12th floor. Su Qi understood in ancient times, buildings weren't typically constructed very tall. Even Li Shishi and his contemporaries had never seen particularly tall buildings. So for them, this was practically the limit of their imagination. Yet one person remained silent. And that person was none other than Qin Huang. Su Qi turned his gaze toward Qin Huang. Then he spoke directly. I wonder which floor the first emperor was guessing. Upon hearing Su Qi's inquiry, the first emperor realized he still needed to provide an answer. He pondered slowly for a moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, the first emperor lifted his eyes. He spoke directly. I believe it's above the 20th floor. Su Qi's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately asked. Why do you think that, Your Majesty? The first emperor continued. When I entered the restaurant, I already noticed it was higher than we imagined. Though I haven't counted the exact number, it's definitely above the 30th floor. With so many of us, if we were simply here to eat, there was no need to come to such a high floor. Chapter 216, Not for Nothing. So when Mr. Su brought us to such a high-altitude restaurant, he must have had something in mind. I suspect he might be planning to take us even higher. After hearing Qin Huang's analysis, Su Qi couldn't help but applaud him. Spot on. Today, I'll take you all to the restaurant's highest floor, the 33rd. Let everyone take in the entire city. After saying this, Su Qi led everyone to the top floor. Since there were so many people, they didn't ascend together. Instead, they ascended in separate groups. Just taking the elevator consumed a full hour. Yet none of those waiting in line voiced any complaints. For they all yearned to see the city's true form from the highest level. Li Zhuan and Lu Qing, unable to wait, even climbed the floors with several guards and attendants, forcing their way up. Once everyone gathered on the top floor, they all pressed their faces against the windows, gazing out. Whether pedestrians or vehicles, everything below now appeared as tiny as ants in their eyes. The sight left them utterly awestruck. It was truly so high. In ancient times, I wonder if we could have built such a towering structure. Emperor Yuan Shun spoke first from the side. He had long harbored such thoughts. Now, standing atop the highest level, his conviction only deepened. After hearing his words, Su Qi paused to consider for a moment before responding directly. It's not feasible for the time being. Hearing this, Emperor Yuan Shun's expression shifted slightly. A shadow of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Why is that? Su Qi continued. That's because you currently lack specialized equipment. Though you possess some knowledge, it amounts to little more than primitive concrete manufacturing. Under these conditions, constructing such tall floors carries a risk of collapse. I estimate you could manage 10 stories at most. Moreover, constructing a truly tall building like that requires various designs, steel reinforcement, and so on. For your era, it will still require considerable time. Watching Emperor Yuanchuan's gaze gradually grow dim. At that moment, Su Qi chuckled softly before speaking. But don't lose heart. Though it may not happen soon, as long as you keep working here in the scenic area, one day you'll be able to bring all this knowledge back with you. Then, in your own era, constructing such a towering structure on your own would very well be possible. The group nodded in unison. Especially Li Shishi, whose eyes lit up even brighter. Alright, all the dishes are served. Let's eat. Su Qi announced. Then he led them to the dining hall to begin their meal. Everyone ate quickly. Even the generals, who had hearty appetites, didn't take too long. By the time everyone had finished eating, at that point, Su Qi had only eaten half of his meal. This left Su Qi feeling rather speechless. He couldn't help but speak up. You don't need to eat so quickly. You can have some more. However, everyone shook their heads. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi instantly understood. These people weren't planning to waste time eating. Because for them, this was their only chance to get out. Under these circumstances, they wanted to observe the world more, to observe this city. They want to experience real life and society more fully, rather than waste time on eating. After realizing this, Su Qi sighed helplessly. Alright, I get it. I'm almost done eating anyway. Let's head to the next stop then. Li Shishi asked curiously. Mr. Su, where might our next stop be? The others nearby also perked up, quietly awaiting Su Qi's response. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi let out a soft chuckle. Then he spoke directly. I was planning to take you to the museum. But I don't think we have enough time today. Besides, museums mostly focus on history, which probably isn't something you need to know much about. After finishing his words, Su Qi stood up, looked straight at everyone present, and said directly. So the place I'm taking you next is the hospital. The moment those words fell, everyone froze in surprise. They knew perfectly well what a hospital was. Yet they were all surprised and confused. Su Qi had clearly brought them here for a tour. Why would he take them to a hospital? Could it be that he intended for them to tour the hospital? This seemed rather difficult for them to grasp. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi chuckled softly before continuing. I've already booked health checkup packages for everyone. Once you arrive, you can proceed directly with the examinations. This will help identify any existing health issues or hidden risks. Those in good health will naturally be the best case. For those with health issues, we'll address them directly. Since everyone works at the scenic area, it's only natural to ensure your health. After hearing Su Qi's words, everyone present suddenly had an epiphany. Then their eyes all lit up slightly. Their eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Especially Liu Bang and Empress Lu, along with Qin Shi Huang and Ying Zheng from the Qin Dynasty. The first three were among the older individuals present. They could all sense that their bodies were experiencing some issues. Especially Qin Shi Huang. According to history, he would pass away within a few years. During his time at the scenic site, he was also very focused on health preservation. He hoped to prolong his life for a few more years. Now that Su Qi intended to take him for a checkup and treat any ailments. For him, this was undoubtedly a source of excitement. For he understood. Even if the issues within his body couldn't be completely cured, systematic care could still significantly improve his condition. Perhaps he could truly extend his years. Ying Zheng of the Qin Dynasty had harbored similar thoughts. Though he currently refrained from consuming those elixirs. Having studied history, he knew that his own premature death led to the Qin Dynasty collapsing after only 2 emperors. He believed that if he could extend his lifespan, the Qin Dynasty could endure for at least several more generations. As for the others, they harbored similar thoughts. Though they were generally younger. But figures like Li Zhuo and Lu Qing, due to their experiences on the battlefield, their bodies harbored hidden ailments to varying degrees. Su Qi led the group downstairs in a grand procession. Then he led them in a grand procession to the hospital. This time, he planned to treat everyone to a luxurious comprehensive physical examination. So everyone could work with peace of mind in the scenic area. At least this trip wouldn't be for nothing. Chapter 217, How did I survive this long? Upon arriving at the hospital, the group began lining up for their checkups. Worth mentioning, all they needed to do was provide their names to get checked. It was incredibly convenient. This was a relief to Su Qi. Otherwise, it would have been quite a hassle for these ancient individuals present to obtain identification. But he understood. The system should be able to handle it. The queue was undergoing physical examinations. Li Bai stared thoughtfully outside while muttering to himself. Brother Tai Bai, what are you doing? Su Qi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Li Bai broke into a smile. Finally, he continued. Mr. Su, I'm composing poetry. Poetry? Su Qi was taken aback at first. Then it dawned on him. This is Li Bai, the renowned poet of the Tang Dynasty. So, in such circumstances, having witnessed so much splendor, having witnessed so many extraordinary things, wouldn't it be perfectly natural for Li Bai to compose poetry? He wrote poetry, but never shared it? So we could appreciate them too. Li Shishi approached from the side, speaking with curiosity. After hearing his words, Li Bai first gave a faint smile. Then he continued. The poems composed here are forgotten by all. After all, in this era, poetry isn't exactly a popular thing. I once composed a poem and shared it on my social feed. Many people did indeed like it and praised my work. But when I asked again the next day at the scenic area, not a single person could recall them. At this point, Li Bai couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, for Li Bai at this moment, he could compose poetry, and he loved to compose poetry. But the prerequisite was that someone had to record his verses and then spread them through song. Otherwise, wouldn't it all be for naught? Once he grasped this point, Su Qi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. But what's with all this mumbling you're doing here? Just writing poetry for yourself to hear? Hearing Su Qi's curious words, Li Bai across from him chuckled softly once more. I've memorized them all. Once I return, I'll recite them for my friends. Only they will remember them and help spread the word. Su Shi leaned in closer. His face was filled with astonishment. Brother Bai, have you actually begun composing poetry already? Why didn't you tell me? I've been watching all this time. Li Shishi looked at him curiously. Aren't you a poet yourself? I saw your name pop up quite a bit when I searched online. How come you haven't composed a single one in all this time? Su Qi was also somewhat curious. After all, while Su Shi's fame might not quite match Li Bai's, the gap wasn't that great. At the very least, he was also a renowned poet. Under these circumstances, Su Shi should have composed poetry. Yet he did nothing. He merely scratched his head. Then he spoke with a hint of resignation. Seeing Brother Bai didn't compose one, I assumed it wasn't necessary or perhaps even inappropriate, so I never attempted it myself. At that moment, everyone's eyebrows twitched slightly. Yet no one said anything more. For they all knew that doing it now would be too late. The daylight hours passed quickly. Plus, there were so many people here. After completing the physical examinations, it was already time to clock out. So they were definitely going back. Thus, for Su Shi at this moment, he had nearly missed the opportunity of the day. After all, for poets like them, inspiration must strike spontaneously to produce fine verse. Once that moment passed, it was gone forever. Alright, there'll be other chances. Let's just get the physical done first. Su Qi said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. They lined up to wait for their checkups. Fortunately, this hospital had numerous checkup windows. Even though there were quite a few people present, everyone could still get in line. What is your name? The doctor conducting the physical examination glanced up at Qin Shi Huang, who stood before him in his ceremonial robes. He paused for a moment, then asked directly. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shi Huang raised his head. Ying Zheng. The pen in the doctor's hand froze mid-stroke. He couldn't help but lift his head, staring at the Qin Shi Huang before him. But in the end, he dutifully wrote down the characters for Ying Zheng. And you? Another physician conducting the examination inquired of the Qin king before him. The king of Qin also looked up. Ying Zheng. At that moment, the air fell into a profound silence. The two doctors exchanged glances, their faces filled with utter bewilderment. You two calling him Ying Zheng is one thing. But did you two really have to share the same name? King Qin scratched his head. Then I'll go by Su Zheng. His surname naturally followed Su Qi's. But Su Qi didn't mind. After all, it was just a name. And it would likely only be used this one time. What's your name? After committing the name Su Zheng to memory, the doctor looked up again at Lu Bang across from him. Lu Bang lifted his head. My name is Lu Bang. A sharp crack echoed. The pen in the doctor's hand emitted a sharp, explosive crack. The doctor in front of him gasped for breath several times. But in the end, he wrote down the name. In the examination room next door. You have some malnutrition. You're really lacking in too many areas. Don't your parents feed you at all? The doctor stared at Lu Feng's daughter before him, his face filled with astonishment. At that moment, Lu Feng's daughter also appeared somewhat dazed. Lu Feng hurried over. Our family is poor. We don't get to eat many good things usually. The doctor seemed skeptical at first, but upon seeing Lu Feng's visibly malnourished appearance, he paused for a moment. Finally, he nodded. This can't go on. Take the medicine I've prescribed and start taking it right away. Make sure to eat proper meals from now on, no more malnutrition. Otherwise, with your physiques, you might just collapse out there one day. The doctor cautioned. Meanwhile, Suchi watched the Lu Feng family of 3. He shook his head helplessly. After all, the 3 of them did show signs of malnutrition. After all, during the 3 Kingdoms period, they were essentially refugees. Survival itself was a blessing, let alone having enough to eat. Though since arriving at the scenic area, they could eat their fill every day, and now with Liu Bei and the others' help, even in this ancient world, they were no longer without food or clothing. But it hasn't been long. Their bodies hadn't fully recovered yet. Sizzle! A sizzling sound came from nearby. A middle-aged man stared at Qin Huang's medical report. He frowned and said, "Buddy, what have you been eating? How did your body accumulate so many toxins? And almost all of them are heavy metal toxins. I'm genuinely curious, how have you managed to survive this long?" Chapter 218, Political Career. The middle-aged doctor's eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. In his view, it was impossible for a normal person to accumulate such a massive amount of toxins in their body. He couldn't help but scrutinize the man before him, Qin Huang. No wonder you said your name is Ying Zheng. Only Ying Zheng in his later years could have accumulated this much heavy metal in his body. You're not just cosplaying the appearance, you've cosplayed the insides too. The middle-aged doctor shook his head repeatedly. Now, as he looked into the first emperor's eyes, it was as if he were gazing upon a man on the brink of death. Pity flowed endlessly from his gaze. At that moment, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Simultaneously, the gaze they cast upon the first emperor carried a hint of helplessness. They all knew which timeline the first emperor had come from. They also knew the exact year and month of his demise. But until now, it hadn't really sunk in. He just coughed frequently and visited the laboratory more often than usual. Now, however, it was clear beyond doubt that he was terminally ill. Qin Huang's brow furrowed slightly. Even upon learning his days were numbered, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he slowly opened his own skull. Death is inevitable for all men, yet some lives weigh heavier than Mount Tai, while others are lighter than a feather. I have indeed been too trusting of others' words before, but from this day forward, I shall never be so again. After receiving the emperor's assurance, the physician across from him finally exhaled in relief. He then prescribed some medicine and sent him on his way. Subsequently, Liu Bang and Empress Liu underwent examinations as well. The results revealed no significant health issues, merely the common ailments of old age. This news brought relief to Liu Bang and Empress Liu. Yet it also left them feeling somewhat helpless. For they knew that in this world, even modern-day age-related ailments could not be cured. They could only be alleviated to a certain extent. Under these circumstances, nothing was straightforward. In other words, they can only passively bear the burden. They cannot afford to be overly accepting. After all, their bodies are already in this state. Even though we've already arrived at the scenic area, there's little room for significant changes in the short term. So they've practically uncovered every ailment from ancient times. Yet even so, the crowd merely perked up. Some felt exhilarated, while others were overcome with sorrow. But that was all. Even Qin Huang, the most severely afflicted, his eyes flickered slightly. He knew that according to the original course of history, he had only a few years left to live. But now that he had entered the shadow zone, everything had changed. Under these circumstances, he did not succumb to excessive fear. His gaze finally flickered slightly. Once everyone had finished their inspections, Su Qi led them directly downstairs. By now, everyone should have a fairly clear understanding of their own bodies, right? Su Qi asked directly. Upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes flickered slightly. Then they all nodded in agreement. Because they knew that whether they admitted it or not, their bodies were indeed in such a state. The stronger were naturally stronger. The weaker were naturally weaker. Take Xiang Yu, for instance. His physique was nearly flawless, or rather, it surpassed that of ordinary people today. He was practically a minor superhuman. Compared to him, figures like Liu Bang and Qin Huang were slightly inferior. Especially Qin Huang. Compared to ordinary people, his physique was notably inferior. But that was the extent of it. The others didn't perceive any change in their surroundings. Because for them, everything was worth it. And it was all real. Once everyone had completed their inspections, Su Qi led them back to the scenic area. Upon their arrival at the scenic area, everyone's eyes flickered slightly. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. To them, everything they had experienced today felt like a dream. as if it had never happened. Yet it was all etched into their minds, causing their eyes to flicker slightly. So then, was everything here real? Did we truly witness everything outside? Li Shishi couldn't help but speak up. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He was still pondering whether everything that had happened before was a mistake. But up to this point, he felt it must all be real. He had never seen it before, yet now he had experienced it all. Therefore, his eyes brightened slightly. His gaze flickered with a flicker of excitement at that very moment. Li Shishi turned his gaze directly to Zheng beside him. Once you return, find a way to replicate everything here for me. Avoid any issues arising in the short term. I want to witness events identical to those here in our own era. After hearing Li Shishi's words, Zheng nodded repeatedly, though his lips twitched slightly. Because even now, he knew full well that this was utterly impossible. Even if he exhausted every ounce of strength, even if he sacrificed his own life, there was absolutely no way to replicate what was happening now. Lu Bang glanced at Xiahou Dun beside him and spoke. Once we return, recreate everything here for me. If nothing else, at least replicate that bus. I trust you can succeed. Upon hearing Li Shishi's words, Xiahou, who had initially intended to refuse, found himself nodding in agreement at that moment. For he suddenly realized. At the beginning, he might have been able to refuse. But now, refusal had become a luxury he could no longer afford. If he chose refusal at this moment, what awaited him would be endless imprisonment and punishment. Under these circumstances, success became his only option. Everyone's gaze flickered slightly. Now they finally understood their physical condition. Some discovered their bodies were in peak condition, allowing them to perform high-difficulty maneuvers without restraint. Take Xiang Yu at this very moment. Not only did he perform a palm dance while balancing the table on one hand, he went straight into a split. He even performed a unique dance on the spot, undoubtedly showcasing his formidable physical prowess and capabilities. Beyond him, others were in the same state. Take Li Bai, for instance. He kept reciting the poems he'd composed about everything he'd encountered today. He believed that bringing these poems back would undoubtedly elevate his reputation and prestige significantly. Perhaps he could even catch Emperor Taizong's eye and enter the civil service. Chapter 219, Not in Vain. Soon, Su Qi led the group back into the scenic area. At this moment, the group still felt somewhat reluctant to leave. After all, everything they had experienced felt utterly different. It was their first time leaving the scenic area. It was their first glimpse of the world beyond. Under these circumstances, their eyes flickered slightly. Their eyes flickered faintly in that moment. Just after returning to the scenic area, their eyes met and Li Bai couldn't help but say, "Was everything we just experienced real?" Hearing his words, Su Shi beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Brother Bai, everything we've experienced is naturally real. Under the current circumstances, nothing could possibly be fake. Could you explain the ancient poetry to me first? After I understand it, I might even be able to transmit it to you when I return. Let your poetry flourish in my era." After hearing Su Shi's words, Li Bai pondered slowly at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but shake his head. "I don't think so." He spoke directly. "In your eyes, this moment flickers with something different. If it were my era, then such poetry could naturally be spoken. But as history tells me, in your time, I should have been long dead, shouldn't I? To you, I am an immortal. These poems of mine never existed in your history. What purpose would it serve for you to take them back now? Would anyone truly recognize them?" He couldn't help but speak up. His gaze flickered slightly at that moment. Yet, after hearing his words, everyone's gaze trembled slightly. If at the beginning they all believed their own thoughts were correct, by now, everything had shifted. "I think you're right, what you've experienced only affects your own timeline. So you only need to bring back everything you've created. In contrast, for everything else, no thoughts need be held." Li Shishi's voice sounded out slowly. Beside him, Zheng also spoke indifferently. "Exactly. We only alter our own timeline, other timelines remain unchanged." As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the distant Qin Huang. For him, if his actions could alter the timeline, then the future Qin Huang would absolutely not be like this. He was utterly clueless, showing no signs of having ever encountered a police officer. Therefore, he understood. He and the Qin Huang before him undoubtedly came from different timelines, and they would be heading to different timelines as well. Under these circumstances, he wouldn't dwell on it much. They would simply exchange information periodically. The king of Qin circling the pillar and the Mount Tai sacrificial rites were the only matters. Indeed, they had now reached a consensus. It was almost exactly like the 135,246 scenario. As for Sunday, that would naturally be decided by drawing lots. Or perhaps they'll just tank the game outright. Indeed, if all timelines were interconnected, if the person plucked from each spacetime wasn't ourselves, then perhaps I wouldn't exist. The era I inhabit would be entirely different. His voice sounded faintly, his gaze flickering slightly. Su Qi looked at the people present. At that moment, he let out a soft chuckle. The moment you arrived at the scenic area, your loss of control was completely stripped away. As for what your world will become in the future, that depends entirely on your own actions. Even I cannot predict it. After hearing Su Qi's words, the group's eyes flickered slightly. They exchanged glances. Then they all nodded in unison. Because they knew. Everything they knew was exactly as it was. Everything they understood was equally so. So under these circumstances, change, but not too much. Mr. Su. It's time to clock out now. We're leaving work. Li Shishi stated directly. Her gaze flickered slightly at that moment. However, after hearing his words, Wu Zetian, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. I feel that every time we return, we just stay in one place. Isn't that a bit problematic? Especially with Huang, he even brought his horseback. Under these circumstances, having him crammed in with us all seems a bit awkward. Wouldn't it be better if we assigned ourselves a separate place? After hearing his words, everyone's gaze turned toward Su Qi. Clearly, they shared the same thoughts. Meeting their intense gazes, Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. Then he spoke directly. Indeed. The situation here isn't as dire as everyone imagines. Of course, it's also not as straightforward as everyone imagines. It's true that every time you come here, everyone ends up in the same place that's not quite right. So I plan to properly separate you all. After hearing Su Qi's words, the group exchanged glances, their eyes all sparkling with a glimmer of hope. Among them were men and women. And they hailed from different eras. Under these circumstances, appearing in the same place every time, their interactions and gazes were inevitably tinged with astonishment. But if change were possible, the situation would naturally be different. Mr. Su, how do you intend to change this? Li Shishi spoke up at that moment. After hearing his words, Su Qi's eyes flickered slightly. He spoke directly. I plan to open a new dormitory for everyone. As these words fell, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Li Shishi's eyes, however, held a trace of surprise. How could this be? Wouldn't my promotion then be for nothing? After all, only I am currently permitted to stay in the dormitory. If everyone gains access, what advantage would my dormitory hold? He couldn't help but speak up, his eyes brimming with outright refusal. At that moment, all eyes turned to him as if they were about to devour him. Yet in that instant, everything slowly dissipated. After a moment, Su Qi spoke up. Rest assured, it won't be in vain. Everything you've experienced up to now is your own capital. Beyond that, little else will change. His voice flickered slightly, and a hint of a smile played in his eyes. Chapter 220, a special program. So does that mean we can stay here all night and not go back? Lu Bang spoke with excitement radiating from his face. For him at this moment, this was the thing he anticipated most. All eyes around him turned to him. At this moment, they too were filled with anticipation. Feeling the weight of their expectant gazes, Su Qi couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Not at all. Ah, then what exactly is our dormitory for? Wu Zetian couldn't help but blurt out. They had assumed this dormitory was meant for their living quarters. They would enjoy the same perks as Li Shishi. But judging by the current situation, things weren't turning out that way. Therefore, it aroused considerable curiosity within them. Under everyone's gaze, Su Qi spoke directly. Every time you come, you all gather together. When there were fewer of you, it was manageable. But now the numbers keep growing. It's become extremely chaotic. So under these circumstances, I plan to arrange some dormitories for you. This way, coming to work won't be so difficult. At that moment, everyone suddenly understood. Though it couldn't compare to Li Shishi's arrangements, it was sufficient under the current circumstances. After all, they now had a place of their own. This was especially true for Lu Bang. He had to carry nearly everything he needed back each day. But as the number of people grew, his needs only grew. He didn't have time to carry everything back every day. Now that he had his own place, he could finally store things properly. Besides that, there were also things like cell phones. These items could only be used within the scenic area and couldn't be taken back at all. Every day, they have to leave their phones behind when they clock out. It's undoubtedly a bit of a hassle. But now that they have a dormitory, it's much more convenient. Everyone nodded in agreement, but said little else. Tomorrow is the festival everyone must prepare thoroughly. This is the first festival our scenic area has ever hosted. It also marks the first milestone in our scenic area's development. Absolutely no mistakes can be made. Li Shishi stepped forward first. Rest assured, General Su, we will spare no effort. Qin Huang and Zheng, standing nearby, also spoke up. Exactly. We'll make sure this festival is a resounding success. Elevate the scenic area to new heights. At that moment, the gazes of the crowd flickered slightly. Their eyes, in that instant, flashed with entirely different expressions. As everyone transformed into white light and left their posts, The entire vast scenic area was now left with only two people. One was naturally Su Qi. The other was Li Shishi. Aren't you heading back today? Su Qi looked at Li Shishi beside him with curiosity. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi smiled faintly and nodded. That's right. Right now, I'd much rather stay here with you, Mr. Su, than go back. Hearing this, Su Qi chuckled softly. Then come along with me. With that, Su Qi began walking forward at a leisurely pace. At that moment, Li Shishi's eyes held a hint of puzzlement. Nevertheless, he followed Su Qi's lead. Soon, they arrived at a small pavilion. Su Qi pressed a switch. The next moment, the dimly lit pavilion before them suddenly burst into brilliant light. Soft, multicolored light. In the silent darkness, a streak of light ignited. And it was utterly dazzling. What was this? Li Shishi froze in surprise. He stared at the object before him with surprise. His eyes flickered with deep confusion. If he had indeed harbored certain thoughts at the outset, but what he had known did not materialize. Instead, at this very moment, everything before him seemed somehow different. Mr. Su, is this the performance we prepared for tomorrow's festival? Li Shishi spoke up directly. Su Qi nodded slightly at that moment. That's right, this is the surprise we've prepared. Since it's the first festival we're celebrating at our scenic area, it naturally has to be more beautiful, more dazzling. Nothing could be clearer than the arrival of this night. After speaking slowly, Su Qi didn't hesitate, leading Li Shishi directly to another location. One by one, he activated the lights. Every attraction shimmered with extraordinary colors at that moment. They appeared dazzling and breathtaking. Li Shishi gazed at the scene, somewhat intoxicated. After a moment, he spoke up. Mr. Su, these lights are certainly beautiful, but I believe we should develop some new programs. Otherwise, I fear the current offerings might start to feel repetitive for our visitors. I fear they might grow tired of seeing the same things. After hearing Li Shishi's words, Su Qi nodded slightly. He understood the situation perfectly. If things continue as they are now, those tourists would definitely grow tired of the same old things. If they didn't keep developing new attractions, it wouldn't be long before the entire scenic area would become a thing of the past. Do you have any ideas? Since Li Shishi raised the issue, Su Qi addressed him directly. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi broke into a smile. I believe that by involving visitors more and giving them a greater sense of participation, we can better make them enjoy our programs. So I believe we could appropriately add some interactivity. For instance, we could arrange some duels. As far as I know, both Meng Tian and Li Xian are among Ying Zheng's commanders. Perhaps we could have them engage in a one-on-one duel or a battlefield simulation. The scale doesn't need to be massive, but it can still be spectacular. Offering rewards to visitors would give them a clear incentive. I believe this approach might yield better results. Listening to Li Shishi's words, Su Qi began to ponder slowly. After a moment, Su Qi nodded slightly. You're right. Under the current circumstances, more changes are indeed the best course. We can't let everything here become so lackluster. Alright, I'll go back and give it some serious thought. We'll discuss it together then. We should strive to develop more new programs based on what we have now, so our visitors can experience a more comfortable atmosphere. Su Qi spoke softly at that moment. Although every visitor pays the same ticket price, whether they watch one show or all 10, the ticket price remains unchanged. But Su Qi understood that more programs would attract more audiences. Chapter 221, Recollections. Qin State. After Qin Shi Huang returned, his gaze flickered slightly as he surveyed the ministers before him. All the ministers stood there, not a single one daring to leave. After an unknown period of silence, the first emperor of Qin finally spoke. You have all witnessed the true future world today. What do you wish to say? Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, the minister's eyes flickered slightly as they exchanged glances. At that moment, Meng Tian stepped forward. He bowed directly and then said, Such an era is naturally what we aspire to. I believe that with the investment of time and effort, we too can achieve it. His voice rang out calmly. After hearing his words, Qin Shi Huang pondered for a moment. After a moment, he slowly nodded. You are correct. Though we may not rival the future in the short term, as long as time progresses and we continue working within the scenic area, sooner or later, we will acquire all the technology. By then, it won't just be skyscrapers, trains, or airplanes or the various garments and high-tech gadgets. We will master them all, one by one. His voice sounded calm and steady. The king is wise. The great king is correct. We all obey the great king. At that moment, the crowd's eyes lit up slightly as they hurriedly echoed his words. After observing their reactions, Ying Zheng waved his hand decisively. Enough of this useless talk. Now, write down everything you've recorded onto paper. Record everything. When the time comes, we'll spare no effort to turn every single note you've taken into reality. Ying Zheng picked up a sheet of paper nearby, his eyes smiling as he spoke. This paper had only been produced a couple of days prior. The material wasn't particularly refined. It was completely different from what they'd seen in the scenic areas. It was like comparing heaven and earth. But that was all. Zheng understood that with the passage of time, the paper he produced would gradually become identical to that of the future. Meng Tian stepped forward first, picked up a brush, and said, "I've recorded the method for forging cement." The general beside him also spoke up. "Your Majesty, I have recorded the method for producing gunpowder. And I have recorded the blueprints for a great building." As one by one they stepped forward. The paper before Emperor Qin Shi Huang gradually filled with writing. Upon seeing the writing, Qin Shi Huang let out a faint smile. He knew that since everyone was working so diligently, then his vision of shaping the Qing dynasty into the image of the future world would not be too far off. Tang Dynasty. After Zheng He and the others returned, their eyes immediately fell upon the imperial throne across the hall. When they saw the dragon throne empty of any figure, their gazes dimmed slightly. Simultaneously, envy stirred within them. For they knew Li Shishi had once again taken up residence in the scenic area. The next moment, their gazes shifted to Li Yuan in the distance. At that moment, Li Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. Noticing the expressions on their faces, he gave a cold snort. "Take me back." As his words fell, 2 guards stepped forward and escorted him back to his own palace. Zheng He breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. As long as the other party didn't cause trouble and returned quietly, that would naturally be the best outcome for him. He then turned his gaze to the assembled crowd and spoke. "Write down everything you've memorized onto paper. Then compile them into a book. When His Majesty returns, he'll see how diligently we've worked. Then, each of you will be rewarded accordingly." Upon hearing Zheng He's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Han Dynasty. Lu Bang and Empress Lu returned to the palace. Empress Lu remarked with a touch of emotion. "Truly the future, we've never seen such things before. Just one glance leaves us utterly awestruck. If possible, living forever in that era would be my greatest dream." He spoke slowly, his eyes reflecting a hint of lingering affection. After hearing his words, Lu Bang beside him couldn't help but nod in agreement. Truth be told, he too felt a profound attachment. High-speed trains capable of covering thousands of miles in a single day. The airplanes soaring through the skies. Or those schools, hospitals, restaurants, and so on. Each one filled him with envy and anticipation. In his eyes, if he could bring any one of them back to his own era, he'd gladly have his salary docked for 3 more months. Strive hard, until we master everything. Perhaps we too can build such skyscrapers, and we too can manufacture such airplanes and high-speed trains. Lu Bang spoke as he began distributing the supplies he had brought back. He then took Empress Lu directly back to his private quarters. Huang drove his own carriage home. His eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. In the past, he could indeed see all kinds of cars arriving at the scenic area. But that was all. Today, however, he saw more cars than he had ever seen before. Though most appeared rather ordinary, there were still some pretty impressive vehicles on the road. Particularly a low-slung sports car. That terrifying roar still echoes in his memory. "I wonder when I'll ever be able to afford a sports car like that." Huang murmured softly, then shook his head. "It'll be a long time before I can afford one myself. Just let me drive it once, and I'd be happy." Yuan Dynasty. Emperor Shun of Yuan gazed at the palace under construction before him. A flicker of excitement flickered in his eyes. Then he closed his eyes, his mind echoing with the images of those towering structures. A hint of resignation flickered in his eyes. "Those were the skyscrapers I longed to see. Not these wooden structures we have now." He couldn't help but speak aloud. He then fetched paper and pen, jotting down the concrete manufacturing methods and rebar application techniques he had recorded. These concepts were already advanced enough for people of my era to grasp. "I wonder when we'll finally be able to build a true skyscraper." Emperor Yuan Shun spoke. A shrewd gleam flickered in his eyes. He understood that since he had managed to enter the scenic area, everything within it would one day be his to claim. Though it might take a very long time, he didn't care. He only hoped that before his death, he could truly establish a tower in the Yuan dynasty that belonged entirely to him. And he would carve his name upon it. Chapter 222, Unchangeable. Song Dynasty. Emperor Chongjin now sat upon the imperial throne. Before him stood a figure. And it was none other than Li Shishi. Our standing in Suzan's eyes seems to be declining. After a moment's thought, Emperor Chongjin spoke directly. Upon hearing his words, Li Shishi across from him trembled slightly. Then she couldn't help but lower her head. He knew that under the current circumstances, he had no power to effect change. For in other dynasties, more and more people emerged. Each bore a name of immense historical significance. Even non-imperial figures like Li Bai and Su Shi. Their historical fame surpassed even that of Emperor Chongjin. Li Shishi might not even find herself in the annals of history. He could only silently endure the anger of the Chongjin emperor across from him. A moment later, Emperor Chongjin sighed helplessly. He understood this was merely wishful thinking on his part. He possessed no extraordinary abilities. The only thing he could do, perhaps, was to hang himself from the southeast branch. Beyond that, he could do nothing else. And so, in such circumstances, how could he possibly compare himself to the other? Just then, a knock sounded from the distance. Upon hearing the sound, the Emperor Chongzhen's gaze flickered slightly. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. Enter. As his words fell, a eunuch could be seen walking in from the distant doorway. The Chongzhen Emperor stared coldly at the eunuch. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? His voice rose slightly. A palpable aura of murderous intent instantly filled the air. The eunuch across from him fell to his knees with a thud. Then, with a look of utter helplessness, he said, Your Majesty, it's not that this servant wishes to disturb you, those fellows forced me to come. Hearing this, Emperor Chongzhen paused, his brow furrowing as he asked, You mean those civil officials? The Song dynasty prioritized civil over military affairs, leading to the gradual expansion of the civil officials' power. At times, even Chongzhen found himself unable to control them. He could only watch as they did things he did not want to see. Take the current situation, for instance. The eunuch across from him couldn't help but nod. His eyes were filled with helplessness. At that moment, Emperor Chongzhen turned his gaze toward Li Shishi, seated across from him. Li Shishi's body trembled violently. After all, her father was one of those civil officials. Fortunately, Emperor Chongzhen did not take his anger out on Li Shishi. He merely drew a slow breath before stating plainly, That shouldn't be the case. The things I've reclaimed recently should be more than enough for them to digest. They should not be stirring up trouble at this moment, no matter what. Could it be some special interest at stake? This left Emperor Chongzhen thoroughly perplexed. Though those civil officials often banded together to bully him, they were not a true community of shared interests. Therefore, when he offered sufficient benefits, factions would inevitably emerge within the bureaucratic clique. Logically speaking, it should have taken at least several more months, or even half a year or a full year. Under no circumstances could it be resolved so swiftly. Thus, at this very moment, Emperor Chongzhen wore an expression of utter astonishment and bewilderment. Upon hearing this, the eunuch across from him immediately replied, Your Majesty, those fellows claim your early court sessions violate filial duty and demand you revert to the old schedule. The moment these words were spoken, an eerie stillness once again settled over the air. A flicker of astonishment flickered in Emperor Chongzhen's eyes. And that surprise gradually transformed into anger. Is there a problem with holding court earlier? Absolutely none. Whether it was Liu Bang's faction or Li Shimen's, neither of their sides would have any objections. Especially Li Shimen. Even if the other party fails to attend court, it poses no problem whatsoever. So it all boils down to those bureaucrats simply not wanting to get up early. For such an utterly preposterous reason, they all banded together to bully Emperor Chongzhen. Li Shishi sat across from them, shifting uncomfortably in her seat. He knew the slaughter had begun. Sure enough, moments later, Emperor Chongzhen suddenly burst into laughter. So that's it? For such a reason, they dare to target me? What I've done before was indeed far too simple. What have I done to make them think I'm so easy to bully? His voice rose slightly, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger. The eunuch across from him bowed his head low. He wished he could sink into the ground, vanish into a crack in the earth. He was merely a eunuch, a servant. He never wanted to witness such a scene. Yet here he was. After taking several deep breaths, Emperor Chongzhen spoke directly. I recall several civil officials were impeached earlier. They were accused of corruption, and their households must have amassed vast fortunes. Last time I spared them, but this time they shall be the first to be dealt with. His voice rose faintly. A chill flickered through the air at that moment. The eunuch across from him kept his head bowed, saying nothing. Li Shishi, standing nearby, opened her mouth but ultimately closed it again. Hearing no response, Emperor Chongzhen's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't help but glance at the figures across from him. What was going on? Could it be that even this was beyond his reach? Hearing his words, the eunuch across from him nodded helplessly. It wasn't that simple for the time being. Many crucial matters now rest in the hands of those ministers. If we act against them recklessly, it could very well provoke a rebellion. As the words fell, Emperor Chongzhen froze once more. In that moment, he finally understood why history had branded him the emperor who brought down his nation. The true reason, it seemed, was that he could not alter the current state of affairs. What awaited him was undoubtedly death and betrayal. Is there truly nothing I can do? He repeated the words, unable to contain his anguish. At that moment, Li Shishi spoke up. Your Majesty, have you forgotten Li Xuanwu Gate incident? If he could do it, so can we. I believe we needn't fear them at all. We can secretly develop our own firearms. I've calculated that with just 200 men, they'll be powerless against us in no time. With 500 men at most, we could cut them all down from their horses. Then, whatever you wish to do, they will have no choice but to passively endure it. Nothing will change. His voice rose slightly, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. After listening, the Chongzhen emperor across from him nodded. You're right. This matter is yours to handle. Chapter 223, I shall sing of Li Bai. Li Shishi was taken aback at first. She hadn't expected to be given a new assignment so suddenly. Logically speaking, a city rife with violence and conflict was no place for a woman. Yet throughout the entire Song dynasty, only Zhao Guanyin, Li Shishi, his cousin, and a few other court ladies remained within the scenic area. By comparison, Li Shishi was the only one who could possibly handle it. Thus, Li Shishi bowed her head. As you command, your majesty. The next morning, amidst flashes of white light, one by one, the figures of the group materialized within a small room. They looked around and saw only themselves, with no one else present. Each felt a sense of disorientation. Then their eyes lit up. This was the dormitory. Indeed, the privacy was much better. Wu Zetian said with a smile. Before, he had to get fully dressed every time he came over. After all, he encountered quite a few men here. Some even hailed from other dynasties. Under such circumstances, he simply couldn't afford to dress casually. But with a dormitory, things would be different. He could easily store some of his clothes in the dormitory. Especially the modern ones he'd bought. Upon arrival, he could change into them, rest a bit, and then go out. As Wu Zetian opened the door before her, what he saw was a space resembling a large dormitory. Various rooms were arranged in neat rows. Neatly organized. Many doors were already open. Li Shishi and the others emerged from within. Why are only us women here? Where did all the men go? Li Shishi asked curiously. Wu Zetian understood immediately. They must be somewhere else after all, men and women should be kept separate. As she spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Then they realized Empress Lu was nowhere to be found. Isn't Empress Lu staying with us? Lu Feng and his wife seem to be missing too. Li Shishi voiced her surprise while glancing toward Lu Feng's young daughter in the distance. At that moment, the little girl appeared somewhat frightened. After all, she had always come with her parents before. Now that they were absent, it naturally surprised her. Li Shishi stepped forward and took her hand. Come on, I'll take you to find your mom and dad. As the group exited the vast room, then they saw the outside. Not far across, another grand gate swung open. Emerging from it were none other than Li Bai and the others. Everyone greeted each other with smiles. Yet Lu Bang and Empress Lu remained unseen, as did Lu Feng and his wife. Just as everyone was puzzled, 4 people emerged from several small rooms in the distance. How come you're all staying together? Wu Zetian asked, sounding somewhat surprised. Lu Bang and the others across from them hadn't answered yet. In the distance, Su Qi approached and said cheerfully. This time, I've already assigned everyone their dorm rooms. Girls together, boys together. Additionally, for those who are married like old Lu and Empress Lu, or Lu Feng and his wife, will have their own separate rooms so you can come together. After hearing these words, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Who knew there was such a hidden perk? Today is our first holiday together, we can't just let it pass by casually. Su Qi spoke up. Has anyone prepared any new performances? After hearing Su Qi's words, the group exchanged glances. Su Shi stepped forward first. Mr. Su, I plan to sing. Sing? Su Qi paused for a moment. Su Shi's actual job here was as a chef. But the things he cooked were practically inedible. Even he himself would suffer from passive amnesia after consuming those dishes. But that didn't mean Su Shi was useless. On ordinary days, Su Shi would also play the role of an NPC, just like Li Bai. He would interact with tourists within the scenic area. But Su Qi didn't have high expectations for him. Outwardly, Su Shi was undeniably a handsome man. But his inherently goofy nature couldn't be concealed. He simply couldn't compare to figures like Li Bai or Li Shimen. And now, the idea of him singing caught Su Qi off guard. He couldn't help but ask. I wonder what song Brother Dongpa intends to sing. As Su Qi uttered these words, Su Shi stood tall and proud. I shall sing Li Bai. What? Li Bai beside him froze in surprise. He never imagined Su Shi would choose to sing his own work. The others around them were also somewhat surprised. Wu Zetian couldn't help but step forward and speak up. Could it be you wrote a song just for Li Bai? As he uttered these words, the others nearby all flinched slightly. Because in their eyes, this was undoubtedly a bit too far-fetched. Were their feelings for each other that deep? For Su Shi, it seemed undeniably true. But Li Bai might not quite accept it. At that moment, Su Qi's eyes flashed with understanding. He seemed to have guessed something. Su Shi offered no explanation, merely stepping back before picking up his phone and playing music. The catchy tune flooded the air. Su Shi began singing immediately. If I could start over, I'd study Li Bai. As Su Shi finished the song, only then did the crowd realize. It turned out, it wasn't a song Su Shi had written himself, but one meant to be sung in the present. As the song ended, the people around him couldn't help but applaud. Not bad, not bad. You sang that really well. Su Qi chuckled. He thought the dorm was just filling in for someone else. But it turned out his singing skills were actually quite impressive. Plus, the outfit he was wearing. It all seemed quite fitting for the occasion. After finishing his song, Su Shi turned to Li Bai beside him with a warm smile. That beaming expression made Li Bai's mouth twitch slightly. He couldn't help but turn his head away, his eyes flashing with a hint of exasperation. Su Shi leaned in again. Brother Bai, I wonder what you'll perform. Li Bai's expression shifted slightly. Then he declared directly. Then I'll sing Water Melody. His words were clearly meant to provoke Su Shi across from him. Yet who could have imagined that after he finished speaking, Su Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Is that true? Brother Bai, is this really true? You're actually going to sing a poem I wrote? Su Shi exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. At that moment, Li Bai felt a pang of regret. But the words were already out, especially in front of Su Qi. He couldn't take it back now. So he could only stand there, utterly speechless. He looked as if he'd been wronged. Li Shishi walked over and spoke beside them. Since you two insist on singing to each other, why not swap clothes? It'll make things a bit more interesting. Chapter 224, Reaching New Heights. Li Bai's expression darkened slightly. Yet he understood Li Shimon's words were sound advice. Thus, with a sigh of resignation, he exchanged garments with Su Shi. Su Shi's eyes burned with even greater excitement. I've learned a few new dances. I can give you a proper performance tonight. At that moment, Wu Zetian approached, smiling warmly as she spoke. After hearing his words, the others present nodded in agreement without further comment. Subsequently, everyone shared their thoughts with Su Qi. Moments later, nearly everyone present planned to perform a new act. Though these acts hadn't been tested, Su Qi still found them quite intriguing. After all, their previous performances had already been quite impressive. Under these circumstances, as long as their new acts weren't too lackluster and were paired with tonight's festive atmosphere, the effect would be absolutely explosive. Excellent, excellent. Everyone go back and prepare thoroughly. There can be absolutely no mistakes tonight, Su Qi said, his voice tinged with excitement. After hearing his words, the few people across from him also felt their eyebrows twitch slightly, nodding repeatedly. As everyone returned to their posts, Su Qi made his way to the ticket booth. His original plan was to briefly arrange with Li Shishi and his cousin, so they could perform some additional actions later to enhance the atmosphere. However, as soon as he arrived, Li Shishi spotted Su Qi and immediately spoke up. Mr. Su, wouldn't it be rather difficult for a woman to establish a musket squad in ancient times? Hearing this, Su Qi froze for a moment. He then looked up and down at Li Shishi before him. He couldn't help but speak up. Have you been spending too much time with Wu Kairan? Planning to follow in his footsteps? This question couldn't help but make Su Qi feel deeply astonished. After all, in such circumstances, nothing is ever straightforward. Wu Zetian succeeded because she had already succeeded in history. Even without the decades of effort invested by the scenic area, Wu Zetian would still have succeeded. Now, with the scenic area's assistance, the likelihood of Wu Zetian succeeding would increase somewhat. Or rather, it had become an inevitability. The scenic area merely accelerates the process. But Li Shishi across the way is different. In history, she was merely an obscure minor figure. She possessed no renown whatsoever. She was never recorded in the annals of history. Such people are a dime a dozen in this world. Yet at this very moment, Li Shishi was attempting to do the same thing as Wu Zetian. This astonished him even more. Not to mention she was stuck in the era of Emperor Chongzhen. Even if Li Shishi truly succeeded, death might still await her in the future. Seeing that Su Qi had misunderstood, Li Shishi shook her head repeatedly, explaining. This isn't something I chose to do. It was Emperor Chongzhen he planned to eliminate all the civil officials. So he plans to emulate Li Shishi and stage a Xuanwu Gate incident. After hearing these words, Su Qi suddenly understood. I see. With Emperor Chongzhen backing him, it shouldn't be too difficult. Still, you must be careful. After all, unless you have a special ambition, I'd rather you not get involved in something like this. As Su Qi spoke, he gently stroked Li Shishi's head with a touch of affection. Li Shishi nodded repeatedly in agreement. What he aspired to be was a merchant, a woman of talent operating behind the scenes. He truly had no desire to get involved in matters tainted by power. But they both understood. Since Emperor Chongzhen had spoken so decisively, Li Shishi would be wise to comply. Unless Chongzhen could find someone else. After arranging the matter, Su Qi remained nearby, ready with the camera to film. Today marked the scenic area's inaugural festival, so he naturally intended to capture it thoroughly. He would edit it into a celebratory video for release. The traffic would surely be better. Time ticked by second. Soon, the first wave of tourists arrived. Upon seeing them, Su Qi's expression changed. Because there were so many of them, the holiday hadn't kept them indoors. Instead, they were traveling in groups. Some had brought their entire families along. Wasn't there a promotional video yesterday? Is there a special event for today's holiday? A female college student gazed over curiously. Beside her stood her roommate. After hearing her words, Li Shishi smiled and nodded. That's right, to celebrate the holiday today, we have a special program. Everyone can watch it together then. It won't disappoint you all. After hearing his words, the female college student across from him beamed with a smile. She then took out the snacks she had prepared earlier and placed them in front of Li Shishi. She then beckoned her roommate to enter the scenic area. Other visitors followed suit. Before long, a long queue formed at the ticket gate, catching the attention of everyone present. But they didn't say much, just waited quietly, filled with anticipation. For the entire morning, Li Shishi and his cousin were kept incredibly busy. Midway through, Su Qi couldn't help but step in to lend a hand. As the large crowd entered the scenic area, the NPCs Lu Bang, Su Shi, Li Bai, Xiang Yu, and others began interacting with visitors. They were thoroughly exhausted by the effort. Only Lu Bang managed to obtain some looted items. At least he had something to show for it. As for Su Shi, Li Bai, and Xiang Yu, the items they obtained could only be used within this area. Thus, by comparison, they fared somewhat worse. But that was all there was to it. The group's haul was quite substantial. Li Bai's fan club, the White Brother supporters, had prepared a large quantity of fine wine for him. Maozi, Taizi, and Su Qi even spotted a wealthy woman carrying a whole crate over. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shake his head, a slight twitch playing at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Su Shi, now dressed in Li Bai's clothes, had gathered a crowd around him. But when his goofy demeanor became apparent, those nearby were taken aback. Some had already left, but others actually preferred this style. As for Xiang Yu's style, his imposing frame stood there, his proud armor gleaming menacingly. A massive sword rested casually on his shoulder. This massive sword was specially commissioned by Su Qi for him, merely a decorative piece, never sharpened. Yet it was so substantial that ordinary people couldn't even lift it, while Xiang Yu carried it with ease. Watching the activities in the scenic area, a smile touched Su Qi's lips at that moment. Today was undoubtedly a momentous day. Perhaps his scenic area would reach new heights today. Chapter 225, Way Too Dark. Is this restaurant open? A tourist approached the restaurant, his face filled with astonishment. Before him stood an upscale restaurant bearing 4 large characters. God of Wealth Inn. Like ancient inns, such establishments were typically known as Ghosthouses, meaning dining on the first floor, sleeping on the second and third floors. Of course, Su Qi naturally didn't support sleeping in this place. But to fit the theme, we naturally named it the inn. That's right, starting today, our scenic area has its own inn. You can order whatever you'd like to eat here. Su Shi walked over from the side and spoke with a smile. Seeing his appearance, everyone's eyes flickered slightly. At first, they all felt it was truly inconvenient for the scenic area to lack a restaurant. Now, a restaurant had finally appeared. They exchanged glances, and a middle-aged man immediately walked in with a smile. Let me tell you, restaurants in scenic areas are notorious rip-offs. Today, I'll be the one to test the waters for everyone. He walked in with a cheerful smile. The others obediently waited outside. Time ticked by, second by second. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from inside the inn. Holy crap, how could they be so shady? Hearing this, the people outside exchanged bewildered glances. Surprise flashed in their eyes. What's going on? Is this inn really that shady? I knew places like this in tourist areas would be ridiculously expensive. A bowl of noodles could easily cost $100. Could this scenic area be the same? No way. I thought the entrance fee was only 50 yuan. It should be pretty decent inside. How could it be the same here? They all exchanged surprised glances, their eyes filled with deep confusion. Meanwhile, the voices inside the restaurant kept rising. So what if it's dark? You're eating today whether you like it or not. The waiter's voice rang out. Hold on. I'll eat, but I'm not paying you a single penny. Don't you dare lay a hand on me. How could you even think of that? You think you're worthy of marrying me off? Amidst a flurry of heated commotion, the next moment, the front door burst open. And right then, that tourist was flung out. His clothes were even slightly disheveled. Surrounding tourists exchanged bewildered glances, their faces frozen in shock. What was going on? Was this restaurant really that shady? No way, I thought this attraction was pretty good. There were plenty of interactive activities. How could this restaurant be so shady? After hearing everyone's comments, Su Shi, however, felt nothing else. He didn't even consider stepping forward to stop him. He simply watched quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Qi, who had walked over nearby, witnessed this scene and furrowed his brow slightly. Could something truly be amiss? That couldn't be right. He had specifically instructed Su Shi that their prices couldn't be too high. With this thought, Su Qi's gaze shifted towards Su Shi. He wanted to ask what exactly was going on. Just then, the tourist on the ground brushed the dust off his pants and stood up. Then, meeting everyone's gaze, he declared directly. Awesome. This inn isn't just for eating, it even offers interactive experiences. How about that? Wasn't my performance just now pretty good? Didn't I scare the hell out of you? He exclaimed excitedly. After hearing his words, the surrounding tourists finally realized that the whole thing had been part of the show. Recently, a college student walked over. Seriously? Can you actually put on a show while eating? I want to join too. He exclaimed with excitement, then walked straight inside. Soon, the same commotion echoed from inside the inn. Only the specifics were slightly different. But undoubtedly, they were all complaining that the inn was too dark. The surrounding tourists, naturally, weren't as frightened as before. Instead, they all rushed inside. They too wanted to see just how dark it really was. After a portion of the tourists had rushed inside, Su Qi's gaze finally turned to Su Shi beside him. Su Shi, too, looked over at Su Qi. He approached Su Qi with a cheerful smile and spoke directly. Mr. Su, this performance I had them put on is pretty good, right? Besides dining, it offers interactive entertainment. And I specifically instructed them to have only 4 waiters participate in the interaction. The others are just serving food normally. These 4 waiters are also wearing different uniforms. They'll definitely be able to tell them apart. This way, it won't disrupt their dining experience, and it will also provide ample entertainment value. After hearing his explanation, Su Qi's eyes flickered slightly before he nodded. Not bad, not bad. You've done quite well. I never expected you to have such talent beyond singing. Here's what we'll do, from now on, you can come up with new and interesting acts every day to perform at this inn. For instance, get Li Zhuan and Lu Qing to play 2 bandits, or find people to pretend to eat for free. Or even have them act out begging scenes. You could even bring Li Yuan and Li Shimen over to stage an incognito visit. Su Qi spoke sentence by sentence. A faint smile flickered in his eyes at that moment. At first, he thought this inn was merely a place to eat. It wouldn't offer much in the way of entertainment. At most, it would just fill everyone's stomachs. Of course, the food served was naturally delicious and reasonably priced. But at this very moment, he finally understood. His inn was entirely different. Not only could one dine here, but performances could even be staged. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. As the crowd poured in, Su Qi watched from outside, unable to help but nod in approval. Then he led Su Shi away from the scene. Although Su Shi's primary role was here, the system's user-friendly design meant Su Shi could play the role of an NPC outside without any issues. In fact, it could be said to be even more fitting. After all, he was currently dressed in Li Bai's attire. Had he not inadvertently revealed his goofy demeanor? A crowd would undoubtedly gather around him. After all, he was quite handsome in his own way. In the distance, Lu Bang had even changed into fresh clothes, intending to play the part of a rogue to the fullest. Just then, something flew through the air from afar. Before Lu Bang could react, it struck him squarely in the face. Who dares to assassinate the emperor with hidden weapons? Lu Bang shouted angrily. Then he saw what was on his face. It was money. Chapter 226, Pouring One's Heart and Soul. Whoever attacked me, come at me again if you've got the guts. Lu Bang bellowed at the top of his lungs. At that moment, he was utterly exhilarated. If what the other party had thrown was truly a hidden weapon, he wouldn't hesitate for a second to give them a good thrashing. But what had been thrown at him now wasn't a weapon, it was money. For Lu Bang, naturally, the more the better. He even wanted more money. But clearly, it wasn't that easy. At that moment, Su Shi arrived before a bubble tea shop. He smiled warmly at Su Qi before him. Mr. Su, this is the milk tea shop I opened especially. Would you like to come over for a sip? After hearing his words, Su Qi was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Shi to have opened a milk tea shop right here. He couldn't help but glance over and saw people actually lining up. When did you open this bubble tea shop? How come I didn't even know about it? Su Qi looked utterly bewildered. He genuinely had no idea Su Shi had actually opened a bubble tea shop here. After hearing Su Qi's words, Su Shi simply chuckled. Naturally, he prepared it while setting up the restaurant. After all, the restaurant still had plenty of raw materials. So I specifically assigned 2 people to help me make the milk tea. They started by learning from me, then gradually took over on their own. With the restaurant opening today, the milk tea shop opened alongside it, and the results were clearly promising. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he gazed ahead. Su Qi also looked toward the bubble tea shop in front of him. Above it were 4 large characters. Su Bai Milk Tea. One glance revealed these were the names of Su Shi and Li Bai. Su Qi couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. You've even added Li Bai's name to it, treating it as your own brand. Su Shi chuckled softly before stepping straight into the milk tea shop. Then, his eyes gleaming, he looked at Su Qi. Mr. Su, since you're here, let me make you a cup of milk tea too. The milk tea here is quite delicious. Su Qi initially intended to decline, but upon hearing his words, he hesitated. Especially when he saw the line of at least a dozen people waiting nearby, and the fact that no one who bought milk tea that day had shown any discomfort afterward. This made Su Chi somewhat certain that Su Shi had turned over a new leaf. He nodded. If you insist, then let me try some. Upon hearing Su Chi's words, Su Shi wasted no time and got to work himself. Within just 5 minutes, a cup of bubble tea brimming with love was expertly prepared. Su Shi personally carried it over to Su Chi. Mr. Su, have a sip. The flavor is truly exceptional. It's all my heart and soul in here, he said, his face beaming with excitement. Su Chi stared at the slightly peculiar-looking milk tea before him, then finally took a gentle sip. The next moment, Su Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. An indescribable flavor exploded in his mouth. What the hell is this stuff? Su Chi's mind was in turmoil. He instinctively wanted to spit it out. However, upon seeing the people around him drinking the milk tea with expressions of pure delight, it only deepened his bewilderment. He forced down the bitter taste and swallowed the mouthful. Then he spoke up. What's going on? Why are they fine after drinking it, but I feel a bit off? What's really going on here? After hearing his words, Su Shi across from him chuckled softly. Mr. Su, that's because I poured my heart and soul into these milk teas. Those milk teas were just made by their 2 shop assistants. They're all formulaic creations, no heart, no uniqueness. They certainly aren't worthy of someone like you, Mr. Su. That's why I personally handled this cup of milk tea for you. I crafted it myself, pouring in a great deal of heart and soul. Seeing Su Shi's face, clearly waiting for praise, Su Chi's lips twitched slightly. He had assumed Su Shi's talk of heart and soul was just empty rhetoric. But now it was clear that wasn't the case. The other party had genuinely poured his heart and soul into it. And precisely because of this, Su Chi's eyes flickered slightly. After drawing a deep breath, he solemnly patted Su Shi on the shoulder. Brother Dongpa, you needn't personally handle trivial matters like milk tea from now on. Leave it to these two. Your job is promotion, planning, and command. You absolutely don't need to get your hands dirty with frontline tasks like this. That would be a complete waste of your talents. Su Chi spoke with heartfelt earnestness. After hearing his words, Su Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Finally, he nodded. Mr. Su, you really know your stuff? I told you they just don't recognize quality when they don't drink my milk tea. Just you wait, starting today, I'll personally deliver a cup of milk tea to you every morning. Su Chi shook his head repeatedly. That won't be necessary. Something you pour your heart and soul into like this shouldn't be done too often, otherwise it'll drain your energy. This is mystical wisdom, you can't help but believe it. After hearing Su Chi's words, Su Shi was now completely baffled. He couldn't quite grasp why making milk tea would involve mysticism. But since Su Chi insisted, he didn't press the matter. Then, suddenly struck by an idea, he darted back into the milk tea shop. Mr. Su, since you think it looks so good, I'll make another cup and send it over to Brother Bai. Seeing the dormitory's face full of passion, Su Chi froze for a moment, then let out a wry smile. He turned his gaze toward the distance, where Li Bai stood surrounded by his entourage of women. Li Bai, you've really been through it. When Su Shi arrived at Li Bai's side carrying a steaming cup of milk tea, Li Bai's mouth twitched slightly as he instinctively retreated. The crowd surrounding him quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Su Shi followed closely behind. Brother Bai, don't walk so fast, wait for me. This is milk tea I made just for you, even Mr. Su says it's delicious. Li Bai, who had been about to flee, halted in his tracks. Because he heard Su Shi's final words. He spoke with a hint of confusion. Are you sure Mr. Su said it was delicious? Su Shi nodded repeatedly. Absolutely. Mr. Su also said this special blend I poured my heart into was nothing like ordinary bubble tea. And my milk tea shop is packed with customers right now. See for yourself. Hearing this, Li Bai immediately looked over. Sure enough, a long line of people stretched out from the shop. Can I have a sip too? Chapter 227, The Light Show begins. After a few seconds of thought, given the established facts and the fact that Su Chi had already drunk some, Li Bai didn't hesitate. He looked at the milk tea before him, staring at the slightly eerie, murky liquid. Curiosity ultimately overpowered his rationality. He gulped it down in one swift motion. A peculiar taste hit him like a wave. Li Bai even felt as though his brain had been assaulted in some sense at that very moment. He froze in place, utterly transfixed. Brother Bai, how is it? Isn't my milk tea delicious? Su Shi looked expectantly for praise. Yet after calling out repeatedly, he realized Li Bai hadn't responded at all. He paused for a moment, then walked up to Li Bai and looked at his face. Then he saw the vacant look in Li Bai's eyes. Brother Bai, what's wrong with you? Don't you dare die. Su Shi's face was filled with shock as he frantically shook Li Bai's shoulders. Amidst his frantic shaking, a full 10 minutes passed. Li Bai gradually regained his senses. He stared blankly at Su Shi before him. Then he opened his mouth. I. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Shi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Bai, I knew you'd be fine. How about it? Isn't this milk tea delicious? Those two words, like forbidden fruit, drifted into Li Bai's ears. Then Li Bai's pupils suddenly contracted. He froze once more. A day passed quickly. That day, nearly everyone performed new acts. Even Li Zhuo and Lu Qing put on a display of ancient wrestling. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Xian, his face twisted with rage, engaged in a mock battle with Meng Tian. At the outset, Li Xian fought with blazing fury, his attacks fierce and relentless. It was almost like an army pressing against the border. This led most spectators to place their bets on his side. Everyone waited with bated breath for Li Xian to defeat Meng Tian. But just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a faint smile touched Meng Tian's lips. Then he pulled off a masterstroke, applying the strategies he'd studied in Sun Tzu's Art of War on his phone, turning the tide of battle from an utterly desperate situation. Li Xian watched helplessly as his forces were gradually whittled down. Yet he could do nothing to stop it. In the end, he suffered a tragic defeat. Most spectators were left utterly stunned. They cried foul. But only a few who studied it closely realized Meng Tian's tactical prowess far surpassed Li Xian's by more than one level. Thus, even at the outset when facing overwhelming odds, he could turn defeat into victory through his unique abilities. They couldn't help but break into applause. Some visitors even recorded the entire drill and uploaded it online. As for Zheng and Qin Huang, though they were one and the same, they existed in different eras. One was young, the other old. One was robust and full of vigor. The other, like a seasoned steed still yearning for the open road, harbored ambitions that spanned 1,000 miles. They did not engage in unnecessary actions. Instead, they simply swapped places. The aged Qin Huang began circling the pillar. That day, he ran dozens of laps. Exhausted, he gasped for breath. Yet he uttered not a single complaint, instead wanting to run 2 more laps. He knew his physical condition was far from ideal. After all, he had consumed quite a few so-called elixirs. Precisely because of this, the heavy metal toxins within his body were exceptionally high. If he continued like this, death awaited him. Therefore, he resolved to rigorously train his body. As for the young king of Qin, he directly replaced the elderly Qin Huang in performing the Mount Tai Fengtian ritual. He had never accomplished anything like this before. Though the future version of himself would be capable of it. But that was merely the future. Moreover, due to the constraints of the scenic area, his future might not necessarily become reality. Under these circumstances, this Mount Tai ritual filled him with immense excitement. Time ticked by, and evening soon arrived. Several tourists gathered around Su Qi, asking curiously, "Boss, didn't you say there'd be a special performance today?" "Exactly. Shouldn't there be some completely different performances today? Why haven't we seen them? Today's a holiday, you can't let us come for nothing," they muttered intermittently. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity. And upon seeing their expressions, a faint smile touched Su Qi's lips. Then he spoke directly. "Rest assured, absolutely nothing will go wrong," he said cheerfully. So he immediately called Li Shimen to perform the evening's light show. Li Shimen answered Su Qi's call and immediately posted it to the group chat, initiating the final preparations. By now, the sky had gradually plunged into darkness. It wouldn't be long before Qin Huang and the others would have to leave after work. But today was a special occasion, so Su Qi directly requested the system to allow everyone to stay a little longer. The system readily agreed. Thus, they could enjoy themselves to the fullest today. The moment all the lights were switched off, the dim sky cast its glow. The hazy sensation caused everyone's eyes to flicker slightly at that moment. Yet they felt no fear, only anticipation. For they knew this darkness was only temporary. What awaited them next would be an unparalleled radiance blooming from the shadows. True to form. As Li Shimen pressed a switch, in the next instant, a flood of light poured forth. Vibrant lights flooded the entire venue. At that very moment, the entire scenic area had transformed into something completely different. Each spectacle left the crowd utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the intense brilliance. Qin Huang stared at the dazzling lights in the sky, his face frozen in astonishment. He couldn't help but draw a deep breath. This was the future. This trip had truly been worth it. It felt even more intense than the daytime. He couldn't help but sigh in awe. The others nodded slightly in agreement at that moment. For them, this was precisely the reality unfolding before their eyes. Lu Bang and the others stared in astonishment at the dazzling radiance in the sky. They knew today held a special event, but they never imagined it would turn out like this. This undoubtedly made them even more excited and passionate. Beyond the ancient staff within the scenic area, the visiting tourists were also brimming with excitement. Though they had encountered such scenes before, those light shows couldn't compare to the spectacle unfolding at the scenic area now. Chapter 228, To Li Bai. Dazzling lights burst forth. Blazing light descended in response. And at that very moment, all the lights converged upon a single point. At the very center of the stage, a beautiful figure slowly emerged. And it was none other than Wu Zetian. Behind Wu Zetian stood the towering figure of Xiang Yu. One a beauty, the other a hero. The scene they presented made everyone's eyes sparkle with excitement. The lights, in perfect harmony with their dance, began to glide forward. The sight before them filled everyone's faces with youthful radiance. They watched intently, absorbed in the spectacle. They cheered, they shouted. This moment belonged to their youth. This moment belonged to their fiery, passionate performance. Su Qi stood at a distance, watching the performance on stage. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. This equipment really is top-notch. Thank goodness I didn't sell it earlier just because I was broke. Otherwise, he'd have to buy them all over again now, and it might cost him a pretty penny. Su Qi chuckled to himself, knowing that at this very moment, everything was completely different from how it had been before. If he had been utterly lowly and destitute at the very beginning, now he commanded a substantial following and possessed ample funds. The performance concluded. Wu Zetian waved to the crowd before disappearing into the darkness alongside Xiang Yu. Just as the crowd anticipated what might come next, Li Bai, dressed in Su Shi's robes, stepped onto the stage. A crowd of wealthy women clutching fine wine below erupted in shrieks. Brother Bai! Brother Bai! Brother Bai, you're the most handsome. Brother Bai, you're the best. Brother Bai, we adore you. Brother Bai, you're my absolute favorite, sing your heart out. Just then, a slightly jarring voice rang out. And it was none other than Su Shi. Dressed entirely in white, Su Shi's excitement was no less than that of the wealthy ladies. The music began to play. Spotlights instantly illuminated the stage. Under everyone's gaze, Li Bai slowly began to sing. Bright moon, I raise my cup to ask the heavens. The beautiful melody unfolded even more exquisitely beneath Li Bai's handsome features. The atmosphere instantly reached a new level of excitement. Everyone present felt an even greater surge of excitement. Not bad at all. Who would have thought that besides his sword dance, Li Bai also possessed such a splendid voice? Li Shimin watched the performance from below, feeling pleasantly surprised. Apart from Su Qi, he could be considered the mastermind behind this entire performance. Of course, Shan Yang was assisting him as well. However, Li Shimin subconsciously dismissed Shan Yang's responsibilities. Although Su Qi had previously suggested he relinquish some authority, Li Shimin had relinquished what needed to be relinquished, but he firmly held on to everything else. After all, he was the one ultimately vying for a promotion. He was also the only one who truly understood the real benefits of promotion. If the next promotion came around, he would certainly ensure he was the one to take it. Though he knew that with the knowledge they'd gained here, it would be possible for them to build villas and skyscrapers in their own era. But owning a home of their own in the modern era? That would be an entirely different matter. Lu Bang moved closer to Li Shimin's side. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly worthy of the title Poetic Immortal. If only such a talent had been born in my era. Upon returning, I would certainly bring him over and cultivate him properly. Perhaps he too could be summoned by Mr. Su. By then, we'll definitely be raking in the cash for CEO Su. Lu Bang couldn't help but utter words of admiration. For Lu Bang at this moment, he knew that although his numbers had grown, his standing within the scenic area remained far from prominent. Perhaps he was the only one among them with a slight advantage. He could loot supplies during raids and bring them back. But that was all. His performance, his entire being compared to Li Bai at this moment, he fell short by more than just a little. After hearing his words, Li Shimin lifted his head sharply. With a light chuckle, he spoke. Let me tell you, Li Bai is our Tang Dynasty. Upon hearing these words, Lu Bang paused for a moment. Then he chuckled softly. Even if it is your Tang Dynasty, so what? Has the Li Bai of today been born yet? Are you certain the Li Bai of your era can compare to the one on that stage? You're not even close. A slight twitch flashed at the corner of Li Shimin's eye. Then he gave a cold snort. If I remain within the scenic area, my lifespan will undoubtedly be extended. By then, I might just live to see Li Bai's birth. But you? Even if you live a few hundred years, you'll never meet Li Bai. Just as the two were about to engage in a verbal spar. At that moment, Empress Lu emerged from her chambers. He couldn't help but shake his head, then spoke directly. Enough, enough. The two of you must stop bickering. Tonight's performance must go smoothly. If your bickering causes any issues, do you think Mr. Su will hold us accountable? Hearing Empress Lu bring up Mr. Su, both of them flinched slightly. Then they snorted coldly, saying nothing more. At that moment, Li Bai had finished his performance on stage. A wave of screams erupted from the crowd. Some even shouted, one more song. One more song. But Li Bai had prepared only this one song. Naturally, there would be no more. As Li Bai faded into the darkness, some murmured their disappointment. Yet others eagerly anticipated the next performance. The entire stage was shrouded in darkness. A faint glow began to spread, expanding ever so slightly. The next instant, a figure appeared on stage. Dressed in white, it was unmistakably Li Bai. Everyone froze in surprise, then their faces lit up with delight. They thought Li Bai was about to perform again. Yet when the face turned toward them, some were taken aback. For it was not Li Bai at all, but Su Shi. At that moment, Su Shi raised the microphone and stepped forward with an arrogant demeanor. He pointed his finger at the crowd before him and declared in a loud voice. Next, I'll present a Li Bai for all of you. Sure enough, Su Shi was about to perform a Li Bai piece. Though he sang Li Bai's work, it still elicited gasps and shrieks. Chapter 229, the better you practice, the more you attract your own kind. After Su Shi finished his performance, everyone's eyes brimmed with anticipation. They all wanted to know what came next. Then a figure stepped back onto the stage. And that figure was none other than Wu Zetian. Why is Consort Wu back up there? Lu Bang beside him wore a look of slight confusion. At this moment, he could see Empress Wu had donned a new set of robes. The outfit appeared as though it had been crafted by her own hands. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he turned to look at Empress Lu beside him. Your Majesty, could it be that you made the outfit Wu Zetian is wearing? Upon hearing his words, Wu Zetian smiled. You guessed right, I did make it. Upon hearing this, even Lu Bang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. However, Wu Zetian's ascent was not yet complete. Behind her, more figures stepped forward. Su Qi stood watching from afar and was utterly stunned. For the women now taking the stage were not the actual employees here. They were actually tourists. At that moment, Su Qi suddenly recalled that earlier, many women had approached him only to say they wanted to learn dancing from Wu Zetian. At the time, Su Qi had assumed they were only learning for a few days. But judging by the current situation, these women hadn't just studied for a few days. They had mastered it completely. This very performance was proof. Empress Wu Zetian stood at the very front, leading the dance. Behind her, a full 20 women, dressed uniformly, performed a synchronized dance. The scene radiated an exquisite cultural beauty steeped in ancient charm. A single glance was enough to leave one astonished. Some male spectators in the audience were completely transfixed. They pulled out their phones and snapped away in rapid succession. Many male spectators no longer focused their gaze on Empress Wu Zetian, but instead watched the accompanying dancers beside her. They clearly recognized these women as tourists, not professional performers. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in continuous applause. Lu Bang beside him couldn't help but exclaim. That was truly unique. I thought only us employees could perform on stage, but it turns out even the tourists can. And they all performed quite well. His face was filled with both excitement and astonishment, for he hadn't anticipated such a turn of events at all. After hearing his words, Empress Lu beside him couldn't help but roll her eyes. Isn't that perfectly normal? Some people in this world do things that are indeed a bit different, but others do things that are beyond imagination. And now, some people even want to learn our clothing making techniques. I just haven't found the chance to ask Mr. Su yet, so I didn't rashly agree. Lu Bang nodded repeatedly beside her, his face beaming with excitement. As the stage performance concluded, Wu Zetian led the group of girls directly off stage. Meanwhile, the tourists were still screaming loudly. Keep going, keep going. Don't leave, do it again. Show us more. They exclaimed excitedly. Their eyes all sparkled with a special glow. Yet upon seeing their expressions, Wu Zetian and the others had no time to linger. For they all knew it was time to make way for the next act. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The music before them was accompanied by thunderous booms. The next instant, a towering figure appeared before them. And that figure was none other than Xiang Yu. Within his thunderous frame, a distinct radiance shimmered. His bare upper body, bulging with limitless power. Numerous scars were visible across his skin. Clearly, he was battle-hardened. Damn, I thought he just looked similar in build, but now even the scars on his body match. This guy really is Xiang Yu reincarnated. No wonder everyone online says he's the most Xiang Yu-like person in the world. I bet even the real Xiang Yu couldn't hold a candle to him. The tourists around us nodded in agreement. Earlier, Xiang Yu was clad in armor, appearing exceptionally burly and robust. But everyone knows armor tends to flatter one's figure. In other words, even if Xiang Yu himself wasn't particularly well built, as long as he could don that armor, he would appear quite imposing. But now, it was different. Xiang Yu wasn't wearing any clothes at all, instead baring his upper body. This undoubtedly left them utterly astonished. For this truly exceeded their wildest expectations. In that instant, they finally confirmed that Xiang Yu was no fraud, he was a genuine, hard-built warrior. Especially those scars covering his body, they were clearly genuine, not faked. In modern society, who else would bear such a body covered in scars? Who else could it be but someone who relentlessly strives and trains their body? Just as the crowd thought Xiang Yu was about to perform a solo dance, the next instant, over 30 more burly men emerged from behind him. Their physiques were exceptionally robust. Each looked like a bodybuilder. Now gathered together, they seemed like a collision of muscle. The scene radiated a rugged, macho aura. They began waving their arms, launching into a martial arts routine. This was clearly learned from Xiang Yu. After they finished their punches and kicks, the crowd was somewhat excited. At that moment, the atmosphere reached a certain climax. And at that very moment, Xiang Yu reached down and gripped the ground. Then he yanked upward with all his might. In the next instant, everyone witnessed a heavy sword being pulled out by Xiang Yu with just one hand. It was none other than the very sword Xiang Yu carried daily. What no one had anticipated was that he had concealed this very sword beneath the stage. This performance was absolutely explosive. Even more astonishingly, behind Xiang Yu, the muscular men behind him performed the exact same action at the same moment. They all drew massive swords. They then hoisted them onto their shoulders and performed another routine. This was a performance without bloodshed. Yet it proved more soul-stirring than any blood-soaked spectacle. Scorching sweat dripped onto the stage. Roaring cheers echoed relentlessly. The burly men across the stage wore expressions of pure excitement. They brandished their weapons, showcasing the unique charm of muscle-bound men. Yet among the audience, the most enthusiastic spectators weren't the women, it was the men. Indeed, the more polished the training, the more it captivates one's own kind. Chapter 230, Too Much. The day's performance concluded swiftly. Once the show concluded entirely, all the tourists departed the scenic area. The ancient people all gathered around Su Qi. Su Qi looked at the assembled crowd, flashing a faint smile as he spoke. Everyone performed well today. This festival has concluded perfectly. With that, he began to clap. The entire crowd joined in, their applause filling the air. Their faces radiated excitement. They knew. At this very moment, the situation here had surpassed their wildest expectations. It was far better than anyone had imagined. At that moment, Su Qi let out a faint smile. Then he continued. Alright, everyone can head back and rest for now. Come in a bit earlier tomorrow. Since our scenic area has now implemented evening shifts today, we'll assign everyone to either morning or evening shifts going forward. This way, the scenic area's operating hours will also be extended. This task will be handled by Old Li. If anyone has suggestions, discuss them with him first and he'll coordinate the arrangements. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi, standing nearby, immediately stepped forward, waving his hand with a beaming expression. He felt his promotion hadn't been in vain. Now he could finally take charge of this group. All eyes turned to Li Shishi. Smiles spread across their faces. Especially the emperors. For them, the difference between morning and evening shifts was significant. After all, emperors all have a morning court session. Now, their morning court sessions were almost entirely replaced by other duties. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed rather unfeeling. But at this very moment, the situation has completely changed. As long as they worked the night shift, the morning court could proceed normally. Thus, all eyes turned to Li Shishi. At that moment, Li Shishi cleared his throat slightly before speaking directly. Alright, I'm well aware of everyone's circumstances. I will certainly meet your needs. He spoke with a cheerful smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mr. Su were off for the day. Waving their hands, the next moment, a blinding white light flashed. They all began teleporting back to their respective dynasties. After all the white light faded, Su Qi noticed one person hadn't left. That person was Lu Bang. Old Lu, why haven't you left? Su Qi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Lu Bang across from him grinned. He then continued. Mr. Su, I've got too much stuff on me to take back. Could you grab me a bag? Hearing this, Su Qi froze for a moment. Then he couldn't help but glance toward the area not far behind Lu Bang. Earlier, that area had been quite dark and Su Qi hadn't paid much attention to it. But now that most of the crowd had dispersed, he looked over. He saw a large pile of food there. Mostly kanji with treasures, milk, and such. There were other items too. In short, there was a lot. So much that Lu Bang couldn't help but let out a smug chuckle. His face was lit up with excitement. Where on earth did you get all this stuff? Su Qi asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. After hearing Su Qi's words, Lu Bang across from him gave a soft chuckle. Then he continued. Well, these are naturally gifts from our esteemed guests. Today's performance was quite impressive. During the show, I took the opportunity to go among the audience and collect donations. While some weren't interested in cooperating, others were quite generous and willing to play alone. So I ended up with quite a lot of extra items. After hearing his words, Su Qi couldn't help but give him a thumbs up at that moment. It must be said that after today's performance, the one who gained the most and enjoyed it the most was Lu Bang. Due to his own limitations, Lu Bang didn't perform many acts. Of course, he was quite exhausted too. After all, he had to interact with so many people during the robbery performance. But compared to what he'd gained, that was nothing. Alright, Old Li, grab a few bags for me. Su Qi's gaze shifted to Li Shishi beside him. Li Shishi didn't hesitate, quickly fetching several large bags. Moments later, Lu Bang had filled several more large bags. Finally, laden with his haul, he bid Su Qi good night. Of course, these bags came at a cost. It wasn't that Su Qi was stingy. It was a requirement of the system. In fact, Lu Bang had to use the money he could bring back to ancient times to purchase them. Otherwise, these bags simply couldn't be taken away. At this very moment, only 2 people remained in the entire scenic area. One was none other than Su Qi, and the other was Li Shimin. "Old Li, aren't you heading back today?" Su Qi asked curiously. Ever since becoming emperor, Li Shimin seemed to have scarcely returned at all. Something felt off about this. Having just ascended the throne, shouldn't he be returning more often to tend to his empire? Yet he stubbornly refused to return, a situation that left Su Qi looking slightly puzzled. At that moment, Li Shimin smiled faintly. "Though I have only just ascended the throne, and my moral standing is not entirely secure. There are significant differences from what's recorded in history books. Especially now that I possess a considerable arsenal of firearms. With these weapons, even if the aristocratic families remain dissatisfied with my rule and attempt rebellion, all that awaits them is a bullet." After pausing briefly, Li Shimin continued speaking. "Don't be fooled by how cheerful Zheng and his crew appear in their daily performances. But in truth, once they return, they must serve as the entire dynasty's security force. Under these circumstances, any issues within the dynasty could be swiftly resolved." His voice fell calmly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Only after hearing his words did Su Qi finally grasp the situation. It turned out that Li Shimin's arsenal of weapons and resources was simply too vast. Therefore, even if he chose not to return, no one would dare to resist. It must be said that with the backing of the imperial court, the military force and influence they had built were entirely different. In Su Qi's view, with Li Shimin's precedent as a warning, Wu Zetian's path to the throne should prove far less arduous. At the very least, it would be far simpler than before. Chapter 231, A Gift for Wang. Su Qi and Li Shimin conversed some more. He then dismissed Li Shimin to return on his own. He himself headed toward the inn. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a system notification suddenly sounded in Su Qi's mind. Conditions met. New employees summoning now available. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Su Qi couldn't help but smile. Finally, he could summon new employees. This time really has been full of twists and turns. Su Qi chuckled to himself. He knew that, given the current situation, the conditions for summoning new employees would only grow more stringent in the future. But Su Qi understood this was unavoidable. After all, if he could have summoned freely from the start, his entire scenic area would now have at least 1,000 people. But now, there were barely 200 people. Let's see who I can summon this time. After reviewing the summoning list, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. It was him. If it's him, then this time he'll probably summon a cashier, right? After all, it seemed like running his business was pretty much all he did. After a moment's thought, Su Qi realized it was pretty much as he'd imagined. Beyond his business acumen, the man possessed no particular advantages. Of course, this was only what history recorded. On the contrary, perhaps he, like Li Bai and the others, secretly possessed some unique abilities of his own. In that case, the outcome of their performance would be quite different. Time swiftly passed and the next morning arrived. Amid flashes of white light, the crowd dispersed to their dormitories and then headed to work. Su Qi also made his way over. Immediately, he saw the people present. Among them, only half remained from yesterday. Clearly, the other half was assigned to the evening shift. That meant starting work after 2 p.m. and continuing until 11 p.m. The rest of the staff worked the morning shift. They worked from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. Of course, they all have a 1-hour break in between. This work schedule system is quite considerate. There's nothing inhumane about it. Su Qi glanced around and noticed none of the emperors were present. Except for Li Shimin, of course. Because Li Shimin hadn't returned at all. And that was perfectly understandable. After all, those emperors all had to attend the morning court session. For them, all the prior arrangements had been little more than unavoidable obligations. After all, they couldn't skip work. Now that they could choose between morning or evening shifts, almost all of them opted for the evening shift. This way, at least the morning court sessions could proceed normally. Additionally, members of the emperor's own household, such as Empress Lu, have likewise opted for the evening shift. What surprised Su Qi was that Wu Zetian had actually chosen to come. "Consort Wu, why did you choose the morning shift? Why not the evening one?" This piqued Su Qi's curiosity. After all, if Wu Zetian truly aspired to become emperor, then naturally, her approach would differ somewhat. At the very least, she should study how modern emperors conduct themselves. Yet she actually started work in the morning. This undoubtedly puzzled Su Qi. After hearing Su Qi's words, Wu Zetian across from him broke into a smile. She then continued. "Mr. Su, I've given it thought. If I were to become emperor through the traditional method, it would take an extremely long time. And that time frame would only keep growing longer. Add to that the matters at the scenic area, and I may not be able to follow historical events exactly. The final outcome could very well be marred by too many unforeseen complications. Therefore, I intend to shift my focus. I have no intention of studying ancient methods of seizing the throne. I intend to learn from Emperor Taizong." After hearing his words, Su Chi pondered for a moment before understanding. It seems he has no intention of taking things slowly. Instead, he intended to directly establish a powerful military force, that is, to develop gunpowder. Then forge firearms. To stage a coup d'état. But upon closer thought, this seemed like the simplest course of action. Thus, Su Chi nodded in agreement without further comment. Su Shi staggered over to Su Chi's side. His face was now covered in dark circles. Brother Dompa, what's gotten into you? Why are you still sporting those dark circles? Didn't you sleep last night? Su Chi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Su Dompa across from him couldn't help but shake his head. Mr. Su, I really didn't sleep after getting home yesterday. After work, my mind was completely occupied by that poem by Li Bai. So I gathered a few close friends and sang it to them all night long. They all said it was incredibly beautiful and even planned to spread the song around. After hearing this, Su Chi was momentarily stunned. If this song truly spreads, wouldn't that cause some chaos in Su Shi's future timeline? The thought barely crossed his mind before he shook his head. He realized that by the time everyone present returned to their own timelines, their futures would already have undergone countless transformations. So whether it would become chaotic was no longer something he could decide, it was almost certain to happen. Understanding this, Su Chi smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. At this point, Su Chi suddenly spoke up. Oh, right, we've got a new recruit arriving today. Come witness it together. The group, who had just been about to head to work, all gathered around upon hearing this. It had been quite a while since a new recruit had arrived. Therefore, when the newcomer finally arrived, their eyes all held a hint of excitement and surprise. A year's worth of anticipation. Even Yuan Shoucheng, standing in the distance, couldn't help but glance over. The next moment, accompanied by a blinding flash of white light, a figure dressed in plain clothes appeared before everyone. The figure looked utterly astonished. Curiously surveying the surroundings, astonishment filled his eyes. Then, his gaze settled on Li Bai among them. His face twisted in astonishment as he exclaimed, Brother Tai Bai, didn't you leave? Why have you returned? As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to realize something and continued. Wait, it's not that you're back, how did I even get here? He spoke with utter bewilderment. Then, as he recalled the scenes in his mind, things began to make sense. But he was still a bit confused. Meanwhile, Li Bai stared at the figure across from him, furrowing his brow before suddenly widening his eyes. Wang Luan. Chapter 232, Keep an eye out. Upon hearing Li Bai's words, everyone else saw it too. But once they saw it, they didn't recognize him at all. After all, Wang Luan was merely a figure in Li Bai's poetry. Few people actually knew him. It was Su Chi who stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Welcome to the scenic area. By now, I trust you've learned a thing or two. Hearing Su Chi's words, Wang Luan nodded at that moment. He did know a thing or two. After all, the system had forcibly implanted information into his mind. He looked at the people before him with some curiosity. Then he lowered his head and said, Tai Bai, what exactly is going on here? Wang Luan clearly still didn't quite understand. Without hesitation, Su Chi turned to Wang Luan and spoke. Brother Tai Bai, I'll leave it to you to explain things to him. After hearing these words, Li Bai wasted no time, immediately slinging his arm around Wang Luan's shoulder. Then I took him to tour the scenic area. I'll tell you, your arrival is truly a blessing. Back in our time, I was the only one here, and it always felt a bit dull. Now that you, Brother Wang Luan, have come too, we've witnessed everything here. When we return, we'll have plenty to vividly recount. Li Bai said with a smile. Even during his time here, a faint smile lingered in his eyes. He knew the scenic area was truly beautiful. But knowing all these beautiful things, knowing all these events, yet having no one to share them with. For Li Bai, who loved making friends, this undoubtedly felt a bit lonely. Whenever he returned home, he could even bring back some fine wine purchased at the scenic area to share. But that was all he could do. He never spoke lightly of anything he witnessed in the scenic area, nor did he dare to. After all, he was no emperor like Li Shishi. If he casually revealed that he had visited the scenic area, who could predict what might unfold outside? Li Bai had once considered traveling to the capital to present himself before the emperor. But it remained merely a thought. He knew he was simply not cut out for officialdom. Under these circumstances, if he insisted on going to the capital for an interview, what awaited him in the end would not be what he imagined. So he abandoned his journey midway. Instead, he returned home, gathered a few close friends, and drank heavily all day. After finishing his explanation, Wang Luan's face was now filled with astonishment. So that's how it was. No wonder that exquisite wine I tasted last time was impossible to find. It turns out Brother Li Bai brought it back from this very scenic area. I recall Brother Li Bai mentioning a few lines in my drunken dreams, and I once thought it was merely an extraordinary vision. Little did I know it was all real. Wang Luan's face was filled with astonishment and excitement. When he first arrived here, he thought he had died. That's why, after parting ways with Li Bai, he could still see him again. Who could have imagined he hadn't died at all, but had instead arrived in the same place as Li Bai? Brother Wang Luan, within this scenic area, besides you and me, there are also ancient figures from other eras, even extraordinary individuals like the first emperor, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Gaozong of Tang. Should you encounter them, never forget your manners. Wang Luan heard Li Bai's words. Wang Luan nodded repeatedly. He understood that in this situation, he absolutely must not say anything unnecessary. Naturally, he would heed Li Bai's advice. Otherwise, what awaited him might not be what he imagined. The crowd outside was also somewhat surprised. Had Li Bai summoned all his friends? Why did I recall this particular friend having no historical renown? Guangchun pondered carefully. At that moment, Wu Zetian spoke up. Not entirely unknown. I recall Li Bai wrote a poem titled To Wang Luan. Translated into modern terms, this Wang Luan was essentially Li Bai's #1 buddy. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Though the scenic area hasn't launched live streaming yet, they'd watched plenty of live streams. After all, such content could easily captivate even modern minds. Much less these unworldly ancient people. Wu Zetian pondered for a moment. She couldn't help but think, if Li Bai's friends could come here, then perhaps her own friends could also come here. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Wu Zetian's gaze shifted to the father and son. His friend wasn't particularly well known either. He was merely someone she'd befriended within the palace walls. After arriving at the scenic area, she specifically looked up information. He discovered there was no record of the other person in the materials. Understanding this, Wu Zetian couldn't help but sigh. But that was all. He had never considered bringing this friend unknown and powerless to this place before. But now, a sudden hope had emerged. For he understood that once he launched the Xuanwu Gate incident in the future, casualties were inevitable. And those who would bear the brunt of the hardship would undoubtedly be his friends. If he could bring them into the scenic area and settle them in first, at the very least, their lives would be greatly safeguarded. The others nearby also showed a flicker of interest in their eyes. Especially Su Shi. Compared to Li Bai, Su Shi's circle of friends was no less extensive. But he hadn't considered that friends could actually be brought back. His eyes lit up, a spark of excitement flickering within. Since he's Brother Bai's friend, he's my friend too. No, I must prepare a cup of milk tea to properly welcome him. At that moment, Su Shi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed with a face full of excitement. He immediately turned to make the milk tea. Those standing nearby heard his words and couldn't help but twitch their lips. Though most of them had never tasted Su Shi's milk tea. Just seeing the expressions of those who had tried it made them realize it was simply not something meant for human consumption. Even Su Shi himself had fainted repeatedly and had even lost his memory several times. The crowd couldn't help but silently pray for Wang Luan, hoping he wouldn't completely lose it when he finally got his hands on the milk tea. A moment passed. Li Bai returned with Wang Luan in tow. Upon his return, Wang Luan slowly bowed. This humble one is Wang Luan, paying respects to the esteemed sages and elders, as well as the young friend. Upon hearing his words, the gazes of the assembled figures flickered slightly at that moment. Then they all nodded in unison. Soon after, Su Shi could be seen scurrying back from afar. In his hand, he clutched a large cup of milk tea. Brother Bai, since this brother Wang Luan is your friend, he is also my friend. Naturally, I must take good care of him. This milk tea is made by me personally, please have a taste. Chapter 233, nearly died on the spot. Gazing at the liquid before him, rich with the aroma of milk, Wang Luan's eyes widened in surprise. But he didn't take it directly. Instead, he glanced at Li Bai beside him. Li Bai couldn't help but shake his head. A hint of concern flickered in his eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present instantly struggled to stifle their laughter. Though most people haven't tasted Su Shi's milk tea, its flavor, however, is undeniably evident to all. After all, it's safe to say those who should have vomited did, the disheartened were disheartened, the unconscious fell unconscious, and the bewildered were bewildered. It was like being hit with a whole bunch of negative buffs. Wang Luan, however, was no fool. He knew this concoction was absolutely inedible. However, Su Shi, who stood before him, had just been explained to by Li Bai. He was also a great poet. To outright defy him like this seemed rather impolite. Just as the standoff reached an impasse, Su Shi personally inserted the straw into the milk tea, then brought the tube right to Wang Luan's lips. Seeing this, Wang Luan knew he had no choice but to drink it today. Thus, in these circumstances, he hesitated no longer. He took a deep, forceful sip. The murky liquid surged into his mouth. A peculiar milky fragrance hit him like a wave. Then came a complex sensation blending dozens of distinct flavors. All of it flooded his mouth. A thunderous explosion erupted within Wang Luan's mind. The deafening roar left Wang Luan momentarily dazed. This was the first time he'd ever tasted such an extraordinary liquid. He stumbled back several steps before speaking. "What is this?" He repeated the question incessantly, a hint of terror flickering in his eyes. As he stared at Su Shi across from him, as though he were witnessing a figure overcome with utter terror. "Brother Wang Luan, are you all right?" Li Bai was taken aback and immediately embraced Wang Luan. Wang Luan swayed unsteadily at that moment. When he didn't collapse, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qi walked straight over. He hurriedly spoke up. All right. Let's get Brother Wang Luan to his workstation first. As for the rest of you, go wherever you need to go." "Go on," he said, leading Wang Luan straight into the supermarket. Wang Luan's job was now settled. He would be a cashier. After all, the cashier position at the supermarket was still vacant at this time. Previously, Gu Yingchun had been filling in temporarily. Now that the professional had arrived, there was no longer any need for a substitute. Soon after arriving at the supermarket, when he saw the dazzling array of goods before him, Wang Luan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even though Li Bai had already explained some things to him earlier, he still lacked a concrete understanding. But at this very moment, as these objects filled his vision, he finally grasped their true nature. It was utterly astonishing. Could this milky white liquid be what Su Shi had just asked me to drink? Upon seeing the milk, Wang Luan couldn't help but step back. After all, just that one sip had already overwhelmed his senses. Seeing this similar substance now, his face was filled with utter astonishment. Li Bai quickly interjected. "This is quite different indeed. This substance is called milk, typically consumed as a breakfast beverage, and it has excellent benefits. The one Su Shi gave you, however, is a composite form of milk tea. It's usually more delicious, but the one Su Shi made was utterly unpalatable. My fans should be coming by again today. When they arrive, they'll likely bring me some milk tea too. I'll share a cup with you then." Upon hearing Li Bai's words, Wang Luan nodded in vague understanding. "Then I'll thank Brother Tai Bai in advance." "All right, come take a look at the work first," Su Qi said from the side, then picked up the scanner. "For all these supermarket items here, if any tourists come in to pick something, you just need to scan all the food with the scanner, the barcodes. When you hear the beep, the numbers will appear on the machine. Once all items are scanned, tell them the total amount and have them pay." After waiting for Su Qi to finish his explanation, Wang Luan still looked somewhat confused. He then pulled out an item and gently scanned it. A beep sounded, displaying 15.8 yuan. Wang Luan's eyes lit up. It was that simple. Hearing this, Su Qi smiled. "Rest assured, if I can recruit you, then the tasks I assign you will naturally pose no problems. At the very least, I can easily teach you all of it." He spoke cheerfully. After hearing Su Qi's words, Wang Luan nodded with a smile. Because he truly realized this work wasn't difficult. Moreover, it felt as though he had done it before. Or rather, he possessed the natural aptitude for it. "All right, just do a good job here." With that, Su Qi turned and walked away. He had other matters to attend to. Like yesterday's first holiday video. That's right. He had already finished editing yesterday's video. Of course, Su Qi didn't make it himself. It was that college girl he outsourced it to earlier. When Su Qi opened the text message, he was startled to see how genuinely delighted the college student was. Editing this footage would surely attract a significant number of views. By then, I'll become famous too. Su Qi chuckled softly. He was naturally willing to participate in such mutually beneficial arrangements. After all, as a part-time college student, her asking price wasn't high. And the quality was actually quite good. Plus, the college student had a photographer's senior brother. Even if he couldn't complete something himself, he'd proactively seek out the photographer's senior to handle it. After watching the video, Su Qi was genuinely impressed. The quality was genuinely good. Once he uploaded it, it was sure to rack up plenty of views. Su Qi said with a smile. The videos posted earlier. The videos featuring Wu Zetian and Xiang Yu had averaged around 200,000 likes each. That was already quite substantial. Now, Su Qi believed last night's video could easily reach 1 million likes. Before long, my entire scenic area would become a 5-rated attraction. The most popular kind. Su Qi chuckled as he spoke, his eyes sparkling with unbridled excitement. He understood. From today onward, visitors would stream into his scenic area without end. Finally, he was on the right track. And the next holiday season would be even more bustling. Chapter 234, All for You to Drink. Time quickly moved into the afternoon. At this hour, Qin Huang and the others all arrived for work. Upon arriving, they all exchanged excited congratulations. Yeah, getting the evening shift is the best. Morning affairs could be handled, and the afternoon could be spent enjoying the scenic area. Exactly. Now that household matters have been entrusted to Fusu, I can finally rest properly. After hearing his words, the gazes of the others held a distinct sense of disbelief. Especially Zheng at that moment. He looked at the first emperor of Qin before him with some confusion. Have you entrusted your entire empire to Fusu's stewardship? That's an entire imperial dynasty. And the first unified empire in all of ancient and modern history. Could you really let go of it so easily? Zheng was utterly astonished, for the Qin Huang before him was none other than his future self. Though he was currently grooming Fusu, he would never entrust the entire empire to him. After hearing his words, the first emperor of Qin simply chuckled lightly. You think I'm in the same condition as you now? You're in peak physical condition now. Without those poisonous pills, you could outlive me by many years. I won't live that long. When the time comes, you can take your time. When you're truly old and can no longer manage, then hand it over to Fusu. There's absolutely no need to be so aggressive. But I can't help it. Even if I'd gone to the hospital to get some medicine before. But how is my body? I know myself. Though there's been some improvement, it won't last long. Under these circumstances, if I don't hurry to cultivate Fusu, what else can I do? After hearing his words, the emperors across the room exchanged glances and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Especially Liu Bang, who spoke up directly. It seems that is indeed the case. I'm getting on in years now, and I intend to properly cultivate my next generation. But history shows he didn't do a great job, so I'll be more selective this time. Watching them speak eloquently, discussing the development of their descendants. At that moment, the lips of the Chongzhen emperor twitched slightly. The reason was simple. They could discuss the dynasties of their descendants. That's because even without scenic spots, their dynasties could at least endure for several more generations. Even Qin Huang's line could endure one more generation. The crucial point was that Qin Huang had seized absolute power at this very moment. As long as he did not die, the entire Qin dynasty would face no problems whatsoever. On the other hand, Emperor Chongzhen's situation was dire. He was about to become the last emperor of a fallen dynasty. Though he was still waging resistance, he sought to build a stronger nation at a faster pace. But this too requires time, compounded by the fact that his forces were severely outnumbered. This caused his lips to twitch constantly, his eyes filled with helplessness. I hear there's a newcomer at the scenic area. Have you heard? Emperor Yuan Shun spoke up at that moment. Upon hearing his words, everyone's gaze flickered slightly, all turning to look. Who has arrived this time? Is it a subject of our great Song dynasty? The Chongzhen emperor hurriedly interjected. Upon hearing his words, the Yuan Shun emperor across from him remained silent. I know nothing of this matter. I've only heard that Hua does suspect it might be one of our Yuan subjects. After all, I'm the only one from the Yuan dynasty here now. The group exchanged glances, hesitation absent. Then they all headed outside together. Once outside, they immediately spotted Wang Luan in the distance. Are you the newcomer? Qin Huang asked curiously. He did not recognize Wang Luan. And upon seeing the group across from him, Wang Luan froze for a moment. Then he understood. At that moment, her eyes flashed with intense excitement. You are the emperors of various dynasties. This humble servant, Wang Luan, pays his respects to you all. He had heard rumors that emperors from every dynasty were gathered here. Even Qin Huang was among them. And not just one, but two. But he had no real grasp of what that meant. He had never laid eyes on these figures before. Now, seeing them before him, he sensed that imperial aura emanating from them. After exchanging a few casual words, everyone went about their work. And it was at this very moment. A figure approached from the distance. It was none other than Li Bai. Li Bai was holding 2 cups of milk tea. He had clearly received the milk tea from his fans and was now bringing it to Wang Luan. Wang Luan was overjoyed. He took the milk tea and gulped down the last sip. Then his eyes suddenly widened in shock. This tastes absolutely delicious. He exclaimed excitedly, his eyes flashing with an unusual gleam. After hearing his words, Li Bai smiled at that moment. I told you this stuff was delicious. I was blown away the first time I tried it. How could it taste so good? At this point, Li Bai's eyes dimmed slightly. Then he spoke with a hint of resignation. If I hadn't been so obvious back then, perhaps Su Shi wouldn't have noticed. And he wouldn't have kept making homemade milk tea for me to drink. After hearing Li Bai's words, Wang Luan beside him flinched slightly. For he too understood. It was precisely because of that cup of milk tea Su Shi had given him earlier. Had momentarily clouded his mind. If someone were to shove another cup down his throat now, he felt he might just crash and burn. He shook his head repeatedly, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Absolutely not. He must never drink that milk tea again. Li Bai across from him nodded in agreement. The two had reached a mutual understanding. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from a distant corner. Excitement flickered in their eyes. Dressed in ancient attire. In their hands were 2 cups filled with an unidentified liquid. Su Shi turned his head and spotted Li Bai and Wang Luan lingering inside the supermarket. His eyes suddenly lit up. Finally found you too. Su Shi exclaimed excitedly. He dashed straight over. He waved the 2 cups of milk tea in his hands. I made these fresh for you. The flavor is truly exceptional. Come, try them quickly. He said cheerfully, about to hand them over. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Bai across from him recoiled as if encountering something terrifying. After exchanging a few casual words with Wang Luan, he turned and walked away. But Wang Luan couldn't leave just yet. After all, this was his workplace. Brother Li Bai, why the rush? Must be something urgent. In that case, these 2 cups of milk tea will be for Brother Wang Luan alone. Chapter 235, Overtime, Must Work Overtime. Wang Luan's mouth twitched slightly. But he never imagined Li Bai would dump this mess on him. Now, staring at the 2 cups of murky liquid before him, Wang Luan suddenly thought of something, then spoke with unwavering resolve. Sorry, Brother Dumpa, I can't drink right now. Why? Su Shi's eyes flashed with surprise. His eyes were filled with confusion. At that moment, Wang Luan spoke with unwavering resolve. Because I previously asked Mr. Qin, my position is rather unique and I'm not permitted to eat or drink freely during work hours. So please forgive me. He spoke with a helpless expression, his eyes filled with regretful resignation. After hearing his explanation, Su Shi's mind went blank for a moment. After a moment's thought, he smiled and said directly, no problem. Since we can't drink it now, we'll just wait until we can. Rest assured, I've been saving this milk tea for you all along. If anyone else wants it, I absolutely won't give it to them. Hearing these words, Wang Luan's mouth twitched even more. He quickly interjected. There's no need for others to want it, just give it to them if they do. If that doesn't work, you can drink it yourself. After all, milk tea probably won't taste good once it's gone cold. Su Shi pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands. You're right. Something made with such love should be enjoyed quickly. If it's too late, it really won't have that flavor anymore. He chuckled as he spoke, then continued. Alright, I'll head out first. When you finish work, I'll personally make you 2 cups. I'll be waiting. Watching Su Shi finally leave, Wang Luan's lips twitched slightly. He had thought this matter would be easily resolved, but judging by the current situation, that wasn't the case. Under these circumstances, nothing would be straightforward. When he finished work, another fresh cup of milk tea awaited him. This was pure torture. At that moment, Su Qi was posting a video. Watching the steadily rising view counts, likes, and comments, Su Qi was overjoyed. He knew that with these things, everything would change completely. Just then, a friend request suddenly popped up on his phone. Su Qi paused, glancing at it casually. It was Wang Luan. Only then did Su Qi recall that he had previously had Li Shishi get a phone for Wang Luan. He hadn't expected the other party to learn how to add friends so quickly. After accepting the request, Wang Luan immediately initiated a video call. Without hesitation, Su Qi answered. Brother Wang Luan, is there something you don't understand and want to ask me? He asked curiously. After hearing Su Qi's words, Wang Luan immediately replied. Mr. Su, today is my first day on the job. I'm still a bit unfamiliar with my duties. Could I stay here a little longer to practice? Hearing this, Su Qi was momentarily taken aback. You want to practice more here? Su Qi repeated the words, suddenly understanding. He looked at Wang Luan with surprise. You mean you want to work overtime here? Overtime? Wang Luan froze for a moment before grasping the meaning. He nodded repeatedly. That's right, Mr. Su. I do want to work overtime here. After hearing his words, Su Qi scratched his head and replied with a hint of resignation. Everyone has fixed working hours, so overtime isn't really encouraged. With that, Su Qi began to query the system in his mind. Moments later, he received a precise answer. Then Su Qi's eyes twitched slightly. Mr. Su, please let me work overtime. I genuinely want to learn more here. Otherwise, arriving late every day will make it impossible for me to adapt to the work. He pleaded repeatedly, his eyes filled with helplessness. Seeing Wang Luan so visibly agitated, Su Qi suddenly understood something. He asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. You don't actually want to work overtime, you just want to avoid someone, right? Could it be that Su Shi wants to feed you bubble tea? Hearing Su Qi figure it out so quickly, Wang Luan nodded helplessly. Yeah, he's going to make me drink milk tea right now. He's even waiting until after work to make it for me himself. Mr. Su, I beg you let me stay here until the late shift ends. I genuinely love working overtime. After hearing his words, Su Qi heard the system prompt and immediately spoke up. Working overtime isn't out of the question, but we don't offer overtime pay here. In other words, you'd be working for free. After hearing Su Qi's words, Wang Luan on the other side nodded repeatedly. No problem. I actually enjoy volunteering for overtime. Then it's settled. With that, Wang Luan hung up the call with a spring in his step. Su Qi couldn't help but feel a bit helpless at that moment. He hadn't expected Su Shi to use a cup of milk tea to effectively coerce someone into working overtime for free. He shook his head slowly. Su Qi said nothing more, simply continuing with his work. Time ticked by second. Before long, it was time to clock out. Su Shi held 2 freshly made cups of milk tea, waiting for Wang Luan. But time ticked by second after second. He realized Wang Luan hadn't come over. At that moment, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Why hasn't brother Wang Luan come? Could it be he's not coming after all? He glanced curiously at Li Bai beside him. Li Bai deliberately avoided his gaze, but still spoke up. I heard he stayed behind to work overtime. He said he wanted to thoroughly learn the work here to avoid doing a poor job. After hearing Li Bai's words, Wang Luan suddenly understood. So that's why. Then these 2 cups of milk tea in my hands, wouldn't that be a waste? As he spoke, his gaze sharpened and focused on Li Bai. Li Bai's pupils suddenly contracted and he spoke directly. I've drunk quite a lot today. I simply can't take another drop. Hearing this, Su Shi's expression darkened slightly. He then began searching for others. All eyes immediately turned to the side. Before long, they all dissolved into white light, vanishing one by one. Wang Luan, who had been secretly watching from afar, breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally dodged that bullet. Great, today's 30 degrees are finally over. But what about tomorrow? Wang Luan sighed helplessly, praying Su Shi would shift his target to someone else tomorrow. Chapter 236, Long Live the Tang Dynasty. Late at night. Just as Wang Luan returned, he immediately spotted Li Bai across the room. Wang Luan's face was filled with astonishment. Brother Tai Bai, why haven't you gone to bed yet? He was thoroughly puzzled. For at this hour, he had assumed Li Bai would have gone to bed early after finishing his morning shift. But unexpectedly, the other was waiting here for him. Upon seeing Wang Luan across from him, a flicker of excitement appeared in Li Bai's eyes. He spoke directly. I've been waiting here just for you. Waiting for me? Wang Luan looked puzzled. Li Bai continued. That's right. I've brought many fine wines and done many things, yet no one would talk to me. Now, at last, there's you, brother Wang Luan. Come, let us sit close and talk at length. Qin Dynasty. After Qin Shi Huang had just returned, he saw Fusu across from him. Your Majesty, you have returned. Seeing Fusu's expression, the first emperor nodded slightly. Is there anything unusual happening in the Qin Dynasty today? Fusu shook his head repeatedly. Nothing to report. Good. After speaking, Fusu did not leave. This moment left Qin Shi Huang somewhat puzzled. He looked at Fusu before him with curiosity. You're forbidden from handling state affairs. Is there anything else? Fusu's eyes brightened slightly at that moment, and he spoke directly. Your Majesty, your son also wishes to visit the scenic area. Hearing these words, Emperor Qin Shi Huang seemed momentarily stunned. He scrutinized Fusu from head to toe. Then he shook his head firmly. No. You cannot go. Hearing this, Fusu's expression turned puzzled. Why not? If father can go, so can I. Besides, aren't there other emperors there? Once I arrive, I can exchange ideas with them and learn more about governing a nation. Moreover, only by seeing things with my own eyes can I truly understand everything in this world. Only by seeing it with my own eyes can I truly understand. Otherwise, we'd only have your retelling and Shang Yang's retelling. I always feel like something's missing. After listening to Fusu's words. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang's eyebrows twitched slightly. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head firmly. No. Why not? Fusu was somewhat surprised. He had expected the first emperor to readily agree. But who could have imagined the other party would simply say no? This caused a look of deep confusion to appear in his eyes. The first emperor spoke earnestly. If even you were to leave, wouldn't that leave my court completely deserted? Who would govern the Qin Dynasty? Therefore, you must remain here. Fusu opened his mouth, intending to refuse. But at this very moment, he had no way to refuse. Nor any means to refuse. After all, the first emperor was right. Even if they were to go to work, the primary purpose was still to bring prosperity and glory to their nation. To go against this original intent would be to serve only the small self, not the greater good. Father, your son understands. Fusu bowed his head, his eyes flickering slightly. At first, he truly couldn't comprehend it. But now he had come to grasp it. After Fusu withdrew, Qin Shi Huang let a faint smile touch his lips. He understood. Some things were entirely different. He could go to the scenic areas. But someone must remain here to hold the fort. And the man he chose was none other than Fusu. Qin State. After Zheng had just returned, his gaze immediately fell upon Fusu across from him. Fusu was still young at the time. Not very old. At this stage, he was not yet capable of shouldering the entire dynasty. Of course, even if he could succeed, Zheng would never consent. After all, he himself was still young. He still has many years ahead of him. Fusu, how has your recent study been? Zheng looked directly at Fusu across from him and asked. After hearing his words, Fusu promptly replied. Father, my studies are progressing well. The infusion of modern knowledge into my mind has brought about a profound shift in my thinking. He spoke with a cheerful smile. However, after hearing his words, Zheng nodded repeatedly. At this moment, nearly all his ministers had gone to the scenic area. This meant that upon their return, the topics they discussed had completely changed. Especially Fusu's teacher. After all, what he discussed was no longer those so-called Confucian and Taoist doctrines. After all, he had studied history and knew the ultimate outcome. Therefore, he taught Fusu that he must never show mercy. Consider how those military officers were demanding all manner of weapons. Especially firearms. They even wanted Zheng to purchase them directly from scenic spots. But this was naturally impossible. After all, for Zheng, his men were numerous, but every penny of their wages was accounted for. Under such circumstances, it was simply not feasible to purchase excessive quantities. Whereas these people sought to buy guns, Zheng desired machine tools and the like. He wanted to manufacture them himself. The resources required for this endeavor were substantial. Even with the combined wages of everyone present, it would take at least a year. Naturally, he couldn't agree to that. As for those civil officials who constantly spouted phrases like "life is for my desires, death is for my desires," Zheng knew that Fusu, raised in such an environment, could never become the same person as in history. Once he reached a certain age, or simply grew tired of staying here, he could simply hand over the entire dynasty to Fusu. He himself could then retire to scenic retreats to enjoy family life. Tang Dynasty. Upon Li Yuan's return, he was about to speak when he caught sight of Li Shishi across the room. "Why have you returned?" Li Yuan was genuinely surprised. He had assumed Li Shishi would not return anytime soon, yet here he was. Li Shishi responded with a light chuckle. "Father, if I hadn't returned, wouldn't this dynasty have fallen back under your rule?" Hearing these words, Li Yuan's mouth opened slightly, but in the end, he said nothing more. He merely gave a cold snort before turning and walking toward his private quarters. Or rather, the place where he was under house arrest. Li Shishi observed the guards gathered in the courtyard and spoke softly. "How are the troops prepared now? I need you to break us out. Could the future Tang dynasty truly be tarnished by this? Then I'll take this realm by force myself. I refuse to believe it could still be ruined." He spoke coldly. His gaze was as piercing as a dragon's. All present felt their gazes sharpen. Then he declared loudly, "Where your sword points, our blades shall follow. Long live the great Tang dynasty. Long live. Long live." The driver spoke while turning to look at the crowd. Upon seeing the attire of those present, he showed little reaction. He was only puzzled by their reaction to the high-speed rail station. After all, they weren't too far from that high-speed rail station. A short walk would have revealed the high-speed rail, yet they had never seen it before. Naturally, this puzzled him greatly. Li Shishi spoke with a smile at this moment. "Everyone's been so absorbed in their work, they haven't gotten out much. So, faced with these circumstances, I had no way of knowing. But now that I've learned it from you, Master, I am truly grateful to you." After hearing his words, the driver looked somewhat puzzled but nodded anyway. For the rest of the journey, the driver acted as a tour guide, explaining everything they saw along the way. This actually spared Su Qi the trouble of having to do it himself. Chapter 237, The Tang Dynasty Branch. Within the scenic area. Su Qi's frown eased slightly. By now, everyone had arrived for work. The morning shift remained unchanged. Generally, they wouldn't switch shifts casually. However, the evening shift required more staff. After all, the number of visitors at the scenic area in the morning wasn't particularly high. So fewer staff were needed. At this moment, Su Qi sat with his legs crossed in his office. Yes, Su Qi had his own office. He had done a lot of work in that office before. Like editing footage and monitoring surveillance feeds. But now he had outsourced the editing. All he needed to do now was review the footage once and upload it. As for monitoring surveillance feeds, Su Qi no longer needed to handle that personally. He had directly delegated it to Li Shishi. Li Shishi, in turn, delegated it to his personal guards. As for that guard, naturally, he had no one to delegate it to. But the guard was still happy to monitor the cameras. For him, being able to see what others were doing from a distance was undoubtedly a source of pleasure. Time ticked by second. The main subject let out a quiet yawn. At that moment, he saw someone across from him. Who else could it be but Wu Zetian? "Consort Wu, why have you come over?" Su Qi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Wu Zetian's eyebrow twitched slightly. Then, he spoke directly. "Mr. Su, shall we bring in another dancer? I feel that just me alone might not be quite enough." Upon hearing his words, Su Qi's gaze flickered slightly. He scrutinized Wu Zetian from head to toe. After a moment's thought, he spoke. "Are you serious? You must understand that in the realm of female dance, you are currently the sole pioneer. If you truly recruit another person, they might eventually rival you. Even if you were to focus most of your energy on seizing the throne of the Tang dynasty. But handing over control of the scenic area directly, wouldn't that be a bit problematic?" Su Qi asked curiously. After hearing his words, Wu Zetian's eyebrow twitched slightly across from him. Then, he nodded. He had the same thought. However, after a moment's thought, he slowly shook his head. I see no issue whatsoever. After all, the people in the scenic area wouldn't think much of it. It's perfectly normal for everyone to work together here. Hearing his words, Suchi let out a faint smile at that moment. Since this is your own choice, I won't say much more. He spoke with a light chuckle. Then he continued. Then you may return and wait. If the opportunity arises, I shall hire another dancer. This humble maiden thanks Mr. Su most sincerely. Wu Kairan exclaimed excitedly from across the room. She then promptly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chi's eyebrow twitched slightly. As for her words, he pondered them briefly before raising an eyebrow. To be honest, for Su Chi, this seemed like a viable approach. After all, their current program had already reached a certain level of recognition. Even if there were occasional variations, they weren't significant. Adding a few new performers with different styles. It was clearly for the better. Understanding this point, Su Chi's gaze flickered slightly at that moment. Unfortunately, this matter isn't up to me, it's decided by the system. If it were truly up to me, I'd gladly recruit more people. But now, it was clearly a matter of waiting for the right moment. Su Chi spoke slowly. At present, the scenic area actually had sufficient staff for the short term. This was precisely why the scenic area system had not hired any more staff. But Su Chi understood. Under these circumstances, nothing was as straightforward as he had imagined. At least not in the short term. He couldn't proceed so lightly. Time ticked away, second by second. Just as Su Chi was scrolling through videos of young women dancing, suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Su Chi froze for a moment. He couldn't help but blurt out. No way, are they really going to summon the dancer over here? Su Chi said curiously. He then prepared to initiate the summoning. But just then, he suddenly realized this was a selectable summon. 2 people, huh? But having to choose just one from these 2 felt a bit frustrating. If only I could have both. Su Chi chuckled. He then opened the first person's information. After reading through the details, Su Chi's pupils contracted sharply. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. No way? He sucked in a sharp breath. Because there it was, glaring right at him. And Lushan. It's actually in Lushan? What the hell is he here for? Serve as my traitorous minister? Or betray me and come here to be the boss? The moment these words left his lips, Su Chi suddenly had an epiphany. Wait a minute, if it's in Lushan, could he be here to dance? After all, in ancient history, and Lushan won Yang Guifei's favor precisely because of his dancing skills. But the thought of that massive figure swaying before him. Su Chi's lips twitched slightly. He suddenly realized that no sane person could possibly bear to watch an Lushan dance. Thus, Su Chi promptly discarded that possibility. At that very moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. He was immensely relieved that he still had a second option. Otherwise, if an Lushan were to actually appear in the scenic area, Su Chi would absolutely kick the person out. At the very least, he wouldn't let them dance. So who was this second person? He hoped they weren't the same type as in Lushan. Su Chi muttered under his breath. At that moment, his heart was filled with fervent prayer. But when he saw the second person's name, Su Chi froze for a moment. Then his face lit up with excitement. It was him? Could this be a complete reversal of fortunes? I knew things couldn't be that simple. This is fantastic, he exclaimed excitedly. For standing before Su Chi at that very moment was none other than Yang Guifei herself. Drunken consort Yang? Even consort Yang has arrived this time. The Tang Dynasty side has truly reached the peak of arrogance. Could it be that this scenic area will soon be renamed the Tang Dynasty branch? Chapter 238, 3 Heroes Battle Lubu. Su Chi couldn't help but feel speechless. But he only vented his frustration. After all, the more people arrived, the more excited Su Chi became. Whether they were from the Tang Dynasty or other eras made little difference to Su Chi. As long as they possessed the capability to handle the tasks at hand, it was perfectly acceptable. This development did, however, fulfill Wu Zetian's dream. A true successor had finally arrived. Su Chi couldn't help but shake his head with a helpless smile. He hadn't expected the system to actually respond to Wu Zetian's request. But Su Chi understood this was surely because Wu Zetian herself had other matters on her mind, preventing her from focusing entirely on the dance. Thus, the system had simply brought in another capable dancer. By the afternoon, when the summoning was complete, he would finally see Yang Guifei's true form. Su Chi let out a sly chuckle. Legend had it that plumpness was considered beautiful in the Tang Dynasty. He was genuinely curious to see this Yang Guifei who had so utterly bewitched Emperor Xuanzong. Su Chi stretched lazily, intending to get some proper rest. Just then, a sudden ding echoed in his mind. For a moment, Su Chi froze. What was happening? Why was there a sound? Could it be that someone else was coming this time? Su Chi spoke up, his face brimming with curiosity. He had thought summoning just one person would be good enough. But now there was a second voice. Could it be that he could summon others as well? Su Qi watched with eager anticipation. After watching, he finally understood. This time, he wasn't summoning a single employee. Instead, it was a grand performance. The grand performance lineup, 3 heroes battle Lu Bu. Upon seeing those names, Su Qi sucked in a sharp breath. 3 heroes battle Lu Bu? Su Qi's face was filled with astonishment. If one were to ask who was the most famous figure in ancient history, it would undoubtedly be the romance of the Three Kingdoms from the Three Kingdoms period. Beyond that, it was naturally the war god Lu Bu. There was hardly anyone who didn't know them. But who could have imagined that this time, Su Qi would manage to summon all of them at once? This made Su Qi gasp in astonishment. If that's the case, then this is absolutely fantastic. Su Qi spoke, his face aglow with excitement. Old Li, where are you? Hearing Su Qi's call, Li Shishi hurried over from a distance. He looked at Su Qi with some curiosity. Mr. Su, is there something specific you need? Upon hearing his words, Su Qi immediately flashed a faint smile. Of course there's something special. The scenic area is about to welcome new members. Get yourself ready to welcome them properly when the time comes. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shishi was momentarily stunned. Finally, his face lit up with excitement. He took a couple of steps before turning his head to look back at Su Qi. Mr. Su, I wonder who the new recruits at Yaotian are this time. Is it someone from our great Tang? After hearing his words, Su Qi chuckled softly. This time you've actually guessed correctly, it is someone from the Tang Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Shishi was immediately taken aback. His face lit up with excitement. Another figure from the Tang Dynasty? I wonder who this summoned person might be. Chang Yaojin? Or Qin Shugong? Upon hearing his words, Su Qi let out a soft chuckle at that moment. You'll know once he arrives. Rest assured, it will surpass your wildest imagination. Hearing such words, Li Shishi was still somewhat surprised. Then, he suddenly asked, Mr. Su, you mentioned welcoming them. Could it be that more than one person is coming this time? Su Qi gave a slight nod. Get everything ready. We'll need to make a big purchase soon. After all, procuring so many phones in such a short time would be impossible. Soon, Li Shishi arrived outside. He watched the scene outside with curiosity. And at that very moment, a white light flickered in the distant sky. Following a flurry of white flashes, one figure after another materialized in the space. The moment he saw them appear. At that moment, all the employees present were taken aback. They hadn't expected so many people to show up at this hour. Su Qi had deliberately chosen this location precisely because there were no tourists around. After all, whatever happened here absolutely couldn't be discovered by visitors otherwise. It would spell trouble. Where is this place? How did I end up here? A man clad in armor, wielding a halberd, stood there. His gaze flickered with unparalleled vigilance. He scanned his surroundings, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. Shouldn't I have been on the battlefield just now? How did I end up here? He couldn't help but ask again. Yet, few answered him. From afar, Su Qi recognized the figure the moment he saw him. This bloke was none other than Lu Bu. Then Su Qi's gaze swept past Lu Bu, landing on the group in the distance. These three were easy to spot. Lu Bei with his big ears, red-faced Guan Gong, and the rugged-looking Zheng Fei. Su Qi felt an odd illusion. He was terrified that Zheng Fei right in front of him would suddenly call in Uni in the next moment. Behind the trio stood a group of at least 100 people. Among them, there were singers, dancers, and just about every kind of performer you could imagine. Yet not a single soldier was among them. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be the three heroes versus Lu Bu? Why did the people who showed up feel so off? Su Qi stood at a distance, observing with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The scene before him filled him with profound astonishment. Something just didn't feel right. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qi stepped forward, intending to ask which timeline they had come from. But just then, Lu Bei suddenly leapt forward from across the field. His face lit up with excitement as he looked at Su Qi across the way. You must be Mr. Su, the CEO. We've long admired your reputation. My three brothers have long wanted to visit this scenic area, but we never had the chance. I never imagined we'd finally make it this time, he exclaimed excitedly. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qi suddenly froze. His staff here had little connection to the Three Kingdoms era. The only one who had any connection to Lu Bei was a single person, Lu Feng and the others. Su Qi scanned the area but couldn't spot Lu Feng. Only then did it occur to him that Lu Song had likely chosen the night shift. So you two aren't from the same era, right? Chapter 239, All Willing. After Su Qi spoke, Lu Bei across from him froze for a moment. Then his gaze fell upon Lu Bu in the distance. Lu Bu, weren't you dead? How did you reappear? Hearing this, Lu Bu across from him also thought, what are you talking about? When did I die? I'm perfectly fine right here, aren't I? Observing their expressions, Su Qi's brow twitched slightly at that moment. After a moment's thought, he spoke directly. I think you two should briefly describe the era you're from. Of course, Liu Bei. You three needn't say anything. Lu Bu, you'd better explain properly. After hearing these words, Lu Bu paused to think for a moment. Then he spoke directly. I have no idea what era I'm in. I just met a stunningly beautiful woman, truly breathtaking. I plan to marry her and remain faithful to her for the rest of my life. After hearing these words, Su Qi instantly realized Lu Bu must have just met Diaochan. This meant Lu Bu hadn't yet clashed with Liu Bei and his allies. Across from them, Liu Bei and his two companions wore expressions of deep wariness. Clearly, they knew from outside accounts just how formidable Lu Bu truly was. He was a force so formidable that even the three of them combined couldn't defeat him outright. Seeing their expressions, Su Qi sighed helplessly before turning to Li Shimin beside him. Old Li, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to explain things to them a bit. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, the citizen didn't hesitate, leading them aside and beginning his explanation. Time ticked by second. Moments later, after hearing his explanation, Liu Bei and his two companions across from them wore beaming smiles, glancing repeatedly toward the outside world, clearly more curious about what lay beyond. This was naturally because Lu Feng and the others had already briefed the trio about the scenic area upon their return. Lu Bu, however, wore an expression of utter astonishment. So that's it, this place is actually thousands of years in the future? And they hailed from different dynasties, not sharing the same timeline. His gaze then settled on Liu Bei and the other two beside him. Even these three are on different timelines from me, though we share the same era. After hearing his words, Liu Bei across from him spoke coldly. Little Lu Bu failed to kill you before, but this time you won't escape. At Liu Bei's words, Lu Bu let out a cold laugh. With you? At that moment, Guan Yu stepped forward, his broadsword held high. Zhang Fei also gave a cold snort, his weapon trembling. Seeing their expressions, Lu Bu chuckled lightly, showing no fear. It seemed they were about to strike at that very moment. Li Shimin spoke with resignation. Hold your horses. This isn't the place for you to be fighting. He then swiftly explained the consequences of fighting here. After hearing this, the four men across from him froze in place. Then they gave a cold snort, saying nothing more. Once their explanation concluded, Su Qi stepped forward. So, do you now have a clear understanding of your own responsibilities? Hearing Su Qi's words, the men across from him exchanged glances. Then they all shook their heads. Clearly, they hadn't gained much insight. At that moment, Su Qi sighed helplessly and spoke directly. You're here at the scenic area to perform in a large-scale show. The name of this performance is Three Heroes Battle Lu Bu. Hearing this, Liu Bei and his two companions across from him visibly stiffened. They hadn't expected it to be this particular show. However, recalling that their own encounter with Lu Bu would indeed occur at this very time, they sighed and said no more. Lu Bu, on the other hand, was quite intrigued. Three Heroes Battle Lu Bu, did that mean those three useless fools would fight me? As if the three of them were worthy opponents. He snorted coldly, his gaze burning with intensity. Old scoundrel, dare say another word and I'll cleave you in two right now. Zheng Fei spoke angrily. Guan Yu beside him gave a cold snort, ready to strike at any moment. Even Liu Bei, at that moment, gripped his double-edged sword tightly. A flicker of anger shone in his eyes. Upon seeing their expressions, Lu Bu merely sneered coldly, showing no sign of fear. Su Qi sighed in resignation and had Li Shimin explain the legend of the three heroes battling Lu Bu to them. After listening, Lu Bu across from them wore an expression of utter astonishment. How could this be? I actually lost. No, I actually fled. Such a thing was absolutely impossible. Lu Bu shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept his defeat. But recalling what had transpired earlier, he finally let out a resigned sigh at that moment. Because he understood, since he'd traveled all the way to the future, whatever they said was most likely true. So, are you willing to perform now? If you're willing, you can all stay within the scenic area. I'll do a quick rehearsal later, and maybe tonight you can all perform together. Su Qi walked over, grinning as he spoke, but Lu Bu didn't respond directly. Instead, he spoke up. Is there really food in this era that can yield 1,000 caddies per mu just by planting it? And there are even things flying through the sky, and things that travel thousands of kilometers per hour every day. Is your future a bit too outlandish? Even my red hair steed isn't that absurd, he said with considerable confusion. Upon hearing his words, Su Qi merely chuckled softly, saying nothing more. He simply waited quietly for the others' response. At that moment, Liu Bei approached with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we three are more than willing. All three of us brothers are willing to stay here. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei beside him nodded repeatedly in agreement. They were willing. Only Lu Bu remained standing alone. Observing the expressions of the others, Lu Bu's face shifted repeatedly. He could scarcely believe his defeat, yet he understood this was the future. After a moment's contemplation, just as Su Qi and the others were growing impatient, finally, Lu Bu sighed in resignation. Fine, I understand. I'm willing to stay here and put on a show. Upon hearing these words, Su Qi's face broke into a smile. That's good. You guys take a look at the script and rehearse a bit on your own. As for the rest of the team, Old Li, you handle informing them all. If necessary, make a PowerPoint presentation. That way, your relatives won't have to be called in, just let them review it themselves. Chapter 240, it's all yours. After hearing Su Qi's words, Li Shimin nodded with a smile. He shared the same perspective. If only 1 or 2 people came, he could personally introduce them. But if many people came, take the present situation. For instance, the legendary battle of the 3 heroes against Lu Bu may never have occurred in history. It might just be a tale from romance of the 3 kingdoms. But since the system demanded it, it had to be created. So all these figures were summoned. The main figures, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zheng Fei along with Lu Bu, are all present. The rest are all Liu Bei's subordinates. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Liu Bei was not as youthful as imagined at this point. Evidently, he had aged considerably, having weathered many trials. The same held true for Guan Yu and Zheng Fei standing beside him. As for Lu Bu, he was genuinely young. After all, he had died at a young age. After Li Shimin finished explaining everything, everyone present was taken aback. Clearly, none of them had anticipated such a turn of events. The guards and court musicians exchanged glances. Surprise flickered in their eyes. But that was all. Liu Bei and his 2 companions quickly regained control of the situation. Those across from them were long accustomed to obeying Liu Bei's commands. Under these circumstances, they harbored no other thoughts, merely listening in silence, though their eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity. After all, they had suddenly been transported to this world and now heard something that seemed like a miracle. For them, this was undoubtedly mind-blowing and intensely thrilling. Lu Bu stood nearby. His gaze was sharp and piercing, for Su Qi had just informed him, though history recorded his tragic demise. In this reality, having arrived at the scenic area and now aware of future events, then he had the power to change it. It seemed he couldn't stab his foster father in the back anymore. Lu Bu pondered deeply. He realized his reputation in this era was starkly polarized. On one hand, he was seen as a peerless warrior, the very war god of the 3 kingdoms, wielding his Fangtian Huaji spear, riding his red stallion. Even the gods feared to approach. On the other hand, some believed his halberd was solely used to stab his adoptive father. The disparagement against him knew no bounds. He was even branded a traitorous lackey of 3 masters. In some unofficial histories, he was even branded a 3-family sex slave. Lu Bu could naturally not endure this. But if only everything could change, that would be ideal. After calming the crowd, Su Qi's gaze drifted toward a figure in the distance. And that figure was none other than Consort Yang. Legend had it that her heavenly fragrance could be sensed across the land. She had captivated Emperor Xuanzong of Tang to the point of being utterly smitten. Now, as the crowd caught sight of her, they too were taken aback. Her voluptuous figure and exquisite features commanded attention at first glance. She was exceptionally beautiful, exceptionally alluring. Even Su Qi couldn't help but glance at her several times. You must be Consort Yang. Su Qi's voice rang out directly. After hearing his words, Yang Guifei across from him smiled and nodded. I have come here fully aware of the circumstances. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to supporting you in the future. After hearing her words, Su Qi's eyebrows arched slightly. A faint smile flickered in his eyes, though he knew these words were the height of emotional intelligence, barely containing any genuine emotion, but that was only natural. After all, the other party had been forcibly abducted with knowledge crammed into their head. Under such circumstances, it was already remarkable that the other hadn't lost their mind. That they were even willing to do so deliberately was something Su Qi naturally admired. From now on, let Wu Kairan guide you. He oversees nearly all the dance performances here now. That is, the female performers. As for the male performers, that task has been entrusted to Old Li. Su Qi murmured softly, his gaze drifting toward Li Shimin in the distance. At that moment, Li Shimin also offered a smile. Under normal circumstances, Li Shimin wouldn't concern himself with dancing, but now the scenic area featured a major program called the Great Tang Male Group, and Li Shimin was one of its members. It was precisely because of this situation Li Shimin was able to advance so rapidly. That's right. Su Qi promoted Li Shimin so quickly precisely because Li Shimin performed his duties exceptionally well. Not only did he never falter in his core duties, Li Shimin also specifically created a unique IP within the scenic area, the Tang Dynasty boy band. And now, As the Tang Dynasty's membership continues to grow, the Tang Dynasty boy band had successfully upgraded to Tang Media. Consort Wu? Could it be Wu Zetian? Upon hearing these words, Yan Guifei looked startled. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. Her gaze drifted toward the distance, landing directly upon Wu Zetian. The moment he saw Wu Zetian's petite and delicate appearance, he paused for a moment. In his memory, Wu Zetian was the kind of queen who ruled the world with an iron fist. But upon closer inspection, he realized this Empress Wu was likely younger than he remembered. He brushed past the crowd, jogging swiftly to stand before Wu Zetian, his full hand slowly extended, gently clasping hers. You are Empress Wu Zetian. I truly admire you so much, Yang Guifei exclaimed excitedly. After hearing her words, Wu Zetian responded with a faint smile. I know of you too. The decline of the Tang Dynasty had little to do with you. Those ministers forcing you to your death, it's all utter nonsense. Rest assured, such events will never occur in my era. Hearing these words, Yang Guifei was still somewhat stunned. Her face was filled with utter bewilderment. After all, she had never read the historical accounts about herself. Only then did Wu Zetian realize she had spoken out of turn. Thus, she chuckled and said, Anyway, we'll still be in charge of the dancing from now on. There will be plenty of time for us to talk. Then I'll tell you slowly about your future. About the future of the Tang Dynasty. About the affairs of this scenic area. I hope you won't be too surprised when that time comes. After hearing Wu Zetian's words, Yang Guifei gradually began to take deep breaths. I understand. I will study diligently. As for dancing, I'm quite skilled at it. I can demonstrate that first when the time comes. Upon hearing her words, Wu Zetian smiled and nodded across from her before continuing. I have no doubt your dancing is excellent, but your performance must not be confined to ancient styles alone. It must incorporate modern elements as well. Chapter 241, Yang Guifei's thoughts. After hearing Wu Zetian's words, Yang Guifei was momentarily stunned. In the Tang Dynasty, who dared to say he was not good? Especially now, when she was the most favored concubine. She was on the verge of becoming empress. Yet she understood that this scenic realm differed entirely from her own Tang Dynasty. Not to mention that Wu Zetian's capabilities were far superior to his own. Even if both stood atop the highest peaks, he could never match Wu Zetian. Therefore, he smiled and nodded. We'll follow the old ancestor's lead. Upon hearing his words, Wu Zetian's eyebrows arched slightly, then a faint smile touched her lips. By the way, when you return, you may inform your emperor of the events here. At that moment, Su Qi approached from afar, his face beaming with a smile. And nearly everyone here is, after all, while within the scenic area, you are protected from harm. But if you bring back too many things and keep them hidden, it could very well invite slaughter. Therefore, finding the strongest power in your own era to protect you is the wisest course. After hearing Su Qi's words, the few people across from him felt their brows twitch slightly, especially Yang Guifei. Only now did he come to his senses. He couldn't help but glance around. Many of the people present were indeed strangers to him. The only familiar faces were Wu Zetian and Li Shishi. After all, he had seen portraits of these two before. Though they differed slightly from the real people, he could still recognize them with a little guesswork. Though unfamiliar with the others, several figures radiated an imperial aura that flickered faintly. It was impossible to conceal, particularly a small old man in the distance, who looked like a rogue. Yet the glint of amusement in the man's eyes was something he could never hope to grasp. Understanding this point, Yang Guifei nodded repeatedly. I understand. I'll consider this matter upon my return. Yang Guifei did not agree to it immediately, for she suddenly realized a problem. With so many emperors residing here, were they emperors because they stayed here? Or did they become emperors only after arriving here? Indeed, Consort Yang harbored precisely such thoughts. To become the most favored concubine of the emperor, he knew full well that in this world, there was one person who could never be surpassed, the emperor himself. Under these circumstances, she yearned even more to become the true emperor herself. But he also understood that with Wu Zetian's precedent, it was utterly impossible. That woman had single-handedly blocked every possible path for any future female emperor. But he also knew there was nothing to be done about it. Though the emperor stood above all others, only those who have ascended the throne truly understand the weight of responsibilities that follow. At the very least, they must ensure the nation's stability, and more crucially, secure its future succession. This was precisely why Wu Zetian had previously insisted on establishing a tradition of appointing members of the Wu family to the throne. But unfortunately, no one would accept it. So after trying his best, he ultimately gave up. Though Empress Wu did undergo a slight shift in her thinking. For the ministers of the time, however, it amounted to a massacre on both sides. Initially, those who supported the Li family were slaughtered, leaving not a single survivor. Later, when she changed her stance, Those who supported the Wu family were also slaughtered without leaving a single survivor. This seemingly psychotic mindset left everyone in a state of panic. Thus, future ministers, upon seeing an empress, would inevitably recall such events, and thus became cautious. Alright, now that we've all met, let's get to work. Li Shishi stepped closer and spoke up. After hearing his words, the group exchanged glances and nodded in unison, saying nothing more. Once they reached their workstations, Yang Guifei watched the modern dances through Wu Zetian's phone. Her face was filled with astonishment. Each dance stirred something deep within him. The graceful movements and vibrant colors were far beyond anything he could currently achieve. Perhaps he possessed looks that rivaled Wu Zetian's, and dance skills that could match hers. If it were a pure comparison of ancient dance styles, he might not lose. But when modern dance was factored in, Yang Guifei was utterly defeated. Who is this Wu Kairan? She's so beautiful, and she has such a voluptuous figure. Exactly. I've never seen anything like it before. At that moment, several tourists gathered around, their faces alight with excitement as they chattered away. They were the very girls who had trained martial arts with Empress Wu Zetian before. As they chattered, they began touching Yang Guifei's arms and cheeks. Feeling these ordinary people's touch, Yang Guifei was momentarily stunned. As the most favored concubine, who would dare touch her like this? But seeing her current situation, in this situation, nothing was as straightforward as it seemed, especially since Empress Wu herself made no move to stop them, merely smiling cheerfully by the side. Thus, in these circumstances, Yang Guifei could only endure it. Moments later, after everyone had finished their business, Empress Wu finally spoke with a smile. This is my new colleague who just arrived. You may address him as Consort Yang. As the words fell, the girls around her froze for a moment. Finally, their faces lit up with excitement. So he was dressed as Yang Guifei. No wonder he looked so stunning. And a figure like that is rare around here. He was practically a one-in-a-million rarity. All the girls were beaming with excitement. Wu Zetian herself was already stunning, but compared to Yang Guifei, they were practically on par. They weren't even in the same league. The girls immediately surrounded Yang Guifei again. Miss, where are you from? How come you're playing an NPC at such a young age? Do you realize you look exactly like the consort? The questions they couldn't connect with left even Yang Guifei momentarily stunned. It was his first day on the job, and he had no idea these tourists would be so enthusiastic. This left him utterly at a loss for how to respond. Just then, Wu Zetian approached from the side and spoke up directly. From now on, we're all dance partners. Let's practice dancing together. Saying this, she pulled Yang Guifei out. Then she whispered softly, these tourists are always this enthusiastic. You'll get used to it.